Chapter 1. The Birth of Zeus. Cronus harbored profound doubts regarding the permanence of his dominion. He feared the potential insurrection of his sons, dreading a fate akin to that of his father, Uranus. Consumed by trepidation towards his progeny, he commanded his wife, Rhea, to deliver their offspring unto him, and without a shred of compassion, he devoured each one in turn. Witnessing the lamentable demise of her own children filled Rhea with terror. Cronus had already consumed 5 of his offspring. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth Demeter, the goddess of the harvest and agriculture Hera Hades, and Poseidon, corresponding to the Roman deities Vesta, Ceres, Pluto, and Neptune, respectively. Reluctant to lose her last unborn child, Rhea heeded the counsel of her parents, Uranus and Gaia, and fled to the island of Crete. In a secluded cavern on the island, she brought forth her youngest son, Zeus. Rhea concealed Zeus within the cave, shielding him from the ruthless gaze of Cronus, and presented him with a wrapped stone, ingeniously substituting it for her son, which Cronus unwittingly consumed. As Zeus grew in the embrace of Crete, he was nurtured by the nymphs Adrastea and Ida, who fed him the milk of the she-goat Amalthea. Bees, gathered from the cliffs of Mount Dicta, brought nectar to the young Zeus. Whenever he cried, the young priests, the Curites devoted to the goddess, Rhea clashed their swords against their shields at the cave's entrance, muffling his cries to prevent Cronus from hearing, lest he suffer the same tragic fate as his siblings. Zeus overthrew Cronus, the war of the Olympian gods and the Titans. Having matured into a robust and handsome deity, Zeus rose in rebellion against his father, compelling Cronus to regurgitate his swallowed siblings, restoring them to life. One by one, Cronus was forced to expel his offspring, who emerged as radiant and glorious gods. They returned to the world, igniting a fierce conflict for supremacy against Cronus and the Titans. This war was both brutal and protracted. Cronus' children took refuge upon the lofty heights of Mount Olympus. Several Titans aligned themselves with them, most notably the primordial deity Osinus, alongside his daughter Styx and her progeny, Zeal, Might, and Victory. The conflict proved perilous for the Olympian gods, as their adversaries, the Titans, were formidable and fierce. However, the Cyclopes hastened to Zeus' aid, crafting thunderbolts and lightning for him, which Zeus hurled at the Titans. The war persisted for a decade, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Ultimately, Zeus resolved to release the 100-handed giants from their subterranean prison, summoning them to the battlefield. Towering and fearsome, the 100-handed giants surged forth from the earth, charging into combat. They tore massive boulders from the mountainside, hurling them at the Titans. As the Titans approached Mount Olympus, countless rocks cascaded down. As they charged forth, the earth groaned, the sky rumbled, and everything around quaked in turmoil. Even the deepest recesses of Tartarus trembled in response. Zeus unleashed a torrent of blinding lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening thunderclaps. Flames roared upon the ground, the sea boiled, and a heavy shroud of smoke and acrid stench enveloped the last. The mighty Titans faltered, their strength exhausted and defeat imminent. The gods of Olympus shackled them and cast them into the abyss of Tartarus, plunging them into eternal darkness. The indestructible bronze gates of Tartarus were guarded by the 100-handed giants, who vigilantly watched to prevent the formidable Titans from escaping. Thus, the era of the Titans' dominion over the world came to an irrevocable end, the war against Typhon. Yet, the conflict did not cease here. The earth goddess Gaia seethed with fury towards the gods of Olympus, deeming Zeus' treatment of her vanquished Titan sons excessively harsh. In a union with Tartarus, she bore the fearsome 100-headed monster Typhon. This colossal being, adorned with 100 dragon heads, emerged from the depths of the earth. His heart-wrenching roar reverberated through the air, sounding like a blend of human cries, dog barks, bull bellows, and lion roars, with raging flames accompanying him. Each heavy footfall caused the ground to tremble. The gods trembled in fear. However, Zeus, the god of thunder, bravely charged forth, initiating a fierce battle. The lightning in Zeus' hands crackled with brilliance, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, causing the earth and sky to shudder. Flames engulfed the land, reaching for the heavens, reminiscent of the previous battle against the Titans. As Typhon approached the sea, the waters boiled furiously. Zeus unleashed a barrage of his countless lightning bolts, illuminating the air and igniting the dark, thunderous clouds above. He reduced Typhon's 100 heads to ashes, and as Typhon collapsed, his blazing body ignited a conflagration that consumed everything around him. Zeus lifted Typhon's corpse and cast it into the dark depths of his birthplace, Tartarus. Yet even in the lowest depths of hell, Typhon continued to threaten the gods, and all living beings. He summoned storms and triggered volcanoes. Together with Echidna, the snake woman, he fathered the fearsome two-headed dog Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, as well as the Lernaean Hydra and the strange creature, Chimera. Furthermore, Typhon frequently shook the earth. With the Olympian gods triumphant over their foes, no adversaries remained to challenge their reign, allowing them to govern the world in peace. Among the deities, the mightiest Zeus ruled the skies, Poseidon commanded the oceans, and Hades presided over the underworld where the souls of the deceased resided. The earth was shared among the three brothers. Despite this division of dominion among Cronus' sons, Zeus, as the sovereign of the heavens, held supremacy over Poseidon and Hades, governing all of humanity and the immortal gods, with everything in the world falling under his authority. Mount Olympus. On the majestic and radiant heights of Mount Olympus, Zeus, surrounded by the pantheon of gods, reigns as the supreme monarch. His wife Hera, the golden-haired Apollo, along with his twin sister Artemis, the enchanting Aphrodite, and Athena, the mightiest daughter of Zeus, all reside here, alongside numerous other deities that guarantee the entrance of Olympus. 3 beautiful Oris stand guard whenever the gods descend to the mortal realm or ascend to Zeus' palace. They part the dense clouds that veil the entrance. Above Mount Olympus stretches an infinite and ethereal azure sky, from which golden rays cascade. In the realm ruled by Zeus, neither rain nor snow falls. It is eternally bathed in the warmth of a delightful summer. Below, clouds drift gracefully, at times darkening to conceal the vast expanse of the earth, allowing autumn and winter to replace spring and summer, ushering in sorrow and despair. In place of joy and delight, of course, the gods too experience moments of melancholy. Yet such sorrow is fleeting, and soon Olympus is once again suffused with jubilance. The deities often feast in the splendid palace constructed by Hephaestus, Zeus' son. The king of the gods, seated upon a grand golden throne, bears an expression of dignity and self-respect upon his handsome visage, fully aware of the strength and stability of his power. Flanking his throne are the goddess of peace, Irene, and Nike, the winged goddess of victory, who remains ever by his side. At this moment, the graceful and dignified goddess Hera, Zeus' wife, enters. Zeus holds his wife in high esteem, and all the gods of Olympus honor Hera, the protector of marriage. As the resplendent and elegantly adorned Hera strides into the banquet hall, all present rise to bow in reverence to the wife of the Thunderer. Hera, proud and regal, walks directly to the golden throne, taking her place beside the supreme ruler of gods and mortals. Standing beside her throne is her winged messenger, Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, poised to carry out Eros' commands with a flutter of her vibrant wings, swiftly soaring to the edges of the earth. The gods revel in a grand feast. Zeus' daughter, the youthful Hebe, and Ganymede, the beloved son of the Trojan king favored by Zeus and granted immortality, serve ambrosia and divine delicacies to the assembled deities. Numerous graces and muses sing and dance, enlivening the celebration. Hand in hand, they twirl in a harmonious dance, captivating the gods with their graceful movements and ageless beauty, as the banquet of Olympus reaches a joyous crescendo. It is in such gatherings that the gods deliberate on all matters, determining the fate of the world and the destiny of humankind. Zeus, on Mount Olympus, bestows gifts upon humanity, establishing order and law upon the earth. He holds dominion over the fates of mortals. Happiness and misfortune, virtue and vice, life and death, all lie within his grasp. Flanking the grand entrance of Zeus' palace are 2 large vessels, one filled with goodness and the other with malevolence. From these vessels, he ladles out blessings and curses to mankind. Should this god of thunder dispense gifts from the vessel of evil, calamity will surely befall the recipient. Indeed, those who disrupt the order he has instated or flout the laws he has decreed will find themselves in dire straits. When Cronus' sun furrows his formidable brow, dark clouds gather ominously in the sky. When the great Zeus is enraged, his hair stands on end in a terrifying display, and his eyes emit a blinding light that is unbearable. A mere wave of his hand, the heavens erupt in thunder and lightning, shaking even the mighty Mount Olympus. Not solely Zeus defends the law. Beside his throne stands Themis, the goddess of divine order. Frequently, at Zeus' behest, she convenes assemblies of the gods upon the radiant Olympus and summons civic gatherings upon the earth, ensuring the maintenance of order and the enforcement of laws. Also residing on Olympus is his daughter Dike, the goddess who oversees just adjudication. Should Dike report any injustice perpetrated by a judge to Zeus, he metes out severe punishment to the transgressor. Goddess Dike stands as the protector of justice and the adversary of deceit. Zeus upholds the world's order and justice, distributing both happiness and suffering to the people. Although happiness and suffering are allocated by Zeus, it is ultimately the inexorable fates, the three goddesses residing on Olympus, who determine the destinies of all, including even that of Zeus himself. The fates wield control over the fortunes and misfortunes of both mortals and deities, and no one can escape the dominion of these relentless goddesses, and no power can alter the fated paths of mortals and gods alike. One must submit humbly to destiny. Only the fates comprehend the nature of fate. Clotho, the spinner of life's thread, decides the span of an individual's existence. Once the thread is severed, life itself ceases. Lachesis, with closed eyes, draws lots, determining the fortunes of those she encounters, and no one can alter the fate decreed by the fates. For Atropos, the third sister, records the destiny of each individual in an unchangeable tome once inscribed. Fate cannot be evaded. The great and stern fates, with hearts of stone, remain impervious to any pleas for mercy. That on Mount Olympus dwells another goddess of fate, Tyche, the goddess of fortune and good luck. She distributes gifts to humanity from the cornucopia, the horn of Amalthea, the divine goat that nourished Zeus with her milk. Those fortunate enough to encounter Tyche on their life's journey are blessed with happiness. However, such encounters are rare indeed. Even if one is graced with her gifts, how unfortunate it is when Tyche turns away just after bestowing her bounty. Thus, humanity, under the reign of Zeus, the king of the gods, surrounded by the deities of Olympus, governs the entirety of the world, maintaining order and justice throughout the realm. In the profound depths of the ocean stands the magnificent palace of Poseidon, the great brother of Zeus and the shudderer of the earth. Poseidon reigns over the seas, wielding his trident with but a subtle motion of his hand. The waves must heed his command. Residing in the abyss alongside Poseidon is his beautiful wife, Amphitrite, the daughter of the ancient sea god Nereus, who was taken from her father by the formidable ruler of the ocean. One day, Poseidon beheld her dancing on the shores of Naxos with the daughters of Nereus. Enchanted by Amphitrite's beauty, he yearned to whisk her away. However, she sought refuge behind Atlas, the titan who bears the heavens upon his strong shoulders, eluding Poseidon's grasp for a time. Ultimately, a dolphin revealed her hiding place, prompting Poseidon to immortalize the creature as a constellation in the sky. He seized Nereus' exquisite daughter from Atlas and took her as his bride. From that moment forth, Amphitrite dwelled with her husband in their underwater palace, where the waves above clamored in tumult. Surrounding Poseidon were throngs of sea deities, subservient to his will and attentive to his commands. Among them was his son Triton, who sounded the conch shell, capable of stirring terrifying tempests. Among this assembly of sea gods were also Amphitrite's sisters, the enchanting Nereids. As Poseidon governed the ocean, the tumultuous waves parted to grant him passage as he raced across the waters in a chariot drawn by magnificent seahorses. This handsome god, akin to Zeus, sped through the boundless sea, surrounded by frolicking dolphins, while shoals of fish ascended from the depths to gather around his grand chariot. When Poseidon raised his formidable trident, towering waves, frothy and mountainous, would surge forth, heralding awe-inspiring storms. In such moments, the colossal waves would thunderously crash against the rugged shores, shaking the very earth. Yet, with a mere gesture of his trident towards the tumultuous waters, tranquility would be restored. Once the storm passed, the sea would return to its mirror-like calm, the gentle lapping of the azure expanse echoing softly against the coast. Beside the illustrious Poseidon stood many sea gods, including the venerable Nereus, who could foretell both fortune and misfortune, possessing knowledge of all precious secrets of the future. Nereus never spoke falsehoods, nor deceived others. He revealed truths solely to deities and mortals alike. The wisdom of his counsel was always sagacious. Nereus was blessed with 50 beautiful daughters. The youthful and radiant Nereids frolicked joyfully amidst the waves, their exquisite visages shimmering upon the cresting surf. Hand in hand, they emerged from the depths, dancing gracefully upon the shore, their movements in harmony with the gentle caress of the tranquil sea. This moment, the cliffs by the seaside reverberated with their melodious voices, akin to the distant, resonant murmurs of the ocean. These sea maidens served as protectors of sailors, ensuring the safety of their voyages. Among the myriad deities of the sea, there exists an ancient god known as Proteus, whose visage transforms like the ocean itself. Ever-changing, that he possesses the extraordinary ability to metamorphose into various creatures and monsters at will. Moreover, He is endowed with the gift of foresight should one unexpectedly appear before him, seize, and subdue him. He will reveal the secrets of the future. Accompanying the earth-shaker Poseidon is Glaucus, the protector of sailors and fishermen, who also possesses the power of prophecy. Frequently emerging from the depths of the sea, he surfaces to foretell the future to mortals, providing them with sagacious counsel. While the gods of the ocean wield immense power and authority, they are all subject to the governance of Poseidon, the brother of Zeus. Surrounding all oceans and lands is Oceanus, the Titan god of the ocean, who is esteemed and revered equally alongside Zeus. He resides at the farthest edge of the world, untouched by the trivialities of mortal life. Oceanus has 3,000 sons, all of whom are river gods, and 3,000 daughters, who are the goddesses of the ocean, mountain streams, and springs. The perennial waters flowing from the progeny of this great ocean deity bestow happiness and joy upon humanity, nourishing the earth and providing sustenance for all living beings. Deep beneath the surface, the melancholic and unyielding brother of Zeus, Hades, reigns over the shadowy underworld. His domain is a foreboding realm, shrouded in darkness, where the bright and cheerful rays of the sun never penetrate. Countless bottomless chasms lead to Hades' sorrowful kingdom, where the rivers of the underworld flow, including the cold and sacred river Styx, upon which the gods often swear their oaths. The tumultuous waves of the Cocytus and Acheron rivers flow through the realm of the dead, where the sorrowful wails of lost souls echo along the banks. At the source of the Lethe River, a gentle stream flows, from which those who drink will forget all earthly ties. In the dark meadows of Hades, adorned with pale wild tulips, the intangible, weightless spirits of the deceased wander aimlessly, lamenting their dismal existence devoid of light and hope. Their whispers are faint, barely audible, reminiscent of the rustling of dry leaves stirred by an autumn breeze. No soul has ever returned from this sorrowful underworld, for Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Hades, guards the exit. This fearsome creature is entwined with hissing serpents around its neck. Charon, the stern ferryman of the dead, will not permit any soul to cross the Acheron and return to the sunlit world of the living. The souls of the departed are fated to exist eternally in Hades' realm, devoid of joy. In this kingdom, devoid of sunlight and the human experience of joy and sorrow, power rests in the hands of Hades, brother of Zeus. He and his wife, Persephone, sit upon their golden thrones, served by the relentless Furies. These fearsome goddesses wield long whips and serpents to pursue wrongdoers, denying them even a moment's peace, tormenting them with the pangs of conscience. No criminal can escape the Furies' relentless pursuit. They invariably find their quarry. Beside Hades' throne sit the judges of the underworld, Minos and Rhadamanthus. Standing nearby is Thanatos, the Grim Reaper, clad in a black robe, wielding a sword, and possessing enormous black wings. Whenever Thanatos hovers at the bedside of a dying mortal, severing a lock of hair with his blade to claim the soul, his wings stir a chilling wind of death. Accompanying Thanatos is a host of eerie spirits known as the Caris, who flit about the battlefield. They revel in the sight of fallen heroes, eagerly pressing their crimson lips to the wounds of the deceased, greedily consuming the warm blood of the slain, and escorting their souls to the afterlife. Adjacent to Hades' throne is a handsome youth, Hypnos, the god of sleep. Silently, he flaps his wings as he soars above the earth, clutching a bouquet of poppies and a horn, from which he spills a soothing potion. With his unique scepter, he lightly touches the eyelids of mortals, coaxing them to close gently and descend into a sweet slumber. Hypnos wields immense power, impervious to the resistance of mortals and deities alike. Even Zeus cannot withstand him, as Hypnos can lull the mighty god into a deep dream. In the darkness of Hades, a cadre of dream deities dwells, some of whom bring pleasant dreams that foretell the future, while others conjure terrifying nightmares that torment the sleeper. There are also those sleep deities who, with their sweet talking, lead mortals astray, often at the cost of their lives. Hades' realm is shrouded in darkness, a place of dread. Among the shadows lurks Impusa, a ghastly spirit with elongated donkey legs, who lures unsuspecting victims to secluded spots, draining their blood before devouring their still trembling bodies. In the realm of the underworld resides the female demon Lamia, who stealthily infiltrates the chambers of mothers at night, siphoning away their children and draining their lifeblood. All these specters and fiends fall under the dominion of the goddess Hecate, who is depicted with 3 bodies and 3 heads. In the pitch-black depths of night, She roams the highways and graveyards accompanied by a fearsome retinue of monstrous hounds, instilling terror and nightmares upon the earth, posing a threat to humanity. Hecate possesses the power to render magic effective, yet she is also the sole deity capable of liberating individuals from its grasp, provided they show her reverence and offer sacrifices of dogs at crossroads. The underworld presided over by Hades is a dreadfully eerie place, loathed by all. Hera, the wife of Zeus who wields the divine shield, serves as the protector of marriage, safeguarding the sanctity of matrimonial bonds. She bestows numerous offspring upon couples and blesses mothers during childbirth. After being vanquished by Zeus, Cronus regurgitated Hera along with Zeus's siblings, and their mother Rhea sent Hera to the edge of the earth, to the banks of the Oceanus, where the sea goddess Thetis would nurture her. Hera resided in seclusion for many years, far from Mount Olympus, until the thunderer Zeus laid eyes upon her and was instantly smitten, abducting her from Thetis' side. The gods celebrated a grand wedding for Zeus and Hera, where Iris and the Graces adorned Hera in resplendent garments, allowing her to radiate magnificence as she sat beside Zeus, the king of gods and mortals, upon a golden throne. The deities offered gifts to the queen, with Gaia, the goddess of the earth, presenting her with a wondrous apple tree that bore golden apples. All of nature rejoiced in honor of Queen Hera and King Zeus. Hera is also a sovereign upon Mount Olympus, wielding the same dominion over thunder and lightning as her husband Zeus, capable of summoning and dispersing clouds, and conjuring winds and rains. The goddess Hera is extraordinarily beautiful, with serene large eyes, arms as white as lilies, and flowing tresses that cascade like waves from her crown. Her gaze is penetrating, emanating an air of both authority and tranquility. The gods hold Hera in high esteem, and Zeus himself respects her, often conferring with her on matters of importance. However, disputes frequently arise between Zeus and Hera. During divine assemblies, she often rebuts him, leading to heated arguments that ignite Zeus's fury, prompting him to threaten punishment. In such moments, Hera remains silent, suppressing her ire, recalling the time Zeus had chastised her, binding her with golden chains and suspending her between heaven and earth, even fastening heavy anvils to her feet. Hera wields significant influence among the deities, unmatched by any other goddess. Clad in a splendid gown crafted by Athena, she often descends from Mount Olympus in a chariot drawn by two majestic horses. Her chariot, forged entirely from silver, boasts wheels of pure gold, with gleaming bronze spokes. Wherever Hera treads, she leaves behind a fragrant aura, and all living beings pay homage to the magnificent queen of Olympus. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, Hera frequently endures the indignities inflicted by her husband Zeus. On one occasion, Zeus fell in love with the beautiful Io, and in a bid to conceal his infidelity from Hera, transformed Io into a heifer. Yet, the Thunderer's actions could not save Io from her plight. Hera beheld a pristine white cow and implored Zeus to bestow it upon her, a request to which Zeus could not refuse. Once Hera acquired the cow, she entrusted it to the watchful eyes of the hundred-eyed giant Argus. The unfortunate Io endured great suffering, unable to voice her torment, having lost her power of speech upon her transformation into a cow. The ever-vigilant Argus kept a relentless watch over Io, leaving her with no hope of escape. Witnessing Io's plight, Zeus summoned his son Hermes and instructed him to rescue her. Swiftly, Hermes ascended to the peak of the mountain where Argus guarded Io, and he recited an incantation. As Argus's 100 eyes closed in slumber, Hermes seized his curved sword and swiftly severed the giant's head. Although Io was liberated, she remained ensnared by Hera's wrath. In retaliation, Hera unleashed a monstrous gadfly, its dreadful stinger driving the beleaguered Io from one nation to another. No matter where she fled, peace eluded her. Frantically, Io raced onward, her desperation propelling her further still. Yet the gadfly pursued her relentlessly, stinging her with its fiery needle-like appendage. The gadfly's sting burned like searing iron, tormenting Io as she traversed the globe, visiting countless lands. After enduring prolonged hardship, she finally reached the distant far north, arriving at the realm of the Scythians, near the rocky precipice where Prometheus was bound. Prometheus revealed to the wretched Io that only by journeying to Egypt could she escape her torment. With the gadfly in pursuit, Io continued her frantic flight. She faced innumerable trials and tribulations, yet ultimately, she arrived in Egypt. By the banks of the beautiful and fertile Nile, Zeus restored her to her true form, and she bore a son named Epiphus. Epiphus became the first king of Egypt, heralded as the ancestor of a great lineage of heroes, including the illustrious Heracles, the greatest of all Greek heroes. The birth of Apollo, the radiant god Apollo, with his golden, curly locks, was born on the island of Delos. His mother, Leto, was pursued by the jealous Hera, who denied her a place of refuge. Hera sent the giant serpent Python to hunt Leto down, forcing her to flee in desperation. Ultimately, Leto found sanctuary on the island of Delos, which at that time was adrift upon the tumultuous sea. As she set foot on its shores, immense stone pillars emerged from the depths, anchoring the desolate isle firmly in place. From that moment forth, Delos stood resolute amidst the waves, enduring to this very day. Surrounded by the cacophony of the ocean, Delos bore barren cliffs that loomed lifelessly. Only the seagulls found solace among the craggy rocks, their mournful cries echoing through the rugged landscape. Behold, the radiant god Apollo was born, and forthwith, the island was illuminated by his divine presence. Golden sunlight drenched the rocks of Delos, infusing life and vibrancy into the coastline, the rugged hills, the valleys, the sea, and all that lay within sight. The goddesses flocked to the island of Delos, extolling the newly born deity with jubilant voices, offering him ambrosia and nectar. The surrounding mountains and waters rejoiced in unison with the goddesses, celebrating this momentous occasion. Apollo confronted the monstrous Python in a fateful battle. The radiant youth, illuminated by the oracle of Delphi, cradled a lyre in his hands and bore a silver bow upon his shoulders, soaring through the azure sky, the golden arrows jingling within their quiver. Proud and joyous, Apollo raced across the expanse of the earth. Undoubtedly a formidable threat to all malevolent forces and everything birthed from darkness. He hastened towards the lair of the vile Python, who had tormented his mother, Leto, seeking vengeance for her suffering. Apollo swiftly arrived at the dark canyon inhabited by the monstrous Python. Towering cliffs stood towards the heavens on either side, casting a somber shadow over the valley. At the bottom, a turbulent mountain stream surged, its waters frothing and splashing, shrouded in thick mist above. The fearsome Python emerged from its lair, its immense, scaled body coiling endlessly among the rocks, an unfathomable multitude. The stones trembled under the weight of its formidable presence, as the vicious Python wrought destruction, spreading death in its wake. The nymphs of the forests and waters, along with all living beings, fled in terror. The powerful and malevolent Python reared up, opening its fearsome maw, intent on swallowing Apollo whole. At that moment, the silver string of the bow twanged, and the infallible golden arrows shot forth like meteors across the sky, followed by a relentless barrage. The golden arrows rained down upon the Python, which collapsed to the ground. Breathless, Apollo triumphed over the monstrous Python, raising his voice in a triumphant song, accompanied by the melodious resonance of his golden lyre. He interred the serpent's remains beneath the sacred ground of Delphi, where he erected a temple and an oracle to convey the will of his father, Zeus, to the people. Apollo stood upon the high cliffs, gazing out to sea where he spotted the vessels of the Cretan navigators. In an instant, he transformed into a dolphin and leapt into the azure depths of the ocean. Swiftly, he caught up to the ship, rising like a radiant star from the waves to land upon its stern. He began to play his golden lyre, guiding the ship to the port of Chris, a coastal city in Corinthian Bay and the harbor of Delphi. After traversing the bountiful valleys, he led the sailors to Delphi, where they became the first priests of the temple. According to Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses, the cheerful and joyous Apollo also bore sorrow. He too had encountered pain. Shortly after vanquishing Python, he tasted the bitterness of suffering. With triumphant zeal, Apollo stood beside the slain monster when he beheld the youthful god of love, Eros, poised nearby with bow drawn and arrow ready. With a smile, Apollo addressed Eros. "Child, what purpose does your fearsome weapon serve? Witness me unleash a few of my potent golden arrows. It was with such arrows that I felled Python. Do you dare to compete with my divine marksmanship? Perhaps you wish to surpass me?" Humbled yet proud, Eros retorted to Apollo. "Apollo, your arrows never miss their mark, striking every target, yet my arrow finds only you." With that, Eros took flight, ascending the majestic heights of Mount Parnassus. From his quiver, he withdrew 2 arrows, one that ignites love, which he aimed at Apollo's heart, and the other that extinguishes love, which he directed at the heart of Daphne, the daughter of the river god Peneus. When Apollo encountered the enchanting Daphne, he immediately fell in love with the divine maiden. However, upon seeing the golden-haired, curly Apollo, Daphne turned and fled like the wind, for the arrow of Eros, capable of extinguishing love, had pierced her heart. Apollo hurriedly pursued Daphne, calling out, "Beautiful maiden, pause for a moment. Why do you flee from me as a lamb escapes from a ravenous wolf? You dart away like a dove evading a hawk. I am not your foe. Beware of the sharp thorns that may pierce your feet. Wait, stop. I am Apollo, son of Zeus, not an ordinary shepherd." Yet, the lovely Daphne ran ever faster, while Apollo, as if endowed with wings, chased after her. He drew nearer, almost upon her, and Daphne could feel his breath. Exhausted, she cried out to her father, Peneus. "Father Peneus, come to my aid. Earth, split open and swallow me whole. Oh, hasten to erase this visage, for it brings me naught but calamity." No sooner had she spoken than her limbs grew numb. Her delicate form was enveloped in bark, her flowing hair transformed into leaves, and her outstretched hands morphed into branches. She was entirely transformed into a laurel tree. Heartbroken, Apollo stood beside the laurel for a long time before softly uttering, "Henceforth, let your branches adorn my brow, and your verdant leaves embellish my lyre and quiver. O laurel, may your foliage never wither. May you remain evergreen." The dense leaves of the laurel rustled gently, as if in response to Apollo, and the green canopy bowed slightly, seemingly affirming his plea. Apollo serves Admetus. Apollo, having committed the grievous act of slaying Python, sought atonement, simultaneously bearing the burden of expiation for the transgressor. By the decree of Zeus, he journeyed to Thessaly in search of the noble and wise King Admetus. In Thessaly, he tended the king's flocks as a means of redemption for himself. While herding, Apollo played melodies upon his reed pipe or plucked the strings of his golden lyre, enchanting the ferocious beasts who emerged from the depths of the forest, entranced by the exquisite music. Fierce leopards and lions wandered leisurely among the herds, while deer and antelope, drawn by the enchanting melodies, flocked to the scene, creating an atmosphere of joy and tranquility. The kingdom of Admetus began to flourish, basking in peace and prosperity, with bountiful harvests and robust livestock, standing as a paragon in Thessaly. All of this was the result of Apollo's benevolence. Apollo aided Admetus in securing the hand of Alcestis, the daughter of Peleus, the king of Iolcus. Peleus had vowed that whoever could yoke lions and bears to a chariot and ride in such a vehicle to claim his daughter would win her hand. Apollo bestowed extraordinary strength upon his beloved Admetus, enabling him to fulfill Peleus's challenge. After serving Admetus for 8 years, Apollo's period of atonement concluded, and he returned to Delphi. During the spring and summer, Apollo resided in Delphi. As autumn approached, with flowers wilting and leaves turning to gold, and as the harsh winter loomed, threatening to blanket Mount Parnassus in snow, Apollo took flight in a chariot drawn by snow-white swans, embarking towards the land of the northern tribes, where winter was but a myth and spring reigned eternally. He intended to dwell there throughout the winter, when the fields surrounding Delphi turned green once more, and the invigorating breath of spring coaxed forth blossoms in a riot of colors, blanketing the valleys of Crisa. Apollo returned in his swan-drawn chariot to proclaim the will of Zeus, the Thunderer. At this time, the people of Delphi gathered to celebrate Apollo's return. In the spring and summer seasons, Apollo resided in Delphi, often visiting his native island of Delos, where his opulent temple stood in grandeur. Apollo and the Muses in the enchanting seasons of spring and summer. Apollo, accompanied by the 9 Muses, often frolicked upon the verdant slopes of Mount Helicon, where the gentle waters of the Muses' spring flowed melodiously. They danced by the crystalline waters of the Castalian spring, nestled at the foot of the majestic Mount Parnassus. These 9 young and radiant Muses are the daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, serving as constant companions to Apollo. He led their melodious chorus, strumming his golden lyre in accompaniment. Adorned with a laurel crown, he walked solemnly at the forefront, with all 9 Muses gracefully following in his wake. The Muses are as follows: Calliope, the muse of epic poetry; Euterpe, the muse of lyrical poetry; Erato, the muse of love poetry; Melpomene, the muse of tragedy; Talia, the muse of comedy; Terpsichore, the muse of dance; Clio, the muse of history; Urania, the muse of astronomy; and Polyhymnia, the muse of sacred poetry. Their harmonious chorus resounded with solemnity and power, captivating the very essence of nature, which paused to listen to their enchanting melodies. When Apollo, in the company of the 9 Muses, ascended to the radiant heights of Mount Olympus among the gods, and as he plucked the strings of his lyre, the Muses sang with fervor, silence enveloped Olympus. In that moment, even Ares, the god of war, forgot the clamor of battle. Zeus, the cloud gatherer, withheld his lightning, The divine assembly ceased their quarrels, and a profound peace settled over Olympus. Even Zeus's mighty eagle folded its powerful wings, closed its keen eyes, and perched silently upon Zeus's scepter, no longer emitting its fearsome cry. In this tranquil stillness, only the melodious strings of Apollo's lyre resonated. As Apollo joyously struck the golden strings of his lyre, a jubilant round dance commenced in the banquet hall of the gods. The Muses, the Graces, the eternally youthful Aphrodite, Ares, and Hermes danced gracefully, with Apollo's sister, the dignified and beautiful Artemis, leading the way. All these youthful deities basked in the golden sunlight, dancing joyously in rhythm with the cadence of Apollo's lyre. The sons of Ares, the god of far-reaching shots, Apollo, when incensed, become truly formidable in such moments. His golden arrows prove merciless and ruthless. His golden arrows have claimed the lives of many. Ares' two sons, Otis and Ephialtes, prideful in their immense strength, refused to submit to anyone, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of Apollo's golden arrows. Even in their youth, Otis and Ephialtes were towering figures, endowed with unparalleled strength, and renowned for their valiant spirit. In their adolescent years, they dared to challenge the Olympian gods, proclaiming, "Let us hasten to maturity, let our supernatural powers burgeon. When that time arrives, we shall stack Olympus, Mount Pelion, and Mount Ossa, three majestic mountains in Thessaly, Greece, bordering the Aegean Sea, and ascend to the heavens upon this formidable pile. We shall seize Hera and Artemis from your grasp, O Olympian deities." The two unruly sons of Ares, resembling Titans, boldly boasted and threatened the gods of Olympus. Indeed, they had previously shackled the formidable god of war, Ares, binding him for a full 30 months within a prison of bronze bars. Had it not been for the swift Hermes, who rescued the combative yet currently defenseless god of war, Ares would still be languishing in captivity. Although Othos and Ephialtes possessed formidable power, Apollo would not permit them to intimidate him. The far-shooting god drew his silver bow, and as two golden arrows blazed through the air like shooting stars, Othos and Ephialtes fell lifeless, struck down. Marsyas. Apollo once imposed a severe punishment upon Marsyas, the half-man, half-god, for daring to challenge him in a musical contest. The skilled lyre player Apollo could not tolerate such audacity from Marsyas. One day, while wandering through the fields of Phrygia, Marsyas stumbled upon a flute. This flute had been discarded by Athena, who, realizing that playing the instrument she crafted marred her image of beauty and grace, cast it aside and cursed it, declaring that whoever found the flute would face dire consequences. Unaware of Athena's curse, Marsyas picked up the flute and swiftly mastered its melodies. His playing was so remarkable that even when performed solo, it captivated all who listened. Filled with pride, Marsyas boldly decided to challenge Apollo, the protector of music, to a contest. Apollo, adorned in luxurious robes and crowned with laurel, arrived as promised to compete. In stark contrast, Marsyas, dwelling amidst the forested fields, held a humble reed flute, appearing diminutive before the imposing figure of Apollo. How could a mere reed produce the enchanting melodies of Apollo's golden lyre, the leader of the Muses? Thus, Apollo emerged victorious. Consumed by resentment over Marsyas' challenge, Apollo commanded that the unfortunate Marsyas be bound, suspended, and flayed alive. Marsyas paid a grievous price for his audacity. His skin was hung in a cave on Mount Celedonia, in Phrygia. Legend has it that whenever the sound of the Phrygian flute entered the cave, that skin would flutter as if it danced, yet it would remain still at the solemn sound of the lyre. Asclepius Apollo is not merely a vengeful deity, nor is he solely the god who dispenses death with his golden arrows. He is also a healer of afflictions. His son Asclepius stands as the patron of physicians and the art of healing. The sagacious centaur Chiron nurtured Asclepius at the foothills of Mount Pelion. Under Chiron's tutelage, Asclepius evolved into an exceptionally skilled physician, surpassing even his mentor in medical prowess. Not only could Asclepius cure a multitude of ailments, but he also possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect the dead. However, this act incensed Hades, the ruler of the underworld, and Zeus, the thunderer, as it contravened the mortal laws and order established by Zeus himself. In his wrath, Zeus unleashed a lightning bolt, striking down Asclepius. Nevertheless, people continued to venerate Apollo's son as the god of medicine. Numerous temples were erected in his honor, the most renowned being the sanctuary of Asclepius at Epidaurus. Throughout all of Greece, Apollo was revered. The Greeks honored him as the god of sunlight, capable of cleansing the bloodstains of humanity. as the one who proclaimed the will of his father Zeus, who could mete out punishment, and who held the power to inflict and alleviate suffering. The youth of Greece regarded him as their guardian deity. Apollo also served as the protector of sailors, assisting them in establishing new colonies and cities. Artists, poets, singers, and musicians enjoyed the special patronage of Apollo, the leader of the Muses. Like Zeus, Apollo garnered widespread adoration among the Greeks. The eternally youthful and beautiful goddess Artemis and her brother Apollo were born on the island of Delos. They are a pair of twin siblings, closely bonded by sincere and intimate friendship, and they share a profound love for their mother, Leto. Artemis bestows life upon all things. She is deeply concerned with the existence of all creatures on earth, nurturing all that flourishes in forests and fields. She shows compassion for wild beasts, domestic animals, and humanity alike. She encourages the growth of flora and fauna, bestowing blessings upon marriage and fertility. Greek women frequently offer lavish sacrifices to this illustrious daughter of Zeus, Artemis, who is revered for her ability to bless unions and bring happiness, as well as for her capacity to heal and afflict. The goddess Artemis possesses an eternal youthfulness, radiating with the brilliance of a sunlit day. With her quiver and bow slung over her shoulder and a spear in hand, she hunts amidst the dense forests and sun-drenched fields. Accompanied by a lively retinue of nymphs, this resplendent goddess, clad in a knee-length hunting attire, dashes through the woodlands. Her aim is unerring. Neither timid deer nor the fierce boar concealed in the reeds can escape her arrows. Her companions hasten behind her, their joyous laughter, shouts, and the barks of hunting dogs echoing through the mountains, creating a symphony of resounding reverberations in the valleys. When her hunting endeavors tire her, she swiftly retreats to Delphi with her nymphs to seek her beloved brother Apollo. There, as she rests, she dances in a circle to the enchanting melodies of Apollo's golden lyre, accompanied by the Muses and her divine companions. The statuesque and radiant Artemis leads the dance, surpassing all nymphs and Muses in beauty and stature. She also cherishes moments of repose in secluded caves, veiled by vines far from mortal eyes. Woe betides anyone who disturbs her tranquility. The young Actaeon, son of Autono, daughter of King Cadmus of Thebes, met a tragic fate for intruding upon Artemis. Actaeon, as recounted in Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses, was once engaged in a hunt with his companions in the forest of Mount Cithaeron. On a scorching midday, the weary hunters sought refuge beneath the thick canopy of trees, while the young Actaeon ventured away from the group in search of a cooler sanctuary within the valley of Cithaeron. He arrived at the verdant and flower-strewn vale of Harpagia, a sacred site dedicated to the goddess Artemis, located in Boeotia and named after its spring. The valley was adorned with sycamores, fragrant peach trees, and firs, while towering cypress trees rose majestically like dark arrows. The lush green meadow was ablaze with a riot of colorful blossoms, and a crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, serenity, and refreshing coolness. As Actaeon explored, he noticed a splendid cave, shrouded in vines, perched upon the steep hillside. Unaware that this cave often served as a resting place for Zeus's daughter, Artemis, he approached the entrance. As Actaeon approached the mouth of the cave, Artemis had only recently entered. She entrusted her bow and arrows to one of the maidens, preparing to bathe. The maidens assisted her in removing her shoes and gathering her hair, just as they were about to venture out to the stream to fetch refreshing water for her. Actaeon suddenly appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing him, the maidens cried out in alarm, encircling Artemis to shield her from the gaze of the mortal. Much like the rising sun igniting the clouds with a fiery hue, a wave of indignation flushed across the goddess's face, her eyes sparkling with wrath, rendering her even more exquisitely beautiful. Infuriated by Actaeon's intrusion upon her tranquility, she transformed the unfortunate man into a stag in a fit of rage. Antlers sprouted from his head, his hands and feet morphed into slender legs, his neck elongated, and his ears became pointed, enveloping his form in a coat dappled with spots. The timid stag bolted in fright. Glancing at his reflection in the stream, he wished to cry out, alas, but found himself rendered mute, his ability to speak stripped away. Tears streamed from his eyes, now transformed into those of a deer. Yet, the wisdom of a human mind remained. What could he do? Where could he flee? The hounds of Actaeon caught the scent of a deer, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that it was their own master. Instead, they barked furiously and charged towards him. The beautiful deer raised its head and, like a gust of wind, dashed along the steep slopes of Mount Cithaeron, racing out of the valley, traversing the forest, and galloping across the fields, closely pursued by a pack of hounds. The hounds drew ever nearer, until at last they caught up, their sharp fangs sinking into the unfortunate Actaeon, transformed into a deer. Actaeon wished to cry out, "Oh, have pity on me. I am Actaeon, your master." Yet only a mournful sound emerged from the deer's chest, resembling the groans of a human. The deer collapsed to the ground, its eyes reflecting sorrow, fear, and a plea for mercy. However, death was inevitable as the ferocious hounds tore the deer to shreds. The companions of Actaeon, arriving in haste, felt a pang of regret, for in such a fortuitous moment, their master was inexplicably absent. The hounds had captured a magnificent deer, yet they remained unaware that it was, in truth, Actaeon himself. Actaeon met his demise for disturbing the tranquility of the goddess Artemis. However, he remains the sole mortal who beheld the enchanting beauty of Zeus and Leto's daughter. The birth of Athena. Athena is the offspring of Zeus himself. The thunderer, Zeus, was aware that the goddess Métis would bear two children, one being the daughter Athena, and the other a son endowed with unparalleled wisdom and strength. The fates, the Moirai, foretold to Zeus that Métis' son would usurp his throne and seize dominion over the world. Fearful of this ominous prophecy, Zeus resorted to sweet words to lull Métis into complacency, consuming her before she could give birth to the daughter Athena. After some time, Zeus was afflicted with excruciating headaches. He summoned his son Hephaestus and instructed him to cleave open his skull to relieve the unbearable pain and torment of incessant ringing in his ears. Hephaestus raised his axe and struck fiercely, splitting open Zeus's cranium without causing any grievous harm. At that moment, the formidable warrior goddess Athena emerged from the head of the thunder god, clad in resplendent armor, wearing a gleaming helmet, and wielding a spear and shield. She appeared before the astonished gods of Olympus. With an authoritative shake of her brilliant spear, her commanding voice reverberated through the heavens, causing the radiant Mount Olympus to tremble. The stunningly beautiful Athena stood before the deities, her light blue eyes radiating the brilliance of exceptional wisdom, her entire being exuding extraordinary allure. The gods extolled the lovely daughter born from Zeus's head. She is the protector of cities, the goddess of wisdom and knowledge, and the invincible warrior maiden. Athena serves as the guardian of Greek heroes, often providing them with sagacious counsel. In times of peril, this invincible goddess frequently aids them in extricating themselves from dire circumstances. She safeguards cities, fortresses, and walls, imparting wisdom and knowledge and teaching people various skills and crafts. Greek maidens revere her for imparting the art of handiwork. In the realm of weaving, no mortal or goddess could surpass her skill. It is well known that to challenge Athena in weaving is a perilous endeavor. Arachne, the daughter of Idmon, paid a grievous price for daring to compete with Athena in this craft. Arachne, as recounted in Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses. The weaving skills of Arachne are renowned throughout Lydia, a region of Asia Minor that was devastated by the Persians in the 6th century BCE. Women would frequently journey from the slopes of Mount Molus and the banks of the gold-rich Pactolus River to admire her craftsmanship. Arachne spun threads as fine as mist to create fabrics that were as light and transparent as air. She was exceedingly proud, convinced that no one in the world could rival her weaving prowess. One day, she boldly proclaimed, "Let Athena come and compete with me. I have no doubt I shall prevail against her." In response, the goddess Athena transformed herself into an elderly woman with white hair and a stooped back. Leaning upon a staff as she approached Arachne, she advised, "Arachne, old age brings not only misfortune, the passage of time bestows wisdom. Heed my counsel. Strive to surpass mere mortals in your weaving, but do not challenge the divine. Humbly implore the goddess for forgiveness for your reckless words, and she shall show mercy to those who seek her pardon." Arachne set down the delicate thread in her hands, her eyes ablaze with fury. She was resolute in her craft and boldly declared, "Old woman, you are truly foolish. Age has robbed you of your reason. Go preach to your daughter-in-law and daughter, but do not disturb me. I shall devise my own ideas. Since I have spoken, let it be. Why does Athena not come? Why does she refuse to compete with me? Arachne, I have arrived," the goddess proclaimed, restoring her true form. The divine maidens and the women of Lydia bowed deeply, paying homage and praise to Zeus' beloved daughter. Yet Arachne remained silent and indifferent. As the goddess of dawn, Eos, soared into the sky with her radiant wings, the heavens blushed crimson, mirroring the flush of anger upon Athena's visage. Undeterred, Arachne still yearned for a contest with Athena, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited her. The competition commenced. The goddess Athena wove a magnificent tapestry in the center of the fabric, depicting her contest with Poseidon over the dominion of Attica. The 12 Olympian deities, including her father Zeus, sat as judges of this dispute. Poseidon thrust his trident into the barren rock, causing a spring of salt water to surge forth. Clad in a helmet and wielding a shield, Athena brandished her spear, plunging it deep into the earth, which instantly sprouted an olive tree. The gods decreed Athena the victor, deeming her gift to Attica far more precious. In the corners of the tapestry, scenes unfolded depicting the divine punishment of mortals for their impiety, adorned with garlands of olive leaves. Arachne, in contrast, wove numerous scenes of the gods' lives, portraying some as weak and besieged by the intense emotions of humanity. She bordered her work with flowers entwined in ivy. Her craftsmanship was exquisite, rivaling that of Athena, yet her designs conveyed irreverence towards the gods, even disdain. In a fit of rage, Athena tore apart Arachne's tapestry and struck her with the shuttle. Poor Arachne could not bear such humiliation. She twisted a rope, fashioned a noose, and hanged herself. Athena rescued Arachne from the noose, saying, "Live on, defiant woman. Yet you must forever dangle in the air, endlessly weaving. And your descendants shall suffer this punishment as well." With a sprinkle of magical herbs, Athena transformed Arachne, who immediately curled up, her thick hair falling away. And she became a spider. Henceforth, Arachne, in her new form, would forever dangle in the air, weaving webs as she once wove fabric. The messenger of the gods, Hermes, son of Zeus and Maia, was born in a cave on Mount Cyllene in Arcadia, adorned with winged sandals and wielding a staff entwined with serpents. He sped from Mount Olympus to the ends of the earth with the swiftness of thought. Hermes, the protector of roads, was honored with stone pillars erected at crossroads and at the entrances of homes throughout ancient Greece. He safeguards travelers, ensuring their journeys are free from harm, and accompanies the souls of the departed to Hades' realm. With his magical staff, he gently closes the eyes of mortals, lulling them into slumber. Hermes serves as both the protector of roads and travelers, as well as the guardian of commerce and merchants. He possesses the ability to grant merchants fortune in their trades, bestowing wealth upon them. Hermes is credited with the invention of weights and measures, numbers, and writing, imparting this knowledge to humankind. He is also the deity of eloquence, while simultaneously embodying cunning and deceit. His astuteness and craftiness are unparalleled. He is an exceptionally skilled thief, renowned for his unparalleled techniques in thievery. In jest, he pilfered Zeus's scepter, Poseidon's trident, Apollo's bow and arrows, and Ares' sword. Upon his birth in the cool cave of Mount Cyllene, Hermes immediately conceived his first mischievous endeavor. He resolved to steal the cattle tended by Apollo, who was pasturing them in the valley of Pieria for the gods. Silently escaping from his cradle, he slipped out of the swaddling cloth and made his way to the cave entrance. There, he spotted a turtle and seized it, crafting the first lyre from its shell and 3 branches, stringing it with melodious chords. Hermes stealthily returned to the cave, concealing the lyre in his cradle, before darting away like a whirlwind towards Pieria. Upon arrival, he pilfered 15 cattle from Apollo's herd, binding reeds and branches to their legs to erase their tracks, before urging them towards Peloponnesus. As dusk fell, he herded the cattle past Boeotia, encountering an old man still laboring in his vineyard. "I shall give you one of these cattle," Hermes said to the old man, "but do not tell anyone you saw me driving the herd past here." The old man, overjoyed by such a generous gift, promised Hermes he would never reveal his passage. After continuing on his way, Hermes soon pondered whether the old man would uphold his vow. He drove the cattle into the woods, transformed his appearance, and returned to inquire of the old man. "Pray tell, have you seen a boy herding a group of cattle pass this way? If you can disclose where he has gone, I shall reward you with a bull and a cow." Eager for further gifts, the old man readily revealed the boy's direction. The breach of his promise incensed Hermes, and in his fury, he transformed the old man into a mute stone, ensuring he would forever remain silent, eternally reminded of the importance of keeping one's word. Thereafter, Hermes hastened back into the woods, driving the cattle onwards with urgency. Ultimately, he brought the herd to Pylos, where he sacrificed 2 of the cattle to the gods, promptly erasing any traces of the offering, before leading the remaining cattle into a cave. He instructed the cattle to reverse into the cave, thereby creating the illusion that their tracks led outward rather than inward. Once Hermes had accomplished this clever ruse, he stealthily returned to the cave where his mother, Maia, resided, swaddled himself in blankets, and lay in his cradle. Maia had long suspected that her son had slipped away from their dwelling, and she reproached Hermes, saying, "What you have done is a wicked deed. Why did you steal Apollo's cattle? He will surely be enraged. You are aware of how fearsome Apollo can be when angered. Are you not afraid of his unerring arrows?" To this, Hermes replied, "I do not fear Apollo. Let him rage. Should he dare to threaten you or me, I shall retaliate by plundering his temple at Delphi, seizing all his tripods, gold, silver, and garments." Apollo discovered that his cattle were missing and began to search everywhere, but to no avail. Eventually, a messenger bird led him to Paros, yet even upon arrival, he still could not locate the lost herd. He refrained from entering the cave where the cows were hidden, for the hoofprints he observed were not those of entry, but rather of exit. Apollo searched for a long time without success until he arrived at Maia's cave. Hermes, upon hearing Apollo's footsteps, deeply concealed himself within his cradle, tightly wrapped in swaddling clothes. An irate Apollo entered Maia's cave and found Hermes lying in the cradle, his face adorned with an innocent expression. Apollo reproached Hermes for stealing his cattle, demanding their return. However, Hermes vehemently denied the accusation, convincing Apollo that the thought of stealing his cattle had never crossed his mind, and he was utterly unaware of their whereabouts. "Listen here, boy," Apollo thundered in fury. "If you do not return my cattle, I shall cast you into the depths of Hades, where neither your father nor mother can rescue you." "Oh, son of Leto," Hermes replied, "I have not seen your cattle, nor have I heard anyone speak of them. Would I ever engage in such an act? I have other matters to attend to, concerned solely regarding sleep, nourishment, and swaddling. I swear, I have not even laid eyes on the thief who stole your cattle." No matter how furious Apollo grew, he extracted nothing of value from the cunning and crafty Hermes. Ultimately, Apollo dragged Hermes from his cradle, compelling him to appear before their father, Zeus, to resolve the dispute. They ascended Mount Olympus, where, despite Hermes's clever evasions, Zeus commanded him to return the stolen cattle to Apollo. Hermes guided Apollo down from Olympus towards Pylos, carrying with him a lyre crafted from a tortoise shell. Upon reaching Pylos, he revealed the hiding place of the cattle. As Apollo hurriedly drove the cattle out of the cave, Hermes seated himself upon a nearby stone and began to play the lyre. The enchanting melodies reverberated through the valley, reaching the sandy shores. Enraptured, Apollo eagerly listened to Hermes's performance. In exchange for the cattle, Apollo offered Hermes the lyre, for he was utterly captivated by its sound. To amuse himself while tending to the cattle in the future, Hermes then invented the reed pipe, which became immensely popular among Greek shepherds. The son of Maia and Zeus, eloquent and cunning, could traverse the world with the swiftness of thought, showcasing his wit and dexterity even in his childhood, embodying youthful vitality. Statues of him were erected in the playgrounds of schools throughout Greece. Hermes became the protector of young athletes, and before wrestling and running competitions began, competitors would first seek his blessing. In ancient Greece, who among travelers, orators, merchants, athletes, and even thieves did not pay homage to Hermes? Ares, the ferocious god of war, is the progeny of Zeus and Hera. Zeus harbors a disdain for him, often proclaiming that among the pantheon of Olympian deities, he is the most loathsome. The root of Zeus's aversion lies in Ares's extreme brutality. Had Ares not been the son of Zeus, he would have long been cast into the abyss of darkness, condemned to suffer alongside the Titans. The heart of the fierce Ares finds joy only in the throes of violent combat. Clad in full armor and wielding a massive shield, he charges amidst the clashing of weapons, the cacophony of shouts and groans ringing in his ears. His two sons, Deimos and Phobos, trail closely behind him, alongside the goddess of strife, Eris, and the warrior goddess, Io. The battle rages with fervor, the cries echoing through the heavens, while Ares revels in the chaos. As warriors succumb to their wounds, Ares' fearsome blade cleaves through soldiers, their warm blood spilling onto the ground, and in these moments, he basks in triumph. Indiscriminately slashing left and right, the grim god accumulating a mountain of corpses around him. Ares, fierce and tempestuous, embodies valor. However, victory does not always favor him. On the battlefield, he frequently succumbs to the valor of Zeus's courageous daughter, Athena. Athena, wielding her intellect and composure, triumphs over Ares. At times, mortal heroes also gain the upper hand against Ares, particularly when aided by Athena. For instance, beneath the walls of Troy, the hero Diomedes struck Ares with his bronze spear, an event orchestrated by Athena's direct intervention. The anguished cries of the wounded god of war echoed ominously over the armies of both Troy and Greece. Clad in bronze armor, Ares' roar of pain resonated as fiercely as a multitude of warriors engaged in fierce combat. Both Greeks and Trojans trembled in fear. Covered in blood, Ares hastily sought out his father, Zeus, to report Athena's actions. Yet, his father paid little heed to Ares' grievances, harboring disdain for his son, who thrived on discord, war, and slaughter. Amidst the chaotic clash between Ares and Athena, even the most beautiful goddess, Ares' wife Aphrodite, rushed to support her husband. Yet, Athena still emerged victorious. The valiant Athena, with a single strike, felled the exquisite goddess of love, Aphrodite, to the ground. Forever youthful and stunningly beautiful, Aphrodite fled to Mount Olympus. Her face streaked with tears, while Athena reveled in her triumph, mocking her retreating figure with derision. Aphrodite, the delicate and ethereal goddess, refrains from intervening in the bloody carnage of battle. Her sole concern lies in igniting passion within the hearts of both deities and mortals alike. Possessing such power, she stands as one of the sovereigns of the world, with none, not even the gods themselves, able to escape her influence. Only Athena, Hestia, and Artemis remain defiant against her authority. Aphrodite is tall and graceful, her visage characterized by soft contours, with golden hair that flows in gentle curls, resembling a crown of beauty atop her head. She embodies unparalleled loveliness and everlasting youth. When she radiates her brilliance, adorned in fragrant garments, the sun shines brighter, and the flowers bloom more vividly. As she strolls through the forest, various wild beasts emerge from the thickets to her side, while flocks of birds flutter around her head. Lions, leopards, and bears approach her with gentle affection. Proud of her resplendent beauty, Aphrodite walks serenely among them, accompanied by the graceful Ori and the charming Charites. They adorn her in exquisite garments, style her golden locks, and crown her with glimmering diadems. Born from the white foam of the waves near the island of Cythera, Aphrodite is the daughter of Uranus. The gentle sea breeze carried her to the shores of Cyprus, where the Ori gathered around the goddess of love, emerging from the waves. They draped her in garments woven with golden threads and crowned her with fragrant floral wreaths. Wherever Aphrodite treads, flowers bloom in abundance, filling the air with delightful scents. Eros and Hymenaeus escorted the stunning goddess to Mount Olympus, where the gods welcomed her in unison. From that moment on, the eternally youthful and most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, resided among the deities of Olympus. This narrative is derived from Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses. Aphrodite bestows happiness upon those who serve her with unwavering loyalty. For instance, she once granted joy to the illustrious sculptor Pygmalion of Cyprus. Pygmalion harbored disdain for women, choosing a life of solitude and shunning matrimony. One fateful day, he meticulously carved a statue of an extraordinary maiden from pristine, luminous ivory. This sculpture stood in his workshop, so lifelike that it seemed to breathe, poised on the brink of movement, as if ready to speak. For hours on end, the sculptor admired his creation, ultimately falling in love with the very statue he had fashioned. He adorned the figure with exquisite necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, draping it in resplendent garments and crowning it with flowers. Pygmalion often whispered, "Ah, if only you were alive and could speak to me, how blissful I would be." Alas, the statue remained voiceless. The day of sacrifice to Aphrodite arrived, and Pygmalion offered a white heifer adorned with golden horns as a tribute to the goddess of love. He extended his hands toward her and softly prayed, "Oh, eternal deity and benevolent Aphrodite, if you can grant the desires of your supplicant, bestow upon me a wife as beautiful as the maiden I have sculpted with my own hands." Pygmalion hesitated to implore the gods to grant life to his statue, fearing that such a request might provoke the wrath of the Olympian deities. At that moment, the sacred flame before the statue of the goddess suddenly flared, as if Aphrodite were conveying to Pygmalion that the gods had accepted his plea. The sculptor returned home and approached the statue. Oh, what bliss! What joy! The statue indeed came to life. Her heart began to beat, and her eyes sparkled with the light of existence. Thus, the goddess Aphrodite granted Pygmalion a beautiful wife. As recounted in Ovid's Metamorphoses, one who disrespects Aphrodite, rejects her gifts, or defies her authority shall be met with her merciless punishment. She once severely punished the river god Cephissus and the son of the water nymph Liriope, the handsome, aloof, and arrogant Narcissus. Narcissus loved no one but himself, believing that only he was worthy of love. On one occasion, while hunting in the dense forest, he lost his way. The nymph Echo saw him, but she could not initiate conversation with Narcissus. The goddess Hera had imposed this punishment upon her. Echo must remain silent, responding only by repeating the last word of any question posed to her. Hidden in the thicket, Echo gazed upon the well-proportioned and handsome youth with delight. Narcissus, surveying his surroundings, called out loudly, "Hey, who is here?" "Here," Echo answered joyfully. "Come here." Narcissus shouted again. "Come," Echo replied. The handsome Narcissus, perplexed and looking around, saw no one. Intrigued, he called out once more, "Hurry to me." Echo cheerfully echoed, "Hurry to me." The nymph hurriedly approached Narcissus, but he harshly pushed her away. He hurriedly departed from her, vanishing into the dark woods. Rejected, Echo retreated into the impenetrable forest. As Narcissus continued on his way, Echo was tormented by unrequited love, and from that moment, she no longer appeared before anyone. Whenever a voice rang out in the distance, the poor Echo would sorrowfully respond. Narcissus remained as arrogant as ever, prideful and disdainful. He rejected all advances from women, inflicting pain upon many nymphs with his arrogance. On one occasion, a spurned nymph exclaimed loudly, "Narcissus, may you also love. May the one you love in the future not return your affections." The wish of this nymph was fulfilled. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, angered by Narcissus' refusal of her gifts, punished him. One spring, Narcissus, the hunter, came upon a mountain stream, intending to quench his thirst with its crystalline waters. This brook had never been visited by shepherds or their flocks, nor had withered branches ever fallen into its depths. Even the wind refrained from scattering petals upon its surface. The water was so clear that the bottom was visible, reflecting the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Bushes on either bank, towering cypress trees, and the azure sky above. With his hands resting on the stones protruding from the water, Narcissus leaned in to gaze at the stream. The water mirrored his handsome visage, and at that moment, Aphrodite cast her punishment upon him. Narcissus beheld his reflection in astonishment, a profound love swelling within him. His love-stricken eyes gazed longingly at the image, beckoning, calling out, and reaching toward it with outstretched hands. Leaning closer to the glassy surface, he attempted to kiss the reflection, only to meet the cold, clear water. In that instant, he forgot everything, remaining transfixed by the stream, lost in self-pity. He neither ate nor drank nor slept, and ultimately succumbed to despair. Stretching his arms toward the reflection and exclaiming, "Ah, who has endured such cruel torment? There are no mountains or seas to separate us. Only a pool of clear water lies between us, yet we cannot unite. Come forth from the stream." Narcissus contemplated the image in the water. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed his mind, and he whispered to the reflection, "Alas, how unfortunate! I fear that I have fallen in love with myself. For you are but a mirror of my own being. I am indeed enamored with myself. I sense that my time is fleeting. I am withering before I have truly blossomed, destined for the realm of the dead. Yet, I do not fear death, for it shall end my longing." Narcissus, weakened and pale, felt the shadow of death approaching, yet his gaze remained fixated on his reflection. Tears streamed down his face, falling into the crystal-clear brook, sending ripples across the tranquil surface, obscuring the beautiful image. In terror, he cried out, "Where are you? Come back. Do not leave me. This is too cruel. Oh, grant me but one last glimpse of you." The water grew still once more, and the reflection returned, drawing Narcissus's unwavering gaze. He had become as frail as a dew-drenched flower under the scorching sun. The pitiable nymph Echo watched Narcissus suffer, her heart aching with love for him, her sorrow intertwining with his pain. "Ah, the agony!" Narcissus shouted. "The agony!" Echo echoed softly in response. Ultimately, in his profound torment, Narcissus gazed at the reflection and weakly uttered, "Farewell." Echo, with a barely audible voice, repeated, "Farewell." Narcissus collapsed onto the verdant grass by the stream. The shadows of death closing his eyes, he had perished. The young nymphs of the forest wept, and Echo mourned alongside them. The divine maidens constructed a tomb for the youthful Narcissus, yet when they endeavored to retrieve his body, they discovered it had vanished. Upon the grassy ground where he had fallen, a fragrant white blossom emerged, known as the flower of death, which has since been called Narcissus, or the daffodil. Adonis, as recounted in Ovid's epic Metamorphoses, faced a severe punishment from Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who herself had tasted the anguish of love. She wept for the death of her beloved Adonis, whom she had adored. Among mortals, none possessed greater beauty than Adonis. He surpassed even the gods of Olympus in allure. Enamored by Adonis, Aphrodite forsook the island of Patmos and the blooming Isle of Cyprus. To her, Adonis was more delightful than the radiant heights of Olympus. She spent her days in the company of the handsome youth, hunting alongside him in the mountainous forests of Cyprus, much like Artemis. Aphrodite neglected her golden adornments and ceased to concern herself with embellishments. In both the scorching sun and tempestuous storms, she pursued her hunts, favoring the capture of timid hares, gentle deer, and graceful antelopes while shunning the fierce lions and wild boars. She implored Adonis to refrain from hunting lions, bears, and wild boars to avert peril. Rarely did she stray far from her prince. During each temporary parting, she would admonish him to heed her warnings. One fateful day, in Aphrodite's absence, Adonis's hunting dogs stumbled upon the tracks of a colossal wild boar. They stirred the beast into a frenzy, barking wildly as they pursued it. Adonis, intrigued by the prospect of capturing such a formidable creature, did not foresee that this would be his final hunt. As the cacophony of the dogs grew ever closer, the massive boar momentarily appeared amidst the thicket. Just as Adonis prepared to thrust his spear at the enraged beast, it lunged at him, its long tusks inflicting a mortal wound upon Aphrodite's beloved. Thus, Adonis succumbed to his grievous injuries. Upon receiving the heart-rending news of Adonis's demise, Aphrodite, engulfed in an indescribable sorrow, ventured to the mountains of Cyprus in search of her beloved young man's lifeless form. She scoured the steep slopes, traversed the shadowy ravines, and peered into the abyss. The sharp stones and thorns pierced the delicate soles of the goddess's feet, leaving trails of blood upon the ground she traversed. Ultimately, she discovered Adonis's corpse and wept bitterly over the untimely fate of the handsome youth. To eternally commemorate Adonis, the goddess commanded that tender anemones bloom from his blood, while from the wounds on her feet, rose bushes, as crimson as her own blood, would flourish. Zeus, moved by the plight of the love goddess Aphrodite, instructed his brother Hades and his wife Persephone to allow Adonis to return to the surface from the desolate underworld once each year. Henceforth, Adonis would spend half the year in Hades' realm and the other half dwelling with the goddess Aphrodite on earth. Whenever Aphrodite's youthful and handsome beloved returned to the sunlit world, all of nature rejoiced in celebration. Eros. Aphrodite, too, partakes in the governance of the world. Much like Zeus, she possesses her own messenger through whom her will is executed. Her messenger is none other than her son, Eros. Eros is a spirited, mischievous, cunning boy, at times even cruel. With his shimmering golden wings, he darts through the skies above land and sea, swift and light as a gentle breeze. Armed with a diminutive golden bow and a quiver of arrows, his golden projectiles are irresistible to all. Eros' aim is unfaltering, as he seldom misses his mark. His prowess in archery rivals that of Apollo, the god of archery himself. Upon striking his target, his eyes radiate a joyful light, and he raises his curly-haired head in triumphant glee, bursting into laughter. Eros' arrows can bestow joy and happiness, yet they often bring forth the torment and anguish of love, and at times, even death. These arrows have inflicted considerable suffering upon both Apollo and Zeus. Aware of the impending sorrow and calamity that Aphrodite's son would unleash upon the world, Zeus initially intended to extinguish Eros at the moment of his birth. However, how could his mother, Aphrodite, allow such a fate to befall him? She concealed Eros within an impenetrable thicket, nurturing him with the milk of two fierce lionesses. As Eros grew into a handsome youth, he soared across the world, wielding his arrows to disseminate both happiness and sorrow, goodness and malevolence. Aphrodite had a youthful assistant and companion, the god of marriage, Hymenaeus. He flitted ahead of the wedding procession with his snow-white wings, holding a radiant wedding torch. During the ceremony, the joyous maidens would summon Hymenaeus, imploring him to bestow blessings upon the union of the young couple, ensuring their lives would be filled with happiness. Hephaestus, the son of Zeus and Hera, was the god of fire and craftsmanship, unmatched in his smithing skills. Born on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus entered the world frail and limping. When the goddesses presented this diminutive and unsightly child to Hera, she was filled with rage. Seizing the infant, she cast him from the heights of Olympus down to the distant earth. The unfortunate child plummeted through the air for what seemed an eternity before landing in the tumultuous waves of the vast ocean. The daughters of Oceanus, Eurynomy, and the prophetic sea god Nereus, Thetis, took pity on the infant, retrieving Hephaestus from the sea and nurturing him in the dim depths of the ocean. As he grew, Hephaestus remained unhandsome and continued to limp, yet he possessed powerful hands, a broad chest, and a muscular neck. He emerged as an artist of unparalleled smithing ability, crafting exquisite adornments from gold and silver for his nurturers, Eurynomy and Thetis. Hephaestus harbored his resentment towards his mother, Hera, deep within his heart, eventually resolving to seek revenge for her act of casting him from Olympus. He forged a magnificent golden throne, which he sent to Mount Olympus as a gift for his mother. When Zeus's wife beheld this extraordinary offering, she was filled with delight, for only the queen of gods and mortals could sit upon such a splendid chair. Yet, to her horror, the moment Hera sat down, countless unbreakable ropes ensnared her, rendering her unable to rise. The gods rushed to assist, but all efforts proved futile. None could free the queen. They realized that only Hephaestus, the creator of the golden chair, could liberate her. Consequently, they dispatched Hermes, the messenger of the gods, to seek out Hephaestus. Hermes swiftly journeyed to the edge of the world, arriving at the shore of the ocean. In the blink of an eye, he crossed land and sea to reach the cave where Hephaestus labored. Hermes implored Hephaestus for a long while, requesting that he accompany him to Olympus to release Hera. However, the god of craftsmanship resolutely refused, refusing to forget the mistreatment he had suffered from his mother. Despite Hermes' persuasive attempts, they bore no fruit until the jovial god Dionysus arrived to assist. Dionysus offered Hephaestus cup after cup of exquisite wine. Soon intoxicated, Hephaestus became pliable, willing to follow wherever he was led. He willingly allowed himself to be guided by Dionysus, who, along with Hermes, helped him mount a donkey for the journey back to Olympus. Hephaestus, swaying atop a donkey, was surrounded by the jubilant Maenads, their heads adorned with ivy and wielding the thyrsus of Dionysus, as well as the intoxicated satyrs, the most rudimentary of woodland deities and followers of Dionysus, clumsily leaping about. Torches emitted wisps of smoke, cymbals clanged, and tambourines resonated amidst peals of laughter. Leading the procession was Dionysus, crowned with a wreath of ivy and carrying the staff of the wine god. The revelers marched joyously, ultimately arriving at Mount Olympus. In a fleeting moment, Hephaestus untied the bonds that bound his mother, forgetting past grievances. He settled upon Olympus, where he constructed resplendent palaces of gold for the gods and erected a splendid abode of gold, silver, and bronze for himself. Within this palace lived he and his wife, Charis, a beautiful and passionate goddess of grace. His forge was set within the palace, where Hephaestus spent most of his time amidst the enchanting atmosphere of his workshop. At the center stood a grand anvil, with a blazing furnace and a marvelous bellows in one corner. This bellows, unlike any other, did not require manual operation. It obeyed Hephaestus's commands, automatically supplying air. At his behest, the bellows would exhale, fanning the flames of the furnace into a roaring blaze. The god of metallurgy, drenched in sweat and soot, tirelessly labored in his forge. The creations of Hephaestus were nothing short of exquisite, encompassing sharp weaponry, golden and silver ornaments, wine bowls, and elegant goblets, as well as a tripod altar that boasted golden wheels, enabling it to move as if animated. Upon completing his tasks, Hephaestus would cleanse himself of sweat and soot in a fragrant bath. Then, with his limping gait, he would wobble to the divine banquet, approaching his father, Zeus. Kind-hearted and courteous, Hephaestus often intervened to quell the escalating disputes between Zeus and Hera. As the limping Hephaestus navigated the dining table, serving the gods fragrant ambrosia, their laughter echoed, momentarily dispelling their quarrels. However, Hephaestus was not to be trifled with. Many had felt the might of his fire and formidable hammer. He even subdued the tumultuous waves of the Xanthus and Simois rivers outside the city of Troy with his flames. Fierce Hephaestus had vanquished the mighty giants with his hammer. The illustrious fire god, a masterful artisan, brought warmth and joy to mortals. Though passionate and courteous, he also wielded a stern hand in punishment. Demeter, the powerful goddess, bestowed fertility upon the earth. Without her creative touch, neither lush forests, verdant meadows, nor fertile fields could yield any harvest. Hades abducted Persephone, as recounted in Homer's verses. Demeter had a young and beautiful daughter, Persephone, whose father was Zeus, son of Cronus. One day, the lovely Persephone frolicked carefree in the flower-filled vale of Nyssa, accompanied by her companions, the Oceanids, by the shores of the Saronic Gulf. The daughter of Demeter flitted like a delicate butterfly amidst the blooming flowers. She gathered resplendent roses, fragrant violets, pristine lilies, and vibrant hyacinths. She ran and leaped, reveling in joyful play, oblivious to the fate that her father Zeus had arranged for her. Persephone had no inkling that she would soon be deprived of the radiant sunlight, that she would no longer appreciate the blossoms or breathe in their intoxicating scents. Zeus had betrothed her to his brother, Hades, the ruler of the underworld, and she was destined to dwell in the shadowy realm devoid of light. Upon witnessing Persephone frolicking in the vale of Nyssa, Hades resolved to abduct her forthwith. He beseeched the earth goddess Gaia to produce a flower of extraordinary beauty, and she complied, causing a magnificent bloom to emerge in the valley. The flower's enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, captivating Persephone, who reached for its stem, intent on plucking it. Suddenly, the earth split open, and Hades, riding a chariot drawn by ebony steeds, emerged from the depths to seize her. He took Persephone into his arms and whisked her away, driving back to his subterranean domain, leaving her only time to utter a desperate cry. The lament of Demeter's daughter echoed far and wide, reaching the abyss of the ocean and the luminous heights of Mount Olympus. Yet, apart from Helios, the sun god, none bore witness to Hades' abduction of Persephone. Hearing her daughter's cry, Demeter hastened to the vale of Nyssa, searching fervently and inquiring of Persephone's companions, the Oceanids, but found no trace of her beloved child. The Oceanids were ignorant of Persephone's fate. Demeter, bereft of her soul-cherished daughter, was consumed by profound sorrow. She desired nothing else, donning garments of mourning and weeping bitterly as she roamed the earth for 9 days. She sought assistance from all she encountered, yet none could alleviate her anguish. On the 10th day, she approached Helios, her eyes brimming with tears, beseeching him, "O radiant Helios, traversing the skies in your golden chariot, surveying the vast expanse of land and sea, you possess the vision to see all. Nothing escapes your gaze. If you harbor even a modicum of compassion for this wretched mother, reveal to me the whereabouts of my daughter Persephone, and guide me in my search. I have heard her cry. She has been taken. Inform me of her captor. I have searched everywhere, yet she remains elusive." Helios replied, "Great goddess, you know how deeply I respect you. Behold, your misfortune fills me with sorrow. I must tell you that Zeus has betrothed your daughter to his brother, Hades, who has abducted Persephone and taken her to the lamentable underworld. Goddess, you must temper your profound grief. Your daughter's husband is indeed formidable, as she has become the wife of Zeus' powerful brother." Upon hearing this, Demeter's sorrow deepened. She harbored a fierce resentment towards Zeus for marrying Persephone to Hades without her consent. She turned her back on the gods, forsaking the radiant heights of Olympus. Disguised in the guise of a mortal woman, clad in somber black garments, she traversed the earth, her path marked by the ceaseless flow of anguished tears. The land lay in a state of desolation, as all living things ceased to thrive. The leaves of the trees turned brittle and yellow, cascading to the ground, leaving the branches stark and bare. The once vibrant grass dulled to a sickly hue, while the flowers withered and died. The orchards bore no fruit. The verdant vines lay parched and lifeless, devoid of the weighty, succulent grapes they once bore. The fertile soil had become a barren wasteland, where not even a blade of grass dared to grow. The earth lay frozen, stripped of vitality. Famine plagued the realm, with cries of despair echoing through the air, and death loomed over all of humanity. Yet Demeter remained oblivious, lost in the depths of her sorrow for her beloved daughter. Eventually, Demeter arrived in the city of Eleusis. She approached the city walls and settled upon a sorrowful stone beside the sacred well of the olive tree. There she sat, motionless, resembling a statue, her dark garments cascading down to the ground. With her head bowed, tears streamed from her eyes, rolling down to soak her breast. In this profound sorrow, she remained alone for a considerable time. The daughters of King Celeus of Eleusis chanced upon Demeter. Observing the sight of this sorrowful woman clad in black weeping by the spring, they approached her with curiosity and compassion, inquiring about her identity. However, Demeter withheld her true nature from them, instead claiming the name Deo and fabricating a tale of being born on the island of Crete, kidnapped by bandits, and having escaped through prolonged wandering until she found herself in Eleusis. She implored the daughters of Celeus to take her to their home, offering her services as a maid to their mother, to assist in raising their children, and to labor within the palace. Unbeknownst to them, the daughters had brought home a great goddess. As they ushered Demeter into their abode, she brushed her head against the upper frame of the door, and an extraordinary light filled the room. Metaneira, their mother, rose to greet Demeter, recognizing that her daughters had not returned with an ordinary mortal. Celeus' wife bowed deeply before the stranger, inviting her to take the place of the queen. Demeter declined, choosing instead to sit upon a humble stool reserved for servants, remaining indifferent to her surroundings. Metaneira's cheerful maid, Iambe, noticing the stranger's profound sadness, endeavored to lift her spirits. With a beaming smile, she attended to Demeter and her mistress, filling the air with laughter and mirth. For the first time since her daughter Persephone had been taken by Hades, Demeter revealed a smile and consented to partake in food. Demeter settled in the palace of Celeus, where she nurtured his son, Demophon. Resolute in her desire to grant him immortality, she cradled the infant in her arms, allowing him to inhale the divine essence of eternal life. She anointed the child with sacred ambrosia, and under the cover of night, when the entire household of Celeus lay in slumber, she wrapped Demophon in swaddling clothes and placed him in the roaring flames of the hearth. However, Demeter did not attain immortality. For once Metaneira beheld her son lying in the hearth, she was struck with terror and implored Demeter not to act in such a manner. Enraged, Demeter retrieved Demophon from the flames and chastised Metaneira, exclaiming, "Oh, how foolish you are! I intended to grant your son eternal life, shielding him from all harm. Be informed, I am Demeter, the bestower of strength and joy upon mortals and deities alike." Demeter revealed her divine identity to Celeus and Metaneira, simultaneously restoring her goddess form. The royal chamber of King Celeus was filled with an extraordinary radiance. The beautiful and dignified goddess Demeter stood, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes radiating wisdom, and her garments exuding fragrant aromas. The royal couple hastily knelt before her. Demeter commanded the construction of a temple by the Callicarus spring in Eleusis, where she would reside. In that sacred space, she personally established the rites of worship known as the Eleusinian Mysteries. The sorrow of having lost her beloved daughter still weighed heavily upon Demeter's heart, and her wrath against Zeus remained unabated. The earth continued to yield nothing. Not a single seed sprouted on the farmers' lands, and famine grew increasingly dire. Farmers' oxen toiled fruitlessly beneath the heavy plow, their labor resulting in no harvest. Entire tribes succumbed to starvation, their lamentations rising to the heavens, yet Demeter remained unresponsive. Eventually, the land no longer saw the fragrant smoke of offerings to the gods. Death loomed over all living beings. Great Zeus, unwilling to witness the demise of all mortals, dispatched the divine messenger Iris to seek out Demeter. Iris, with her rainbow wings, hurried to the temple of Demeter in Eleusis, pleading for the goddess to return to Mount Olympus and rejoin the pantheon of gods. However, Demeter was unmoved by her entreaties. Zeus then sent several other deities to persuade Demeter, yet she remained resolute in her refusal to return to Olympus unless Hades returned her daughter Persephone. Thus, Zeus had no choice but to send Hermes to his brother Hades. Hermes arrived in the fearsome realm of the dead, standing before Hades, the ruler of departed souls seated upon his golden throne, to convey Zeus's command. Hades consented to allow Persephone to return to her mother, but first, he offered her a pomegranate, a symbol of marriage. Persephone ascended her husband's golden chariot and set forth with Hermes. Hades' unimpeded steeds galloped swiftly, soon arriving in Eleusis. Demeter, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to her daughter, embracing her tightly. Her beloved daughter Persephone had finally returned to her side. Together, Demeter and her daughter ascended to Mount Olympus. At that moment, Zeus decreed that Persephone would spend 2/3 of the year with her mother and 1/3 with her husband Hades. The great Demeter restored the fertility of the land, reviving its greenery and blossoms. Tender green leaves once again adorned the forests, lush meadows bloomed with vibrant flowers, and fertile fields quickly yielded their crops, while orchards filled the air with sweet fragrances and sunlit vineyards shimmered with emerald hues. The entirety of nature awakened. All living beings rejoiced, extolling the greatness of the goddess Demeter and her daughter Persephone. Yet, each year, Persephone must bid farewell to her mother, plunging Demeter into profound sorrow as she dons her black garments anew. In this moment, all of nature mourns the departure of Persephone. The leaves on the trees gradually wither and turn a desolate yellow. The autumn winds sweep in, causing them to fall, flowers wilt, and the earth becomes stark and empty, heralding the impending arrival of winter. Nature falls into slumber, awaiting the radiant spring of the following year. When Persephone returns from the joyless realm of Hades back to her mother's side, Upon her return, the great goddess of abundance generously imparts her wisdom to humanity, blessing the toil of farmers with bountiful harvests. Triptolemus, the young son of the king of Eleusis, was bestowed with fertile land by the magnificent goddess Demeter, who personally instructed him in the art of tilling the soil. She gifted him with seeds of wheat, and he became the first to plow the land thrice before sowing the seeds. The land, blessed by Demeter herself, yielded abundant fruits. Following her guidance, Triptolemus traversed the nations in a splendid chariot drawn by winged serpents, teaching the art of agriculture to all. Upon reaching the distant Scythia, he sought an audience with King Lyncus to impart his agricultural knowledge. However, the arrogant king, coveting the honor of being the progenitor of farming, schemed to usurp Triptolemus's glory. Lyncus resolved to slay him while he slept. Yet, Demeter would not allow such a nefarious plot to succeed. She chose to punish the king for his intention to disrupt the customs of hospitality and to harm her chosen one. As Lyncus stealthily entered the chamber of the slumbering Triptolemus, brandishing a dagger to strike, Demeter transformed him into a wildcat. Now as a wildcat, Lyncus fled into the shadowy forest, while Triptolemus departed the land of the Scythians, continuing his journey in his magnificent chariot to share the agricultural teachings bestowed upon him by Demeter. The goddess Demeter not only punished the king of Scythia, but also the king of Thessaly, Erysichthon. Erysichthon, filled with hubris, blasphemed the deities and never offered sacrifices. His arrogance reached a point where he dared to brazenly offend the goddess Demeter herself. He resolved to chop down a centuries-old oak tree within Demeter's sacred grove, a tree that served as the embodiment of Demeter's beloved nymph. Despite all pleas to desist, Erysichthon remained obstinate in his intent to fell the tree. Even when informed that this was not merely a favored tree of Demeter, but the goddess herself, the blasphemer proclaimed, "I shall still cut down this oak." Seizing the axe from a servant, he struck the great tree with a mighty blow. The oak emitted a sorrowful groan, and blood oozed from beneath its bark, leaving the servants standing nearby in stunned disbelief. One of the brave souls stepped forward to dissuade Erysichthon, yet in his fury, Erysichthon struck down the servant and bellowed, "This is the reward for your reverence to the gods." He then felled a centuries-old oak tree, which groaned as it succumbed to the ground, taking with it the spirit of the woodland nymph. The other goddesses of the sacred grove donned black garments and sought out Demeter, pleading with her to avenge the murder of their beloved companion, Erysichthon. Infuriated by the news, Demeter immediately dispatched a goddess to find the goddess of hunger. The messenger ascended into a chariot drawn by a winged serpent, hastening towards Scythia and the Caucasus Mountains. In the desolate wilderness, she discovered the goddess of hunger, whose sunken eyes and pallid complexion revealed her torment. Her hair was disheveled, her skin rough, and her frame emaciated. The goddess conveyed Demeter's wishes, and the goddess of hunger complied. She arrived at Erysichthon's abode, instilling within him an unbearable hunger, igniting a fire within his very being. The more he consumed, the more ravenous he became. He squandered his wealth in pursuit of exquisite delicacies, yet these only exacerbated his already intolerable hunger. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but a daughter. In desperation to procure money and sate his hunger, he sold her into slavery. However, his daughter had learned the art of transformation from Poseidon, the sea god, and would escape her captors by turning into birds or beasts. Erysichthon sold her multiple times, but the returns were meager. The pangs of hunger grew ever more tormenting, reaching an unbearable crescendo. In the end, Erysichthon resorted to gnawing at his own flesh, dying in excruciating agony. Night, draped in darkness, advanced slowly across the heavens in a chariot drawn by black steeds. She cloaked the earth in her deep-hued mantle, casting all into shadow. Surrounding her chariot, clusters of stars twinkled, sprinkling the earth with their faint, shimmering light. These stars were the youthful offspring of Eos, the goddess of dawn, and Astraeus. They were numerous, dotting the obsidian canvas of the night sky. A faint glimmer appeared in the east, gradually intensifying. It was Selene, the moon goddess, ascending into the firmament. A bull with straight horns pulled her chariot as she glided serenely through the sky. Adorned with a crescent moon tiara and dressed in flowing white robes, she radiated calm dignity as she illuminated the slumbering earth, showering all with silvery light. After surveying the celestial expanse, Selene entered a deep cave in Mount Latmus of Curia, where the handsome Endymion lay in eternal slumber. Selene adored Endymion, bending down to caress him and whisper sweet nothings. Yet, the forever sleeping Endymion could not hear her tender words, leaving Selene enveloped in sorrow. even her nocturnal light tinged with melancholy. Dawn approached, and the moon had long since departed the sky. The east began to glow faintly, heralded by the bright light of Eos's morning star. A gentle breeze stirred, and the horizon brightened evermore. At this moment, the rosy-hued goddess of dawn, Eos, opened the gates, and soon the resplendent sun god, Helios, would emerge. Clad in vibrant saffron robes, the goddess flapped her rose-colored wings, soaring into a sky aglow with rosy hues. She sprinkled dew, contained within a golden vessel, upon the earth, adorning the floor with glistening droplets akin to diamonds. The land exuded a fragrant aroma, wafting delightful scents throughout. The awakened earth joyfully welcomed the sun god, Helios, the radiant sun god, driving a golden chariot crafted by Hephaestus. Drawn by 4 winged steeds, ascended from the banks of the ocean river into the sky. The rising sun illuminated the peaks of the mountains, which stood tall, cloaked in flames. The stars, upon seeing the sun god, hurriedly retreated from the firmament, each one seeking refuge in the embrace of night. Helios's golden chariot climbed higher and higher. Adorned with a crown that radiated brilliance and clad in resplendent garments, he traversed the heavens, showering the earth with invigorating sunlight, bestowing brightness, warmth, and vitality upon the world. When the sun god completed his daily journey, he descended to the sacred banks of the ocean river, where a golden ship awaited him. He embarked upon the vessel, returning eastward to the sunlit realm adorned with magnificent palaces. At night, the sun god rested within his palace, preparing to embark on another splendid journey the following day. However, there came a time when this established order was disrupted. On that day, the sun god did not ascend into the sky in his chariot, nor did he deliver light to humanity. The tale unfolds thus. Helios fathered a son named Phaeton with Clymene, the daughter of the sea goddess, Thetis. One day, Phaeton was mocked by his cousin Epiphas, the son of Zeus, who scoffed, "I do not believe you are the son of the sun god, Helios. Your mother speaks untruths. You are the offspring of mere mortals." Infuriated, Phaeton felt a flush of indignation rise to his cheeks. He dashed home and collapsed into his mother's embrace, weeping as he recounted the humiliation he had endured. His mother, pointing towards the brilliant sun, proclaimed, "Ah, my son, before whom we can see and speak, and whom you now behold with your own eyes. Helios swears that he is your father. If I speak falsely, may his sunlight never shine upon me. Go seek him. His palace is not far from us. He will confirm my words." Without hesitation, Phaeton set off to find his father, Helios. He soon arrived at the palace of Helios, where golden, silver, and jeweled light intertwined in a dazzling display. The entire palace shimmered with the hues of a rainbow, magnificently adorned by the craftsmanship of Hephaestus. Upon entering, Phaeton beheld Helios seated upon his throne, clothed in regal purple. However, Phaeton hesitated to approach the resplendent sun god, for his mortal eyes could scarcely endure the brilliance radiating from Helios's crown. Seeing Phaeton, the sun god inquired, "My son, what brings you to my palace?" "Ah, the light of the entire world." "Ah, my father Helios. But may I truly call you father?" Phaeton exclaimed. "Pray, prove to me that you are indeed my father. I beseech you to dispel the doubts that dwell within my heart." Helios removed the resplendent crown from his head, beckoning Phaeton to approach, and then embraced him, saying, "Yes, you are my son. Your mother, Clymene, spoke the truth. To alleviate your uncertainties henceforth, you may now request anything you desire from me. I solemnly swear by the sacred waters of the Styx that I shall fulfill your wish." No sooner had Helios uttered these words than Phaeton implored him to grant permission to drive the golden chariot across the heavens. The sun god was taken aback. "Are you mad to make such a request?" Helios exclaimed. "Ah, would that I could break my oath. Phaeton, your request is beyond fulfillment. This endeavor is beyond your mortal capabilities. Is this a task befitting a mere mortal? Even the immortal deities struggle to maintain their balance upon my chariot. Not even the mighty Zeus can wield it. Who could be more powerful than Zeus himself? Consider this. The initial stretch is so steep that even my winged steeds labor to ascend. The mid-journey soars high above the earth, and a mere glance down at the vast land and sea fills my heart with dread. The final leg plunges directly into the sacred ocean. Were it not for my skilled driving, the golden chariot would tumble and shatter. You may envision a journey filled with wonders, but no, it is fraught with peril, calamity, and fierce beasts. The path is narrow, and a slight misstep would lead you to the terrifying horns of the Cretan bull, the arrows of the centaur, the wrathful lion, the scorpion, and the crab. The road through the sky is riddled with disaster. Believe me, I do not wish to become the harbinger of your demise. If only your gaze could pierce my heart and reveal how deeply I worry for you. Look around you, behold the beauty of the world. I shall deny you nothing else you desire. Yet this request cannot be granted, for it is not a reward but a dreadful punishment. Yet Phaeton was deaf to these warnings, clasping Helios' neck and pleading for his wish to be fulfilled. Very well, I shall grant your request. Do not fear. For I have sworn by the waters of the Styx. You may do as you wish. However, I implore you to exercise caution, Helios said sorrowfully. He led Phaeton to the chariot's resting place. Phaeton beheld the solar chariot, crafted entirely of gold and shimmering with the brilliance of precious gems. Helios brought forth his winged steeds, nurtured on ambrosia, and harnessed them to the chariot. The rosy-fingered Eos opened the gates for the sun god. Helios anointed Phaeton's face with sacred oil to shield him from the scorching flames of the sun, and then adorned him with a dazzling crown. At last, Helios sighed. Burdened with sorrow and cautioned Phaeton, my child, heed my final counsel and endeavor to follow it. Do not gallop recklessly. Instead, grasp the reins firmly. My steeds will run on their own, yet controlling them is a formidable task. Observe the ancient tracks. They reveal the path, spanning the heavens. Do not ascend too high, lest you scorch the sky, nor descend too low, for you may incinerate the earth. Remember to stay true, neither veering to the right nor to the left. The route lies precisely between the great serpent and the altar, as the Greeks named the two constellations. All else I entrust to fate. I rely upon destiny. The time has come to embark. Darkness has vacated the sky, and Eos has ascended the firmament. Hold tightly to the reins. Yet, perhaps you may still reconsider, for death looms ominously over you. Allow me to illuminate the earth. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. However, Phaeton hastily mounted the chariot, seizing the reins. With a heart full of joy, he exclaimed in gratitude to his father Helios and set forth. The hooves of the steeds resounded, flames erupting from their nostrils. As they galloped spiritedly through the mist, racing along the steep path to the heavens, the steeds felt remarkably lighter than usual. Now soaring in the sky, they strayed from Helios's accustomed route, running blindly. Phaeton was oblivious to the way, unable to rein in the horses. Glancing down from the zenith, terror washed over him as he perceived the vast distance to the earth below. His legs trembled, and darkness clouded his vision. Regret flooded his heart for having implored his father to let him drive. What could he do? He had traveled a considerable distance, yet the journey ahead remained interminable. Phaeton could not control the steeds. He knew not their names, nor had the strength to restrain them. Around him loomed fearsome celestial beasts, amplifying his dread. In the heavens lay a colossal, fearsome scorpion. The horses surged towards it, dragging Phaeton along. Poor Phaeton, upon witnessing the scorpion, its body drenched in venom, extending its deadly stinger towards him, was rendered speechless, even dropping the reins. At that moment, the steeds felt liberated and galloped even faster. They soared near the stars, then plummeted suddenly, racing perilously close to the ground. Helios's sister Selene gazed in astonishment at how her brother's horses were careening through the sky without a driver. As the chariot descended too near the earth, flames engulfed the land. Thriving cities were reduced to ashes, and tribes perished. Forest-clad mountains blazed, including the twin-peaked Parnassus, the lush Cithaeron, the verdant Helicon, the Caucasus, Tmolus, Ida, Pelion, and Ossa, all consumed by fire. Everything was shrouded in thick smoke, and amidst it, Phaeton could not discern his whereabouts. The waters of rivers and streams boiled, and the nymphs wept, each retreating into deep caverns in terror. The Euphrates, the Orontes, the Alpheus, and the Eurotas rivers, along with other watercourses, are all boiling. The earth is scorched and cracked. Sunlight penetrates the dark realm of Hades. The sea gradually dries up, and the sea gods suffer under the relentless heat. At this moment, the great earth goddess Gaia rises and cries out, "O, mightiest thunderer Zeus, should I perish? Should your brother Poseidon's domain also face demise? Must all living beings face extinction? Behold, Atlas is barely bearing the weight of the heavens. The firmament and the palaces of the gods are on the brink of collapse. Is all to revert to primordial chaos? Save the survivors, rescue them from this inferno." Hearing Gaia's lament, Zeus majestically raises his right hand and unleashes dazzling lightning, extinguishing the fires raging below. He shatters the sun chariot with his bolts. The steeds of Helios scatter in terror. The sky is filled with fragments of the golden chariot and its harness. Phaeton's curly locks ignite, and like a fallen star, He streaks across the heavens, ultimately plunging into the waves of the distant Eridanus River. The Hesperides, the nymphs, retrieve his body and lay him to rest. Phaeton's father, Helios, overwhelmed by grief, covers his face and does not illuminate the blue sky for an entire day, leaving only the glow of the fierce flames to light the earth. Phaeton's sorrowful mother, Clymene, searches long for her son's remains, ultimately finding not his body, but his grave by the banks of the Eridanus. Heartbroken, she weeps over her son's tomb, while the Heliades, Clymene's daughters, mourn for their lost brother. Their grief is boundless. The mighty gods transform the weeping Heliades into poplar trees. These willows grow by the riverbank, their branches drooping over the surface of the Eridanus, their resin falling like tears into the cool waters. As the resin solidifies, it becomes clear amber. Phaeton's friend Cycnus is also deeply sorrowful over his death. His lament resonates across the banks of the Eridanus. The gods, moved by his profound sadness, transform him into a pure white swan. From that day forth, Cycnus the swan inhabits the waters, gliding through rivers and crystal-clear lakes, forever fearful of fire, for it was flames that claimed his friend Phaeton. The birth and upbringing of Dionysus. Zeus fell in love with Semele, the beautiful daughter of Cadmus, king of Thebes. One day, he promised Semele that he would fulfill any wish she desired, swearing by the sacred waters of the Styx that he would never break his word. However, the goddess Hera, bearing a grudge against Semele, sought to bring about her destruction. Hera advised Semele, asked the king of the Olympian gods, Zeus, to reveal himself in all his divine glory. If he truly loves you, he will not refuse your request. Believing Hera's words, Semele made this request of Zeus. Bound by his oath sworn on the waters of the Styx, he could not deny Semele. Zeus unveiled the full regalia befitting the king of gods and men, radiating an unparalleled luminescence as he approached Semele. The brilliant flashes of lightning in his grasp reverberated throughout the palace of Cadmus, igniting everything in their vicinity. A conflagration enveloped the palace, causing it to tremble and collapse. Overcome by fear, Semele fell to the ground, engulfed by flames. She realized her fate was sealed, understanding that Hera had orchestrated her demise. In her final moments, she gave birth to a frail and fragile son, Dionysus, seemingly destined for the same fiery end. Yet, could the son of Zeus truly perish? Suddenly, as if summoned by a magical wand, lush green ivy sprouted from the earth, shielding the unfortunate infant from the flames and granting him a chance at survival. Zeus lifted his rescued son, but the child was too small and frail to endure. Thus, Zeus concealed him within his own thigh. Once Dionysus matured within his father's body, he was reborn from Zeus's flesh. At this juncture, the king of gods summoned another son, Hermes, the swift messenger of the divine, instructing him to deliver the young Dionysus to his aunt Ino and uncle Athamas for their nurturing. Hera, incensed by the adoption of her nemesis Semele's child by Ino and Athamas, resolved to exact vengeance. She first inflicted madness upon Athamas, who, in a fit of insanity, tragically took the life of his son, Lurchus. Ino and her other son, Melicertes, fled in a desperate attempt to escape, barely managing to survive. However, Athamas pursued them relentlessly. Closing in, faced with a sheer cliff overlooking the tumultuous sea and a deranged husband in hot pursuit, Ino saw no escape. In an act of despair, she leapt with her son into the depths of the ocean. The sea goddesses rescued Ino and Melicertes, transforming them into deities of the sea, where they would reside in the abyss henceforth. Hermes, in a moment of swiftness, liberated Dionysus from the clutches of the mad Athamas and transported him to the valley of Nyssa, entrusting him to the nurturing hands of the divine maidens there. As Dionysus grew, he blossomed into a handsome and robust god of wine, capable of bestowing strength and joy upon mortals, as well as bountiful harvests. In recognition of the goddesses who raised him, Zeus brought them to the heavens, where they shone amidst the dark, twinkling stars, known to mortals as the Hyades. Dionysus, accompanied by a throng of joyful Maenads adorned with ivy crowns and drunken satyrs, traversed the earth, journeying from one realm to another. He donned a crown woven from grapevines and wielded a staff entwined with ivy, leading the revelry. The youthful Maenads twirled and leaped around him, singing and shouting, while the tipsy satyrs, with their goat-like tails and legs, clumsily frolicked in delight. At the rear of this boisterous procession followed Silenus, an elderly figure perched upon a donkey, the sagacious tutor of Dionysus. He was heavily intoxicated, leaning on a wineskin in front of him while struggling to maintain his balance atop the shaggy beast. A crown of ivy, carelessly askew, adorned his bald head. He swayed gently as he rode, a benign smile gracing his lips. The youthful satyrs, inebriated yet cautious, walked alongside the donkey, diligently supporting the old man to prevent him from tumbling off. Accompanied by the melodious strains of flutes and the clashing of cymbals, this raucous band joyfully traversed the verdant meadows and dense woodlands. Dionysus, radiant with delight, roamed the earth, compelling all to submit to his dominion. He imparted the knowledge of viticulture, teaching mankind to cultivate grapes and transform the luscious fruit into wine. Yet, the authority of Dionysus was not universally acknowledged. He frequently encountered resistance, often compelled to wield force to subjugate various nations and cities, who, after all, could contend with Zeus' son, the illustrious god of wine. Those who dared to defy him, refusing to recognize his divinity or honor him with worship, faced his stern retribution. In Thrace, he first experienced disdain. While reveling with the Maenads amidst music and merriment, the tyrannical king Lycurgus suddenly launched an attack upon him. The Maenads, in panic, abandoned Dionysus's vessels and scattered in fear. And even he fled, leaping into the sea to evade Lycurgus' pursuit, finding refuge under the protection of the sea goddess Thetis. In response, Zeus punished Lycurgus for his audacity against the god of wine, blinding him and shortening his lifespan. According to Ovid's epic Metamorphoses, in the regions of Acalia and Boeotia, the populace was reluctant to immediately acknowledge the power of the wine god Dionysus. His priests ventured into Acalia, summoning all the maidens and women to the forests and mountains to partake in the joyous festivities honoring the god. The three daughters of King Minyas refused to attend the celebrations, unwilling to recognize Dionysus as a deity. The women of the city departed into the woods, where they sang and danced in welcome of the wine god, their bodies entwined with ivy, wielding staffs in homage, echoing the fervor of the Maenads as they dashed through the hills, extolling Dionysus. Yet, the three daughters of Acalia remained at home, busily spinning and weaving, dismissing all matters pertaining to Dionysus. As the sun set and night descended, the princesses toiled on, determined to complete their work. Suddenly, a miracle unfolded before them. The palace resounded with the clangor of cymbals and the sweet notes of flutes. Threads transformed into vines bearing clusters of heavy grapes. The loom turned verdant, entwined with ivy, and the air was suffused with the fragrance of sweet wood and blossoms. The three princesses gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Abruptly, the palace, shrouded in dusk, was illuminated by the ominous glow of torches. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed through the halls, and within the chambers appeared lions, leopards, lynxes, and black bears. They roared majestically as they rampaged through the palace, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. The three princesses, terrified, retreated into the innermost, darkest chamber to evade the flickering torchlight and the sounds of the beasts. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. They could not escape the wild creatures. The punishment of Dionysus did not end there. The three princesses shrank in size, their bodies sprouting dark, rodent-like fur, their hands transforming into membranous wings, until ultimately, they were all metamorphosed into bats. Henceforth, they shunned the sunlight by day, hiding in the damp shadows of ruins and caves. Thus, Dionysus exacted his retribution upon the king's three daughters. The pirates of the Tyrrhenian Sea, as recounted in the hymns of Homer and Ovid's Metamorphoses, faced Dionysus's wrath not merely for denying his divinity, but primarily for daring to treat him as an ordinary mortal. On one occasion, the youthful Dionysus stood at the edge of the azure sea, the gentle ocean breeze caressing his dark, curly locks and slightly stirring the folds of his crimson cloak draped elegantly over his shoulders. In the distance, a ship appeared, racing towards the shore. As the vessel approached, the crew, comprising the Tyrrhenian pirates, spotted a handsome young man standing upon the deserted coastline. They hastily anchored the ship, leapt ashore, and seized Dionysus, taking him aboard. The pirates were oblivious to the fact that they had captured a deity. They rejoiced, for they believed such a valuable prize had fallen into their hands. Convinced that selling such a striking young man into slavery would yield a fortune, they shackled him with heavy iron chains. However, the chains miraculously slipped from his limbs. He sat there calmly, a serene smile upon his lips as he gazed at the bewildered pirates. The helmsman, witnessing the absence of chains on Dionysus's hands, trembled and exclaimed to his comrades, "Oh, wretched souls, What have we done? Did we truly seek to bind a god? Behold, even our ship cannot withstand him. This cannot be Zeus, nor Apollo, the silver-bowed. Surely it is not Poseidon, the earth-shaker. Indeed, he does not resemble a mortal. He is a deity from Mount Olympus. Release him at once and return him to the shore. May he not summon furious winds or unleash dreadful waves. Yet the captain, with a fierce countenance, retorted to the astute helmsman, "You are a fool. Look, the wind is at our backs. Our ship is slicing through these boundless seas with ease. We shall deal with this young man later. Once we reach Egypt, Cyprus, or the distant lands of the northern tribes, we will sell him there, allowing him to seek friends and kin. Pay him no heed. It is the gods who have delivered him to us." The pirates slowly unfurled the sails, and the ship ventured into the open sea. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. Fragrant wine cascaded throughout the vessel, and the air was thick with its intoxicating aroma. The pirates were astounded. Next, green vines sprouted from the sails, heavy clusters of grapes dangling from them. Deep green ivy entwined the mast, and delightful fruits adorned every surface. Even the oar handles were wrapped in floral braids. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the pirates urgently implored the helmsman to steer the ship back to shore. But it was too late. The young man transformed into a majestic lion, standing upon the deck, emitting a fearsome roar, his eyes glinting with ferocity. On the deck, a furry she-bear appeared, baring her teeth and opening her gaping maw. The pirates, terrified, scurried to the stern of the ship, gathering around the helmsman. The lion leaped ferociously, pouncing upon the captain and tearing him to shreds. Seeing no hope of salvation, the pirates leapt into the sea, where Dionysus transformed them all into dolphins, sparing only the helmsman. Restoring his original form, Dionysus smiled warmly at the helmsman and said, "Do not be afraid. I hold you in high regard. I am Dionysus, the son of the thunder god Zeus and Semele, daughter of Cadmus." Dionysus rewarded all who honored him, bestowing a vine upon Icarius of Attica, who thus became the first to cultivate grapes in that region. However, his fate was tragically grim. One day, as he offered wine to some shepherds, they became inebriated and mistakenly believed that Icarius intended to poison them. In their wrath, they killed him and buried his body in the mountains. Icarius' daughter, Erigone, searched desperately for her father, and finally, guided by her hunting dog, Myra, she discovered his grave. In her despair, the unfortunate Erigone hanged herself from a tree beside her father's tomb. Dionysus then brought Icarius, Erigone, and her faithful dog Myra to the heavens. From that day forth, they twinkled in the clear night sky, now known as the constellations of Bootes, Virgo, and Canis Major. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, once, the joyous Dionysus, accompanied by the frenzied Maenads and drunken satyrs, roamed the lush cliffs of Mount Molus in Phrygia. Yet, among this raucous crowd, Silenus was missing. He had become intoxicated and was staggering through the fields of Phrygia. When the farmers spotted him, they bound him with floral garlands and brought him before Midas. Recognizing him as Dionysus' mentor, Midas treated him with utmost respect, hosting a grand feast for 9 consecutive days. On the 10th day, Midas personally escorted Silenus to find Dionysus. Upon seeing his teacher return, Dionysus was filled with immense joy. To reward Midas for his reverence, Dionysus offered to teach him a skill, allowing him to choose whichever he desired. Midas exclaimed, "Ah, great Dionysus, grant that everything I touch turns to gleaming pure gold." Dionysus fulfilled this wish, albeit with a tinge of regret that Midas had not chosen a more prudent gift. Ecstatic, Midas departed, reveling in his newfound ability. He plucked a green branch from an oak, which instantly transformed into a golden branch in his hand. He gathered several ears of wheat from the ground, and they too turned to gold, with the kernels gleaming brilliantly. He picked an apple, which morphed into a golden apple, identical to those found in the garden of the Hesperides. Everything that Midas touched instantly turned to gold. Even the droplets of water that fell from his hands turned to gold. Midas was overjoyed. Upon returning to the palace, where a sumptuous feast awaited him, he eagerly took his seat at the table. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He understood the dreadful nature of the gift he had requested from Dionysus. Everything Midas came into contact with transformed into gold, including the food and wine in his mouth. At that moment, Midas comprehended that he would starve to death. He raised his hands to the heavens and cried out, "Oh, Dionysus, have mercy. Forgive me. I beseech you to show compassion and revoke this dreadful gift." Dionysus appeared and instructed Midas, "Go to the Pactolus River and wash away this gift and your transgressions in its waters." Heeding Dionysus's command, Midas made his way to the Pactolus River, immersing himself in its clear waters. The waters of the Pactolus shimmered with golden light, washing away the gift Midas had desired. From that day forth, the Pactolus became a river rich in gold. Among the retinue of Dionysus, the great god Pan was often seen. Upon Pan's birth, his mother, the nymph Dryope, took one look at him and fled in terror. Pan was born with the legs and horns of a goat and a long beard. However, his father Hermes was overjoyed at the sight of his son. He lifted him up and brought him to the radiant heights of Mount Olympus to present him to the assembly of gods. The gods rejoiced at Pan's birth, and laughter filled the air upon seeing him. Yet, Pan did not remain on Olympus with the other gods. He departed to the high mountain woods, where he played his pan flute and tended to his flocks. The nymphs, enchanted by the enchanting sound of Pan's flute, flocked to him, encircling him in joyous camaraderie. To the accompaniment of Pan's melodies, they danced merrily in the tranquil, verdant valleys. Pan, too, delighted in dancing alongside the nymphs. Whenever he felt joyful, the woods echoed with merriment, filled with the jubilant sounds of nymphs, satyrs, and the exuberant Pan. During the sweltering noon, Pan would seek refuge in the dense thickets or cool caves to rest. However, should anyone disturb him during these moments, it could lead to peril. Pan was of a temperamental nature. When angered, he would instill nightmares in others and abruptly awaken them, leaving them terrified and fleeing blindly through the forests, mountains, and cliffs, unaware that such frantic escape could lead to their demise. Pan once instilled such fear in an entire army that they fled in utter disarray. His wrath was formidable, making it wise to avoid provoking him. Yet, when not enraged, he was generous and kind, bringing many blessings to shepherds. Pan, the companion of the frenzied Maenads and the god of wine Dionysus, also safeguarded the herds of the Greeks. However, the great Pan could not escape the arrow of Eros, the winged god of love. Pan fell in love with the beautiful nymph, Syrinx. But Syrinx, proud and unyielding, rejected all suitors who sought her affection. Like Artemis, the daughter of Leto, the nymph Syrinx also delighted in the pursuit of hunting. The young goddess, adorned in a short tunic and bearing a quiver upon her shoulder, wielded a hornbow that rendered her so exquisite that she was often mistaken for Artemis herself. She and Artemis resembled each other like two drops of water, save for the fact that Syrinx's bow was fashioned from horn, while Artemis wielded a golden one. On one occasion, Pan caught sight of Syrinx and approached her. Upon meeting his gaze, the nymph, frightened, fled. Pan pursued her with fervor, barely keeping pace. Soon, they encountered a river, leaving the nymph with no escape. With outstretched arms towards the water, Syrinx implored the river god for salvation. He heeded her plea and transformed her into a reed. Pan, yearning to embrace Syrinx, found himself holding only a soft reed that whispered gently in the breeze. Standing there, he sighed mournfully, the rustling of the reed echoing in his ears as if it were the farewell of the enchanting Syrinx. Pan cut several lengths of reed and, using wax, bound them together to create a melodious pan flute. In honor of the nymph, he named this instrument Syrinx. From that moment forth, the great Pan cherished playing the Syrinx flute in the secluded woods, its sweet, resonant tones resonating throughout the surrounding forests. In a contest against Apollo, Pan took pride in his remarkable skill with the flute. One day, he boldly challenged Apollo to a competition on the slopes of Mount Molus, with the mountain god serving as judge. Apollo arrived draped in a purple cloak, crowned with laurel, and carrying a golden lyre. Pan began by playing the flute, producing a mere ordinary sound that gradually echoed through the mountains. Once he finished, and the echoes faded, Apollo struck the strings of his lyre, unleashing a delightful celestial melody that captivated all who listened. The enchanting notes resonated through the stillness of nature, a splendid harmony rolling like vast waves in the quiet. When Apollo concluded his performance, the echoes of the lyre finally subsided, and the mountain god declared Apollo the victor. The crowd erupted in praise for the great lyre player Apollo, save for Midas, who lauded Pan's humble playing instead. This infuriated Apollo, who seized Midas by the ears and pulled them upward. From that day forth, Midas bore the ears of a donkey, which he endeavored to conceal beneath an extravagant headdress. After his defeat to Apollo, Pan, filled with sorrow, retreated into the more remote mountains, where the soft, melancholic strains of his flute often echoed through the dense woods, beloved by the young nymphs who delighted in its sound. According to Hesiod's epic, Works and Days, the first generation of humanity, created by the immortal gods residing on radiant Mount Olympus, was a fortunate one, the Golden Age. During this era, Cronus ruled the heavens, and people lived like carefree deities, unburdened by toil. This generation did not age. Their limbs remained strong and vigorous eternally. They lived a blissful life devoid of illness, immersed in a perpetual cycle of feasting and revelry. Only after a long existence did death arrive, akin to a serene and tranquil slumber. Their lives were replete with abundance. The earth generously offered its bountiful fruits, sparing them the toil of cultivating fields and tending orchards. Their livestock flourished in abundance, grazing peacefully upon the lush pastures. The denizens of the Golden Age enjoyed a life of ease, free from strife, with deities personally consulting them on matters of importance. However, the Golden Age on Earth came to a close, and none from that era survived. Upon their demise, the souls of the Golden Age transformed into specters, becoming guardians for the descendants of humankind. They traversed the earth on clouds and mist, administering justice and punishing malevolence, rewarded by Zeus after their passing. The second era, the Age of Silver, presented a stark contrast to the happiness of its predecessor. The inhabitants of this age, despite their strength and wisdom, could not measure up to those of the Golden Age. They remained oblivious to the truths of life for 100 years in their homes, and upon reaching adulthood, they swiftly departed from their mothers. Their remaining lifespan was brief, marked by a lack of intelligence that led them to encounter numerous misfortunes and sufferings. The people of the Silver Age were rebellious, refusing to submit to the immortal gods and unwilling to offer sacrifices upon altars. In his wrath, Zeus vanquished this generation for their disobedience to the deities residing on Mount Olympus, banishing them to the shadowy realm of the underworld, where they existed devoid of joy or sorrow, yet still earned the respect of posterity. Zeus, the father of the gods, then created the third generation and the Bronze Age. The inhabitants of this age differed significantly from those of the Silver Age. They were formidable and fearsome, crafted by Zeus from the very spearheads. The people of the Bronze Age were proud and reveled in the agony and lamentation of war. They eschewed agriculture and the fruits of the earth, forsaking the bounty of orchards and fields. Zeus endowed them with towering physiques and indomitable strength. Their hearts beat with a relentless vigor, and their hands were unyielding. Their weapons and homes were forged from bronze, as were the tools with which they labored. In this era, iron had yet to be discovered. The Bronze Age people engaged in fratricidal conflict, and swiftly, they all descended into the terrifying realm of Hades, regardless of their initial might, ultimately succumbing to the dark hand of death, bidding farewell to the radiant sunlight forever. As this generation transitioned to the realm of the deceased, the great Zeus created a fourth era and a new generation nourished by the earth. This generation was nobler and more just, akin to demigods and heroes. Yet, they too perished in brutal wars and horrific bloodshed. Some met their end fighting for the inheritance of Oedipus beneath the seven-gated city of Thebes in the land of Cadmus, while others fell at the gates of Troy, embarking across the vast seas to reclaim the beautiful Helen. After all these demigod heroes were claimed by death, Zeus sent them to the farthest reaches of the earth, far removed from the living. They resided on the idyllic island of Elysium amidst the surging ocean, leading lives of bliss and carefree delight. The fertile land generously bestowed upon them sweet fruits thrice yearly. The fifth era, known as the Age of Iron, marked the existence of the last generation and continues to this day. People tirelessly endure the torment of sorrow and arduous labor, day and night. The gods inflict upon humanity a plethora of painful tribulations. Indeed, while the gods occasionally intersperse benevolence amidst their malevolence, the latter prevails, casting suffering upon the populace. In this generation, children show disrespect towards their parents, friends betray one another, hosts are unwelcoming, and brothers lack affection for each other. They disregard their oaths, eschew justice and virtue. They annihilate each other's cities, and violence pervades their existence. Honor and power reign supreme in their hearts, while conscience and the goddess of justice have bid farewell to humanity. Clothed in white robes, they have returned to the majestic heights of Mount Olympus, rejoining the immortal gods, leaving behind for humankind only profound calamities, which they are ill-equipped to withstand. The denizens of the Bronze Age committed numerous transgressions. They were arrogant, blaspheming the deities and defying the Olympian gods. Zeus harbored a deep disdain for them, particularly for Lycan, the king of the Lycorsian realm in Arcadia. On one occasion, Zeus, disguised as an ordinary mortal, ventured into Lycaon's territory. He revealed his divine nature to the townsfolk, compelling them to kneel in reverence. Yet Lycaon refused to honor Zeus and mocked those who did. Doubting Zeus's divinity, Lycaon slaughtered a captive, preparing a portion of human flesh as a meal for the god. Zeus, enraged, obliterated Lycaon's palace with a thunderbolt and transformed him into a bloodthirsty wolf. As disrespect towards the divine escalated, the great Zeus resolved to annihilate humanity. He decreed a torrential deluge to engulf the earth. He commanded that no winds but the moist south wind, notice, be allowed to summon dark rain clouds to the heavens. A deluge poured forth upon the land, with the waters of the seas and rivers rising inexorably, submerging everything in their path. The city walls, homes, and temples vanished beneath the flood. Even the towering spires became lost to sight. The deluge gradually engulfed the densely forested hills and majestic mountains, drowning all of Greece in tumultuous seas. Only the peaks of Mount Parnassus emerged from the surging waves. Once fertile fields and bounteous vineyards were transformed into realms where fish swam, and the inundated forests became playgrounds for dolphins. Thus, the Bronze Age humanity perished. In this great catastrophe, only two souls survived: Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, and his wife, Pyrrha. Heeding his father's counsel, Deucalion constructed an immense wooden chest, provisioning it with sustenance, and he and his wife entered within. The chest drifted amidst the engulfing sea for 9 days and nights until the waves cast it upon the slopes of Mount Parnassus. The rain sent by Zeus finally ceased. Deucalion and Pyrrha emerged from the chest, offering their gratitude to Zeus with a sacrifice for the protection he had provided amidst the tumultuous waves. As the flood receded, the earth re-emerged from the depths, yet it lay desolate, akin to a barren wasteland. At this juncture, Zeus dispatched Hermes, the messenger of the gods, to seek out Deucalion. Hermes soared swiftly across the empty expanse, reaching Deucalion in an instant, and addressed him, "The sovereign of gods and men, Zeus, is aware of your piety and allows you to select a reward. Speak your desire, and the son of Cronus shall fulfill it." Deucalion replied, "O noble Hermes, I beseech Zeus for but one thing, to restore the earth with the presence of humanity." Swift-footed Hermes returned to the radiant heights of Olympus, where he conveyed Deucalion's request to Zeus. The mighty Zeus commanded Deucalion and Pyrrha to gather stones and cast them over their shoulders without looking back. Following Zeus's instructions, the stones thrown by Deucalion transformed into men, while those cast by Pyrrha became women. Thus, as the floodwaters receded, the earth was once again populated, giving rise to a new generation of beings born from stone. The myth concerning Zeus's decree to bind Prometheus upon a precipice is recounted from Aeschylus's tragedy, Prometheus Bound. At the farthest edge of the earth, within the realm of the Scythians, lay a barren wasteland. The steep, jagged peaks of the mountains pierced the heavens, surrounded by a desolate expanse devoid of trees or even a blade of grass, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Dark, looming monoliths stood sentinel, while the tumultuous sea roared, crashing against the rocks at the mountain's base, creating a thunderous cacophony as briny waves splashed high into the air. The foam concealed the nearshore reefs, and beyond the cliffs, the Caucasus Mountains appeared, their snow-capped summits enveloped in mist. Ominous clouds gradually obscured the distant landscape, veiling the peaks as they ascended higher, even blocking out the sun. The surroundings grew increasingly foreboding. This was a harsh land devoid of joy, a place where no mortal had ever ventured. Here, Zeus's servants brought the bound Prometheus to the edge of this grim territory, preparing to secure him to the summit of the cliff with sturdy iron chains. The two unyielding servants, Force and Power, constrained Prometheus with their formidable might. Their colossal forms seemed hewn from granite, devoid of compassion, their eyes never betraying a hint of sympathy. Their faces as stern as the surrounding rocks. The sorrowful god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, trailed behind them, his heavy hammer in hand, his head bowed low. He faced the daunting task of nailing his dear friend Prometheus to the cliff, a fate that weighed heavily upon his heart. Though deeply troubled by his friend's plight, Hephaestus felt powerless to defy the commands of his father, Zeus, knowing the severe consequences that awaited those who opposed him. Force and Power urged Prometheus to the precipice, hastening Hephaestus to act. Their merciless insistence only deepened Hephaestus's sorrow for his friend. Yet he must yield, reluctantly grasping the enormous iron hammer. The Force urged him, "Hurry. Swiftly shackle him. Raise the hammer and strike fiercely, binding Prometheus to the precipice." Your sorrow for him is in vain. You mourn for Zeus's adversary, the Force. Invoking Zeus's wrath, intimidated Hephaestus, compelling him to secure Prometheus firmly, rendering him incapable of escape. Hephaestus, in anguish, shackled Prometheus's limbs to the mountainside with robust iron chains. How he loathed his own craft, for it was this very skill that forced him to affix his friend in this torment. Zeus's heartless servants kept a vigilant watch over him. Strike harder with the hammer. Drive the shackles tighter. Do not leave them too loose. Prometheus is cunning. He is adept at devising ways to extricate himself from dire straits, the Force proclaimed. Secure him further. Let us see how he deceives Zeus from this place. How those venomous words mirrored your stern visage. Hephaestus lamented. With a heavy heart, he set to work. The mountainside trembled under the weighty blows of his hammer. The resounding clang echoed from one end of the earth to the other. At last, Prometheus was bound. Yet the ordeal was not over. A sharp, unyielding steel pin must pierce Prometheus's chest, anchoring him to the rock. Hephaestus hesitated. Prometheus, witnessing your torment pains me deeply. He lamented aloud. You are dawdling. The Force bellowed at Hephaestus. You always weep for Zeus's foe. Beware, lest you find yourself deserving of sorrow. Ultimately, all was completed, in accordance with Zeus's commands. The Titan Prometheus was bound, a steel pin transfixing his chest. The Force mocked Prometheus, saying, Well, be as proud as you wish here. Maintain your former arrogance. Now, go ahead and steal from the gods to bestow upon mortals. We shall see if mortals possess the power to assist you. You must devise your own means of liberation from these shackles. Prometheus remained silently dignified throughout the entire process of being affixed to the mountainside by Hephaestus. He uttered not a word, nor did he emit a sound. He showed no sign of his suffering. The servants of Zeus, Force and Power, departed, leaving the sorrowful Hephaestus behind. Only Prometheus remained alone, with only the sea and the clouds to hear his voice. It was only then that the mighty Titan let forth a painful groan from his pierced chest. Only then did he begin to lament his unfortunate fate. Prometheus cried out, his voice laden with indescribable agony and sorrow. Ah, divine expanse, and you, swift winds. Ah, springs of rivers and the ceaseless waves of the vast sea. Ah, earth, progenitor of gods and mortals. Ah, sun that traverses the earth, all-seeing. I implore you to witness. Behold what I endure. You shall witness the burdens of humiliation that I shall carry through countless years to come. Alas, what torment, what anguish. I now groan in agony, and I shall continue to moan for centuries upon centuries. How can I find the end of this suffering? What more can I say at this moment? For I have always foreseen the unfolding of events that would follow. These afflictions did not suddenly descend upon me. I am aware that the dreadful fate is inescapable. I must endure this torment. Why must I? Because I bestowed the divine spark upon mortals, and for this, I must endure such unbearable torment, from which I cannot flee. Oh, pain! Oh, suffering! At this moment, a faint sound akin to the fluttering of wings graced the air, as if the flight of a delicate being stirred the atmosphere. It was the oceanic goddesses emerging from the distant banks of the ocean, from the cool caverns, arriving in a chariot, accompanied by a gentle breeze, before the precipice. They heard the resounding strikes of Hephaestus's hammer, and the groans of Prometheus also reached their ears. Upon witnessing the mighty Titan bound to the cliff, tears blurred their beautiful eyes, as a veil of sorrow descended upon them. Prometheus is akin to the oceanic goddesses. His father, Iapetus, is the brother of their progenitor, the ocean god Oceanus, while Prometheus's wife, Hesione, is their sister. The oceanic goddesses gathered at the edge of the cliff, their hearts heavy with grief for Prometheus. Yet, the curses that Prometheus hurled at Zeus and the gods of Olympus filled them with dread. They feared that Zeus would intensify the Titan's suffering. As for the reason behind such punishment, the oceanic goddesses were unaware. With deep sympathy, they implored Prometheus to reveal why Zeus had condemned him, and how he had incurred Zeus's wrath. Prometheus recounted to them how he had previously aided Zeus in the battle against the Titans, persuading his mother, Themis, and the great earth goddess Gaia to support Zeus. After Zeus triumphed over the Titans, he cast them into the abyss of the underworld, as per Prometheus's counsel. Zeus claimed dominion over the world, sharing it with the gods of Olympus, while those Titans who had once aided him were left bereft of power. Zeus harbored animosity towards the Titans, fearing their formidable strength. Distrustful of Prometheus, he loathed him as a Titan. As Prometheus defended the innocent mortals, who existed even in the reign of Cronus, against Zeus's desires to obliterate them. The flames of Zeus's hatred burned ever more fiercely. Prometheus, pitying these unenlightened mortals, sought to prevent them from suffering a fate in the dark realms of Hades. He brought them unprecedented hope and even pilfered the divine fire for them. Fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited him, the horrifying threat of death could not extinguish the noble Titan's desire to aid humanity. Even the prophetic warnings from his mother, Themis, could not deter him. The oceanic goddesses listened with trepidation as Prometheus spoke. At that moment, Oceanus himself, riding in a winged chariot, arrived at the cliff. He endeavored to persuade Prometheus to submit to Zeus, believing that Prometheus ought to comprehend that opposing the victorious Zeus, who had triumphed over the formidable Titan, would yield no favorable outcome. Prometheus, the Titan, was a figure of profound empathy, and upon witnessing his own suffering, he felt a deep sorrow within his heart. The prescient Oceanus resolved to ascend Mount Olympus, pleading with Zeus for the forgiveness of this Titan, even at the risk of incurring Zeus's wrath upon himself. He believed that wise and eloquent advocacy could often transform conflict into harmony. Yet, the plea from Oceanus proved unnecessary. For Prometheus, with an air of defiance, responded, "There is no need for that. Rather, save yourself. I genuinely fear that your sympathy may lead to your own demise. I shall drink to the last drop of the bitter fate that has been bestowed upon me. Beware, Oceanus, of invoking Zeus's ire on my behalf." In a melancholy tone, Oceanus replied, "I know you seek to compel me to return empty-handed. Trust me, Prometheus, my presence here is solely out of concern for your fate, born from my love for you. Enough. Depart swiftly. Do not concern yourself with me." Prometheus exclaimed vehemently. With a heavy heart, Oceanus left Prometheus behind, boarding his winged chariot to soar away. Prometheus then recounted to the Oceanid nymphs the myriad of ways he had aided humanity, how he had defied Zeus's will for their benefit. He had stolen the divine fire from the forge of his friend Hephaestus on Mount Moscus from the island of Lemnos. He imparted various skills and knowledge to mankind, teaching them the arts of calculation, reading, and writing. He enabled them to identify metals, instructing them in the extraction and refinement of subterranean treasures. Prometheus tamed the wild oxen, harnessing them with yokes, showing humanity how to utilize their strength for plowing the fields. He bridled horses to chariots, teaching them to heed the reins of men. This ingenious Titan crafted the world's first ship, equipping it with rigging and linen sails, allowing it to navigate the boundless seas with great speed. In times past, humans were ignorant of medicine, unable to heal or resist the afflictions of disease. Prometheus revealed the properties of various remedies, empowering them to conquer ailments. He bestowed upon humanity every skill, knowledge, and method that could alleviate life's burdens and foster a measure of happiness and joy. For these reasons, the thunderous Zeus sought to punish him. Yet Prometheus knew that his torment would not endure eternally. He was aware that misfortune would inevitably befall Zeus as well. Zeus could not escape this fate. Prometheus understood that Zeus's reign was not everlasting, and he would be dethroned from the lofty heights of Olympus. The Foresight Titan held the crucial secret of how Zeus might evade his own calamity, yet he would not disclose this knowledge. No force, no threat, no torment could compel the proud Prometheus to reveal this secret. Having recounted his own saga, Prometheus left the Oceanid nymphs in astonishment. They marveled at the profound wisdom and indomitable spirit of this Titan who dared to defy Zeus. However, upon hearing Prometheus invoke a certain fate against Zeus, their hearts were once again filled with trepidation. They were acutely aware that should this threat reach Olympus, Zeus would not rest until he learned that ominous secret. Contemplating the inevitable grim fate, the Oceanids were deeply shaken, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed upon Prometheus. A profound silence enveloped the cliff, pierced only by the relentless clamor of the sea. Suddenly, from afar, a faint yet discernible moan of excruciating anguish and sorrow approached, growing ever nearer and louder. It was the unfortunate daughter of Inachus, the first king of Argolis, transformed into a heifer by Hera, now being relentlessly pursued by a monstrous gadfly. Bloodied and frothing at the mouth, she ran wildly, driven to madness by her ordeal. Exhausted from her long flight, she stood before the bound Prometheus, lamenting her suffering and pleading with the prophetic Titan, "Prometheus, as I wander to this desolate realm, I beseech you to reveal when my torment shall cease, when I might find peace once more." "Dear Io, trust my words," Prometheus replied. "Ignorance is a far more merciful fate than knowledge. You shall traverse many lands, facing numerous perils along your journey. Your path will be arduous, leading you through the realm of the Scythians, over the lofty, snow-capped Caucasus Mountains, and through the land of the Amazons, culminating at the Bosporus Strait. Upon crossing this strait, it shall bear your name in remembrance of you. Thereafter, you will wander long in Asia, passing through the domain of the Gorgons, who reside there, devoid of hair but entwined with hissing serpents. Beware of them. You must also be cautious of the griffin, with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, as well as the one-eyed Arimaspians, who dwell nearby and are perpetually in conflict with the griffins. Ultimately, you shall reach Mount Byblis, the very source of the Nile, in the land nourished by the Nile. At its delta, you shall finally discover solace. There, Zeus shall restore your former beauty, and you will bear a son named Epiphus. Your son will reign over all of Egypt, a progenitor of illustrious heroes. Among this lineage, a mortal shall arise who will liberate me from my chains. Io, this is the fate my mother Themis foresaw for you. Io cried out in despair. Oh, the anguish! How much more suffering is destined for me? My heart quakes in terror. Madness seeks to seize me. The fiery sting threatens to pierce my battered body, and I may soon be deprived of the power to speak. Oh, the torment! In a frenzy, Io rolled her eyes and fled from the cliff, as if swept away by a whirlwind, rushing far away. The gadfly buzzed loudly, pursuing her, its stings searing her wretched form. Io vanished into the swirling dust, disappearing from the sight of Prometheus and the Oceanids. The anguished cries of Io, perched atop the cliff, gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into faint, sorrowful moans that faded into the distance. Both Prometheus and the Oceanids remained silent, mourning the plight of the unfortunate Io. Suddenly, Prometheus erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Oh, mighty Zeus, no matter how you torment me, there shall come a day when you will be overthrown and rendered insignificant. Your dominion will be stripped away, and you shall be cast into obscurity. At that moment, the curse of your father, Cronus, will be fulfilled. No deity knows how to avert this calamity, but I alone possess the knowledge. Presently, you stand powerful on the luminous heights of Olympus, hurling thunderbolts and lightning, yet in the face of inevitable doom, they will be of no assistance. When you are reduced to ashes, you will comprehend the distinction between power and servitude." Fear clouded the eyes of the Oceanids, and horror drained the rosy hue from their lovely cheeks. Eventually, they extended their hands, as white as sea foam, toward Prometheus, imploring him, "Have you lost your senses? How can you dare to threaten Zeus, the king of gods and men, without a hint of fear? Alas, Prometheus, he will inflict upon you even greater torments. Consider your own fate, and show yourself some compassion. I am prepared to endure all, yet a wise being ought to bow before fate's decree. Humph. Go plead and beg for mercy. Crawl before the tyrant. But what is Zeus to me? Why should I fear him? My life is not forfeit. Let Zeus do as he pleases. His reign over the gods will not endure." As soon as Prometheus uttered these words, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, descended like a shooting star, standing imposingly before him. Zeus had dispatched him to demand that the Titan reveal the secret. Who would overthrow Zeus? How could this calamity be averted? Hermes threatened Prometheus, declaring that if he remained silent, he would face even more dreadful punishment. Yet the resolute Titan stood firm. Responding to Hermes with mockery, "You seek to extract knowledge from my lips, but you, little one, are far too young and naive. Let me assure you, I would rather suffer than serve Zeus like a slave. I would prefer to be bound upon this cliff than be a loyal lackey to the tyrant. No punishment or torment from Zeus can intimidate me. You will not extract a single word from my mouth. Indeed, the tyrant will remain ignorant of how to evade his own doom. He shall never learn who will seize his power. Prometheus, heed my words," Hermes warned the Titan. "If you refuse to comply with Zeus's will, a dire fate awaits you. He will hurl this mountain, along with you, into the dark abyss. You shall endure the tortures of darkness within a stone prison, devoid of sunlight for countless centuries. After many ages, Zeus will bring you forth from the abyss, but not for your enjoyment. At that time, an eagle, sent by Zeus, will arrive daily to peck at your liver with its sharp claws and beak. Yet your liver will regenerate time and again, and your suffering will intensify. You shall remain suspended upon the precipice until someone willingly descends to the realm of Hades in your stead. Prometheus, contemplate this. Would it not be more prudent to submit to Zeus? You are aware that Zeus is a deity of his word, never one to intimidate without cause. Yet the proud Titan remains unyielding. Would he truly allow fear to unman him? Suddenly, the earth quakes, and all around trembles as a deafening thunderclap resounds. accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning. A black whirlwind howls furiously. The sea rises, unleashing colossal waves, as high as mountains, their foamy crests crashing down, causing the cliff to sway. Amidst the howling winds, the crackling of thunder, and the rumbling of the trembling earth, the terrifying roar of Prometheus erupts. What manner of torment has Zeus inflicted to instill such dread within me? Ah, my most beloved mother Themis! Ah, radiant cosmos! Behold how unjust is Zeus's punishment upon me. With a cataclysmic roar, Prometheus, along with the cliff, collapsed into the unfathomable abyss, plunging into eternal darkness. Centuries later, Zeus summoned Prometheus from the shadows back into the world. Yet, his suffering was far from over. It had intensified. Bound in chains, he lay exposed upon the high cliff, his arms and legs outstretched. The scorching sun seared his flesh, the fierce winds battered him, and torrential rains and hail mercilessly lashed his emaciated body. In winter, flurries of snow settled upon him, the bitter cold numbing his limbs. But the torment did not cease there. Each day, a colossal eagle swooped down upon the cliff, alighting upon his chest, its razor-sharp talons ripping into his breast, while its beak tore at his liver. Blood flowed profusely, staining the rocks, coagulating into dark clots at the base of the cliff. Under the relentless sun, these clots rotted, filling the air with a foul stench. Each morning, the eagle returned, feasting upon his flesh, and by nightfall, his wounds would close, his liver would regenerate, providing fresh sustenance for the eagle anew. This tragic torment persisted year after year, century after century. The resilient Titan Prometheus, though on the brink of death, remained unbroken in spirit amidst his suffering. The other Titans had long since reconciled with Zeus, submitting to his rule. They acknowledged his authority, and in return, he had liberated them from their dark imprisonment. Now, these towering, robust Titans approached the edge of the earth, standing near the bound Prometheus, urging him to yield to Zeus. His mother, Themis, also arrived, pleading with her son to temper his pride and cease his defiance against Zeus. She implored him to show compassion for her, his mother, for her heart ached at witnessing his torment. Zeus, having long forgotten his initial fury, now ruled a formidable kingdom, impervious to any force that might shake it, untroubled by any threat. Furthermore, he no longer governed as a tyrant. He protected the realm and upheld the law, safeguarding humanity and administering justice. Yet one matter continued to trouble the thunder god, a secret known only to Prometheus. Zeus had prepared himself. Should Prometheus divulge the secrets he held, he would grant him forgiveness. The days of suffering for Prometheus were nearing their end. Destiny had ordained the arrival of a hero destined to rescue him, one who was already in the throes of growth. Despite the relentless torment that had left Prometheus weary to the core, he steadfastly guarded his secret, though his strength waned. The great hero, fated to deliver Prometheus, finally reached the edge of the earth on his journey. This hero was Heracles, the mightiest among mortals, endowed with divine prowess. He was both astonished and indignant at the sight of Prometheus's suffering, his heart swelling with compassion. The Titan recounted his tragic plight to Heracles and prophesied the monumental feats he would achieve. Heracles listened intently to Prometheus's tale, yet he had not yet witnessed the full extent of his agony. From afar, the powerful flapping of wings heralded the approach of a great eagle, poised to feast upon Prometheus. It circled high above his head, preparing to descend upon his chest. Heracles would not allow it to land and torment Prometheus. He raised his bow, drawing forth a deadly arrow from his quiver, invoking the blessings of Apollo, the god of archery, for a precise strike before letting the arrow fly. With a resounding twang, the arrow soared, finding its mark, and the eagle plummeted into the tumultuous sea below the cliffs. The moment of liberation had arrived. The swift Hermes descended from Mount Olympus, offering gentle and reassuring words to Prometheus. He promised that if Prometheus revealed how Zeus could avoid his fated doom, he would be released immediately. The mighty Titan finally consented to disclose the secret to Zeus, stating, "Tell the Thunderer not to wed the sea nymph Thetis, for the fates have decreed that whosoever takes her as his wife shall bear a son mightier than his father. Let the gods unite Thetis with the hero Peleus. Their offspring will be the greatest hero in all of Greece." Prometheus unveiled this monumental truth. With a mighty swing, Heracles shattered the shackles that bound him and extracted the hardened steel spike that had pierced Prometheus's chest, anchoring him to the rock. The Titan rose, finally free. The days of suffering were over, and the prophecy of mortal salvation had come to fruition. The other Titans rejoiced in unison at Prometheus's liberation. From that day forth, Prometheus wore an iron ring adorned with stones taken from the cliff upon which he had endured centuries of torment. The wise centaur Chiron agreed to take Prometheus's place in the realm of the dead, thereby alleviating the suffering inflicted by the inexorable arrow wound bestowed upon him by Heracles. Ever since Prometheus had stolen the divine fire and gifted it to humanity, teaching them various skills and imparting knowledge, life on earth had grown more joyous. However, these actions incited Zeus's wrath, leading him to impose severe punishment upon Prometheus while unleashing calamities upon humankind. He commanded Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing, to mix earth with water and mold a beautiful maiden. This maiden was to possess the strength of a human, the sweet voice and gaze of a goddess. Athena, the daughter of Zeus, was to weave for her an exquisite garment, while the beautiful goddess of love, Aphrodite, was to bestow upon her an indescribable beauty. Hermes was to grant her a cunning intellect and the ability to adapt. The gods promptly executed Zeus's command. Hephaestus shaped a lovely maiden from clay, and the gods breathed life into her. Athena and the Graces adorned her in garments radiant as sunlight and adorned her with a golden necklace. The goddess of seasons placed a crown woven from fragrant spring flowers upon her soft, beautiful hair. Hermes filled her mouth with charming words. The gods named her Pandora, meaning the one endowed with all, for all her gifts came from the gods. Pandora was destined to bring misfortune to humanity. Once the harbinger of human calamity was complete, Zeus sent Hermes to deliver Pandora to earth, gifting her to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. The wise Prometheus had repeatedly warned his less astute brother not to accept gifts from Zeus, fearing they would bring disaster upon mankind. However, Epimetheus disregarded Prometheus's counsel, captivated by Pandora's beauty, and took her as his wife. It did not take long for Epimetheus to realize the extent of the calamities Pandora had unleashed upon humanity. In their home lay a large box, tightly sealed with a heavy lid, concealing its contents, for all knew that opening it would herald disaster. Curiosity overtook Pandora, and she secretly lifted the lid, releasing the calamities that had been contained within, thus spreading havoc across the earth. Only hope remained at the bottom of the box. The lid snapped shut, preventing hope from escaping Epimetheus's home, a circumstance not intended by Zeus. Once, humanity lived in relative happiness, free from calamity, unburdened by labor, and untroubled by harmful diseases. Now, innumerable disasters filled the world, manifesting both on land and sea. Day and night, calamity and illness could strike suddenly, bringing suffering to the people. They approached quietly, for Zeus had stripped them of their voice. The afflictions and diseases created by Zeus were voiceless and mute. According to Ovid's epic poem, Metamorphoses, Zeus abducted the beautiful daughter of the river goddess Opis and took her to the island of Aegina. Henceforth, the island was named after Asopus' daughter, Aegina. Aegina bore a son, Aeacus, by Zeus on this island. Upon reaching adulthood, Aeacus became the king of the island, known for his love of truth and his commitment to justice, earning renown throughout Greece. The gods of Olympus held Aeacus in high esteem, often appointing him as an arbiter in their disputes. After his death, like Minos and Rhadamanthus, he became a judge in the underworld. In accordance with the will of the gods, only the goddess Hera harbored animosity towards Aeacus. Hera unleashed a tremendous calamity upon the kingdom of Aeacus, enveloping the island of Aegina in a thick fog that lingered for 4 long months. Eventually, the southern winds dispersed the mist. However, they did not liberate Aegina from its plight, but rather ushered in death. Following the toxic haze, the ponds, springs, and streams of Aegina became infested with countless venomous serpents, poisoning everything in their wake. A dreadful plague swept across the island, extinguishing all life, leaving only Aeacus and his son as survivors. In despair, Aeacus raised his hands to the heavens and cried out, "Oh, great Zeus, if you truly are the consort of Aegina, if you indeed are my father, and if you wish not to feel shame for your progeny, then either restore my people to me or swiftly cast me into the dark grave." Zeus bestowed a sign upon Aeacus, indicating that he had heeded his plea. The clear sky suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Aeacus understood that Zeus had heard his supplication. At the very spot where Aeacus had prayed stood a sacred oak of Zeus, its roots concealing an anthill. Aeacus' gaze fell upon the bustling anthill, teeming with thousands of industrious ants. He watched the ants labor diligently to construct their city and remarked, "Oh, benevolent Father Zeus, grant me as many diligent people as there are ants in this mound." No sooner had Aeacus uttered these words than the branches of the oak rustled in the stillness. A further sign from Zeus. As night descended, Aeacus experienced a strange dream in which the sacred oak was swarming with innumerable ants. When the oak swayed, the ants cascaded down like a fine rain. Upon reaching the ground, they grew larger, ultimately rearing up on their hind legs, straightening their forms, shedding their dark hues, and gradually transforming into humans. Aeacus awoke, skeptical that this dream bore any significance, and even lamented the god's lack of assistance. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Aeacus heard footsteps and voices he had not heard in ages. Surely, this cannot be a dream, he mused. Just then, his son Telamon rushed in, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Father, come quickly. You shall witness an unexpected and marvelous miracle." Emerging from his chamber, Aeacus beheld the very figures he had envisioned in his dream. Now full of vitality, the transformed ants cheered loudly, hailing him as their king, and Aeacus named them the Myrmidons, meaning men who emerged from ants. Thus, the island of Aegina was once again filled with inhabitants. This tale is primarily derived from the tragedy Suppliants by Aeschylus. Zeus and Io bore a son named Epiphus, who fathered a son named Belus. Belus had two sons, Aegyptus and Danaus. Aegyptus ruled over the fertile lands nourished by the abundant Nile, a kingdom known as Egypt, named after its king. Danaus, in contrast, governed Libya. The gods granted Aegyptus 50 sons, while Danaus fathered 50 beautiful daughters. The sons of Aegyptus were captivated by the beauty of the Danaids sisters and sought to wed these enchanting maidens. However, both Danaus and the sisters resolutely refused their advances. Consequently, the sons of Aegyptus assembled a formidable army and declared war upon Danaus. Defeated by his nephews, Danaus had no choice but to abandon his kingdom and flee. With the aid of the goddess Athena, he constructed the first grand vessel, equipped with 50 oars. He and his 50 daughters embarked upon this ship, setting sail into the vast and eternally tumultuous sea. The majestic vessel of Danaus navigated the roaring waves for an extended period, ultimately arriving at the shores of Rhodes, where they made a brief stay. Disembarking with his daughters, Danaus erected a temple in honor of their protector goddess Athena, offering an abundance of sacrifices. Fearful of the sons of Aegyptus pursuing them, Danaus did not linger on Rhodes. He continued his voyage towards Greece, heading for Argolis, the ancestral homeland of their grandmother Io. Amidst the boundless ocean and perilous journey, Zeus himself safeguarded the vessel's passage. After a lengthy voyage, the ship finally approached the bountiful coast of Argolis. Danaus and his daughters hoped to find refuge here, escaping the cursed union with the sons of Aegyptus. The Danaids sisters disguised themselves as supplicants, carrying olive branches as they reached the shore, which was devoid of any human presence. Soon, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, growing nearer, revealing shining shields, helmets, and spears, accompanied by the rumbling of chariots. It was Polichus, the son of the king of Argolis, who rushed towards them with his army. Upon learning of the ship's arrival, Polichus hastened to the seaside, only to encounter not an enemy force, but the elderly Danaus and his 50 lovely daughters. They approached him, olive branches in hand, pleading for his protection. With tear-filled eyes, they implored Polichus to aid them against the arrogant sons of Aegyptus. The sisters invoked the might of Zeus, beseeching him to never betray them. They reminded Polichus that they were not outsiders in Argolis, for it was the homeland of their grandmother Io. Polichus hesitated, fearful of engaging in battle with the powerful rulers of Egypt. What should he do? Yet, he feared even more the wrath of Zeus should he refuse to assist those who sought refuge in his name. Ultimately, he suggested that Danaus personally visit the city of Argos, placing the olive branch upon the altar of the gods as a symbol of their plea for protection. Polichus himself resolved to summon the citizens and seek their counsel. He promised the Danaids sisters that he would do his utmost to persuade the citizens of Argos to offer them sanctuary. With Polichus departed, the sisters anxiously awaited the decision of the city's assembly. They were acutely aware of the fierce and unruly nature of the sons of Aegyptus, who were notoriously brutal in battle. They understood well the dire threat that awaited them once the vessels of the Egyptians reached the shores of Argolis. What fate would befall these helpless maidens if the citizens of Argos did not offer them shelter and protection? The specter of disaster loomed ominously. The envoys of the sons of Aegyptus had already arrived, boldly proclaiming their intention to forcibly abduct the Danaid sisters and seize them for their ships. One of them grasped the hand of a daughter of Danaus and commanded his servants to capture the rest of Danaus's daughters. At that moment, King Pelasgus returned. Assuming the sacred duty of safeguarding the Danaid sisters, Undeterred by the threats of war from the envoys of Aegyptus, his decision to aid Danaus and his daughters led to ruin for both Pelasgus and the inhabitants of Argolis. In the ensuing bloody conflict, Pelasgus met defeat, compelled to flee to the furthest reaches of the land. Although Danaus was chosen as the king of Argos, he faced the grim necessity of marrying his beautiful daughters to the sons of Aegyptus in a bid for peace. The jubilant wedding ceremonies between the sons of Aegyptus and the Danaid sisters unfolded, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. As the festivities drew to a close, the joyous hymns ceased, and the wedding torches were extinguished, enveloping Argos in the embrace of night. The sleeping city lay in hushed silence until a piercing scream shattered the stillness, followed by a chorus of cries. Under the cloak of darkness, the Danaid sisters committed an unspeakable atrocity. Just as their husbands drifted into slumber, they took the daggers bestowed by their father and murdered them. Thus, the sons of Aegyptus met a tragic end, with only Lynceus escaping the massacre. The youngest daughter of Danaus, Hypermnestra, pitied Lynceus and could not bear to plunge the dagger into her husband's chest. She roused him and secretly facilitated his escape from the palace. Upon learning of Hypermnestra's defiance, Danaus was filled with rage, adorning her with heavy chains and confining her to a dark cell. The elders of Argos convened a court to judge Hypermnestra for her disobedience. Danaus resolved to execute his daughter. At this juncture, the goddess of love, Aphrodite, graced the court with her presence, championing Hypermnestra and securing her release from the harsh punishment. Thus, the compassionate daughter of Danaus became the wife of Lynceus. The gods blessed this couple with a multitude of great heroes in their lineage, including the immortal Heracles of Greece, a scion of the house of Lynceus. Zeus, unwilling to see the remaining Danaid sisters perish, commanded Athena and Hermes to cleanse them of their bloodstains. King Danaus organized grand athletic competitions in honor of the Olympian deities, offering the victor the privilege of marrying one of his daughters. However, the Danaid sisters, despite their transgressions, could not evade the consequences of their actions. In death, they faced punishment in the realm of Hades, condemned to pour water into an immense, bottomless vessel. They tirelessly fetched water from the river of the dead, only to pour it into the insatiable abyss. As the bucket neared its brim, it swiftly drained, leaving it empty once more. The sisters of Dana were compelled to return to the river Styx to draw water, pouring it into the bottomless vessel. Thus, they endlessly repeated this futile task. According to Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses, the tale unfolds with the birth of Perseus. Acrisius, the king of Argos and grandson of Lynceus, had a daughter of unparalleled beauty named Dana. A seer had foretold to Acrisius that he would meet his demise at the hands of Dana's son. In a desperate attempt to escape this fate, Acrisius constructed a vast underground chamber of bronze and stone deep beneath the earth, imprisoning Dana there, hidden from all eyes. Yet, the thunder god Zeus fell in love with her. Transforming into a golden rain, he infiltrated Dana's confinement, making her his wife. This union bore a strikingly handsome boy, whom his mother named Perseus. The young Perseus and his mother did not dwell in the underground chamber for long. One day, Acrisius heard the sounds of a child's laughter echoing from below and descended to inquire with his daughter about the source of such joy. To his astonishment, he discovered a beautiful boy, and upon learning that this was the child of Dana and Zeus, he was horrified. The prophecy echoed in his mind, compelling him to reconsider his means of evasion. Ultimately, Acrisius ordered the construction of a large wooden chest, placing Dana and Perseus inside, sealing it shut, and commanding that it be cast into the sea. The chest floated amidst the turbulent waves of the salty ocean for an extended period, with death looming over mother and child. The relentless waves tossed the chest violently, at times lifting it upon towering crests, and at others plunging it into deep troughs. Finally, the ceaseless tumult of the sea delivered the chest to the shores of the island of Seriphos, a part of the Cyclades in the Aegean Sea. At that moment, a fisherman named Dictys was casting his net by the water's edge. As he drew his net from the sea, it ensnared the chest, which he hauled ashore. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find a strikingly beautiful woman and a handsome boy within. He took them to meet his brother, Polydectes, the king of Seriphos. Perseus grew up in the palace of King Polydectes, maturing into a strong and well-proportioned young man. Among the youth of Seriphos, he shone like a star, unmatched in beauty, strength, cleverness, and courage. Polydectes, desiring to marry the lovely Dana, found himself thwarted by her disdain for his tyranny. Perseus, too, stood in defense of his mother. Enraged, Polydectes began to plot the demise of Perseus. Ultimately, The cruel king resolved to send Perseus on a quest to obtain the head of Medusa, one of the three Gorgon sisters with snakes for hair. He summoned Perseus and declared, "If you truly are the son of Zeus, you shall not shy away from achieving great deeds, nor let your heart tremble in the face of danger. Please prove to me that Zeus is your father, and fetch me the head of the Gorgon Medusa. I believe Zeus will aid his own son." Perseus cast a proud glance at Polydectes and calmly replied, "Very well. I shall retrieve Medusa's head for you." Thus, Perseus embarked on a distant journey. He must traverse to the farthest western reaches of the earth, the realm governed by the night god and the god of death, Thanatos. There resided three fearsome Gorgon sisters, their bodies adorned with scales as hard as steel and gleaming with light. No sharp sword could cleave such armor, save for Hermes' curved blade. The Gorgons possessed stout bronze hands, tipped with razor-sharp steel claws. Instead of hair, serpents hissed and writhed upon their heads. Their jagged teeth were as sharp as short swords, their lips crimson as blood, and their eyes radiated a fierce, scorching glare. The visage they presented was so terrifying that a mere glance would turn anyone to stone. The Gorgons soared through the air with wings shimmering in golden feathers, swift as lightning. Encountering them would spell doom. They would rend the intruder to pieces and drink his warm blood. A daunting and seemingly insurmountable task awaited Perseus. However, the gods of Olympus would not allow the son of Zeus to meet his demise. The messenger of the gods, Hermes, and Athena, Zeus' beloved daughter, hastened to aid Perseus. Athena gifted him a bronze shield, polished to a mirror-like sheen, capable of reflecting all that lay before it. Hermes bestowed upon him a razor-sharp sword that could slice through the toughest metal as if it were soft wax. The divine messengers also revealed to the young hero the path to the Gorgon's lair. The journey before Perseus was long and arduous. He traversed numerous lands and encountered myriad peoples, until finally arriving at the shadowy realm of the ancient Greek sisters. These three sisters possessed but a single eye and one tooth, which they shared in turns. When one Greek used the eye, the others became blind, with the sighted sister guiding her sightless siblings. During the exchange of the eye, all three would be rendered blind. These sisters guarded the path to the Gorgon's abode, for only they knew the way. Stealthily, Perseus approached them in the darkness, and as instructed by Hermes, he seized the eye from one of the Greeks at the moment it was passed. The sisters screamed in terror, now all blind. What could three helpless blind sisters do? They implored Perseus, beseeching him to return their precious eye for the sake of the gods. In exchange for its return, they promised to assist him in any endeavor. At that moment, Perseus demanded that they reveal the route to the Gorgons, promising to return the eye only if they complied. After much hesitation, the sisters ultimately divulged the path, eager to regain their sight. Thus, Perseus discerned the route to the island inhabited by the Gorgon, and he hastened on his journey. Along the way, he encountered several divine maidens, from whom he received three remarkable gifts: a helmet from Hades, the lord of the underworld, which conferred invisibility, a pair of winged sandals that allowed for swift flight through the air, and a magical pouch that could expand or contract depending on the size of its contents. Adorned with the winged sandals and the helmet of Hades, and with the enchanted pouch slung over his shoulder, Perseus soared into the skies, heading toward the island of the Gorgon. As he ascended, he beheld the verdant valleys below, where silver rivers meandered like gleaming ribbons. Cities came into view, their temples dedicated to the gods shimmering with the brilliance of white marble. In the distance, majestic mountains stood cloaked in lush greenery, their snow-capped peaks glistening like jewels in the sun. Perseus flew like a whirlwind, reaching heights that even the most determined eagle could not achieve. The distant sea shimmered like molten gold, and in a blink, he found himself soaring above its vast expanse, the sound of the waves faintly echoing beneath him. While the land faded from sight, peering into the horizon, he spotted an island resembling a dark ribbon against the azure sea. As he drew closer, he noticed it radiating a blinding light under the sun. Descending slightly, he circled above the island like a regal eagle, and there, upon the rocks, lay the three fearsome Gorgons in slumber. In their dreams, they extended their bronze hands, and their scaly armor and golden wings glimmered with a fiery brilliance. The serpents atop their heads writhed gently in repose. Fearful of gazing upon their monstrous visages, for a mere glance would turn him to stone, Perseus quickly averted his eyes. He retrieved the shield bestowed upon him by Athena, which reflected the three Gorgons like a polished mirror. Which of them was Medusa? They appeared as indistinguishable as three droplets of water. Among the Gorgons, only Medusa was mortal, the sole one who could be slain. Hesitation gripped Perseus. In that moment, Hermes arrived to aid him, pointing out Medusa and whispering urgently, "Perseus, descend swiftly. Look, the one closest to the sea is Medusa. Go, sever her head. But remember, do not gaze upon her. A single glance will seal your fate. Act quickly while the Gorgon remains asleep." Like an eagle diving toward its prey, Perseus plunged toward the slumbering Medusa, keeping his gaze fixed on the polished shield to strike accurately. The serpents atop Medusa's head sensed the intruder and hissed, raising their heads. Medusa stirred in her sleep, her eyes fluttering open. In that critical moment, with the swiftness of lightning, Perseus struck, severing Medusa's head with a single stroke. Her black blood splattered against the rocks, and from her lifeless body emerged the bloodied winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor. Perseus hurriedly collected Medusa's head and stowed it within the magical pouch. The corpse of Medusa continued its dying struggle, rolling from the rocky crags into the sea, the resounding splash of her body awakening her two sisters, Stheno and Euryale. With wings unfurled, they ascended into the air, their fierce eyes scanning the surroundings. The two Gorgons flew swiftly through the sky, yet the murderer of Medusa had vanished without a trace. Neither on the island nor across the distant ocean could a single living soul be seen. Perseus, donning Hades' helmet, had become invisible, urgently soaring above the tumultuous sea. In an instant, he reached the shores of Libya, where the blood from Medusa's head dripped from her leather pouch, falling in large drops upon the sandy beach. From these droplets, venomous serpents emerged, sending all creatures scurrying in terror, transforming Libya into a vast desert. As Perseus ventured further from the island inhabited by the Gorgon sisters, he raced through the sky like a tempest-driven cloud. Ultimately, he arrived at the domain ruled by Atlas, the brother of Prometheus, son of the Titan Iapetus. Atlas's fields were home to thousands of fine-fleeced sheep and bulls with formidable horns. On his land stood a lavish garden, within which thrived a tree bearing golden branches and leaves, its apples also of gold. Atlas guarded this golden apple tree as one would protect a treasured eye, for it was his most cherished possession. The goddess Themis had once foretold to him that one day, the son of Zeus would come to steal his golden apples. This prophecy troubled Atlas greatly. He erected towering walls around the garden where the golden apple tree grew and stationed a fire-breathing dragon at the gate. Atlas forbade any outsiders from entering his territory, fearing that the son of Zeus might blend in among them. Now, as Perseus alighted upon this land with his winged sandals, he spoke the following warm and friendly words. "Oh, Atlas, please receive me as a guest in your home. I am the son of Zeus, Perseus, the slayer of the Gorgon Medusa. Allow me to rest in your abode after achieving great deeds." Upon hearing that he was the son of Zeus, Atlas immediately recalled the prophecy of the goddess Themis, and thus he brusquely retorted to Perseus, "Be gone. What great deeds? What son of Zeus? Such fabrications shall avail you nothing." Atlas sought to expel Perseus from his domain. Aware of his inability to confront this formidable giant, Perseus willingly retreated outside. Rage surged within him. Not only did Atlas refuse him hospitality, but he also berated him, inciting Perseus's fury. In indignation, Perseus addressed Atlas. "Very well, Atlas. You may cast me out. Yet, you ought to accept the gift I bring." Hastily, he produced the head of Medusa, turning to present the Gorgoness visage to Atlas. Instantly, Atlas was transformed into a mountain. His beard and hair morphed into a verdant forest, his arms and shoulders became towering cliffs, and his head evolved into a peak that pierced the heavens. Henceforth, the Atlas Mountains bore the weight of the entire sky and the constellations above. As the morning star ascended the firmament, Perseus resumed his journey. Perseus' rescue of Andromeda after a protracted flight, Perseus arrived at the kingdom of Cepheus, situated on the banks of the ocean river in Ethiopia. There, he beheld the beautiful Andromeda, the daughter of King Cepheus, bound to a cliff by the sea. She was to atone for her mother Cassiopeia's transgressions. Cassiopeia had provoked the sea nymphs by boasting that her beauty surpassed that of any other. Infuriated, the nymphs implored Poseidon, the god of the sea, to punish Cepheus and Cassiopeia. Heeding their pleas, Poseidon unleashed a monstrous sea creature, which emerged from the depths to ravage Cepheus's lands. The kingdom was engulfed in lamentation and despair. Ultimately, Cepheus sought counsel at the oracle of Zeus located in Ammon, in the oasis of the western Egyptian desert, to discover a means of salvation from their plight. The oracle advised him, "Offer your daughter Andromeda to the sea monster as a sacrifice. Only then shall Poseidon's wrath subside." The populace, upon hearing the oracle's decree, compelled the king to bind Andromeda to the cliff by the sea. Pale and terrified, Andromeda stood at the cliff's edge, adorned in heavy chains. gazing into the ocean with an ineffable dread, awaiting the monstrous beast. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she contemplated the cruel fate that awaited her in her youth. Filled with vitality yet devoid of life's joys, Perseus beheld this very Andromeda, were it not for the sea breeze tousling her hair and the tears cascading from her exquisite eyes, he might have mistaken her for a statue of white marble. The young hero gazed upon Andromeda with unbridled joy, his heart swelling with profound love. Swiftly, he descended beside her and inquired gently, "Ah, fair maiden, tell me, whose land is this? What is your name? Why are you imprisoned upon this cliff?" Andromeda recounted her suffering as a consequence of her mother's sins. The beautiful maiden did not wish for the hero to perceive her as seeking redemption. Before Andromeda could finish her lament, the sea suddenly roiled, and a monstrous creature emerged from the tumultuous waves. The beast raised its head high, exposing its enormous maw. Andromeda let out a terrified scream. Cepheus and Cassiopeia, engulfed in despair, rushed frantically to the shore, embracing their daughter and weeping uncontrollably. Their daughter was doomed. At that moment, Zeus' son Perseus spoke. "You will have ample time to shed tears later, but the time to save your daughter is fleeting. I am Perseus, the slayer of the Gorgon Medusa. If you consent to give your daughter in marriage to me, I shall rescue her." Cepheus and Cassiopeia readily agreed. They were willing to fulfill any request, provided it meant saving their daughter. Cepheus even promised that, should he rescue Andromeda, he would offer his entire kingdom as her dowry. The sea monster was drawing near, cleaving the waves with its broad chest as it surged toward the cliffs, resembling a grand vessel propelled by numerous vigorous oarsmen. The creature was less than a bowshot away from the precipice when Perseus soared high into the sky, his shadow cast upon the water. The beast ferociously lunged at the hero's silhouette. Perseus, undeterred, dove from the heavens towards the monster, plunging his curved sword deep into its spine. The creature, realizing it had sustained grave injuries, leapt high out of the waves, thrashing about like a wild boar beset by barking hounds. It alternated between diving into the depths of the sea and surfacing, frantically slapping the water with its tail, sending droplets cascading onto the rocky shores. A frothy white veil cloaked the ocean. The monster lunged at Perseus with its gaping maw, but he, adorned with winged sandals, deftly ascended like a seagull. He struck the beast again and again with his blade. The creature, mortally wounded, spewed forth a torrent of blood and seawater. Perseus's sandals became drenched with the creature's blood, yet the hero struggled to remain aloft. The mighty son of Dana swiftly alighted upon a solitary rock jutting from the sea, clutching it with one hand while wielding his sword with the other, delivering 3 deep thrusts to the creature's broad chest. The harrowing battle concluded, and cheers erupted from the shore, praising the valiant hero. The chains binding Andromeda were broken, and the victorious Perseus escorted his betrothed toward the palace of Cepheus. Perseus' wedding. Perseus offered lavish sacrifices to his father Zeus, as well as to Athena and Hermes. A jubilant wedding feast commenced in Cepheus' palace. Menelaus and Eros ignited fragrant torches, while the halls were adorned with ivy and blossoms. The harp resonated with melodious tunes, accompanied by the sounds of wedding songs and dances. The palace doors swung wide open, revealing a banquet hall resplendent in gold and splendor. Cepheus, Cassiopeia, and the newlyweds reveled together, while the entire populace partook in jubilant libations, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. During the festivities, Perseus recounted his heroic exploits when suddenly, a terrifying clamor of clashing weapons erupted from outside the banquet hall. The palace resounded with cries, akin to a tempest unleashing colossal waves against towering cliffs by the shore. It was none other than Andromeda's first betrothed, Phineus, who led a formidable army into the royal palace. Brandishing his spear, Phineus stormed into the palace, bellowing, "You have abducted my fiancée, you shall suffer the consequences. Your winged sandals will not save you. Not even the mighty Zeus can rescue you." Just as Phineus prepared to hurl his spear at Perseus, King Cepheus interjected with a commanding voice, "What do you intend to do? What madness drives you to this? Is this how you choose to reward Perseus? Is this your wedding gift to him? Did Perseus truly steal your betrothed? No. It was when your bride was taken and imprisoned upon the cliff, as she faced her demise, that she was seized from you. Why did you not attempt to rescue her then? Now you seek to snatch the prize from the victor? Why did you not confront the sea monster to reclaim Andromeda when she was bound upon that precipice?" Rendered speechless, Phineus shot a venomous glare at Cepheus and then at the handsome son of Zeus. Suddenly, he summoned all his strength and hurled his spear at Perseus. It whizzed past Perseus, embedding itself in a chair. With a powerful grip, Perseus extracted the spear and leapt to his feet, throwing it with force. Had Phineus not taken refuge behind the altar, he would have met a fatal blow. Instead, the spear struck the hero, Rhoetus, killing him instantly. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Athena swiftly descended from Mount Olympus to aid her brother, Perseus. She shielded him with her divine aegis and bolstered his indomitable courage. Perseus plunged into the fray, his sword, the very blade that had slain Medusa, glinting like lightning. One by one, he felled the heroes who had rallied behind Phineus. A mound of bloodied corpses accumulated before him. Seizing a bronze mixing bowl from the banquet, he smashed it upon the head of the hero Eurytus, who fell as though struck by thunder, his soul departing to the realm of Hades. Despite the relentless onslaught of fallen heroes, Phineus had brought forth an overwhelming number of warriors, and Perseus, being an outsider in Cepheus' kingdom, faced them largely alone, with few allies remaining. Many of his companions had perished in this fierce confrontation. The minstrel, who once strummed his harp and filled the feast with sweet melodies, was struck down by a spear. As he fell, his fingers brushed the harp strings, producing a sound akin to a dying lament, yet it was drowned out by the clash of weapons and the groans of the dying. Arrows rained down like a torrential hailstorm. Backed against Acalnania, Perseus used Athena's radiant shield for protection as he fought against the encircling foes. The battle intensified. And as death loomed near, the son of Dana cried out, "I shall seek assistance from those I have slain. You have compelled me to this. Who among you is my ally? Turn and join me." From his magical pouch, Perseus drew forth the head of Medusa, raising it high above his own. One by one, the heroes advancing upon Perseus were transformed into statues of stone. Some heroes were petrified while thrusting their swords into the chests of their adversaries, others while brandishing sharp spears, and still others at the very moment they raised their shields in defense. The instant they beheld the head of Medusa, they were instantly transformed into marble statues. Before long, the entire banquet hall was filled with these stone effigies. Phineus, witnessing his friends turned into lifeless figures, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He fell to his knees and, extending his hands towards Perseus, pleaded, "Perseus, you have triumphed. Oh, please, conceal the ghastly head of Medusa. I beseech you, put it away. Ah, great son of Zeus, take all that you wish. I ask only for my life." Perseus retorted with a mocking tone, "Fear not, wretched coward. I shall not cleave you with my sword. Instead, I shall bestow upon you an eternal reward. You shall stand forever in the palace of Cepheus, so that my wife may find solace in the visage of her first betrothed." Perseus then presented the head of Medusa before Phineus. Despite his utmost effort to avert his gaze from the horrifying countenance, his eyes ultimately fell upon Medusa's head, and he was instantaneously transformed into a statue. The likeness of Phineus knelt before Perseus like a slave, his stone eyes forever reflecting terror and a pleading subservience. After a blood-soaked battle, Perseus did not linger long in the kingdom of Cepheus. He took the beautiful Andromeda and returned to Seriphos to confront King Polydectes. Upon his return, he found his mother, Dana, suffering in distress. To escape Polydectes, she had sought refuge in the temple of Zeus, fearing to leave its sacred confines. Enraged, Perseus ventured into the palace of Polydectes, where he discovered the king reveling with a band of sycophants. Polydectes, astonished that Perseus had returned alive, had presumed the hero had perished in his battle with the Gorgon. The king was taken aback at the sight of Perseus before him, yet the hero calmly declared, "I have fulfilled your command. I bring you the head of Medusa." Polydectes could scarcely believe that Perseus had accomplished such a formidable feat. He mocked the godlike hero, branding him a braggart, and his companions joined in ridicule. Perseus, unable to endure such indignity, glared fiercely, drew forth the head of Medusa, and proclaimed, "Polydectes, if you doubt, then behold this evidence." As Polydectes cast a glance at the Gorgon's head, he was instantly turned to stone. The revelers surrounding the king were likewise ensnared by this grim fate. In Argos, Perseus entrusted the governance of Seriphos to Dictys, who had once saved both him and his mother, and set forth with Dana and Andromeda towards Argos. Upon hearing of his grandson's arrival, Perseus' grandfather Acrisius recalled the words of the oracle and fled northward to the distant city of Larissa. Perseus undertook the governance of his homeland, Argos. He restored the helm, winged sandals, and the magical pouch to the goddess, returning the sharp sword to Hermes. He presented Medusa's head to Athena, who affixed it to her gleaming breastplate. From that moment forth, Perseus ruled Argos with great fortune. However, his grandfather, Acrisius, could not escape his fated destiny. During a grand athletic competition hosted by Perseus, many heroes gathered to participate, including the aged Acrisius, who sat among the spectators. In the discus event, Perseus, with his powerful arm, hurled the discus high into the sky, only for it to descend with tremendous force, striking Acrisius on the head and resulting in his demise. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. In profound sorrow, Perseus laid Acrisius to rest, lamenting that he had unwittingly become the slayer of his own grandfather. Reluctant to rule over the kingdom of the grandfather he had killed, Perseus departed Argos for Tiryns, where he reigned as king for many years. He entrusted Argos to his relative, Megapenthes. According to the Homeric epics of the Iliad and Ovid's lengthy poem, The Metamorphoses, the wind god Aeolus's son, Sisyphus, became the founder of the city of Corinth. In ancient times, this region was known as Ephyra. Sisyphus was cunning and deceitful, renowned throughout Greece for his trickery. Through his cleverness, he amassed immeasurable wealth in Corinth, with tales of his treasures circulating far and wide. When the god of death, Thanatos, arrived at Sisyphus's abode to escort him to the realm of Hades, Sisyphus, foreseeing the arrival of death, cunningly deceived Thanatos, shackling him with chains. At that moment, mortals ceased to die, no funerals were held, and no sacrifices were offered to the deities of the underworld. Thus, the order established by Zeus was disrupted. Consequently, Zeus sent the formidable war god Ares to retrieve Sisyphus. Ares freed Thanatos, who seized Sisyphus's soul and brought him to the abode of the dead. Even in the underworld, the crafty Sisyphus found a way to extricate himself. He had instructed his wife not to bury his body or offer sacrifices to the gods of the underworld. Obeying her husband's wishes, his spouse refrained from performing the rites. Hades and Persephone waited long for the offerings, yet they never materialized. Ultimately, Sisyphus approached the throne of Hades and implored the Lord of the Dead, saying, "O sovereign of the shades, great Hades, you are as powerful as Zeus. Release me to the surface world. I shall instruct my wife to offer you abundant sacrifices, and then I will return to the realm of the dead." Thus, Sisyphus deceived Hades, who permitted him to return to the land of the living. Naturally, Sisyphus refused to return to Hades. Instead, he indulged in lavish feasts within his opulent palace, relishing the fortune of being the sole mortal to have escaped the dark underworld. Enraged, Hades dispatched Thanatos once more to reclaim Sisyphus's soul. Thanatos arrived at the palace of the most cunning Sisyphus, just as he was reveling in his sumptuous banquet. The Grim Reaper, detested by both gods and mortals, seized the soul of Sisyphus, and this time his spirit departed never to return. In the realm of the dead, he faced severe punishment for the cunning and deceitful transgressions of his past life. He was condemned to roll an immense boulder up a steep mountain. With every ounce of his strength, he exerted himself, laboring so intensely that sweat poured down him like rain. Just as the summit appeared within reach, the boulder slipped from his grasp, thundering down the mountainside and raising a cloud of dust. Thus, Sisyphus was compelled to start anew. He perpetually pushed the boulder upward, yet he would never attain the peak. According to the retellings in Homer's epic, the Iliad, in the poetry of Pindar, Sisyphus had a son named Glaucus, who ascended to the throne of Corinth after his father's demise. Glaucus fathered a son named Bellerophon, who stood among the pantheon of Greece's great heroes. Bellerophon was as handsome as a deity, his courage and spirit rivaling that of the immortal gods. However, in his youth, misfortune befell him. He inadvertently harmed a citizen of Corinth and was forced to flee his homeland. He sought refuge with King Proteus of Tiryns, who held the hero in high esteem, welcoming him warmly and cleansing him of his bloodstains. Yet, Bellerophon could not remain long in Tiryns. Proteus's beautiful wife, Antiaea, became infatuated with the handsome hero, but Bellerophon spurned her affections. Enraged and humiliated, Queen Antiaea resolved to eliminate Bellerophon. She approached her husband, King Proteus, saying, "O king, Bellerophon has insulted you grievously. You must slay him. He pursues your wife and has sought my love. This is how he repays your hospitality." Furious, Proteus could not bring himself to kill his guest, fearing the wrath of Zeus, who demanded the sacred duty of hospitality be upheld. Contemplating how to rid himself of Bellerophon, he ultimately decided to send the hero to deliver a letter to Antaeus' father, King Iobates of Lycia, in southwestern Asia Minor. In this folded and sealed missive, Proteus detailed Bellerophon's grievous insult and requested Iobates to exact vengeance. Bellerophon, unaware of the peril that awaited him, journeyed to Lycia bearing the letter. After a long and arduous trek, he arrived in Lycia, where Iobates graciously welcomed the young hero, hosting him with lavish feasts for 9 consecutive days. Finally, Iobates inquired about Bellerophon's purpose for visiting Lycia. Calmly, Bellerophon presented Proteus's letter to the king. As Iobates opened and read the sealed missive, fear gripped him. He knew he must slay the hero, yet the 9 days of companionship had endeared Bellerophon to him. Like Proteus, Iobates dared not violate the sacred custom of hospitality. Thus, to eliminate Bellerophon, he sent the hero on a perilous quest to vanquish the fearsome Chimera. This monstrous creature, born of the terrifying Typhon and the towering Echidna, possessed the heads of a lion, a goat, and a dragon, each capable of spewing forth flames. Whoever encounters the Chimera cannot escape. Those who approach it are destined for certain death. Yet, danger does not deter Bellerophon, the valiant hero, who boldly seeks to accomplish this great feat. He understands that to conquer the Chimera, he must capture the wondrous horse Pegasus, which emerged from the corpse of the Gorgon Medusa, slain by Perseus. However, he must first ascertain the whereabouts of this magnificent steed. Pegasus frequently descends upon Mount Acrocorinth, where the citadel of Corinth is situated, to drink from the crystalline waters of the Pyrene spring. Thus, Bellerophon journeys to Mount Acrocorinth, and upon reaching the spring, he is fortunate enough to witness Pegasus descending from the clouds to quench its thirst. Bellerophon is eager to seize the creature, yet despite his relentless efforts and tireless pursuit, he cannot swiftly fulfill his desire, for Pegasus remains unyielding. As the young hero approaches, the majestic horse takes flight, soaring into the heavens like a mighty eagle. Following the counsel of the oracle Polyidus, Bellerophon lies down to sleep beside the altar of Athena at the Pyrene spring, hoping for divine guidance in his dreams. Indeed, he dreams of Athena, the beloved daughter of Zeus, who instructs him on how to capture Pegasus. She bestows upon him a golden bridle and commands him to offer sacrifices to Poseidon, the god of the sea. Upon awakening, Bellerophon is astonished to find the golden bridle beside him, and he expresses his heartfelt gratitude to the great goddess. He now knows that he will soon capture Pegasus. Before long, the magical steed arrives at the Pyrene spring, flapping its snow-white wings. Bellerophon resolutely leaps forward and places the golden bridle upon it. The horse carries him swiftly through the air, eventually submitting to his command and henceforth serving Bellerophon faithfully. Mounted on Pegasus, Bellerophon rides towards the region of Lycia, where the formidable Chimera resides. Sensing the approach of its adversary, the terrifying creature emerges from its dark lair. Fiery flames erupt from its 3 fearsome mouths, enveloping the surroundings in dense smoke. Pegasus ascends into the sky, and from above, Bellerophon unleashes arrow after arrow upon the Chimera. Enraged, the beast crashes against the rocks, shattering boulders in its fury. It rampages through the mountains, leaving destruction in its fiery wake. Yet, Bellerophon relentlessly pursues the creature, and no matter where the Chimera flees, it cannot evade the hero's precise arrows. Ultimately, Bellerophon slays the dreadful beast, returning triumphantly to King Iobates. However, Iobates assigns him another perilous task, sending Bellerophon to confront the valiant Solymi, a fierce tribe residing along the northern borders of Lycia. Many heroes have lost their lives in battles against the Solymi, yet Bellerophon emerges victorious. Such an achievement, however, does not satisfy Iobates, for his true intent is to bring about the hero's demise. He then dispatched Bellerophon to conquer the invincible Amazons. Yet, once again, Bellerophon emerged victorious. Iobates sent forth the mightiest warriors of Lycia to ambush the triumphant Bellerophon, instructing them to launch an unexpected assault to slay the seemingly invincible hero. The Lycians succeeded in luring the champion into a trap, yet this time, Bellerophon remained unscathed, vanquishing all the assailants with his formidable prowess. It was at this moment that Iobates comprehended the true greatness of his esteemed guest. He welcomed the hero with the utmost reverence, offering his daughter in marriage and bestowing half of his kingdom as a dowry. The Lycians also allocated the most fertile lands as gifts for Bellerophon, granting him dominion over the territory. Thus, Bellerophon settled in Lycia, enveloped in an atmosphere of veneration and praise. However, his fate was tragically unfortunate. His pride swelled, as he aspired to attain glory akin to that of the Olympian gods, and his remarkable achievements bred an overwhelming arrogance within him. He resolved to mount the winged horse Pegasus and ascend to Mount Olympus, seeking to join the deities. Zeus, incensed by Bellerophon's hubris, punished him. As Bellerophon prepared to soar to Olympus, Zeus caused Pegasus to go mad, casting him down to the earth, where the once mighty hero was rendered a fool. Wandering aimlessly in a maddened state in the Vale of Mists, he lingered until Thanatos, the personification of death, arrived with his dark wings to claim his soul. Thus, the great hero Bellerophon descended into the desolate realm of the dead. According to the recounting in Homer's epic, the Odyssey, there existed a prosperous city near Mount Sipylus in Lydia, named Sipylus. The favorite of the gods, Tantalus, the son of Zeus, governed this city. The deities endowed him with abundant riches, making him the wealthiest and most fortunate man in the world. The richest gold mines of Sipylus bestowed upon him immeasurable wealth. His farmlands were more fertile than any other, yielding bountiful harvests from his orchards and vineyards. Tantalus, the cherished one of the gods, tended vast flocks of soft-fleeced sheep, powerful bulls with straight horns, cows, and swift steeds. He possessed every form of prosperity and could have lived blissfully until old age. However, his excessive arrogance and sins led to his ruin. The gods regarded Tantalus as their equal, often visiting his resplendent palace for joyous feasts. He had been invited multiple times to ascend the radiant Mount Olympus, reserved for mortals. There, he participated in the divine assemblies and dined alongside the gods in his father's palace. Such extraordinary fortune inflated Tantalus's pride, leading him to believe himself as noble as Zeus. Upon leaving Olympus, he frequently took divine food and ambrosial wine to share with his mortal friends. He even divulged the secrets regarding the fates of the world, which the gods had shared with him in trust, failing to keep them secret. Once, during a banquet held on Mount Olympus, the great Zeus spoke to Tantalus, saying, "My son, all that you desire, I can fulfill. Tell me, what more do you wish for? Out of my love for you, I shall grant any request." In his hubris, Tantalus momentarily forgot his mortal nature and arrogantly replied to his father, "Zeus, I require no grace from you. I need nothing. My fate is far more splendid than that of the immortal gods." Upon hearing his son's words, the Thunderer said nothing. He furrowed his brow with majesty, but restrained his wrath. Despite his son's pride, he still loved him. However, it was not long before Tantalus rudely insulted the immortal gods on 2 occasions, prompting Zeus to finally punish his arrogant offspring. In the land of Crete, the homeland of Zeus, there existed a golden dog that had once guarded the newborn Zeus and nurtured him with the milk of the she-goat Amalthea. As Zeus grew and seized dominion over the world from Cronus, he left this dog behind on Crete to guard his temple. The king of Ephyra, Pandareus, enchanted by the beauty and strength of the golden dog, secretly traveled to Crete and took the dog aboard his ship. However, where could he hide such a miraculous creature? On his journey home, Pandareus pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to entrust the golden dog to Tantalus for safekeeping. Tantalus concealed this wondrous being, ensuring the gods remained unaware of its presence. Zeus, in a fit of rage, summoned Hermes, the messenger of the gods, and dispatched him to retrieve the golden dog from Tantalus. In an instant, Hermes traversed from Mount Olympus to Sipylus and stood before Tantalus, stating, "The king of Ephyra, Pandareus, has stolen the golden dog from the temple of Zeus on Crete and entrusted it to you for concealment. The gods of Olympus are aware of all details. No mortal deed escapes their notice. Return the golden dog to Zeus at once, lest you invoke his wrath." Tantalus responded to the messenger of the gods, "You attempt to frighten me with Zeus's anger, but it is in vain. I have not seen the golden dog. The gods are mistaken. There is no such creature in my home." Tantalus swore to the heavens, asserting that his words were true. His oath only served to further infuriate Zeus, marking Tantalus's first affront to the gods. Even at this moment, Zeus chose not to punish him. The true provocation for the gods' wrath came with Tantalus's second insult and his nefarious actions. When the gods of Olympus came to feast in Tantalus's palace, he sought to test whether the gods were indeed all-knowing. The king of Sipylus doubted their omniscience and prepared a dreadful dish for them. He murdered his own son, Pelops, and crafted a sumptuous meal from human flesh to present before the gods. The gods immediately discerned Tantalus's malicious intent and refrained from partaking in the dish. Only the goddess Demeter, overcome with grief from the loss of her daughter Persephone, failed to notice the circumstances and unwittingly consumed a shoulder of Pelops. The gods removed the dish, placing Pelops's flesh and bones into a cauldron over a roaring fire to cook. Hermes then cast a spell to restore the boy to life. As Pelops stood before the gods, he appeared even more handsome than before, albeit missing a shoulder, which had been consumed by Demeter. Hephaestus, acting upon Zeus's command, promptly fashioned a shoulder of ivory for Pelops. Henceforth, all of Pelops's descendants bore a white right shoulder. The transgressions of Tantalus had finally exceeded the limits of tolerance set by the gods and the king of mortals, Zeus. The thunderer Zeus condemned Tantalus to the underworld of Hades, where he was to endure a dreadful punishment. Standing in the crystal-clear waters, Tantalus suffered from insatiable thirst and hunger. The water reached his chin, and to alleviate his unbearable thirst, he merely needed to lower his head to drink. However, as soon as he bent down, the water would vanish, leaving only a patch of parched black earth beneath his feet. Above him hung branches laden with fruit, succulent figs, bright red apples, pomegranates, pears, and olives dangled tantalizingly close, while clusters of ripe grapes grazed his hair. Starved and weakened, Tantalus reached out to pluck the fruits, but a fierce wind swept through, whisking away the laden branches. Tantalus was not only tormented by thirst and hunger, but his heart also bore the weight of eternal dread. Above him loomed a massive stone, precariously balanced, threatening to crush him at any moment. Thus, the king of Sipylus, Tantalus, son of Zeus, was forever tormented in the dreadful realm of Hades by fear, hunger, and thirst, as recounted in Ovid's Metamorphoses and the verses of Pindar. Upon Tantalus's death, Pelops, revived by the gods, ascended to the throne of Sipylus. Yet, Pelops's reign was short-lived, as he was soon confronted by King Eros of Troy, who declared war against him. This conflict proved disastrous for Pelops. As he was vanquished by the formidable king of Troy, forced to flee his homeland, he loaded all his treasures onto a swift vessel and, accompanied by loyal companions, embarked on a distant maritime journey to Greece across the sea. Pelops settled at the southernmost tip of Greece, which henceforth bore his name, Peloponnesus. One fateful day, Pelops beheld the beautiful daughter of King Oenomaus of Pisa, Hippodamia. The hero was utterly captivated by her beauty and resolved to take her as his wife. However, courting Hippodamia proved to be a formidable challenge. Oenomaus had been forewarned by an oracle that he would meet his demise at the hands of his son-in-law. To avert this grim fate, he resolved to prevent his daughter from marrying. Yet, how could he deny those who sought his daughter's hand? Many heroes had approached Oenomaus with proposals for his daughter. To refuse them outright would only invite their ire. Ultimately, Oenomaus devised a solution. He proclaimed that any hero who could defeat him in a chariot race would win his daughter's hand in marriage. Should he himself emerge victorious, the vanquished would pay with their lives, on account of his unparalleled charioteering prowess throughout all of Greece, and the swiftness of his horses surpassing even that of the north wind Boreas. Oenomaus resolved upon this course of action. The king of Pisa firmly believed that no hero could ever vanquish him. Yet, the dread of meeting a brutal demise at the hands of Oenomaus failed to deter many Greek heroes from vying for the hand of Hippomia, whose beauty was simply irresistible. They flocked to the royal palace, prepared to race against him, all yearning to marry her. However, one after another, they met with misfortune, each falling victim to Oenomaus, their severed heads displayed upon the gates of his palace. The king intended for the subsequent heroes to comprehend their impending doom upon witnessing such a grim spectacle. Nevertheless, this did not dissuade the resolute hero Pelops. Determined to claim Hippodamia at any cost, he approached the merciless King Oenomaus. Oenomaus regarded Pelops with a stern demeanor, declaring, "You wish to wed my daughter Hippodamia? Have you not seen the illustrious heroes who lost their heads in perilous contests for her hand? Be forewarned. You too shall not escape the fate that befell them." "Do not think to intimidate me with the fates of those fallen heroes," retorted Pelops. "I am confident that the gods of Olympus will aid me. With their assistance, I shall surely win Hippodamia's hand." A malicious smile flitted across Oenomaus' lips, for he had encountered similar bravado before. "Listen closely, Pelops," the king stated. "These are the terms of the race. The starting point is the city of Pisa, traversing the entirety of the Peloponnese, culminating at the altar of Poseidon, not far from Corinth. Should you reach the altar first, victory will be yours. If I catch up to you along the way, your fate shall be dire. My spear will pierce you through, just as it has done to many a fallen hero, and you shall shamefully descend to the realm of Hades. I shall grant you but one concession, a privilege I have extended to previous heroes. You may depart before me. I will first offer sacrifice to the great thunderer, and only then shall I mount my chariot. You may take advantage of my sacrifice to gain as much ground as possible." Pelops departed from Oenomaus, realizing that only cunning could triumph over the tyrannical king. He sought out an ally, discreetly approaching Oenomaus' charioteer, Myrtilus, son of Hermes, and promised him a generous reward to remove the pins from Oenomaus' chariot axles, causing the wheels to detach and delaying the king on his journey. After much hesitation, Myrtilus, tempted by Pelops' lavish offer, ultimately acquiesced to his request. As dawn broke, the rosy-fingered Eos painted the sky in hues of gold. The radiant Helios, driving his golden chariot, made his appearance in the heavens. The race was about to commence. Pelops first prayed to Poseidon, the earth-shaker, beseeching his aid, before ascending his chariot. King Oenomaus approached the altar of Zeus, signaling that Pelops could begin. Peleus raced forward at full speed, the wheels of his chariot thundering over the cobblestone path. The horses soared like birds, quickly vanishing into the swirling dust. Propelled by his love for Hippodamia and his anxiety for his own life. In the distance, the rumble of Oenomaus' chariot drew nearer, the sound growing increasingly distinct. Oenomaus pursued the son of Tantalus with fervor. His steeds galloped like the wind, the dust raised by the wheels swirling like a tempest. Peleus, too, lashed his horses with the whip, urging them to run faster. As the winged horses thundered ahead, Peleus could only hear the rush of the wind in his ears. But could he escape the relentless pursuit of Oenomaus? The king's horses raced faster than the north wind. Oenomaus drew closer and closer. Peleus could already feel the warm breath of Oenomaus' horses upon him. Glancing back, he saw the king grinning triumphantly, brandishing a long spear. In desperation, Peleus prayed to Poseidon, the lord of the sea, who granted his supplication. The wheels of Oenomaus' chariot broke free, the vehicle overturned, and the merciless king of Pisa tumbled into the mud. Oenomaus met his demise, the shadows of death closing over his eyes. Filled with the joy of victory, Peleus returned to Pisa with Hippodamia and assumed control of Oenomaus' entire kingdom. However, Oenomaus' charioteer, Myrtilus, sought half of the kingdom as recompense, but Peleus was reluctant to part with it. The cunning and treacherous son of Tantalus devised a scheme to lure Myrtilus to the seaside, where, caught off guard, he pushed him from a lofty cliff into the raging sea. As he fell, Myrtilus cursed Peleus and his descendants. Regardless of how desperately Peleus later sought to appease the wrathful spirit of Myrtilus or alleviate the anger of Myrtilus's father, Hermes, all efforts were in vain. The curse of Myrtilus was fulfilled. Henceforth, endless calamities befell the lineage of Peleus, a consequence of their own misdeeds inciting the wrath of the gods. This tale is recounted in the pastoral epic by Moschus, an ancient Greek poet believed to have lived in the 3rd century BC. In the prosperous city of Sidon, King Agenor had 3 sons and 1 daughter. This daughter, resembling an immortal goddess in her beauty, was a young maiden named Europa. One day, Europa experienced a bizarre dream, wherein Asia and another continent across the sea transformed into 2 women vying for her. Each sought to claim Europa as her own. Ultimately, Asia, who had birthed and nurtured her, lost and was compelled to relinquish Europa to the other woman. Startled awake, Europa pondered the meaning of this strange dream. In devotion, she prayed earnestly to the gods to spare her from misfortune, should the dream foretell some impending danger. She then donned a robe woven with threads of gold and, accompanied by her companions, ventured to the verdant, flower-strewn meadows by the sea. The maidens of Sidon frolicked there, gathering blossoms to fill their golden baskets. Among her companions, Agenor's daughter shone with such exquisite beauty, akin to Aphrodite, surrounded by the Graces. Europa gathered only the most vibrant roses, carefully placing them into a basket. Once the maidens had gathered enough blossoms, their laughter filled the air as they joyfully danced in a circle. Their mirth echoed across the flower-laden meadow and floated above the azure sea, muffling the gentle lapping of the waves. However, the beautiful Europa's carefree existence was destined to be short-lived. Zeus, captivated by her beauty, resolved to abduct her. To avoid frightening the young maiden, he transformed himself into a magnificent bull. This bull's golden coat shimmered like sunlight, with a silver spot on its forehead that gleamed like the moon. Its golden horns curved gracefully, reminiscent of a crescent moon emerging amid the rosy hues of dusk. The splendid bull trod lightly across the meadow, its hooves barely brushing the grass as it approached the maidens. Undeterred by its presence, the young women gathered around the beautiful creature, gently caressing its form. The bull reached Europa, affectionately licking her hand. Its breath exuded a divine fragrance, filling the air with an enchanting aroma. Europa tenderly stroked the golden fur, embracing the bull's head and planting a kiss upon it. The bull lay down at her feet, seemingly inviting her to mount its back. With a radiant smile, Europa climbed atop the broad back of the bull, prompting the other maidens to wish to join her. Suddenly, the bull sprang to its feet and galloped swiftly towards the sea, taking the desired maiden with it. The maidens of Sidon screamed in terror. Europa extended her hands towards her companions, pleading for assistance, but they were powerless to aid her. Like a whirlwind, the golden-horned bull raced onward, leaping into the sea and swimming swiftly like a dolphin through the azure waters. The waves parted for the bull, droplets glistening like diamonds fell from its body, leaving Europa untouched by the spray. From the depths of the ocean, beautiful sea goddesses surfaced, gathering around the bull and swimming alongside it. Poseidon, the sea god, led the procession in a chariot, flanked by numerous other sea deities, wielding his trident to tame the waves, clearing a path for his brother Zeus. Europa, trembling with fear atop the bull, clutched its golden horns with one hand while lifting the hem of her purple robe with the other to shield herself from the splashes of water. Yet, her anxiety was unfounded. The sea's gentle murmurs and salty spray did not reach her. The sea breeze tousled her curls and fluttered her delicate garments. As the coastline receded into the distance, it soon vanished into the cerulean horizon, leaving only the vast expanse of sea and sky. Before long, the island of Crete appeared in the distance. The bull swiftly carried the cherished maiden to shore, where Europa became the wife of Zeus, dwelling in Crete henceforth. Together, they bore 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthys, and Sarpedon, whose formidable strength and unparalleled wisdom became renowned throughout the world. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, Zeus, having assumed the form of a bull to abduct Europa, left her father, Agenor, the king of Sidon, in profound despair. He summoned his sons Phoenix, Cilix, and Cadmus, sending them on a quest to find Europa. Agenor warned his sons that if they failed to locate her, they were not to return home alive. The 3 sons of Agenor embarked on a quest. Phoenix and Cilix soon parted ways with Cadmus. The former established the kingdom of Phoenicia, situated along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, with its principal cities being Tyre and Sidon, while Cilix founded Cilicia in the southern region of Asia Minor. Cadmus, however, continued his solitary search for Europa, wandering the world and inquiring of every passerby regarding her whereabouts. Alas, Zeus had concealed Europa so effectively that her discovery seemed impossible. Ultimately, Cadmus, despondent and reluctant to return home, resolved to settle permanently in a foreign land. He journeyed to the oracle of Delphi to consult Apollo's priestess about where he should establish his abode and found a city. The priestess instructed Cadmus, saying, "In a secluded meadow you will encounter a heifer that has never been yoked. Follow her. Where she lies down, there you shall build your city, naming it Boeotia." Grateful for this divine guidance, Cadmus departed from the oracle. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a snow-white heifer grazing unguarded in the meadow, along with his loyal Sidonian servants. He extolled the greatness of Apollo and followed the heifer. They traversed the valley of the Cephisus River, which flows into Lake Capes, when the heifer abruptly halted, raised her head skyward, bellowed loudly, then glanced back at the warriors before peacefully reclining upon the verdant grass. Filled with gratitude towards Apollo, Cadmus knelt and kissed the soil of his newfound homeland, beseeching the gods to bless this uncharted mountain and valley. In haste, he constructed an altar from stones to offer sacrifices to Zeus, yet he lacked water for the offerings and sent his faithful Sidonians to fetch some. Not far off lay an ancient forest untouched by the axes of woodcutters. In the heart of this forest was a deep cavern, surrounded by dense underbrush and scattered boulders. From within the cave flowed a crystal-clear spring, gurgling as it wound between the stones. However, the cave was also the lair of a venomous dragon, the offspring of Ares. Its eyes glowed with an infernal fire, and its gaping maw, lined with 3 rows of sharp fangs, exhaled a menacing mist. A golden crown trembled upon its fearsome head. As Cadmus's servants approached the spring and dipped their vessels into the refreshing waters, the dragon emitted a dreadful hiss and slithered forth from its lair. Its immense body coiled between the boulders. The servants, stricken with terror, dropped their vessels, rendered motionless by fear. The dragon, raising its tail, loomed above them, its jaws agape, towering higher than the ancient trees of the forest. Before the Sidonians could comprehend the peril, the fearsome creature lunged at them, and all of Cadmus's servants met their doom. Cadmus waited anxiously for his servants, but as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting longer shadows upon the ground, they did not return. Troubled by their prolonged absence, he donned a lion's skin, strapped on his sword, and grasped his spear, following the trail of his missing companions into the woods. The valiant spirit of a hero proves to be a more reliable weapon than swords or guns. Cadmus ventured into the forest, only to behold the mangled corpses of his loyal servants, a colossal dragon looming over them. In a fit of rage and sorrow, Cadmus cried out, "Oh, my faithful servants! I shall avenge you. I will either succeed in avenging you or accompany you to the realm of the dead." Seizing a boulder as massive as a mountain, he hurled it fiercely at the venomous dragon. Such a stone, if it struck, could bring down even the sturdiest castle tower, yet the dragon remained unscathed, its body shielded by impenetrable, steel-like scales. At that moment, the son of Acalnan thrust a lance with all his might towards the beast. The dragon's armor could not withstand Cadmus's lance, which penetrated its body, leaving only a portion of the shaft exposed. The dragon twisted its head to seize the lance, attempting to extract it from its flesh. However, all its efforts proved futile. The sharp tip remained lodged deep within, while the shaft was shattered by the dragon's ferocity. Fueled by venom and fury, the dragon's neck swelled, frothing at the mouth as a deafening hiss reverberated across the land, filling the air with the noxious fumes it released. The dragon coiled and uncoiled upon the ground, then reared upright towards the sky. It uprooted trees and flung boulders in all directions with its powerful tail. The dragon attempted to open its venomous maw to devour Cadmus, but he shielded himself with a lion's hide and struck fiercely at the beast with his sword. The dragon's teeth met the sharp blade, but they dulled upon contact with the steel. Ultimately, Cadmus thrust his sword forcefully into the dragon's neck, pinning it to an oak tree. The powerful hero's strike was indeed formidable. The ancient oak bent beneath the weight of the dragon's massive form. Cadmus gazed in astonishment at the slain creature, its sheer size utterly remarkable. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed, "Son of Acalnan, why do you stare in disbelief at the dragon you have slain? Soon, people shall gaze in at the dragon you will become." Cadmus looked around, perplexed by the origin of this mysterious voice. Startled by such a prophecy, the hero shuddered, his hair standing on end as he stood beside the lifeless dragon. Just then, Athena, the beloved daughter of Zeus, appeared before Cadmus. She commanded him to extract the dragon's teeth and sow them as seeds into the tilled earth. Obeying the goddess of war, Cadmus did as instructed. As soon as he planted the dragon's teeth into the soil, a miraculous transformation occurred. The tips of lances emerged first, followed by helmets rising above the furrows. Then the heads of warriors, shoulders clad in armor, and hands gripping shields burst forth from the earth, culminating in an entire battalion of fully armed soldiers sprouting forth. Upon witnessing this newfound army, Cadmus grasped his sword once more. At that moment, one of the warriors who had emerged from the ground called out to him, "Do not draw your sword. Beware of being ensnared in this fratricidal conflict." Thus began the horrific and bloody clash among the warriors. They struck with swords and thrust with lances, one after another falling upon the very soil that had birthed them. Ultimately, only 5 remained. At this moment, one of them heeded Athena's command and cast his weapon to the ground as a gesture of reconciliation. Thus, the 5 warriors forged a close brotherhood. These 5 warriors, who had blossomed from dragon's teeth, later became the loyal aides of Cadmus, assisting him in the construction of the citadel of Thebes, which featured 7 gates. Cadmus established the renowned city of Thebes, promulgated laws for its inhabitants, and founded a cohesive nation. The Olympian deities bestowed upon Cadmus the beautiful daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, Harmonia, in marriage. The wedding of Cadmus, the great founder of Thebes, was a lavish and grand affair. All the gods of Olympus attended this celebration, offering abundant gifts to the bride and groom. From that moment forth, Cadmus emerged as one of the most powerful kings of Greece, possessing immeasurable wealth and commanding a formidable army, led by those 5 warriors. It seemed that Cadmus's family was destined for eternal happiness and joy. However, the Olympian gods granted him not only bliss, but also a multitude of sorrows. He bore witness to the tragic deaths of his daughters, Semele and Ino. Although they were later welcomed among the gods on Mount Olympus, Cadmus nonetheless mourned the loss of his beloved daughters. His grandson, Actaeon, the son of his daughter Autono, fell victim to the wrath of Artemis. He was destined to grieve for the premature deaths of his grandsons as well. In his twilight years, tormented by heavy afflictions, Cadmus departed from Thebes, the city with 7 gates, wandering with his wife, Harmonia, until they arrived in the distant land of Illyria, a region on the eastern shore of the Adriatic Sea. Cadmus sorrowfully recalled the misfortunes that had befallen his family, reflecting on his battle with the dragon and the words spoken by that mysterious voice. "Was the dragon I pierced with my sword a divine creature?" Cadmus lamented. If the gods have punished me so harshly for its death, then it would be better for me to transform into a dragon myself. As he uttered these words, Cadmus's body elongated, scales sprouted upon him, and his feet fused together, morphing into a long, sinuous dragon tail. In terror, he reached out to Harmonia with his still human hands, tears welling in his eyes as he called out to her. "Oh, Harmonia, come to me, touch me, feel my hands." While I have not yet fully transformed into a dragon, he called for Harmonia, with much more to express, but his tongue split, becoming serpentine, producing only hissing sounds from his mouth. Harmonia rushed toward him. "Oh, Cadmus," she exclaimed, "quickly, escape this form. Gods, why do you not transform me into a dragon as well?" The transformed Cadmus entwined himself around his devoted wife, using his forked tongue to caress her face. Harmonia sorrowfully stroked the scaled back of the dragon. Thus, the gods transformed Harmonia into a dragon as well, and now there were two dragons. Cadmus and his faithful wife both metamorphosed into dragons, concluding their lives in this form. In the city of Thebes resided Amphilope, the daughter of the river god Asopus. Zeus, the god of thunder, fell in love with Antiope, who subsequently bore twin sons named Zethus and Amphion. Fearing her father's wrath due to her secret union with Zeus, Antiope placed her two young sons in a basket and sent them away to the mountains, firmly believing that Zeus would not allow his offspring to perish. Indeed, Zeus took great concern for the boys and sent a shepherd to the place where Zethus and Amphion lay. The shepherd discovered the two infants and took them home to raise as his own, allowing the brothers to grow up in his care. From an early age, their personalities diverged significantly. Zethus was a robust boy, eager to assist the shepherd in tending to his flocks, while Amphion, gentle and passionate, had a profound love for music. As they matured, Zethus became a formidable warrior and a daring hunter, unmatched in strength and agility, reveling in the sounds of clashing swords and the thrill of the hunt. In contrast, Amphion, favored by Apollo, found joy solely in playing the golden lyre gifted to him by the god, enchanting all of nature with his melodious tunes that made even the trees and rocks sway gently in rhythm. Unbeknownst to them, their mother Antiope was enduring cruel mistreatment at the hands of King Lycus of Thebes and Queen Dirce, shackled in heavy chains within a dark, sunless prison. Zeus intervened, causing her chains to fall away and the prison doors to swing open, allowing her to flee to the shepherd's humble abode. Just as the shepherd took Antiope in, the vicious Dirce arrived with a group of Theban women to celebrate the festival of Dionysus. Wearing a crown of ivy and wielding the staff of the wine god, Dirce wandered into the shepherd's dwelling and, upon seeing Antiope, was consumed by an uncontrollable rage, vowing to kill the unfortunate woman. Dirce summoned Zethus and Amphion, attempting to defame Antiope, persuading the brothers to bind the innocent daughter of Asopus to the horns of a wild bull, that it might tear her apart. Zethus and Amphion, prepared to heed Dirce's cruel instructions, captured the bull and seized Antiope. Fortunately, at that moment, the shepherd arrived, witnessing the horrifying scene as his foster sons prepared to bind their own mother to the raging beast. In desperation, he cried out, "Oh, wretched ones! What terrible crime are you about to commit? You do not realize the enormity of your actions. You are about to cruelly execute your own mother. Do you not know she is your mother?" Upon realizing that they had been led astray by the malevolent Dirce and were on the brink of committing the heinous act of matricide, the brothers were struck with horror. In a fit of rage, they seized Dirce, binding her to the bull's horns, declaring, "May you perish in the very manner you intended for our mother. Let this death serve as fitting retribution for your cruelty and slander." And thus, Dirce met a painful end. Zethus and Amphion avenged their mother by slaying Lycos, thus seizing dominion over Thebes. The two brothers became the sovereigns of Thebes and resolved to fortify the city. Previously, only the Cadmea fortress, erected by Cadmus, boasted towering defensive walls, while the other districts remained unprotected. The brothers undertook the construction of a wall encircling Thebes. Their methods were as distinct as their natures. The formidable Zethus, akin to a titan, exerted all his strength, laboriously transporting massive stones to erect the walls. In contrast, Amphion required no such toil. The stones he summoned with the enchanting melodies of his golden lyre floated effortlessly to form an impregnable edifice. The illustrious names of these two heroes spread far and wide throughout Greece, even reaching beyond its borders. Tantalus, favored by the gods, married his daughter Niobe to Amphion, while Zethus took as his bride Eden, the daughter of King Pandarius of Ephesus. However, misfortune befell the sons of Antiope, brought upon by Niobe and Eden. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, Amphion's wife Niobe bore 7 sons and 7 daughters. Proud of her progeny, Tantalus' daughter reveled in the beauty and grace of her children, each as striking as youthful deities. The gods bestowed upon Niobe happiness, wealth, and handsome offspring, yet she remained ungrateful. One day, the blind seer Tiresias' daughter, the prophetic Manto, traversed the streets of Thebes, imploring all women to offer sacrifices to Leto and her twin children, Apollo and Artemis. The women of Thebes heeded Manto's call, donning laurel wreaths to approach the altars of the gods. Only Niobe, confident in her own strength and prideful of the blessings granted by the divine, refused to pay homage to Leto. Her arrogant and disrespectful words embarrassed the women of Thebes. Nonetheless, they proceeded with the sacrificial rites, fervently beseeching the great goddess Leto to temper her wrath. Leto, having overheard Niobe's insolent remarks, summoned Apollo and Artemis. Lamenting to them about Niobe's disrespect, "The daughter of Tantalus has brazenly insulted me, your mother. She does not acknowledge my divinity. Niobe denies my authority, despite my esteem only being second to Hera, the wife of Zeus. As my children, will you stand idly by while she defames me without retribution? If you allow her impudence to go unpunished, humanity shall cease to revere me as a goddess, and they will dismantle my altars. Moreover, she dares to compare you, immortal deities, to her mortal offspring. Her audacity mirrors that of her father, Tantalus." Apollo interrupted his mother, exclaiming, "Cease your lamentations. Speak no more. Your grievances will only prolong the inevitable punishment. Enough. Remain silent." Artemis shouted in fury. The sibling duo soared through the clouds from the summit of Mount Cynthus, racing towards Thebes. The golden arrows jingled in their quivers as they approached the city, which was fortified by 7 gates. Concealed, Apollo halted on the flat ground beside the city wall, a training ground for Theban youths. Draped in clouds, Apollo positioned himself at the wall's edge when, suddenly, Niobe's sons, Ismenios and Sipylos, clad in purple cloaks, galloped forth on their fiery steeds. In an instant, Ismenios let out a dreadful cry as Apollo's golden arrow found its mark in his chest. Losing his grip on the reins, he fell from his horse, lifeless. Hearing the ominous twang of Apollo's bowstring, Sipylos attempted to flee the perilous scene. He raced across the fields like a sailor unfurling all sails to escape the ominous storm clouds. Yet, the fateful arrow caught up with him, piercing his shoulder. Meanwhile, Niobe's other sons, Hyacinthus and Tantalus, were locked in a fierce struggle. In a flash, the golden arrow surged through the air, striking both of them simultaneously. They fell with a cry, and death extinguished the light of life in their eyes, their final breaths escaping in unison. Their brother, Alpheus, rushed forward, yearning to lift them. However, as he attempted to raise their lifeless forms, Apollo's arrow plunged deep into his heart, and he collapsed atop his brother's corpses, breathing his last. Apollo then loosed another arrow, striking Niobe's 6th son, Damasichthon, in the thigh. As Damasichthon sought to extract the golden arrow, another arrow swiftly pierced his throat. Niobe's youngest son, the youthful Ilioneos, raised his arms to the heavens, pleading with the gods of Olympus, "O divine beings, grant us mercy." His heartfelt supplication stirred even the stern Apollo's heart. Alas, it was too late. The golden arrow had already been released, striking Niobe's youngest son in the heart. The tragic news swiftly reached Niobe's ears. With tears streaming down, a servant delivered the grim tidings to Amphion. Overwhelmed by the anguish of losing his children, Amphion unsheathed his sword and plunged it into his own chest. Niobe collapsed upon the corpses of her husband and sons, weeping uncontrollably. She pressed her lips to their cold mouths, her heart shattering from the depths of her sorrow. Despairingly, Niobe extended her hands towards the heavens. Yet, she did not beseech for compassion. Her suffering had not softened her resolve. With indignation, she cried, "Cruel Leto, are you not pleased? Have you reveled enough in your triumph? As adversaries, you have prevailed. Oh, what folly am I speaking? You have not truly won. I still possess more children than you, the fortunate one. Despite the numerous lifeless forms of my sons surrounding me, I still triumph. For I have more surviving offspring than you." No sooner had Niobe uttered these words than the fearsome bowstring resounded once more. Amidst the palpable terror surrounding her, only Niobe remained composed and unperturbed. Paradoxically, her misfortune imbued her with a sense of courage. The strings of Artemis's bow do not resonate in vain. Among the profoundly sorrowful daughters of Niobe, encircled by the corpses of their brothers, one fell, struck by an arrow from Artemis. The bowstring twanged once more, and another daughter collapsed. 6 golden arrows were loosed from Artemis's bow, one after another, as Niobe's 6 beautiful young daughters succumbed to their fates. Only the youngest daughter remained. She dashed towards her mother, seeking refuge between her knees, hidden within the folds of her garment. Grief shattered Niobe's once proud heart. Great Leto, grant me the mercy of allowing my youngest daughter to remain. Niobe implored, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just let me keep this one. Yet the goddess showed no compassion. And Artemis's arrow found its mark in her youngest daughter as well. Niobe stood in silence, surrounded by the lifeless forms of her daughters, sons, and husband. She appeared numbed by torment, rendered rigid. The wind could not stir her hair, her face bore no blush, her eyes lacked the spark of life. And her heart lay still, save for the tears of sorrow that continued to flow. Her limbs had turned to cold stone. A sudden whirlwind swept Niobe back to her homeland of Lydia. Transformed into stone, she stands upon the lofty Mount Sipylus, eternally weeping tears of grief. The myth of Heracles is recounted through the tragedies of Sophocles the Trachiniae, Euripides' Heracles, and the description of Greece by Pausanias. The birth and upbringing of Heracles unfolded under the reign of King Electrian of Mycenae, a city-state in ancient Greece located in the Argolis region of the Peloponnese. The Teleboans, led by the sons of King Teralaeus of a neighboring kingdom, pilfered his livestock. In an attempt to reclaim his stolen herds, Electrian's son was slain by the Teleboans. Consequently, King Electrian declared that whoever could retrieve his livestock and avenge his son's death would win his beautiful daughter, Alcmene, as a bride. The hero Amphitryon reclaimed the herds without conflict, returning them to Electrian, for Teralaeus had entrusted the stolen livestock to King Polyxenus of Elis, who then handed them over to Amphitryon. Amphitryon restored the herds to Electrian and won Alcmene's hand. However, his stay in Mycenae was brief. During a banquet, a dispute arose over the livestock, leading Amphitryon to inadvertently slay Electrian, forcing him to flee Mycenae with his wife, Alcmene, following her new husband to a foreign land. Alcmene stipulated a condition beforehand. He must avenge her slain brother against the sons of Teralaeus. Thus, Amphitryon journeyed to Thebes, seeking refuge with King Creon, and subsequently led an army against the Teleboans. Zeus, enamored by Alcmene's beauty, took on Amphitryon's form during his absence to seek her out. Not long after, Amphitryon returned. Thus, Alcmene was destined to bear a pair of twin sons for Zeus and Amphitryon. On the day when the great son of Zeus and Alcmene was to be born, the gods gathered on the majestic Mount Olympus. The shield-bearing Zeus, filled with joy at the impending birth of his son, addressed the assembly of gods. O divine deities, both male and female, heed my words, for my heart compels me to share this revelation. A great hero shall be born today, destined to rule over all his kin, namely the descendants of my son Perseus. However, Zeus's wife, the formidable Hera, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zeus for marrying the mortal Alcmene. She devised a cunning scheme to deprive Alcmene's son of his rightful dominion over the lineage of Perseus. Even before the birth of Zeus's son, Hera had already set her sights on him with malice. Concealing her treachery, she spoke to Zeus. O mighty Thunderer, your words ring untrue. You shall never fulfill your promises. You have sworn a solemn, unbreakable oath. The firstborn child of the Perseus line today shall rule over all his relatives. The goddess of deceit, 8, clouded Zeus's reason, and the Thunderer remained oblivious to Hera's machinations. Thus he unwittingly swore the irrevocable oath. Hera promptly departed from the radiant Olympus, ascending her golden chariot to Argos. Upon her arrival, she urged the exquisitely beautiful wife of Perseus's son, Sthenelus, to give birth prematurely. Consequently, the frail son of Sthenelus, Eurystheus, entered the world on that very day. Hastening back to the resplendent Olympus, Hera addressed the great cloud-gatherer Zeus. O lightning-throwing Zeus, lend me your ears. Today, in the illustrious Argos, Sthenelus' son Eurystheus has been born. He is the first child to see the light of day, destined to govern all descendants of Perseus. Great Zeus was troubled, for now he comprehended the full extent of Hera's deception. He loathed the goddess of deceit, 8, who had clouded his judgment. In a fit of rage, he seized her by the hair and cast her down from Mount Olympus, forbidding her return. From that moment forth, the goddess of deceit lived among mortals, Zeus sought to rectify his son's fate. He made an unbreakable pact with Hera, ensuring that his son would not be subject to the rule of Eurystheus for eternity. Instead, his son would only need to undertake 12 monumental labors as dictated by Eurystheus, thus freeing himself from his dominion and achieving immortality. The Thunderer understood the trials his son would have to face, and so he commanded his beloved daughter Athena to assist Alcmene's son. In time, witnessing his son endure immense hardships while serving the cowardly Eurystheus, Zeus often felt sorrow. Yet he could not betray the oath sworn to Hera. On the day of Sthenelus' son's birth, Alcmene gave birth to a pair of twin sons. The elder son, born of Zeus, was named Alcides, while the younger son, the offspring of Amphitryon, was named Iphicles. Alcides would grow to become the greatest hero of Greece. Later, the female oracle Pythia bestowed upon him the name Heracles, signifying the one who achieves greatness through the trials of Hera. Heracles became renowned throughout the land, achieving immortality and earning his place among the pantheon of Olympian gods. From the moment of his birth, Hera harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Upon learning that Heracles was swaddled and resting alongside Amphitryon, she dispatched 2 venomous serpents to eliminate the newborn hero. In the dead of night, the serpents, their eyes gleaming with malice, slithered into Alcmene's chamber. They stealthily approached the cradle where the twin infants lay, intending to constrict the fragile Heracles to death. Just then, Heracles awoke. With remarkable courage, he extended his small hands, seizing the necks of the serpents and swiftly choking them to death. Alcmene, startled by the commotion, leapt from her bed, and the maids in her chamber, upon witnessing the serpents in the cradle, cried out in alarm and rushed to the scene. Amphitryon, hearing the cries of the maidens, hurriedly entered, sword drawn. The onlookers gathered around the cradle, astonished by the miraculous sight, the infant Heracles, his tiny hands gripping the lifeless serpents, which still writhed feebly in his grasp. Amphitryon, taken aback by the extraordinary strength of his foster son, summoned the seer Tiresias to inquire about the infant's future. The blind sage, gifted with foresight, foretold that Heracles would accomplish many great feats and prophesied that he would attain immortality at the end of his life. Learning of the immense glory his foster son was destined to achieve, Amphitryon endeavored to provide Heracles with the education befitting a hero. He not only focused on developing Heracles' physical prowess, but also nurtured his intellectual abilities. He hired tutors to teach him reading, writing, singing, and playing the lyre. However, Heracles excelled far more in wrestling, archery, swordplay, and javelin throwing than in knowledge and music. Linus, the brother of the musician Orpheus, often grew frustrated with his pupil, sometimes resorting to punishment. On one occasion, during a lesson when Heracles was disinclined to study, Linus struck him in anger. In a fit of impulsive rage, Heracles seized the lyre and struck Linus on the head with it. The force of the blow was unforeseen. The lyre struck with such might that Linus fell lifeless to the ground. Heracles was summoned to court for the crime of murder. In his defense, Alcmene's son argued that the just judge Rhadamanthus had stated that anyone who is struck may retaliate. The judges, deeming Heracles innocent, nonetheless, Amphitryon, concerned about the potential for future incidents, sent him to tend flocks in the dense forests of Mount Cithaeron. As Heracles matured in the woods of Cithaeron, he grew into a robust young man. Towering above his peers, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. It was evident at a glance that he was the son of Zeus, his eyes particularly striking, radiating an extraordinary divine brilliance. Heracles displayed unparalleled agility and cunning during military training, and his prowess in archery and spear throwing was nothing short of exquisite, never deviating from his mark. Even in his youth, he vanquished the ferocious Ceryneian lion that roamed the mountain peaks. In a fortuitous encounter, the young Heracles slayed the beast and skinned it, donning the lion's hide as a cloak upon his robust shoulders, fastening it with the lion's claws at his chest, while the lion's head served as his helmet. In the Nemean woods, he uprooted a tree as hard as iron, crafting a formidable club. Hermes gifted him a sharp sword. Apollo bestowed upon him a bow and arrows. Hephaestus forged for him golden armor, and Athena personally wove garments for him. Upon reaching adulthood, Heracles triumphed over King Eurytus of Oechalia, who had previously imposed substantial tributes upon Thebes. During the battle, Heracles defeated Eurytus, subsequently exacting tribute from the Acalnan people that was double that of the former offerings to Thebes. In recognition of his monumental achievement, King Creon of Thebes granted his daughter Megara in marriage to Heracles, and the gods blessed him with 3 handsome sons. Heracles lived blissfully in Thebes, a city with 7 gates. However, the goddess Hera's animosity toward the son of Zeus remained undiminished. She afflicted Heracles with a dreadful madness, causing the great hero to lose his reason and descend into insanity. In a fit of rage, he tragically killed his 3 sons and the son of his brother Iphicles. In the aftermath of his madness, engulfed in sorrow and grief, he cleansed himself of the bloodshed and departed from Thebes, journeying to the oracle at Delphi to seek Apollo's guidance on his fate. Apollo instructed him to return to his ancestral home in Tiryns and serve Eurydice for 12 years. Through the mouth of the oracle, Apollo conveyed to Heracles that if he obeyed Eurydice's commands and accomplished 12 great feats, he would attain immortality. Heracles settled in Tiryns, becoming a servant to the timid and fearful Eurydice. The king, intimidated by the formidable hero, forbade him from entering Mycenae. All of his commands were relayed to Heracles through the messenger Coprius, the Nemean lion, the first labor. Soon, Heracles received his first task from King Eurydice. The king commanded him to eliminate a lion that prowled near the city of Nemea, a city located in northeastern Peloponnesus. This lion, a monstrous offspring of Typhon and Echidna, wreaked havoc in the vicinity of Nemea, leaving devastation in its wake. Resolute, Heracles embarked on the perilous journey to achieve his first labor. Upon arriving in Nemea, he immediately sought the lion's lair, climbing the hills at noon. The area was devoid of human presence. No shepherds nor farmers could be seen. All local creatures had fled to distant lands, terrified of the fearsome lion. In the forest on the hillside, Heracles searched long and diligently for the lion's lair within the canyon. As the sun began its descent, he finally discovered the cave of the lion nestled in a deep and secluded gorge. This cavernous abode had 2 entrances, and Heracles, with great effort, moved a massive boulder to seal one of them, concealing himself behind it in anticipation of the lion's arrival. As dusk deepened, the enormous and fearsome lion, adorned with a long, unkempt mane, finally emerged. Heracles drew his bow and loosed 3 arrows at the beast, yet their tips merely ricocheted off the lion's hide. As hard as steel, the lion roared with a terrifying ferocity, its voice resonating like thunder through the mountains. Scanning the canyon with its fierce, glaring eyes, the lion sought the audacious soul who dared to assail it. Upon spotting Heracles, it lunged forward with a ferocious intent. In a flash, Heracles wielded his club and struck the lion forcefully upon its head. The mighty blow rendered the beast unconscious. Seizing the moment, Heracles advanced, his powerful hands gripping the lion tightly, ultimately choking the life out of it. With the lion draped over his shoulders, he returned to Nemea to offer it as a sacrifice to Zeus and to establish the Nemean Games, a grand celebration held every 2 years in the summer within the Nemean Valley of Argolis. This festival, lasting several days, included events such as running, wrestling, boxing, discus throw, javelin, and chariot racing, during which all conflicts in Greece were suspended. Heracles bore the lion to Mycenae, where Eurystheus, upon witnessing the colossal creature, turned pale with fear. The king realized then the extraordinary strength possessed by Heracles. Henceforth, he forbade Heracles from approaching the city gates. Whenever Heracles returned to Mycenae with proof of his feats, Eurystheus would merely peer down timidly from the high walls of the city. Following the establishment of his first great deed, Eurystheus commanded Heracles to slay the Lernaean Hydra. This monstrous serpent possessed 9 heads, one of which was immortal, and like the Nemean lion, it was a progeny of Typhon and Echidna. Residing in the marshes near the city of Lerna, it frequently emerged to ravage herds of livestock, leaving the surrounding lands desolate. Eradicating this 9-headed serpent was a perilous task, given the presence of the indestructible head. Accompanied by Iolaus, the son of Iphicles, Heracles set forth on the road to Lerna. Upon reaching the outskirts of the marsh, he instructed Iolaus to remain with the chariot in the nearby woods while he ventured to confront the Hydra. Discovering the creature hidden within a cave encircled by the marsh, he ignited his arrows until they glowed red, firing them one by one at the beast. Infuriated by Heracles' assault, the Hydra writhed and coiled, its shimmering scales glistening, as it emerged from its dark lair, raising its terrifying tail to strike at the hero. However, the son of Zeus swiftly placed his foot upon the serpent's body, pinning it to the ground. The water serpent entwined its tail around the feet of Heracles, striving to topple him. The hero stood resolute as a mountain, unwavering, wielding a hefty club to strike down the serpent's heads one by one. The club whistled through the air like a fierce gale, and the severed heads cascaded to the ground. Yet, the water serpent remained alive. At that moment, Heracles realized that for every head that fell, two new ones emerged in its place. The water serpent had summoned an accomplice. A gigantic crayfish crawled forth from the swamp, pinching Heracles' feet with its claws. In response, Heracles called upon Iolaus for assistance. Iolaus swiftly vanquished the crayfish and ignited nearby trees, using the burning branches to sear the necks of the serpent, freshly bereft of heads. This time, the water serpent could no longer regenerate its heads, and its resistance against the son of Zeus waned. Ultimately, the immortal head was struck down as well. The colossal water serpent fell with a thunderous crash to the ground. Heracles buried the immortal head deep, placing a massive stone atop it to prevent its resurgence. Next, the great hero split open the serpent's body, dipping his arrows in the creature's toxic bile. Henceforth, any wound inflicted by Heracles' arrows would be beyond healing. Filled with the joy of victory, he returned to Tiryns. However, a new command from Eurystheus awaited him. The Stymphalian birds. Third labor, Eurystheus dispatched Heracles to eradicate the Stymphalian birds. This flock of monstrous birds had laid waste to the outskirts of Stymphalos in Arcadia, indiscriminately attacking both humans and livestock, tearing them to shreds with their brass claws and beaks. Most fearsome were the birds' hardened brass feathers. Anyone daring to confront them would find the creatures soaring into the sky, shedding their feathers which could pierce like arrows, killing their foes. Completing this task for Eurystheus was no small feat. The goddess of war, Athena, arrived to assist him. She bestowed upon Heracles 2 bronze symbols crafted by Hephaestus, instructing him to ascend a high slope adjacent to the forest where the Stymphalian birds nested and to sound the cymbals. As the startled birds took flight, he was to shoot them down with arrows. Heeding the goddess's counsel, Heracles climbed the slope and struck the cymbals, their resounding clang reverberating through the air, causing the birds to take flight in panic, circling above the trees. They shed their sharp, arrow-like feathers in a dense shower, yet none fell upon Heracles, who stood safely on the slope. He raised his bow and unleashed a volley of lethal arrows at the birds. Terrified, they ascended into the clouds, vanishing from Heracles' sight. They fled far beyond the borders of Greece, reaching the shores of the Euxine Sea, never to return to the outskirts of Stymphalos. Having fulfilled Eurystheus' mandate, Heracles returned to Tiryns. Yet he was compelled to set forth once more to undertake even more daunting labors. The Ceryneian hind. Fourth labor. Eurystheus was aware of a magnificent hind residing in Arcadia, sent by the goddess Artemis to punish humanity. This hind wreaked havoc upon the fields. Eurystheus dispatched Heracles to capture the elusive golden-horned hind and deliver it alive to Mycenae. This remarkable creature, adorned with splendid golden antlers and bronze legs, raced through the mountainous valleys of Arcadia with an unparalleled vigor, seemingly devoid of fatigue. For an entire year, Heracles pursued the hind, which leapt over towering mountains, traversed vast plains, crossed deep ravines, and forded rivers, continually retreating further north. Heracles, undeterred, relentlessly followed in hot pursuit. Eventually, he arrived in the farthest reaches of the north, where the northern tribes dwelled, reaching the source of the Ister River, known to the ancient Greeks as the Danube, who mistakenly believed its origins lay at the very pinnacle of the earth. The hind paused at this point, and though the hero endeavored to capture it, it eluded him, darting southward like an arrow. Heracles had no choice but to continue his relentless chase, finally catching up to the hind in Arcadia. Despite enduring such a lengthy pursuit, the hind remained remarkably vigorous. Realizing that capturing the creature alive without harm was beyond his reach, Heracles resorted to his unerring arrows, striking one of its legs and thus securing it. As he hoisted the exquisite hind, poised to depart for Mycenae, the furious Artemis appeared before him. She confronted him with indignation, exclaiming, "Heracles, are you unaware that this is my sacred hind? Why have you wounded my beloved creature? How dare you torment me? Do you presume yourself stronger than the deities of Mount Olympus?" With utmost reverence, Heracles bowed before the radiant goddess and responded, "O daughter of Leto, I beseech you, do not hold me accountable. I would never dare to offend the immortal beings of luminous Olympus. I have always offered rich sacrifices to the celestial inhabitants and would never compare myself to them, despite being the son of the thunderer Zeus. My pursuit of your hind was compelled by Eurystheus' command. The gods have charged me with serving him, and I could not defy his orders." Artemis pardoned the transgressions of Heracles. The illustrious son of Zeus ultimately captured the Ceryneian hind alive in Mycenae and presented it to Eurystheus. The boar of Erymanthus, alongside the battle with the centaurs, constituted his fifth labor. The pursuit of the bronze-legged hind consumed an entire year. Thereafter, Heracles did not enjoy much respite before Eurystheus assigned him a new task. He must slay the Erymanthian boar. This beast, renowned for its extraordinary strength, roamed the slopes of Mount Erymanthus, a region within Arcadia, and wreaked havoc upon the vicinity of the city of Psathis, showing no mercy to humankind. Often delivering fatal bites with its formidable tusks, Heracles set forth towards Erymanthus, and en route, he visited the wise centaur Pholus. Pholus welcomed the great son of Zeus with warmth, hosting a feast in his honor. As the centaur opened a large jar of exquisite wine, its intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of other centaurs. Angered by Pholus's unilateral opening of the wine jar, which was the communal property of all centaurs, they stormed into Pholus' dwelling, launching a surprise attack on the merrymaking Pholus and Heracles. Unfazed by the onslaught, Heracles sprang from his seat, seizing a smoldering log to hurl at the approaching centaurs, who quickly fled in disarray. He pursued them, employing poisoned arrows to fell his adversaries, chasing them all the way to the Malian Peninsula. The centaurs sought refuge in the cave of Chiron, the wisest among them, with Heracles following closely behind. In a fit of rage, he drew his bow, and in a moment, an arrow flew through the air, striking one of the centaurs in the knee. To his dismay, he realized that he had wounded his dear friend Chiron. Overcome with grief, Heracles hurried to cleanse and bandage Chiron's wound. However, it proved futile. Heracles understood that an arrow dipped in the venomous bile of the Hydra rendered the wound incurable. Chiron, too, recognized the agonizing fate that awaited him and, in a bid to escape further suffering, chose to venture to the underworld of Hades. Heracles, with a heavy heart, bid farewell to Chiron and soon arrived at Mount Erymanthus. There, amidst the dense forest, he located the formidable boar and, with a loud call, drove it from its thicket. After a prolonged chase, he finally cornered the beast in the deep snow atop the mountain. The boar, ensnared in the snow, was swiftly bound by Heracles, who brought it alive to Mycenae. Upon witnessing the enormous and fearsome creature, Eurystheus was so terrified that he hastily concealed himself within a bronze vessel. Shortly thereafter, Eurystheus assigned yet another labor to Heracles. He was to cleanse the stables of King Augeas, son of Helios. The sun god bestowed upon his son an immeasurable wealth, with the livestock of Augeas being countless. Among them were 300 bulls, their legs white as snow, 200 bulls as red as the pigment from Sidon, and 12 divine bulls, pure as swans, dedicated to Helios, one of which was extraordinarily beautiful, shining like the stars. Hercules proposed to Augeas that if he would grant him 1/10 of the cattle as a reward, he would clean all the stables within a single day. Augeas, believing the task impossible to accomplish in such a short time, agreed. Hercules then dismantled the walls of the stables and diverted the waters of the Alpheus and Punius rivers. In a single day, these rivers washed away all the filth from the stables, after which Hercules rebuilt the walls. When he returned to claim his reward, the arrogant king refused to give him the promised 1/10 of the cattle, leaving Hercules to return to Tiryns empty-handed. The great hero then exacted a brutal revenge on the king of Elis. Years later, after completing his service to Eurystheus, he invaded Elis with a vast army, engaging in bloody combat to defeat Augeas, ultimately slaying him with a fatal arrow. After his victory, Hercules gathered his troops and a wealth of spoils near the city of Pisa, where he offered sacrifices to the gods of Olympus and established the Olympic Games. Henceforth, the Greeks would hold these games every 4 years in a sacred site surrounded by the olive trees that Hercules had personally planted in honor of the goddess Athena. Hercules also sought vengeance against all of Augeas' allies, inflicting severe losses upon King Neleus of Pylos. Leading his army to Pylos, he besieged the city and killed Neleus and his 11 sons. Among them was Periclymenus, who, despite possessing the ability bestowed by Poseidon to transform into a lion, snake, and bee, ultimately met his demise. He transformed into a bee and stung the yoke of Hercules' chariot, only to be crushed by Hercules' hand. Only Neleus' son Nestor survived, who later became renowned for his valor and wisdom throughout Greece. As for the Cretan bull, the 7th labor assigned by Eurystheus required Hercules to leave Greece and journey to the island of Crete. Eurystheus commanded him to bring the Cretan bull back to Mycenae. This bull was a gift from Poseidon to Minos, the king of Crete, who was meant to sacrifice it to the sea god. However, Minos, unwilling to offer such a magnificent creature as a sacrifice, kept it among his herd and chose another bull for the offering. Infuriated, Poseidon drove the bull into madness, causing it to rampage across the island, leaving destruction in its wake. The great hero Hercules captured and subdued the bull, riding upon its broad back as he sailed across the sea back to the Peloponnese. Heracles led the bull to Mycenae. Yet Eurystheus dared not include Poseidon's bull among his own herd. He set the bull free. Regaining its liberty, the bull ran wildly across the entirety of Peloponnesus, charging northward until it reached the fields of Marathon in Attica, where it was ultimately slain by the Athenian hero Theseus. Following his conquest of the Cretan bull, Heracles was commanded by Eurystheus to journey to Thrace in pursuit of the king of the Bistones, Diomedes. This king possessed a remarkable herd of magnificent, extraordinarily powerful steeds, which were secured with iron chains in a single stall pen, as no other reins could restrain them. Diomedes fed these fierce horses with human flesh, tossing to them the foreigners who, driven by storms, sought refuge at the city's edge. Now, Heracles, accompanied by his followers, sought out the Thracian king. He seized Diomedes' wild horses and led them towards his ship. Diomedes personally led his warlike Bistones in pursuit of Heracles along the shore. While Heracles entrusted the herd to his beloved Abderos, the son of Hermes, he engaged in battle with Diomedes. Although he was outnumbered, Heracles triumphed over Diomedes, who perished in the fray. Upon witnessing the brutal fate of his beloved Abderos, who had been torn to pieces by the fierce horses, Heracles held a grand funeral, erecting a towering mound over his grave and founding a new city nearby, naming it Abdera in his honor. Heracles then delivered Diomedes' wild horses to Eurystheus, who commanded that they be set free. They fled to the dense forests of Lycaean Mountain in Peloponnesus, where they were swiftly devoured by ferocious beasts. Heracles and Admetus. This account is primarily derived from Euripides' tragedy, Alcestis. While crossing the sea to seize King Diomedes' herd, Heracles resolved to visit Admetus, the king of Pherai in Thessaly, as he would pass through the city. The timing was particularly poignant, for Admetus was beset by profound sorrow. His wife, Alcestis, was fated to die. At some point in the past, the fates, at Apollo's request, decreed that if someone were to volunteer to take Admetus' place in the underworld at the moment of his death, he would be spared. As the moment approached, Admetus implored his elderly parents to sacrifice one of themselves for him, but both refused. No one in the entire city of Pherai volunteered to take the king's place. In this moment of despair, the young and beautiful Alcestis resolved to offer her own life in exchange for her beloved husband's. On the day destined for Admetus' demise, Alcestis prepared for her death. She purified herself, donned her funeral garments, adorned herself with jewelry, and approached the hearth, fervently praying to Hestia, the goddess who safeguards familial happiness. O great goddess, this is my final moment of supplication before you. I implore you to safeguard my wretched orphans, for today I must descend into the realm of Hades. You cannot allow them to depart this world prematurely as I have. Bestow upon them the blessing of a joyful and prosperous life in their homeland. With that, she approached the altars of each deity, adorning them with myrtle. Finally, she returned to her chamber, tears streaming down her face, and lay upon her bed of slumber. Her son and daughter rushed in, collapsing into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The maids of Alcestis were equally overcome with sorrow. Admetus, in despair, clutched his young wife, pleading with her not to abandon him. Alcestis was resolute in her acceptance of death, as the reviled Thanatos approached the palace of King Peleus, silently preparing to sever a lock of Alcestis's hair with his blade. The golden-haired Apollo personally beseeched the Grim Reaper to delay the demise of his beloved Admetus's wife. Yet Thanatos's heart was as hard as stone, offering no respite. As the specter of death loomed closer, Alcestis cried out in terror, "Ah, the vessel of Charon, with its oars, approaches, and the ferryman for the souls of the departed shouts imperiously at me. What are you hesitating for? Hurry, time waits for no one. Do not delay us any longer. All is prepared. Depart swiftly. Oh, grant me passage. My legs grow weaker with each passing moment. Death draws near, and darkness is about to veil my eyes. Oh, my children, your mother is on the brink of death. May you live happily. Admetus, I cherish your life more than my own, preferring the sun to shine upon you rather than myself. Admetus, you love our children as dearly as I do. Do not take a stepmother for them. lest they suffer her cruelty. Poor Admetus was engulfed in anguish. "Alcestis, you have taken away all the joys of life," he cried out. "From this moment forth, I shall endure a lifetime of sorrow in your absence. O gods, you have snatched away my beloved wife." Alcestis uttered in a barely audible voice, "Farewell. My eyes shall close forever. Farewell, my child. Now I must depart. Farewell, Admetus. Take one last glance. Do not abandon the child. Let me perish alongside you." Admetus cried out, his tears flowing abundantly. Alcestis closed her eyes, her body gradually growing cold. She had passed away. Admetus, consumed by grief, could not contain his sorrow as he lamented his fate over the lifeless form of Alcestis. He ordered a grand funeral to be prepared for his beloved wife and commanded the citizens of Phthia to mourn for 8 months in honor of the remarkable woman Alcestis. The entire city fell into deep sorrow, for all held the kind queen in great esteem. As preparations were underway to convey Alcestis's body to the tomb, Heracles arrived in Phthia. He made his way to the palace, where he encountered his friend Admetus at the gates. Admetus received the great son of Zeus with utmost respect, striving to shield his guest from his own afflictions. However, Heracles soon discerned the heavy burden of sorrow upon his friend and inquired about the source of his distress. Admetus offered a vague response, leading Heracles to conclude that a distant female relative, taken in after his father's passing, had died. Admetus instructed his servants to escort Heracles to the guest chamber and prepare a sumptuous feast, closing the doors to the women's quarters to prevent Heracles from hearing the sounds of mourning. Unaware of the calamity that had befallen his friend, Heracles joyfully indulged in food and drink within Admetus's home, quaffing generously. The servants, though dutifully attending to the merriment, bore heavy hearts, for they knew their beloved mistress had departed from this world. Despite their efforts to mask their grief as per Admetus's wishes, Heracles perceived the tears glistening in their eyes and the sorrow etched upon their faces. He invited one of the servants to join him in his revelry, proclaiming that fine wine could erase his troubles and smooth the furrows of worry upon his brow, but the servant declined. It was then that Heracles began to grasp the magnitude of the tragedy that had struck Admetus's household. He pressed the servant for the truth of the matter, and ultimately, the servant revealed, "Stranger, Admetus's wife has today journeyed to the realm of Hades." In that instant, Heracles was overwhelmed with sorrow. He was filled with remorse. Realizing he sat adorned with a crown of ivy, feasting in the home of a friend beset by calamity, Heracles resolved to repay the noble Admetus, who, despite his misfortune, had welcomed him with open arms. Quickly, an idea took shape in Heracles' mind. He would rescue Alcestis from the grasp of Thanatos, the god of death. Learning from the servant the location of the grave, he hastened to the site, concealing himself behind the tomb. He awaited the moment when Thanatos would arrive to partake of the sacrificial blood. Soon, the sound of Thanatos' black wings filled the air, chilling the atmosphere with a spectral breeze. The god of death approached the grave, his lips greedily tasting the blood of the offering. In a burst of valor, Heracles leaped forth, lunging at Thanatos. A fierce struggle ensued as he grappled with the god of death. With all his might, Heracles fought against his skeletal foe, who pressed his bony hands against Heracles' chest, exhaling a cold breath of despair and summoning the chilling winds of death with his wings. Yet, in the end, the mighty son of Zeus triumphed over Thanatos. He bound death, demanding that he return Alcestis as a condition for her release. Thus, Thanatos had no choice but to surrender the life of Admetus's wife to Heracles, the great hero, who then restored her to her husband's palace. Admetus interred his beloved wife and returned to the desolate palace, overwhelmed with grief for an irreplaceable loss. The emptiness of the palace tormented him profoundly. Where could he turn? He found himself envious of the deceased, harboring a disdain for life. He yearned for death, as all his joy had been usurped by Thanatos, whisked away to the realm of Hades. What could be more agonizing than the loss of a cherished spouse? Admetus lamented that Alcestis would not allow him to join her in death. Had that been possible, they could have been united in the afterlife. Hades had claimed not merely a single soul, but 2 devoted spirits, destined to traverse the river Acheron together. Suddenly, Heracles appeared before the sorrow-stricken Admetus, leading a veiled woman by the hand. He implored Admetus to shelter this woman, whom he had rescued from the clutches of death, until his return from the land of Serenia. Admetus, however, refused, expressing that the sight of another woman in his home, following the loss of his beloved, would only deepen his anguish. Heracles persisted in his request, urging Admetus to personally escort her to his chambers, forbidding any servants from touching her. Ultimately, Admetus, unable to deny his friend's earnest plea, took the woman's hand and led her into the palace. "Admetus, you have finally welcomed her," Heracles exclaimed. "Take good care of her. Now you may declare that the son of Zeus is a trustworthy friend. Behold this woman. Does she not resemble your wife, Alcestis? Cast aside your melancholy. You should embrace life with gratitude." With a heavy heart, Admetus unveiled the woman's face, gasping in disbelief. It was Alcestis. "Ah, no, this is merely her shade." She stood silently, uttering not a word. "No, this is not a mere specter," Heracles affirmed. "This is Alcestis. I fought valiantly against Thanatos, the Lord of Souls, to reclaim her. Until she offers the proper sacrifices to the gods of the underworld and frees herself from their grasp, she will remain mute. She must endure 3 days and nights of silence before she can speak again. Admetus, bid her farewell. May you find happiness and uphold the noble tradition of hospitality that my father cherishes. Ah, great son of Zeus, you have restored joy to my life." Admetus cried out in joy. "How can I repay you? Stay with me as my guest. I shall command all my subjects to extol your victories and offer lavish sacrifices to the gods in your honor. Please, remain here with me." Yet, Heracles did not linger in Admetus' palace, for greater feats awaited him. He must fulfill the task assigned by Eurystheus and capture the ferocious steeds of King Diomedes. The 9th labor of Heracles was to embark on an expedition to the land of the Amazons and seize the girdle of their queen, Hippolyta. This belt was bestowed upon Hippolyta by Ares, the god of war, and she wore it as a symbol of her dominion over the Amazons. Hera's priestess, Admete, daughter of Eurystheus, was determined to acquire this belt at all costs. To fulfill his daughter's desire, Eurystheus dispatched Heracles to seize the belt. The illustrious son of Zeus summoned a select band of heroes, embarking on a grand ship to undertake a far-flung expedition. Though their numbers were few, they included renowned champions. Among them the great hero Theseus from Attica. The journey ahead was arduous and extensive, requiring them to reach the most distant shores of the Euxine Sea, where the Amazon kingdom of Themyscira was situated. Along the way, Heracles and his companions made a stop at the island of Palaus, governed by the sons of Minos, famed in antiquity for its abundant marble. There, the sons of Minos ruthlessly killed 2 of Heracles' companions. Enraged, Heracles declared war on the sons of Minos, slaying many inhabitants of the island, while the rest sought refuge within the city walls. Heracles besieged the city until the besieged sent envoys to him, pleading for the release of 2 hostages to atone for the deaths of his companions. Only then did Heracles lift the siege, taking Minos' 2 grandsons, Alcaeus and Steneros, as hostages. Departing from Palaus, Heracles arrived in Mysia, where he was warmly received by King Lycaon. However, Lycaon was soon beset by an attack from the king of the Bebrycians. Heracles led his band to victory against the Bebrycian king, razing their capital and bestowing all their lands upon Lycaon, who named the territory Heraclea in honor of Heracles. After this monumental achievement, Heracles continued his journey, ultimately reaching the city of Themyscira. The tales of Zeus' son and his numerous grand exploits had already spread to the realm of the Amazons. Thus, upon Heracles' ship docking near the city, the Amazons, accompanied by their queen, emerged to meet the hero. They gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary figure of Heracles among his companions, whose presence was akin to that of an immortal deity. Queen Hippolyta inquired of Heracles, "Great son of Zeus, what brings you to our city? Do you come bearing peace or war?" Heracles replied to the queen, "Your Majesty, I have traversed the tumultuous seas and embarked upon this long voyage not of my own volition, but at the behest of Eurystheus, the monarch of Mycenae. His daughter, Admete, desires the belt bestowed upon you by the god of war. Eurystheus has sent me to retrieve your belt." Hippolyta found herself unable to refuse Heracles. She had just intended to voluntarily offer her belt to Hercules when, at that moment, the goddess Hera, intent on sabotaging the hero she loathed, disguised herself as an Amazonian and mingled among the crowd, inciting the valiant and combative Amazons to launch an assault on Hercules' forces. Hera deceitfully informed the Amazons that Hercules harbored ulterior and despicable motives. He sought to abduct their queen, Hippolyta, to serve as a mere slave in his household. The Amazons, swayed by Hera's insidious whispers, seized their weapons and launched an assault against the army of Heracles. At the forefront of this charge was the swift and tempestuous Eryla, who, like a fierce gale, was the first to strike at Heracles. The great hero repelled her onslaught, compelling her to flee in disarray. Erila attempted to escape the hero's relentless pursuit, but despite her swift flight, Heracles caught up with her, raising his gleaming sword to deliver a fatal blow. In the heat of battle, Proto also fell. This warrior maiden had personally slain 7 of Heracles' valiant men, yet she ultimately could not evade the arrow of Zeus' son. At this juncture, 7 Amazons simultaneously assailed Heracles. Once devoted to Artemis, their prowess with the spear was unparalleled. Shielding themselves, they hurled their spears at Heracles, but this time, none found their mark. The hero swung his mace, and one by one, they collapsed, their armor shimmering in the light. The Amazonian leader, Melanippe, was captured alive by Heracles. Along with Antiope, the most valiant of the Amazon warriors had been vanquished, their forces in disarray, with many falling to the pursuing hero. A truce was established between the Amazons and Heracles. Queen Hippolyta, at the cost of her own belt, ransomed the brave Melanippe, while Antiope was taken by the heroes. Heracles bestowed her upon Theseus as a reward for his valor in battle. Thus, Heracles acquired Hippolyta's belt. On his return journey from the land of the Amazons to Tiryns, Heracles' fleet arrived at the shores of Troy. As they anchored not far from the city, a heart-wrenching sight met the heroes' gaze. They beheld the beautiful daughter of King Laomedon, ensnared upon a rocky outcrop by the sea. Like Andromeda, she was destined to be devoured by a monstrous creature from the depths. This sea beast had been sent by Poseidon to punish Laomedon for his refusal to pay the gods for the construction of Troy's walls. Moreover, the arrogant king had threatened these deities, who served him at Zeus' behest, declaring that should they demand recompense again, he would sever their ears. Apollo, incensed, unleashed a plague upon Laomedon's realm, while Poseidon dispatched the sea monster, mercilessly laying waste to the outskirts of Troy. Laomedon was left with no choice but to sacrifice his daughter's life to save his kingdom from this dreadful calamity. Thus, he reluctantly bound his daughter, Hesione, to the rocky shore. Upon witnessing the plight of the unfortunate maiden, Heracles volunteered to rescue her, with the reward for saving Hesione being a number of horses from Laomedon. These steeds had been gifted to Laomedon by Zeus as a condition for the ransom of his son Ganymede, who had been snatched away by Zeus' eagle to Olympus. Laomedon acquiesced to Heracles' terms. The great hero instructed the Trojans to construct an earthen embankment along the coast, behind which he would conceal himself. As soon as Heracles concealed himself behind the earthworks, a monstrous sea creature emerged from the depths, lunging towards Hesperia. With a mighty roar, Heracles leapt forth, brandishing a double-edged sword that he plunged deep into the creature's chest, thereby rescuing Hesperia. However, when the son of Zeus sought to collect the reward promised by Laomedon, the king hesitated to part with his magnificent horses and even resorted to threats to expel Heracles from Troy. Suppressing his fury, Heracles departed from Laomedon's realm, knowing he could not exact vengeance upon the treacherous king with his meager forces, as an immediate assault on the formidable city of Troy was beyond his capability. Moreover, he could not linger near the city for long, for he had to deliver Hippolyta's girdle to Mycenae at the earliest opportunity. Not long after returning from his expedition against the Amazons, Heracles embarked on yet another quest to achieve new feats. Eurystheus commanded him to retrieve the cattle of Geryon, the offspring of Chrysaor in the Oceanic Calero. The journey to Geryon's dwelling was extensive, as Heracles had to traverse to the far western edge of the earth, where the sun god Helios descends from the heavens. Setting forth alone on this arduous journey, he crossed through Africa, traversed the barren Libyan desert, and passed through various savage lands, ultimately reaching the ends of the earth. There, he erected 2 towering stone pillars on either side of the narrow strait, which the Greeks believed were established by Heracles, a lasting tribute to his achievements. After a lengthy passage, Heracles finally arrived at the misty shores of the ocean. He sat by the ever-rumbling waters, pondering how to reach the island of Erythea, where Geryon's cattle grazed. As dusk approached, the sun god Helios drove his solar chariot towards the surface of the ocean. The brilliance of Helios blinded Heracles and enveloped him in unbearable heat. Angered, Heracles rose, seizing his formidable bow, yet the radiant Helios was not incensed. Instead, he smiled warmly at the hero, admiring the extraordinary courage of the great son of Zeus. Helios graciously offered Heracles a ride on his golden ship to Erythea, a vessel he used each evening to return from the western edge of the earth to his golden palace in the east. Elated, the hero boldly boarded the golden ship, swiftly arriving at the shores of Erythea. Upon his arrival, the fearsome 2-headed dog detected him and charged, barking furiously. With a single swing of his club, Heracles struck the beast down. However, the guardian of Gerion's cattle was not merely this monstrous hound. Heracles was compelled to engage in combat with Gerion's herdsman, the giant Eurytion. The son of Zeus swiftly vanquished the giant and proceeded to drive Gerion's cattle towards the golden ship of Helios waiting at the shoreline. Hearing the lowing of the cattle, Geryon rushed towards the source of the sound. Upon witnessing the demise of his two-headed dog and the giant Eurystheus, he hastened to pursue the cattle-thieving Heracles. He caught up with Heracles by the seaside. Geryon was a formidable creature, possessing 3 heads, 3 bodies, 6 arms, and 6 legs. In battle, he shielded himself with 3 shields and could simultaneously hurl 3 long spears at his foes. Now, Heracles found himself compelled to engage in combat with such a titan, but fortunately, the goddess of war, Athena, arrived to assist him. The moment Heracles laid eyes upon the giant, he swiftly released a lethal arrow that struck one of Geryon's eyes. Following this, he fired 2 more arrows. Wielding his club with the swiftness of lightning, the hero ultimately vanquished Geryon, whose 3 bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Heracles then drove Geryon's cattle onto the golden ship of the sun god Helios, departing from the island of Erythea, crossing the tumultuous river of Oceanus, and subsequently returning the golden vessel to Helios. At this juncture, his feat was halfway accomplished. However, numerous challenges still lay ahead, for he must guide the cattle to Mycenae. Heracles herded the cattle through the entirety of Spain, traversed the Pyrenees, journeyed through Gaul, crossed the Alps, and arrived in Italy. Yet, near the city of Reggio in southern Italy, one cow strayed from the herd, swimming across the strait to the island of Sicily. The king of Sicily, Eryx, son of Poseidon, claimed the cow as his own upon its arrival. After an extensive search, Heracles entrusted the remainder of the herd to Hephaestus for safekeeping while he sailed to Sicily, ultimately locating the lost cow among Eryx's cattle. King Eryx, unwilling to return the cow, arrogantly demanded a duel with Heracles, offering the cow as a prize for the victor. To challenge such a formidable opponent as Heracles was a grave miscalculation on Eryx's part. The son of Zeus seized the king tightly, causing Eryx to suffocate. Heracles reclaimed the cow and continued to drive the herd forward. At the shores of the Ionian Sea, the goddess Hera incited the cattle into a frenzy, causing them to scatter in chaos. With immense effort, Heracles managed to gather most of the cattle in Thesprotia, and at long last, he succeeded in bringing them to Mycenae, where he presented them to Eurystheus. Eurystheus offered these cattle as a sacrifice to the great goddess Hera. The hellish hound, Cerberus, the 11th labor, upon his return to Tiryns. Eurystheus once again tasked Heracles with the establishment of a new labor. This would be the 11th labor that Heracles was to undertake during his service to Eurystheus. In the pursuit of this endeavor, Heracles would confront unimaginable hardships. He was required to descend into the dark, tragic realm of Hades to retrieve the guardian of the underworld, the fearsome hound Cerberus, and present it to Eurystheus. Cerberus possessed 3 heads, with venomous snakes entwined around his neck, and a dragon's head gaping with a bloody maw at the end of his tail. Heracles set forth on his journey to Laconia, navigating past the unfathomable abyss near Cape Teneron, the southernmost point of the Peloponnese, en route to the shadowy underworld. Beside the gates of the realm of Hades, Heracles beheld the heroic Theseus and King Pirithous of Thessaly, both of whom had sought to abduct Hades' wife, Persephone, and thus face the wrath of the gods. Theseus implored Heracles, exclaiming, "O great son of Zeus, deliver me from my torment. You alone possess the power to liberate me from this suffering." Heracles extended his hand to Theseus, aiding him in his descent. Yet, as he prepared to rescue Pirithous, the earth trembled violently, revealing to Heracles that the gods were unwilling to release Pirithous. Respecting the divine will, Heracles pressed onward into the abyss of eternal night. The messenger of the gods and guide of souls, Hermes, escorted Heracles to the underworld, while Athena, beloved daughter of Zeus, personally accompanied the great hero. Upon entering Hades' domain, the spirits of the deceased scattered in fear, save for the shade of the hero Meleager, who did not flee upon seeing Heracles. He beseeched, "O mighty Heracles, by our bond of friendship, I implore you, take pity on my lonely sister, the beautiful Deianira. Since my passing, she has been left unprotected. Noble hero, marry her and be her guardian." Heracles graciously accepted his friend's plea and continued alongside Hermes. As he journeyed, he encountered the terrifying specter of the Gorgon Medusa, her bronze arms extended threateningly, her golden wings unfurled, and the multitude of serpents upon her head writhing ominously. Undaunted, The hero grasped his sword, but Hermes interjected, "Heracles, there is no need for your weapon. This is but a disembodied spirit. It poses no threat to your life." Along the way, Heracles witnessed numerous tragic scenes, ultimately arriving before Hades' throne. The ruler of the underworld and his wife Persephone were filled with joy at the sight of Zeus' valiant son entering their dark and sorrowful realm unafraid. Standing before Hades' throne, Heracles exuded an imposing presence, with a sturdy club in hand, donned in a lion's skin, and a bow slung over his shoulder. Hades warmly welcomed the son of his brother Zeus and inquired why he had ventured from the sunlit world into the shadows of the underworld. Heracles bowed respectfully, responding, "O Lord of the dead, great Hades, omnipotent deity, I hope my request does not anger you. You are aware that my arrival in your kingdom is not by choice. I beseech you, mighty Hades, permit me to take your three-headed dog, Cerberus, to Mycenae. Eurystheus has commanded this of me, and I serve him at the behest of the Olympian gods." Hades replied, "Son of Zeus, I shall grant your request. However, you must subdue Cerberus without the use of weapons. Should you manage to tame him with your bare hands, then I will allow you to take him to Mycenae." Heracles searched the underworld for a considerable time before finally discovering Cerberus by the banks of the Acheron River. Heracles extended his powerful arms, akin to steel pincers, and tightly grasped the neck of Cerberus. The dog of Hades emitted a menacing howl, its terrifying cries reverberating throughout the underworld. Cerberus struggled vehemently to free itself from Heracles' constricting embrace. However, the hero's formidable hands clamped down on the dog's throat with unyielding strength. The creature's tail entwined around the hero's legs, while its venomous fangs sank into his flesh, yet all attempts were in vain. The robust Heracles tightened his grip further, and the suffocating Cerberus ultimately collapsed at the hero's feet. Having subdued the three-headed beast, Heracles led it away from the realm of Hades towards Mycenae. Cerberus, terrified of sunlight, perspired profusely, its three mouths foaming with toxic saliva that dripped to the ground, where it gave rise to poisonous plants. Heracles brought Cerberus to the foot of the city walls of Mycenae, where the timid Eurystheus, upon glimpsing the fearsome beast, was struck with terror and nearly fell to his knees, pleading with Heracles to swiftly return Cerberus to the underworld. Heracles acquiesced to his request, returning the dreadful guardian to Hades. The apples of the Hesperides, 12th labor. During his service to Eurystheus, Heracles faced his most daunting task, the 12th labor. He was required to seek out the great Titan Atlas, who bore the heavens upon his shoulders, and procure 3 golden apples from the orchard tended by the daughters of Atlas, the Hesperides. These apples grew on a tree of gold, a gift from Gaia to Hera on the day of her marriage to Zeus. To accomplish this feat, Heracles first needed to ascertain the path to the orchard of the Hesperides, which was guarded by a dragon that never closed its eyes. No one knew the way to the Hesperides or Atlas. Heracles searched tirelessly across Asia and Europa, traversing all the lands once roamed by the cattle of Geryon. But no one could provide him with guidance. In his quest, he ventured to the far north, arriving at the vast and ever-rushing Eridanus River, a mythical waterway. Here, a beautiful goddess graciously welcomed the great son of Zeus and offered him counsel on how to find the way to the orchard of the Hesperides. She instructed him that when the prophetic sea god Nereus emerged from the depths of the ocean, he should swiftly seize him and inquire about the route to the Hesperides. Aside from Nereus, no one possessed knowledge of this path. Heracles spent considerable time searching for Nereus, ultimately discovering him by the sea. He charged at the sea god, and grappling with Nereus proved to be no easy task. In his attempts to escape Heracles' iron grip, Nereus transformed into various shapes, yet the hero ultimately prevailed. Exhausted, Nereus was bound, and in exchange for his freedom, he revealed to Heracles the secret of the route to the orchard of the Hesperides. Upon discovering this secret, the son of Zeus liberated the aged sea god and embarked once more upon a distant journey. Heracles was compelled to traverse Libya again. In Libya, he encountered Antaeus, the son of Poseidon and Gaia. Antaeus forced every traveler to engage in combat with him, mercilessly slaying all who were vanquished. Now, the giant Antaeus sought to duel with Heracles. Until that moment, no one had bested Antaeus, for none understood the source of his seemingly endless strength during their battles. The secret lay in the fact that whenever Antaeus felt his strength waning, he would touch the earth, his mother, to draw renewed vigor. However, if he were to be lifted off the ground, his power would dissipate instantly. Heracles fought valiantly against Antaeus for an extended period, repeatedly casting him to the ground. Yet each time, Antaeus only grew stronger. In a sudden surge of determination, Heracles lifted him high into the air, and at that moment, Antaeus' strength ebbed away, allowing Heracles to strangle him to death. Continuing on his journey, Heracles arrived in Egypt. Exhausted from his long trek, he succumbed to slumber beneath the shade of a modest grove by the Nile. The son of Poseidon and the daughter of Epiphus, King Busiris of Egypt, spotted the sleeping hero and commanded that he be bound. He intended to offer Heracles as a sacrifice to Zeus. For 9 consecutive years, Egypt had suffered from poor harvests, and the seer Phraxiadas from Cyprus prophesied that if Busiris sacrificed a foreigner each year to Zeus, the famine would cease. Busiris ordered the capture of the seer to be the first sacrifice to Zeus. Thereafter, the tyrannical king slaughtered all foreign visitors to Egypt in homage to the thunder god. Heracles was dragged to the altar, but the great hero broke free from his bonds and killed Busiris and his son Amphithelos, who stood by the altar. The cruel king of Egypt received his just punishment. Along his journey, Heracles encountered numerous challenges, but eventually he arrived at the edge of the earth, where the mighty Titan Atlas stood, bearing the heavens upon his broad shoulders. "Ah, great Titan Atlas," Heracles called out. "I am Heracles, the son of Zeus. King Eurystheus of Mycenae, where gold is piled high, has sent me to seek you. He commands that I procure 3 golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides." "Son of Zeus, I shall indeed provide you with 3 apples," Atlas replied. "However, while I retrieve them, you must take my place and bear the heavens upon your shoulders." Heracles consented, stepping into Atlas's position, and the weight of the cosmos descended upon him, compelling him to summon all his strength to uphold the heavens. The burdensome heavens ominously pressed upon his shoulders, bending his waist, while his muscles bulged like mighty mountains. Sweat drenched his entire body, yet, endowed with superhuman strength and aided by the goddess Athena, he bore the sky until Atlas returned with the 3 golden apples. Upon his return, Atlas addressed the hero, saying, "Heracles, behold, the 3 apples. If you wish, I shall personally deliver them to Mycenae while you bear the heavens in my stead. Upon my return, I shall relieve you of your burden." However, Heracles saw through Atlas's cunning scheme, aware that the Titan sought to permanently evade the arduous labor he had previously undertaken. Thus, he decided to turn the tables. "Very well, Atlas, I consent," Heracles replied. "However, permit me first to fetch a pad to cushion my shoulders, lest the weight of the heavens cause me great pain." Atlas resumed his original position, bearing the weighty heavens upon his shoulders. Hercules picked up the bow, and the quiver filled with arrows, brandishing a mighty club while holding the golden apples. He addressed Atlas. "Farewell, Atlas. Go forth to fetch the golden apples from the Hesperides sisters. I shall bear the heavens in your stead, but I am unwilling to carry this heavy burden forever." With that, Hercules departed from the Titan, leaving Atlas once more to shoulder the celestial weight. Hercules approached Eurystheus and presented him with the 3 golden apples. Eurystheus rewarded Hercules with the apples, which Hercules then offered to his protector, Athena, daughter of Zeus. Athena returned the golden apples to the Hesperides sisters, ensuring they remained forever in their orchard. After accomplishing his 12th labor, Hercules was no longer bound to serve Eurystheus and was free to return to Thebes, the city of 7 gates. However, Zeus's son did not linger long in Thebes. New feats awaited his endeavor. He arranged for his wife, Megara, to wed his friend Iolaus, and then he journeyed to Tiryns. Yet, awaiting him were not only triumphs, but also grave misfortunes, as the goddess Hera continued her relentless persecution of Hercules. In the city of Ocalia on the island of Euboea, King Eurytus reigned. Eurytus was a master archer, renowned throughout Greece, having been taught by the archer Apollo, who gifted him his bow and arrows. In his youth, Hercules had studied archery under Eurytus. The king announced throughout Greece that whoever could best him in archery would win the hand of his beautiful daughter, Iole. Fresh from serving Eurystheus, Hercules traveled to Ocalia to participate in the archery contest, where many Greek heroes had gathered. Hercules easily triumphed over Eurytus and demanded the king grant him his daughter, Iole. However, Eurytus reneged on his promise, disregarding the sacred customs of hospitality and insulting the great hero. He declared he would never marry his daughter to a slave of Eurystheus. Ultimately, Eurytus and his arrogant son expelled the drunken Hercules from the palace in the city of Ocalia. Heartbroken over the beautiful Iole, the great hero departed from Euboea, harboring deep resentment towards Eurytus for his affront. Sometime later, Hermes' son, the wily Autolycus, stole Eurytus' cattle. Eurytus blamed Hercules, believing the hero had retaliated for the previous insult by stealing his herd. Only Eurytus' eldest son, Iphitus, doubted Hercules' guilt. Iphitus, who shared a brotherly bond with Hercules, volunteered to search for the stolen cattle to prove Hercules' innocence. During his quest, Iphitus arrived at Tiryns, where Hercules warmly welcomed his friend. One day, the two stood upon the towering walls of the majestic Tiryns castle, perched atop a steep mountain. Suddenly, Heracles was reminded of the goddess Hera, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. In his wrath, he recalled the insults hurled at him by the sons of Eurytus, and he could no longer restrain himself. He seized Iphitus and cast him from the high walls of the castle. The unfortunate Iphitus met a gruesome demise. Heracles, having committed this grievous act of murder, incited the ire of Zeus, for he had transgressed the sacred customs of hospitality and friendship. In punishment, the great thunderer afflicted his son with a severe illness. Heracles endured prolonged suffering, weakened in spirit and body, until he sought the oracle at Delphi, beseeching Apollo for guidance on how to rid himself of this divine retribution. However, the priestess Pythia offered him no response, even expelling him from the temple, tainted as he was by his crime. Enraged, Heracles stole the tripod used by Pythia for her prophecies, further inciting Apollo's wrath. The golden-haired, curly-haired Apollo confronted Heracles, demanding the return of the tripod, but Heracles obstinately refused. Thus, a brutal struggle ensued between the immortal god Apollo and the greatest of mortal heroes, Heracles. Zeus, desiring to spare Heracles from death, cast down a dazzling bolt of lightning between his two sons, halting their fierce combat and reconciling them. It was then that Pythia delivered her response to Heracles. He must sell himself into servitude for 3 years to cure his affliction, with the proceeds going to Eurytus as atonement for the death of his son Iphitus. Once more, Heracles was stripped of his freedom, sold into slavery to Queen Omphale of Lydia, daughter of Iardanus. Hermes personally delivered the payment from Heracles' sale to Eurytus. Yet, the proud king of Oechalia refused the payment, continuing to harbor animosity toward Heracles. After being cast out by Eurytus, the great hero journeyed to the city of Calydon in Aetolia, ruled by King Aeneas. Before Aeneas, Heracles implored him to grant his daughter Deianira in marriage, for he had vowed to Melanien in the underworld to wed her. However, upon his arrival in Calydon, Heracles encountered fearsome rivals. Many heroes vied for the hand of the beautiful Deianira, among them the river god Achelous. Ultimately, Aeneas decreed that the victor of a contest would win Deianira's hand. All the suitors trembled before the formidable river god Achelous, leaving only Heracles to face him. Thus, Heracles was compelled to engage in combat with Achelous, who, seeing Heracles' determination to challenge him, taunted, "You claim to be the son of Zeus and Alcmene? You lie, asserting that Zeus is your father." Achelous brazenly mocked the illustrious son of Zeus, even going so far as to insult his mother, Alcmene. Hercules furrowed his brow, casting a stern glare at Achelous, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Achelous," he declared, "my hands are far more effective than your tongue. Even if you claim victory, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." With resolute strides, Hercules approached Achelous and grasped the river god in a powerful embrace. Yet, the towering Achelous stood firm, impervious to Hercules' attempts to topple him. He remained steadfast, akin to an unyielding mountain, resistant to the crashing waves of the tumultuous sea. The two combatants, like two bulls, clashed with their curved horns interlocking. Hercules launched 3 assaults without success, but on the 4th attempt, he broke free from Achelous' grasp and seized the river god from behind. He bore down upon Achelous with the weight of a great mountain, pressing him relentlessly against the earth. Despite Achelous' desperate efforts to extricate himself, Hercules' strength only intensified, compelling him further towards defeat. Achelous groaned as his waist bent, his legs buckled, and his head touched the ground. To avert his impending defeat, Achelous resorted to cunning. He transformed into a serpent. As Achelous slithered away from Hercules' embrace, the hero laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Even in my cradle, I learned how to handle snakes. True, you are formidable among your kind, but you pale in comparison to the Lernaean Hydra. Although it regrows 2 heads for every one I sever, I still vanquished it." Hercules seized the serpent by the neck, his grip as unyielding as iron. Achelous struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. In a last-ditch effort, he transformed into a bull and charged at Hercules. The hero grasped the bull's horns and toppled it to the ground with such force that one of its horns snapped. Defeated, Achelous yielded, and Aeneas bestowed his daughter Deianira upon Hercules. Following their wedding, Hercules resided in Aeneas' palace, though his stay was brief. One day at a banquet, Eurytus' son, Onomastus, carelessly spilled foot-washing water upon Hercules' hands, prompting the hero to strike him. Unbeknownst to Hercules, the blow was too forceful, and the boy fell to the ground, lifeless. Hercules was deeply saddened. Despite Alcmene's forgiveness for the tragic accident, he chose to depart Calydon with his wife Deianira, returning to Tiryns. On their journey, the couple arrived at the banks of the river Euenos, where the centaur Nessus offered to ferry them across the turbulent waters for a fee. Taking the initiative, Nessus offered to carry Deianira over the river, and Hercules assisted his wife onto the centaur's back. The hero then cast his club and bowed to the opposite shore and waded across the river. Just as Hercules reached the bank, he heard Deianira's frantic cries. She was calling out to her husband, for the centaur was captivated by her beauty and sought to abduct her. The son of Zeus cried out to the centaur, "Where do you think you can flee? Do you believe your legs can save you? No, you cannot escape. No matter how swiftly you run, my arrows will always find their mark." Hercules drew his bow, and the arrow flew from the taut string. The fatal projectile caught up with Nessus, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Mortally wounded, Nessus fell to his knees. Blood, tainted with the venom of the Lernaean hydra, flowed from his wound like a rushing river. Unwilling to let this vengeance go unfulfilled, Nessus collected his blood and presented it to Deianira, saying, Daughter of Enyeus, I send you my final offering across the mighty river of Enyeus. Preserve my blood. Should Hercules ever stray from you, this blood will compel him to return, and his love for you will surpass that for any other woman. As long as you anoint his garments with it." Deianira accepted Nessus's blood and safeguarded it. Nessus succumbed to death. Hercules took Deianira back to Tiryns, where they resided until he inadvertently caused the death of his friend Iphitus, forcing him to depart from his glorious homeland. Due to the unintentional death of Iphitus, Hercules was sold into slavery to Queen Omphale of Lydia. During his servitude in the presence of the haughty queen, he endured unprecedented torment. This greatest of heroes was subjected to constant humiliation by the queen, who seemed to take delight in mocking the son of Zeus. She adorned Hercules in women's garments, compelling him to spin and weave alongside her maidens. This hero, who once wielded a heavy club to slay the Lernaean hydra, who had dragged the fearsome three-headed hound Cerberus from the underworld, who had slain the Nemean lion with his bare hands, and who had borne the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders, was now reduced to bending over a loom or spinning wool with hands accustomed to wielding a sword and drawing a bow. Meanwhile, Omphale donned Hercules' lion skin, which draped over her form and trailed behind her, and she wore his golden armor, belted with his sword, struggling to lift his mighty club, standing before the son of Zeus and openly mocking him in his servitude. It seemed that Omphale's intent was to sap the invincible strength from Hercules. He had to endure it all, for he was now the powerless slave of Omphale, and this servitude would last for a prolonged 3 years. Queen Omphale rarely allowed the hero to leave the palace. One day, Hercules ventured out from Omphale's stronghold and lay down in the shade of the woods on the outskirts of Ephesus, falling into a deep slumber. While he slept, a band of diminutive Cercopes approached stealthily, intending to steal his weapons. Just as the little thieves lifted his bow and arrows, he awoke. Hercules seized the diminutive intruders, bound their hands and feet, and with a sturdy wooden rod, he secured them between their bound legs, carrying them off to the city of Ephesus. However, the diminutive figures of the Cercopes feigned grandeur, causing Heracles to erupt into hearty laughter, and thus the great hero released them all. During his service to Queen Omphale, Heracles journeyed to Aulis, a coastal city in central Greece, to seek King Eurytus. Eurytus compelled all visiting foreigners to toil in his vineyards like slaves, and he forced Heracles to labor as well. Enraged, the hero uprooted all of Eurytus' vines and slew the king, who had disregarded the sacred customs of hospitality. While serving Omphale, Heracles also took part in the heroic voyage of the Argonauts. Ultimately, after serving his penance, the illustrious son of Zeus regained his freedom. Upon the conclusion of his service to Queen Omphale, Heracles immediately led a vast army of heroes aboard 18 grand ships to Troy, intending to exact vengeance on King Laomedon, who had once deceived him. Upon arrival at Troy, he instructed Oikles to guard the ships while he advanced with his forces towards the city. Shortly after departing the vessels, Laomedon launched an assault on Oikles, slaying him and most of his men. Hearing the tumult of battle and the clash of weapons near the ships, Heracles hurried back to provide aid, vanquishing Laomedon and driving him back into the city. Not long after besieging the city, the heroes scaled the towering walls and breached Troy. The first to enter the city was the hero Telamon. As the greatest of heroes, Heracles could not abide anyone surpassing him. He drew his sword and lunged at Telamon, who, sensing the imminent threat of death, quickly bent down to gather stones. Heracles, astonished, inquired, "Telamon, what are you doing?" "Ah, greatest son of Zeus, I am building an altar for the victorious Heracles," replied the clever Telamon, a response that quelled the wrath of the son of Zeus. During the conquest of Troy, Heracles shot arrows to slay Laomedon and all his sons, sparing only his youngest, Podarces. Heracles bestowed Laomedon's beautiful daughter, Hesione, upon the valiant Telamon as a wife, permitting her to choose one captive to free. Hesione selected her brother Podarces, who was the first among the captives destined for slavery. Heracles proclaimed loudly, "However, if you are willing to pay a ransom, he may be released." Hesione removed the embroidered scarf from her head as a ransom for her brother. From that day forth, Podarces was referred to as Priam, meaning the redeemed. Heracles entrusted the rule of Troy to Priam and set forth with his army to establish new exploits. As Heracles departed the city of Troy and returned by sea, the goddess Hera, intent on harming the son of her rival Zeus, conjured a tremendous storm upon the waters. In order to prevent Zeus from discovering the imminent peril faced by his son, Hera persuaded the god of sleep, Hypnos, to cast a spell of slumber upon the shield-bearing Zeus. Ultimately, a tempest swept Heracles to the island of Kos, situated among the Sporades in the Aegean Sea. The islanders mistook Heracles' vessel for that of pirates, hurling stones to prevent it from docking. Under the cover of night, Heracles disembarked and vanquished the island's inhabitants, slaying their king, Eurypylus, son of Poseidon, and plundering the entire island. Upon awakening and learning of the grave danger threatening his son, Zeus was consumed by fury. In his wrath, he shackled Hera with indomitable golden chains, suspending her between heaven and earth, and affixed 2 heavy anvils to her feet. Any of the Olympian gods who dared to intervene in Hera's plight were cast down from the towering heights of Mount Olympus by the enraged Zeus. For a long time, Zeus sought Hypnos, and had it not been for the night goddess concealing him, the god of sleep would have already been hurled from Olympus by this sovereign of gods and mortals. Heracles engaged in a fierce battle against the giants. Zeus dispatched his beloved daughter Athena to the island of Kos to summon the great hero for their struggle against the giants, who were born of the earth goddess Gaia from drops of blood shed by Uranus, overthrown by Cronus. These terrifying giants, with dragon-like tails and disheveled hair, boasted formidable divine powers and sought to usurp dominion over the world from the Olympian gods. They clashed with the deities on the plains of Phlegra in the peninsula of Chalcis, showing no fear of the gods. Their mother, Gaia, had bestowed upon them a herb that rendered them immune to divine weaponry. Only mortals could slay the giants, as Gaia could not shield them from mortal arms. Gaia scoured the earth for an herb to protect the giants from mortal weapons, but Zeus forbade the dawn goddess Eos, the moon goddess Selene, and the sun god Helios from shining. He himself went forth to gather this herb. The giants, undeterred by the god's might, plunged into battle with unwavering courage. The uproar of the conflict reverberated throughout the world. Eventually, Heracles and Athena arrived to join the fray. The fearsome bowstring of Zeus' son twanged, and an arrow, steeped in the venom of the Lernaean Hydra, struck the mightiest giant, Alcyoneus, in the chest. The giant collapsed, yet in Phlegra, death did not claim him. He remained immortal in that realm. After a brief interval on the ground, he arose, fortified beyond his original strength. Heracles swiftly hoisted him onto his shoulders, and only upon exiting Phlegra did Alcyoneus finally succumb. Following the death of Alcyoneus, the giant Porphyrion launched an assault against Heracles and Hera, tearing away Hera's veil and reaching out to seize her. In a display of divine power, Zeus hurled a lightning bolt, striking Porphyrion to the earth, and Heracles delivered a final arrow, ending his life. The golden arrow of Apollo struck the left eye of the giant Ephialtes, while the arrow of Heracles pierced his right eye, sealing the fate of the giant. Dionysus, wielding his staff, vanquished the giant Eurytus, and Hephaestus hurled a glowing chunk of iron at the giant Clitius, causing his demise. The goddess Athena lifted the entire island of Sicily and crushed the fleeing giant Enceladus beneath it. The giant Polyphemus attempted to evade the pursuit of the sea god Poseidon by fleeing to the island of Kos. In response, Poseidon thrust his trident into a portion of Kos, burying the giant beneath it, thus giving rise to the island of Nisyros. Hermes dispatched the giant Hippolythus, while Artemis brought an end to the life of Geryon. The Fates, wielding their bronze staffs, struck down the giants Agrius and Oenomaus. The remaining giants were struck by the lightning of Zeus, and Heracles, with his unerring arrows, systematically eliminated them one by one. The demise of Heracles and his ascent to Mount Olympus are recounted by the maiden of Trachis, as narrated in the tragedy of Sophocles. Heracles faced punishment for the slaying of Iphitus and was sold into slavery to Omphale. His wife, Deianira, was compelled to leave Trachis with their children. The king of Trachis, Ceyx, offered refuge to Deianira. It had been 3 years and 3 months since Heracles and his wife had parted. Deianira was deeply troubled by the fate of her husband, who had long been silent. She did not know whether he was alive or dead. An ominous premonition plagued her, prompting her to summon her son Hylas, saying, "My dear son, it is a disgrace that you do not seek out your father, who has been missing for 15 months. Uncertain of the veracity of the rumors." Hylas replied, "Some say that after serving Omphale for 3 years, my father led an army to the city of Ocalia and Euboea to exact vengeance upon King Eurytus." "My son," Deianira interjected, "when your father took leave of me to pursue great deeds, he did not appear so anxious as he does now. Before he left, he entrusted me with an ancient tablet bearing the prophecies of the oracle of Dodona. The prophecy states that if Heracles remains away for 3 years and 3 months, he will either perish in a foreign land or return home to live a life of joy and tranquility. He left me with the words that should he die, the lands bequeathed by his father would be inherited by his sons. The fate of my husband fills me with dread. He once spoke of attacking Ocalia, claiming he would either fall in battle or capture the city and thereafter live happily. My son, I implore you, go forth and seek your father." Hylas, heeding his mother's plea, embarked on the long journey to Euboea in the city of Ocalia in search of his father. After some time had passed since Hylas departed from Trachis, a messenger arrived to inform Deianira that the herald Lycus, sent by Heracles, was on his way with good news. "Heracles is alive. He has vanquished Eurytus, besieged and razed the city of Ocalia, and will soon triumphantly return to Trachis." Following the messenger, Lycus approached Deianira, bringing with him captives, among whom was Eurytus' daughter, Iole. Deianira greeted Lycus with joy, and the envoy relayed that Heracles remained robust and in good health. Before departing from Euboea, he intended to celebrate his significant victory with lavish offerings to the gods. As Deianira gazed upon the group of captives, she noticed a strikingly beautiful woman and inquired of Lycus, "Pray, tell me, who is this woman? Who are her parents? She appears more sorrowful than the others. Is she not the daughter of Eurytus?" Lycus replied, "My lady, I know not her identity. She likely hails from a distinguished family of Euboea. Throughout the journey, she has uttered not a word, shedding tears of grief since leaving her homeland." "Alas, poor soul," Deianira lamented, "I shall not add to your existing anguish with further suffering. Lycus, take the captives to the palace. I shall follow shortly." Lycus ushered the captives into the palace. No sooner had he departed than a maid approached Deianira, whispering, "Wait. My lady, listen to me. Lycus has not spoken the entire truth. He knows who this woman is. She is indeed Iole, the daughter of Eurytus. Heracles once competed against Eurytus in archery for her love. The arrogant king broke his promise, refusing to give his daughter to the victorious Heracles, and even insulted the great hero, driving him from the city. It was for Iole that Heracles conquered Ocalia and slew Eurytus. Zeus' son returns Iole not as a slave, but with the intention of marrying her. Deianira was consumed by despair, accusing Lycus of concealing the truth from her. He had indeed spoken honestly. Heracles had fallen for Iole's beauty and desired to wed her. Deianira grieved deeply, feeling forgotten by Heracles during their prolonged separation. Now overshadowed by another woman, what was to become of her, the unfortunate one? She loved the illustrious son of Zeus and could not relinquish him to another. In her heartache, Deianira recalled the blood given to her by the centaur Nessus, along with his dying words. Resolute, she decided to employ the centaur's blood. He had told her that if she applied his blood to Heracles' garments, he would forever cherish her, his love for her surpassing that for any other woman. Initially hesitant to resort to the centaur's sorcery, Deianira's love for Heracles and fear of losing him ultimately overcame her trepidation. Now, she retrieved Nessus's blood, which she had long kept hidden from sunlight and fire. Deianira smeared the blood upon a luxurious cloak she had woven for Heracles, then sealed the cloak within a box. Summoning Lycus, she commanded, "Lycus, haste to Euboea and deliver this box to Heracles. Within it lies a cloak. As he prepared to offer a sacrifice to Zeus, he was instructed to don this cloak. He was warned that no mortal, save for himself, should wear it. Furthermore, the cloak must not be exposed to light, not even to the radiant rays of Helios. Off he went, Lycus, with the cloak in tow. After his departure, Deianira was gripped by dread. She entered the chamber only to discover, to her horror, that the cloth she had used to smear the blood of Nessus had completely decayed. In a fit of despair, Deianira cast the fabric to the floor. Sunlight fell upon it, causing the blood, tainted by the venom of the water snake, to heat ominously. The poisonous liquid in the centaur's blood boiled, reducing the cloth to ashes and leaving toxic froth upon the floor. Overwhelmed by terror, Deianira feared that Heracles, adorned with the venomous cloak, might perish. The foreboding sense of impending doom intensified, tormenting Heracles' wife with the certainty of disaster. Not long after Lycus departed with the poison cloak to Euboea, Hylas rushed into the palace of Tiryns, his face pale and his eyes brimming with tears. He glanced at his mother and cried out, "Oh, how I wish for one of three fates, either that you are no longer among the living, or that it is not I, but another, who calls you mother, or that you were wiser than you are now. You must understand. You have brought about the death of your husband, the demise of my father." "Alas!" cried Deianira in fear. "What are you saying, my son? Who has spoken such words to you? How can you lay such blame upon me? I witnessed my father's suffering with my own eyes, not through hearsay." Hylas recounted the events that transpired at the foot of Mount Cithaeron, near the city of Ocalia. Heracles had constructed an altar, preparing to sacrifice to the gods. Beginning with his father, Zeus, when Lycus arrived with the cloak. The son of Zeus donned the gift from his wife and commenced the sacrifice. He first offered 12 choice bulls to Zeus, ultimately slaying 100 bulls as offerings to the gods of Olympus. The sacred fire blazed upon the altar as Heracles stood reverently before it, raising his hands in supplication to the deities. The flames consumed the altar, enveloping Heracles in searing heat, causing him to sweat profusely. Suddenly, the venomous cloak clung to the hero's form. Heracles trembled, besieged by excruciating pain, overwhelmed by suffering. He called for Lycus, demanding to know why he had delivered this cloak. What could the innocent Lycus say? He could only inform Heracles that the cloak had been sent by Deianira. In his torment, Heracles, unable to comprehend the situation, seized one of Lycus' legs and hurled him against the rocks, engulfed by crashing waves. Lycus was shattered upon impact. Heracles collapsed to the ground, writhing in unbearable agony. His cries resonated throughout Euboea. In his suffering, Heracles cursed his union with Deianira. The great hero summoned his son, groaning in anguish, and implored, "My dear child, do not abandon me to this misfortune. Even in the face of death, do not forsake me. Help me rise. Take me away from here. Lead me to a place unseen by mortal eyes. Oh, if you possess any compassion, do not allow me to perish in this wretched state." The people lifted Heracles, placing him upon a stretcher, and bore him to the ship, returning him to Trachis. Thus spoke Hylas to his mother, concluding his words with a solemn declaration. "Now you shall witness the fate of Zeus's illustrious son, who may still breathe or may have succumbed to death. Mother, may the stern Furies and the goddess of justice, Dike, exact their vengeance upon you. You have betrayed the greatest of humanity, born from the earth. Such a hero shall never grace the world again." Deianira uttered not a single word, but silently retreated into the palace. Once inside, she drew forth a double-edged dagger. The old handmaiden, noticing her unusual demeanor, hastily called for Hylas. He rushed toward his mother, only to find she had plunged the blade into her own chest. The unfortunate son wept and flung himself upon her, embracing her lifeless form, showering her with desperate kisses. At that moment, the near-death Heracles was brought to the palace entrance. He had remained in a stupor throughout the journey, yet upon the stretcher being laid upon the ground at the door, he awoke. The great hero, tormented by excruciating pain, cried out, "O mighty Zeus, where am I now? Where are the men of Greece? Lend me your aid. I have vanquished the monsters and demons that plague the land and seas for you. Yet now none among you will wield fire or sword to alleviate my suffering. Great Hades, brother of Zeus, grant me death. Let me perish swiftly. Father, hear my plea." Hylas beseeched, tears brimming in his eyes. "My mother has unwittingly committed this sin. Why must you yearn for vengeance? She has learned that she is the cause of your demise and has pierced her heart with the dagger. O gods, she is gone, and I cannot avenge her." He lamented. "The treacherous Deianira did not fall by my hand. Father, she is innocent." Hylas continued, "My mother, upon seeing Iole, the daughter of Eurytus, sought to reclaim your love through enchantment. She unwittingly smeared the cloak with the blood of Nessus, the centaur you would slay with your arrows, unaware that it bore the venom of the Lernaean hydra. Alas, woe is me! Heracles cried out. The prophecy of my father Zeus has been utterly fulfilled. He foretold that I would not perish by the hands of the living, but rather by the schemes of those who descend to Hades. Behold, it is the very Nessus whom I killed that has betrayed me. The peace promised by the oracle is but the peace of death. Indeed, it is so. The dead are untroubled. Hylas, fulfill my final wish. You and my loyal companions, carry me to the heights of Ida. On the summit, pile up a great pyre for my cremation, place me upon it, and set it ablaze. Hurry, in my suffering. Father, have mercy on me. Do you wish to compel me to become the slayer of my own kin? Thus pleaded Hylas to his father. No, you are not the murderer, but rather the healer of my agony. I have one final wish that you must fulfill. Heracles implored his son. You shall wed the daughter of Eurydice, Iole. Yet Hylas rebuffed his father's request, responding, No, father, I cannot marry the offspring of the man who caused my mother's demise. Hylas, heed my will. Do not reignite the anguish that has begun to fade from my heart. Allow me to depart in peace. Heracles earnestly beseeched his son. Hylas's resolve softened, and he obediently replied, Very well, father. I shall honor your dying wish. Heracles urged his son to hasten in executing his final request. My son, act swiftly. Before the unbearable pain returns, place me upon the pyre. Lift me high. Farewell, Hylas. Heracles' friends, alongside Hylas, lifted the litter and bore Heracles to the lofty peak of Ida. There, they constructed a towering pyre and laid the greatest of heroes upon it. Heracles' torment intensified as the venom of the Lernaean hydra seeped deeper into his being. In desperation, he tore at the cloak upon his body, but it clung stubbornly, forcing him to rip it away along with strips of flesh, resulting in even greater agony. To escape this inhumane suffering, only death remained as an option. To perish in the flames would be a reprieve from this torment. However, none of his brave companions dared to ignite the fire. At last, Philoctetes arrived at Ida. Heracles persuaded him to kindle the flames, offering his bow and arrows dipped in the hydra's venom as recompense. Philoctetes ignited the pyre, the fierce flames blazing brightly. Yet Zeus's lightning shone even more brilliantly. Thunder rumbled from the heavens. Athena, though some myths attribute the arrival in a golden chariot to the goddess of victory, Nike, and Hermes descended in a golden chariot beside the pyre, escorting the greatest hero, Heracles, to the radiant heights of Olympus. Heracles was warmly welcomed by the gods of Olympus, attaining immortality. The goddess Hera, relinquishing her hatred, bestowed her daughter, the eternally youthful Hebe, upon Heracles in marriage. From that moment onward, he dwelled among the luminous deities of Olympus, living amidst the great and immortal gods. This was a reward for the many monumental feats he accomplished on earth and a recompense for all the tremendous trials he endured, as recounted by the descendants of Heracles according to the tragedy of Euripides. After Heracles' death, his children and his mother, Alcmene, resided in Tiryns, living in the home of his eldest son, Hylas. However, their stay in Tiryns was not long. Eurystheus, driven by his animosity towards Heracles, expelled his children from their father's domain. Moreover, regardless of where they sought refuge, Eurystheus relentlessly pursued them. They wandered throughout Greece, ultimately finding sanctuary with Iolaus, the aged friend and nephew of Heracles. Yet, even in this haven, Eurystheus did not relent, compelling them to flee alongside Iolaus to Athens, where Theseus's son, Demophon, was in power. Upon learning that the progeny of Heracles had sought solace in Athens, Eurystheus dispatched his messenger, Cophorus, to demand the surrender of Heracles' descendants. Demophon, however, rebuffed Cophorus, despite the latter's threats that Eurystheus would lead a vast army to besiege and obliterate Athens. Demophon, valuing the sacred tradition of hospitality, would not betray his principles. In due course, Eurystheus indeed led his forces to invade Attica. Faced with the impending clash against a formidable army, the Athenians beseeched the gods for a portent regarding the battle's outcome. The divine response indicated that victory would only be attainable through the sacrifice of a maiden. Macaria, the eldest daughter of Heracles and Deianira, willingly volunteered as the sacrificial offering, resolved to give her life to save her siblings. The two armies converged on the battlefield. Hylas, leading a contingent of soldiers to aid Demophon against Eurystheus, performed the sacrificial rite for Macaria before the engagement commenced. The ensuing battle proved unprecedentedly brutal, with heavy casualties on both sides, yet ultimately the Athenians triumphed. Eurystheus fled, pursued by Hylas, who sought vengeance for his father's adversary. Iolaus, witnessing Hylas in pursuit of Eurystheus, implored Hylas to relinquish the chariot to him. This aged comrade of Heracles yearned to confront Eurystheus personally, for the latter had wrought much suffering upon his friend. Iolaus took the reins and hastened after Eurystheus. Just as he was on the brink of capture, Iolaus prayed to the Olympian gods, beseeching them to restore to him his youth and former strength for just one day. The gods heeded Iolaus' supplication, and two brilliant stars descended from the heavens, enveloping his chariot in a dark cloud. As the cloud dissipated, Iolaus stood upon the chariot, resplendent in youthful vigor, strong and handsome. He swiftly caught up with Eurystheus and captured him alive. Filled with the elation of victory, Iolaus escorted the bound Eurystheus back to Athens. Upon seeing her son's foe, Alcmene, Heracles' mother, was consumed by rage. Ignoring the protests of Hylas and Demophon, she gouged out Eurystheus' eyes and killed him. Thus, Eurystheus met his demise. The Athenians would not allow their enemy's body to be left to decay in the wilderness. They interred Eurystheus in Attica, near the temple of Athena. The magnificent city of Athens and the Acropolis were founded by the earth-born Cyclops. He, a being half man and half serpent, possessed a massive serpentine tail. While the Cyclops was constructing the city of Athens in Attica, the earth shaker, Poseidon, was locked in a fierce contest with Athena, the daughter of Zeus, for dominion over the land. In order to resolve the dispute between the two, all deities, led by the magnificent god Zeus, convened at the Acropolis of Athens. The sovereigns of gods and mortals summoned Cecrops to adjudicate who should rightfully possess the dominion over Attica. The serpent-tailed Cecrops arrived at the court. The gods intended to bestow the governance of Attica upon the one who could offer the most precious gift to the realm. Poseidon, the earth-shaker, thrust his trident into the rocky ground, and a spring of brackish seawater gushed forth. Athena, in turn, plunged her gleaming spear into the earth, which promptly sprouted a bounteous olive tree. At this moment, Cecrops proclaimed, "Wise Olympian gods, while the salty waters of the boundless sea roar everywhere, there is nowhere that yields the fruitful olive tree. This olive tree belongs to Athena. It shall bring prosperity to the nation and inspire its inhabitants to engage in agriculture and till the land. Athena offers immense benefits to Attica. Therefore, let the power to govern the land be granted to her." The Olympian deities awarded the city of Athens, constructed by Cecrops, and the entirety of Attica's sovereignty to Athena. Henceforth, the city built by Cecrops was named Athens, in honor of Zeus's beloved daughter, Athena. Cecrops erected the first temple within the city dedicated to Athena, the guardian of the city, and her father Zeus. Cecrops' daughters became the first priestesses of Athena. He established laws for the Athenians, forming a complete state, and subsequently became the first king of Attica. Erycthonius, son of Hephaestus, was the heir to Cecrops' throne. Like Cecrops, he was born of the earth. His birth shrouded in utmost secrecy. After his birth, the goddess Athena personally took him under her protection, and he grew within Athena's temple. Athena placed the newborn Erycthonius in a tightly covered wicker basket, which was guarded by two serpents. Cecrops' daughters also watched over him, under Athena's strict prohibition against opening the basket, ensuring they could not witness the secretive offspring of the earth. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Cecrops' daughters longed to glimpse Erycthonius, even just for a fleeting moment. One day, Athena departed from her temple in the Acropolis, journeying to Parnes to retrieve a mountain, intending to place it beside the Acropolis as a protective barrier. As she carried the mountain back to Athens, a raven flew towards her, informing her that Cecrops' daughters had opened the basket and beheld the mysterious infant, Erycthonius. Enraged, Athena cast aside the mountain and swiftly returned to her temple. She imposed a harsh punishment on Cecrops' daughters, driving them to madness. They fled the temple, bewildered, and leapt from the cliffs of the Acropolis, meeting a tragic demise. From that moment forth, Athena took it upon herself to safeguard Erycthonius. The mountain Athena had discarded remained standing at the site where the raven delivered its message, later known as Lycabettus. When Erycthonius grew into adulthood, he ascended to the throne of Athens, ruling for many years. He established the ancient festival of Panathenea in honor of Athena. Erycthonius was the first in the city of Athens to drive a chariot drawn by horses, thereby inaugurating the sport of racing in Athens. Erechtheus, a descendant of Erycthonius, was compelled to engage in a brutal war against the city of Eleusis during his reign as king of Athens, with the support of Immerades, the son of the king of the Thracians, Oimorpos. This conflict proved disastrous for Erechtheus, as the Thracians, led by Immerades, advanced relentlessly. In desperation, Erechtheus resolved to visit the oracle of Apollo at Delphi to discern the price he must pay to secure victory in the war. The response from the oracle, Pythia, was chilling. She informed Erechtheus that he could only triumph over Immerades by sacrificing one of his daughters to the gods. With this dreadful message, Erechtheus departed from Delphi. His young daughter, Tonia, who cherished her homeland, upon learning of Pythia's pronouncement, declared her willingness to offer her life for beloved Athens. Despite his profound sorrow for his daughter's fate, Erechtheus felt compelled to make this sacrifice in pursuit of saving Athens. Shortly after Tonia was sacrificed, a decisive battle ensued. At the height of the conflict, Erechtheus confronted Immerades, and they engaged in a fierce duel. The two heroes fought valiantly, equally matched in skill and courage. Ultimately, Erechtheus' spear pierced Immerades, leading to a devastating grief for Immerades' father, Oimorpos, who implored Poseidon, the god of the sea, to avenge his son's death. Poseidon, riding his chariot, surged through the waves to Attica, wielding his trident to strike down Erechtheus. Thus, Erechtheus sacrificed himself in defense of his homeland. All of Erechtheus' children perished in the conflict, save for his daughter, Creusa, who alone escaped the tragic fate. This tale is recounted in the tragedy Philoctetes by Sophocles. Cephalus, the son of Hephaestus, the god of metallurgy, and Hecale, was renowned throughout all of Greece as a handsome and tireless hunter. Each day, before the sun rose, he would rise early to bid farewell to his young wife, Procris, and depart the palace to hunt on Mount Hymettus. One day, the rosy-fingered goddess of dawn, Eos, beheld the handsome Cephalus and abducted him, taking him to the farthest reaches of the earth, far from Athens. Cephalus loved only Procris, and his thoughts were consumed by her. He could not utter a word without mentioning her name. The separation from his wife plunged him into despair, and he beseeched the goddess Eos to allow him to return to Athens. Enraged, Eos retorted, "Very well, go back to Procris, but do not lament your fate. You shall come to regret having Procris as your wife, and you may even wish you had never met her." "Ah, I foresee such a fate." Eos released Cephalus, but as a parting admonition, she instructed him to test his wife's fidelity. The goddess transformed Cephalus's appearance, and upon his return to Athens, he became unrecognizable to all. As Cephalos cunningly gained entry into his home, he beheld his wife, Procris, engulfed in profound sorrow. Her visage, marred by distress, rendered her even more beautiful. Engaging her in conversation, Cephalos sought to divert her affections away from her husband, coaxing her to forsake him and embrace her role as his wife instead. Procris, oblivious to the identity of this stranger before her, remained unresponsive to his words, reiterating her unwavering love for Cephalos and her vow of fidelity. "I shall love Cephalos eternally. Whether he is alive or dead, my loyalty shall never waver." Eventually, Cephalos showered her with lavish gifts, and at last, she found herself swayed. Just as she contemplated yielding to his entreaties, Cephalos revealed his true identity, exclaiming, "Unfaithful woman, I am your husband, Cephalos. I stand as witness to your betrayal." Faced with her husband's reproach, Procris, filled with shame, bowed her head and departed from Cephalos' home, retreating into the dense forests, where she became a follower of the goddess Artemis. The goddess bestowed upon her a miraculous spear that never missed its mark and a hound that would not relent in the hunt for any beast. Cephalos, unable to endure the separation from Procris, ventured into the woods in search of her. Upon finding her, he implored her to return home. Procris rejoined her husband, and they lived in bliss for many years. She gifted him the enchanted spear and hound, and Cephalos, as was his custom, set out to hunt before dawn. No longer in need of assistance, he relied on the magical gifts from his wife. One day, he embarked on an early hunting expedition. As the midday heat bore down upon him, he sought refuge in the shade. As he walked, he sang, "Ah, delightful coolness, come to my side. Let my open chest breathe. O tender breeze, hasten to my presence and dispel this oppressive heat. O divine spirit, you are my joy, invigorating my spirit and fortifying my body. Pray, allow me to inhale your sweet essence." An Athenian, hearing Cephalos' song, misinterpreted its meaning and rushed to inform Procris that her husband was summoning some cool nymph in the forest. Procris was troubled, convinced that Cephalos had ceased to love her, believing he had forgotten her for another. On another hunting trip, Procris stealthily entered the forest, concealing herself among the dense foliage, waiting for her husband to arrive. As Cephalos appeared in the woods, he sang loudly, "Ah, gentle and considerate coolness, come forth and alleviate my fatigue." Suddenly he paused, sensing heavy breathing. Straining to listen, he found the forest eerily silent, the leaves unmoving in the midday heat. He sang again, "Come forth, my longed-for coolness." Just as his song concluded, an unknown rustling emanated from the thicket. Assuming a beast lay hidden within, he cast his unerring spear into the underbrush, striking Procris in the chest. She could not help but cry out in agony, and Cephalos instantly recognized her voice. He dashed towards the thicket and found his wife, Procris, bleeding profusely from her chest. Mortally wounded, Cephalus hurried to dress her wounds, yet his efforts proved futile. Procris was on the brink of death. In her final moments, she implored her husband, Cephalus, "For the sake of our sacred marriage, in the name of the Olympian gods and the underworld deities I am about to meet, and for my love for you, I beseech you, do not allow the woman you just called out to enter our home." From Procris's dying words, Cephalus discerned the source of her misunderstanding. He quickly sought to explain to her that she was mistaken. As Procris gradually succumbed, the shadows of death enveloped her eyes. She smiled at Cephalus and breathed her last in his arms. With a farewell kiss, her soul ascended to Hades' realm. Cephalus was left in profound sorrow, unable to assuage his grief. Due to the crime of manslaughter, he had to leave his homeland of Athens and journey to Thebes, a city with 7 gates. There, he assisted Amphitryon in hunting the elusive fox of Temesian, sent by Poseidon to punish the Thebans. Each month, a boy had to be offered to the vicious fox to appease its wrath. Cephalus released the hounds to pursue the fox. Had not Zeus, the thunderer, turned both the fox and the hounds to stone, the hounds would have eternally chased the fox. After the hunt for the Temesian fox concluded, Cephalus partook in Amphitryon's war against the Teleboans. Through his valor and martial prowess, he earned dominion over Cephallonia, an island named in his honor, where he resided until the end of his days. According to Ovid's epic Metamorphoses, Erechtheus' descendant, King Pandion of Athens, was engaged in a defensive battle for the city. Had it not been for the assistance of King Theseus of Crete, it would have been arduous for Pandion to repel the numerous foreign forces and safeguard Athens. Theseus triumphed over the enemy, driving them beyond the borders of Attica. In gratitude, Pandion bestowed his daughter Procne in marriage to Theseus. Together with his new bride, Theseus returned to Crete. Shortly after their return, Procne bore a son, seemingly ensuring a blissful life for the couple as ordained by the fates. After 5 years of marriage, Procne beseeched her husband, "If you still love me, allow me to return to visit my sister Philomela, or bring her here to us. Go to Athens and ask my father to release her, assuring him she will return swiftly. The chance to see my sister would bring me immense joy." Theseus prepared his ship for the voyage and soon set sail from Crete. He traveled safely and smoothly reached the shores of Attica. Pandion warmly welcomed his son-in-law, ushering him into the royal palace. Before Theseus could articulate the purpose of his visit, the enchanting Philomela entered, her beauty captivating him profoundly and igniting a fierce desire within his heart. Theris beseeched Pandion to permit Philomela to visit her sister Procne. The fervent passion imbued Theris with eloquence and reason. Unaware of the grave peril that awaited her, Philomela also implored her father for permission to see Procne. Ultimately, Pandion acquiesced. Before sending Philomela on her journey to the distant shores of Ceres, Pandion addressed Theris, saying, "Theris, I entrust my daughter to your care. In the name of the everlasting gods, I beseech you to protect her as a father would. Ensure her swift return, for she is my sole solace in my twilight years." Turning to Philomela, he added, "My daughter, if you hold any love for your aged father, return to me promptly. Do not leave me in solitude." Tears streamed down Pandion's face as he bid farewell to his daughter. Despite an ominous premonition weighing heavily on his heart, he could not deny the requests of Theris and Philomela. The beautiful daughter of Pandion boarded the grand vessel. The oarsmen synchronized their strokes, and the ship glided swiftly into the open sea, distancing itself from the shores of Attica. Theris, elated and exuberant, proclaimed, "I have triumphed. My dearest beauty, Philomela, now sails with me on this vessel." Throughout the voyage, Theris remained vigilant, never straying from Philomela's side. Upon reaching the coast of Ceres, however, King Theris did not escort Philomela to his palace. Instead, he forcefully confined her within a secluded grove, imprisoning her in a shepherd's hut. No matter how fervently Philomela wept and pleaded, his heart remained unmoved. Enduring the agony of captivity, Philomela frequently called out for her father and sister, invoking the Olympian gods. Yet her cries fell on deaf ears. Despair, regret, and sorrow consumed her as she lamented her fate. "O heartless barbarian," she cried out, "neither my father's pleas, nor my tears, nor my sister's concern can stir your compassion. By such actions, you shall ruin the sacred honor of your own household. Theris, come and take my life. But know this, the great gods have witnessed your transgressions, and if they possess the power, you will surely face the consequences you deserve. I shall speak of your deeds to the world. I will confront the public. If you do not allow me to leave this forest, I will let my grievances resonate through the woods, so that the eternal ether may hear my lamentations, and the gods may bear witness to my plight." Upon hearing Philomela's defiance, Theris was consumed by rage. He drew his sword, seized Philomela by her hair, bound her, and severed her tongue, rendering the unfortunate daughter of Pandion unable to reveal his crimes. Subsequently, Theris returned to Procne. When Procne inquired about her sister's whereabouts, Theris deceitfully informed her that Philomela had perished. Stricken by this falsehood, Procne wept bitterly for her sister. A full year passed. Philomela remained imprisoned in the forest, suffering in silence, unable to communicate her plight to her father and sister. At long last, she devised a means to send word to Procne. She sat down to weave, intricately crafting her harrowing experiences into a headscarf, which she secretly sent to Procne. Upon unfolding the scarf, Procne was horrified to discover the painful plight of her sister woven into its fabric. Rather than weeping, Procne, in a frenzied state, wandered aimlessly through the palace, consumed by thoughts of how to avenge herself upon Tyrus. During these days, the women of Thrace were celebrating the festival of Dionysus. Procne, accompanied by other women, ventured into the woods. There, amidst the thickets on the hillside, she found the hut where her husband had imprisoned Philomela. Procne rescued her sister and quietly brought her back to the palace. "Philomela, now is not the time for tears," Procne declared. "We must not weep. We should take up our swords for revenge. I will dare to commit the most heinous acts if it means avenging you and myself. He shall meet a dreadful end." As Procne spoke, her son entered her chamber. "Ah, how much you resemble your father," Procne marveled at her son, her expression suddenly clouded with a frown. A cruel thought ignited within her, driven by the fury surging in her heart. Yet, as her son approached with trust, arms outstretched to embrace her and seeking a kiss, her compassion awakened, and tears welled in her eyes as she turned her face away. However, upon catching sight of her sister, an uncontrollable rage surged anew within her chest. Procne seized her son's hand and led into a secluded chamber within the palace. With a swift motion, she drew her gleaming sword and plunged it into her son's chest. Procne and Philomela dismembered the unfortunate boy, cooking some of his flesh in a pot and skewering the rest for roasting, preparing a horrific feast for Tyrus. Procne personally served Tyrus, who remained oblivious as he consumed the meal crafted from the flesh of his beloved son. During the meal, as Tyrus recalled his son, he instructed someone to summon him. Procne secretly reveled in her successful revenge, proclaiming, "The one you seek is right before you." Tyrus, perplexed by her words, insisted on sending for his son. At that moment, Philomela emerged from behind the curtain, hurling the bloodied head of Tyrus's son at his face. Tyrus trembled in terror, finally grasping the horror of the meal before him. He cursed his wife and Philomela, overturning the table, rising in rage, and drawing his sword to pursue Procne and Philomela, intent on exacting vengeance for the murder of his son, but he could not catch them. They sprouted wings and transformed into two birds. Philomela became a swallow, while Procne transformed into a nightingale. The swallow bore marks of Tyrus's son's blood upon her breast. Tyrus was transformed into a hoopoe, adorned with a crest resembling the plumes of his helmet. The indomitable and fierce north wind, Boreas, was a fearsome presence. As he raced across land and sea, he could summon storms that obliterated all in their path. One day, while soaring over Attica, he caught sight of Orithyia, the daughter of King Erechtheus of Athens, and was instantly smitten. Boreas implored Orithyia to become his wife and to allow him to take her to his distant northern kingdom. Orithyia, however, declined, fearing the formidable presence of the god of the north wind. Her father, Erechtheus, also rejected Boreas's proposal. No matter how fervently Boreas pleaded, his efforts were in vain. Enraged, the fearsome wind god bellowed, "Am I to endure such humiliation? Have I forgotten my own terrifying power? Should I grovel before others? I must wield my strength. I can summon and disperse the ominous clouds of the sky. I can churn the seas and raise monstrous waves. Uproot ancient trees as if they were mere blades of grass, strike the earth with hail, and freeze water into stone like ice. Am I to beseech them like a powerless mortal? I rage across the land, causing it to tremble. Even the realm of Hades quakes in response. Should I plead with Erechtheus as one of his servants? I ought not to beg Erythia to be my wife. I should seize her by force. With a powerful flap of his mighty wings, Boreas unleashed a tempest upon the earth, where ancient trees swayed like reeds, the seas roared with turbulent waves, and the sky was shrouded in dense black clouds. He unfurled his black cloak, towering above the mountains, plunging the surroundings into frigid cold. Boreas ravaged all in his path. Hastening to Athens, where he seized Erythia and ascended, flying toward his northern homeland. Thus, Erythia became Boreas's wife, bearing him 2 sons, Zethus and Calais, both of whom inherited their father's wings. These sons were valiant heroes, participating in the Argonauts' expedition to Colchis in search of the Golden Fleece, achieving many great feats. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, Erechtheus's descendant, Daedalus, was the greatest painter, sculptor, and architect of Athens. It is said he could carve lifelike statues from white marble, which appeared to possess vision and the ability to move. To facilitate his work, Daedalus invented many tools, including the axe and the drill. His renown spread far and wide. This illustrious artist had a nephew named Talos, the son of his sister Perdiccas. Talos was a student of his uncle. Even in his youth, his talent and creativity astonished all. It was anticipated that Talos would surpass his mentor. Envious of his nephew's gifts, Daedalus resolved to eliminate him. One day, while standing at the edge of the towering Acropolis of Athens, with no one else in sight, Daedalus pushed his nephew off the cliff, convinced that his crime would go unpunished. Talos fell to his demise, shattering upon impact. Daedalus hastily descended the Acropolis, gathering Talos' remains, intending to bury them discreetly. However, as he dug the grave, he was discovered by the citizens of Athens, and his crime was laid bare. The Areopagus court sentenced him to death. Daedalus escaped the death penalty and fled to the island of Crete, seeking refuge with Minos, the powerful king and son of Zeus and Europa. Minos was eager to protect this great artist from Greece. Daedalus created numerous exquisite works of art for King Minos and constructed a labyrinth, renowned for its intricate and winding paths, where one could enter but never find the way out. Within this labyrinth, Minos imprisoned the fearsome Minotaur, a monstrous creature born of his wife Pasiphae. Daedalus resided in the king's palace for many years. However, Minos refused to release him from Crete, wanting to solely enjoy the creations of the great artist. Daedalus was treated as a captive, kept under soft house arrest. After much contemplation on how to escape, he finally devised a plan. If I cannot elude Minos by land or sea, then the sky remains open to me. The heavens shall be my path. Other routes are under Minos's control, but he cannot govern the skies, Daedalus proclaimed. With determination, Daedalus began his preparations. He gathered feathers and, using linen thread and beeswax, attached the feathers together to create 4 large wings. As he worked, his son Icarus played nearby, occasionally reaching for feathers blown by the wind or kneading the beeswax. The carefree boy delighted in his father's endeavors. Once Daedalus completed his task, he secured a pair of wings to his back, slipped his hands into the 2 loops attached to the wings, and flapped them, soaring smoothly into the air. Icarus gazed in astonishment as his father ascended like a great bird. Before long, Daedalus landed gracefully and said to his son, Icarus, "We shall now fly from the island of Crete. Be cautious while we are airborne. Do not fly too low, lest the salty waves wet your wings, nor too high, for the sun's heat will melt the beeswax, causing the feathers to fall. Stay close behind me and do not lag." The father and son donned their wings and ascended delicately into the sky. Onlookers beheld them soaring above the earth and mistook them for deities traversing the azure expanse. Daedalus frequently glanced back at his son, who followed closely behind. They flew over the islands of Delos and Paros, continuing onward. The exhilarating flight filled Icarus with joy, emboldening him to flap his wings with increasing fervor. In his exhilaration, Icarus forgot his father's warnings and, no longer content to follow, he soared higher, approaching the radiant sun. The searing rays melted the wax binding his feathers, causing them to fall away, scattered by the wind. Icarus flailed his arms, but without wings. He plummeted from the terrifying height into the sea, ultimately drowning amidst the waves. Daedalus turned to look back, but Icarus was nowhere to be seen. He called out loudly for his son, "Icarus! Icarus! Where are you? Answer me quickly." There was no reply. Daedalus saw the feathers from Icarus's wings drifting upon the waves, and he comprehended the tragedy that had unfolded. Daedalus loathed his own craftsmanship and regretted the method he devised to escape Crete through the air. Icarus's lifeless body floated in the sea for an extended period, and this body of water was subsequently named the Acarian Sea, situated between the islands of Samos, Palos, and the coast of Asia Minor. Ultimately, the waves cast Icarus upon the shore, where Heracles discovered the corpse and gave him a proper burial. Daedalus continued his flight, eventually reaching Sicily, where he settled in the court of King Cosirus. When Minos learned of the artist's refuge, he promptly led an army to Sicily, demanding Cosirus surrender Daedalus. Cosirus's daughters, unwilling to lose the artist, devised a scheme to eliminate Minos. They persuaded their father to comply with Minos's request, hosting him in the palace as if he were an esteemed guest. Then, while Minos bathed, Cosirus's daughters poured a pot of boiling water over his head, causing Minos to perish in agony. Daedalus resided in Sicily for many years. His twilight years were spent in his homeland of Athens, where he became the esteemed patriarch of the illustrious Daedalus family of artists. According to Plutarch's account of Theseus's birth and upbringing, Aegeus, son of Pandion, alongside his brothers, expelled the usurping sons of Metion from Attica and subsequently became the king of Athens. Aegeus ruled Athens peacefully for an extended period. Yet one matter troubled him greatly. He had no children. He journeyed to the oracle of Delphi to seek the prophet of Apollo, inquiring why the gods did not bless him with offspring. The oracle provided him with an ambiguous response. Aegeus pondered deeply, striving to decipher its meaning, yet he could not grasp it. Finally, he traveled to the city of Troezen, located within the Argolis region of the Peloponnese, to seek the wise King Pythius. Asking for assistance in unraveling Apollo's cryptic message, Pythius swiftly discerned its significance, understanding that Aegeus would indeed father a son, who would grow to be the greatest hero of Athens. Pythius hoped that Troezen would be fortunate enough to become the birthplace of this illustrious hero. Consequently, he wed his daughter Aethra to Aegeus. After becoming Aegeus's wife, Aethra bore a son, but he was the offspring of Poseidon, not Aegeus. The newborn was named Theseus. Shortly after Theseus's birth, King Aegeus had to return to Athens from Troezen. Before departing, Aegeus placed his sword and sandals beneath a massive rock near Troezen and instructed Aethra, "When my son Theseus is able to lift this stone and retrieve my sword and sandals, send him to Athens to find me. With the sword and sandals, I shall know he is my son." Before the age of 16, Theseus was raised in the care of his grandfather, Pythius, who was remarkably wise and deeply invested in his grandson's education. Pythius took immense joy in witnessing Theseus excel beyond his peers in every aspect. As time passed, Theseus reached the age of 16, at which point his strength, intellect, and martial prowess were unparalleled. He was also strikingly handsome, tall, and well-proportioned, with bright eyes and cascading dark curls. Though he had sacrificed some of his hair as an offering to Apollo, the physique of this young hero clearly indicated his immense strength. As Theseus embarked on his journey to Athens, Aethra, recognizing her son's exceptional physical capabilities, led him to a great stone that concealed the sword and sandals of Aegeus, the king of Athens. She said to her son, "My dear, beneath this stone lies your father's sword and sandals. Your father is Aegeus, the king of Athens. If you can lift this stone and retrieve these items, they will serve as tokens of our recognition." With a mere push, Theseus effortlessly moved the stone aside and claimed the sword and sandals. After bidding farewell to his mother and grandfather, he set forth on the long journey to Athens. Ignoring their advice to take the safer sea route, he chose instead to traverse the land, crossing the isthmus to reach Athens, a path fraught with peril. Along the way, Theseus faced numerous challenges, inevitably achieving remarkable feats. Upon reaching the vicinity of Epidaurus, near the borders of Troy, he encountered the giant Periphetes, the son of Hephaestus. Like his father, Periphetes was lame, yet towering, with powerful arms. This brutal giant had made it impossible for any traveler to pass through his mountainous domain, as he would slay them with his iron club. However, Theseus triumphed over Periphetes with ease, marking this victory as his first achievement by claiming the giantess' iron club as a symbol of his conquest. From that point onward, Theseus faced no further dangers until he reached the isthmus. In the sacred pine grove of Poseidon at the isthmus, Theseus encountered the infamous bandit Cenes. a ruthless criminal who employed a uniquely cruel method of execution. Cenes would uproot 2 pine trees, bind his victims to their treetops, and then release the trees, which would spring upright, tearing the unfortunate travelers apart. Theseus avenged the victims of Cenes by binding the bandit himself, using his formidable strength to uproot the 2 towering pines and securing Cenes to their treetops before releasing them. Thus, the cruel bandit met his end by the very means he had used to slaughter innocent travelers. With this, the path across the isthmus was now clear. Later, in commemoration of this triumph, Theseus established the Isthmian Games at the site of his victory over Cenes. The Isthmian Games, a celebration of all Greece, are held biennially at the Isthmus of Corinth and last several days, featuring competitions in wrestling, running, boxing, discus, javelin, and chariot racing. Theseus then proceeded along the route leading to the city of Crommyon, located near the isthmus and not far from Corinth. The outskirts of this city had been laid waste by a monstrous wild boar born of Typhon and Echidna. The townspeople implored the young hero to rid them of this foul creature. Theseus pursued the beast and, wielding his sword, struck it down. Continuing his journey, Theseus encountered the most perilous section of the isthmus at the border of Megara, where steep cliffs pierced the heavens, and at their base, the roaring sea crashed with tumultuous waves. Here, Theseus faced new dangers. At the cliff's edge resided the bandit Sciron, who compelled travelers passing by to wash his feet. As the unfortunate travelers bent to comply, this savage marauder would viciously kick them off the precipice into the churning sea below. The travelers would meet their demise upon the sharp rocks that jutted from the water's surface, their bodies subsequently devoured by enormous sea turtles. However, when Sciron attempted to kick Theseus, he seized the bandit's foot and hurled him into the ocean. Not far from the city of Eleusis, Theseus was compelled to battle Circean. Much like Heracles had been forced to contend with Antaeus, the formidable Circean had already claimed the lives of many, but Theseus clasped him in a powerful embrace, akin to an iron vice, ultimately strangling him to death. In doing so, Theseus also rescued Circean's daughter, Alope, and entrusted the governance of the region to Alope and her son, Hippothoon, whom she bore with Poseidon. After passing Eleusis, Theseus arrived at the valley of the Cephisus River in Attica, where he sought out the bandit Damastes, known as Procrustes, meaning the stretcher. This brigand devised a particularly cruel method to torment every traveler who fell into his clutches. He possessed a bed and compelled his victims to lie upon it. If the bed was too short for the individual, Procrustes would stretch them until their feet touched the headboard. Conversely, if the bed was too long, he would sever the unfortunate person's feet. Theseus threw Procrustes onto the bed, and for this giant, it was undoubtedly too short. Thus, Theseus repaid cruelty with cruelty, executing Procrustes. This marked the last of Theseus's feats on his journey to Athens. He wished to enter the city untainted by the blood of Cenes, Sciron, and Procrustes. Therefore, he requested the members of the Phaeacian family, descendants of Phea, who had established the secret rites for Demeter in Eleusis, to conduct a special religious purification ceremony for him beside the altar of the benevolent Zeus. The Phaeacians welcomed the young hero with great warmth, fulfilling his request and cleansing him of the bloodstains. Now, Theseus can finally enter Athens to meet his father, Aegeus. Clad in a long Ionian garment, Theseus strides gracefully through the streets of Athens, his splendid, tousled curls cascading down to his shoulders. The youthful hero, adorned in his flowing attire, does not resemble a hero who has accomplished many great feats, but rather appears like a maiden. As Theseus passes by the construction site of the Temple of Apollo, the craftsmen, busy erecting the temple's roof, mistake him for a young girl and mock him. With laughter, they exclaim, "Look, a maiden wandering alone through the city. Behold, she flaunts her disheveled hair, yet her long garment sweeps the dust from the streets." The derision of the craftsmen incites Theseus's anger, and he rushes to a nearby bullock cart, releasing the bull and hurling the cart high into the air, which soars above the heads of the craftsmen standing atop the temple roof. Realizing that this is no maiden, but a hero of terrifying strength, they are struck with fear. Anticipating the hero's wrath, they brace for retribution, yet Theseus continues on his way with serene composure. Eventually, Theseus arrives at the palace of Aegeus. He does not immediately reveal his identity to his aged father, but instead claims to be a foreigner seeking refuge. Aegeus does not recognize his son, but the sorceress Medea, who has journeyed from Corinth to become Aegeus's wife, does. The cunning Medea, having promised Aegeus that she could restore his youth through sorcery, has become the de facto ruler of Athens, with Aegeus himself obedient to her every command. Understanding the peril her power would face if Aegeus were to learn of the handsome foreigner's true identity, Medea resolves to eliminate the hero. She convinces the aging king that this youth is a spy sent by their enemies, persuading him to poison Theseus. Fearing the loss of his power, the frail Aegeus succumbs to Medea's malicious scheme. At a banquet, Medea presents a cup of poisoned wine before Theseus. At that moment, Theseus, for reasons unknown, unsheaths his sword. Aegeus immediately recognizes it as the blade he had buried beneath a massive stone near Troy 16 years prior. Glancing down at Theseus's feet, he sees that the youth wears his own shoes. Now comprehending the identity of this foreigner, Aegeus overturns the cup containing the poison and embraces his son, Theseus. Medea is expelled from Athens, fleeing to Media with her son, Medas. Aegeus solemnly announces to the citizens of Athens the return of his son and recounts the great achievements Theseus accomplished on his journey from Troy. The residents of Athens, equally elated as Aegeus, raise their voices in joyous celebration, welcoming their future king. News of Theseus's return reaches the ears of Aegeus's brother, Pallas's sons. With Theseus's arrival, their hopes of ruling Athens after Aegeus's death are dashed, for Aegeus now has a legitimate heir. The cold-hearted Pallas family refuses to relinquish their claim to power over Athens and is determined to seize control by force. The 15 brothers of the Pallas family, led by their father, advance to besiege Athens. Aware of Theseus's formidable strength, they devised a cunning strategy. Some members of the Pallas family would openly approach the city, while others lay in ambush, ready to launch a surprise attack on Aegeus. However, their messenger, Laos, betrayed their plan to Theseus. The young hero promptly resolved to take action. He first attacked the ambushed Pallas clan, annihilating them entirely. Neither their might nor their cunning could save them from their demise. When the brothers of the Pallas family learned of the slaughter, they fled in terror. Now, under the protection of his son, Aegeus could once again govern Athens in peace. Unwilling to remain idle in Athens, Theseus decided to rid Attica of a menace by slaying a wild bull that ravaged the outskirts of Marathon. This bull had been brought from Crete to Mycenae on the orders of King Eurystheus and was later released into the wild. It became a tremendous calamity for the farmers of Attica. Fearlessly, Theseus set forth to achieve this noble feat in Marathon. He encountered an elderly woman named Hecla, who treated him as a distinguished guest and advised him to offer a sacrifice to Zeus, seeking protection during his perilous battle with the fierce bull. Theseus heeded Hecla's counsel. Soon, he located the bull, which charged at the hero. Yet, Theseus seized its horns. The bull surged forward but could not break free from Theseus's powerful grip. He subdued the creature, binding it, and then led it back to Athens. On his return journey, he did not encounter the elderly Hecla, as she had passed away. Theseus honored her memory with a grand tribute, grateful for her prior hospitality and wise counsel. He then presented the bull to Apollo in a sacrificial offering. Upon arriving in Athens, Theseus found the entire region of Attica engulfed in sorrow. The mighty King Minos of Crete had sent envoys for the third time, demanding tribute. This tribute was both burdensome and humiliating, requiring the Athenians to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years. Once delivered, they were imprisoned in a vast labyrinth to be devoured by the terrifying Minotaur, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Minos enforced this tribute because the Athenians had slain his son, Androgeos. Now, the Athenians were compelled to pay this dreadful tribute for the third time. Their ship prepared with black sails, mourning the fate of the young souls destined for suffering. Seeing the collective despair, the young hero Theseus resolved to accompany the youths to Crete, determined to rescue them and put an end to this degrading tribute. To accomplish this, he knew he must first confront and slay the Minotaur. Despite the reluctance of the elderly Aegeus to let his only son leave Athens for Crete, Theseus remained steadfast in his resolve. He made a sacrifice to Apollo, the protector of navigators at Delphi, yet just before his departure, a divine message from the god instructed him to choose Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as his guardian for the journey. Theseus implored Aphrodite for her assistance in achieving great deeds, offering her gifts before setting sail for Crete. The grand vessel reached the island of Crete without incident, and the young Athenian boys and girls were brought forth to meet Minos, the formidable king of Crete. The king immediately took notice of the handsome young hero, Theseus. Minos' daughter, Ariadne also became captivated by Theseus, as Aphrodite stirred within her a profound affection for him. Determined to aid Theseus, she could not bear the thought of this brave hero meeting his demise within the labyrinth, torn to shreds by the Minotaur. Before confronting the Minotaur, Theseus was compelled to accomplish yet another feat. Minos had insulted an Athenian maiden, and Theseus rose to defend her. At this moment, the proud king of Crete, enraged that a mere Athenian dared to defy the son of Zeus, insulted Theseus in return. With pride, Theseus proclaimed to the king, "You take pride in being the progeny of Zeus, yet I too am not the son of an ordinary mortal. My father is the great earth-shaker, Poseidon." Minos challenged him, demanding proof of his lineage, and hurled a golden ring into the sea, insisting that Theseus retrieve it from the abyss. Theseus, after praying to his father Poseidon, bravely leaped into the tumultuous waters. The salty waves surged high, engulfing Theseus, and onlookers gasped in terror, believing he would never return. Ariadne stood in despair, convinced that Theseus had perished. However, as Theseus submerged, the waves closed above him, and the sea god Triton swiftly caught him, transporting him in an instant to Poseidon's underwater palace. Poseidon greeted his son with joy in the splendid crystal palace, handing him Minos' ring. Enchanted by Theseus' beauty and bravery, Poseidon's wife Amphitrite adorned his curly locks with a golden crown. Triton then lifted Theseus and brought him back to the shore, proving to Minos that he was indeed the son of Poseidon. Ariadne rejoiced at the sight of the hero safely returning from the depths of the sea. Yet, Theseus faced an exceedingly perilous task ahead, for he must slay the monstrous Minotaur. Now, Ariadne had come to his aid, secretly providing him with her father's sword and a ball of thread. After Theseus and the 7 pairs of Athenian youths destined to be devoured by the Minotaur were sent into the labyrinth, Theseus tied one end of the thread at the entrance, embarking on the intricate and seemingly endless passages of the maze. As he ventured forth, he unraveled the thread, ensuring that he could trace his path back and escape from the labyrinth, which was designed to be utterly untraceable. Theseus pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the lair of the monstrous Minotaur. The beast roared ferociously, charging at the young hero with its massive, horned head, igniting a fierce battle. The Minotaur lunged at Theseus several times with brutal intensity, yet each time, Theseus retaliated with his sharp sword. At last, seizing one of the creature's horns, he plunged his blade into its chest. After vanquishing the Minotaur, Theseus retraced his steps along the thread he had laid, guiding the 7 pairs of Athenian youths out of the labyrinth. Ariadne awaited them at the entrance, joyfully congratulating Theseus. The youths he had rescued were filled with elation, adorning themselves with rose garlands, singing praises to Theseus and his divine protector, Aphrodite, and joyfully dancing in a circle. Now, it was imperative to devise a strategy to escape the wrath of the enraged Minos. Theseus first prepared his ship for departure, then sabotaged the hulls of all the Cretan vessels dragged ashore before swiftly setting sail for Athens. Ariadne, enamored with Theseus, chose to accompany him to Athens. During their return, Theseus made landfall on the island of Naxos. There, he and his companions rested to alleviate their travel fatigue. In a dream, Theseus beheld Dionysus, the god of wine, who instructed him to leave Ariadne upon the desolate shores of Naxos, as the gods had ordained her to be the wife of Dionysus. Awakening with a heavy heart, Theseus hastily resumed his journey, compelled to obey the will of the deities. Ariadne ascended to divine status, becoming the wife of Dionysus, celebrated by the gods' companions with songs of adoration for the great god's spouse. Theseus's grand ship, adorned with black sails, sped across the azure sea. In the distance, the coast of Attica began to emerge. Grieving for the loss of Ariadne, Theseus forgot his promise to Aegeus to change the ship's black sails to white upon his victorious return to Athens. Aegeus, eagerly awaiting his son's return, stood upon a high cliff by the sea, gazing into the horizon. Then, a distant speck appeared, gradually enlarging and drawing closer. It was his son's ship. As it approached, Aegeus strained his eyes to discern the color of its sails. Alas, it was not the glistening white sails reflecting the sunlight, but black sails. This signified Theseus's demise. In despair, Aegeus leapt from the towering cliff into the tumultuous sea, ending his life, and the waves cast his lifeless body ashore. From that day forth, the waters where Aegeus perished were named the Aegean Sea. Upon reaching the shores of Attica, Theseus offered sacrifices to the gods, only to be struck with the realization that he had unwittingly become the cause of his father's death. Overwhelmed with grief, Theseus solemnly buried his father and thereafter assumed the rule of Athens. Wise Theseus adeptly governed Athens, yet he was restless, frequently departing the city to partake in the momentous endeavors of Greek heroes. For instance, he partook in the Caledonian hunt, joined the expedition of the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece, and participated in Heracles' campaign against the Amazons. After laying siege to the capital of the Amazonian realm, Themyscira, Theseus returned to Athens with Antipope, the queen of the Amazons, as a reward for his valiant exploits. Upon their arrival in Athens, Antipope became the wife of Theseus, who hosted a lavish wedding to celebrate his union with the queen of the Amazons. The Amazons, enraged by the destruction of their capital by the Greeks, resolved to exact vengeance upon them, determined to rescue their queen, Antiope, from what they believed to be the oppressive bondage imposed by Theseus. The formidable Amazonian army marched into Attica, while the Athenians, left with no recourse, sought refuge behind their city walls, evading the valiant assaults of the Amazons. However, the Amazons breached the gates of Athens, compelling the Athenians to retreat to the impregnable Acropolis. The Amazons established their encampment upon the hill of Areopagus, besieging the inhabitants of Athens. In a desperate bid to repel the fierce and formidable Amazons, the Athenians launched multiple offensives, culminating in a decisive battle. Antiope fought valiantly alongside her husband, Theseus, against her former subordinates, the Amazons. She was reluctant to forsake the hero she adored. Yet, in this final confrontation, fate dealt a cruel hand. An Amazonian spear, hurled with deadly precision, found its mark in Antiope's breast, and she fell lifeless at her husband's feet. Both sides, stricken with horror, gazed upon the fallen queen. Theseus, in profound sorrow, bent over his wife's lifeless form. The bloody conflict came to an abrupt halt, as both Amazons and Athenians mourned the untimely loss of their beautiful queen. The Amazons subsequently withdrew from Attica, returning to their distant homeland, while a pall of grief enveloped Athens, mourning the premature demise of Antiope. In Thessaly, the valiant Lapiths were ruled by the mighty hero, Pirithous. Hearing tales of the invincible hero, Theseus, renowned for his unparalleled courage and strength, Pirithous yearned to measure his prowess against him. In a bid to challenge Theseus, Pirithous journeyed to Marathon and stealthily stole Theseus' cattle, which grazed in the lush pastures. Upon learning of the theft, Theseus pursued the thief and soon caught up with Pirithous. The two heroes met, adorned in gleaming armor, standing face to face like two formidable deities. Both were taken aback by each other's noble presence. They were equally brave, equally strong, and equally handsome. Casting aside their weapons, they shook hands in reconciliation, forging a close alliance and establishing an unbreakable friendship, even exchanging weapons as tokens of their camaraderie. Thus, Theseus and Pirithous became steadfast friends. Not long after this fateful encounter, Theseus traveled to Thessaly to attend the wedding of Pirithous and Hippodamia. The celebration was fervent and grand, with numerous illustrious heroes arriving from all corners of Greece to partake in the festivities. The centaurs, half man and half beast, were also invited to join in the merriment. The banquet was lavish, with tables overflowing with food and guests filling the royal palace. Due to the abundance of attendees, some were compelled to dine in a cool, spacious cave. The air was thick with delightful aromas, the melodies of wedding songs and music resonated throughout, and the joyous shouts of the guests echoed in waves. All present took turns extolling the virtues of the bride and groom, with the bride standing out in her unparalleled beauty, dazzling like a star in the heavens. The guests reveled in their feasting and drinking, as wine flowed like a river, and the jubilant cheers escalated with each passing moment. Suddenly, the most formidable and savage centaur, Eurytus, leaped up inebriated and lunged at the bride. With his powerful arms, he seized her in an attempt to abduct her. The other centaurs, witnessing this, also charged towards the women present at the banquet, each desiring to claim a lady for themselves. Theseus, Pirithous, and other Greek heroes sprang from their seats to protect the women. The festivity abruptly ceased, giving way to a brutal melee. The heroes, unarmed as they were, engaged with the centaurs in hand-to-hand combat, utilizing whatever was at hand as weapons: heavy goblets, immense wine jars, table legs, and even the tripod altars that had only moments before been shrouded in fragrant smoke. Gradually, the heroes forced the ferocious centaurs outside the banquet hall, where the struggle continued. Armed down with shields and weapons, the Greek heroes clashed with the centaurs, who uprooted trees to wield as weapons and hurled massive stones at their adversaries. Leading the charge were Theseus, Pirithous, Peleus, and his son Nestor. The bodies of the centaurs, stained with blood, piled higher around them as they fell one after another. Ultimately, the centaurs could withstand the onslaught no longer and fled in disarray into the dense forests of Mount Pelion. The Greek heroes triumphed over the savage centaurs, leaving only a scant few survivors of the brutal conflict. In another tale, Theseus and Pirithous sought to abduct Persephone. The untimely death of Pirithous' wife, the beautiful Hippodameia, left him grief-stricken. After a period of mourning, the widowed Pirithous resolved to remarry. He journeyed to Athens to seek out his friend Theseus, and together they devised a plan to seize the enchanting Helen. At that time, Helen was still a young maiden, yet her beauty was renowned throughout Greece. Stealthily, Theseus and Pirithous made their way to Laconia, where Helen and her companions were joyously dancing in celebration of the festival of the goddess Artemis. They abducted Helen and hurried into the mountains of Arcadia, subsequently passing through Corinth and Isthmus, bringing her to Attica and the city of Athens. The Spartans pursued them relentlessly but ultimately failed to catch the abductors. Theseus and Pirithous first concealed Helen within the city of Athens before drawing lots to decide who would claim the extraordinary maiden. Theseus emerged victorious in the lot. However, the two friends had sworn beforehand that whoever first claimed the curly-haired Helen must assist the other in the abduction of his desired bride. Having drawn the lot for Helen, Pirithous beseeched Theseus to aid him in seizing Persephone, the wife of Hades, the lord of the underworld. Though filled with trepidation, Theseus felt compelled to honor his oath. Thus, he accompanied Pirithous to the realm of the dead. The duo descended into the underworld through a deep chasm near the village of Colonus, close to Athens. Upon arriving in Hades' domain, they demanded that he grant them Persephone. The ruler of the underworld, infuriated, suppressed his rage and commanded the two heroes to sit upon a throne hewn from rock at the entrance of his realm. No sooner had they taken their seats than they became irrevocably bound to the throne, unable to move again. Hades imposed such punishment for their unreasonable demands. During Theseus's prolonged sojourn in the underworld, the beautiful Helen's two brothers, Castor and Pollux, searched tirelessly for their sister. Ultimately, they discovered that Helen had been hidden by Theseus in Athens. Consequently, they laid siege to the city, and even the once impregnable fortress could not withstand their assault. Castor and Pollux breached the castle, liberated their sister, and captured Theseus's mother, Aethra. They then transferred the dominion of Athens and all of Attica to Theseus's arch-nemesis, Menestheus. Theseus endured immense suffering in Hades for an extended period until the greatest of heroes, Heracles, rescued him. Upon returning to the sunlit world, Theseus found no joy awaiting him. The once unconquerable city of Athens lay in ruins. His sister had been rescued, his mother captured and enslaved in Sparta, and his two sons, Demophon and Acamas, were forced to flee Athens, leaving power in the hands of his enemy, Menestheus. Bidding farewell to Attica, Theseus journeyed to the island of Euboea, where his realm awaited him. Misfortune continued to shadow Theseus, for Lycomedes, king of Syros, was unwilling to return his lands. He deceived the great hero, luring him to a high cliff and casting him into the sea. Thus, Athens' greatest hero perished by treachery. It was only many years after Menestheus' demise that Theseus' two sons, who had participated in the Trojan War, returned to Athens. They found their mother, Aethra, in Troy, where she had been taken as a slave alongside Helen by Paris, son of King Priam of Troy. In Calydon, the king Aeneas, father of the heroic Meleager, had offended the great goddess Artemis. One day, while celebrating the harvest in his orchards and vineyards, he offered lavish sacrifices to the gods of Olympus, yet neglected to honor Artemis. In retaliation, she unleashed a ferocious wild boar upon his land. This colossal and savage beast ravaged the countryside of Calydon, uprooting entire groves of trees with its massive tusks and decimating vineyards and blooming orchards. Should it encounter any person, it would not spare them either. The region lay in ruins, presenting a dismal sight. Faced with the grief that weighed heavily on the hearts of the people, Meleager resolved to hunt down and slay this beast. He summoned many Greek heroes to partake in this perilous hunt. Among those who joined the pursuit were Castor and Pollux from Sparta, Theseus from Athens, Admetus, king of Pherai, Jason from Iolcus, Iolaus of Thebes, Pirithous of Thessaly, Peleus of Phthia, Telamon from Salamis, and many other heroes. Swift as the wind and fleet-footed as a deer, Atalanta also arrived from Arcadia to join the Caledonian hunt. She had been raised in the wilderness, as her father had commanded her to be abandoned in the mountains at birth, for he did not desire a daughter. In the valley, a mother bear nurtured Atalanta, who gradually grew among the hunters, becoming a skilled huntress akin to Artemis. Numerous heroes indulged in feasting at the hospitable home of Enyeus for a full 9 days. Eventually, they set forth to hunt the wild boar. The surrounding woods echoed with the cacophony of countless hunting dogs. The hounds drove the wild boar towards their pursuers. The boar, galloping like a whirlwind, finally came into the hunter's sight. They charged at the creature, each hurling their javelins in haste. Yet the struggle against the colossal beast proved exceptionally arduous. None had ever encountered the formidable power of its fearsome tusks. The wild boar gored the valiant hunter Arcas, who had brandished his double-headed axe in an attempt to slay it. At that moment, Atalanta drew her sturdy bow and loosed a sharp arrow towards the beast. Simultaneously, Meleager rushed forward, throwing his spear with all his might, ultimately bringing the massive wild boar down. With the hunt concluded, all hunters rejoiced in their success. However, the question arose of whom to reward. Many heroes had participated in the hunt, with several having wounded the boar with their javelins. This led to a quarrel over the prize, incited further by the goddess Artemis, who harbored resentment towards Meleager for slaying her beloved boar. The dispute escalated into a war between the Aetolians of Calydon and the Curetes of the neighboring city. Eventually, the formidable hero Meleager allied with the Aetolians, who triumphed in the conflict. During the height of the battle, Meleager inadvertently killed his uncle. Upon learning of her most cherished brother's demise, his mother Althea was engulfed in grief. When she discovered that her brother had fallen at the hands of her son, her fury ignited. In her rage, she implored Hades, the king of the underworld, and his wife Persephone to exact punishment upon Meleager. Moreover, in her frenzy, she beseeched the Furies to avenge her brother. Upon learning of his mother's wish for his demise, Meleager was filled with indignation and immediately departed from the battlefield. He sat sorrowfully in the chamber of his beautiful wife, Cleopatra, cradling his head in despair. After Meleager withdrew from the Aetolian ranks, their victories ceased. The Curetes began to prevail, surrounding the affluent Calydon, which now faced imminent destruction. The elders of Calydon implored Meleager to return to the fray, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. They promised him substantial rewards, yet the hero remained unmoved. Now, Enyeus, Meleager's aged father, personally approached the door of Cleopatra's chamber, knocking upon the closed door and beseeching his son to quell his anger and set aside past grievances. For their beloved city of Calydon was on the brink of peril. However, Meleager would not heed even his father's words. His sister's mother and close friends all came to plead for his return to battle, yet he remained resolute and indifferent. The Curetes had now breached the walls of Calydon, setting fire to the homes within, determined to reduce everything to ashes. At last, the walls of Meleager's chamber trembled under the assault of the enemy. In that moment, his wife, stricken with fear, fell to her knees before him, pleading for him to save their city from ruin. Cleopatra urged Meleager to envision the calamities that would befall them should the city fall, to contemplate the horrifying prospect of their wives and children being taken as slaves by the victors. Did he wish such a fate to befall her? The formidable Meleager ultimately acquiesced to his wife's entreaty. He hastily donned his gleaming armor, secured his sword at his side, and grasped his mighty shield and spear. Meleager charged into battle, repelling the Curetes and rescuing Calydon. Yet, awaiting Meleager was death. The deities of the underworld heard Althea's prayers and curses. Thus Apollo, the god of archery, loosed a golden arrow that struck Meleager down on the battlefield, his soul departing to the desolate realm of the dead. There exists another myth regarding Meleager's demise. Upon his birth, the fates visited his mother, Althea. One of the goddesses foretold that when the log in the hearth burned out, her son would meet his end. Upon hearing this, Althea extinguished the fire on the log and carefully stored it away. After Meleager killed his uncle, Althea recalled the prophecy of the fates. Filled with hatred towards her son, she retrieved the log from its box and burned it. As the wood turned to ash, he immediately perished. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, in the Vale of Certhos on the island of Ceos, there dwelled a sacred stag belonging to the nymphs. This stag was remarkably beautiful, its antlers adorned with gold, a pearl necklace gracing its neck, and precious ornaments dangling from its ears. The stag, unafraid of humans, often wandered into the homes of the villagers, willingly allowing them to caress its neck. All the locals cherished this stag, especially Cyparissus, the son of the king of CEOs and a companion of the archer Apollo. Cyparissus would lead the stag to lush, green pastures and the babbling brooks, adorning its antlers with fragrant garlands woven from blossoms. While frolicking with the stag, Cyparissus would often leap onto its back, riding through the blooming vale of Certhos. One scorching summer noon, the relentless sun baked the earth, waves of heat rippling through the air. Seeking refuge from the midday heat, the stag retreated to the shade, lying amidst the underbrush. Cyparissus, out hunting, stumbled upon the resting stag. Concealed by the foliage, he failed to recognize his beloved companion and hurled his sharp spear, tragically striking the stag down. Upon realizing he had accidentally killed his cherished stag, Cyparissus was utterly stunned. Overwhelmed with grief, he wished to die alongside it. Apollo endeavored to console him, but to no avail. Cyparissus' sorrow was insurmountable. He beseeched Apollo, the god of the silver bow, to allow him to remain in eternal mourning. Apollo granted his wish, transforming him into a cypress tree. Cyparissus' curly locks turned to dark green needles, and his body became enveloped in bark. A stately cypress tree stands tall before Apollo, its pinnacle resembling an arrow pointing skyward. Apollo sighed softly and spoke, "I shall forever mourn for you, handsome youth. You will grieve for the suffering of others. Thus, you shall remain in the company of the sorrowful." From that moment forward, whenever a Greek experienced the loss of a loved one, they would hang cypress branches at their door. Cypress adorned the pyre where the deceased's body was cremated, and cypress trees were planted around graves. This tale is relayed through Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses. Orpheus, in the underworld, the illustrious singer Orpheus, son of the river god Oeagrus and the muse Calliope, resided in the distant land of Thrace. His wife was the beautiful goddess Eurydice. Orpheus adored his wife, yet their days of shared happiness were fleeting. Shortly after their marriage, one day, the lovely Eurydice, accompanied by her lively companions, ventured into a verdant valley to gather the spring blossoms. By misfortune, she inadvertently stepped upon a serpent hidden within the lush grass, which bit her upon the foot. Eurydice cried out in anguish, collapsing into the arms of her alarmed companions. Her visage turned pale, and her eyes closed forever. The venomous serpent had claimed her life. Her friends, both startled and terrified, wept loudly. Orpheus, hearing their cries from afar, rushed to the valley, only to find the lifeless body of his beloved wife. Cold and serene, devastated by grief, Orpheus could not resign himself to the loss of Eurydice. He mourned her death for an extended period, and the entirety of nature resonated with his sorrowful lament. Ultimately, Orpheus resolved to journey to the realm of the dead, beseeching Hades, the ruler of the underworld, and his wife Persephone to return his beloved. He traversed the deep cave of Teneron, located at the southern tip of the Peloponnese. Arriving at the banks of the river Styx, Orpheus stood upon the riverbank, pondering how he might cross the Styx to reach Hades' domain. A throng of spirits gathered around him, their moans faintly echoing like the rustling leaves in a forest during autumn. Suddenly, the sound of oars splashing through water reached his ears. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, was approaching in his boat. As Charon docked, Orpheus implored him to ferry him across with the souls, but the stern ferryman denied his request. No matter how fervently Orpheus pleaded, Charon's response remained resolute. It was not permitted. In that moment, Orpheus plucked the strings of his golden lyre, the melodies cascading like vast waves along the banks of the Styx. The enchanting music captivated Charon, who paused his oars to listen to the singer's performance. Seizing the opportunity, Orpheus boarded the boat, and Charon began to row across the dark waters of the underworld. Once they reached the opposite shore, Orpheus disembarked, still playing his golden lyre as he entered the realm of the dead, approaching the throne of Hades, surrounded by many spirits drawn by the sound of his music. Orpheus stood before Hades, bowing deeply in reverence. With a sudden fervor, he struck the strings of his lyre and began to sing, pouring forth his love for Eurydice and celebrating the blissful life he shared with his wife on radiant spring days. Yet, the days of happiness swiftly faded. Eurydice had passed away. Orpheus then lamented his misfortunes, the anguish wrought by love's demise, and his yearning for the departed. The entirety of Hades' realm listened intently to Orpheus' melodious voice, enraptured by his song. Hades lowered his head to his chest, captivated by Orpheus' singing. While Persephone rested her head upon her husband's shoulder, absorbed in the melody, tears trembling on her lashes. The enchanting notes caused Tantalus to forget his torment of hunger and thirst. Sisyphus ceased his futile labor, seated upon the boulder he was doomed to roll. Lost in profound contemplation, the sisters of Danaus, entranced by Orpheus's song, forgot their endless task of filling the bottomless bucket with water. The formidable and fearsome three-headed goddess Hecate covered her face with her hands to shield her eyes from the tears that flowed freely. Even the Fates, who were traditionally devoid of pity, found themselves moved by Orpheus's song, their eyes glimmering with tears. However, the golden harp's sound grew fainter, Orpheus's voice softened, until it faded into a distant lament, ultimately vanishing. Silence enveloped the surroundings. It was Hades who broke the stillness, inquiring why Orpheus had come to the underworld and what he desired. Like all deities, Hades swore an unbreakable oath by the waters of the Styx, promising to fulfill the requests of this remarkable singer. Then Orpheus addressed Hades. Mighty Hades, when we mortals meet our end, you welcome us all into your dominion. Yet, I am not here to behold the terrifying sights that pervade your realm, nor like Hercules, to seize your three-headed guardian, Cerberus. I implore you to return my Eurydice to the surface. Please allow her to live again. You can see how deeply I mourn her loss. My lord, consider this. If your wife Persephone were taken from you, you too would experience such sorrow. Release Eurydice. She will not remain forever away. She shall return to your underworld in due time. Hades, our life together was but fleeting. Grant Eurydice the chance to once again experience the joys of life. For she was far too young when she entered your domain. Hades pondered for a moment and finally replied to Orpheus, Very well, Orpheus, I shall return Eurydice to you. You may take her back to the land of the living, to bask in the sunlight. However, you must abide by one condition. You shall walk ahead with Hermes leading the way, and Eurydice shall follow behind you. On the journey through the underworld, you must not look back. Remember, should you turn to gaze upon her, Eurydice shall instantly depart from you, remaining forever in my realm. Orpheus agreed to all of Hades' stipulations, eager to return home. Swift as thought, Hermes guided Eurydice's spirit forth. Orpheus gazed joyfully at Eurydice's soul, longing to embrace her. But Hermes obstructed him, saying, Orpheus, what you seek to embrace is merely a shadow. Hurry, for the journey is fraught with difficulty. They set forth on their journey, with Hermes leading the way, followed closely by Orpheus and the soul of Eurydice. They hastily exited the realm of Hades, as Charon ferried them across the river Styx. Before them lay a narrow path ascending to the surface, fraught with difficulties. The trail was steep and strewn with jagged stones, shrouded in darkness. The figure of Hermes flickered in and out of sight ahead. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light emerged in the distance, an exit. The surroundings began to lighten, revealing itself from the oppressive gloom. If Orpheus turned around, he should be able to see Eurydice. Was she trailing behind them? Or had she remained in the shadowy domain of the dead? Perhaps she had faltered, for the path was indeed treacherous. If she fell behind, she would be doomed to wander in darkness eternally. Orpheus slowed his pace, straining to hear. There was no sound. Could it be that phantoms cast no footsteps? His worry for Eurydice deepened, and he began to move hesitantly, pausing frequently. As the light grew brighter, he should now be able to discern the silhouette of his beloved wife. At last, driven by desperation, he halted, turning to look back. He perceived Eurydice's shadow before him, and he reached out his hands toward her. Yet, at that moment, her figure receded further away, ultimately vanishing into the darkness. Orpheus stood there, utterly despondent, like a lifeless marble statue. He was consumed by grief over Eurydice's second death, a fate he had inadvertently brought upon her. Orpheus lingered for an eternity, motionless, until he finally stirred, taking a step, then another, making his way back to the river Styx. He resolved to seek out Hades once more, pleading for the return of Eurydice. However, the old ferryman Charon refused to transport Orpheus across the river in his decaying vessel, impervious to the singer's heartfelt entreaties. Heartbroken, Orpheus sat by the banks of the Styx for 7 days and nights, shedding sorrowful tears, refusing sustenance, lamenting the gods of the underworld. It was not until the 8th day that he decided to depart from the river's edge, returning to Thrace. The death of Orpheus 4 years had passed since Eurydice's demise, yet Orpheus remained steadfast in his love for her. He had no desire to wed any Thracian maidens. One early spring day, with fresh buds just emerging on the branches, the great singer settled upon a modest hillock. At his feet lay his golden lyre. He picked up the instrument and gently plucked its strings, his voice rising in song. Instantly, all of nature turned to listen to his enchanting melody. The power of Orpheus's voice was immense, captivating all, as wild beasts, enchanted, left their dens and drew near. Birds flocked to hear him sing. And even the trees abandoned their places. Oaks and poplars, towering cypress and broad-leaved sycamore, pines and firs, all encircled him, enraptured by his song, without a single branch or leaf rustling. It was as though all of nature was entranced by the sweet sounds of Orpheus's voice and the harmonious strains of his lyre. Suddenly, from a distance, loud cheers, the sound of tambourines, and laughter rang out. It was the women of Acalnania celebrating the joyful festival of Bacchus. As the women celebrating the festival of Bacchus approached, they beheld Orpheus, and one among them cried out loudly, "He is the one who harbors disdain for women." This woman raised her backsheek staff and hurled it at Orpheus. Yet, the ivy entwined around the staff shielded the singer. Another woman cast a stone towards him, but the enchanting melody of his voice subdued the stone, causing it to fall at his feet as if pleading for forgiveness. The cacophony of shouts from the women surrounding Orpheus grew louder, their voices rising in a tumultuous chorus. While the tambourines clanged with increasing ferocity, the revelry of the Backsheek festival drowned out the sweet notes of Orpheus's song. The women, like a flock of predatory birds, descended upon him, encircling him completely. The Backsheek staff and stones rained down upon the singer like hail. Orpheus, in vain, pleaded for mercy. The trees and rocks had once heeded his call, yet these frenzied women remained unyielding. Bloodied and fallen, Orpheus lay upon the ground, his spirit fleeing from his body. The wild women, with hands stained in blood, tore his form asunder. His head and lyre were cast into the swift currents of the Hebrus River, which is now known as the Maritza. A miracle occurred. The lyre floated downstream, its strings emitting soft, mournful tones, lamenting the death of the singer, while the riverbanks echoed with sorrow. All of nature wept for Orpheus. The trees and flowers mourned, the birds and beasts lamented, and even the silent rocks shed tears. Their sorrowful tears mingled with the river, causing its waters to swell. The nymphs of the rivers and woods, with disheveled hair and clad in black garments, mourned his passing. The waters of the Hebrus, bearing Orpheus's head and lyre, drifted further and further until they reached the vast sea, where the waves cast the lyre upon the shores of Lesbos. From that island arose exquisite melodies. Eventually, the gods placed Orpheus's golden lyre among the stars in the heavens, specifically within the constellation Lyra, which includes the prominent star Vega. Orpheus's soul ventured into the realm of the dead, arriving at the place where he had once sought Eurydice. The great singer was finally reunited with Eurydice, holding her lovingly in his embrace. From that moment, they were never to part again. The souls of Orpheus and Eurydice wandered through the shadowy fields adorned with asphodel flowers. Now, Orpheus could turn without fear to see if Eurydice followed behind him. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, the youthful son of the Spartan king, Hyacinthus, was as handsome and graceful as the gods of Olympus. He was a close companion of Apollo, the god of archery. Apollo often visited the banks of the Eurotas River to seek out his friend Hyacinthus in Sparta, where they would hunt together in the dense woods of the hills or partake in the athletic contests favored by the Spartans to entertain themselves and pass the time. One day, as the scorching noon approached, Apollo and Hyacinthus engaged in a discus-throwing contest. The discus soared repeatedly into the sky, each throw higher than the last. Now, the mighty Apollo summoned all his strength and released the discus with force. It ascended into the clouds, only to descend like a twinkling star towards the earth. Acalnan dashed towards the spot where the discus was destined to land, eager to retrieve it and cast it anew, hoping to demonstrate to Apollo that he, a mere youth, could rival the prowess of the divine deity in the art of discus throwing. As the discus struck the ground, it rebounded with a terrifying force, colliding with the head of the advancing Acalnan. He let out a harrowing cry and fell to the earth. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, staining the handsome youth's dark, curly hair. Alarmed, Apollo rushed forward, bending down to lift his friend, resting the blood-soaked head upon his knee, desperately attempting to staunch the bleeding. Yet to no avail. Acalnan's complexion turned ashen, his once brilliant eyes dulled, and his head hung limply, akin to a wilting flower crown under the relentless midday sun. In despair, Apollo cried out, "My dear friend, are you to perish? Oh, calamity, calamity!" It is I who have brought about your demise. Why did I cast the discus? Ah, how I wish I could atone. To accompany you to the joyless realm of the dead. Why must I endure eternal life? Why can I not join you? Apollo held his dying friend tightly in his embrace, tears cascading onto the blood-soaked curls of Hyacinthus. Hyacinthus had perished, his soul ascending to the realm of Hades. Standing beside the lifeless body, Apollo softly uttered, "Handsome Hyacinthus, you shall forever reside in my heart. Your illustrious name shall be eternally celebrated." Indeed, as Apollo's words foretold, from the blood of Hyacinthus, a vibrant red hyacinth bloomed, its petals inscribed with Apollo's mournful lament. In remembrance of Hyacinthus, the people held grand ceremonies during the festival dedicated to him. The beautiful sea nymph Galatea adored Acis, the son of the river god. Acis reciprocated her affection. Yet, Acis was not the sole admirer of Galatea. The Cyclopean giant Polyphemus, upon seeing her emerge from the cerulean waves, brimming with youthful allure, found himself engulfed by a fervent passion for her. Ah, exquisite Aphrodite, how potent is your influence! You have stirred the heart of a fierce giant, one who scorns all and dares to defy the gods of Olympus. Consumed by the flames of love, Polyphemus forgot his flocks and his cave. The once savage giant began to take notice of his appearance, grooming himself with a pickaxe to tame his wild hair and using a sickle to trim his unruly beard. He transformed, becoming less brutish and more refined. At that moment, the seer Telemus arrived at the shores of Sicily, prophesying to Polyphemus, "Your single eye shall be gouged out by Odysseus." Polyphemus laughed boisterously at the seer, declaring, "You are the most foolish of prophets. Your words are nonsense. A woman has already claimed my eye." A towering cliff jutted into the sea, its steep face piercing the ever-roaring waves. Polyphemus often drove his sheep to this mountain, where he would sit, placing a staff as thick as a mast beside him, and take out a flute crafted from 100 reeds, pouring his heart into the melody. The harsh, piercing notes of his flute echoed across the sea and through the deep canyons. The sound reached the ears of Acis and Galatea, who often rested in a cool cave not far from the mountain. Polyphemus played his flute and sang, until suddenly, like a raging bull, he leaped up upon discovering Galatea and Acis seated in their seaside cave. He bellowed, his voice reverberating even to the heights of Mount Etna, "I see you. Well, I shall make this meeting your last." Galatea, frightened, leaped into the sea, where the gentle waves shielded her from Polyphemus's assault. Acis, in terror, fled for his life, reaching out his hands towards the sea, crying out, "Oh, Galatea, save me. Parents, help me. Hide me." The Cyclopean giant pursued Acis, tearing a massive boulder from the mountain and hurling it at him. Although the boulder hurled by Polyphemus merely grazed the body of Acis, this slight edge proved sufficient to crush him entirely, leading to the tragic demise of poor Acis. His vibrant crimson blood flowed forth from beneath the jagged stone, gradually fading to a paler hue, resembling the murky waters of a river after a torrential downpour. The color diminished further, becoming increasingly clear. Suddenly, the rock that had imprisoned Acis fractured, giving rise to a rustling reed that released a torrent of crystal-clear water. Emerging from this stream was the upper body of a youth, adorned with a crown woven from reeds, his visage a delicate shade of blue. This was Acis, transformed into a river god. The wife of Tyndareus, the king of Sparta, was the beautiful daughter of King Thestius of Aetolia, named Leda. Leda was renowned for her extraordinary beauty throughout all of Greece. She had once been the wife of Zeus, bearing him 2 children, the goddess-like daughter Helen and the great hero Pollux. Leda and Tyndareus also had 2 offspring, the daughter Clytemnestra and the son Castor. Pollux inherited his father's divine lineage, granting him immortality, whereas his brother Castor remained an ordinary mortal. Both brothers were celebrated heroes of Greece. Castor possessed unparalleled charioteering skills, able to master even the most formidable steeds. Pollux, on the other hand, was the most distinguished boxer, undefeated in combat. The Dioscuri brothers participated together in many significant exploits undertaken by Greek heroes, their unwavering bond of brotherhood uniting them inseparably. The Dioscuri had 2 cousins, Lynceus and Idas, sons of King Aphareus of Messene. Idas was a formidable warrior, while his brother Lynceus possessed extraordinary vision, able to see through the very earth itself, leaving nothing hidden from his gaze. Together, the Dioscuri and their cousins achieved numerous feats of valor. On one occasion, they audaciously raided Arcadia, returning with a herd of cattle, which they resolved to divide equally. Idas was tasked with the division, but, driven by greed, devised a cunning ruse. He slaughtered one of the bulls and divided it into 4 portions, offering each a share. He proposed that whoever finished their portion of meat first would receive half the herd, with the remaining half going to the second to finish. Idas quickly consumed his share and assisted his brother Lynceus in finishing his as well. Realizing they had been deceived, Castor and Pollux were filled with fury and resolved to take vengeance on their cousins, despite their prior camaraderie. The Dioscuri brothers stormed into Mycenae, seizing not only the cattle they had brought back from Arcadia, but also a portion of the herd that had belonged to Idas and Lynceus. Yet their actions did not end there. They also abducted the fiancées of both cousins. Aware that Idas and Lynceus would not let this transgression go unpunished, the brothers took refuge in the hollow of a large tree, awaiting their cousin's arrival. The Dioscuri brothers devised a plan for a sudden assault. They dared not confront the formidable Idas directly, for he regarded even Apollo with disdain. Idas had once contended with the god of silver arrows, Apollo, for the beautiful Marpessa, whom he had taken away in a chariot gifted by Poseidon. Apollo sought to reclaim Marpessa from Idas, leading to a fierce conflict. However, Zeus intervened to halt the clash, decreeing that Marpessa should choose her own husband. She ultimately chose Idas, knowing that Apollo's love would not endure, as she aged and her beauty faded. The immortal Apollo would cast her aside. Yet, the Dioscuri brothers could not escape the keen gaze of Lynceus, who, from his lofty perch atop Mount Gythion in southern Peloponnesus, spotted the 2 brothers concealed within a hollow tree. Idas and Lynceus launched an assault upon the Dioscuri brothers. Before they could emerge from their hiding place, Idas hurled a spear at the great tree, piercing Castor's chest. Polydeuces charged at Idas and Lynceus, but they could not withstand his fierce onslaught and were forced to flee. They retreated to their father's grave, only to be pursued by Polydeuces. He killed Lynceus and then engaged Idas in a life-and-death struggle. However, Zeus intervened once more, casting forth a brilliant bolt of lightning that reduced the bodies of Idas and Lynceus to ashes. Polydeuces returned to the side of his mortally wounded brother, Castor, and upon seeing that death had separated them, he was overcome with grief. In that moment, he implored their father, Zeus, to allow him to die alongside his brother. The thunderer Zeus approached his son and presented him with a choice regarding his future: to dwell eternally youthful among the gods on Mount Olympus, or to share a fate with Castor, spending one day in the realm of Hades and the next in the light of Olympus. Polydeuces, unwilling to be parted from Castor, chose to embrace the same destiny. Henceforth, the 2 brothers wandered the shadowy fields of the underworld one day, and the next resided in the palace of Zeus among the gods. The Greeks revered the Dioscuri brothers as deities, and they became the protectors of those in peril. Whether in foreign lands or on home soil, travelers found solace in the guardianship of the Dioscuri brothers. Atreus and Thyestes were the sons of the illustrious hero Pelops. Pelops, having betrayed and slain the king Oenomaus' servant Myrtilus, fell victim to Myrtilus's curse, which foretold that Pelops's entire lineage would be doomed to mutual destruction. This curse loomed ominously over both Atreus and Thyestes, who committed numerous heinous acts. Among their transgressions, they murdered Chrysippus, the son of their father Pelops and the goddess Axioche. Incited by their mother Hippodamia, fearing their father's wrath after the crime, they fled his kingdom and sought refuge with Sthenelus, the king of Mycenae and husband of their sister Nisippe. Following Sthenelus' death, his son Eurystheus ascended to the throne. Eurystheus was subsequently captured by Iolaus and met his demise at the hands of Alcmene, mother of Heracles. At this juncture, Atreus seized control of the Mycenaean realm. As Eurystheus left no heir, Thyestes, consumed by jealousy of Atreus, was resolute in his desire to usurp his brother's power. With the assistance of Atreus' wife, Arope, he stealthily absconded with the golden-fleeced ram gifted to Atreus by Hermes. The divine proclamation stated that whosoever possessed the ram would command the rule of Mycenae. With the ram in his possession, Thyestes demanded the kingship. However, Zeus harbored great ire towards him and declared to the inhabitants of Mycenae the treachery of Thyestes. The Mycenaeans refused to acknowledge Thyestes as king, forcing him to flee to evade Atreus' retribution. In a malevolent act of vengeance against his brother, Thyestes clandestinely took Atreus' son, Pleisthenes. In a foreign land, Thyestes nurtured Pleisthenes as if he were his own, instilling in him a deep-seated animosity towards Atreus. The malicious Thyestes intended to use Pleisthenes as a weapon in his vendetta against Atreus. Upon reaching adulthood, Pleisthenes was dispatched by Thyestes to slay Atreus, only to be met with his father's own hand, resulting in his untimely death. Upon learning of the young man's identity, Atreus was struck with shock and indignation. He vowed to exact revenge on his brother, devising a cruel and insidious plan. To enact his scheme, Atreus feigned a desire for reconciliation with Thyestes. He sent emissaries to invite Thyestes back to Mycenae. Upon Thyestes' return, he conspired with Arope, intent solely on the murder of Atreus. Aware of this treachery, Atreus' resolve for vengeance grew stronger. He commanded his servants to secretly capture Thyestes' son Pleisthenes, sharing the same name as Atreus' son, and Tantalus, whom he then executed. Atreus prepared a ghastly feast using their flesh and invited Thyestes to dine, presenting him with a sumptuous meal crafted from the remains of his own progeny. At that moment, the heavens reverberated with the thunderous wrath of Zeus. The god of thunder was profoundly incensed by the nefarious deeds of Atreus. The resplendent sun god Helios trembled in astonishment, prompting him to hastily steer his winged horses back eastward, lest he witness the horrific spectacle of his father feasting upon the flesh of his own offspring. Unbeknownst to him, Thyestes sat at the table, blissfully indulging in his meal. Having satiated his hunger, a foreboding sense of impending doom surged within him, compelling him to inquire about the whereabouts of his two sons. Atreus summoned his servants, instructing them to present the heads and feet of Pleisthenes and Tantalus to Thyestes. Upon seeing the lifeless remains of his sons, Thyestes was overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. He beseeched Atreus to return the bodies of his children for a proper burial. Atreus retorted that he had indeed interred his sons, but not beneath the earth. Rather, they were entombed within his own belly. In a state of shock and fury, Thyestes now comprehended the ghastly nature of the meal he had just consumed. He overturned the table, shrieking in horror as he collapsed to the ground. Driven to madness by his anguish, he eventually rose, cursing Atreus and his progeny, and fled the palace. Bewildered and disoriented, he unwittingly escaped Mycenae, retreating into the wilderness. He lingered in the desolation for an extended period, ultimately seeking refuge with King Thesprotes of the land of Ephyra, who graciously offered him shelter. The nefarious deeds of Atreus incited the wrath of the gods. In retribution, the deities unleashed calamity upon Argolis. The once fertile fields yielded no crops, and famine spread throughout Atreus' dominion, leading to the starvation of countless inhabitants. In search of the cause of this disaster, Atreus consulted an oracle, who revealed that the only way to end the suffering was to summon Thyestes back to Mycenae. Atreus scoured Greece for an extended period in search of his brother. Yet Thyestes remained elusive. Eventually, he located Thyestes' young son, Aegisthus, whom he brought back to the palace and raised as his own. Many years passed. One day Atreus' sons, Menelaus and Agamemnon, stumbled upon the whereabouts of Thyestes. They captured him and returned him to Mycenae. However, Atreus, unwilling to reconcile with his brother, imprisoned Thyestes and resolved to execute him. Atreus summoned Aegisthus, entrusted him with a sharp sword, and commanded him to slay the captive. Unbeknownst to Aegisthus, who believed Atreus to be his father, he was being sent to commit the heinous act of patricide. Upon entering the cell, Thyestes immediately recognized him as his biological son. He revealed his true identity, and together they devised a plan to assassinate Atreus. Subsequently, Aegisthus returned to the palace and reported to Atreus that he had carried out the order and killed the prisoner. Overjoyed, Atreus believed he had finally eliminated his brother. He hastened to the seaside to offer sacrifices to the Olympian gods. In the midst of his offering, Aegisthus suddenly plunged the sword, the very one Atreus had given him, into his back. Aegisthus then freed his father from captivity, and together they seized control of Mycenae. Atreus' sons, Menelaus and Agamemnon, were forced to flee. They found refuge with King Tyndareus of Sparta, marrying his two daughters. Menelaus wed the stunning Helen, akin to the goddess Aphrodite, while Agamemnon took Clytemnestra as his bride. After some time, Agamemnon returned to Mycenae, killed Thyestes, and reclaimed the throne once held by his father, Atreus. Meanwhile, following the death of Tyndareus, Menelaus ascended to the kingship of Sparta. This tale is recounted in Ovid's epic poem Metamorphoses. Aeschylus, son of Priam, the king of Troy, and brother of the great hero Hector, was born on the lush slopes of Mount Ida. His mother was the beautiful nymph Alexiero, daughter of the river god Granicus. Raised amidst the forests, Aeschylus shunned urban life and refused to dwell in the opulent palace of his father, Priam. He preferred solitude in the lofty mountains and dense woodlands. Relishing the vastness of the open fields, Aeschylus seldom appeared in the city of Troy, nor did he regularly participate in the assemblies of the Trojans. Despite his reclusive nature, he was neither savage nor coarse. He was courteous and capable of being moved by love. The youthful son of Priam frequently encountered the enchanting goddess Hesperia amidst the forests and fields, and he fell passionately in love with her. However, upon the mere sight of Eryxicus, the goddess would flee in terror. One fateful day, by the banks of the river Sebron, he chanced upon the beautiful Hesperia, basking in the sunlight as she dried her soft tresses. At the sight of the young man, she was struck with fear and fled. Eryxicus pursued her relentlessly. Yet, lurking in the underbrush, a venomous serpent suddenly bit her foot, injecting its lethal poison into her wound. Overcome by the venom, the goddess could run no longer and collapsed into the arms of the hastening Eryxicus. Cradling the lifeless form of the goddess, he was consumed by madness. Crying out in anguish, "Oh, the torment! Oh, the anguish! How I now lament my pursuit of you! I would never have wished to pay such a grievous price for your affection. Hesperia, it is I who have brought you to this fate alongside the serpent. The serpent inflicted the fatal wound, yet the true villain is I. If I do not atone for your death with my own, I am more wicked than the serpent itself." With this resolve, Eryxicus leaped from the towering cliff into the tumultuous sea, where the waves crashed violently. The sea goddess Thetis, taking pity on the unfortunate youth, gently caught him in her embrace as he sank into the depths, enveloping him in feathers. Though his heart longed for death, it eluded him. When he resurfaced, he had transformed into a seabird. Filled with rage, he refused to live against his will. He flapped his newly formed wings and soared into the heights, only to plunge once more into the sea, yet the feathers protected him upon his descent. Time and again, Eryxicus dove into the ocean, intent on perishing within its depths. Yet, death remained elusive. He merely floundered through the waves. His body gradually grew slender, his legs elongated and emaciated, his neck stretched thin, until he ultimately transformed into a diving duck. The heroes of the Argo, the tale of the Argonauts, a legendary expedition, is primarily recounted through Apollonius's epic poem, the Argonautica. In ancient times, in the region of Boeotia, located in central Greece with Thebes as its most prominent city, there existed a city-state of the Minyans named Orchomenos, ruled by King Athamas, son of the wind god Aeolus. Athamas had 2 children with the cloud goddess Nephele, a son, Phrixus, and a daughter, Helle. However, Athamas' affections waned for Nephele, and he wed Ino, the daughter of King Cadmus. Ino harbored a deep animosity towards her husband's offspring and devised schemes to eliminate them. She instructed the farmers of Orchomenos to roast the seeds before sowing them. As a result, the once fertile fields yielded no crops, plunging the inhabitants of Orchomenos into famine. In response, Athamas resolved to send a delegation to the Oracle of Delphi, seeking guidance from Apollo's prophetess regarding the barren land. Ino, having cunningly bribed the members of the delegation, ensured their return with a false prophecy. The oracle, Pythia, purportedly advised Athamas to sacrifice his son Phrixus to appease the gods and restore fertility to their land. To spare Orchomenos from impending doom, Athamas, in a heart-wrenching decision, chose to sacrifice his beloved son. Ino reveled in her impending success, as her plot to eliminate Phrixus was nearing fruition. All preparations for the sacrifice were made, and the young Phrixus stood on the brink of death beneath the priest's knife. At that critical moment, a magnificent golden-fleeced ram, a gift from Hermes, appeared. The ram had been sent by Phrixus's mother, the goddess Nephele, to rescue her children. Phrixus and his sister Helle mounted the ram, which soared towards the distant north. As they flew swiftly, they beheld expansive fields and forests below, interlaced with shimmering rivers. The golden ram traversed mountains, approaching the vast sea. Hovering over the ocean, Helle, overwhelmed by fear, lost her grip and fell into the waters below, swallowed by the relentless waves. Phrixus, unable to save his sister, watched helplessly as Helle perished. Henceforth, the waters where Helle drowned were named the Hellespont. The golden ram continued to carry Phrixus onward, eventually descending on the banks of the Phasis River in the distant land of Colchis, governed by Aeetes, the son of the sun god Helios. Aeetes raised Phrixus, and upon the young man's coming of age, he bestowed his daughter, Chalciope, in marriage to him. The golden ram that had saved Phrixus's life was subsequently sacrificed to the great Zeus. Ates hung the golden fleece in the sacred grove of the war god Ares, guarded by a fearsome dragon that never slept. News of the golden fleece spread throughout all of Greece. The descendants of Athamas, the father of Phrixus, understood that their family's fortunes hinged upon their ability to possess the golden fleece. Thus they were willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. King Athamas' brother, Cretheus, established the city of Iolcus on the shores of the Azure Bay in Thessaly, a region in northeastern Greece. Over time, the city flourished, with agriculture, commerce, and maritime trade bringing it wealth. Upon Cretheus's death, his son Ezon ascended to govern Iolcus. However, his half-brother, Peleus, the son of Poseidon, usurped his power, forcing Ezon to live as a commoner in the city. Before long, Ezon fathered a strikingly handsome boy. Fearing that the tyrannical Peleus would conspire to eliminate the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, he resolved to hide his son. Ezon publicly declared that the infant had died at birth and conducted a grand funeral rite for the child's spirit. He entrusted his son to Chiron, the wisest centaur. On Mount Pelion, under the tutelage of the astute Chiron, along with his mother Philyra and wife Chariclo, the boy gradually grew up amidst the mountains and caves. Chiron named him Jason and imparted to him the arts of swordsmanship, javelin throwing, archery, lyre playing, and all other skills he possessed. Jason proved to be clever, agile, exceptionally strong, and remarkably handsome, resembling a youthful deity. Jason spent 20 years living alongside Chiron. At last, he resolved to leave the secluded slopes of Mount Pelion and journey to Iolcus to demand that Peleus return control of the city. As recounted in Pindar's Odes, Jason arrived at the city of Iolcus and made his way directly to the square where all the citizens had gathered. The inhabitants of Iolcus gazed in astonishment at the striking young man, believing him to be either Apollo or Hermes, for he was extraordinarily beautiful. His attire differed from that of the Iolcans. He donned a colorful leopard skin, with only his right foot shod in a shoe. Jason's soft, curly hair fell gracefully over his shoulders, and he radiated a youthful, godlike beauty and strength. He stood calmly among his fellow citizens, wielding 2 javelins. At that moment, Peleus arrived in a luxurious chariot and cast a glance at the youth, noticing that he wore only 1 shoe. A shiver ran down Peleus's spine, for a prophet had warned him that a man from the mountains would come to Iolcus and threaten his life, and this man would wear a single shoe. Before him stood the son of Ezon, destined to bring about his demise, whether by force or cunning. In any case, Peleus could not escape the clutches of death. Peleus concealed his fear and arrogantly inquired of the unfamiliar youth, "Young man, from whence do you hail? To which family do you belong? Speak the truth, for I abhor deceit that tarnishes one's honor." Jason responded calmly to Peleus, stating, "The sagacious Chiron has imparted to me the virtues of sincerity and integrity, and I remain ever faithful to his teachings. For 2 decades, I resided in Chiron's cave, steadfast in my adherence to truth and devoid of any transgression. Now, I have returned to my homeland, Iolcus, to meet my father, Ezon. I seek the restoration of my rightful claim to the throne of Iolcus. It has come to my attention that the cunning and treacherous Peleus has usurped this power from my father. Citizens, guide me to the abode of my illustrious ancestors. I am no stranger. I was born here, in Iolcus. I am Jason, the son of Ezon." The residents of Iolcus directed Jason to his father's dwelling. As Jason stepped through the threshold, Ezon immediately recognized his son. The aged Ezon was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face upon witnessing the transformation of his son into a strong and handsome young man. News of Jason's return swiftly reached Ezon's 2 brothers, King Peleus and Amphion of Mycenae. They promptly arrived at Ezon's home, accompanied by their sons, Admetus and Melampus. Ezon and his son graciously hosted them, and the festivities lasted a full 5 days and nights. During the banquet, Jason expressed his desire to reclaim the throne of Iolcus. They concurred with his aspirations and resolved to accompany Jason in confronting Peleus. Jason implored Peleus to restore the kingship and pledged not to reclaim any of the possessions he had seized from Ezon. Peleus, daunted by Jason's request, conceded, albeit with a condition. "Very well, I acquiesce, but I present you with a stipulation. You must first seek the favor of the gods of the underworld. I dreamt of the soul of Phrixus, who perished in distant Colchis, beseeching us to retrieve the golden fleece from there. The oracle of Delphi, Apollo, has also commanded my journey to Colchis. Yet, I am aged and frail, unable to undertake such a grand endeavor. You, however, are young and vigorous. Should you accomplish this monumental feat, I shall restore the dominion of Iolcus to you." Peleus concealed his malicious intent behind these words, firmly believing that if Jason ventured to Colchis to seize the golden fleece, he would surely meet his demise. After striking this accord with Peleus, Jason promptly began preparations for his sea voyage. He traversed Greece, rallying the most illustrious heroes to join him in the expedition to Colchis for the golden fleece. Heroes from all corners of the land responded to Jason's call, including Hercules, the mightiest of heroes and son of Zeus. Thus, a multitude of heroes gathered in Iolcus. The proud Theseus of Athens, Castor, son of Zeus and Leda, Polydeuces along with his companions Idas and Lynceus, the wind god Boreas, and the sons of Erythia, Calais and Zets, Meleager of Calydon, the immensely strong Ancaeus, Admetus, Telamon, and many others. Among this assembly of heroes was the bard Orpheus. Never before had such a congregation of heroes graced Greece. They were all robust and powerful, each one as handsome and ethereal as a deity, thus drawing the envious gazes of all the inhabitants of Iolcos. What obstacles could such heroes not surmount? What enemies could they not conquer? What peril could instill fear in their hearts? The grand vessel required for their voyage had been constructed. This magnificent ship was built by Argus, the son of Aristor, with the personal assistance of the goddess Athena. Athena adorned the stern of the ship with a sacred oak taken from the oracle of Zeus at Dodona. This splendid galley, equipped with 10 oars, was aptly named the Argo. As the Argo set sail, it glided swiftly upon the waves like a soaring seagull. The heroes who embarked on this expedition became known as the Argonauts. Their journey not only enjoyed the protection of Athena, but also that of the goddess Hera. Hera harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Peleus for his failure to offer her sacrifices. Jason, however, had won Hera's special favor. On one occasion, to test the young hero, Hera disguised herself as an elderly woman and approached the turbulent riverbank, tearfully imploring Jason to carry her across. Jason, with great care, lifted the old woman onto his back and ferried her across, losing a sandal in the process. From that day forth, Hera took a liking to Jason, offering him her unwavering support. The god of archery, Apollo, also safeguarded the Argonauts, for he encouraged their expedition and foretold their fortunate success. The heroes gathered in Iolcos, intending to elect the great Heracles as their leader, but he declined and proposed Jason instead. Typhus was chosen as the helmsman, while Linus was appointed as the navigator, for he possessed the ability to see all that lay above the ground, as well as the mysteries hidden beneath it. With all preparations complete, the Argo, now gently swaying in the waves, was laden with provisions and fresh water. The final sacrificial rites to Apollo and the other deities had been performed, yielding auspicious omens. A joyous farewell banquet had concluded, and the moment to embark on their perilous voyage had arrived. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon in hues of crimson, the helmsman Typhus roused the Argonauts. The heroes boarded the grand vessel, seating themselves in pairs at the oars. The strong oarsmen synchronized their strokes, and the Argo proudly departed the harbor, sailing towards the vast open sea. The sailors unfurled the white sails, and the sea breeze filled them, propelling the great ship swiftly across the jubilant waves. The radiant sun god Helios drove his sun chariot, drawn by white horses, into the sky. The Argo's sails were tinged with pink, while the ocean's waves sparkled in the morning light. Orpheus plucked the strings of his golden lyre, and his enchanting voice resonated across the expansive sea. The Argonauts were spellbound by his melody. Schools of fish and dolphins surfaced from the depths, entranced by Orpheus's song. Following the swiftly sailing Argo, akin to a flock responding to the sweet call of a shepherd's pipe. After a smooth passage, the Argonauts arrived at the blooming island of Lemnos, ruled by the young Queen Hypsipyle. On the island of Lernos, not a single man remained, for the women, driven by betrayal, had executed them all. Only the aged King Tos, father of hypocrites, was spared, thanks to the intervention of his devoted daughter. The heroes of the Argo moored on the island of Lemnos and dispatched a messenger to the city for communication. At that moment, the inhabitants of the island had gathered in the town square to deliberate on their strategy. The young Hypsipyle proposed that the heroes of the Argo should not be allowed entry into the city, fearing that they might be aware of the atrocities committed by the islanders. However, the elderly Polyxo countered this argument, insisting that the heroes should indeed be permitted to enter. "Who will protect you if enemies attack Lemnos?" Polyxo inquired. If you remain solitary, who will care for you in your old age? She asserted that they should welcome the foreigners into their midst and allow them to stay. The women of Lemnos heeded the elders' counsel, promptly sending one of their own alongside the messenger from the Argo to invite the heroes into the city. Jason donned the luxurious purple robe woven for him by Athena and made his way into the town. Hypsipyle greeted him with utmost respect, inviting him to reside in her palace. Most of the other heroes followed suit, with only Heracles and a few remaining heroes staying aboard the Argo. The entire island of Lemnos was awash with joy and merriment, as bonfires were lit for the gods, and celebrations and feasts unfolded one after another. The heroes of the Argo seemed to forget the monumental deeds that awaited their establishment. They indulged carefree in the abundance of Lemnos, reveling in copious feasting and drinking. Eventually, Heracles quietly summoned the heroes to the shore where the Argo was anchored. The greatest of heroes chastised them for their indulgence in revelry, reminding them of the significant responsibilities they bore to achieve glory. Ashamed, the heroes accepted the reprimand with humility. They resolved to depart from Lemnos immediately. Preparations for the Argo's departure were swiftly initiated. Just as the heroes were about to board and set their oars to sea, a throng of Lemnian women suddenly rushed to the shore. They implored the heroes not to abandon them, beseeching them to remain on Lemnos. Yet, the heroes' resolve was unwavering, and the women could only weep at their farewell. The heroes boarded the Argo, united in their efforts as they rowed, the oars striking the water, sending splashes flying. As the Argo soared like a bird into the vastness of the sea, the heroes of the Argo are currently navigating the waters of Propontis, known today as the Sea of Marmara. Along their journey, they made a stop at the peninsula of Ceus, home to the descendants of the sea god Poseidon, the Dolions. They are ruled by King Ceus, who shares his name with the peninsula. Not far from Ceus lies a mountain inhabited by a tribe of six-armed giants. Under the protection of Poseidon, the Dolions coexist peacefully with the giants. King Ceus graciously welcomed the heroes of the Argo, and they spent a delightful day reveling in a festive banquet. It was not until the early hours of the following day that the heroes prepared to resume their voyage. As they boarded their ship, a group of six-armed giants suddenly appeared across the bay. The giants hurled massive boulders into the sea, tearing away great chunks of rock from the mountainside and piling them in the water to obstruct the heroes' passage. Heracles, seizing his sturdy bow, unleashed a volley of lethal arrows upon the giants. The other heroes, using their shields for protection, charged at the giants with their long spears. The battle did not last long. One by one, the giants fell to the ground or plunged into the sea, until none remained, leaving not a single survivor. The heroes of the Argo have embarked once again. The sea breeze fills the sails, and the Argo cuts through the waves, sailing smoothly for an entire day. As night descends, the sun god Helios sinks from the sky, enveloping the world in darkness. At that moment, the wind shifts, and a fierce headwind drives the Argo back to the shores from which they had recently departed. In the darkness, the heroes of the Argo find themselves once more at the coast of Kos. The inhabitants of the Kos Peninsula fail to recognize them, mistaking them for pirates. And under the leadership of their young king, they launch an attack. A dreadful night battle ensues. Amidst the pitch-black surroundings, the heroes clash with the people of Kos. Once friends, the powerful Jason thrusts his spear into the young king of Kos' chest, who lets out a cry and falls to the ground. Soon, the light of Eos, the goddess of dawn, paints the eastern sky in crimson hues. Morning arrives. Both sides recognize one another, and horror fills their hearts as they realize they have fought against friends throughout the night. The heroes of the Argo and the inhabitants of Kos mourn the dead for 3 days, weeping for their young king. The king's beautiful wife, Clytie, daughter of Melopus, succumbs to the grief of her husband's death and takes her own life with a sword. After a brief period of sailing, the heroes reach the shores of Mysia. They anchor their ship, intending to replenish their supplies of fresh water and food. The strong hero Heracles ventures into the nearby woods in search of a sturdy tree to replace the broken oar. He finds a tall fir tree, and with his powerful hands, uproots it. As he carries the fir toward the shore, his friend Polyphemus rushes toward him, exclaiming that he has just heard the young Hylas calling for them both. Heracles hastens to find Hylas, yet he cannot locate him. Overcome with sorrow, he searches in vain alongside Polyphemus. As the brilliant morning star rises in the sky, the heroes of the Argo set out at dawn. In the dim light before daybreak, they are unaware that Heracles and Polyphemus are absent from the ship. When dawn breaks, The heroes discover that their two most outstanding companions are missing, and a profound sadness envelopes them. Jason, his head bowed in anguish, seems oblivious to the complaints of his comrades, unaware of the disappearance of Heracles and Polyphemus. The most loyal friend of Heracles, Telamon, approaches Jason and reproaches him vehemently. You alone remain unmoved. Now you may revel in your misfortune. With Heracles lost, no one can contest your supremacy. No, if you do not return to search for Heracles and Polyphemus, I shall not sail with you any longer. Telamon then turns to the helmsman Typhus, attempting to compel him to turn the Argo back. The Boreads brothers fervently urge Telamon to reconsider, but he, consumed by rage, disregards their advice and accuses everyone of deliberately abandoning Heracles and Polyphemus in Mysia. At that moment, from the waves emerges Glaucus, the sea god, his head entwined with seaweed. Bearing the gift of foresight, gravely, Glaucus grasped the bottom of the Argo, bringing the vessel to a halt, and proclaimed, Heracles and Polyphemus remain in Mysia by the decree of Zeus. Heracles must return to Greece to serve Eurystheus and accomplish the 12 great labors. Polyphemus is destined to construct a glorious city in the land of the Calibes. These two heroes linger in Mysia to search for the handsome Hylas, who has been abducted by the nymphs. With that, Glaucus sank into the sea and vanished. The heroes felt a renewed sense of relief. Telamon and Jason reconciled, and the heroes took their positions, rowing vigorously. The Argo sped across the waves, propelled by the synchronized efforts of its robust oarsmen. The following morning, the heroes of the Argo arrived at the coast of Bithynia, where they were not welcomed with the same warmth as in Chios. The coastal region was inhabited by the Bebrycians, ruled by the formidable King Amycus, renowned as an invincible boxer, whose arrogance was as great as his strength. The tyrannical king compelled every foreigner who arrived to engage him in combat, mercilessly striking them down with his powerful fists. Upon meeting the heroes of the Argo, Amycus derisively mocked them, labeling these noble champions as mere vagabonds and demanding that they select their strongest member to contest with him. Indignant, the heroes were roused to action, and from the crowd emerged Polydeuces, the son of Zeus and Leda. Calmly, he accepted the challenge of the Bebrycian king. Amycus, imposing and fearsome like Typhon, clad in a dark cloak and wielding a massive wooden staff, stood before Polydeuces, casting a grim gaze upon the youthful hero, who shone with the brilliance of stars. Both sides assumed their stances, prepared to engage in battle. Amycus discarded 2 pairs of boxing gloves, traditionally worn by Greeks during matches, often adorned with lethal bronze spikes. Without hesitation, Polydeuces seized a pair of gloves and donned them. The bout commenced. Amycus charged at Polydeuces like a furious bull, yet the agile hero countered, neither retreating nor yielding an inch. After a brief pause to catch their breath, the duel resumed with rapid exchanges of blows. In a moment of fierce intensity, Amycus swung his fist, aiming a devastating strike at Polydeuces' head. However, the young hero skillfully evaded, retaliating with a powerful punch to the base of Amycus' ear, shattering his skull. Amycus collapsed, struggling for breath. The heroes of the Argo erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating Polydeuces' triumph. Witnessing their king's demise, the Bebrycians surged toward Polydeuces in a frenzy. He struck down the 2 foremost attackers with his fists, and at that instant, the heroes of the Argo seized their weapons and joined the fray. Ancaeus wielded his heavy axe, whirling through the ranks of the Bebrycians, while Castor's gleaming sword pierced through numerous foes. Each hero fought with the ferocity of a lion. The Bebrycians fled in terror, and the heroes pursued them relentlessly. At last, they returned to the seashore laden with an abundance of spoils. The triumphant heroes of the Argo feasted heartily throughout the night, while Orpheus raised his voice in a resounding hymn of victory. Accompanied by the melodious strains of his golden lyre, he sang of the valiant young hero who had vanquished Amycus, the handsome Pollux, son of the thunderous Zeus. The following morning, the heroes of the Argo resumed their voyage, swiftly arriving at the coast of Thrace, a region located in the northeastern part of the Balkan Peninsula. Upon disembarking, they prepared to replenish their provisions of food and fresh water. As they approached the shore, they noticed a dwelling and made their way toward it. Emerging from the house was a frail, blind old man, who moved with great difficulty, trembling as he took each step. Upon reaching the threshold, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The heroes, filled with compassion, helped him to his feet. From the old man, they learned that his name was Phineus, the son of Agnor, and he was once the king of Thrace. due to his abuse of the prophetic gift bestowed upon him by Apollo, revealing the secrets of Zeus to mortals. He had incurred the wrath of the god. As punishment, Apollo had rendered Phineus blind, and the gods had sent the monstrous harpies to devour all the food in his home, leaving it foul and reeking. The gods had informed Phineus that only when the winged son of Boreas, Zephyrus, along with his brother Calais and the heroes of the Argo, arrived, could he hope to be freed from this divine punishment. Phineus beseeched the heroes to rescue him from his plight, imploring the Boreads to drive away the harpies. For he was no stranger to them. He had wed their sister, Cleopatra. The heroes of the Argo pledged their assistance to Phineus. They prepared a sumptuous feast for him. But just as Phineus reclined at the table, a customary posture among the Greeks, who typically dined while leaning against cushions, 2 harpies descended, heedless of the heroes' cries. They devoured all the food, leaving the room in a foul stench before soaring away from Phineus's abode. The Boreads, with their powerful wings, pursued the harpies. After a lengthy chase, they finally caught up with the monstrous birds near the islands of Proteus. As the Boreads unsheathed their swords to slay the harpies, Iris, the divine messenger of the gods, appeared before them, her wings shimmering like a rainbow, having descended from the majestic heights of Mount Olympus. She forbade them from harming the harpies, informing them that the gods had decreed that the harpies would no longer intrude upon Phineus's home. Thus, the Boreads returned to Celeria. From that moment on, the islands were named Strophades, signifying the islands of return. After the harpies fled, the heroes of the Argo promptly prepared another meal for Phineus, who was finally able to quell his dreadful hunger. As he ate, Phineus recounted the perils they would encounter on their journey to Colchis and how they might overcome them. He advised the heroes to seek the assistance of Aphrodite upon their arrival in Colchis, for only she could aid Jason in obtaining the golden fleece. The heroes listened intently as the seer spoke, striving to memorize every word. Shortly thereafter, the Boreads returned to narrate their pursuit of the harpies. The aged Phineus was overjoyed to learn that he would no longer suffer from the harpies' torment. The clashing rocks, as the Greeks believed, were situated at the entrance of the Black Sea. The heroes of the Argo did not linger long in the abode of Phineus, for they were eager to continue their journey. The Argo surged forward, slicing through the waves with great speed. Suddenly, a distant rumbling sound reached their ears. The roar grew progressively clearer and more thunderous, resembling the ominous growl of an approaching storm, intermittently veiled by the rolling thunder. The clashing rocks had finally appeared. The heroes of the Argo observed the rocks parting and then colliding once more, producing a deafening crash. With each collision, monstrous waves surged around the rocks, sending sprays of foam into the air. When the rocks parted, murky waters swirled violently in the fierce whirlpool between them. The heroes recalled Phineus's counsel to first release a dove. If the dove could successfully navigate through the space between the rocks, then the Argo would also be able to pass through unscathed. The heroes of the Argo began to row vigorously, arriving at the foot of the clashing rocks. With a thunderous crash, the rocks collided and then separated again. At that moment, Euphemus released a dove, which darted like an arrow toward the chasm between the rocks. With a resounding bang, the 2 rocks clashed together. Salty droplets of water splashed over the heroes, while the Argo was swept up in a whirlwind. Spinning amidst the tumultuous waves, the dove soared through the gap unscathed, save for a single feather from its tail that was caught by the rocks. The heroes of the Argo cheered with joy and, united in purpose, fervently rowed their vessel. Once more, the rocks parted, and the foamy waves lifted the Argo, casting it into the waterway between the 2 cliffs. Just then, another massive wave surged forward, propelling the Argo backward. The waters roiled and boiled around them, bending their oars. The hull of the Argo creaked ominously, as if unable to withstand the pressure of the mighty waves, threatening to capsize at any moment. At that critical juncture, a colossal wave rose like a mountain, crashing down upon the Argo, which spun helplessly like a battered canoe. The 2 clashing rocks began to converge again, poised to collide, and the specter of death seemed inevitable. In that moment, Athena, the beloved daughter of Zeus, arrived to aid the heroes of the Argo. She extended a powerful hand to halt one of the rocks, while with the other, she forcefully propelled the Argo. The vessel shot forth like an arrow from the waterway between the rocks, though the tip of the rudder was shattered by the impact. The clashing rocks parted once more, remaining forever still on either side of the strait. Henceforth, whenever a ship passed through the rocks, they would remain motionless, a fateful arrangement that had finally come to pass. The heroes of the Argo were elated, for they had successfully navigated the most perilous of obstacles. Now, they could believe that they would reach the destination of their expedition safely. The heroes of the Argo sailed along the coastline of the Euxine Sea, the ancient name for the Black Sea, for an extended period. They traversed numerous nations and encountered various peoples. Suddenly, a distant island emerged on the horizon. The Argo swiftly approached the island, now within close reach. Suddenly, a large bird took flight from the island, its wings glistening in the sunlight. The bird soared above the Argo and shed a single feather, which struck the hero Orpheus in the shoulder like a dart, causing blood to flow from the wound and making the oar slip from his grasp. His companions quickly removed the feather from his shoulder. The heroes of the Argo gazed in astonishment at the feather, realizing it was made of bronze, sharp as an arrow. At that moment, another great bird ascended from the island and flew towards the Argo, but this time the hero Chryses was already poised with bow and arrow, awaiting its arrival. As the bird approached the Argo, Chryses released his arrow, striking the creature down, which then plummeted into the sea. The heroes of the Argo discovered that this bird was entirely adorned with bronze feathers and soon comprehended that it was the Stymphalian bird. With the island being the fabled Oretius, Amphithelos suggested that everyone don their helmets and raise their shields for protection. Before anchoring, the heroes of the Argo shouted loudly, striking their shields with long spears and sharp swords. A great flock of monstrous birds took flight from the island, soaring above the Argo and raining down their sharp, arrow-like feathers, which fell thickly like rain. The heroes shielded themselves with their shields, sustaining no further harm. The flock circled above the Argo before swiftly vanishing into the horizon where the sea met the sky. The heroes of the Argo set foot on the shores of Artia Island, preparing to establish camp and rest. At that moment, four weary youths approached them. Their garments were tattered, their faces unkempt, and they appeared utterly exhausted. These four were, in fact, the sons of Phrixus, who had departed from Colchis and were en route to Aea. They had encountered a tempest during the night, resulting in shipwreck and perilous waters. Fortunately, the waves had cast them upon Artia Island, where fate intertwined their paths with those of the Argo's heroes. This unexpected encounter filled the heroes with uncontainable joy, and for Jason, the elation was particularly profound, as these youths were his kin. The heroes of the Argo provided them with sustenance and garments, sharing their quest to seek the golden fleece in the kingdom of Aeetes. Argus, the eldest son of Phrixus, vowed to assist the heroes. Yet he warned them that King Aeetes, son of the sun god Helios, was formidable and cruel, known for his merciless demeanor. Nevertheless, the heroes of the Argo, resolute in their determination to procure the golden fleece, would not be deterred by any adversity. The following morning, they reboarded their vessel and set sail once more. They navigated the seas for an extended period, until at last, the distant silhouette of the azure Caucasus peaks emerged on the horizon, resembling dark clouds gathering at the edge of the sky. Now, they were not far from Colchis. The Argo glided gracefully forward, its oars moving in perfect unison. The sun was about to sink into the vast ocean, casting dim shadows that danced upon the waves. Suddenly, a flurry of wings was heard from high above the Argo. It was the great eagle soaring towards the mountain where the Titan Prometheus was bound. The surface of the sea stirred with a fierce wind stirred by the eagle's powerful flapping. In the blink of an eye, the majestic bird vanished into the distance, followed by the anguished groans of Prometheus. These lamentations, echoing from afar, were intermittently drowned out by the rhythmic sound of the oars striking the water. The shore was no longer far, and the mouth of the Phasis River lay ahead. The heroes aboard the Argo strained to paddle upstream, eventually anchoring in a bend of the river, thick with lush reeds. Jason poured wine in tribute to the gods as a gesture of gratitude, invoking the deities of Colchis and the spirits of fallen heroes to aid him in his perilous quest. The heroes of the Argo soon found solace in sleep upon the vessel. They had reached their destination, arriving near the capital of King Aeetes in Colchis. Yet many trials and tribulations still awaited them on their journey ahead. The heroes of the Argo have arrived at Colchis, where the goddesses Hera and Athena convene high on Mount Olympus to deliberate on how to assist Jason in his quest for the Golden Fleece. Ultimately, the two goddesses resolve to seek the help of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, imploring her to command her son Eros to strike the heart of Medea, the daughter of King Aeetes, with a golden arrow, instilling in her a passion for Jason. The goddesses recognize that only the sorceress Medea possesses the power to aid Jason in achieving his formidable endeavors. Upon approaching Aphrodite, They find her alone in her abode. Seated upon a lavish golden throne, she is delicately combing her soft, beautiful curls with a golden brush. Upon the entrance of the two goddesses, Aphrodite rises to greet them warmly. She invites her guests to take their seats upon two golden chairs forged by Hephaestus, and inquires about the purpose of their visit. The goddesses express their desire to assist the hero Jason and request that she direct arrows to pierce Medea's heart. Aphrodite consents to their request. As the guests take their leave, she sets out in search of her mischievous son. At that moment, Eros is engaged in a game of dice with the simple-minded Ganymede. Having cunningly bested him and is now teasing him, Aphrodite approaches, embraces her son, and says, "Little rascal, I have a task for you. Take up your bow and arrows and swiftly descend to the earth. Fly to Colchis and strike the heart of Medea, the daughter of King Aeetes, so that she may fall in love with the hero Jason. If you succeed in this endeavor, I shall grant you the toy that Adristia once made for little Zeus. You must go at once. This matter requires urgency." Eros requests the toy at that moment, but knowing her son's cunning nature, Aphrodite refuses to part with it until he has fulfilled his assigned task. Aware that obtaining the toy before completing his mission is futile, Eros takes up his bow and arrow and hastily departs from the lofty heights of Olympus, flapping his golden wings that shimmer in the sunlight as he flies toward the earth and Colchis. At dawn, the heroes of the Argo awaken. After deliberation, they decide that Jason should lead Phrixus's 4 sons to King Aeetes, requesting that he return the golden fleece to the heroes. Should the proud king refuse to relinquish the fleece, they would then resort to force. Jason, wielding the staff of peace, approaches the palace of Aeetes. The goddess Hera graciously envelopes Jason and his companions in a thick mist to shield them from the gaze of the Colchians, preventing any embarrassment for the heroes. As they arrive at the palace, the mist dissipates, revealing the grandeur of Aeetes' abode. The palace is magnificent, with towering walls and spires that reach toward the heavens. The marble-adorned entrance is vast, and the colonnades of white columns glimmer under the sun. The opulence of Aeetes' palace and its sumptuous furnishings were crafted by Hephaestus himself, as a gesture of gratitude to Aeetes' father, the sun god Helios, who once rescued the weary Hephaestus from the fields of Phlegra after a fierce battle with the giants, driving his golden chariot. Surrounding the courtyard are numerous palaces, with King Aeetes and his queen residing in the most resplendent of them all. The king's son, Absyrtus, dwells in another palace, renowned for his striking appearance. The Colchians affectionately refer to him as Phaeton, which in Greek means blazing. 2 additional palaces house Aeetes' elder daughter, the late Phrixus' wife Chalciope, and his younger daughter, Medea. Medea, a formidable sorceress and priestess of the goddess Hecate, emerges from her residence just as Jason and his companions enter the grand courtyard of Aeetes' palace, intending to visit her sister Chalciope. Upon spotting the foreign visitors, Medea cannot contain her astonishment and exclaims. Hearing her cry, Chalciope steps out of her palace and sees her 4 sons return. Overjoyed at the sight of her children, she rushes forward, embracing and kissing them, never expecting to see them again. Upon hearing the commotion, Aeetes also exits his palace, welcoming the strangers into his abode and instructing his servants to prepare a lavish feast. While Jason and Aeetes exchange pleasantries, Eros, with his golden wings, descends from the heights of Mount Olympus. Concealing himself behind a pillar, he draws his bow and, unbeknownst to Jason, stealthily approaches him from behind, shooting an arrow into Medea's heart. The golden arrow strikes true, igniting an immediate passion for Jason within her. As Jason and his companions enter the palace of Aeetes, the king invites them to take their seats. During the banquet, Argus recounts to Aeetes how they, for brothers, had capsized at sea and were cast ashore on the island of Oretius, where they were discovered by the hero of the Argo just as they were on the brink of starvation. Argus further explains the true purpose of their journey to Colchis. Upon hearing that Jason had come for the golden fleece, Aeetes' countenance darkens with fury, his brow furrowing in suspicion. He doubts that these heroes have ventured so far merely for the fleece, pondering whether the sons of Phrixus conspire to usurp the throne of Colchis, thus summoning Greek heroes to their aid. Aeetes incessantly berates Jason, attempting to expel him from the palace, even threatening to execute him. Tempestuous anger rises within Telamon, who is about to retaliate against the king's threats, but Jason intervenes just in time. He reassures the king, striving to convince him that their sole intention in Colchis is to acquire the golden fleece. He pledges that if the king grants them the fleece, He is willing to serve him wholeheartedly, undeterred by any peril. Aetes falls into deep contemplation. Ultimately, he devises a treacherous plan to eliminate Jason, declaring, "Very well. I shall grant you the golden fleece, but first, you must accomplish a task I set before you. You must yoke the fire-breathing bronze bulls and plow the sacred fields of Ares with my iron plow. Then, you shall sow the dragon's teeth in this land. When the teeth sprout into armored warriors, you must vanquish them all. If you succeed in this endeavor, the golden fleece shall be yours." Jason does not respond immediately. After a moment's pause, he softly replies, "Aetes, I consent, but you must honor your promise as well. You see, since I have yielded to the dictates of fate and arrived here in Colchis, I cannot refuse the tasks you have entrusted to me." With that, Jason departed alongside his companions. Upon returning to the ship, he recounted the events that transpired within King Aetes' palace and the tasks assigned to him. The valiant heroes of the Argo fell into deep contemplation. What should they do? How could they accomplish the mission bestowed upon them by Aetes? At last, one of the Argonauts spoke. "Friends, the daughter of Aetes, Medea, resides within his palace. She is a sorceress of remarkable prowess, and only she can assist us. I shall beseech my mother to persuade Medea to lend her aid. With her assistance, no challenge shall seem insurmountable." As soon as Argos finished speaking, a white dove, pursued by a kite, soared above the ship Argo. The dove alighted beside Jason, seeking refuge within the folds of his cloak, while the kite descended onto the vessel. This was a sign foretold by the gods, proclaimed the seer Mopsus with a resounding voice. "The deities themselves have commanded us to seek the aid of Medea. Behold, the sacred bird of Aphrodite has found sanctuary upon Jason's breast." You should recall the words of Phineus. Did he not suggest that we implore Aphrodite for her assistance? Let us beseech the goddess, for she shall aid us. Let Argos hasten to meet his mother, who will persuade Medea to lend her support. The heroes of the Argo heeded the counsel of the seer Mopsus, offering sacrifices to Aphrodite, while Argus hurried to the palace of Aetes to see his mother. Meanwhile, Aetes summoned all the Colchians to the square, announcing the arrival of the foreigner to his subjects and ordering them to keep a vigilant watch over the Argo, ensuring that not a single hero aboard could escape. He resolved that once Jason fell in the sacred field of Ares, he would set the Argo ablaze, incinerating all the heroes on board, while he intended to subject the 4 sons of Phrixus to a torturous execution. As night descended, the capital of Colchis succumbed to slumber. Enveloped in silence, save for the unrest in Medea's chamber, she was besieged by a succession of terrifying nightmares, each more harrowing than the last. At one moment, she envisioned Jason battling the brazen-footed bull, with herself as the prize for his victory. In another, she found herself grappling with the fire-breathing bull, vanquishing it with ease. Yet again, she dreamt that her parents refused to grant her hand to Jason, as it was not he who triumphed over the bull. A fierce dispute erupted between Jason and Aetes, a quarrel that she felt compelled to resolve. She rendered a judgment favoring Jason, inciting her father's wrath, who roared at her in fury. With tears streaming down her face, Medea awoke, yearning to seek solace from Chalciope but feeling an overwhelming shyness. She grasped the doorknob thrice, only to retreat each time. Ultimately, she collapsed onto her bed, weeping bitterly. One of her handmaids, hearing her cries, rushed to inform Chalciope. Chalciope hurried to her side, finding Medea still weeping in her bed. "My sister," Chalciope inquired, "why do you weep? Are your tears shed for the fate of my son? Have you learned of our father's intent to harm them?" To Chalciope's questions, Medea remained silent, for her tears were not shed for her sister's son. At last, she spoke. "Sister, I have been plagued by dreadful dreams. Death threatens your 4 sons and the foreigner accompanying your child. If only the gods would grant me the power to aid them." Chalciope trembled at Medea's words, embracing her in desperation. She knew that Medea possessed the sorcery to assist Jason. At that moment, Medea declared, "Listen to me, sister. I can aid the foreigner. Have him come to the temple of Hecate tomorrow morning. I shall provide him with a protective charm that will aid him in his endeavors. However, you must vow to keep this secret, lest our father bring about our demise." Chalciope departed, leaving Medea in solitude, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. At times, she feared defying her father's will, while at others, she resolved to assist her beloved Jason. In this turmoil, Medea even contemplated ending her life with poison. She retrieved a box containing the deadly potion and opened it, but the goddess Hera ignited within her an irresistible yearning for life. She pushed open the box filled with deadly poison casting aside all her doubts, her heart solely focused on Jason, resolutely determined to aid him. As the dawn broke, the distant peaks of the Caucasus, capped with snow, were bathed in a rosy hue. At that moment, Argos hastened to inform the great hero of the Argo that Medea was willing to assist Jason and urged him to visit the temple of Hecate. With the sun rising, Jason, accompanied by Argos and the seer Mopsus, made their way to the temple of Hecate. The goddess Hera imbued Jason with a striking presence, rendering him so radiant that even the heroes of the Argo could not help but admire him. Medea, too, rose early, retrieving a box containing a miraculous ointment, from which she selected the Promethean salve. This ointment was crafted from the sap of a plant that grew from a drop of Prometheus' blood. Anyone who applied the salve would be impervious to iron spears, bronze swords, and fierce flames, gaining an unparalleled strength that rendered them invincible for an entire day. Medea resolved to bestow this ointment upon Jason. She summoned her maidservant and set off for the temple of Hecate, her heart brimming with joy, forgetting all fear and worry, eagerly anticipating her meeting with Jason. Upon arriving at the temple of Hecate, Medea entered, but Jason had yet to arrive. Soon, Jason appeared. As Medea cast her gaze upon him, her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. They stood in silence, gazing at each other, until the hero finally broke the stillness. He took Medea's hand and spoke. "Beautiful maiden, why do you cast your eyes down? Why do you fear me? Do you suspect ill intentions in my heart? No. I come with no malice. I seek your protection. I implore you to speak the truth. Remember, Hecate does not tolerate falsehoods within her temple, and Zeus, the protector of all seekers, also abhors deceit. Will you assist me? If you can aid me, all the great heroes who accompany me to Colchis will sing your praises throughout Greece. Recall how Ariadne, the daughter of Minos, gained immense glory for aiding the great hero Theseus." Medea remained silent, gazing at Jason with eyes filled with affection. Her shy demeanor rendered her even more enchanting. Trembling, she retrieved the miraculous ointment from her belt and handed it to Jason. In a soft voice, she said, "Listen to me, Jason. This is how I shall assist you. At night, cleanse yourself in the river, don a dark robe, dig a deep pit by the riverbank, and offer a black sheep, smeared with honey, as a sacrifice to Hecate. Then return to your ship. Be mindful not to look back. You will hear the clamor of voices and the barking of fierce dogs, but do not fear, simply press onward. When dawn arrives, anoint your body, spear, shield, and sword with this salve. The ointment will bestow upon you invincible strength, enabling you to accomplish the tasks assigned by Aeates. One thing you must remember, when soldiers emerge from the earth, hurl stones at them. They will turn upon each other, and at that moment, you shall charge in. With the salve in hand, you will surely obtain the golden fleece. After securing the fleece, you may roam freely wherever you wish." Medea fell silent, her thoughts consumed by sorrow at the prospect of parting from Jason. A veil of melancholy clouded her eyes as she stood, head bowed in despair, before finally whispering, "Jason, you shall return to your homeland, yet do not forget me. Even if you occasionally recall your savior, Medea, it would bring me solace." She inquired about Jason's lineage, and he described the flourishing valley of Iolcus. He extended an invitation for her to accompany him to Greece, promising her exalted honor, assuring that all of Iolcus would revere her as a goddess. "If only Aeates would forge a bond of friendship with me, how splendid it would be." Jason lamented, "If he would allow you to join me in my homeland, it would be a dream come true." "Such a thing is impossible," Medea sighed, her heart heavy with grief. "My father is cold and unyielding. You must return alone, but do not forget me. Ah, if only the tempest could carry me to Iolcus, to evoke your longing for me when you forget that I once saved you, how joyful I would be." Tears welled in Medea's eyes. Jason gazed at her, filled with affection. He implored Medea to escape her father's house and flee with him to Iolcus. Medea, though willing to depart from Colchis, felt a tremor of fear at the thought of separation from Jason. The mere idea of parting from him brought her to tears. Hera instilled in her a yearning to follow Jason to the ends of the earth. The goddess desired Medea to reach Iolcus, intending to utilize her hand to vanquish the detested Peleus. Medea and Jason parted temporarily, with Jason promising to return to the temple of Hecate to meet her, where they would decide their future together. Elated, Medea returned home, understanding that Jason loved her. Night fell. Jason donned a dark robe and made his way to the banks of the Phasis River. In the stillness of the night, he cleansed himself in the rushing waters. He then dug a deep pit on the shore and, following Medea's instructions, offered sacrifices to Hecate. As the offering concluded, the earth trembled violently, and Hecate appeared before him, brandishing a flaming torch. Surrounding her were fearsome creatures and fire-breathing dragons, a terrifying pack of hellhounds barking and charging at her side. Upon witnessing Hecate, the nearby goddesses fled in terror. Jason felt a surge of dread, yet he recalled Medea's words and, without looking back, strode directly towards the Argo, where his friends awaited him. Morning dawned, and the heroes of the Argo dispatched Telamon and Meleager to request dragon's teeth from Aeetes. Aeetes granted them the teeth he had taken from the slain dragon of Cadmus, and then prepared to mount his chariot to observe how Jason would accomplish the tasks he had set. Adorned in armor, with a dazzling helmet that shone like the sun, he grasped the heavy spear and shield meant only for Heracles and ascended his chariot, driven by his son Absyrtus. The heroes of the Argo were well prepared for their journey to the sacred fields of Ares. Jason first anointed his spear, sword, and shield with a sacred ointment, then applied it to his own body. Instantly, he felt a surge of extraordinary strength coursing through him, his muscles becoming as rigid as steel, his entire being forged like iron. As the heroes aboard the swift ship Argo arrived at the sacred fields of Ares, Aeetes awaited them, while the hills surrounding the fields were crowded with the inhabitants of Colchis. As Jason disembarked from the ship, he shone like a star, his armor glistening brilliantly. He approached the sacred fields, locating the iron plow and the bronze yoke, then raised his shield to protect himself as he began the search for the fire-breathing bulls. Suddenly, two raging bulls erupted from the earth, bellowing fiercely as they charged towards the hero. Fiery breath erupted from their mouths. Jason, shield in hand, braced himself for the impending assault. The bulls lunged at him, their formidable horns colliding powerfully against his shield. No man could withstand such an impact, yet Jason remained steadfast, as unyielding as a mountain. The bulls continued to roar and charge at him, stirring up dust and debris. With strong hands, Jason seized the horns of both bulls, forcefully guiding them towards the yoke. The bulls struggled desperately, spewing flames at Jason, yet he remained unharmed, their furious attempts to escape thwarted by his grip. With the assistance of Castor and Pollux, Jason secured the bulls to the plow. He then wielded his spear, driving the bulls to cultivate the sacred fields of Ares and sow the dragon's teeth. Once he had sown the teeth, he released the bulls, calling out authoritatively before jabbing at them with his spear. The bulls, in a frenzy, fled into the depths of the earth. Half of the task was now complete. All that remained was to wait for soldiers to arise from the ground. Jason approached the banks of the Phasis River, removing his helmet to quench his thirst. He had scarcely rested when he saw a spearhead emerge from the soil, followed rapidly by many more. In an instant, the entire field appeared clad in a coat of copper. The ground trembled, revealing helmets and the heads of soldiers. Soon, the fields were filled with warriors clad in shining armor. Remembering the words of Medea, Jason seized a massive stone and lifted it with one hand, hurling it into the throng of soldiers born from the dragon's teeth. This stone was so heavy that even 4 mighty heroes could not lift it. The soldiers, armed and ready, began to engage in a bloody melee. Jason, gripping his sword tightly, charged into the fray, cutting down soldiers one by one. Before long, the fields were littered with corpses, every soldier felled by Jason's hand, with none escaping their fate. On the sacred fields of Ares, the ground lay strewn with corpses, reminiscent of golden wheat cut down by a sharp scythe, blanketing the fertile land. Jason had triumphed. Aeetes gazed at Jason in astonishment, perplexed by the superhuman strength displayed by this foreigner. The king, with a countenance both regal and fearsome, furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without uttering a word, he mounted his chariot and returned to the city, consumed by thoughts of how to eliminate this peculiar outsider. Jason, meanwhile, returned to his ship, where his friends awaited to celebrate his monumental achievement. Aeetes convened the most esteemed nobles of Colchis in his palace. Though the hour had long since passed midnight, the king continued to deliberate with them on schemes to harm the heroes of the Argo. Aeetes surmised that only Medea could assist Jason in achieving such a feat. Medea, acutely aware of the peril they both faced, found herself restless in her opulent palace, unable to sleep. In the dead of night, she stealthily slipped out of Aeetes' palace, following a path known only to her, leading to the banks of the Phasis River, where the bonfire ignited by the heroes of the Argo still blazed. Upon reaching the fire, she summoned Jason and the young son of Phrixus, Phrontis. Medea confided her ominous premonition to Jason, urging him to embark with her immediately to seize the golden fleece. Clad in armor, Jason set forth towards the sacred grove of Ares. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for the golden light shimmering from the fleece hanging upon the sacred tree. As Medea and Jason ventured into the grove, a fearsome dragon raised its head, exhaling flames. Medea invoked the powerful god of sleep, Hypnos, to aid them. Reciting a dreadful incantation, she sprinkled a magical potion upon the ground. Instantly, the dragon collapsed, its weary head still held high. Medea then doused the creature with the hypnotic elixir, causing its gaping maw to close and its fiery eyes to shut, subdued by slumber. It lay beneath the great tree bearing the golden fleece. Jason seized the fleece and hastened back to the Argo. The heroes gathered around Jason and Medea, marveling at the fleece. Yet, there was no time to lose. They must depart before Itez discovered the theft. Jason severed the mooring lines, and the heroes swiftly grasped their oars. The Argo surged forth like an arrow, racing downstream toward the sea. As they entered the ocean, the heroes rowed with fervor, the Argo cleaving through the waves, speeding away from Colchis. At dawn, Itez learned of the fleece's theft and Medea's flight with the heroes of the Argo. Enraged, he summoned the Colchians to the seashore, yet the Argo had already vanished without a trace. Itez commanded the Colchians to pursue them, threatening death if they failed to retrieve the heroes of the Argo. Led by Itez's son, Absyrtus, they hastily set sail in pursuit of the fleeing heroes. The Argo arrived at the vast open sea, where a favorable wind began to blow. The heroes unfurled their sails, and the Argo swiftly navigated the waves of the Euxine Sea. The heroes sailed for 3 days, and at last, the land of Scythia emerged on the horizon. The heroes of the Argo resolved to ascend the Istros River and subsequently enter the Adriatic Sea through one of its tributaries. As the ancient Greeks possessed scant knowledge of European geography and believed the Istros, the Danube, was connected to the Adriatic Sea by tributaries. Upon reaching the mouth of the Istros, the heroes discovered that the estuary and all its islands were occupied by a formidable force from Colchis, who had arrived by taking a shortcut. Realizing the overwhelming numbers of the Colchian army, the heroes understood that they were outmatched and ill-equipped to confront such a valorous and well-armed adversary. Thus, they resolved to outwit their foes. They engaged in negotiations with the Colchian leader, Abucertos, proposing that if the king of the neighboring city-state determined that Medea must return to Colchis, they would willingly escort her to the temple to be returned to the Colchians, provided that the golden fleece remained with the heroes of the Argo. As Jason had fulfilled the conditions set forth by Aetes regarding the return of the fleece. However, the true aim of these discussions was to buy time. Medea had assured Jason that she would lure Abucertos to the temple on the island. Under the pretense of Medea's goodwill, Jason sent lavish gifts to Abucertos, inviting him to meet Medea at the secluded temple. When Abucertos arrived at the temple and stepped through the doorway, Jason drew his sword and struck, inflicting a mortal wound upon him, causing him to collapse. In a heinous conspiracy, Jason and Medea committed an atrocious act. They murdered the unarmed Abucertos within the sacred confines of the temple. Jason subsequently dismembered his corpse and cast the remains into the turbulent waters of the Istros. In a state of horror, the Colchians rushed to recover the scattered fragments of their leader's body, while the heroes of the Argo seized the opportunity to swiftly escape upstream along the Istros River. The heroes of the Argo had sailed upon the waters for an extended duration, eventually traversing the tributaries of the Ister River to reach the Adriatic Sea, where they arrived at the shores of Illyria. A dreadful tempest arose upon the sea, with waves crashing and towering like mountains. The fierce winds galloped across the ocean like unbridled stallions, tearing the sails from the Argo. The vessel groaned under the pressure of the monstrous waves, its planks bending perilously, and the robust oarsmen found their oars splintering in their grasp. The Argo drifted like a mere splinter amidst the tumultuous waters, with death looming ominously over the heroes. At that moment, a voice emanated from the stern, originating from the sacred oak of Dodona. It commanded the heroes of the Argo to seek the sorceress Circe, imploring her to absolve Jason and Medea of the sins committed against Abas. As the heroes turned the ship's prow towards the north, the storm immediately subsided, and they understood that this was the will of the gods. The heroes of the Argo navigated through the rivers Eridanus and Latinus, ultimately arriving at the enchanting island in the Tyrrhenian Sea, where the sorceress Circe, sister of Eets, resided. Circe sought to absolve Medea and Jason of their transgressions. She first offered sacrifices to Zeus and then washed Jason's hands in the blood of the offerings, imploring the avenging goddess to no longer harbor resentment against the two murderers. Furthermore, Circe did not hesitate to purge Medea of her dreadful sins, for the enchantress, perceiving the radiance in Medea's eyes, recognized that she, like herself, was a descendant of the sun god Helios. The heroes of the Argo set forth once more on their perilous journey, encountering numerous trials and tribulations along the way. They traversed the treacherous waters between Scylla and Charybdis, and had it not been for the intervention of Hera, the wife of Zeus, they would have surely met their demise. They sailed past the island inhabited by the enchanting sirens, whose irresistible melodies beckoned them ashore. Yet, Orpheus, with his golden lyre, strummed a tune that overpowered the siren's seductive song. Ultimately, the heroes of the Argo arrived at the cliffs of Plancte. This narrow strait was flanked by towering cliffs that arched overhead, creating a natural vault. The waters surged violently between the rocky walls, and the waves beneath the cliffs spiraled in a breathtaking whirlpool, occasionally leaping skyward to threaten the arch above. Even the doves, tasked with delivering ambrosia to Zeus, could not pass unscathed. Daily, one dove would meet its end in this perilous place. The goddess Hera aided the heroes in overcoming this daunting obstacle by persuading Amphitrite to calm the tumultuous waves below the cliffs, allowing the Argo to navigate the strait safely. The heroes of the Argo, after a protracted voyage, arrived at the island inhabited by the Achaeans. They were warmly welcomed by King Alcinous. Initially, after their arduous journey, they could have enjoyed a well-deserved respite. However, within a day, a fleet of Colchians appeared at the island's shores, demanding the return of Medea. Had it not been for Alcinous's intervention, a bloody conflict would have been inevitable. Alcinous decreed that if Medea was not the wife of Jason, she must be returned to the Colchians. That night, Alcinous's wife Arete sent a messenger to Jason, informing him of the king's judgment. Jason and Medea were wed that very night, and the following day, before the assembled Achaeans and Colchians, Jason solemnly vowed that Medea was his wife. At this moment, Alcinous ruled that Medea must remain with her husband, leaving the Colchians to return empty-handed to face Eats. After a brief respite with the hospitable Achaeans, the heroes of the Argo resumed their voyage. They sailed smoothly for an extended period, and the distant cerulean horizon eventually revealed the coast of Peloponnesus. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept across the sea, casting the Argo far into the open waters. The tempestuous winds bore the vessel across the boundless ocean for what felt like an eternity, ultimately casting it upon a desolate shore. The Argo became deeply ensnared in the mud of a bay thick with water plants. The heroes felt despondent and disheartened as the helmsman, Lynceus, sat at the stern with his head bowed, devoid of hope for survival. The heroes wandered along the coastline, appearing to have lost all strength and courage, convinced that they were faced with a dead end. At that moment, the divine maidens returned to assist Jason. They informed him that the Argo had been cast by the whirlwind onto the shores of Libya, what the Greeks referred to as the African coast west of Egypt. The heroes of the Argo would have to wait until Amphitrite unloaded the horses from her chariot before they could lift the ship from the mire and carry it on their shoulders out of the Libyan desert. However, the heroes were uncertain when Amphitrite would release her horses. Suddenly, they spotted a pristine white horse galloping towards them across the sands. The heroes understood that this was the horse that Amphitrite had freed from her chariot. Thus, the heroes hoisted the Argo upon their shoulders and, braving the scorching heat and enduring the pangs of thirst, traversed the desert for 12 long days. They finally arrived at the land of the Hesperides. The Hesperides directed them to the spring that Heracles had hewn from the Rocky Mountains. The heroes quenched their thirst with the spring water and, filled with renewed vigor, embarked on their journey home. However, they soon found themselves unable to locate a passage to the sea. They were not in the ocean, but rather in the lake of Triton. Following Orpheus's counsel, the heroes offered a tripartite altar to the lake deity. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young man approached them, presenting the hero Ephemes with a lump of earth as a gesture of hospitality, and subsequently revealed to the heroes the way to the sea. The heroes then sacrificed a ram, and the lake god Triton personally guided them, steering the Argo around the white reefs and through the whirlpools, leading them into the vast ocean. After departing from the great lake, the heroes sailed to the island of Crete, intending to replenish their fresh water before continuing their journey. However, the bronze giant Talos, a gift from Zeus to Minos, prevented them from landing. Talos patrolled the entire island, guarding Minos's territory. Medea, employing her sorcery, hypnotized Talos. The bronze pin that sealed his veins fell away, and blood gushed forth like molten lead, causing the giant to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Now, the heroes of the Argo could approach the shore without hindrance and replenish their fresh water. On their return journey from Crete to Greece, Ephemes cast the lump of earth gifted by Triton into the sea, which blossomed into an island that the heroes named Calliste. Later, Ephemes' descendants inhabited this island, which subsequently became known as Thera, modern-day Santorini. Subsequently, the heroes of the Argo encountered yet another tempest at sea. A dark storm raged through the night. The heroes of the Argo, filled with trepidation, braced themselves against the ever-looming threat of shipwreck or catastrophic collision upon the rugged coastal rocks. Suddenly, a golden arrow pierced the heavens, its radiant light illuminating the surroundings, followed by a second and a third golden arrow. It was Apollo who had released these celestial arrows to guide the heroes of the Argo on their journey. They anchored their vessel at the island of Anaphe, awaiting the tempest's abatement. At last, the storm subsided, the tumultuous waves calmed, and a favorable breeze began to blow. The Argo glided smoothly across the azure expanse of the sea. From that moment forth, the heroes encountered no further perils, and soon they returned to the harbor of Iolcos, a place they had long yearned for. Upon the return of the heroes of the Argo to Iolcos, they offered a multitude of sacrifices to the gods who had aided them during their perilous journey. The entire city of Iolcos rejoiced, celebrating the triumphant return of the Argo's valiant crew and their leader, Jason, who had successfully retrieved the Golden Fleece. However, the treacherous Peleus failed to honor his promise, withholding the ancestral power that rightfully belonged to Jason. Refusing to endure such humiliation, Jason resolved to exact merciless revenge upon Peleus with the willing assistance of Medea. Soon, an opportunity for vengeance arose. Jason's aged father, Ezon, learned of Medea's extraordinary powers as a sorceress and sought her help to restore his youth. Jason personally approached Medea, pleading with her to rejuvenate his father. Medea consented, provided that the goddess Hecate would assist her in this endeavor. When the full moon graced the night sky, Medea donned a dark robe, her hair flowing freely, and barefoot, she stepped outside her home. The world around her was enveloped in a deep slumber, silence reigning everywhere. Cloaked in moonlight, Medea traversed the path until she reached a crossroads, where she halted, raised her hands, and called out thrice before kneeling to softly recite incantations. She beseeched the night, the stars, the moon, the earth, the winds, and the mountains for aid, imploring the forest deities and the goddess of night to present themselves before her. She prayed fervently for Hecate to heed her supplications and grant her assistance. Hecate, hearing her prayer, soon arrived in a chariot drawn by a winged dragon. For 9 days and nights, Medea journeyed to lofty mountains and lush forests, gathering various miraculous herbs and roots by riversides and seashores. Upon returning to Ezon's dwelling, Medea constructed 2 altars, one dedicated to Hecate and the other to the goddess of youth. She dug 2 pits before the altars, placing 2 black rams beside them as offerings to the goddess of darkness and witchcraft, Hecate, while also pouring honeyed wine and milk. Medea implored the deities of the underworld, Hades and Persephone, to spare the life of the aged Ezon. She then commanded that Ezon be brought forth. Laying him upon the enchanted herbs, she cast a spell to induce a deep slumber. Utilizing a bronze cauldron, she brewed the herbal concoction, the liquid boiling and bubbling with a frothy white essence. Medea took a withered branch from an ancient tree and stirred the potion within the cauldron. Miraculously, the branch sprouted leaves and bore vibrant green fruit. Where the potion's froth dripped, blossoms and fresh grass emerged. Seeing that the potion was ready, Medea drew her sword and slit Ezon's throat, allowing his aged blood to flow freely. She then poured the rejuvenating potion into his veins through the incision. Behold, a miracle unfolded. The once snow-white hair of the old man turned black, wrinkles vanished, and his withered visage transformed, with youthful color returning to his cheeks. Upon awakening, Ezon discovered that he had been rejuvenated, brimming with youthful vitality. After successfully restoring Ezon to his former glory, Medea resolved to execute a cruel plan of vengeance against the aged Peleus, who had deceived Jason and failed to restore the rightful rule of Iolcos. Medea persuaded Peleus' daughters to agree to perform the rejuvenation ritual on their father. To convince them of her sorcery, she brought forth a ram, which she slaughtered and cast into a cauldron of boiling herbs. As soon as the carcass was thrown in, a lively lamb sprang forth from the pot. Witnessing this miracle, Peleus' daughters consented to the rejuvenation of their father. Medea then concocted a potion, though it was not the same elixir Ezen's father had once used. This brew possessed no miraculous properties. Medea enchanted Peleus into a deep sleep and summoned his daughters to his chamber, instructing them to sever their father's throat. Yet, the daughters hesitated, paralyzed by fear. "Cowards!" Medea cried out, "Draw your swords and release the old blood from your father's veins. I shall infuse him with vibrant new life." Still, the daughters faltered, unwilling to strike their slumbering father. Ultimately, they steeled their resolve, one by one lifting their swords to deliver the fatal blow. Mortally wounded, Peleus awoke, propping himself up in bed and extending his feeble hands toward his daughters, moaning, "Oh, daughters, what are you doing? What compels you to harm your own father?" Startled, Peleus' daughters dropped their weapons, their faces drained of color, standing there in a daze. Medea rushed to Peleus' bedside, plunging a dagger into his throat, before dismembering his corpse and casting the pieces into the boiling pot. At that moment, a chariot drawn by winged dragons burst into Peleus' chamber, and Medea leaped aboard, vanishing before the frightened eyes of his daughters. Peleus' son, Acastus, held a grand funeral for his father, followed by athletic competitions in his memory. The greatest heroes of Greece participated, with Hermes himself serving as the judge. Castor, Pollux, and Orpheus competed in chariot races, Admetus and Mopsus in boxing, and Atlas and Peleus in wrestling, while Iphicles claimed victory in the foot race. However, Jason did not regain the rule of Iolcus. Acastus expelled him from the city, for Medea, his wife, had killed Peleus. Jason departed his homeland, fleeing to Corinth with Medea. According to Euripides, after slaying Peleus, Jason and Medea were banished from Iolcus, finding refuge with King Creon of Corinth. Medea bore 2 sons, and it seemed that Jason and Medea might find happiness even in exile. Yet, fate had decreed that neither Jason nor Medea would experience true joy. Jason was captivated by the beauty of Glauce, the daughter of Creon, betraying the sacred vow he made to Medea when he accepted the miraculous ointment from her in Colchis, thus forsaking the benefactor who helped him achieve great feats. He resolved to marry Glauce, and King Creon consented to unite his daughter with this renowned hero. Upon learning of Jason's change of heart, Medea was engulfed in despair and disappointment. Yet, her love for him remained unwavering. Now, she appeared as an unfeeling stone, sitting in silence, steeped in sorrow. She neither ate nor drank, nor did she heed any words of comfort. Gradually, a tempestuous rage seized her heart. Medea, the defiant daughter of the king of Colchis and granddaughter of the radiant sun god, could not endure humiliation before her enemies. How could she tolerate their mockery? In her fury, Medea became a figure of terror. Her vengeance would undoubtedly be merciless. She would seek retribution against Jason, against Glauce, and against King Creon. Enraged, Medea unleashed a torrent of curses. She cursed her 2 sons, she cursed Jason. Overwhelmed with anguish, she implored the gods to take her life with a bolt of lightning. What purpose did her existence serve, save for vengeance? Medea called upon death, for it alone could bring an end to her suffering. Why had Jason treated her with such cruelty, this benefactor who had saved him? She had lulled the dragon to sleep to secure the golden fleece for him. She had lured her own brother into an ambush to save Jason. She had even orchestrated the death of Peleus for his sake. Medea invoked Zeus and Themis, the goddess of justice, to bear witness to Jason's profound injustice towards her. Her resolve to enact revenge against Jason grew ever more steadfast. At that moment, Creon arrived. He promptly informed Medea that she must leave Corinth at once. Fearing her wrath, knowing the danger of an enraged Medea and her formidable sorcery, he understood she could bring harm to his daughter and to himself. To buy time for her vengeance, Medea feigned compliance, acknowledging his right to expel her. Yet she beseeched Creon for a single day's extension in Corinth. He acquiesced, unaware that this very request would seal his fate. However, he then cautioned Medea that should she be found in Corinth after dawn the following day, she and her 2 sons would face execution. Medea knew she had no reason to fear death. Rather, it would be Creon who would perish. For she had sworn an oath to the pale-faced goddess Selene and her protective deity Hecate to bring her enemies to ruin. It was not she, Medea, who could evade death, but they. How could the granddaughter of the sun god become the object of mockery for the descendants of Sisyphus and Jason's new bride? Jason, with feigned sincerity, claimed to Medea that his marriage to Glauce was for the benefit of her and their 2 sons, asserting that if the gods were to bestow upon him another son after remarrying, then these 2 could find solace from their half-brother. Medea could hardly fathom Jason's declaration, condemning him for his ingratitude and fickleness, threatening him with the wrath of the gods, resolutely refusing to entertain any of his justifications. At this moment, her heart brimmed with loathing for Jason, a stark contrast to the profound love she once harbored for him, a love that had driven her to forsake her parents, brother, and homeland. Jason departed in dismay, while Medea continued to mock and rebuke his retreating figure. At that juncture, King Aegeus of Athens fortuitously passed through Corinth on his way from Delphi to Treason and greeted Medea warmly, inquiring about the source of her sorrow. Medea recounted her misfortunes, pleading with the Athenian king to provide refuge for her, a forsaken exile abandoned by her husband. She assured Aegeus that, should he grant her sanctuary in Athens, she would employ her sorcery to ensure his progeny flourished, liberating him from his current childless plight. Aegeus vowed to offer her a haven, swearing by the earth goddess Gaia, her grandfather Helios, and all the Olympian deities that he would never betray Medea to her enemies. However, Aegeus imposed one condition: she must find her own way to Athens, as he was unwilling to incite conflict with the king of Corinth. With her refuge secured, Medea set about executing her meticulously devised plan of vengeance. She resolved not only to eliminate Creon and his daughter Glauce, but also to slay her own 2 sons with Jason. Summoning a servant, she instructed them to fetch Jason. Upon his arrival, Medea feigned compliance, projecting an image of submission to Jason's decisions, imploring him to persuade Creon to allow her children to remain in Corinth. At that moment, her 2 sons entered, and upon seeing them, Medea was overcome with emotion, embracing and kissing them. Her affection for her children was profound, however. Her insatiable thirst for revenge eclipsed her maternal instincts. How could she orchestrate the demise of Glauce and Creon? Medea devised a cunning plan. She would beseech Glauce to accept her sons into Jason's new household, presenting her with a precious wedding gown and a golden bridal crown. This seemingly generous gift was, in truth, a harbinger of death. As Glauce donned the gown and crown, the toxins embedded within them infiltrated her body, while the crown constricted her head like a cruel noose. The gown seared her flesh, and she succumbed to a torturous death. Creon rushed to her aid, embracing his unfortunate daughter, yet the gown clung to him as well. In his desperate attempt to tear it from his body, he inadvertently ripped away pieces of his own flesh along with the garment, ultimately meeting the same tragic fate. Standing at her threshold, Medea learned of the gruesome demise of Creon and Glauce, and a dark satisfaction welled within her. Yet, their deaths did not quench her thirst for vengeance. She resolved to murder her own sons, inflicting deeper psychological torment upon Jason. Another motive spurred her ruthless resolve. She recognized that Creon's kin would seek retribution against her children to avenge their mother's crimes, leaving her sons to face a horrific fate. Medea hastily entered the house, and immediately the cries and moans of her 2 sons echoed within. Their biological mother had taken their lives. Upon learning that Creon and Glauce had fallen victim to his wife Medea's wrath, Jason was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. He feared that Creon's kin would seek vengeance by slaying his 2 sons, prompting him to rush back home. Upon arrival, he found the door firmly shut. Just as he prepared to force his way inside, Medea appeared in the sky, riding in a chariot sent by the sun god Helios, drawn by flying dragons. With the lifeless bodies of her children at her feet, Jason was struck with terror. He implored Medea to relinquish the bodies of their sons so that he might bestow upon them a proper burial. Yet, Medea offered him no solace, as she departed in her splendid chariot. From that moment on, Jason's remaining years were devoid of joy. He wandered aimlessly, seeking refuge. One day, while passing through Isthmus, he arrived at the shore where the Argo, sacrificed to Poseidon by the heroes of the Argonauts, lay abandoned. Exhausted, Jason reclined in the cool shade at the stern of the ship, intending to rest, and eventually fell into a deep slumber. While he slept peacefully, the decayed stern of the Argo collapsed, burying the unsuspecting Jason beneath the splintered wreckage. The tale of Troy. The narrative of Troy derives from the epic of Homer. The Iliad, the tragedies of Sophocles such as Ajax and Philoctetes, Euripides' plays Iphigenia and Aulis, Andromache, Hecuba, Virgil's epic Aeneid, Ovid's lengthy work Heroides, and fragments from other authors. The renowned hero Tyndareus was ousted from his kingdom by his brother Hippocoon. After enduring prolonged hardships, he sought refuge with King Theseus of Aetolia, who welcomed him. The king, recognizing the hero's worth, bestowed upon him his daughter Leda, who was as beautiful as a goddess. Eventually, the mighty son of Zeus, Heracles, vanquished Hippocoon, slaying him and his offspring. Thus, Tyndareus returned to Sparta with his beautiful wife, assuming the throne of Sparta. Leda bore 4 children, the stunning Helen and Pollux, born of her union with Zeus, and Clytemnestra and Castor, the offspring of Tyndareus. Helen's beauty was unparalleled among mortal women, even inciting envy in the goddesses. Throughout Greece, her exquisite form was lauded. The great hero Theseus of Attica, upon learning of Helen's divine beauty, abducted her from Tyndareus' household. Helen's brothers, Pollux and Castor, reclaimed her and returned her to her father. Many suitors flocked to the palace of Tyndareus, vying for the hand of the world's most beautiful Helen, each hoping to claim her as his wife. Tyndareus found himself in a quandary, uncertain to whom he should marry off his daughter. He feared that if he chose one hero, the others would harbor jealousy, leading to fierce conflict and civil strife. Ultimately, the clever hero Odysseus devised a solution. In Homer's 2 great epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the protagonist Tyndareus was presented with an ingenious idea to allow the fair-haired Helen to choose her own husband. All suitors were to swear an oath that, regardless of whom Helen selected, they would not resort to violence against him and would provide assistance should he encounter peril. Tyndareus accepted Odysseus's counsel. All suitors pledged their oaths, and Helen ultimately chose Menelaus, the handsome son of Atreus, as her husband. Menelaus married the beautiful Helen. After Tyndareus' demise, Menelaus ascended the throne and became the king of Sparta, living a carefree life in his palace, unaware that his union with the enchanting Helen would bring upon him a multitude of calamities. The renowned hero Peleus was the offspring of the wise Zeus and the river goddess Aegina. The greatest hero, Heracles, had as his companion Telamon, who was Peleus' brother. Out of jealousy, Peleus and Telamon killed their half-brother, forcing them to flee. Peleus sought refuge in the prosperous Phthia, a city in Thessaly along the Aegean coast. The heroic Eurytion welcomed him, granting him 1/3 of his territory and marrying his daughter Antigone to him. However, Peleus did not remain in Phthia for long. During the Caledonian hunt, he accidentally killed Eurytion, which filled him with sorrow, prompting him to leave for Iolcus. Yet, misfortune awaited him in Iolcus. The wife of King Acastus, enamored with Peleus, incited him to betray his friendship with Acastus. Peleus rejected the unreasonable advances of his friend's wife, which enraged her, leading her to defame him before her husband. Acastus, believing his wife's slander, resolved to eliminate Peleus. One day, while hunting in the forests of Mount Pelion, Acastus concealed the magical sword bestowed upon Peleus by the gods while Peleus, fatigued from the hunt, fell asleep. As long as Peleus wielded this sword, no adversary could withstand him. Acastus believed that without this sword, Peleus would surely meet his demise at the hands of ferocious centaurs. However, the wise centaur Chiron came to Peleus' aid, assisting him in recovering the enchanted sword. When the savage centaurs charged at Peleus, intent on tearing him apart, he brandished the sword and effortlessly repelled them. Peleus narrowly escaped an almost certain death. Subsequently, he sought vengeance against the treacherous Acastus. With the assistance of the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, he seized the bountiful Iolcus, slaying Acastus and his wife. The Titan Prometheus revealed a significant secret, that should Zeus unite with the goddess Thetis, they would beget a son more powerful than his father, destined to overthrow his reign. Prometheus advised the gods to betroth Thetis to Peleus, ensuring that the offspring would be a great hero. The gods resolved to proceed accordingly, albeit with a stipulation: Peleus must engage in a solitary duel with Thetis and emerge victorious. Hephaestus conveyed the will of the gods to Peleus, who then made his way to the cavern where Thetis often surfaced from the depths of the sea to rest. Concealed within the cave, Peleus awaited Thetis' arrival. As she ascended from the ocean, she entered the cavern, at which point Peleus lunged forward, extending his powerful arms to embrace her. Thetis struggled fiercely to break free, transforming into a lion, a serpent, and even the sea itself, yet Peleus steadfastly prevented her escape. Defeated, Thetis was left with no choice but to become Peleus' wife. In the spacious cave of Chiron the centaur, the gods gathered to celebrate the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. The wedding feast was lavish beyond compare, with all the deities of Mount Olympus in attendance. Apollo's golden lyre resonated with fervent melodies, while the muses sang in harmony, extolling the destined glory of the offspring of Peleus and Thetis. The gods reveled in joyous libations, as the goddesses of the seasons and the graces danced in a circle, accompanied by the songs of the Muses and the strains of Apollo's lyre. Among them, the warrior goddess Athena and the youthful Artemis stood out in their splendor, while the ageless beauty of Aphrodite overshadowed them all. Even Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger of the gods, and Ares, the god of war, momentarily set aside their bloodshed to partake in the festivities. The gods bestowed numerous gifts upon the newlyweds. Chiron gifted Peleus a long spear, crafted from the exceptionally hard white wax tree of Mount Pelion, while Poseidon, the ruler of the sea, presented him with several magnificent steeds. Other deities offered exquisite helmets and armor. Amidst the jubilance of the banquet, only Eris, the goddess of discord, was absent. She lingered alone near Chiron's cave, harboring a deep-seated resentment for not being invited. Ultimately, Eris devised a scheme for revenge, intending to incite discord among the gods. She procured a golden apple from the distant orchard of the Hesperides, inscribing upon it the words, "To the fairest goddess." Stealthily, she approached the banquet and surreptitiously cast the golden apple upon the table. Upon noticing the apple, the gods picked it up and read the inscription. But who was the fairest among them? Hera, the wife of Zeus, Athena the warrior goddess, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, immediately embroiled themselves in a quarrel. Each vied for the apple, unwilling to concede. Thus, they sought the judgment of Zeus, the king of gods and men, to resolve their dispute. However, Zeus declined to act as the arbiter. Instead, he took the apple and entrusted it to Hermes, instructing him to escort the three goddesses to the outskirts of Troy, to the slopes of the majestic Mount Ida, where the handsome son of King Priam, Paris, would determine who among them was the fairest and deserving of the golden apple. Thus, the wedding feast of Peleus concluded in the midst of the goddesses' quarrel, a contention that would inevitably bring forth numerous calamities for humanity. Hermes and the three goddesses swiftly journeyed to the foothills of Mount Ida to meet Paris, who was tending to his flocks at that very moment. On the eve of Paris's birth, his mother, Hecuba, was tormented by a dreadful dream foretelling the fiery destruction of the entire city of Troy. Gripped by fear, she confided her unsettling vision to her husband, Priam. In search of clarity, Priam consulted a seer, who ominously declared that Hecuba would give birth to a son destined to bring ruin upon Troy. True to the prophecy, Hecuba bore a son, and Priam commanded his servant, Agelos, to take the newborn to Mount Ida and abandon him in the wilderness. However, Priam's son did not perish. A she-bear nurtured him instead. A year later, Agelos discovered the child and brought him home, raising him as his own, naming him Paris. Thus, Paris grew among shepherds, blossoming into an extraordinarily handsome young man, distinguished by his exceptional strength among his peers. He frequently rescued livestock from wild beasts and bandits, often saving his companions as well. His remarkable prowess and bravery earned him the title of Alexandros, meaning defender of men. Paris led a contented life in the forests of Mount Ida. But his fate took a turn when three goddesses and Hermes sought him out. Upon seeing the divine figures, Paris was initially overwhelmed with fear and contemplated fleeing. Yet, escape was futile before the swift Hermes. Hermes intercepted Paris, presenting him with an apple and kindly instructing, "Take this apple, Paris. Before you stand three goddesses. Bestow the apple upon the one you deem most beautiful. Zeus has commanded you to arbitrate their dispute." Embarrassed, Paris struggled to discern which goddess was the fairest. At that moment, the three goddesses eagerly approached, each vying for his favor and promising immense rewards. Hera promised him dominion over all of Asia. Athena offered victory and glory in battle, while Aphrodite guaranteed him the hand of Helen, the most beautiful mortal woman, the daughter of Zeus and Leda. Enchanted by Aphrodite's promise, Paris, without much deliberation, awarded the apple to her. Thus, he deemed Aphrodite the most beautiful of the three goddesses. From that moment onward, Paris became the favored mortal of Aphrodite, who aided him in all his endeavors. However, Hera and Athena harbored deep resentment towards Paris, as well as towards Troy and all its inhabitants, vowing to bring about the city's destruction and the annihilation of its people. Shortly after his encounter with the three goddesses, Paris departed from the forest of Mount Ida. This decision stemmed from Priam's observation of Hecuba's enduring sorrow over the loss of her son, prompting him to organize a grand athletic competition in memory of the child he believed to be dead. The victor of this contest would receive the finest bull from Priam's herd, which happened to be among the livestock that Paris tended. Reluctant to part with the beloved bull, Paris personally led it to the city. Within the walls of Troy, As he beheld the heroes competing, a fervent desire for victory ignited within his heart. Thus, he too entered the competition and vanquished all his opponents, including the formidable Hector. The sons of Priam were deeply troubled by their defeat at the hands of a mere shepherd. Deiphobus, one of Priam's sons, drew his sword with the intent to slay Paris. In fear, Paris fled to the altar of Zeus, pleading for mercy. Cassandra, Priam's daughter endowed with the gift of foresight, recognized the true identity of the shepherd upon seeing Paris at the altar. Priam and Hecuba finally found their long-lost son, filled with joy and excitement as they welcomed Paris back to the palace. Despite Cassandra's warning that Paris was destined to be the architect of Troy's destruction, her prophetic words fell on deaf ears, for none believed her foresight. Apollo had cursed Cassandra with a tragic fate, though her prophecies always came to pass. No one would heed them. Many days had passed since Paris returned to his father Priam's home. This significant turning point in his life seemed to have made him forget the promise Aphrodite had made to him when he received the golden apple. Now, Paris was a prince, no longer an obscure shepherd. Yet the goddess Aphrodite stirred memories of the beautiful Helen within him, even assisting her beloved prince in constructing a magnificent ship. Thus, Paris resolved to sail to Sparta, where Helen resided. Priam's son Helenus, gifted with foresight, warned Paris of impending doom, but Paris dismissed his caution. He embarked upon the grand vessel, setting off on a distant journey across the boundless sea. As Cassandra watched Paris's swift ship depart from their homeland shores, despair filled her heart. With her prophetic abilities, she raised her hands to the heavens and cried out, "Oh, calamity! The great disaster of Troy, our collective doom. I see the sacred Ilium engulfed in flames, its sons drenched in blood, perishing in the fiery abyss. I witness foreigners taking the weeping Trojan women and maidens into slavery." Despite Cassandra's fervent cries, no one believed her prophecies. No one could stop Paris. His grand ship sailed ever further away. A dreadful storm arose at sea, yet even the tempest could not deter Paris. He passed through the prosperous lands of his future foes, Phthia, Salamis, and Mycenae, finally reaching the coast of Laconia. Paris anchored his ship at the mouth of the Eurotas River and, accompanied by his friend Aeneas, disembarked. Paris feigned the demeanor of an unassuming guest as he and Aeneas went to meet the king. Menelaus warmly received Paris and Aeneas, hosting them with a sumptuous feast. During the banquet, Paris beheld the enchanting Helen for the first time. Overwhelmed with joy, Paris gazed upon her extraordinary beauty, while Helen found herself captivated by Paris's striking presence. Adorned in the opulent attire of the East, which accentuated his handsome and ethereal appearance, days slipped by unnoticed. Menelaus had matters to attend to in Crete, and before his departure, he instructed Helen to take good care of their guests, ensuring that their every need was met. Little did Menelaus foresee the profound insult that these two guests would bestow upon him. Upon Menelaus's departure, Paris seized the opportune moment to act. With the assistance of Aphrodite, Paris sweet-talked the beautiful Helen into abandoning her husband and fleeing with him to Troy. Unable to resist Paris's persistent pleas, Helen ultimately acquiesced. Paris stealthily led Helen aboard his ship, abducting Menelaus's wife along with his treasures. In a display of devotion to Paris, Helen forsook her husband, her homeland of Sparta, and even her daughter Hermione. The grand vessel, laden with abundant spoils, departed from the mouth of the Eurotas River, swiftly navigating the waves towards the shores of Troy. Paris was elated, for the most beautiful woman among mortals, Helen, was now by his side. As the ship ventured farther from the coast into the expansive open sea, it was suddenly intercepted by the formidable sea deity Nereus. Rising from the abyss, Nereus warned them that Paris and all of Troy would face annihilation. Paris and Helen exchanged anxious glances, yet Aphrodite emerged to console them, encouraging them to dismiss this ominous prophecy. Under Aphrodite's protection, the ship sailed peacefully across the tranquil sea for 3 days, making swift progress until they safely reached the shores of Troy. Just as Helen and the treacherous Paris had departed from Menelaus's palace, the gods dispatched their messenger Iris to Crete to find Menelaus. With her rainbow wings fluttering, Iris hastened from Mount Olympus and swiftly arrived before Menelaus to relay the unfortunate news. Menelaus immediately embarked on his return journey, soon arriving back in Sparta. Upon learning of Helen's elopement and the theft of his treasures, his rage was uncontainable. Menelaus sought out his brother Agamemnon to discuss how to exact revenge on the treacherous Paris. Agamemnon welcomed his brother with sympathy and suggested that he summon the heroes who had vowed to assist him in times of peril. Agamemnon proposed leading these heroes and their armies into war against Troy. Menelaus embraced Agamemnon's counsel, and together they journeyed to Pylos to consult the venerable King Nestor. Nestor was the wisest elder in all of Greece, having witnessed countless heroes throughout his long life and personally contributed to many great deeds. With extensive combat experience, he had observed 3 generations of heroes. Nestor warmly received Menelaus and Agamemnon, expressing his profound indignation toward Paris's nefarious actions. He resolved to join the campaign against Troy, bringing along his sons Thrasymedes and Antilochus. Nestor also pledged to accompany the Atridae brothers, Menelaus and Agamemnon, in seeking out the various heroes of Greece, rallying them to partake in this expedition. Numerous heroes resolved to join this venture. A portion of the heroes chose to partake in the conflict due to a profound sense of duty, having pledged their oaths, while another segment was driven by an intense desire for glory and accolades. Among those who resolved to set forth for Troy were Agamemnon, son of Atreus, and the formidable Diomedes, as strong as the god of war, Ares, the astute son of King Palamedes of Euboea, Idomeneus, the wise grandson of Minos, king of Crete, and Philoctetes, a close companion of Heracles. Before his demise, Heracles entrusted his lethal arrows to Philoctetes, for it was foretold that Troy could not be breached without them. The expedition also included 2 Ajax, the mighty Ajax, son of Telamon, who surpassed all heroes in strength, and the lesser Ajax, son of Oileus, hailing from Locris, a region nestled between Boeotia and Aetolia. Many other heroes joined this grand venture. However, it was imperative that Odysseus, the astute son of Laertes and king of Ithaca, be summoned to join the campaign. Odysseus was reluctant to leave Ithaca, having recently wed the beautiful Penelope and welcomed their firstborn, Telemachus. How could he abandon his tranquil life and beloved wife and child to sail to the gates of Troy, knowing that this journey might lead to an eternal separation from his homeland? Upon learning that Menelaus, Agamemnon, Nestor, and Palamedes had arrived in Ithaca, Odysseus resolved to deceive them. He feigned madness, yoking a pair of oxen and a donkey to plow the fields, scattering salt upon the earth. Palamedes quickly discerned Odysseus' ruse and decided to compel him to acknowledge his pretense. He brought forth the swaddled Telemachus and placed him in the furrow that Odysseus was bound to traverse. Odysseus halted, for no matter how staunchly he wished to remain in Ithaca, he could not bring himself to harm his only son. Thus, Palamedes unveiled Odysseus' deception, forcing him to bid farewell to Ithaca, his wife, and child, embarking on a journey to Troy that would span many years. From that moment on, Odysseus harbored a grudge against Palamedes, vowing to seek vengeance for being compelled to join the expedition. Another hero who must be summoned for the campaign was Achilles, son of King Peleus and the goddess Thetis. The seer Calchas prophesied to the Atridae brothers that for Troy to be conquered, Achilles must be part of the expedition, as fate had decreed that he would achieve everlasting glory and become the greatest hero of the Trojan War. Despite the magnificent feats Achilles would accomplish, he was destined not to return to his homeland. He would meet his end, struck down by an arrow at the gates of Troy in the prime of his youth. The goddess Thetis, aware of her son's fate, spared no effort to shield him from his impending doom. When Achilles was but an infant, she anointed his body with ambrosia and held him over the flames, seeking to forge him into an invulnerable being destined for immortality. One fateful night, as Thetis immersed her young son Achilles in flames, Peleus awoke. Upon witnessing his son in peril, he was seized by terror. Drawing his sword, Peleus rushed towards Thetis, who, gripped by fear, fled from the palace to seek refuge in the underwater abode of her father, Nereus. Peleus entrusted Achilles to his friend, the centaur Chiron, for his upbringing. Chiron nourished the boy with the brains of bears and the livers of lions, fostering him into a robust hero. By the age of 6, Achilles had slain ferocious lions and wild boars, and hunted several red deer without the aid of hounds, demonstrating his remarkable swiftness. He wielded various weapons with unparalleled skill, unmatched by any. Chiron also taught him to play the melodious lyre and to sing. Thetis never forgot her son. She frequently emerged from the abyss of the sea to meet Achilles, ever attentive to his well-being. Achilles blossomed into a handsome young man, and one day news spread throughout all of Greece that Menelaus was summoning heroes to prepare for the assault on Troy. Thetis, Aware of the ominous fate that loomed over Achilles, concealed him on the island of Scyros, within the palace of King Lycomedes, disguised in women's garments. Achilles lived among the king's daughters, and none knew of his whereabouts. However, the seer Calchas revealed Achilles' hiding place to Menelaus. Odysseus and Diomedes promptly made preparations and set forth toward Scyros. Odysseus devised a clever ruse. The two disguised themselves as merchants and arrived at the palace of Lycomedes. Before the princesses, they displayed an array of goods: opulent silks, golden necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and intricately woven shawls, interspersed with swords, helmets, shields, greaves, and armor among the feminine wares. The princesses, captivated by the golden adornments and splendid fabrics, examined them closely, while Achilles, standing alongside them, focused solely on the weapons. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted outside the palace. Shouts of combat, the blare of horns, and the clash of steel echoed from Diomedes and Odysseus's companions, who shouted and struck their swords against their shields. The princesses fled in terror, while Achilles seized a sword and shield, rushing forth to confront the perceived attackers of Lycomedes' palace. It was in this moment that Odysseus and Diomedes recognized Achilles. He willingly agreed to join the expedition against Troy, accompanied by his dear friend Patroclus and the wise elder Phoenix. Peleus bestowed upon Achilles the armor gifted by the gods at his marriage to Thetis, along with the spear given by Chiron and the horses received from Poseidon. The city of Troy, which the Greek heroes sought to besiege, was fortified and formidable. Founded by Elos, Troy was the great-grandson of Dardanus, son of Zeus, and Electra, one of the Pleiades. In ages past, Dardanus arrived from Arcadia to seek refuge with King Tros, who wed his daughter to him and granted him a portion of land as a dowry, upon which the city of Dardania was established. Dardanus had a grandson named Tros, who fathered a son named Elos. On one occasion, Elos participated in athletic competitions at Phrygia, triumphing swiftly over all heroes and earning a reward of 50 young men, 50 maidens, and a fine heifer. The king of Phrygia instructed him to follow the heifer, and where it halted, he was to build a city. According to the king, the divine oracle promised great glory for this city. Following the king's directive, Elos trailed the heifer until it came to a stop on the hill of the goddess Artemis, where he commenced the construction of the city. With outstretched arms towards the heavens, he prayed to Zeus for a sign of auspicious success. The following morning, upon emerging from his tent, he beheld a wooden statue of Athena before him, destined to become the guardian deity of the city he was about to erect. During the reign of Elos over the city, only the portion situated upon the hills was fortified by walls, while the area at the foot of the hills remained unprotected. The walls of this part of the city were erected by Poseidon and Apollo, who, under the divine mandate, were compelled to serve Laomedon, the son of Elos and king of Troy. The segment of Troy's fortifications constructed by Poseidon and Apollo was impregnable, save for the section built by the hero Iacchos, which could be breached. At the time when the Greek heroes prepared to besiege Troy, the governance of the city was in the hands of Priam, the grandson of Elos. When Heracles sacked Troy, Laomedon's sons were all slain, with only the youngest, Priam, surviving. Priam was exceedingly wealthy, residing in a splendid palace alongside his wife, Hecuba. He was accompanied by his 50 children, among whom his son Hector stood out for his noble demeanor, exceptional courage, and extraordinary strength. Troy was immensely powerful, and the conflict between the Greek heroes and the valiant Trojans was destined to be arduous. However, should they triumph over the Trojans and conquer the city, their glory would be unparalleled, and their spoils immeasurable. The Greek heroes and their armies congregated at the port of Aulis, preparing to embark for the shores of Troy. A vast army, numbering 100,000 fully armed soldiers, gathered by the seaside, a figure that serves to illustrate the grand scale of the war between Greece and Troy. They would set sail on 1,186 warships towards the city of Troy. Before their departure, the leaders of the various contingents convened in the shade of a centuries-old sycamore tree beside an altar to offer sacrifices to the gods, beseeching a smooth voyage. Suddenly, a terrifying blood-red serpent emerged from beneath an altar, coiling around the sycamore tree and swiftly ascending to its pinnacle, where a nest containing 8 hatchlings and a female bird resided. The serpent devoured both the female bird and the hatchlings, and then transformed into stone. The heroes standing beneath the great tree were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the significance of this omen from the gods. The seer Calchas elucidated the meaning of this portent, revealing that their siege of Troy would endure for 9 years, as the serpent had consumed 9 birds. Through arduous endeavors, they would finally capture the city in the 10th year. Calchas' words filled the Greeks with immense excitement, instilling them with confidence in the successful outcome of their expedition as they launched their vessels into the water. One by one, the grand ships sailed forth from the port of Aulis, their rowers synchronously propelling the fleet swiftly towards the shores of Asia. After a brief passage, the Greek fleet arrived at the coast of Mysia, a territory governed by Delphi, the son of Heracles. The fleet anchored near his domain, and the Greeks, mistakenly believing they had reached the shores of Troy, began to pillage and devastate Delphi's lands. Delphi summoned his forces and personally led his army to defend his territory, igniting a bloody conflict. Achilles, alongside his steadfast companion Patroclus, plunged into battle. Despite sustaining injuries, Patroclus valiantly fought on, undeterred by his pain, charging fearlessly alongside Achilles. Achilles, after arduous efforts, finally vanquished Delphi, compelling him to flee. The swiftly descending night afforded Delphi the opportunity to escape into the city, where he fortified himself behind closed doors. The following morning, the Greeks commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield and collecting the bodies of the fallen warriors, only to discover that their adversaries from the previous day had not been the Trojans, but rather the Mysians, subjects of Delphi, son of Heracles. The Greeks were filled with sorrow, realizing they had not clashed with foes, but had inadvertently fought against allies. A pact was established between the Greeks and Delphi, who pledged his assistance to them. However, he declined to join the Greek forces in their campaign against Troy, as he had wed the daughter of King Priam of Troy. Unwilling to wage war against his own father-in-law, the Greeks buried their fallen comrades, bid farewell to the Mysians, and set forth towards Troy. The Greek fleet encountered a dreadful storm upon the vast sea, where tumultuous waves loomed like mountains, tossing their vessels about as if they were mere fragile splinters of wood. The fleet became disoriented, adrift for an extended duration, ultimately returning to the port of Aulis. One by one, the Greek ships arrived back at the harbor from whence they had initially embarked, marking the end of their first expedition and failure. According to Euripides' tragedy Iphigenia in Aulis, all the Greek ships returned to Aulis, where the Greeks dragged their vessels ashore, forming a colossal encampment along the coast. Many heroes chose not to remain in Aulis, returning instead to their homelands. King Agamemnon, the commander of the entire army, also departed from Aulis. Now, no one knew when they might set out once more for Troy. What was to be done? The Greek forces required a guide to lead them to Troy, a task that only Delphi, who had recently battled them, could fulfill. Yet Delphi had been grievously wounded in the thigh by Achilles, and no remedy seemed effective. His condition worsened daily, the pain becoming unbearable. In his desperation, Delphi journeyed to Delphi to seek counsel from Apollo regarding the healing of his wound. The oracle Pythia delivered this response. Only the one who inflicted the wound upon Delphi could heal it. Adorned in tattered garments and leaning on a staff, Delphi disguised himself as a beggar and made his way to Mycenae, entering Agamemnon's palace. He resolved to implore Agamemnon to persuade Achilles to tend to his injury. It was Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, who first laid eyes on Delphi. He revealed his identity to her, and Clytemnestra devised a plan. When Agamemnon entered the room, Delphi should seize his son Orestes from the cradle and rush to the altar, threatening Agamemnon that if he did not find a way to heal his wound, he would shatter his son's head upon the altar. Delphi followed Clytemnestra's instructions to the letter. Fearing for his son's life, Agamemnon hastily agreed to assist him. Moreover, he was already inclined to aid Delphi, knowing that only he could guide the Greeks to Troy. Agamemnon dispatched messengers to seek out Achilles. Achilles was utterly astonished. He was completely ignorant of the healing arts. How could he possibly tend to the wounds of Delphi? At that moment, the wisest of heroes, Odysseus, enlightened Achilles, informing him that he need not possess medical knowledge. It sufficed to utilize the iron from the tip of the spear that had wounded Delphi. The crowd hastily scraped some iron filings from Achilles' spear and sprinkled them upon Delphi's wound, which instantly healed. Overjoyed, Delphi promised to lead the Greek forces to Troy in gratitude for his healing, having previously refused to serve as their guide. Now that a guide had been found, the Greek fleet was still unable to set sail due to the relentless headwinds. These winds were conjured by the goddess Artemis, who harbored resentment against Agamemnon for having slain her sacred stag. The heroes longed for a change in the wind, yet their wishes remained unfulfilled. The maritime gales persisted unabated, and the direction remained unchanged. The assembled heroes in Aulis found themselves idle, beset by tedium and ennui. Disease began to spread throughout the camp, and the soldiers' discontent grew, raising concerns of potential mutiny. Ultimately, the seer Calchas addressed the leaders of the Greek army, declaring that only by sacrificing Agamemnon's beautiful daughter, Iphigenia, to the goddess Artemis would the deity show mercy to the Greek forces. Upon Agamemnon's return to Aulis, he was overwhelmed with sorrow upon learning of the situation. In an effort to safeguard his daughter's life, he contemplated renouncing the expedition to Troy. Menelaus persistently urged Agamemnon to submit to the will of Artemis. Ultimately, swayed by his brother's fervent entreaties, Agamemnon relented. He dispatched a messenger to Mycenae to inform Clytemnestra that Agamemnon had instructed her to bring Iphigenia to Aulis, under the pretense that Achilles intended to betroth her before the campaign. However, the true motive for summoning Iphigenia to Aulis was to remain undisclosed. As the messenger departed for Mycenae, Agamemnon's affection for his daughter intensified. Seeking to shield her from harm, he discreetly sent another messenger to Clytemnestra, advising her not to bring their daughter to Aulis. Unfortunately, this second envoy was captured by Menelaus, who, in a fit of rage, chastised Agamemnon for his actions, which he deemed a betrayal of their shared cause. The brothers engaged in a fierce quarrel, which persisted until the messenger returned with news that Clytemnestra, accompanied by Iphigenia and the young Orestes, had just arrived near the Greek encampment, currently lingering by a spring close to the camp. Only then did their dispute come to a halt. Agamemnon was engulfed in despair. Was he destined to lose his delicate and beloved daughter, Iphigenia? Must he lead her to her death, offering her as a sacrifice upon the altar of Artemis? Menelaus, witnessing his brother's profound anguish, contemplated relinquishing the demand for such a sacrifice. Yet Agamemnon understood that Calchas would proclaim the will of the goddess Artemis to the entire army, at which point he would be compelled to sacrifice his own daughter. Even if Calchas refrained from announcing the goddess's intent, Odysseus would surely convey it, for he too was aware of her wishes. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Agamemnon emerged to greet his wife and daughter, striving to appear serene and joyful. Yet his efforts were in vain. Iphigenia immediately discerned her father's somber demeanor and inquired about it, but Agamemnon remained silent. He also kept his wife in the dark, merely urging her to return to Mycenae, wishing to spare her the agony of witnessing their daughter's demise. Ultimately, Agamemnon departed from his wife and daughter to seek Calchas, hoping to discover any means to save his child. As Agamemnon stepped out of the tent, Achilles entered. He came to meet the king of Mycenae, demanding an immediate dispatch of troops to besiege Troy. Achilles, weary of idleness in Aulis, felt a deep sense of frustration, shared by his Myrmidon warriors, who fervently urged him to either lead them into battle or allow them to return home. Upon learning of the identity of the hero who sought Agamemnon, Clytemnestra received him with the expectation of him being her daughter's betrothed. Achilles was perplexed, as he had never expressed any desire to marry Agamemnon's daughter. Clytemnestra, acutely aware of Achilles' lack of intention to wed Iphigenia, found herself in an exceedingly awkward position, unsure of how to address him. At that moment, the servant sent by Agamemnon to convey news to Mycenae entered, revealing to Clytemnestra the reason for Agamemnon's summons of his wife and daughter to Aulis. Stunned, she faced the imminent loss of her daughter. To whom could she turn for protection? Clytemnestra fell to her knees before Achilles, weeping uncontrollably, grasping at his knees, imploring him for the sake of his mother, Thetis, to save her daughter. Witnessing Clytemnestra's desperation, Achilles swore by the old sea god Nereus, who possessed foresight, to assist her. He vowed that no one would lay a hand on Iphigenia. Hastily, Achilles departed from Agamemnon's tent to don his armor. Agamemnon returned, and Clytemnestra furiously condemned him for endangering his own flesh and blood. What can Agamemnon say? The decision to sacrifice his own daughter Iphigenia to the goddess Artemis was not born from his own volition. Rather, it was an act of desperation. Agamemnon could only assert that if he were to acquiesce to the pleas of his wife and daughter, the enraged Greeks would undoubtedly slay him and all his kin. For the sacrifice of Iphigenia was deemed essential for the collective benefit of Greece. Tumult erupted within the camp when Achilles declared that he would not permit the maiden, whom he had promised to wed, to be offered as a sacrifice. The men of Mycenae nearly stoned him to death. Meanwhile, the soldiers under Odysseus brandished their weapons and surged towards Agamemnon's tent. Achilles, sword in one hand and shield in the other, stood at the entrance of the tent, prepared to shed his last drop of blood in defense of Iphigenia. As the specter of bloody conflict loomed, Iphigenia emerged to intervene. She proclaimed loudly that for the sake of their shared cause, she willingly offered herself to the altar. She refused to defy the will of Artemis, the illustrious daughter of Zeus. "Sacrifice me," she urged, "and when the Greeks breach the walls of Troy, the ruins of Troy shall stand as my eternal monument." She implored Achilles to cease his protection and to avoid internecine strife. Iphigenia's resolute spirit, willing to sacrifice herself for the common good, kindled a flame of love within Achilles, who, despite his compassion for the beautiful maiden, chose to honor her wishes. Calmly, Iphigenia approached the altar of Artemis. Graceful and dignified, she traversed the ranks of countless soldiers and stood beside the altar. Agamemnon cast a glance at his youthful daughter and could not contain his tears. He lifted his broad cloak to shield his eyes, unwilling to witness the horrific fate awaiting her. Iphigenia remained composed beside the altar, and all present obeyed the command of the herald Talthybius, maintaining solemn silence. Calchas withdrew the sacrificial knife from its sheath and placed it into a golden box. He adorned the maiden's head with a garland, for all sacrifices were required to wear a crown. Then Achilles stepped forth from the ranks, bringing holy water and flour mixed with salt. He sprinkled the holy water upon Iphigenia and the altar and cast flour over the maiden's head, fervently beseeching the goddess Artemis to bless the Greek forces with a safe passage to Troy and victory over their foes. Calchas grasped the sacrificial knife, and the assembly held its breath in anticipation. He raised the blade to strike Iphigenia. As the tip of the knife grazed her form, the maiden did not fall to the altar in anguish. A miraculous event unfolded. The goddess Artemis whisked Iphigenia away, and in her stead appeared a struggling stag, which Calchas slaughtered, staining the altar with its blood. Awed by the miracle, all the warriors erupted in unison. The prophet Calchas exclaimed joyfully, "This is the offering that the great daughter of Zeus, Artemis, desires." Greek warriors, rejoice. The goddess has foretold that our voyage will be smooth and that we shall triumph over the Trojans. Indeed, the scarlet hind sent by Artemis had scarcely been consumed by flames upon the altar when the winds shifted favorably. The Greeks hastily commenced preparations for their expedition, and the entire camp was filled with jubilant anticipation. Agamemnon rushed back to his tent to report the events that transpired by the altar to Clytemnestra, urging her to return to Mycenae. The goddess Artemis took Iphigenia away from the altar and conveyed her to the shores of the Euxine Sea, to the distant land of Taurus, known today as Crimea. Agamemnon's beautiful daughter Iphigenia became the priestess of the goddess. This account is recounted in Sophocles' tragedy Philoctetes. The voyage of the Greeks to Troy was remarkably smooth, with favorable winds propelling the fleet swiftly across the waves. The distant shores of Lemnos Island, located in the northern Aegean Sea, came into view, while not far from it lay the desolate Isle of Chryse. On this barren island stood the altar dedicated to the goddess Chryse, and the Greeks were compelled to locate this altar and offer sacrifices. Having heard the prophecy that only by stopping at Chryse Island and making offerings could they conquer the city of Troy. This altar had been established by the great hero Jason during his quest for the Golden Fleece, when he led the Argonauts to Colchis. It was also at this altar that Heracles, in his quest for vengeance against Laomedon, had sacrificed before preparing to besiege Troy. Philoctetes, Heracles' companion, was aware of the altar's location and volunteered to guide the heroes to it. The leaders of the various factions followed Philoctetes to the island. The island was desolate, overgrown with low shrubs. After a while, they finally beheld the remnants of the altar, partially collapsed. As the heroes approached, a large, thick serpent emerged from the underbrush, the guardian of the altar, and bit Philoctetes on the foot. He cried out in agony and fell to the ground. By the time the heroes reached him, it was too late. The serpent's venom had already coursed through his veins. Philoctetes suffered excruciating pain, with pus and blood oozing from his wound, polluting the air with a foul stench. Unable to endure the torment, he groaned incessantly day and night. The unfortunate groans of Philoctetes disturbed the Greek soldiers, leading to complaints among them, as the stench emanating from his wound was unbearable. Ultimately, the leaders of the Greek army heeded Odysseus' counsel and decided to abandon the unfortunate friend of Heracles on some distant shore. As the fleet passed Lemnos Island, the commanders ordered the unconscious Philoctetes to be carried to the desolate beach. They placed him among the rocks with his bow, arrows, and provisions by his side. Thus, they forsook this hero. However, without his bow and arrows, the Greek forces were destined to fail in their siege of Troy. Philoctetes endured 9 long years of suffering on that barren shore, and eventually, the Greeks, out of necessity, returned to the island to implore him for assistance. It has been a decade since the onset of the Trojan War. After abandoning Philoctetes, the Greek army continued their voyage and finally arrived at the shores of Troy, where they were met with endless peril and the promise of glorious deeds to follow. This narrative is recounted through various works by numerous ancient Greek and Roman authors, with the events surrounding the death of Palamedes particularly drawn from Ovid's Metamorphoses. The Greeks rejoiced, for their long journey was nearing its end. However, as they approached the coast, they discovered that Hector, the valiant son of the aged King Priam of Troy, had already assembled a formidable force, ready for battle. How could the Greek army make landfall? How could they disembark? All the heroes understood that the first to set foot on Trojan soil was destined for death. Hesitation gripped the Greek warriors, and among them was the hero Protesilaus, who yearned for glory. He intended to be the first to leap ashore and engage the Trojans, yet he hesitated, aware of the ominous prophecy: the first Greek to tread upon Trojan land would surely perish. Odysseus, too, was privy to this prophecy. In a clever maneuver to lead his fellow heroes ashore, without sealing his own fate, he cast his shield onto the sand and nimbly leapt from the ship onto it. Protesilaus, seeing Odysseus had already landed, did not realize that Odysseus had not directly touched the Trojan ground, but rather stood upon his shield. Filled with an overwhelming desire for glory and disregarding his homeland and beautiful young wife, Laodamia, Protesilaus jumped from the ship, drew his sword, and charged towards the enemy. The mighty Hector, with a deft motion of his heavy spear, struck the young Protesilaus fatally. Thus, Protesilaus fell upon the shore, the first to stain Trojan soil with his blood. The Greek warriors then leapt from their ships and surged towards the enemy. A fierce battle ensued, shrouded in darkness, and the Trojan forces faltered and retreated into the impregnable city of Troy. The following day, both sides agreed to a temporary truce to retrieve and bury their fallen comrades. After the Greeks interred their dead, they set about constructing a fortified encampment. They dragged their ships ashore and arranged them along the coastline between Mount Sigeon and Mount Lation, creating a long fortification. They erected earthen walls facing Troy and dug trenches as defensive works. At either end of the encampment, they set up the tents of Achilles and the great Ajax to keep constant vigil over the enemy and thwart any Trojan ambush. In the center stood Agamemnon's opulent command tent, chosen by the Greeks as the leader of the coalition. Adjacent to Agamemnon's tent was a designated area for public assemblies. The resourceful Odysseus also pitched his tent beside this assembly ground, ensuring his presence at the gatherings to stay informed of any significant developments within the camp. Despite his initial reluctance to partake in the expedition, he has now emerged as a formidable adversary to the Trojans, fervently wishing for the Greek forces to seize Troy and obliterate it. After establishing and fortifying their encampment, the Greeks dispatched King Menelaus and the astute Odysseus to negotiate with the Trojans. The sagacious Antenor graciously welcomed the envoys into his home, hosting a lavish banquet in honor of Menelaus and Odysseus. Antenor sincerely hoped for a treaty to be forged, fulfilling the 2 reasonable demands of Menelaus. Upon learning of the arrival of the Greek coalition as emissaries, King Priam summoned a citizens' assembly, prepared to concede to Menelaus' requests. Menelaus and Odysseus also attended the assembly. During the meeting, Menelaus succinctly and emphatically presented his demands, calling for the return of his wife Helen and the treasures taken by Paris. Following him, Odysseus spoke with penetrating insight, capturing the undivided attention of the Trojans. He persuaded them to acquiesce to Menelaus' requests. The assembly was poised to accept all of Menelaus' conditions, as even the beautiful Helen now regretted her earlier folly, lamenting her departure from her husband Menelaus for Paris. Antenor further urged the assembly to comply with Menelaus' demands, fully aware of the calamities that a war between the Trojans and the Greeks would unleash. However, several of Priam's sons, foremost among them Paris, were unwilling to seek peace with the Greeks. Would they force him to surrender Helen? Would they strip him of the treasures he had seized? He refused to abide by the assembly's decision, and his brothers supported him. Antimachus, who had been bribed by Paris, even advocated for the Trojans to bind Menelaus and execute him. Yet Priam and Hector would not permit such actions, forbidding any harm to the envoys protected by Zeus, the god of thunder. The assembly was divided, unable to reach a unanimous resolution. At this juncture, the Trojan seer, Helenus, son of Priam, stood up and proclaimed that the Trojans need not fear engaging in battle with the Greeks, for the gods had promised to aid them. Believing Helenus's words, the Trojans rejected Menelaus's demands. The Greek envoys departed from the city of Troy empty-handed. Thus, an inevitable and bloody conflict between the Trojans and the Greeks loomed on the horizon. The Trojans, fortified within the easily defensible city of Troy, remained steadfast, with even Hector reluctant to venture forth to battle. The Greek forces besieged the city, launching 3 successive assaults, all in vain. Consequently, they began to clear the surrounding territories, conquering all the allied city-states of Troy. Advancing by both land and sea, the Greek army sought to subdue these cities first. Achilles distinguished himself in these campaigns, exhibiting extraordinary valor. The Greek forces captured the islands of Tenedos, Lesbos, and Pedasos, along with other city-states. They also devastated numerous cities within the Trojan domain, seizing Thebes, ruled by Hector's father-in-law, Acalnan, a city steeped in myth. In the region of Boeotia, the principal city of Thebes bears the same name. On a fateful day, Achilles mercilessly slew 7 brothers of Andromache, and her father, Aetion, also met his demise. However, Achilles refrained from desecrating Aetion's corpse, fearing the wrath of the gods. Instead, he afforded Aetion a proper burial. The Greeks believed that without burial, the souls of the deceased would wander aimlessly for eternity, rendering the denial of burial the gravest insult to the departed. Andromache's mother was captured and taken back to the Greek encampment. In the city of Thebes, Achilles seized a wealth of spoils, including the beautiful daughter of Apollo's priest, Chryses, named Chryses, and the lovely Briseis, daughter of Briseis. The Greek warriors awarded Chryses to Agamemnon. The surrounding lands of Troy had been thoroughly ravaged by the Greek forces. The Trojans dared not venture outside the city walls, for to do so could result in death, capture, or enslavement. During the 9 years of the siege, the inhabitants of Troy endured great suffering, mourning the loss of many heroes. Yet, the most arduous 10th year loomed ahead, heralding the greatest anguish with the fall of Troy. The Greek army endured relentless battles over 9 years, facing tremendous hardships and suffering significant losses, with many heroes falling to enemy hands. The astute hero Palamedes also met his end, though not at the hands of the enemy. The cunning Odysseus, consumed by hatred and jealousy, orchestrated his demise. Palamedes had offered numerous invaluable suggestions to the Greek forces, providing critical assistance on multiple occasions. He utilized herbs to heal the wounded and a lighthouse to guide the naval fleet back to harbor safely during the inky darkness of night. All the Greek warriors held Palamedes in high esteem and eagerly heeded his counsel. This respect incited Odysseus's animosity. He realized that the Greek warriors placed their trust in Palamedes far more than in him, Odysseus. He recalled how Palamedes had exposed his ruse of feigning madness to evade the Trojan expedition, fueling his resentment further. For a long time, Odysseus had plotted to entrap Palamedes, and now an opportunity presented itself, as Palamedes suggested that the Greek coalition cease hostilities and return home. Odysseus devised a nefarious plan. Under the cover of night, he stealthily placed a sack of gold in Palamedes' tent, and then spread rumors that Palamedes' proposal to halt the siege was not without ulterior motives. He insinuated that Palamedes had been bribed by Priam. Among the Greek coalition, many harbored discontent towards Palamedes, believing that following his advice to cease the assault would deny them the opportunity to amass abundant spoils after conquering Troy. Those dissatisfied with Palamedes were all too willing to believe Odysseus' slander. Observing that many were gradually convinced of Palamedes' treachery, Odysseus intensified his rumors, ensuring that the belief in Priam's bribery of Palamedes took root. Furthermore, he reported to Agamemnon that Palamedes had communicated with Priam through a captive of Phrygian descent. This Phrygian, en route to Troy after departing from the Greek camp, was captured and executed by the soldiers under Odysseus. In a clever ruse, Odysseus penned a letter in Priam's name to Palamedes, claiming that a pouch of gold had been sent by Priam as a reward for persuading the Greek forces to cease their siege and return to their homeland. Odysseus entrusted this letter to the Phrygian captive, instructing him to deliver it to Priam. As soon as the Phrygians stepped beyond the confines of the Greek camp, Odysseus's men surged forth, slaying him and delivering the letter to their king. Odysseus, clutching the letter, hurried to Agamemnon's tent. Upon receiving the report, Agamemnon promptly summoned the leaders of the various Greek contingents to his quarters. Palamedes, unaware of the peril that awaited him, arrived at the summons. Before the assembled leaders, Odysseus accused Palamedes of treachery. Despite Palamedes's fervent protests, asserting that he harbored no thoughts of betrayal, his words fell on deaf ears. Odysseus proposed a search of Palamedes's tent for incriminating evidence, and indeed, the searchers uncovered a pouch of gold within his quarters. This discovery solidified the belief among all that Palamedes was a traitor. Consequently, a court was convened, sentencing Palamedes to death by stoning. The innocent Palamedes, burdened with heavy chains, was led to the seashore. He implored the Greek warriors not to kill him, to spare him from such a brutal and unjust demise, but his pleas were in vain, as none would heed the words of one unjustly branded a traitor. In his final moments, Palamedes uttered not a sound of complaint or lament. He softly spoke but one phrase: "Alas, truth, I mourn for you. You have perished before me." With those words, the noblest and wisest of Greek heroes breathed his last. And despite the immense aid he had rendered to the Greeks, it could not salvage his fate. In the aftermath, the Greeks paid dearly for the death of Palamedes. His father, King Nauplius of Euboea, sought vengeance upon the Greeks for the tragic loss of his son. Agamemnon not only executed Palamedes, but also condemned his soul to wander eternally. He denied Palamedes a proper burial, leaving his corpse to be devoured by wild beasts and carrion birds along the shore. However, the mighty Ajax could not bear this injustice. He honored Palamedes with a funeral, bestowing upon him a dignified burial, for Ajax did not believe in Palamedes' treachery. This account is recounted in Homer's epic, the Iliad. The Greek forces had besieged Troy for 9 long years, and the war had reached its most intense phase in the 10th year. At the dawn of this pivotal year, Chryses, a priest of Apollo, approached the Greek encampment. He earnestly implored all the Greek warriors, especially their leader, to return his daughter Chryses, offering a substantial ransom in exchange. The assembly, moved by Chryses' plea, agreed to accept the generous payment and restore Chryses to her father. However, the formidable King Agamemnon was enraged by the request, retorting to Chryses, "Old man, depart and do not approach our ships again. Otherwise, despite your status as a priest of Apollo, I cannot guarantee your safety. I shall not return your daughter, not ever. She will remain enslaved for life. Beware of incurring my wrath if you desire to return home alive." Fearful, Chryses retreated from the Greek camp, his heart heavy with sorrow as he made his way to the shore. There, he raised his hands in supplication to Apollo, the son of the goddess Leto, lamenting, "O god of the silver bow, heed the lament of your devoted servant. Avenge my sorrow and injustice upon the Greeks with your arrows." Apollo hearkened to the lamentations of the priest Chryses. Arming himself with bow and quiver, he swiftly departed from the radiant heights of Mount Olympus. The golden arrows within his quiver resonated ominously with authority. A tempest of wrath burned within Apollo as he raced towards the encampment of the Greeks. His countenance was darker than the night itself. Upon reaching the Achaeans' camp, he extracted a golden arrow from his quiver and loosed it upon the soldiers. The string of Apollo's silver bow emitted a formidable hum. He then unleashed a second and a third arrow, which fell like hail, bearing death upon the Greek forces. A dreadful plague beset the Achaean army, causing many valiant warriors to perish. Funeral pyres ignited in every corner, as if the hour of doom had descended upon the Greeks. The pestilence had ravaged them for 9 long days. On the 10th day, the great hero Achilles, heeding the counsel of Hera, summoned all the heroes to convene a council, to deliberate on how to beseech the gods for mercy. Once all the warriors had gathered, Achilles spoke first, addressing Agamemnon, son of Atreus. "It appears we must return to our homeland. You can see that our warriors are not only falling in battle, but are also succumbing to this plague. Yet, we might first consult the seers, who can reveal to us how we have provoked the wrath of the silver-bowed god Apollo, and why he has unleashed this dreadful affliction upon our army." As soon as Achilles finished speaking, the seer Calchas, who had often revealed the will of the gods to the Greeks, stood up. Calchas proclaimed that he could disclose the reason for the wrath of the far-shooting god, but only on the condition that Achilles would protect him from the wrath of King Agamemnon. Achilles swore by Apollo to safeguard Calchas. It was then that Calchas revealed, "The son of Leto, Apollo, is incensed because King Agamemnon has insulted his priest Chryses, driving him away and denying him the opportunity to ransom his daughter with a handsome sum. We must return the fair-eyed Chryses to her father and offer 100 bulls as a sacrifice to Apollo. Only then will he forgive us." Upon hearing Calchas' words, Agamemnon was consumed with rage and harbored animosity towards Achilles. However, Recognizing he could not refuse to return Chryses to her father, he begrudgingly agreed, yet with the stipulation that he would claim all the ransom for Chryses. Achilles condemned Agamemnon's greed, which only further inflamed Agamemnon's fury. He threatened to seize the ransom for Chryses, meant for either Achilles, Ajax, or Odysseus. "You deceitful miser, how shameless you are!" Achilles exclaimed. "Though our rewards have never equaled yours, you still seek to rob us of what is rightfully ours. We have come to fight not for ourselves, but to aid you and Menelaus. You wish to take from me the spoils I have earned through my valiant deeds. If that is the case, I would rather return to my homeland of Phthia. I refuse to fight merely to enrich you with spoils and treasures." "Very well, go back to Phthia," Agamemnon retorted. "You are the one I despise most among all kings. You are always stirring up strife. I am not afraid of your anger. I tell you, since Apollo wishes to return Chryses to her father, I shall do so, but I will take the captive Briseis from you as compensation. You will learn the extent of my power. I will ensure that none dare challenge me." Upon hearing Agamemnon's threats, Achilles was filled with rage. The son of Thetis grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it halfway from its sheath, prepared to strike Agamemnon. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch upon his hair. Turning to look, he staggered back in shock, for standing before him was Athena, daughter of the thunderer Zeus, invisible to all others. Athena had been sent by Hera, who did not wish for either Achilles or Agamemnon to perish, as she held both heroes in equal favor. Trembling, Achilles asked Athena, "O daughter of Zeus, why have you descended from the radiant heights of Olympus? Have you come to witness how Agamemnon boasts? He will soon meet his downfall through his arrogance." "Nay, strong Achilles," Athena replied, "I have come not for that purpose. If you are still willing to heed the will of the gods of Olympus, I am here to quell your fury. Do not draw your sword just yet. The verbal duel suffice. Direct your fierce criticisms towards Agamemnon. Trust me, in the near future, you shall find yourself in this very position, receiving manifold compensation for the grievances endured. Submit to the will of the immortal gods." Achilles heeded the will of the gods, sheathing his sword once more, while Athena returned to the radiant heights of Mount Olympus amongst the deities. Achilles, in a fit of rage, hurled a multitude of vehement insults at Agamemnon, branding him a leech, a drunkard, a coward, and a vile dog. He cast his scepter to the ground and swore that when the time came for him to seek assistance in the assault on Troy, Agamemnon would find it too late to plead, for his insults had been too egregious to forgive. The wise and venerable King Nestor made earnest attempts to mediate between the two quarrelers, yet his efforts proved futile. Agamemnon remained obstinate, and Achilles refused to reconcile. The son of Peleus, accompanied by his companion Patroclus and the valiant Myrmidons, stormed back to his tent, yet his heart continued to blaze with resentment towards Agamemnon. Meanwhile, Agamemnon commanded the launching of a swift ship into the sea, instructing that offerings destined for Apollo, along with the beautiful daughter of Chryses, be placed aboard. The vessel was helmed by Odysseus, making its way to the city of Thebes in the region of Ephyre, while the Greek warriors in the camp, adhering to Agamemnon's orders, offered a multitude of sacrifices to Apollo, beseeching him for forgiveness and the alleviation of the pestilence afflicting their ranks. The ships dispatched by Agamemnon sliced through the boundless expanse of the ocean with remarkable speed, ultimately arriving at the port of Thebes. The Greeks lowered their sails and secured their vessels at the dock. Under the leadership of Odysseus, a contingent of Greek soldiers disembarked to escort Chryses to her father's home. Odysseus addressed Chryses, saying, "Ah, priestess of Apollo, in accordance with Apollo's decree, I return your daughter to you. We also bring 100 bulls as offerings to the great Apollo, beseeching him to pardon the Greek warriors and alleviate their profound suffering." The aged Chryses, overjoyed at the sight of his daughter's return, embraced Chryses with affection. The people promptly set about making sacrifices to Apollo. Chryses implored the god of arrows, saying, "O silver-bowed deity, hear my supplication. In times past, you have heeded my pleas. Now I beseech you once more. Swiftly relieve the Greeks of their immense calamity, and put an end to the deadly plague." Apollo, upon hearing the supplication of Chryses, put an end to the pestilence that had plagued the Greek camp. After Chryses offered sacrifices to Apollo, a grand banquet was held. The Greeks who had come to Thebes celebrated joyfully, indulging in hearty libations. Young men dashed back and forth, filling the guests' goblets to the brim. The Greek youths sang hymns in praise of Apollo, their melodious voices resonating far and wide. The festivities continued until dusk. The following morning, Odysseus and his companions awoke rejuvenated and set forth on their journey back to the main camp. Apollo had sent them a favorable wind. Their swift vessel soared like a seagull, gliding through the waves, and soon returned to the Greek encampment. The sailors dragged the ship ashore and then returned to their tents. During Odysseus's voyage to Thebes, Agamemnon indeed acted as he had threatened Achilles. He summoned the heralds Talthybius and Eurybates, instructing them to fetch Briseis. Reluctantly, they approached Achilles' tent, where he sat in contemplation. The two heralds stood before the mighty hero, yet found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Achilles addressed them, "Greetings, heralds. I understand that you bear no fault. The blame rests solely with Agamemnon. You have come to claim Briseis. Patroclus, my dear friend, please surrender Briseis to them. However, they shall witness the moment when I must come to rescue the Greeks from death. At that time, the senseless Agamemnon will be unable to save the Greek warriors." Achilles shed sorrowful tears as he departed from his companions, wandering alone to the desolate shores of the sea, confronting the vast expanse of water. He outstretched his arms and called out fervently to his mother, "Thetis, O mother, since you have brought forth the son destined for a brief life, why must Zeus, the god of thunder, seize my honor? Nay, he has never bestowed upon me any honor at all. King Agamemnon has insulted me, snatching away the rewards that I rightfully earned through valor in battle. My mother, do you hear my voice?" The goddess Thetis, upon hearing Achilles' lament, emerged from the depths of the ocean, bidding farewell to the resplendent palace of Nereus. Like a delicate cloud, she swiftly rose from the frothy waves. Thetis approached the shore, seated herself beside her beloved son, and embraced him tenderly. "My son, why do you weep so grievously?" Thetis inquired. "Share your anguish with me." Achilles confided in his mother that Agamemnon had insulted him with great disrespect. He implored her to ascend to the radiant heights of Mount Olympus and beseech Zeus to punish Agamemnon. Let Zeus lend his support to the Trojans, compelling them to drive the Greek forces back to their ships. Let Agamemnon grasp the folly of insulting the mightiest of Greek heroes. Achilles assured his mother that Zeus would not dismiss her entreaty. She need only remind him of the past, when the gods of Olympus conspired to overthrow his reign and sought to shackle him, a time when she, Thetis, came to his aid. It was she who summoned the 100-handed giant Briareus to rescue Zeus. Upon sighting this formidable being, the gods of Olympus dared not further threaten him. The mere mention of this past would compel the great Zeus to heed her request. Thus, Achilles earnestly urged his mother, "Thetis, my beloved son," Thetis cried in anguish. "Why did I bring you into this world only for you to endure such suffering? Indeed, your life shall not be long. You stand at the precipice of your days. You are more unfortunate than others. Do not despair. I shall journey to the luminous Olympus and implore Zeus on your behalf. You must remain in your tent and refrain from battle. At present, Zeus is not on Olympus. He has joined all the immortal gods at a banquet held by the Ethiopians. When he returns in 12 days, I shall kneel at his feet, hoping to sway him." With a heavy heart, Thetis bid farewell to her sorrowful son, and Achilles returned to the valiant camp of the Myrmidons. From that day forth, Achilles abstained from the council of leaders and the fray of battle, languishing in his tent, despite his yearning for the glory of combat. 11 days passed. On the 12th dawn, the goddess Thetis, enveloped in a misty shroud, ventured from the depths of the sea to Olympus. Upon her arrival, she knelt before Zeus, clasping his knees, caressing his beard with outstretched hands, and imploring him fervently. "O my father," Thetis beseeched, "I implore you to aid me in avenging my son. I have served you in the past. Now you must grant my request. Before the Greeks entreat my son for assistance, and before they once again show him due respect, let the Trojans prevail." Zeus remained silent for a considerable time, yet Thetis persistently pressed her case. At last, he sighed deeply and replied, "Thetis, be aware that your request will incite Hera's wrath. She shall bear animosity toward me. She has always reproached me for aiding the Trojans. Now, hasten away from the lofty Olympus, lest Hera catch sight of you. I promise to fulfill your request. This shall be my token of commitment." With that, Zeus furrowed his brow with authority, his hair bristling, and the entire Olympus trembled. Thetis felt reassured and swiftly departed from Olympus, returning to the depths of the sea. Zeus then joined the assembly of gods, indulging in their revelry. As all the gods rose in reverence to welcome Zeus, none dared to remain seated in his presence. Once both the ruler of the gods and the king of mortals were comfortably seated upon their golden thrones, Hera inquired of him, having noticed Thetis's recent visit to Zeus. "Hera, with a hint of malice, questioned him about which immortal deity he had conspired with in secrecy. "You have always concealed your thoughts and intentions from me," she remarked. "My dear Hera," Zeus replied, "do not expect to fully comprehend my mind at any moment. You shall be privy to what is necessary before any other deity. Yet do not presume to pry into all my secrets, refrain from even asking." "Ah, gatherer of the clouds," Hera retorted, "I have never been one to delve deeply into the mysteries of your heart. You have consistently decreed that I must not inquire into your decisions. Nonetheless, I am troubled. Today, Thetis has beseeched you to avenge her son Achilles by slaying numerous heroes. I am aware that you have consented to her request." Zeus cast a stern glance at Hera, harboring resentment for her incessant scrutiny. In a fit of anger, he commanded Hera to remain silent and obedient, lest she face his wrath. Fearing Zeus's fury, Hera complied and sat quietly upon her golden throne. The discord between Zeus and Hera instilled a profound fear among the other deities. At that moment, only the limping Hephaestus rose to reproach his parents for their quarrel over mortal affairs. "If we continue to bicker over such trivial matters, the feasts of the gods shall be devoid of joy," Hephaestus proclaimed. He implored his mother Hera to yield to Zeus's authority, for his wrath is formidable enough to cast all Olympian gods from their thrones. Hephaestus recounted a past incident when Zeus had unleashed his fury upon Hera, and in his haste to assist her, Hephaestus had been cast down to earth by Zeus. He then fetched a grand goblet, filled it with divine nectar, and offered it to his mother, eliciting a smile from her. Hephaestus continued to serve the gods, limping around the banquet hall, filling their cups with nectar. The sight of the limping Hephaestus moving about brought laughter among the deities, and the atmosphere of the feast was once again filled with mirth. As the gods listened to the melodious strains of Apollo's golden lyre and the harmonious voices of the muses, they drank joyfully until the sun dipped below the horizon. After the festivities, each god returned to their respective chambers, and soon the entirety of Mount Olympus was enveloped in tranquil slumber. According to the Epic of Homer, the immortal gods on Olympus slept soundly, while the Greek encampments and the city of Troy succumbed to peaceful dreams. However, the thunderer Zeus remained awake, contemplating vengeance for the dishonored Achilles. He resolved to send a deceptive dream to Agamemnon. Summoning the god of dreams, he dispatched him to the Greek encampment, instructing him to approach Agamemnon. "Dream," Zeus commanded, "swiftly take to the skies and appear before Agamemnon, inciting him to lead the Greek warriors into battle. Inform him that today he shall seize the city of Troy, for Hera has persuaded all the gods to withhold their aid from the Trojans. The city of Troy now stands on the brink of annihilation." The god of dreams hastened to the earth, transforming into Nestor, the venerable elder revered by Agamemnon, and entered the king's slumber, imparting the words commanded by Zeus. Agamemnon awoke, yet the echoes of those words lingered in his ears. The king of Mycenae swiftly donned his sumptuous robes, grasping his golden scepter, and made his way to the shores where the Greek ships lay anchored. At that moment, the dawn was ablaze with colors, heralding the imminent ascent of the great sun god Helios into the sky. Agamemnon summoned heralds to gather all warriors for a public assembly. The robust king of Mycenae called the leaders of the various battalions to the side of Nestor's ship, where he recounted the prophetic dream from Zeus. The leaders unanimously agreed to prepare for battle. However, before dispatching the army to the battlefield outside Troy, Agamemnon intended to test their resolve and proposed to the assembly the notion of returning to their homeland. As the leaders deliberated, the soldiers gradually arrived at the gathering. An innumerable throng converged like a swarm of bees emerging from a cave. The assembly was a cacophony of voices, with the heralds striving to maintain order and silence the crowd, so that the descendants of Zeus could speak. Finally, after much commotion, the gathering settled into a semblance of quiet. Agamemnon, staff in hand, stood to address the assembly first. He spoke of the heavy burdens of war, lamenting the Greeks' prolonged struggle at Troy without victory, and the seeming impossibility of breaching the formidable city, compelling the army to retreat empty-handed to their homeland. It appeared that even the gods wished for the Greek forces to return home. Upon hearing Agamemnon's words, the Greek warriors were stirred with intense emotion, akin to the southern and eastern winds whipping across the sea, giving rise to towering waves. The soldiers shouted fervently, rushing towards the ships, their footsteps shaking the earth and stirring clouds of dust into the air. The camp resonated with their cries as they hastily pushed the ships into the water, each yearning to set sail for home. The clamoring of the Greek soldiers echoed all the way to Mount Olympus. Hera, fearing the Greeks might abandon their siege of Troy, dispatched Athena to their camp to prevent their withdrawal. Like a tempest, Athena sped from Olympus to the Greek encampment, approaching Odysseus and addressing him, "Noble son of Laertes, have you all truly resolved to flee back to your homeland? Will you abandon the beautiful Helen here, to the delight of Priam and all the Trojans? Go quickly and persuade them not to relinquish the siege of Troy." Upon hearing the goddess's authoritative voice, Odysseus immediately cast aside his cloak and dashed towards the ships. He seized the emblem of supreme authority from Agamemnon and urged all leaders and soldiers not to launch the ships, but rather to return and continue the assembly. Odysseus raised the scepter, striking those who clamored most loudly and were eager to leave the shores of Troy. The people returned to their original gathering place. The uproarious crowd was like the relentless waves of a tempestuous sea crashing against the rocks of the shore, producing a thunderous roar. At last, everyone returned to their positions, settling into silence, save for Thersites, who continued to shout and bellow. Homer's portrayal of Thersites in the Iliad aligns with the desires of the aristocracy, reflecting their perspective. In truth, Thersites merely articulated the sentiments of the common soldiers, whose stakes in the Trojan War were minimal. These soldiers yearned to return to their homeland, as the war served solely the interests of their noble leaders. Thersites often unabashedly rebuffed the king, harboring particular animosity towards Odysseus and Achilles, the son of Thetis. At this moment, Thersites vociferously berated Agamemnon, accusing him of amassing spoils and captives while the soldiers had risked their lives to capture the prominent figures of Troy, only for Agamemnon to profit from their ransom. Thersites implored the soldiers to hasten their return home, leaving Agamemnon behind at the gates of Troy. He insisted that the son of Atreus must comprehend whether they had fought valiantly for him, whether they had once been his loyal servants. Thersites unleashed a torrent of invective against Agamemnon, condemning him for insulting Achilles, while simultaneously accusing Achilles of cowardice. The raucous clamor of Thersites caught the attention of the cunning Odysseus, who approached him with a stern demeanor, declaring, "Fool, you shall not insult the kings, nor shall you utter another word about returning home. The outcome of our endeavors remains uncertain, but heed my words, and remember, I shall act upon my promises. If I hear you, madman, defaming King Agamemnon again, and if I do not seize you, strip you of your garments, and thrash you so that you weep and wail back to your ship, then I pledge I am not a man, nor the father of Telemachus." After delivering this authoritative admonition, Odysseus struck Thersites sharply upon the back with his staff. Thersites, racked with pain, wept profusely, a crimson mark swelling upon his back. Trembling with fear, he furrowed his brow and wiped the tears from his face. The gathered assembly could not suppress their laughter at Thersites' discomfiture, exclaiming that while Odysseus had achieved many great deeds both in the assembly and on the battlefield, this triumph was his most significant, subduing the loquacious Thersites. Henceforth, Thersites dared not insult the kings favored by Zeus. The laughter and praise directed at Odysseus, however, could not have come from all the Greek warriors, but rather from the noble leaders alone. Thersites articulated the desires of the common soldiers, who empathized with him, knowing that had they voiced their thoughts, they might have faced a similar fate. Subsequently, Odysseus addressed the assembly of citizens, with Athena transformed into a herald standing beside him. He urged the Greek warriors not to abandon Troy, asserting that if they were to retreat without conquering the city, not only would Agamemnon suffer disgrace, but they themselves would as well. Could they truly flee home like frightened orphans? Had they forgotten the prophecy of Calchas, forgotten the virtue of endurance? Have we all forgotten the omens bestowed by Zeus at the port of Aulis? It is only in the 10th year of war that the Greeks shall conquer the city of Troy. Odysseus' proclamation reignited the fervent desire among the assembly to achieve glory in battle. The Greek warriors vociferously echoed his sentiments, their approval resonating like thunderous applause. At this moment, the wise elder Nestor rose, and silence immediately enveloped the crowd. Nestor urged the Greek forces to remain and engage the Trojans in combat. He proposed that the army be organized by tribes and families, allowing for mutual support among kin. This arrangement would reveal which leaders and soldiers displayed valor and which faltered in fear. In doing so, the reasons for Troy's continued resistance would become evident, whether it was due to the gods' malevolence or the leaders' incompetence in warfare. Agamemnon concurred, commanding the soldiers to first partake in a meal before preparing for the relentless bloodshed that awaited them. Let those who linger by the ships to avoid battle meet their misfortune, destined to feed ravenous dogs and birds of prey." The entire army shouted in unison, their voices akin to the roaring tempest of a tumultuous sea. The assembly soon concluded, and the warriors hurried back to their encampments, where wisps of smoke curled upward. Before plunging into battle, the Greek soldiers feasted to bolster their strength. They each made offerings to the gods, beseeching divine protection in the impending conflict. Agamemnon presented sacrifices to Zeus, placing a robust bull beside the altars of Greece's most renowned heroes, praying for victory and for Zeus to assist him in breaching the fortified city of Troy before nightfall, to seize the palace of King Priam, and to empower him to pierce Hector's armor with his spear, ultimately vanquishing Hector. Yet, the great Zeus did not heed Agamemnon's supplications. On that day, he orchestrated numerous setbacks for the king of Mycenae. Once the sacrifices were completed and the feast concluded, Nestor began to urge the leaders to rally their forces towards the battlefield. The leaders hastily returned to their respective troops, and heralds called the soldiers forth. The leaders arranged their men into battle formations and advanced towards Troy. The earth groaned beneath the weight of soldiers and steeds. The valley of the Scamander River, which flows beside Troy, was filled with armies. Every warrior's heart burned with the desire to engage the Trojans in fierce combat. Athena darted among the ranks, instilling indomitable courage in the soldiers, inspiring them to bravely charge into battle. The tribal leaders rode at the forefront of their troops, with Agamemnon standing out in his formidable presence, resembling the thunderer Zeus himself. The soldiers marched in disciplined ranks, advancing towards the walls of Troy. According to the accounts of Homer's Iliad, the divine messenger Iris transformed into Priam's son, Polites, hastily departing from Mount Olympus and racing towards Troy to inform the Trojans of the impending approach of the Greek army. Upon Iris's arrival in Troy, the Trojans were convening a gathering of all citizens. Upon learning of the impending invasion, Hector promptly declared the assembly dispersed. The citizens and allies of Troy swiftly donned their armor and formed into battle lines. The gates of Troy swung wide open, and the assembled forces of Trojans and their allies emerged in waves from the city gates, their shouts echoing like a flock of migrating geese. In stark contrast, the Greek army advanced silently, their steeds neither whinnying nor stirring, as a cloud of dust raised by their multitude enveloped the entire plain. The two armies met, yet no clash ensued at that moment. From the ranks of the Trojan forces emerged the handsome Paris, adorned in a leopard-skin cloak, with a quiver and bow slung over his shoulder, a sharp sword at his waist, and two long spears clutched in his hands. Paris issued a challenge to the Greek forces, demanding a hero to step forth and duel him. Upon spotting his nemesis Paris, Menelaus leapt from his chariot, brandishing his gleaming weapon as he approached. At that moment, Menelaus resembled a lion who had suddenly discovered a worthy prey, filled with joy as he faced Paris, for he was now afforded the opportunity to avenge the abduction of the beautiful Helen. Yet, upon seeing Menelaus, Paris felt a tremor of fear grip his heart, and he retreated back into his ranks. Hector reproached his brother for his cowardice, saying, "You are truly a hollow figure of bravado. It would have been better for you not to have been born than to bring such shame upon us all. Have you not heard the Greeks mocking you? You dared to abduct Menelaus's wife, Helen, and now you bring calamity upon all of Troy. And now you cower before Menelaus. You should have known the prowess of the husband of the woman you deceived. Alas, if only the Trojans were more resolute, they would have long since crushed you. The architect of our misfortune, with stones. You are right to chastise me, Hector," Paris replied, "but rest assured, I shall soon duel with Menelaus. Command the Trojan forces to halt. I wish to engage Menelaus before the armies for the sake of the fair Helen. Whosoever emerges victorious shall take Helen back to his home." Seeing Paris's determination, Hector made his way to the center of the Trojan forces to order them to cease their advance. Just as the Greeks prepared to rain arrows upon Hector, some began hurling stones at him. At that moment, Agamemnon called out to them, "Hold on, Greek warriors. Stand down, Achaeans. Hector, adorned in his shining helm, has something to say to us." Once both sides had quieted, Hector spoke. "Paris has proposed that we resolve the conflict over Helen through single combat." Menelaus responded, "Hear me. We ought to put an end to this bloody war. Let Paris and I engage in battle, and may fate determine which of us is destined to perish. Afterwards, let us forge a treaty. Now, let us offer sacrifices to the gods. Please summon old Priam. His sons are all cunning. Thus Priam himself must swear to uphold this agreement before our duel. Upon hearing Menelaus's proposal, all present were filled with delight. Hector promptly dispatched a herald to summon Priam. In the meantime, the goddess Iris transformed herself into Priam's beautiful daughter, Lassie, to seek out Helen, inviting her to ascend the tower above the gates of Scia. There, the elders of Troy, led by Priam, were gathered, prepared to witness the solitary duel between Paris and Menelaus. Adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by two handmaidens, Helen hastily followed Iris. Memories of her former husband, her homeland, and the beloved Sparta flooded her mind, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Upon Helen's arrival, the Trojan elders were taken aback by her beauty, exchanging astonished glances and whispering among themselves. Indeed, to wage a bloody war for such an exquisite woman is neither the fault of the Greeks nor the Trojans. Her beauty rivals that of the immortal goddesses. Nevertheless, no matter how radiant she may be, it would be best for her to return to Greece, thus sparing us and our descendants from the specter of death. Priam summoned Helen to his side, inquiring about the Greek heroes by the wall. Helen pointed out Agamemnon, Odysseus, Ajax the Great, and the Cretan king Idomeneus, introducing them to Priam one by one. Gazing upon these heroes, Priam was genuinely awestruck by their handsome visages and robust physiques. At that moment, the herald sent by Hector arrived to summon Priam. Rising immediately, Priam commanded the chariot to be prepared, and then, alongside Antenor, he took his place in the chariot and exited the Scia gate, heading towards the front lines of the two armies. Agamemnon and Odysseus rose to greet the venerable Priam. They offered sacrifices to the Olympian deities and vowed to uphold the treaty. Subsequently, Priam addressed both the Greek and Trojan armies. O valiant warriors of Troy and Greece! I must now return to the city of Troy. I cannot bear to witness the duel between my son Paris and the formidable King Menelaus. Only Zeus knows who shall perish in this fateful contest. With these words, Priam departed from the battlefield. Hector and Odysseus measured out the ground for the duel, then placed the lots into a helmet and shook it. The first lot to fall would determine who would cast their spear first. Fate favored Paris. As his lot emerged first, clad in full armor, Paris and Menelaus stepped into the arena, each wielding their heavy spears. Their eyes glimmered with a terrifying intensity. Aflame with hatred and wrath, Paris hurled his spear at Menelaus, striking his broad shield, yet failing to pierce it. The sharp tip of the spear bent upon meeting the bronze surface of the shield. At that moment, Menelaus called out to Zeus, imploring divine assistance to avenge himself upon Paris, so that no one would dare repay the hospitality of a gracious host with treachery. Menelaus raised his spear and launched it with great force, hitting Paris's shield. The spear penetrated the shield, piercing through his armor and tearing his garments. Fortunately, Paris leapt aside, narrowly escaping death. Menelaus unsheathed his sword and struck fiercely at Paris's helmet. However, his excessive force shattered the sword into 4 pieces, scattering them. Menelaus then lunged at Paris with bare hands, seizing his helmet and dragging him to the Greek ranks. The helmet strap constricted around Paris's throat. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who came to rescue her beloved, Menelaus would have undoubtedly dragged Paris back to the Greeks. Aphrodite severed the strap of the helmet, leaving Menelaus with only the helmet in hand. He sought to pierce the fallen Paris with his spear, but Aphrodite enveloped Paris in a thick mist, hastily escorting him back to the city of Troy. Menelaus, unable to locate Paris, prowled through the Trojan ranks like a fierce beast, yet none revealed the whereabouts of Priam's son, despite the enmity all Trojans held against Paris. At that moment, Agamemnon called out, Trojans and Greeks, heed my words. You have all witnessed Menelaus's victory. He shall return Helen and the treasures taken by Paris to us, and he must offer tribute. Yet, after Agamemnon's proclamation, the enemy remained unresponsive, for the war was destined to continue unabated. This account is relayed from Homer's epic, the Iliad. As Menelaus and Paris resolved to duel, the gods gathered in Zeus's palace, reveling in drink. The goddess Hebe poured wine for them, as they feasted and gazed down upon Troy. In a bid to mock Hera, Zeus feigned an intention to cease the brutal conflict between the Trojans and the Greeks, claiming that Menelaus had emerged victorious. Yet, Hera implored Zeus to send the goddess of war, Athena, to incite one among the Trojans to violate the oath. Zeus pretended to begrudgingly acquiesce to Hera's request. Athena transformed into a brilliant star and descended from Mount Olympus, landing among the Trojan ranks. The Trojans were astonished. Bewildered by the significance of this omen, Did it herald the resumption of bloody warfare? Or did it suggest that Zeus believed they should negotiate peace? Athena manifested as Laodocus, son of Antenor, and approached the skilled archer Pandaros, persuading him to unleash a fatal arrow upon Menelaus. Pandaros consented, raising his bow, retrieving a lethal arrow, invoking Apollo's aid, and releasing it. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow soared towards Menelaus, who appeared on the brink of death. However, Athena diverted the arrow, causing it to strike the double-armored region of Menelaus. The arrow pierced through the armor, wounding him, and although the injury was not deep, blood flowed profusely. Agamemnon, witnessing his brother's plight, was filled with dread. Menelaus quickly reassured him, while Agamemnon commanded that the physician Machaon be summoned. Machaon examined the wound and applied salve. As Agamemnon and the other Greek heroes busily tended to Menelaus's injury, the Trojans launched their assault. Agamemnon hastened to rally his troops, organizing the ranks and instilling fervor before battle. The sounds of commander's orders echoed throughout the Greek forces, while the soldiers marched silently. In contrast, the Trojan army roared in a fervent charge. Led by Athena, the Greek forces clashed against the Trojan army, commanded by the fierce god of war, Ares. The melee erupted, blending the triumphant cheers of victors with the lamentations of the dying. Under the relentless pressure from the Greeks, the Trojans began to falter, prompting the Greek forces to unite in their offensive. Witnessing this, Apollo, the protector of the Trojans, felt a surge of wrath and bellowed, "Trojan warriors, advance boldly. Do not be deceived into thinking the Greeks are made of stone and steel. Behold, the great Achilles is absent from the fray today, brooding resentfully in his tent." Apollo's rallying cry invigorated the Trojan ranks, intensifying the brutality of the conflict, with many heroes from both sides succumbing to fate. Athena, too, spurred on the Greek warriors, endowing Diomedes with unparalleled strength. Soon, the Trojans could no longer withstand the onslaught. The skilled archer Pandaros spotted Diomedes and swiftly drew his bow to shoot an arrow at him. The arrow struck Diomedes in the shoulder, staining his armor with crimson blood. Pandaros, elated, believed he had inflicted a fatal wound on Diomedes. He shouted to uplift the morale of the Trojan forces, proclaiming that Diomedes had been mortally wounded. Diomedes called upon Sthenelus for assistance in extracting the arrow from his shoulder and fervently beseeched Athena to aid him in vanquishing the foe who had dared to shoot him. Athena appeared before Diomedes, bestowing upon him immense strength and invincible courage, urging him to bravely engage in battle, yet cautioning him not to offend the immortal deities. However, he was permitted to hurl his spear at the goddess Aphrodite. At that moment, Diomedes resembled a wounded lion, charging into the fray with tenfold vigor and fervor. The hero Aeneas, witnessing Diomedes' ferocity in combat, promptly searched among the Trojans for Pandarus. He urged Pandarus to confront Diomedes. The valiant Pandarus ascended Aeneas' chariot, and together they advanced to challenge Diomedes. When Sthenelus beheld the two renowned heroes, Aeneas and Pandarus, approaching in their chariot, he advised his comrade Diomedes to evade their might and refrain from direct confrontation. Diomedes, incensed, vehemently rejected his allies' counsel. As Aeneas' chariot thundered forth, Pandarus brandished his spear and hurled it at Diomedes. The spear pierced Diomedes' shield and struck his armor, yet the armor safeguarded him. Believing he had dealt a fatal blow, Pandarus could not contain his elation. In that moment, Diomedes retaliated by casting his own spear, which felled Pandarus to the ground lifeless. Aeneas promptly leaped from his chariot, shield in one hand and a long spear in the other, prepared to defend Pandarus' body. However, Diomedes seized a massive rock, too heavy for two men to lift, and hurled it with one hand at Aeneas, striking his thigh. Aeneas collapsed to the ground, and had it not been for the timely intervention of his mother Aphrodite, he would have surely perished. Aphrodite draped her war robe over Aeneas, attempting to escort him from the battlefield. Diomedes charged at the goddess, wounding her tender arm with a spear. Aphrodite cried out in anguish, releasing Aeneas from her embrace. Yet Apollo enveloped Aeneas in a shroud of darkness. At that moment, Diomedes bellowed at the goddess Aphrodite with authority, "Daughter of Zeus, step aside. Depart from this bloody battlefield. Are you not satisfied with having beguiled so many delicate women?" The goddess Aphrodite withdrew from the fray, and Diomedes turned his attention back to Aeneas. The son of Tydeus launched 3 successive assaults against Aeneas, all thwarted by Apollo. When Diomedes prepared to strike Aeneas for the 4th time, Apollo thundered with fury, "Son of Tydeus, you must awaken. Retreat, and cease to offend the eternal deities." The power of the gods is beyond mortal reckoning. Upon hearing Apollo's formidable voice, Diomedes felt a surge of fear and withdrew. Apollo transported Aeneas to his temple within the city of Troy, where the goddess Leto and Apollo's twin sister Artemis tended to his wounds. Meanwhile, Apollo conjured a phantom of Aeneas to remain on the battlefield, resulting in a fierce struggle between both sides over the illusion. After the goddess Aphrodite was wounded by Diomedes, she departed from the battlefield and sought refuge with the valiant god of war, Ares. Suffering in anguish, she implored Ares to lend her his chariot, and swiftly raced towards Mount Olympus. Upon her arrival, tears streaming down her face, she knelt at the feet of her mother, Dione, recounting how Diomedes had injured her. Dione tenderly cleaned her wounds and healed her arm. Athena and Hera, intent on mocking Aphrodite, deliberately spoke to Zeus, saying, "Has Aphrodite once again incited some Achaean woman to elope with one of her Trojan lovers? Perhaps she grazed her arm while caressing that Achaean woman?" Zeus, amused, summoned Aphrodite and said, "My dear daughter, the tumult of war is not your concern. It would be wiser for you to manage matters of love and marriage, while the fearless Ares and Athena attend to the battles." The fighting around the effigy of Aeneas, set by Apollo, raged on fiercely. Apollo approached Ares, requesting him to subdue Diomedes. The bloodied god of war heeded Apollo's call. He transformed into the valiant hero Acamas, rallying the spirits of the Trojan forces. Naturally, the combat grew even more brutal. Once recovered, Aeneas returned to the fray. The Trojans, seeing Aeneas unharmed, rejoiced, and their previously disordered ranks regained their composure. Advancing once more towards the Greeks, the Greek forces stood resolute, like ominous clouds shrouding the mountains, bracing for the Trojan onslaught. The two Ajaxes, Odysseus and Diomedes, continually urged the Greek soldiers onward, while Agamemnon, clad in radiant armor, surveyed the troops. The fierce battle resumed, with heroes falling one after another, as the shadow of death loomed over their eyes. Hector led the charge, valiantly pushing forward at the forefront of the Trojan ranks. Ares, the god of war, and the fearsome goddess Io personally aided Hector in his endeavors. Upon seeing Ares, Diomedes retreated and called out to his fellow Greeks, "Friends, let us not be alarmed by Hector's valor in battle, for the god of war stands with him, aiding him directly. Friends, it is wise to withdraw. We cannot contend with deities." The Trojan forces intensified their assault on the Greeks. The young son of Heracles, Telephus, was struck down by the spear of Zeus's son, Sarpedon, though Sarpedon too was wounded in the thigh by Telephus. His comrades struggled to carry Sarpedon from the battlefield, unable to even remove the spear lodged in his leg. Sarpedon, seeing Hector pass by, beseeched him to deliver a decisive blow to the Greeks. Hector rejoined the fray, slaying many Greek heroes with his spear. Now, the Trojan offensive grew fiercer. Observing the grave situation on the battlefield, the goddess Hera hastily summoned Athena, and together they prepared to engage Ares, determined to subdue him. The two goddesses, with the assistance of Hebe, harnessed their splendid steeds to a magnificent chariot. Athena donned her armor, adorned with a heavy helmet, and bore the divine shield, which bore the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa. Grasping her spear, she ascended the chariot of the goddess Hera, who immediately urged her steeds into a gallop. They raced away from the towering heights of Mount Olympus, soon discovering Zeus seated alone upon a lofty hill. Hera reined in the horses and addressed Zeus. "Zeus, the brutal Ares has slain countless heroes. Do you not feel anger? I can see Apollo and Aphrodite reveling in this misfortune. If I were to confront Ares, would you not be displeased?" The shield-bearing Zeus replied, "Go forth. Let the warrior goddess Athena face Ares. No deity can inflict harm upon him as she can." Hera continued her swift ride, arriving at the confluence of the Simois and Scamander rivers. They dismounted, unhitched the horses, and cloaked them in a veil of dark mist. Hera transformed her voice into that of the resounding warrior Stentor, rallying the Greek soldiers to bravely engage the Trojans in battle. Athena approached Diomedes, who was tending to the wounds inflicted by Pandaros. She reproached him for shirking from battle and failing to clash with the Trojans, asserting that his father, the valiant Tydeus, would never act so cowardly. Diomedes responded, "Nay, daughter of the thunderer Zeus, I do not fear combat with the Trojan heroes. I merely heed your admonition to avoid engaging with the immortal gods." Athena then spoke to Diomedes, "O, son of Tydeus, favored by Athena, cast aside your fear of Ares and any other deity. I shall personally assist you. Go forth and confront Ares. Not long ago, he vowed to aid the Greeks. Yet now this treacherous wretch fights alongside the Trojans. Athena mounted Diomedes' chariot, replacing the warrior Sthenelus. The weight of the goddess caused the oak axle to creak. Athena urged the horses toward Ares, who, at that moment, was stripping the armor from the slain hero Periphas, noticing Diomedes standing beside Athena. Ares abandoned the corpse of Periphas and hurled his spear at the son of Tydeus. However, Athena diverted the spear's trajectory, causing it to fly harmlessly past Diomedes. Empowered by Athena, Diomedes struck Ares with tenfold strength, piercing him with his spear before withdrawing it from the wound. Ares let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to the cries of countless soldiers in unison. Both Trojan and Greek warriors alike were astonished by that dreadful cry. The fierce Ares, enveloped in black clouds, hastily retreated to the radiant heights of Olympus, where he sat beside Zeus, accusing Athena of aiding Diomedes in wounding him. Zeus glared sternly at his son, harboring disdain for Ares due to his belligerent nature. He remarked that had Ares not been his son, he would have cast him into the abyss of darkness long ago. The wrathful Ares ceased his complaints. Zeus summoned the skilled healer Paeon to tend to Ares' injuries, and Paeon swiftly restored Ares to health. Hector cleanses Ares' body and adorns him in splendid attire. At this moment, Hera and Athena return to Mount Olympus. These two goddesses thus subdue the ever-battling god of war, Ares. Meanwhile, fierce combat rages beneath the walls of Troy, as the Greek forces launch yet another assault against the Trojans. Ajax, Diomedes, Menelaus, Agamemnon, and other heroes slay numerous renowned Trojan warriors, stripping the fallen of their magnificent armor. Helonas, the prophet and son of Priam, foreseeing the impending doom of the Trojans, implores Hector and Aeneas, the son of Aphrodite, to rally the spirits of their compatriots before hastening back to the city to offer lavish gifts to Athena, beseeching her favor. Hector heeds his brother's counsel, rekindling the morale of the Trojan army, allowing them to repel the Greek onslaught. According to the accounts in Homer's Iliad, Hector retreats through the Scaean gates into the city of Troy. Upon entering, he is immediately surrounded by women and children, all inquiring about their husbands and fathers. Hector remains silent, instructing them instead to pray to the gods of Olympus. He hurries to Priam's palace, where his mother, Hecuba, greets him, wishing to serve him wine to refresh him, but Hector declines. He urges her to call upon the Trojan women to present sumptuous robes and abundant offerings to Athena, imploring her to subdue the fierce Diomedes. Hecuba promptly complies with her son's request. Hector then hastens to the chambers of Paris. Upon his arrival, he finds Paris leisurely admiring his weapons, with Helen, whom he had abducted, distributing tasks to her handmaids. Hector reproaches Paris for idly remaining home while all Trojans face the threat of death. Paris claims he is preparing for battle, stating that Helen herself urges him to join the fray. Helen warmly invites Hector to rest and recuperate from the rigors of battle, chastising her husband for his lack of concern and shame. She laments the multitude of calamities that Troy has suffered due to her, asserting that the blame should rest upon Paris. Hector, unwilling to linger in Paris's abode, is eager to return home to see his wife and son before rejoining the battlefield. He cannot foresee whether he will ever see them again, nor whether he will survive the conflict, pondering the possibility that the gods may be fated to deliver him into the hands of the Greeks. Upon arriving home, Hector finds neither his wife Andromache nor his son. A servant informs him that his wife, hearing of the Greek siege on the Trojans, has run to the walls with their son, weeping there. Hector swiftly exits his home, racing towards the Scaean gates. There, he encounters Andromache, with her handmaiden carrying their radiant son, Astyanax, behind her. Andromache clings to Hector's hand, tears streaming down her face as she exclaims, "My husband, your bravery may lead to your demise. You neither pity me nor show compassion for your son. The Greeks will slay you, and I shall soon be left a widow. Hector, without you, I would rather perish, for you are my only kin. You encompass my entire existence. You are my father, my mother, my husband. Have mercy on both me and our child. Do not venture out to battle. Redirect the Trojans to the fig tree, for only there will the city walls be breached." Hector, adorned with a gleaming helmet, responded to his wife, "All that you fear weighs heavily upon my heart. However, to remain within the city, idly watching and not engaging in combat, would be a profound dishonor to me. I cannot allow it. For the honor of my father, I must lead the charge into battle. I am acutely aware that the day of sacred Troy's destruction draws near, yet I do not grieve for that. What saddens me is your fate, the thought of some Greek taking you captive, forcing you to weave and fetch water for foreign women in a strange land. When people see you weeping, they will say, 'Behold, this is the wife of Hector, the bravest hero of Troy.' Hearing such words will only deepen your sorrow. No, it would be better for them to slay me first, so that I do not witness your abduction, nor hear your cries." After uttering these words, Hector approached his son, yearning to embrace him. Yet the young Astyanax cried out, retreating into the arms of his nurse, frightened by the plume of Hector's helmet. Andromache and Hector smiled tenderly at the infant. Hector removed his helmet, placing it upon the ground, and lifted Astyanax, kissing him. He raised his son high and implored Zeus and all the immortal gods, "O Zeus, and you, eternal deities, I beseech you to grant my son renown among his peers, just as I have. May he grow strong and valiant, destined to be the king of Troy. When he emerges victorious in battle, let the people commend him, saying his valor surpasses that of his father. Let him instill terror in our enemies and joy in his mother's heart." After offering this prayer, Hector returned his son to his wife. Andromache cradled their child, her eyes brimming with tears as she smiled at him. Hector's heart softened, and he lovingly embraced his wife, saying, "Andromache, do not grieve so. No hero can defy the decrees of fate that send me to the shadowy realm of Hades. Whether brave or cowardly, none can escape their destiny. My dear, return home to weave and care for the household, while we men concern ourselves with the matters of war. And I shall bear a greater burden than all." Hector donned his helmet and hurried toward the Scaean gates. Andromache also turned homeward, glancing back frequently, her tear-stained face reflecting her sorrow as she watched Hector recede into the distance. Upon her return, the maidservants followed her, weeping loudly, for they held little hope that Hector would return alive from the battlefield. At the Scaean gates, Paris caught up with Hector. Paris, clad in resplendent bronze armor, hastened toward the battlefield. My brother Hector addressed Paris, asserting that any fair-minded individual would not doubt his valor. Yet, he often hesitated to engage in combat. When I overheard the Trojans berating you, I frequently felt a pang of discomfort. Now, let us swiftly join our comrades in arms. As recounted in Homer's epic, the Iliad, Hector and Paris emerged from the Scaean gates. The Trojans, upon sighting the two heroes, were filled with renewed vigor, and thus the fierce battle reignited. Hector, Paris, and Glaucus dispatched numerous Greek champions, causing the Greek forces to retreat. The daughter of Zeus, the goddess Athena, with her bright eyes, perceived this turn of events and promptly rushed to Troy. Apollo encountered the goddess beneath a centuries-old oak at the edge of the fields, inquiring whether she intended to assist the Greek army, subsequently urging her to join him in halting the conflict. Athena acquiesced. The two deities resolved to cease hostilities and prompted Hector to challenge the most renowned Greek hero to a duel. As the divine pair solidified their intention, Priam's prophetic son Helenus discerned their resolve. He approached his brother Hector and suggested he propose a duel with the Greek champion. Helenus revealed that he had overheard the gods' decision and their assurance that Hector's life would not be forfeit during this confrontation. Hector promptly commanded the Trojan forces to suspend their attack, while Agamemnon instructed the Greek army to do likewise. The tumultuous battlefield fell silent, with weary warriors sitting upon the ground. Athena and Apollo ascended like fierce hawks, alighting upon the ancient oak to observe both the Trojan and Greek armies. In the stillness of the battlefield, Hector boldly issued a challenge for a Greek hero to engage him in single combat. He vowed that upon vanquishing his opponent, he would not desecrate the corpse nor strip the fallen of their armor, requesting the same assurance from his adversary should they emerge victorious. Upon hearing Hector's challenge, the Greeks fell silent, none daring to step forward to duel with Hector. Menelaus, witnessing this, was consumed with rage, yearning to confront Hector himself, yet Agamemnon restrained him, fearing for his brother's life at Hector's hands. Even Achilles hesitated to confront Hector in battle. The elder Nestor emerged to reproach the Greeks. No sooner had his indignant words echoed than 9 heroes stood forth from the Greek ranks: Agamemnon, Diomedes, the two Ajax, Idomeneus, Marians, Eurypylus, Teucer, and Odysseus. Following Nestor's counsel, they decided to draw lots to determine who would face Hector in combat. Each lot was placed within a helmet, and Nestor shook the helmet to see which would emerge first. The heroes implored the gods that one among the great Ajax, Diomedes, or Agamemnon would be selected. Ultimately, it was the great Ajax who was chosen. Filled with elation, the formidable Ajax donned his armor and strode forth to the arena of duel. The formidable, robust, and imposing Ajax strode forth like the god of war, Ares. He raised his immense bronze shield before his chest, one hand trembling with the weight of his long spear. The Trojans quaked at the sight of Ajax. Even Hector felt a flutter of trepidation. The two warriors regarded each other with solemn dignity. Hector was the first to hurl his spear, yet it failed to pierce Ajax's shield. In retaliation, Ajax cast his spear, which penetrated Hector's shield, striking his armor and tearing through his garments. Fortunately, Hector managed to evade death by narrowly sidestepping the lethal blow. The two heroes withdrew their spears and prepared to engage once more. Although Hector's spear once again struck Ajax's shield, its tip bent upon impact. Ajax's spear pierced through Hector's shield, grazing his neck. Undeterred, Hector seized a massive stone and hurled it at Ajax's shield, producing a thunderous clang as the bronze shield was struck. Ajax retaliated by lifting an even larger boulder and smashing it against Hector's shield, shattering it and injuring Hector's foot. Hector fell to the ground, but Apollo swiftly lifted him back to his feet. Each hero unsheathed their swords, and had it not been for the timely intervention of heralds who separated them with their staffs, another fierce battle would surely have ensued. "Heroes, cease your combat," the heralds proclaimed loudly. "We have all witnessed your valor. Both of you are esteemed warriors, equally favored by Zeus. Night has fallen, and all require rest." Ajax addressed the herald of Troy, stating, "Your words should have been spoken by Hector, for it was he who proposed this duel. If he wishes to cease, then I shall abide." Hector promptly replied to Ajax, "Ah, son of Telamon, the gods have endowed you with a magnificent stature, extraordinary strength, and unparalleled wisdom. You are the greatest of heroes among the Greeks. For today, we shall pause our hostilities, knowing we shall meet again upon the battlefield. As a token of our encounter, let us exchange gifts to commemorate this duel, so that both the Trojans and Greeks may remember, in the arena, we are foes, yet upon parting, we are akin to friends." With that, Hector unfastened his silver-inlaid sword and presented it to Ajax, while Ajax gifted Hector a precious crimson belt. Thus concluded the duel between the two heroes. The Trojans rejoiced to see Hector emerge unscathed from the clash with the mighty Ajax, rallying around him as they returned to the city of Troy in high spirits. The Greek warriors marveled at Ajax's heroism, sharing in their elation. Agamemnon hosted a grand feast in honor of Ajax, inviting all the leaders to join. The leaders drank heartily, reveling until nightfall. After the feast, the elder Nestor proposed at the assembly of Greek leaders to observe a day of truce to honor the fallen heroes, and to construct a fortified encampment around the ships, complete with arrow towers and a deep trench, as a defensive measure for the Greek forces. The chieftains concurred with Nestor's counsel and returned to their respective tents before dawn. Meanwhile, the Trojans convened a meeting of their leaders. During this assembly, Antenor proposed to return Helen and the plundered treasures to the Greeks. However, Paris was resolute in refusing to surrender Helen. He consented only to return the treasures taken from Menelaus's household, along with a personal gift from himself. King Priam suggested that the next morning, a messenger should be dispatched to the Greek camp to convey Paris's proposal. Should the Greeks reject this notion, they would have no choice but to continue the conflict until the gods bestowed victory upon one side. The Trojan leaders adopted Priam's advice. On the following morning, the Trojans sent a messenger to the Greeks, but the Greeks dismissed Paris's proposal. They agreed only to a truce for a single day to honor the fallen warriors. Before the sun had risen, both Trojans and Greeks commenced the rites for their deceased soldiers. They retrieved the bodies and placed them upon funeral pyres for cremation. Subsequently, the Greeks, within a single day, constructed a formidable wall encircled by a trench around their camp, complete with towers for archers. Even the gods upon Mount Olympus were astonished by the Greeks' endeavor. However, the sea god Poseidon was angered by the Greeks for neglecting to offer sacrifices prior to erecting their fortifications. Zeus quelled Poseidon's fury, suggesting that he might later dismantle the wall the Greeks had built, allowing the coast to revert to its sandy shores. Once the construction was complete, the Greek soldiers began preparing their evening meal. At this moment, ships laden with wine from Lemnos arrived. The Greek warriors, filled with exuberance, eagerly purchased the wine, and merriment ensued within the camp. Yet, their revelry was tinged with unease, for the thunderous voice of Zeus foretold impending calamities. As they drank, trepidation gripped them, causing them to spill wine from their cups. None dared to sit before the formidable presence of Zeus. Eventually, the feast concluded, and the entire Greek camp succumbed to slumber. According to the recounting of Homer's epic, the Iliad, as dawn broke, the goddess of the morning, Eos, ascended into the sky, igniting the eastern horizon with a crimson glow. At this moment, Zeus summoned the gods to the radiant heights of Mount Olympus. He addressed them, saying, "Immortal deities, heed my words. Today, none shall depart from the majestic Olympus to aid either the Greeks or the Trojans in battle. Should anyone defy my command, I shall cast them into the depths of the abyss, ensuring they comprehend my supremacy over even the immortal gods. If you wish to test my might, take a golden chain and let it fall to the earth. You may all descend and attempt to pull me down from Olympus with it. With but a single hand, I can seize the chain and elevate you all, along with the earth and the seas, into the heights." Zeus's threatening proclamation filled the gods with dread. The goddess Athena spoke to him, saying, "Great Thunderer, we are all aware of your boundless power, yet we mourn for the Greeks. Are they destined for annihilation? My daughter." Zeus replied, "I do not wish to bring ruin upon all the Greeks." Having uttered these words, Zeus donned his golden mane, grasped his gilded whip, adorned himself in resplendent attire, and ascended his magnificent chariot. He cracked the whip, urging the steeds onward, soaring between the earth and the heavens. Towards the lofty heights of Mount Ida, situated in the region of Asia Minor, to the east of Troy and southwest of Phrygia, he descended upon the summit, observing the Greeks and Trojans preparing for battle. Soon, both armies advanced to the battlefield and encountered each other, igniting a thrilling clash once more. At noon, Zeus produced his golden scales, weighing the fates of the Trojans and the Greeks. The result revealed that the Trojans' fate ascended to the heavens, while the Greeks' destiny sank to the earth, signifying fortune for the Trojans and impending death for many Greeks. The great Zeus on Mount Ida unleashed a thunderous roar, casting blinding lightning into the ranks of the Greeks, causing widespread panic among their forces. The Greek warriors fled in disarray, rushing to seek refuge within their camp, leaving only Nestor upon the battlefield. One of his horses had been struck by Paris's arrow, rearing up and spinning in place. Nestor struggled to sever the harness, yet his efforts proved futile. Hector charged toward him in his chariot, and the aged Nestor faced imminent demise until Diomedes arrived just in time to offer assistance. Diomedes called for Odysseus to aid him, but Odysseus did not hear his cries. Diomedes helped Nestor onto his own chariot and then charged towards Hector. He hurled his spear at Hector, yet it missed its mark, striking Hector's charioteer in the chest, who fell lifeless to the ground. Hector's warhorse turned and fled in terror. The hero Alcmaeon leapt onto the chariot to take the place of Hector's charioteer. Had the Greeks witnessed Diomedes gaining the upper hand, they might have ceased their retreat. However, at that moment, Zeus hurled lightning before Diomedes' horse, its blinding brilliance causing the steed to rear back in fright. Nestor urged Diomedes not to linger in battle, for Zeus would not grant him victory. Despite Diomedes' fervent desire to continue the fight, he heeded Nestor's counsel and rode toward the fleeing throng of Greeks. The Trojans raised their voices in triumph and unleashed a volley of arrows upon the Greeks. Hector mocked the retreating Diomedes. Diomedes turned back 3 times, yearning to engage in combat, but each time was met with the terrifying rumble of Zeus' thunder. Hector understood that Zeus' thunder was a portent of victory for the Trojans. He urged his comrades to pursue the fleeing Greeks, vowing to storm their camp and set their ships ablaze. The goddess Hera, incensed by Hector's threats, implored Poseidon, the earth-shaker, to assist the Greeks. Yet the great sea god refused. The fierce battle had now advanced to the very walls of the Greek encampment. Hera reminded Agamemnon to rally the spirits of the Greek warriors once more. Agamemnon ascended Odysseus' ship, calling out loudly to the soldiers, urging them to valiantly defend their camp. He also beseeched Zeus for aid, imploring him not to allow the Greeks to fall victim to the Trojans' malice. Zeus, moved by compassion, sent a favorable omen to the Greeks. A majestic eagle soared above Zeus's altar, dropping a fawn it had clutched in its talons onto the altar itself. Upon witnessing this auspicious sign, the Greek warriors were invigorated and launched a counterattack against the Trojans. Among them, the most valiant was undoubtedly Diomedes, who single-handedly vanquished numerous Trojan heroes. Other Greek champions also displayed remarkable bravery, particularly the half-brother of Ajax, Teucer, who, with his bow, felled many Trojan warriors. He even struck down Priam's son, Gorgythion, whose helmeted head drooped like a poppy weighed down by dew. He collapsed to the ground. Teucer also dispatched Hector's charioteer, his comrade Alcaeus. Enraged, Hector charged at Teucer, lifting a massive stone to strike him on the shoulder. Teucer groaned in agony. Had it not been for Ajax, who shielded his brother and commanded the guards to carry him to the ships, Teucer would have surely met his demise at Hector's hands. Zeus once more ignited the courage of the Trojans, relentlessly driving the Greek forces back to their ships. Hector fought valiantly among the enemy ranks, an unstoppable force. Witnessing this, Hera felt compassion for the Greek warriors and persuaded Athena to rush to their aid. Athena consented, donning her armor and departing Olympus alongside Hera. From the lofty heights of Mount Ida, Zeus observed the swift ascent of the goddesses, his heart swelling with rage. He dispatched Iris, the messenger of the gods, to hinder their progress, threatening to unleash his wrath upon them. Fearing Zeus's fury, Hera and Athena sorrowfully returned to Olympus. Shortly thereafter, Zeus himself returned to Olympus. When he inquired about the source of the goddess's sorrow, Hera, unable to withstand his intimidation, confessed that they mourned for the Greeks. Zeus informed Hera that until Agamemnon reconciled with Achilles and offered him substantial gifts as an apology, the Trojans would continue to prevail. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the earth, the bloody conflict momentarily ceased. On Hector's suggestion, the Trojan army chose not to retreat to the city but instead camped on the battlefield, leaving the city to be guarded by the young and the elderly. Hector aspired for a decisive victory the following day, aiming to drive the Greek forces from Troy. The Trojans ignited countless bonfires on the battlefield, twinkling like stars in the vast night. According to the Iliad, the Trojan successive victories plunged Agamemnon into deep despair, prompting him to summon the leaders of the various factions to deliberate on their strategy. Once gathered, Agamemnon spoke first, his voice heavy with dismay, declaring that they must retreat from Troy and return to Greece, for it seemed to be Zeus's will. Diomedes vehemently countered Agamemnon's assertion, suggesting that if Agamemnon wished to leave, he should do so alone, while the other leaders remained to continue the fight until they breached the walls of Troy. Nestor also advised against retreating, suggesting that Agamemnon host a feast to discuss their next course of action, while simultaneously dispatching a portion of the forces to ensure the safety of their encampment. Agamemnon heeded Nestor's counsel and dispatched 7 leaders to command 700 young soldiers to guard the Greek camp. Meanwhile, the other leaders gathered in Agamemnon's tent for a lavish feast. During the banquet, Nestor again urged Agamemnon to reconcile with Achilles. Following Nestor's advice, Agamemnon announced to the gathered leaders that he would bestow upon Achilles a multitude of gifts, return Briseis to him, and, upon his victorious return, offer one of his daughters in marriage along with a selection of cities as her dowry. The leaders unanimously endorsed Agamemnon's decision and resolved to send Ajax, Odysseus, Phoenix, along with the heralds Eurybates and Hodius to negotiate with Achilles. These heroes were well favored by Achilles. Before their departure, Nestor imparted wise counsel and guidance. When Agamemnon's envoys arrived at Achilles' tent, they found him playing the lyre and singing praises of heroes, with his friend Patroclus seated by his side. Achilles warmly welcomed the heroes and laid out a sumptuous banquet for them. Once they had feasted, Odysseus spoke to the son of Peleus, conveying their purpose and encouraging him to reconcile with Agamemnon. He recounted the advancing Trojan forces under Hector's command, detailing the gifts that Agamemnon had promised in an effort to mend their rift. Odysseus reminded Achilles not to forget the admonitions of his father, particularly the warning to avoid internal strife. However, Achilles steadfastly refused to reconcile with Agamemnon, unable to forget the humiliation he had suffered at the king's hands. He proclaimed that even if Agamemnon offered him gifts equal to the wealth of all of Egypt as Thebes, he would not reconcile. Achilles, resolute and unyielding, even declared his intention to return to Phthia. Phoenix, deeply concerned for the fate of the Greek forces, continued to implore Achilles to mend his rift with Agamemnon, beseeching him not to emulate Meleager during the conflict between the Curetes and the Aetolians. Yet, Achilles remained silent, offering no response. At this juncture, Ajax turned to Odysseus, signaling that they should depart from Achilles' tent and report his reply back to the leaders. Ajax's final attempt at provocation proved futile, as Achilles remained uncompromising, simply stating that if Hector were to set fire to the Greek ships and approach his tent, then he would face Hector in battle. The heroes departed in silence, leaving only Phoenix behind with Achilles. Ajax and Odysseus returned to Agamemnon's tent to relay Achilles' response to the leaders, who listened in silence. Ultimately, Diomedes suggested that they refrain from further troubling Achilles for the time being, as Agamemnon's promise of gifts would only serve to inflate his already considerable pride. Diomedes proposed they enjoy a hearty meal and rest to regain their strength for the battles that lay ahead. According to the recounting in Homer's epic, the entire Greek camp soon succumbed to slumber, save for Agamemnon, who found no rest. He lay upon his bed, consumed by thoughts, tossing and turning, occasionally releasing heavy sighs. gazing at the flickering bonfires surrounding the Trojan encampment and listening to the melodious notes of flutes and the incessant laughter emanating from the Trojan camp. Agamemnon was filled with astonishment. A glance towards the Greek tents tightened his heart, causing him to painfully tug at his hair. Ultimately, the son of Atreus arose, donned a lion's skin, grasped a long spear, and set out to find Nestor. He intended to confer with King Pyrrhus on strategies to save the Greek warriors. Midway, Agamemnon encountered Menelaus, who too had not found repose, troubled by the misfortunes faced by the Greek soldiers who had come to Troy on his behalf. The brothers resolved to convene a council of leaders. Menelaus went to summon the heroes, while Agamemnon sought out Nestor. Upon hearing Agamemnon's approach, Nestor, unable to discern his identity in the darkness, raised his voice to prevent anyone from sneaking up on him. Agamemnon promptly revealed his name, approached Nestor, and shared his anxieties. Requesting his presence at the council, Nestor immediately rose and accompanied Agamemnon to gather the heroes. They called upon Odysseus and then sought out Diomedes. Diomedes, resting his head upon his shield with a spear thrust into the ground beside him, was awakened. The four gathered all the heroes and proceeded to survey the sentinels, who sat alertly in the dark, listening intently to the sounds from the Trojan camp. The leaders crossed the trench and settled on the fields outside the walls. At this juncture, Nestor proposed sending several warriors to infiltrate the Trojan camp to discern their next course of action, whether they intended to continue their assault on the Greeks or retreat within the walls of Troy. Diomedes immediately volunteered for this perilous task, suggesting that another hero accompany him. Many heroes expressed their desire to join him. At this point, Agamemnon instructed Diomedes to select a companion himself. Diomedes chose the favorite of Athena, Odysseus, believing firmly in his cunning and agility, confident that together they could navigate even the fiercest flames unscathed. As Diomedes and Odysseus prepared for the meeting, they bore no weapons of their own. The leaders provided them with arms, and soon they were equipped and ready, as the Greeks dispatched scouts toward the Trojan camp to gather intelligence. The Trojans were also deliberating on sending spies to uncover the state of the Greek defenses. Dolon, the renowned swift runner, volunteered for this mission, intent on infiltrating the Greek ships to eavesdrop on the leaders' council. Armed and cloaked in a wolf's skin, he made his way toward the Greek encampment. Dolon was quickly spotted by Diomedes and Odysseus, who lay low, allowing Dolon to pass before springing into action like hounds pursuing a hare or a deer. "Halt!" Diomedes shouted at Dolon. "Otherwise, I shall cast my spear, and you will not evade death." Diomedes hurled his spear, though it narrowly missed Dolon's shoulder, soaring past him. Dolon, stricken with fear, halted abruptly. Diomedes and Odysseus swiftly bound him. In a desperate plea for mercy, Dolon revealed his purpose, to inquire about the Greek camp and the disposition of the Trojan forces. He disclosed the identity of his sender and the layout of the Trojan and allied encampments, hoping this would secure his release. In his revelation, he pointed out the location of the Thracian troops led by King Rhesus, who was adorned with splendid horses and golden armor. Yet, Diomedes and Odysseus showed no mercy. They stripped Dolon of his helmet and wolfskin armor, seizing his weapons. Odysseus arranged Dolon's arms, intending to bring them back. And then the two heroes made their way swiftly towards the Thracian camp. They stealthily approached the sleeping King Rhesus, who lay beside his magnificent steeds in the heart of the encampment. Like a lion charging into a flock of sheep, Diomedes attacked the slumbering Thracian warriors, slaughtering 12 valiant men and ultimately slaying King Rhesus himself. Odysseus untethered the reins of Rhesus's horses, leading them away from the Thracian camp. Diomedes sought to retrieve the chariot adorned with golden armor, but the goddess Athena appeared before him, advising him to consider returning to the Greek camp. For the time had come. She warned that if a hostile deity awakened the Trojans, he would be forced to flee in disgrace. Heeding her counsel, Diomedes mounted one of Rhesus's horses, while Odysseus ascended another, and together they hastened back to the Greek encampment. Apollo observed Athena aiding Diomedes and Odysseus, prompting him to swiftly make his way to the Trojan encampment, where he roused Hippocoon, a relative of Rhesus. Upon awakening, Hippocoon discovered that the horses were missing and immediately called out for Rhesus, but received no response. Panic engulfed the Trojan camp as the arrivals, witnessing the devastation wrought by Diomedes and Odysseus, were filled with dread. Meanwhile, Diomedes and Odysseus collected the weapons of Dolon and returned to the place where the Greek leaders were gathered, awaiting their return. Odysseus recounted how they had captured Dolon, how Diomedes had slain the Thracian king Rhesus and 12 renowned heroes, and the manner in which they had acquired Rhesus's horses. The assembled heroes extolled the valor of Diomedes and Odysseus. Upon learning of their remarkable deeds, all the Greek warriors were filled with joy and exultation. They tethered Rhesus's horses beside Diomedes' tent, while Odysseus transported Dolan's weapons onto his ship. As dawn broke, Zeus dispatched the goddess of strife to the Greek camp. The goddess ascended Odysseus' mighty ship and, with an imposing voice, incited the soldiers' bloodlust. King Agamemnon, clad in resplendent armor and wielding a heavy spear, also urged the heroes to engage in battle. The Greek champions advanced on foot to the battlefield, where the Trojans bravely met them, led by Hector, who distinguished himself in valor. The soldiers clashed fiercely, resembling ravenous wolves in their ferocity. The goddess of strife surveyed the bloody battlefield, her heart swelling with delight. The other deities had departed, returning to their palaces on the radiant heights of Olympus, grumbling about Zeus' favor towards the Trojan forces, while Zeus himself reveled in the spectacle of the fight. In this fierce confrontation, Agamemnon exhibited remarkable courage, slaying numerous Trojan heroes with his heavy spear, including Priam's 2 sons, Isis and Antiphus, who fought together in a chariot. Agamemnon had recently encountered them in the Greek camp, having been captured by Achilles at the foot of Mount Ida. Now, due to the Trojans' inadequate support, both sons of Priam met their grim fate. Agamemnon also dispatched the 2 sons of Andromachus, who pleaded for their lives but to no avail. Agamemnon harbored a deep-seated animosity towards their father, Andromachus, for he had been bribed by Paris to propose the execution of Menelaus, who had been sent to Troy. After slaying them, Agamemnon charged into the fiercest part of the battle. Like a great fire consuming a forest, the Trojan heroes fell one after another beneath Agamemnon's onslaught. Chariots thundered across the field, yet the heroes aboard were soon dismounted by Agamemnon, lying lifeless upon the dust. The Trojan army finally faltered and retreated, yet they steadied their formation before the gates of Scia. Upon witnessing the Trojans' retreat, Zeus commanded the goddess Iris to seek Hector and convey to him that he should witness Agamemnon, wounded, once again enter the fray. He further instructed that Zeus would bestow upon him immense strength, enabling him to drive the Greek forces back to their ships. Iris promptly executed Zeus's command. Hector leapt from his chariot, rallying the spirits of the Trojans. Meanwhile, Agamemnon continued to slay Trojan heroes with relentless vigor, claiming the life of Iphidamas, the son of Antenor. Antenor's eldest son, Coen, sought vengeance for his brother and struck Agamemnon's elbow with his spear. However, Agamemnon retaliated with a swift blow of his sword, severing Coen's head, who fell beside his brother's lifeless form. Agamemnon, racked with excruciating pain, could fight no longer and withdrew from the battlefield. Upon seeing Agamemnon retreating in his chariot, Hector rallied his troops and plunged into battle. He swiftly felled many Greek heroes, and the Greeks faced impending doom. At this juncture, Odysseus summoned Diomedes for reinforcement, and together, the 2 heroes mounted a formidable counterattack against the Trojan onslaught. As Hector drew closer, Diomedes hurled his spear, striking Hector's helmet. Yet Apollo intervened, preventing the spear from penetrating, thus sparing Hector from certain death. Nevertheless, the blow staggered Hector, rendering him unconscious. When Diomedes surged to the crowd to retrieve his spear, Hector regained consciousness, leapt onto his chariot, and fled from peril. Enraged, Diomedes lamented his failure to vanquish Hector once more. In a fit of fury, Diomedes dispatched a Trojan hero with his spear. But as he bent to strip the fallen warrior of his armor, Paris caught sight of him and shot an arrow, wounding him. Paris reveled in his triumph. Diomedes, shielded by Odysseus, managed to extract the arrow from his body, yet he was unable to continue fighting and retreated from the battlefield. At this moment, the Trojans encircled Odysseus, akin to hounds surrounding a lion emerging from the forest. The lion, in such a predicament, would typically roar to assert its dominance. Odysseus stood his ground, countering the advancing Trojan warriors with his spear. Many Trojan heroes fell by his hand, including Calopus, brother of Socus. Seeking retribution for his brother, Socus hurled a spear that pierced Odysseus's shield, wounding his ribs. Though injured, Odysseus repelled Socus. As Socus fled, Odysseus's spear struck his back. After slaying Socus, Odysseus withdrew his spear, blood gushing from his wound. The Trojans, noticing Odysseus's injury, charged at him. The king of Ithaca called for assistance, and the mighty Ajax hastened to his aid, shielding Odysseus with his towering shield. Seizing the opportunity, Diomedes helped Odysseus break through the enemy ranks and escort him to his chariot, thus withdrawing from the conflict. Ajax then plunged into battle, claiming the lives of numerous Trojan warriors with his spear. Meanwhile, Paris wounded the Greek hero Machaon in the right shoulder with an arrow. Nestor, at the behest of Idomeneus, sent the injured Machaon back to the Greek camp. Hector's charioteer, Cebriones, observed the formidable Ajax pressing against the Trojan forces and promptly relayed this information to Hector. Without delay, Hector rushed to provide reinforcements. Zeus instilled a sense of dread within Ajax, compelling him to throw his massive shield over his back and commence a slow retreat, akin to a lion being herded away from a flock by a pack of hunting dogs and valiant shepherds. As Ajax withdrew gradually, he periodically halted to shield himself with his shield, fending off the advancing Trojans. The hero Eurypylus, witnessing Ajax's retreat, swiftly approached to offer support. However, he too was struck by an arrow from Paris, forcing him to leave the battlefield. Fortunately, a group of Greeks arrived to rescue Ajax, allowing him to return safely to the camp. Within the camp, Achilles stood at the stern of his ship, observing the battle. Upon seeing Nestor escorting an injured hero, he summoned his friend Patroclus and instructed him to inquire whether the wounded individual was Machaon. Patroclus hurried to Nestor's tent, discovering indeed that it was Machaon who had sustained injuries, and preparations were being made for his sustenance. King Nestor of Pylos, upon noticing Patroclus, invited him to partake in food and drink. However, Patroclus declined, eager to return and report to Achilles. Nestor shared with Patroclus the dire situation of the Greeks under assault from the Trojans and the injuries sustained by their heroes, urging him to join Achilles in rallying forces for assistance. He suggested that Patroclus borrow Achilles' armor and don it to lead the Myrmidons into battle, as this might cause the Trojans to mistake him for Achilles, thus halting their advance, allowing the Greek forces a moment to regroup. Patroclus accepted Nestor's counsel and resolved to persuade Achilles to permit him to partake in the fight. On his way back, Patroclus encountered Eurypylus, whose leg bore an arrow, the wound still bleeding. Filled with compassion for the hero, he assisted Eurypylus to the ship, extracted the arrow from his leg, and applied soothing herbs to his injury. Eurypylus recounted to Patroclus the pressing situation of the Trojan forces against the Greeks, as the battle raged on with fervor. The walls and trenches could no longer adequately safeguard the Greek warriors. Yet, the Trojan army was not yet able to leap across the trenches to seize the walls where the Greek soldiers were concealed. Hector attempted to cross the trench with his chariot, but the horses hesitated, turning aside in fear. At this juncture, the Trojan forces, following the counsel of the hero Polydamas, divided into 5 large battalions, each led by their respective commanders, to launch an assault. The leaders left their chariots at the trench's edge and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Only the hero Asius remained in his chariot, intending to lead his contingent into the Greek camp during the pursuit of the retreating Greeks and to strike boldly beside the ships. However, he encountered fierce resistance from the Lapith heroes Polypides and Leontius near the walls. The two heroes stood like sturdy oak trees, guarding the entrance of the stronghold. These valiant Lapith heroes courageously repelled the oncoming enemy, while hail-like stones and locust-like arrows rained down from the battlements. The Lapith successfully drove back Achaeos and vanquished numerous Trojan champions. However, Hector and Polydamas, leading a formidable host of Trojan warriors, drew closer to the gates of the stronghold. At that moment, Zeus delivered a significant omen. A mighty eagle appeared overhead, clutching a serpent in its talons. The serpent writhed and bit the eagle on its breast, prompting a piercing cry from the eagle as it discarded the serpent among the ranks of the Trojan army before vanishing without a trace. Observing this ominous sign, Polydamas urged Hector to pause the assault and refrain from hastily storming the Greek camp. Yet Hector dismissed his counsel and led his troops to the very walls of the stronghold. At this juncture, a fearsome gale stirred by Zeus swept through, sending sand and debris hurtling towards the Greek vessels. Despite the tumultuous winds, the Greeks valiantly defended their encampment. The Trojans began to dismantle the battlements and shake the supporting posts of the towers, intent on breaching the defenses. The Greek warriors retaliated with stones, arrows, and spears against the advancing Trojans. Both Ajaxes rallied their compatriots to steadfastly hold the camp. The robust Salpdaean provided cover with his shield while wielding 2 long spears, advancing towards the gates and calling upon the Lycaonian hero Glaucus for assistance. Menestheus stood guard at the entrance, dispatching messengers to summon the 2 Ajaxes for reinforcement. The mighty Ajax, along with his brother Teucer and Pandion, hastened to support Menestheus. Ajax lifted a colossal rock and hurled it with great force at the hero Epicasti, who had scaled the walls. Teucer shot an arrow that struck Glaucus. Nevertheless, Salpdion pressed on undeterred, successfully breaching a section of the wall, but was ultimately repelled by the combined efforts of Ajax and Teucer. Salpdion encouraged the Lycaonian forces to launch a renewed assault, and they surged once more towards the walls. However, the Greek army remained resolute, preventing the Lycaonian troops from seizing the stronghold. Although the Lycaonians failed to capture the walls, the Greeks could not dislodge them either. Both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, it was Hector who first infiltrated the Greek encampment, seizing a massive stone, which would require the strength of two to move. He hurled it towards the gates of the Greek camp. The sheer weight of such a boulder was too much for the gates or their bar to withstand, resulting in a thunderous crash as the gates shattered into fragments. With eyes ablaze, Hector charged into the camp, followed closely by the Trojan forces who surged into the Greek stronghold. The Greek defenses were breached, and the soldiers fled in panic towards their ships. Chaos reigned within the encampment. As recounted in Homer's epic, the battle by the ships commenced. Now, Zeus no longer remained a passive observer, for he was convinced that no deity would dare to aid the Greek forces. Observing the tumultuous battle, Poseidon, the god of the sea, left his vantage point atop the mountains of Sicyon and returned to his palace. The mountains trembled beneath the fury of Poseidon's swift strides. Upon returning to his abode, he harnessed his sea horses to his chariot and surged forth across the waves towards Troy. The hippocampus swiftly glided atop the waves, carrying the sea god Poseidon to Troy in a blink of an eye. Poseidon tethered the hippocampus and his chariot in a spacious cave by the shore, securing the creature with golden chains. He then transformed into Calchas and approached the formidable Ajaxes, urging them to persist in their battle. With a touch of his staff, Poseidon infused their limbs with tremendous strength. The two Ajaxes comprehended that it was the sea god, now in the guise of Calchas, who spoke to them, and thus they eagerly rejoined the fray. As Poseidon traversed among the Greek warriors, he invigorated them to fight valiantly. A multitude of soldiers gathered around the two Ajaxes. Their shields pressed against each other, helmets aligned, and long spears firmly grasped, bracing for the Trojan onslaught. Under Hector's leadership, the Trojans advanced once more. Akin to a colossal boulder cascading from a mountain peak, unstoppable until it settled in the valley below. Armed with spear and shield, Hector charged fiercely, determined to breach the Greek lines. He stood before the tightly knit formation of the Greeks, rallying the Trojan warriors to break through. The battle erupted with ferocity, and many Greek heroes fell, including Poseidon's grandson Amphibacus. In a fury, Poseidon incited King Idomeneus of Crete to avenge his grandson. Donning resplendent armor that gleamed like Zeus's lightning, Idomeneus surged onto the battlefield. He encountered Marius, who had just been disarmed by the shield of Priam's son, Deiphobus, and was returning for a new spear. Idomeneus provided him with a weapon, and together they charged toward the left flank of the Greek forces. Upon seeing Idomeneus approach, the Trojans lunged at him. He fiercely clashed with them, scattering their ranks. Deiphobus, witnessing the Trojans falter before Idomeneus, immediately called for Aeneas to assist. They also summoned Paris and Agamemnon to join in the assault against Idomeneus. A fierce melee ensued around Idomeneus, with numerous heroes arriving to support him. The clashing of bronze armor echoed amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Hector battled the two Ajaxes defending the ships. The Ajaxes fought valiantly side by side, akin to two yoked oxen, working in unison, furrowing the earth with their plows. Surrounding them were many valiant warriors engaged in combat, while the Locrians behind them retaliated against the Trojan forces with bows and catapults. As the Trojan ranks began to waver, the hero Polydamas advised Hector to summon the bravest heroes for counsel on whether to assault the ships or retreat. Hector sought out the heroes, but many were unaccounted for. Some had fallen beside the Greek vessels, while others had departed the battlefield due to injuries. Only Paris remained steadfast against the Greek onslaught. Hector reproached Paris. Yet his censure was unjust, for Paris had fought valiantly, and more heroes had perished than had been wounded. This was not his fault. Paris urged Hector to lead the Trojans in continuing the fight. Like a tempest, they plunged into battle, yet the Greeks exhibited no trepidation in the face of their onslaught. The son of Telamon, Ajax, caught sight of Hector and provocatively beckoned him closer to the ranks of the Greek warriors. At that moment, a majestic eagle appeared above Ajax. and the Greeks, witnessing this auspicious omen, erupted into jubilant cheers. Nevertheless, Hector and the Trojan forces continued their relentless advance, shouting defiantly towards the Greeks, their voices soaring to the heavens, shaking the very cosmos. Nestor, seated with Machaon in the tent, heard the clamor and seized his shield and spear. Emerging from the confines of the camp to seek out Agamemnon, he encountered the wounded Agamemnon, along with Diomedes and Odysseus, as they made their way to survey the battlefield. Upon observing the battle's proximity to their ships, anxiety gripped their hearts. They mourned the destruction of the fortifications they had once erected for their defense against the Trojan onslaught. Uncertain of how to aid their troops and avert impending doom, Agamemnon prepared to command the ships to be launched into the sea, but Odysseus intervened. Fearing that such an act would incite thoughts of retreat among the Greek soldiers rather than a desire to fight, Diomedes suggested that they don their armor and bolster the morale of the troops, albeit without directly engaging in battle to avoid further injury. At this juncture, the goddess Hera, witnessing the Greeks' repeated setbacks, resolved to intervene. She planned to lull Zeus into slumber, seizing the opportunity to secure a victory for the Greeks while he slept. Departing from Mount Olympus, she hastened to the island of Lemnos, where she encountered Hypnos, the god of sleep. After much persuasion, she eventually convinced him to induce a deep sleep upon Zeus, despite his initial reluctance due to fear of Zeus's wrath. Together, Hera and Hypnos swiftly ascended to the summit of Mount Ida. Hypnos transformed into a melodious bird, evading Zeus's gaze, and cleverly lulled him into a profound slumber. He then departed from the heights of Ida to inform Poseidon, the earthshaker, that Zeus was asleep. Elated by this news, Poseidon rallied the Greeks to re-engage in battle. Agamemnon, Diomedes, and Odysseus, dismissing their pain, personally organized the Greek formations. Under the direct leadership of Poseidon, the Greek forces launched a counterattack against the Trojans. The sea roared, waves crashing tumultuously against the Greek ships and tents, as the Greek army surged forward like a powerful tide against the Trojan defenders. The clash of battle resumed with fervor. Hector hurled his spear at Ajax, yet it failed to pierce him. Conversely, Ajax's massive stone struck Hector in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground like an oak struck by Zeus's lightning, his spear falling from his grasp, his formidable shield tumbling upon him. The Greek warriors surged forward, but the Trojan heroes shielded Hector, lifting him from the battlefield. They placed the unconscious Hector by the banks of the Scamander River and sprinkled water upon his face. Hector took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and slightly raised himself, only to spit out blood. With a tilt of his head, he fell unconscious once more. The Greek warriors, witnessing the mighty Ajax strike Hector down with a massive boulder, rallied together and charged at the Trojans with renewed fervor. The battle escalated to a fevered intensity, and many heroes from both sides perished in this fierce engagement. The Trojan forces began to retreat, holding their ground only when they reached the walls of the Greek camp. At that moment, Zeus, awakened from his slumber atop Mount Ida, witnessed the Trojans in retreat and the Greeks, led by Poseidon, mounting a pursuit. His heart filled with ire, he reproached Hera vehemently, declaring his intent to bind her with golden chains, suspending her between heaven and earth for inciting Poseidon to assist the Greeks. However, Hera swore by the heavens and the river Styx that Poseidon had acted without her provocation in aiding the Greeks. Hera swiftly returned to Mount Olympus, where she personally urged the gods at the banquet not to defy Zeus's will. She also informed the war god Ares that his son Ascalaphus had been slain by Diomedes. Ares immediately erupted in grief, his face contorted with rage as he donned his armor, preparing to rush to the battlefield for vengeance. Yet Athena intervened, reminding him not to oppose the will of the great Zeus. At that moment, Hera summoned Apollo and the messenger of the gods, Iris, instructing them to meet Zeus at the summit of Mount Ida. Apollo and Iris arrived at Mount Ida, where Zeus commanded Iris to convey a message to Poseidon, instructing him to withdraw from the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Iris stood before Poseidon, delivering Zeus's decree. However, Poseidon was reluctant to yield to his brother's authority, asserting that he was equal to Zeus, claiming that Zeus could only issue commands to his own progeny and not to him. Ultimately, Poseidon acquiesced and departed from the fray, though he threatened that if Zeus continued to show favor towards Troy, he would forever stand opposed to him. Zeus further instructed Apollo to take his divine shield and instill fear in the Greeks, while also directing Hector to regain his strength. As Apollo descended like a hawk beside Hector, the latter began to awaken. "Hector, rise swiftly," Apollo urged. I am Apollo, sent by Zeus to assist you. Return to your troops and lead the charge against the Greeks. I shall personally fight at the forefront alongside the Trojans." Apollo infused Hector with formidable strength. Hector rose and advanced towards the ranks of the Trojans. Upon seeing Hector unharmed, the Trojan warriors were filled with elation. The Greeks, however, were struck with dread at the sight of Hector rejoining the enemy forces. The Trojans steadied their formation and began to press forward against the Greeks. The blood-soaked battle grew increasingly brutal. The Greek warriors valiantly countered the Trojan assaults until Apollo brandished Zeus's divine shield. The sight of Apollo wielding the shield filled the Greeks with terror, robbing them of their courage, and they fled in disarray. The Trojans seized the opportunity to pursue, while Apollo filled in a trench outside the fortifications, paving the way for the Trojans. The Greeks retreated to the edge of their ships, where they prayed for divine salvation. The aged Nestor lamented to Zeus, "O Zeus, remember how the Greeks once offered sacrifices to you, beseeching your favor for a safe return to their homeland. O Olympian gods, spare the Greeks from death. Do not allow the Trojans to claim ultimate victory." Hearing Nestor's entreaty, Zeus cast down a thunderbolt from the heavens. The Trojans interpreted this thunder as an auspicious sign, surging towards the Greeks like towering waves above the ships. The battle at the ships intensified. The mighty Ajax fiercely defended the vessels, fighting alongside his brother Teucer, who aimed his arrows at the Trojan heroes. As Teucer prepared to shoot Hector, Zeus shielded Priam's son. Teucer's bow slipped from his grasp, the string snapped, and the arrows scattered to the ground. Fear gripped him, for he understood this to be the will of the gods. Ajax advised his brother to abandon the bow and engage in combat with spears instead. The conflict escalated further. Blood flowed like rivers around the ships. The Greeks formed a bronze wall with their shields to protect their vessels. The Greek heroes fought valiantly, achieving significant victories. Yet the Trojan onslaught only intensified. It seemed less a protracted war and more a fierce initial clash between the two armies. Ajax wielded a hefty pole, leaping from one ship to another, repelling the Trojans. He bellowed encouragement to the Greek heroes to charge into battle. Hector, like a hawk pursuing its prey, relentlessly hunted the Greek warriors. Clinging to the stern of Protesilaus' ship, Hector called out to the Trojans, urging them to hand him torches, for he intended to set the vessel ablaze. Even the mighty Ajax could scarcely withstand the Trojan advance, struggling to repel the enemies with his spear. The Trojans fired arrows at him, and Ajax's left arm, holding the shield, grew numb. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring from his body like a stream. He began to retreat. Hector surged forward, raising his sword to sever the tip of Ajax's spear. Ajax realized that burning the Greek ships was the will of Zeus. Indeed, the Trojans ignited Protesilaus' ship, and flames engulfed the entire vessel. It seems that the fate of the Greeks is on the brink of complete annihilation. In this moment of dire peril, the Greek army received unexpected assistance. According to the recounting of Homer's epic, the Iliad, when the Trojan forces breached the Greek encampment, Patroclus was seated beside the injured Eurypylus. Upon witnessing the chaos, he was seized by dread, leaping to his feet and hastily rushing to Achilles' tent. Tears of anguish streaming down his face as he approached his friend. Achilles inquired, "Patroclus, why do you weep as a child yearning for its mother's embrace? Have you received grim tidings from Phthia? Or perhaps you mourn the Greeks who have fallen beside their ships? Pray, tell me the cause of your sorrow without reservation." To which Patroclus, son of Peleus, replied, "Great calamity has befallen the Greeks. The bravest of our heroes lie wounded. Can you not offer assistance to our beleaguered kin? If you are unwilling to aid them, then permit me to lead your Myrmidons into battle. Lend me your armor. The Trojans may mistake me for you, and thus cease their assault. With this newfound vigor, we shall surely drive the Trojans from the shores." Thus, Patroclus implored Achilles, unaware that he was courting his own demise. Achilles beheld the Greeks in dire straits, and the sole voice resonating across the battlefield was that of Hector. This signified that, apart from him, no other great heroes of the Greek army were galloping forth. Achilles, unwilling to witness the downfall of his compatriots, consented to lend his weapons to Patroclus, stipulating that Patroclus could engage in battle only when Achilles' own ships were threatened. At that juncture, Patroclus could rally the forces against the Trojans to prevent them from incinerating the vessels. However, Achilles forbade Patroclus from leading the Myrmidons to the gates of Troy, harboring a fear for his dear friend's life. As the two friends conversed, Achilles suddenly noticed one of his ships ablaze, ignited by Hector. He bellowed, "Patroclus, swiftly! I see flames rising from the center of the ship. Arm yourself. I shall personally muster the Myrmidons for battle." Patroclus hastily donned Achilles' armor, neglecting to take the heavy spear, which only Achilles could wield. Achilles' charioteer, Automedon, was harnessing the horses, while Achilles organized his ranks. The Myrmidons, eager for combat, resembled fierce wolves poised to pounce upon a fawn. Achilles urged his men to fight valiantly and achieve glory, reminding them of Agamemnon's folly in belittling the mightiest of Greek heroes. The Myrmidons charged with fervent cries towards the enemy, the camp resounding with their earth-shattering roars. The Trojans, upon seeing Patroclus clad in Achilles' armor, mistakenly believed that Achilles, having reconciled with Agamemnon, had come to their aid. Panic ensued among the Trojans, each one yearning to flee. Patroclus plunged into the thick of battle, raising his spear to strike at the Trojans engaged near the ship of Protesilaus. The Trojans recoiled in fear. Yet they did not immediately abandon the Greek encampment. They merely retreated from the ships. The Greeks pursued, resulting in the demise of numerous Trojan heroes. The Trojan forces could no longer hold their ground within the Greek encampment. Greek heroes, like ravenous wolves, descended upon the Trojan warriors. The Trojans crossed the trench, fleeing into the fields, where many more met their end. Ajax, resolute in his desire to slay Hector, pressed on, and though Hector sensed the imminent loss of victory, he did not retreat. He valiantly obstructed the advancing Greeks until, ultimately overwhelmed, he was compelled to withdraw, his steeds galloping as his chariot leaped over the trench back into the open fields. Patroclus rallied the Greek warriors to pursue the fleeing enemy, urging his own steed towards the trench. The horses cleared the trench and galloped across the plains. Patroclus sought out Hector, but the latter had already escaped in his chariot. The Trojan forces fled desperately across the fields, raising clouds of dust as they retreated towards the city of Troy. Nevertheless, Patroclus intercepted a portion of the fleeing soldiers, driving them back towards the ships, and with his spear, he slew many among them. As Sarpedon beheld the multitude of heroes falling victim to the deadly hand of Patroclus, he rallied his Lycians to halt and steady their ranks. He resolved to engage Patroclus in combat. Sarpedon leapt from his chariot, awaiting Patroclus, who likewise descended from his vehicle. The two champions lunged at one another, akin to two hawks screeching atop a lofty crag as they vied for their prey. Zeus, witnessing this fateful duel, felt a pang of compassion for his son Sarpedon and yearned to preserve his life. The goddess Hera, overhearing Zeus's lament, advised him against intervening. She reminded him that many sons of deities fought beneath the walls of Troy, with numerous casualties already claimed. Should Zeus rescue his son, the other gods would surely demand the same for their progeny. If Sarpedon were fated to perish, then Zeus must acquiesce to the tragic fate that awaited him at the hands of Patroclus. Yielding to Hera's counsel, Zeus scattered a dew tinged with blood upon the Trojan fields, mourning the inevitable demise of his son. Patroclus cast his spear first, striking down Sarpedon's loyal servant. In haste, Sarpedon hurled his own spear, yet it failed to find its mark on Patroclus, instead slaying one of the chariot steeds. The two heroes exchanged missiles once more. But Sarpedon missed again, while Patroclus' spear found its target, piercing Sarpedon's chest. The Lycian king fell to the ground with a resounding crash, akin to an oak felled by a lumberjack's axe. Sarpedon cried out to his friend Glaucus, "My dear friend Glaucus, rally the Lycians to fight valiantly for their king Sarpedon. And you must also take up arms for me. Should the Greeks strip my armor from my body, it would be a stain upon your honor that you could never erase." With a dying groan, Sarpedon's eyes were closed by the hand of death, Thanatos. Glaucus, upon hearing his friend's call, was overcome with grief. His heart ached, for he too was wounded and unable to assist his companion. He beseeched the gods for healing. Apollo, hearing Glaucus's plea, descended to mend his wounds. Glaucus summoned the Lycians and the Trojan heroes Aeneas, Agamemnon, Polydamas, and Hector to seize Sarpedon's body. The heroes hastily gathered to aid Glaucus. Meanwhile, Patroclus called upon the Greek heroes for support. The first to arrive were the two Ajaxes, and a fierce contest erupted over Sarpedon's corpse. Zeus cast a shroud of darkness over the scene, intensifying the ferocity of the struggle. As weapons clashed and the sounds of combat echoed, it resembled a multitude of woodcutters felling trees in a forested mountain. Sarpedon's lifeless body lay on the ground, covered in dust and blood, pierced by arrows. Zeus gazed intently upon the battlefield, contemplating whether to allow Patroclus to perish beside his son's corpse or to grant him the opportunity to achieve further glory by driving the Trojans back to their city walls. Ultimately, Zeus chose to prolong Patroclus' life, first instilling fear within Hector's heart. Hector was the first to flee, followed by his fellow warriors. The Greeks stripped the armor from Sarpedon, and Patroclus ordered that the armor be sent back to the ships. At that moment, Zeus called upon Apollo, instructing him to retrieve Sarpedon's body, cleanse it of dust and blood, anoint it with fragrant oil, and clothe it in splendid garments. Subsequently, the brothers of Sleep and Death would return Sarpedon's body to Lycia, allowing his kin and friends to grant him a proper burial. Apollo fulfilled Zeus's command. Meanwhile, Patroclus had driven the Trojans to the foot of the city walls, yet he was racing towards his own demise. He slew many Trojan heroes. Had it not been for Apollo, who ascended the lofty towers of Troy after executing Zeus's command, Patroclus might have breached the city. He attempted to scale the walls of Troy thrice, only to be repelled by Apollo each time. On his fourth charge towards the walls, Apollo called out to him with great authority, "Brave Patroclus, withdraw from the walls. The destruction of great Troy is destined not for you, but for Achilles." Patroclus retreated, unwilling to provoke the wrath of the far-shooting god Apollo. Hector continued his retreat until he reached the Scaean gates, where he halted his steed. He was torn between launching an assault on Patroclus or ordering his men to defend the city. At that moment, Apollo took the form of Hector's brother and approached him, suggesting an attack on Patroclus in the open field. Hector heeded this advice and immediately commanded his charioteer, Cebriones, to turn the horses back. Upon seeing Hector charging towards him, Patroclus leaped to the ground, seizing a massive stone with his right hand and gripping his spear with the left, poised for Hector's approach. As Hector drew near, Patroclus hurled the stone, striking Cebriones on the head. Cebriones fell from the chariot like a diver plunging into the sea. Patroclus mockingly exclaimed, "Cebriones fell with remarkable precision. Were he to leap from a ship into the sea, he could surely catch many oysters. At last, I have witnessed the prowess of a true diver from Troy." Having shouted this, Patroclus charged towards Cebriones' lifeless body. Hector dismounted from his chariot, engaging Patroclus in a fierce struggle over the charioteer's corpse. Thus, a bloody melee erupted beside the body of Cebriones. The clash between the Greeks and Trojans resembled the fierce contest between the east wind, Eurus, and the south wind, Notus. Battling in the woods of the gorge, as the winds fought, great trees bowed and creaked, branches lashed out, and the sounds of breaking oak, pine, and spruce echoed throughout. The two armies fought for an extended period, with the sun already dipping in the west. Patroclus launched 3 assaults, each time slaying 9 Trojan heroes. And on his fourth charge, the hidden Apollo emerged to confront him. Standing behind Patroclus, Apollo struck him with a series of blows to his back and shoulders. Patroclus was immediately engulfed in darkness. Then, Apollo knocked his helmet from his head, a helmet that had once gleamed upon the esteemed head of Peleus. Now rolling upon the ground, Patroclus found himself bereft of his long spear, which had shattered, and his heavy shield lay discarded upon the ground. At that moment, Apollo unfastened Patroclus's armor, leaving him defenseless and weaponless, standing starkly before the Trojans. Even the Trojan hero Euphorbus hesitated to confront the unarmed Patroclus directly. Instead, he struck him from behind, piercing his back with a lance before swiftly retreating into the throng of Trojans. To escape the impending doom, Patroclus gradually withdrew toward the Greek ranks. Hector, witnessing Patroclus' injury, surged forward and delivered a fatal blow. Just as a lion brings down a wild boar at a brook, Hector ended Patroclus' life. The son of Priam, Hector, was filled with ecstatic triumph, having slain the friend of Achilles, a hero who might have laid waste to the formidable city of Troy. As Patroclus fell to the ground, in his dying breath he spoke to Hector, "Hector, you may now bask in the glory of victory. With the aid of Zeus and Apollo, you have triumphed. It was the gods who vanquished me, stripping away my armor first. The divine can easily overcome me. Even if you were to summon 20 like yourself, I would still vanquish them all with my spear. It was Apollo and Euphorbus who first assailed me. You merely struck after them. Mark my words, your time is short. Death is already at your side. Fate decrees that you shall perish at Achilles' hands." With those words, Patroclus breathed his last. His spirit quietly departed for the realm of Hades. Lamenting the untimely separation from his youthful, vigorous body, Hector, addressing the lifeless Patroclus, shouted, "Patroclus, why do you foretell my demise? Perhaps it is Achilles who will fall first, struck down by my spear." Hector withdrew his lance from Patroclus and charged towards Automedon, intent on seizing Achilles' magnificent horses. According to the account relayed in Homer's Iliad, Menelaus Upon seeing Patroclus' body lying in the dust, rushed forward, determined not to allow the Trojans to dishonor the remains of the hero who had fought valiantly for him. Menelaus, like a formidable lion, wielded his shield in one hand while brandishing his heavy spear in the other, pacing protectively around Patroclus. Euphorbus, who had previously wounded Patroclus, sought to claim his body. Driven by a fierce desire to retrieve the corpse and avenge his brother's death upon King Menelaus of Sparta, he charged at Menelaus. His spear struck Menelaus's shield but failed to penetrate it, while Menelaus's spear thrust brutally into Euphorbus's throat. The young Euphorbus fell lifeless to the ground. Menelaus stripped the valuable armor from Euphorbus, yet Apollo spurred Hector to attack Menelaus. Hector lunged toward Menelaus with fierce intent. The latter was unwilling to abandon the body of Patroclus and retreat, fully aware that such an act would incur the condemnation of all Greek warriors. Yet, he was also apprehensive of being encircled by the Trojans. Menelaus resolved to summon the mighty Ajax for assistance, gradually retreating under the pressure of the advancing Trojans. He called out for Ajax. Hector had seized the body of Patroclus, stripping him of Achilles' armor, just as Ajax fortuitously arrived. Hector was compelled to abandon the corpse and withdraw. Observing this situation, Glaucus reproached Priam's son for his cowardice and fear of the Greek heroes. Glaucus's admonition compelled Hector to turn back and re-engage in battle. He summoned his subordinate soldiers, who had been dispatched to Troy to deliver Patroclus' armor, and donned the very armor himself. Zeus, witnessing Hector clad in Achilles' formidable armor, mused, "Unfortunate soul. Unaware of your impending doom, you have donned the armor that instills terror in thousands. Now, I shall ensure that your wife Andromache will never receive Achilles' armor from your hands again, denying you another victory." Having resolved upon this course, Zeus furrowed his brow with solemn authority. At that moment, Hector was imbued with an unstoppable vigor and courage. He strode to the front lines, urging the heroes to fight valiantly. Menelaus, too, called out loudly for his fellow heroes to protect the body of Patroclus. The first to arrive was Ajax, the son of Oileus, followed by Idomeneus, Marians, and other champions. The heroes formed a protective circle with their shields around Patroclus' body. However, the Trojans overcame them, seizing the body once more. The formidable Ajax then arrived, dispersing the Trojan forces and reclaiming the corpse, slaying the Trojan hero who had grasped it by the feet. The struggle for Patroclus' body intensified, causing the Trojans to falter again. At that moment, Apollo invigorated Aeneas to rejoin the fray, rallying the retreating Trojan army. The battle grew increasingly fierce, blood saturating the ground and corpses strewn about. The conflict raged with a ferocity akin to a fire that consumes all in its path. Zeus cast darkness around the body of Patroclus, enveloping it in a shroud of blackness, as if the sky itself had lost its sun and moon. In truth, only the vicinity of Patroclus' body was cloaked in darkness, while the rest of the battlefield remained bathed in sunlight, devoid of any clouds. The struggle for Patroclus' body unfolded amidst this darkness. The steeds of Achilles wept sorrowfully for the death of their master's dear friend, far removed from the battlefield. No matter how Automedon urged them with shouts to depart, they merely lowered their heads, remaining steadfast in place. Their flowing manes cascaded down to the ground. Observing this poignant scene, Zeus contemplated, "O unfortunate steeds, why have we bestowed you upon Peleus? Is it to endure suffering akin to that of humankind? Among all beings in the cosmos, humans are the most wretched. Yet, fret not, you shall never fall into the clutches of Hector. I grant you strength, and you shall carry Automedon away from this strife. I shall bestow upon the Trojans one final victory, but only before the sun descends today." Zeus infused the steeds with immense power, and they galloped away from the battlefield with Automedon in tow. Achilles' charioteer lifted his heavy spear and struck down Aretus. He stripped Aretus of his armor, feeling a sense of solace, a small measure of vengeance for the death of Patroclus. The battle surrounding Patroclus' corpse raged on fiercely. The goddess Athena transformed into the hero Phoenix, riding upon crimson clouds to the side of the valiant Greek warriors, bolstering their spirits. Menelaus, unaware that he addressed Athena in her guise of Phoenix, urged her to be the first among the deities to provide assistance. Delighted by his plea, the goddess bestowed upon Menelaus an indomitable strength. Meanwhile, Apollo inspired the Trojans. The bloody combat grew increasingly brutal. Zeus shook his divine aegis, and a thunderous sound erupted, instilling fear in the hearts of the Greek heroes. Great Ajax, witnessing the retreat of the Greek forces, felt a deep sorrow. He implored Zeus to dispel the darkness and not to inflict harm upon the Greeks, even if Zeus intended to annihilate them. Let it be under the light of day." Hearing Ajax's supplication, Zeus dissipated the shadows, and the sun shone brightly once more. Ajax urged Menelaus to hasten in search of Nestor's son, Antilochus, instructing him to inform Achilles of Patroclus' demise, lest his body be seized by the Trojans. Menelaus complied with Ajax's request, locating Antilochus to deliver the grave news. Antilochus, upon hearing it, was filled with dread, having been unaware of Patroclus' fall until now. The young son of Nestor shed tears of anguish as he hurried to find Achilles. Simultaneously, the battle beside Patroclus' body intensified. Ajax proposed that Menelaus and Merians carry Patroclus' corpse back to the camp while he provided cover. The moment the Trojans saw the two heroes lifting Patroclus' body, they charged at them like a pack of rabid dogs. However, when Ajax turned to face them, the Trojans were struck with fear, hesitating in their advance. The conflict raged on, resembling a fire that consumed cities and obliterated all in its path. Menelaus moved slowly, cradling Patroclus' body in his arms. Achilles struggled to withstand the onslaught of the Trojans led by Aeneas and Hector. At that moment, he sat by the tent, consumed by worry over the prolonged absence of Patroclus. The repeated retreats of the Greek warriors filled him with unease, and he began to doubt whether Patroclus had fallen in battle. Suddenly, Nestor's son approached him, tears streaming down his face, delivering the devastating news of Patroclus' demise. An indescribable sorrow engulfed Achilles. He scooped ashes from the hearth and cast them upon his head, the ashes covering his entire body. He fell to the ground, tormented, tugging at his hair. Young Antilochus wept as well, grasping one of Achilles' hands to prevent him from succumbing to despair. Achilles cried out in anguish, and the goddess Thetis, hearing his lamentation, could not help but join in his mourning. Her sisters, the sea nymphs, hastened to her side, all weeping together. "Sisters," Thetis exclaimed, "how deeply I suffer. Why did I bear Achilles? Why did I nurture him to adulthood? Why did I allow him to go to the gates of Troy? I shall never see him return to the bright palace of Peleus. Throughout his brief life, he has endured torment, and I am powerless to assist him. I must learn the cause of his sorrow." Thetis, accompanied by her sisters, rushed to the weeping Achilles. She embraced her beloved son's head, asking, "Why do you weep so loudly? Tell me the reason in detail. Zeus has granted your request, bringing the Greek army to the ships. Now, all the Greek warriors desire is your aid." "My dear mother, I am aware of this," Achilles replied, "but what joy is there in it? I have lost Patroclus. I cherished him more than anyone else. I valued him as my own life. Hector killed him and took the armor, a gift from the gods to Peleus. If I cannot pierce Hector with my spear, if Hector does not pay for Patroclus' death with his own life, I would rather not live among mortals. But in doing so, you will follow Patroclus to his fate." Thetis cried out in alarm. "If I cannot save my friend, then let me perish." Achilles declared, "Surely, Patroclus called for me in his dying moments. Let hatred cease, for it drives the wise to madness. I shall forget my wrath against Agamemnon and return to the battlefield to slay Hector. I do not fear death. No one can evade death. Even the great Heracles could not escape it, despite the favor of his father, Zeus. I am prepared to die where fate decrees, but before I do, I must achieve great glory. Mother, do not hinder me. You cannot restrain me." Achilles responded to his mother in this manner. The divine goddess Thetis implored her son for but one request, that he refrain from engaging in battle until she had retrieved new armor for him from Hephaestus. Shortly thereafter, the sea nymphs submerged into the depths of the ocean. Thetis instructed them to return and report the occurrences at the gates of Troy to her father, Nereus. Meanwhile, Thetis ascended the majestic heights of Mount Olympus to seek out Hephaestus. At that moment, the Greek heroes were still valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Trojans. Hector, like a fierce blaze, relentlessly pursued the Greeks, making 3 attempts to seize the lifeless body of Menelaus, each time being repelled by the two Ajax. Had it not been for the arrival of Iris, the divine messenger sent by Hera, to inform Achilles, Hector would certainly have claimed Patroclus' body. Iris urged Achilles to protect his friend's remains. However, Achilles was unable to take up arms, for he was without armor. At this juncture, Iris instructed Achilles to ascend the walls of the Greek camp unarmored and barehanded, thereby intimidating the advancing Trojans. Achilles approached the walls of the fortress. Athena placed her divine shield upon his shoulder, enveloping his head in a shroud of golden clouds and extraordinary light, the radiance reflecting from his crown soared towards the heavens. Ascending the battlements, Achilles let forth a thunderous roar, which resonated in unison with Athena's own cry. The Trojan forces were thrown into a state of panic. The sheer force of his bellows sent the warhorses into a frenzied retreat. The charioteers, upon witnessing the brilliance above Achilles' head, were filled with trepidation. With 3 commanding shouts, Achilles instilled profound chaos among the entire Trojan army, resulting in the untimely demise of 12 Trojan heroes amidst the turmoil, some impaled upon spearheads, others trampled beneath hoofs. The Greeks lifted the lifeless body of Patroclus onto a stretcher, wailing loudly as they bore it towards Achilles' tent. Achilles followed behind, gazing mournfully at his dear friend, whom he had sent into battle, and wept bitterly. The goddess Hera commanded the sun god Helios to descend early upon the ocean river. As nightfall enveloped the battlefield, the fighting ceased, and the Greek encampment succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the Trojans gathered in the fields to deliberate their next move. Standing in a tense assembly, none dared to sit, fearing a sudden assault from Achilles. Polydamas advised the Trojan forces to withdraw to the safety of the city rather than remain exposed to potential attack. He cautioned that if Achilles were to assault them in the open, many a noble hero would perish by his hand. Should they take refuge atop the walls, Achilles would be forced to circle the city in vain, unable to breach its defenses. Yet Hector dismissed Polydamas' counsel, ordering the troops to encamp in the fields and assigning sentinels to guard the tents. Hector clung to the hope of launching another assault against the Greek ships. Determined to drive the Greek forces from the vicinity of Troy, he proclaimed that if Achilles chose to rejoin the fray, he could not evade a confrontation with Hector. In that moment, one of them would surely emerge triumphant. Athena clouded the reason of the Trojans, leading them to establish their camp in the fields. In the Greek encampment, Achilles mourned over the lifeless form of his fallen companion, his sobs echoing with the anguish of a lioness whose cubs have been snatched by hunters. She returns from her hunt only to find her den empty, lamenting as she prowls through the woods in search of the footprints of those who have taken her young. O gods, Achilles cried out. Why must I assure Patroclus' father that I would return home alongside his son? No. Our blood is fated to stain the soil of Troy. My father Peleus and my beloved mother shall never witness my return from this campaign. Dear Patroclus, let me perish, but not before I exact vengeance upon Hector and bestow upon you a grand funeral. Achilles commanded his friends to cleanse the bloodstains from Patroclus' body and anoint it with fragrant oil. His companions complied. They placed Patroclus' lifeless form upon an exquisite and ornate bed, covering it with a fine linen cloth, followed by an opulent robe. The Myrmidons mourned Patroclus throughout the night, joined in sorrow by the Trojan and Dardanian women captured by Achilles and Patroclus. As recounted in Homer's Iliad, the goddess Thetis swiftly ascended to the radiant heights of Olympus, arriving at the bronze palace of Hephaestus. Upon her arrival, Hephaestus was laboring in his forge, sweat glistening upon his brow as he deftly crafted 20 tripods. These tripods, adorned with golden wheels, could roll automatically before the gods and return unbidden. Hephaestus' remaining task was to affix intricately designed handles to these tripods. While he hammered iron bars for the handles, Thetis quietly entered the palace. Hephaestus' beautiful wife, Charis, upon seeing Thetis, warmly took her hand and said, Thetis, come inside. It is rare to have you visit us. What brings you here? She called for Hephaestus to come forth and greet Thetis. Recognizing the goddess who had saved him when Hera cast him from Olympus, Hephaestus promptly responded. He stood upright, left his anvil, gathered his tools, and placed them in a silver chest. Using a damp sponge, he wiped the sweat and soot from his hands, chest, neck, and face, donned his garments, and, leaning on a sturdy staff, emerged to meet Thetis. 2 lifelike maidens fashioned from gold assisted Hephaestus as he stepped out. Grasping Thetis' hand, Hephaestus inquired, Goddess, tell me, what is it that you need? Whatever is within my power, I shall gladly provide. With tears in her eyes, Thetis recounted to Hephaestus how her son had lost the armor bestowed upon his father, Peleus, and how Hector had slain Patroclus. Achilles was engulfed in grief over the death of his dear friend and yearned for vengeance, yet lacked the means to arm himself. Thetis beseeched Hephaestus to forge weapons for her son. Upon hearing her plea, Hephaestus readily agreed to create a set of extraordinary and awe-inspiring armor for Achilles. He returned to his forge, connected the bellows to the furnace, and commanded them to fan the flames. The bellows, in accordance with Hephaestus' will, sent forth air in steady and rapid bursts, igniting a blazing inferno within the furnace. Hephaestus cast copper, tin, and precious gold into the fire. Then, he prepared the anvil and took up his mighty hammer and iron tongs. He first crafted a shield for Achilles, upon which he depicted the earth, the sea, and the sky adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. Among these stars were the Pleiades, the Hyades, Orion, and Ursa Major. He also depicted 2 cities upon the shield. In one city, a wedding was taking place. The streets were bustling with the bridal procession, youths danced joyfully, while women stood at their doorways, watching in delight. A civic assembly is currently taking place in the square, where 2 citizens are engaged in a heated debate over the penalty for murder. The populace has divided into 2 factions, each fervently supporting one side. Several messengers are endeavoring to stabilize the emotions of the citizens. The elders of the city are seated in a circle, holding scepters while expressing their opinions on the contentious matter at hand. In the center of the circle lies a weight of 2 talents of gold, prepared as a reward for the individual who can impartially adjudicate the dispute. In another city, the enemy has laid siege. The besieged have entrusted the defense of the city to women, children, and the elderly, while the able-bodied men lie in ambush outside the walls. The formidable and majestic Ares and Athena command the soldiers lying in wait. 2 scouts are positioned ahead, vigilantly observing enemy movements. Suddenly, a herd of livestock, previously seized by the enemy, appears. The ambushers advance to reclaim the stolen cattle and sheep. The enemy soldiers, alerted by the commotion, hasten to provide support, igniting a bloody clash. Amidst the turmoil, the goddesses of hatred and strife, along with the fearsome goddess of death, weave through the ranks of battling soldiers. Hephaestus has also etched a scene of farmland upon the shield, depicting farmers diligently plowing. Whenever they reach the edges of the field, servants bring forth wine for their refreshment. Hephaestus further illustrates a bountiful harvest. Some are reaping wheat, while others bind sheaves, with children gathering the fallen ears. The landowner gazes joyfully upon this splendid scene of abundance. Nearby, women prepare lunch for the harvesters, while another image captures the grape harvest, with young men and maidens carrying baskets of grapes. A handsome youth strums a lyre, surrounded by a group of young men and women dancing. Hephaestus has also forged a herd of cattle and sheep, with 2 lions launching an attack on the flock. The shepherds strive to fend off the lions, yet the dogs dare not pursue, merely barking in alarm. Nearby, a flock of silvery sheep grazes in the valley, accompanied by pens for cattle and sheep, as well as the shepherds' dwellings. Lastly, Hephaestus depicts a circle of young men and women dancing hand in hand, while farmers look on. Surrounding the shield, he has engraved the ocean's rivers flowing around the earth. Upon completing the shield, Hephaestus crafted for Achilles a breastplate that shone like brilliant flames, a heavy helmet adorned with golden plumes, and greaves made of pliable tin. Upon finishing his work, Hephaestus presented these armaments to Thetis. Like a swift-flying hawk, Thetis departed from Mount Olympus, racing across the earth to deliver the armor to her son as quickly as possible. According to the retelling from Homer's epic, the Iliad, in the early morning light, Thetis approached her son with the shield and armor, only to find Achilles still mourning over the corpse. As she endeavored to console him, she revealed the armor she had brought. None of the Myrmidon warriors dared to gaze upon it, for its brilliance was overwhelming. Achilles, his eyes alight with wonder, grasped the armor to examine it closely. Determined to confront the Trojans on the battlefield immediately, he feared for the decay and disfigurement of Patroclus's body. At this moment, the goddess reassured her son, promising to safeguard the corpse and to anoint it with ambrosia and divine sustenance, ensuring that Patroclus's complexion would retain its luster. She then advised her son to confer with the leaders of the Greek army to deliberate on strategies for warfare. Achilles walked along the coast, summoning all the Greek warriors to attend a public assembly. Before long, everyone gathered beside Agamemnon's tent, leaving no one behind in their tents or on the ships. Odysseus and Diomedes limped over, and Agamemnon, suffering from his injuries, emerged from his tent. Once all the soldiers had assembled and quieted down, Achilles proposed a reconciliation with Agamemnon, urging them to engage the Trojans in battle without delay. The Greek warriors, witnessing the thawing of enmity between Achilles and Agamemnon, were filled with joy. Agamemnon stood up, acknowledging his wrongdoing. He confessed that the goddess of discord had clouded his judgment, ensnaring mortals in her web as she delicately tread upon their heads. Even Zeus had once fallen under her influence. Agamemnon promised to present Achilles with all the gifts he had initially vowed to offer in pursuit of reconciliation. However, Achilles dismissed the gifts, focused solely on battle and revenge against Hector, rallying everyone to engage immediately. Yet, the crafty Odysseus advised Achilles against such haste. He suggested that the warriors should first nourish themselves, regaining their strength before entering combat. Now, Achilles ought to accept the gifts and reclaim his Briseis. Agamemnon heeded Odysseus's counsel, requesting him to take a few young men to personally retrieve the gifts and fetch Briseis, while sending the herald Talthybius to bring a wild boar for sacrifice to the gods in honor of his reconciliation with Achilles. Despite Achilles urging everyone to focus on the forthcoming battle rather than the gifts, his words fell on deaf ears. He wished for the Greeks to engage in battle without delay to avenge the fallen, reserving merriment for the evening. Presently, he refused the feast, as his beloved friend's body lay in his tent, and he had no appetite for food or drink. Nevertheless, Odysseus persuaded Achilles to postpone the onset of battle. He retrieved the gifts from Agamemnon's tent, while other heroes brought forth the handmaidens and Briseis. The people returned to their tents. The Myrmidons, bearing the gifts from Agamemnon, moved towards the ships. Achilles followed suit alongside the others. Soon after, the leaders of the Greek army approached Achilles, urging him to partake in some food to regain his strength, but he steadfastly declined. Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus, Nestor, Idomeneus, and Phoenix remained by Achilles' side, striving to comfort the great hero, yet his thoughts were consumed by Patroclus. He sighed and lamented, "O Patroclus, in times of battle past, you always urged me to eat. Yet now you lie lifeless from a wound. Even if I were to hear of my father's demise or the death of my beloved son Neoptolemus left on Scyros, I could not feel such sorrow. I had hoped to perish alone in a foreign land, believing you would return to Phthia and bring my youthful son back with you." Achilles wept bitterly, surrounded by heroes who sighed in unison, each recalling their loved ones left behind in their homeland. From his lofty perch atop Mount Olympus, Zeus observed the desolation in Achilles' demeanor and commanded Athena to descend to the hero's tent to anoint his chest with ambrosia and nectar. Swift as an eagle, Athena departed Olympus and arrived at the hero's encampment, pouring the divine sustenance upon Achilles' breast, lest he succumb to fatigue. The Greeks, fully armed, surged forth from their camp in successive waves, like snowflakes propelled by a fierce wind racing towards the battlefield. The Greek army was vast, their helmets, spears, and shields glinting in the sunlight. The earth trembled beneath the feet of the warriors. Achilles, son of Peleus, was fully equipped, adorned in the armor crafted by Hephaestus, a sword slung at his side, and wielding a radiant shield that shone like the full moon. He retrieved a heavy spear from the rack, a weapon suited solely for his hand, and donned a helmet that sparkled like the stars, emerging from his tent. With eyes ablaze with fury, Achilles' heart was still tormented by unquenchable grief. His charioteer, Automedon, harnessed the horses for Achilles' chariot, holding the reins tightly. As they set forth to battle, Achilles implored the steeds, Xanthos and Balios, offspring of the swift-footed goddess of the whirlwind, to bring him back alive from the battlefield, vowing not to meet the same fate as Patroclus, whose body was left to rot. In that moment, the divine horse Xanthos bowed its head and, endowed with prophetic power by Hera, spoke to Achilles in human tongue. "Great Achilles, today we shall return you alive from the battlefield, yet your doom approaches. The fall of Patroclus is not our doing. It was the archer god Apollo who orchestrated his demise, wishing for Hector's victory. Although we can race as swiftly as the Zephyrus, you are fated to perish at the hands of Apollo and a mortal man." Achilles shouted in fury, "Chantaeus, why do you foretell my demise? I am well aware of my fate to perish in this distant land, far from my parents. Yet, I shall not abandon the battlefield until the ground is soaked with the blood of the Trojans and I have avenged Patroclus." Achilles, resolute, spurred his steed towards the battlefield. The Greek warriors had already arrayed themselves in formation across the fields, launching an assault against the Trojans, who were entrenched on the heights outside the city of Troy. At this juncture, Zeus dispatched the goddess Themis to summon the deities for council. All the gods gathered in Zeus's abode, including the river gods and the nymphs of the marshes. The thunderer Zeus addressed the assembled divinities, declaring his intention to refrain from direct involvement in the conflict, opting instead to observe from the summit of Mount Olympus. All other gods were free to lend their support to either side and partake in the fray. Zeus harbored concerns that the Trojans might falter against Achilles' fierce onslaught and feared that Achilles might defy the decrees of fate and conquer the city of Troy. Thus, the gods swiftly descended to the mortal realm. Hera, Athena, Poseidon, Hermes, and Hephaestus sided with the Greeks, while Aphrodite, Artemis, Leto, Ares, Apollo, and the river god Xanthus, the deity of the Scamander River, rallied to the Trojans. As the Olympian deities approached the warring factions, the goddess Eris ignited the flames of battle. Athena rushed among the Greek forces, her voice resounding with authority. Simultaneously, the war god Ares unleashed a roar akin to a tempest. The two armies clashed. The heavens reverberated with the thunderbolts cast by Zeus, while Poseidon shook the very earth. Mountains trembled from peak to base, and both the formidable walls of Troy and the Greek vessels quaked incessantly. Hades, the ruler of the underworld, was seized with dread, leaping from his throne in fear that the earth might rend asunder, revealing the horrific sights of the nether realm, visions so ghastly that even the immortal gods would shudder at their sight. Now, the fierce battle erupted, with Achilles singularly focused on confronting Hector in combat. Transformed into Lycaon, son of Priam, Apollo approached Aeneas and proclaimed himself the offspring of the goddess Aphrodite, assuring him that there was no cause for trepidation in facing the humble sea goddess Thetis' son, Achilles. Encouraged by this, Anchises' son bravely surged forward. The goddess Hera, witnessing Apollo's aid to Aeneas, was filled with apprehension. Poseidon counseled the gods not to intervene immediately in the fray, suggesting they take their seats upon the earthen mound previously constructed by Heracles along the shore, waiting for Ares and Apollo to engage before joining the battle themselves. The deities siding with the Greeks heeded Poseidon's advice, positioning themselves away from the tumult of war, while those supporting the Trojans settled upon the rocky heights of Mount Callicolon. Aeneas soon encountered Achilles, who, upon sighting him, derided Anchises' son, reminding him that he had previously retreated before him and advised him to seek refuge within his ranks. However, Aeneas retorted with scorn, mocking Achilles' futile attempts to intimidate him as though he were an infant. He reminded Achilles not to forget that he hailed from a lineage of heroes. Eager for combat, Aeneas raised his powerful arm and hurled a spear at Achilles, yet it failed to pierce the latter's shield. Achilles, slightly adjusting his shield, made a futile gesture. He had underestimated the impenetrable strength of the shield forged by Hephaestus. Achilles' spear struck Aeneas' shield, piercing it, yet Aeneas bent low, allowing the spear to pass harmlessly overhead. Overcome by fear, he experienced a moment of near death. At that moment, Achilles unsheathed his lethal sword while Aeneas seized a massive stone. Had it not been for the sea god Poseidon's unwillingness to allow Aeneas to perish, he would have surely met his doom. Poseidon hastily intervened to aid Aeneas, retrieving Achilles' spear and placing it beneath his feet. The earthshaker Poseidon enveloped Achilles in a dense darkness and, with formidable strength, hurled Aeneas far from the tumultuous battlefield. He approached Aeneas and assured him that as long as Achilles lived, he would not allow him to advance. Subsequently, Poseidon dispelled the darkness surrounding Achilles. Upon seeing his spear at his feet and Aeneas mysteriously vanished, Achilles was genuinely astonished. He realized that the gods were safeguarding Aeneas, yet he firmly believed that henceforth, Aeneas would no longer dare to engage him in battle. Achilles, with fierce valor, charged forth, slaying numerous heroes of Troy while simultaneously seeking Hector. Apollo, however, forbade Hector from advancing against Achilles, insisting he remain among the rear ranks. In that moment, Achilles thrust his spear, striking down Polydorus, the youngest son of Priam, who was favored dearly by his father among the surviving offspring of the Trojan king. Upon witnessing his brother's demise, Hector, disregarding Apollo's command, rushed towards Achilles. As Achilles beheld Hector, his fearsome eyes shimmered with a gleam of delight. "Behold, here stands the one who stirs my heart with profound sorrow," Achilles proclaimed. "Enough. We can no longer evade each other upon this battlefield. Come closer, so I may swiftly send you to the realm of Hades." Hector replied, "It remains uncertain who shall meet their end today. Achilles, though I may lack your strength, the gods have imparted to me knowledge of our fates. Be assured, my spear is sharp as well." Hector hurled his spear, yet Athena intervened, diverting it from its course, causing it to land at Achilles' feet. Achilles lunged at Hector, but Apollo arrived just in time, enveloping Hector in a thick mist. 3 times Achilles charged at Hector, yet each time his spear failed to find its mark. With a 4th assault, he bellowed, "Wretched hound, once more you evade death. Apollo has saved you again. As long as a deity stands as my protector, I shall soon pursue you relentlessly." Achilles furiously lunged at the other heroes of Troy, many falling victim to his lethal spear. He ravaged the ranks of the Trojans like a tempestuous inferno, mercilessly wreaking havoc. As the oxen trample the harvested grain in the threshing floor, so did the bodies, shields, and helmets of his foes shatter and scatter beneath the hooves of Achilles' steed. Consumed by a fervent desire for the glory of battle, the mad Achilles was drenched in blood. The Trojan army began to retreat. By the banks of the Scamander River, Achilles intercepted the fleeing Trojans, severing their escape. A portion of the Trojans fled towards the city of Troy, yet Hera conjured a thick mist that obscured their vision, rendering the path of retreat indistinct. Another group rushed to the riverbank, many leaping into the water in their desperate bid for survival. As soldiers plunged into the river, the Scamander surged with rippling waves. Some sought to swim to safety, while others desperately sought refuge beneath the steep banks. Achilles, wielding his sharp sword, plunged into the river, cutting down the fleeing Trojans. He captured 12 young men from Troy, binding their hands with leather straps, and commanded the Myrmidon soldiers to escort them back to the camp. While he continued his relentless pursuit of the vanquished Trojans, Achilles encountered the young son of Priam, Lycaon, by the banks of the Scamander River, a boy previously captured and sold into slavery on the island of Lemnos. The unfortunate Lycaon clutched Achilles' knees, imploring for mercy and offering a substantial ransom. However, Achilles was consumed by a fierce desire for vengeance for his fallen friend Patroclus, and he felt no compassion for Lycaon. With the esteemed warrior Patroclus already deceased, Achilles saw no reason to show mercy to Lycaon, knowing that he too could meet his end at the hands of his enemies. Thus, the son of Peleus raised his gleaming sword and plunged it into Lycaon's neck, causing him to collapse lifeless. Achilles then seized Lycaon's feet and cast the body into the Scamander River, offering it as sustenance for the fish. Achilles grew increasingly fierce in battle. He threatened the Trojans, asserting that no matter how they sacrificed to the river god Scamander, Scamander would be powerless to shield them from his wrathful onslaught. He vowed to annihilate all Trojans in vengeance for Patroclus and all fallen heroes. Infuriated by Achilles' audacity, the river god was filled with rage. At this juncture, Astyochus, son of the river Axius, resolved to resist Achilles. He hurled 2 long spears at Achilles, one of which grazed the elbow of Achilles' right arm. In retaliation, Achilles cast a heavy spear towards Astyochus, but it missed its mark and buried itself deep into the riverbank. Astyochus attempted to retrieve the spear lodged in the ground, yet he found himself unable to lift it, even as it lay there. Achilles then drew his sharp sword and charged at Astyochus, striking him down and casting his lifeless body into the Scamander River. Subsequently, Achilles slaughtered numerous Trojan heroes. The river god Xanthus cried out from the swirling waters, "Achilles, drive the Trojans away from my river. Pursue them on the plains. Do not slay them within my waters. Their corpses block my path to the sea. Cease your slaughter within my river." To which Achilles replied, "I shall not relent in my killing until I have driven them back to the city of Troy and vanquished Hector." Xanthus then turned to Apollo, exclaiming, "O far-shooting god, you have failed to fulfill Zeus' command. Did not Zeus instruct you to protect the Trojans before nightfall enveloped the mountains and fields?" The waters of the Scamander surged violently, roaring as they washed the bodies of the dead ashore, while the living Trojans were concealed by the river god in the caves along the riverbank. Waves surged around Achilles as he leapt into the water, causing him to lose his footing. He grasped a sycamore tree growing at the riverbank, but the waters of Scamander swiftly uprooted it, laying it across the river like a bridge. Achilles leapt ashore and sprinted across the plain, pursued relentlessly by the fearsome waves eager to engulf him. Time and again, Achilles attempted to battle the waves. Yet how could a mortal contend with an immortal river god? The surging waters caught up with him, crashing violently against his shoulders and eroding the ground beneath his feet. Finally, Achilles lamented aloud to the heavens, "O Zeus, the thunderer, fate should have decreed my death by Apollo's arrow beneath the walls of Troy. Yet am I now to perish ignobly like a swineherd drowning in a raging stream? I would rather meet my end at the hands of Hector, the greatest son of Troy." No sooner had the son of Peleus uttered these words than Poseidon and Athena appeared before him. The 2 deities urged Achilles to rally his spirits, commanding him to fight valiantly until he had driven the Trojans back to their city and slain Hector. They assured him of his inevitable victory and triumphant return. Athena infused Achilles' heart with invincible strength. At this moment, the river god Scamandrius found himself unable to confront Achilles alone. Thus he summoned his brother, the minor river god Simois, for assistance. Scamandrius conjured towering waves, cloaked in algae, to confront Achilles. These colossal waves rose like a high wall, encircling the mighty warrior. The goddess Hera, fearing for Achilles' peril, promptly dispatched her son Hephaestus to aid Achilles in his struggle against Simois. The fields ignited with the fierce flames of Hephaestus. The corpses of the Trojans, slain by Achilles, were consumed by the flames. The desolate terrain, drenched by Simois' surging tides, soon dried under the relentless heat. Hephaestus further set the river ablaze. The sycamores, beech trees, and willows along its banks caught fire. Even the lush green reeds and water lilies succumbed to the inferno. The fish in the water scattered in panic, seeking refuge in the depths to escape the all-consuming flames. Enraged, Simois called out to Hephaestus, "O Hephaestus, no deity possesses the might to contend with you. I have never dared to face you. Extinguish this great fire. I shall never again assist the Trojans. Let the son of Peleus annihilate them all." The flames grew ever hotter, boiling the river water. The current ceased to flow, and the heat wearying Scamandrius. The river god implored Hera to restrain her son. He swore by all the gods never to aid the Trojans again, even if the Greeks set fire to the city of Troy. Hera calmed her son, and Hephaestus quenched the raging fire. A fierce dispute erupted among the gods as they rushed to the battlefield, the earth groaning beneath their feet. Zeus, witnessing the deities engaging in combat, could not suppress a smile. The war god Ares launched an assault on Athena, seeking retribution for her prior assistance to the hero Diomedes, who had wounded him. Ares thrust his spear at Athena's divine shield, yet failed to pierce it. In retaliation, Athena lifted a colossal boulder and struck Ares upon the neck, toppling him to the ground. The clang of Ares' armor echoed as dust cloaked his hair. At that moment, the goddess Aphrodite rushed to Ares' aid, laboriously helping him away from the battlefield. However, Athena's spear found its mark on Aphrodite's breast, causing her to fall to the earth. Meanwhile, Poseidon challenged Apollo, the god of archery, yet Apollo refrained from engaging. He hesitated to confront Poseidon, the earthshaker and brother of Zeus. The goddess Artemis reproached her brother Apollo for evading battle with Poseidon. Hera, overhearing the rebuke, was seized by fury. She seized Artemis by the arms, wrested her bow away, and struck her with it. The arrows of Artemis scattered across the ground as she fled, tears streaming down her face, akin to a dove escaping a hawk. The goddess Leto gathered the arrows and bow, pursuing her daughter. Artemis ascended Mount Olympus, weeping as she recounted Hera's insult to Zeus. The other deities returned to Olympus, some basking in triumphant glory, while others were filled with resentment. Apollo swiftly raced back to Troy, apprehensive that the Greeks might defy fate and demolish the city's fortifications. The aged Priam, from his lofty tower, witnessed Achilles relentlessly pursuing the Trojans across the battlefield. He commanded the gates to be opened, allowing the Trojan warriors to retreat within the city for refuge. Meanwhile, Apollo bestowed upon the hero Agamemnon a valiant spirit, emboldening him to turn and confront Achilles. Enveloped in a thick veil of mist, Apollo stood beside him, poised to deflect Achilles' formidable spear at a moment's notice. Agamemnon, brandishing his spear, awaited Achilles' approach. With a sudden flourish, he hurled the spear toward Achilles, yet it ricocheted off Achilles' armored greaves. At that moment, Achilles lunged fiercely towards Agamemnon. Apollo swiftly shrouded Agamemnon in a cloud of darkness, aiding his escape from imminent death. Transforming into Agamemnon's likeness, Apollo fled across the fields, unaware of the ruse. Achilles pursued Apollo. Thus, Apollo saved the Trojans, granting them precious time to retreat within the walls of Troy. The Trojan warriors took refuge inside, wearied by the fierce combat and their hasty flight. Now, they stood atop the walls, quenching their thirst and wiping the sweat from their brows. Only Hector remained on the battlefield, seemingly bound by inexorable fate, standing at the Scaean gates. This account is recounted in Homer's epic, the Iliad. Achilles relentlessly pursued Apollo, and at last, Apollo halted, revealing his true form before Achilles. Consumed by rage, Achilles yearned for vengeance against Apollo. How sweet would be the taste of retribution. Abandoning Apollo, Achilles turned and sped towards the walls of Troy, akin to the most radiant star in the autumn night sky, a harbinger of misfortune known to mortals as Sirius. Racing across the fields towards the city, the aged Priam, upon seeing Achilles approach, was seized by terror and implored Hector, "My beloved son, hasten into the city. Do not engage with the son of Peleus, he is mightier than you. Retreat. The hopes of all Trojans rest upon your shoulders. Consider the number of sons Achilles has slain. Have compassion for this unfortunate, aged man. Zeus has visited upon me such dreadful calamities in my twilight years. I shall witness the deaths of my sons, the enslavement of my daughters, and the slaughter of innocent infants. I, too, shall meet my end at my own doorstep, where my beloved dogs, whom I raised, will lick my blood. Hector, have pity on me." Hecuba, Hector's elderly mother, also pleaded for her son to withdraw within the city, reminding him of the care and love she had bestowed upon him since his infancy. Should Hector allow her to behold his demise? His body dragged beside the ships of the Myrmidons to be devoured by dogs, while she and Andromache are unable to mourn for him. Yet Hector remained resolute, leaning his shield against the protruding rampart, bracing himself as he awaited the arrival of his foe. He could not evade the fateful confrontation with Achilles. Concerned that the Trojans might blame him for misjudging his strength and thus leading to their ruin, Hector recalled the counsel of Polydamas, who had urged the Trojans to remain steadfast within the walls long before Achilles had joined the fray. Now, Hector saw his only recourse was to face Achilles in battle, with victory or death as the sole outcomes. A fleeting thought crossed Hector's mind: to lay down his arms, approach Achilles, and offer to return the beautiful Helen, along with the treasures Paris had seized from Menelaus, even half of all the riches of mighty Troy. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, knowing well that Achilles would not entertain such a truce, but would slay him, a defenseless man, as one might do to a powerless woman. Achilles drew ever closer, and Hector was gripped by fear as he fled from the imposing figure of Achilles. He circled around the city of Troy, while the frenzied Achilles pursued him relentlessly. Akin to a hawk chasing a frail dove, the two heroes raced around the walls of Troy 3 times, their speed akin to the wind. Hector attempted several times to seek refuge beneath the city walls, hoping that the Trojans might fend off Achilles with their arrows. But Achilles would not permit him to approach the fortifications. Had it not been for Apollo invigorating Hector, the mighty Achilles would have long since caught up with Priam's son. As they passed the source of the Scamander River for the 4th time, Zeus cast their fates into the golden scales of destiny, resulting in Hector's fate sinking towards the realm of Hades. Apollo abandoned Hector, while Athena approached Achilles, instructing him to cease his pursuit and assuring him of victory over Hector. Disguised as Hector's brother Deiphobus, she came before Hector, urging him to confront Achilles in battle and promising her support. Hector halted, and the two heroes met. Hector spoke first. "Son of Peleus, I shall flee no longer. Let us engage in combat, and see whether you shall slay me or I shall triumph over you. Before we engage in this fateful contest, I call upon the gods as witnesses. Should Zeus grant me victory, I vow to respect your body after your demise. I ask that you adhere to this agreement as well." But Achilles retorted fiercely, "No, there shall be no truce between sworn enemies. Just as there can be no accord between lion and man, or wolf and sheep, so too can there be no agreement between us. Gather all your strength and unleash your prowess. You cannot escape. You must atone for the blood debt incurred by the slaying of Patroclus and my other dear friends." Achilles unleashed his might and hurled his spear towards Hector. In a sudden twist, Hector fell to the ground, narrowly evading the deadly lance. Athena promptly seized Achilles' spear and returned it to him. Hector's spear struck the center of Achilles' shield, yet upon meeting the craftsmanship of Hephaestus, it was deflected as if it were a mere feather. Devoid of his spear, Hector lowered his gaze and cried out for help to Deiphobus, but there was no response. In that moment, Hector realized that Athena had deceived him, sealing his fate. Drawing his keen sword, he charged at Achilles. Achilles, too, lunged at Hector, piercing his neck with the spear. Mortally wounded, Hector collapsed to the ground. Yet, he managed to utter a few words to the triumphant Achilles. "I beseech you, Achilles, for the sake of your kin and your own life, do not allow my body to be torn apart by the dogs of the Myrmidons. Return my remains to my parents. They will offer you a ransom beyond measure." "That is impossible," Achilles retorted, "you wretched dog. Begging me is a futile endeavor. Were I to be consumed by wrath, I would rend your body limb from limb. No one will chase the dogs away from your corpse, even if they promise me countless gifts, even gold equal to your weight. Priam and Hecuba shall never mourn for you." In his final moments, Hector addressed Achilles. "Ah, I know that my pleas fall on deaf ears. Your heart is as cold as stone. Yet, beware the wrath of the gods. Paris, with the aid of Apollo, shall slay you at the Scaean gates." With these words, Hector breathed his last. His spirit lamented its unfortunate fate as it journeyed to the realm of Hades. Achilles summoned all the Greek heroes to celebrate his triumph. The onlookers marveled at Hector, who lay sprawled on the ground, his magnificent physique and handsome features evoking admiration. They approached and thrust their spears into Hector's lifeless body. No longer was it the time when Hector torched the Greek ships, now. It was an effortless task to pierce his form. Overcome with arrogance, Achilles conceived a cruel idea. He pierced Hector's ankles, threading sturdy leather straps through his heels, and bound the corpse to his chariot. He mounted the chariot, brandishing the armor he had stripped from Hector, and galloped across the plains. Hector's body dragged along the ground behind the vehicle, stirring up clouds of dust, while his noble head struck the earth, becoming enshrouded in grime. Hecuba stood upon the walls of Troy, witnessing Achilles desecrating her son's remains. In her anguish, she tore at her gray hair, discarded her cloak, and struck her breast in despair. Priam wept bitterly, pleading for release from the city, yearning to implore victorious Achilles to consider his elderly father, Peleus, and to show pity for the aged man. Andromache, hearing the mournful wails of the Trojans, dropped the spindle from her trembling hands. She rushed to the walls and beheld her husband's body, dragged through the dust behind Achilles' chariot. The unfortunate wife of Hector collapsed into the arms of the Trojan women. The exquisite cloak, gifted by Aphrodite, slipped from her shoulders, and her hair fell loose. Upon regaining her senses, she cried out in sorrow. Now, she was bereft of her husband, and her beautiful son, Astyanax, would grow up without a father. A pitiable orphan left to navigate life alone. An indescribable grief tore at her heart, and the surrounding Trojan women joined in her lamentation. The great protector of Troy had fallen. According to the epic narrative of Homer's Iliad, the Greek warriors returned to their ships. Achilles did not permit the Myrmidons to return to their tents. He commanded them to drive their chariots around the body of Patroclus 3 times. The valiant Myrmidons wept loudly as they circled, and Achilles joined in their lamentation. He placed his hand upon the chest of the deceased and exclaimed, "Fearless and valiant Patroclus, rejoice! I have fulfilled my promise. I have brought Hector's body to your resting place, and I shall cast it to the dogs for them to devour. I will slay the 12 young Trojans I captured beside your funeral pyre, avenging you." Achilles cast Hector's lifeless body, devoid of any covering, onto the ground beside Patroclus' funeral pyre. The son of Peleus hosted a grand feast for his loyal Myrmidon warriors. The Greek leaders urged Achilles to visit Agamemnon's tent, imploring him to cleanse himself of the battle's dust and partake in the banquet arranged by Agamemnon. Despite their persistent entreaties, Achilles steadfastly declined, merely requesting Agamemnon to instruct the Greek warriors to prepare the funeral pyre. The Greek heroes held their feast, after which they retired to their tents for the night. But Achilles found no solace in sleep. He lay by the ever-roaring sea, racked with sorrowful groans, until at last he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, the spirit of Patroclus appeared before him, beseeching him to hasten the funeral rites so that his soul might find peace in the realm of Hades. Patroclus instructed Achilles to inter his ashes in the same tomb where Achilles himself would one day rest. The ashes of both Achilles and Patroclus were to be contained within the same vessel bestowed by Thetis. Achilles reached out to Patroclus' spirit in his dream, but with a mournful sigh, the apparition vanished. Upon awakening, Achilles wept aloud for his friend, and all the Myrmidon warriors wept alongside him, their tears flowing until the radiant dawn, heralded by the goddess Eos, broke. Early the next morning, Agamemnon dispatched Greek soldiers to the towering Mount Ida to procure timber for the funeral pyre. The soldiers obeyed the king's command, assembling a towering stack of firewood along the shore. The Myrmidons severed their own hair and laid it upon Patroclus' body, then formed a solemn procession to bear the corpse, placing it atop the pyre. Achilles also cut his hair and placed it in Patroclus' hand, though he had originally intended to offer it to the river god Spercheius, hoping for a safe return to his homeland. Subsequently, Agamemnon, in accordance with Achilles' request, summoned all soldiers to the vicinity of the ships, leaving only the leaders of the Greek forces by the pyre. They sacrificed numerous cattle and sheep in honor of Patroclus, anointing his body with the animal's fat, and surrounding the funeral bed with jars of honey and fragrant oil. They also slaughtered 4 horses and 2 dogs, and placed the bodies of 12 young Trojans, whom Achilles had slain, upon the pyre. Hector's body was laid beside the pyre, guarded by the goddess Aphrodite, who had anointed it with fragrant balm. Apollo shrouded the body in a dark cloud to shield it from the scorching sun. With all preparations complete, Achilles approached to ignite the pyre, yet he struggled to kindle the flames. At that moment, he turned to the wind gods Boreas and Zephyrus, imploring them to fan the flames. The divine messenger Iris hastened to the palace of Zephyrus, where all the wind gods were gathered in revelry. beseeching them to assist the son of Peleus. Boreas and Zephyrus stirred up dense clouds, howling fiercely as they raced across the sea, their breath stirring tumultuous waves. They swiftly arrived at Troy, igniting the pyre, which blazed with towering flames throughout the night. Achilles, with a double-bottomed cup, ladled out wine to pour as an offering, calling upon the spirit of Patroclus. As dawn broke, the towering pile of firewood had long since burned away, and the bonfire flickered toward extinction. Exhausted, Achilles collapsed onto the ground beside the dying flames. Subdued by an irresistible drowsiness, the voices of the Greek leaders roused him from his slumber. In accordance with Achilles' wishes, the leaders extinguished the embers with wine, collecting Patroclus' ashes into a golden urn. Subsequently, they constructed a platform to place the urn, covering it with earth to erect a grand tomb. Following the burial, Achilles held an elaborate funeral games in honor of the deceased. The first event was a chariot race, with participants including Eumelus, son of Admetus, Diomedes, Menelaus, Antilochus, son of Nestor and Marians. With the assistance of Athena, Diomedes skillfully urged his horses to the finish line first, followed closely by Antilochus. Menelaus had initially led the race, but Antilochus cunningly seized the second position. Marians finished last, while the renowned charioteer Eumelus suffered a disheartening defeat, as Athena intervened to break his chariot's yoke, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Achilles bestowed lavish prizes upon all competitors, including Nestor, who, despite his frailty and inability to join the race, had once triumphed over many strong heroes. Next, the boxing competition commenced, featuring the robust heroes Epeius and Euryalus, with Epeius triumphing by knocking Euryalus to the ground. The mighty Ajax faced Odysseus in a wrestling match. Both were evenly matched, and after a prolonged struggle, they remained undivided, each receiving a prize. Following them, the swift-footed little Ajax, Odysseus, and Antilochus engaged in a foot race, with little Ajax darting ahead like a gust of wind, trailed by Odysseus. At this moment, Odysseus implored Athena for victory, and she granted his plea, causing little Ajax to stumble. Odysseus reached the finish line first, claiming the top prize. Afterward, Diomedes and Ajax dueled, but the Greek warriors, fearing for their safety, called for an end to the contest, resulting in both receiving a prize. In the discus throw, Polypides bested all challengers, securing first place, followed by the archery competition, where a dove was tethered atop a lofty pole as the target. The hero Teucer stepped forward, knocking an arrow, but his shot severed the string, sending the dove aloft, only to be struck down by Merion's arrow. Thus, Merion's was awarded the archery prize. Agamemnon claimed the prize for the javelin throw, demonstrating unparalleled skill in the event. As all competitions concluded and the heroes dispersed, the entire Greek camp succumbed to slumber, save for Achilles, who remained awake. The sorrow in his heart was inescapable as he continued to mourn the loss of his dear friend. He rose from his bed and wandered aimlessly along the seashore. As the dawn broke and painted the sky with hues of mourning, he harnessed his horse to the chariot and subsequently bound Hector's lifeless body to the rear of the vehicle. He drove the chariot, dragging the unfortunate son of Priam, and circled the tomb of Patroclus 3 times. Afterward, he discarded the corpse and returned to his tent. According to the recounting in Homer's epic, the Iliad, the gods on the radiant Mount Olympus observed Achilles desecrating Hector's body. Apollo was greatly displeased with Achilles' actions. The gods contemplated sending Hermes to retrieve Hector's remains, but the goddesses Hera, Athena, and Poseidon vehemently opposed the idea. Hector's body lay exposed beside Achilles' tent for 11 days. Apollo condemned the gods for allowing the unfeeling Achilles to insult Hector's corpse without compassion or conscience. A fierce quarrel erupted between Apollo and Hera, which Zeus intervened to halt. Zeus dispatched the messenger Iris to seek the goddess Thetis. He resolved to have Thetis approach Achilles to convey his command. Priam was to pay a substantial ransom to reclaim Hector's body from Achilles. Of all the Trojans, Hector was the one most favored by Zeus. Swift as thought, Iris hurried to find Thetis, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. Surrounding Thetis were a host of sea nymphs, lamenting for her son's fate. Upon learning of Zeus' wishes from Iris, she donned a dark mourning garment and ascended the lofty Mount Olympus. The gods greeted her with courtesy. Athena arranged a seat for her beside Zeus, while Hera personally offered her a golden cup filled with fragrant nectar. Zeus conveyed his desires to Thetis, who promptly descended to the mortal realm and entered her son's tent. She sat beside the brooding Achilles, tenderly stroking his hand, and informed him that Zeus and all the deities bore resentment towards him regarding Hector and implored him to allow Priam to ransom Hector's body. Achilles acquiesced to the will of the gods. Meanwhile, Zeus sent Iris to summon Priam. Iris, with wings like a rainbow, arrived at Priam's palace, where the sorrowful old man lay on the ground, lamenting his son's death. Surrounding him were all his sons, each weeping bitterly. Iris approached the old man and, in the name of Zeus, instructed him to take ample ransom to the Greek camp to seek out Achilles. She assured Priam that Hermes would escort him to the Greek encampment. Upon hearing the goddess's words, Priam rose from the ground, instructing his sons to prepare a chariot laden with gifts and the war chariot he would ride. He then entered the palace and summoned his elderly wife, Hecuba, to inform her of his intention to visit the Greek camp. Hecuba, filled with dread, pleaded with her husband not to venture forth into danger. However, Priam reassured her, stating that he was acting in accordance with the will of the gods of Olympus to meet Achilles. He selected a multitude of gifts and began making preparations for his departure, reproaching his sons for their delays. The sons trembled at the thought of Priam's wrath. Hastily harnessing the mules to the cart laden with gifts, and subsequently affixing the horses to the chariot, Priam ascended the vehicle, cracking the whip to set forth. Leading the way was the gift-laden cart pulled by the mules, with the messenger Idaeos driving them. Those accompanying Priam to bid him farewell wept profusely, as if certain that this journey would seal his fate. As Priam ventured beyond the city into the wilderness, Zeus dispatched his son Hermes to greet him. Hermes laced his winged sandals and grasped the staff capable of closing the eyes of mortals, hastening towards Troy. Priam, watering his horses and mules by the river, was soon approached by Hermes, who had transformed into a striking young man. Priam, filled with trepidation, feared that this youth intended to slay him and seize his gifts. Yet Hermes assured him that he was a servant of Achilles, sent to escort Priam to the Greek encampment. The old man, elated by this revelation, promptly offered a precious cup to Hermes, who graciously declined. Hermes climbed onto Priam's chariot, and they rode swiftly onward. At the entrance of the Greek camp stood the guards, but Hermes lulled them into a deep slumber. He unlatched the door, pushed it open, and quietly led Priam into the camp. He then opened the gates of the Myrmidons. Upon reaching the entrance of Achilles' tent, Hermes revealed his true identity and urged Priam to enter the tent without fear. Priam left Idaeos to guard the gifts and entered Achilles' abode. Achilles had just finished his meal when Priam stealthily approached, kneeling before him and pleading, "Great Achilles, consider your own aged father who, like me, may have faced the siege of his city with no one to deliver him from calamity. I am a wretched man, nearly bereft of all my sons, and you have slain my most valiant and clever son, Hector. It is for him that I have come to your ships. Have pity on my suffering. Accept the substantial ransom I offer. Behold, my plight is most grievous. I endure sorrows unknown to any mortal. I must kiss the hands of the man who killed my son." Priam's words stirred memories of Achilles' own father, prompting the warrior to weep. Priam extended his hands, prostrating himself on the ground in mourning for his son. Eventually, Achilles rose, aiding Priam to his feet, and spoke, "Wretched man, you have witnessed much suffering in your life. How dare you come alone to meet the slayer of your many sons? Indeed, you possess a heart as strong as iron. Yet, take comfort. Cease your weeping and sit here. The gods decree that mortals endure much suffering, while they, the immortal ones, remain untouched by sorrow. Do not shed more tears. They cannot bring Hector back to life. Rise, and take your place here." "No, Achilles," Priam replied, "unless you return Hector to me, I shall not sit. Accept the gifts and allow me to behold my son's remains." Achilles glared fiercely at Priam and admonished, "Old man, take heed not to provoke my wrath. I am well aware that it is my duty to return Hector's corpse to you. This is the decree of Zeus, as my mother, Thetis, has conveyed to me. I also understand that it is the gods who have guided you here. Otherwise, you would not dare to approach the Greek encampment. Do not utter another word. I fear that in my fury, I may contravene Zeus's command to show mercy to supplicants." Achilles emerged from his tent, summoning his comrades to assist in unbridling the horses and mules of Priam, while leading the noble body of Hector into the camp. Subsequently, Achilles' handmaidens tenderly cleansed Hector's remains and adorned him in resplendent attire. With utmost reverence, Achilles lifted the lifeless form and placed it upon an elaborately adorned bier, which his friends then carried to a chariot. He implored the spirit of Patroclus not to harbor resentment for returning Hector's body to his father, promising to dedicate a portion of the gifts brought by Priam to Patroclus' honor. Having accomplished these solemn tasks, Achilles returned to the tent, informing the aged Priam of the restitution of Hector's remains. He prepared a sumptuous feast, inviting Priam to partake and restore his strength. As they dined, Priam gazed in awe at the godlike figure of Achilles, while Achilles observed the venerable elder with respect, captivated by his sage discourse. When the meal concluded, Priam beseeched Achilles for respite, as he had not closed his eyes since Hector's demise. Achilles instructed that 2 opulent beds be arranged for Priam and Idaeus outside the tent. As Priam readied himself to rest, Achilles inquired how many days he would require for his son's burial, assuring him that there would be no hostilities during that time. Priam replied that he would need 10 days, to which Achilles pledged not only to refrain from battle himself, but also to prevent the Greek forces from engaging. With a gentle grasp of Priam's hand, Achilles offered solace to the aging king before bidding him farewell. As all warriors found solace in slumber, even the deities upon Olympus succumbed to sleep, save for Hermes, who approached Priam's bedside to awaken him. Hermes urged him to depart the Greek camp forthwith, fearing that someone might see Priam and detain him for a costly ransom. Alarmed, Priam rose from his bed and roused Idaeus. Hermes harnessed the horses and mules quietly, guiding them stealthily from the Greek encampment, escorting Priam to the banks of the Scamander River before departing. At dawn, Priam arrived at the foot of Troy. The first to see him was Cassandra, who, upon beholding Hector's lifeless form, erupted into anguished cries, summoning the Trojans. A throng gathered at the gates of Troy, with Hecuba and Andromache at the forefront, both wailing and tearing at their hair in sorrow. The entire populace of Troy joined in lamentation, rushing towards Hector's funeral chariot. At Priam's request, the crowd parted to allow him entry into the city. Andromache wept bitterly for her husband, her sole protector. She realized the impending doom of Troy, fearing that the Greeks would seize all Trojan women into servitude. She also dreaded for her son Astyanax, who would be slain in vengeance for the many Greek heroes Hector had vanquished. Andromache lamented that Hector had fallen far from her side, leaving no parting words for her to cherish forever. Hecuba wept bitterly for the death of her beloved son. Helen mourned for Hector as well, never having faced reproach or blame from him. The gentle Hector always defended her, and under his protection, she faced no cruelty from others. In the city of Troy, where she was often scorned, her sole friend and comforter was now gone. Priam ordered the preparation of the funeral pyre. For 9 days, the Trojans gathered wood from Mount Ida. On the 10th day, they laid Hector's body upon the pyre for cremation, placing the ashes in a golden urn, which was then interred in a tomb, covered with a stone slab and a mound raised above it, while the Trojans constructed the burial mound. Sentinels vigilantly monitored the Greeks' movements to prevent any sudden assault. Following the interment, Priam hosted a grand feast in his palace to honor the deceased. Thus, the Trojans laid to rest the great Hector. According to Ovid's Heroids and Virgil's Aeneid, the most challenging days for the Trojans unfolded after Hector's death. They no longer possessed a defender of his caliber, and the Trojans dared not venture outside the city to confront the Greeks in battle. No hero was capable of rivaling Achilles alone. It seemed the end of the magnificent city of Troy was imminent. At this moment, a sudden reinforcement appeared. Queen Penthesilea, leading her valiant Amazon warriors on swift steeds from the distant shores of the Euxine Sea, came to Troy's aid. Penthesilea sought to atone for the accidental killing of her sister during a hunt by engaging the Greeks in battle. The goddess Artemis, who had long held a grudge against her, supported the Trojans in the war, prompting Penthesilea to lead her forces in support of them to seek the goddess's forgiveness. The daughter of Ares boasted of her intent to vanquish all notable Greek heroes, driving their army from Troy and setting their ships ablaze. The Trojans welcomed the Amazons with boundless joy. Priam received Penthesilea as if she were his own daughter, hosting a lavish banquet in her honor. The next day, clad in shimmering armor, the Amazons led the Trojan forces out of the city to confront the Greeks. Priam raised his hands to the heavens, beseeching the gods for victory. Yet the gods paid no heed to his pleas. A bloody battle ensued. Penthesilea and the other Amazon warriors surged through the ranks of the Greeks like a tempest, slaying many heroes. The Greek forces faltered and began to retreat, driven back to their ships. The Amazons' triumph appeared imminent. Suddenly, Achilles and the mighty Ajax rushed to reinforce the Greek army. Initially absent from the combat, They had been mourning the loss of their friend beside the tomb of Patroclus. Upon hearing the clamor of battle, they donned their armor and charged into the fray, like two ferocious lions unleashed upon the battlefield, overwhelming the Amazons and Trojans. Seeing the formidable Achilles, Penthesilea fearlessly advanced to engage him in combat. She hurled a spear at Achilles, but it shattered upon striking his shield, scattering into fragments. The queen of the Amazons cast a second spear, yet it too failed to harm Achilles. Enraged, Achilles charged and thrust his weapon into Penthesilea's chest. Realizing she had sustained a mortal wound, she summoned her last ounce of strength to draw her sword. However, the formidable Achilles pierced both her and her steed with a single blow. The warhorse collapsed, and Penthesilea lay sprawled beside it. When Achilles removed her helmet, he beheld the transcendent beauty of the daughter of the war god Ares, rendering him awestruck. In death, Penthesilea radiated a beauty akin to that of the goddess Artemis. Standing beside the lifeless body of Penthesilea, Achilles felt himself conquered by an overwhelming affection for the deceased. Immersed in sorrow, he stood by her side when Thersites approached, rebuking him as he had done before. Thersites, intent on insulting Achilles' emotions, pierced the beautiful Penthesilea's eyes with his spear. Furious, Achilles raised his fist and struck Thersites squarely in the face, an act that resulted in Thersites' immediate demise. Diomedes, witnessing the death of his kin at the hands of Achilles, was consumed by rage. Fortunately, a multitude of Greeks intervened, successfully restraining the two heroes from further conflict. Achilles lifted the lifeless body of Penthesilea from the battlefield. Subsequently, the Greeks returned the remains of Penthesilea and 12 other Amazon warriors, along with their arms and armor, to the Trojans. The Trojans held a grand funeral for the fallen, placing the bodies upon the pyre for cremation. Achilles arrived at the island of Lesbos, where he offered rich sacrifices to Apollo, Artemis, and their mother Leto, beseeching them to cleanse him of the bloodstains incurred from slaying Thersites. Later, the astute Odysseus, at Apollo's behest, absolved him of his transgressions. He engaged in battle against the Ethiopians, a mythical people believed by the Greeks to inhabit the southernmost reaches of the earth, led by Memnon. According to Homer's Odyssey, Hesiod's Theogony, and Virgil's Aeneid, after the death of Penthesilea, the Trojans found it increasingly difficult to withstand the Greek onslaught. Yet suddenly, a formidable force arrived to aid the Trojans. Memnon, leading a vast Ethiopian army from the misty shores of the ocean encompassing the land, came to Troy. Memnon was the son of the beautiful dawn goddess Eos and Tithonus, a relative of Priam, and his striking handsomeness rendered him incomparable to any mortal. Adorned in golden armor crafted by Hephaestus himself, he shone like the morning star amidst the Trojan ranks. The encounter between Memnon, the robust son of the goddess of dawn, and Achilles was indeed a clash of titans. A fierce battle erupted beneath the walls of Troy, with Memnon at the forefront of the Trojan forces and Achilles leading the Greeks. However, Achilles chose to avoid direct confrontation with Memnon. The son of Thetis understood that should he slay Memnon, he would immediately fall victim to Apollo's arrow. Memnon charged at the aged Nestor, whose frailty rendered him ill-equipped to combat the vigorous Memnon. Nestor attempted to turn his steed to flee, but Paris, with his bow drawn, struck one of Nestor's horses. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Nestor urgently called for his son Antilochus to come to his aid. Loyal Antilochus rushed to rescue his father, resolutely deciding that he would rather die than allow Memnon to slay Nestor. He seized a massive stone and hurled it at Memnon, but the helmet forged by Hephaestus shielded the goddess Eos's son. Memnon thrust his spear into Antilochus' chest, piercing his heart, and the young man fell to the ground, sacrificing his life to protect his father. Upon witnessing the death of his son, Nestor was overwhelmed with grief. Memnon, undeterred by Nestor's other son, Thrasymedes, and his companion, Philoctetes, advanced to strip Antilochus of his armor. In that moment, Nestor himself surged forward to shield his son's body. Yet, Memnon refrained from engaging the elder, sparing the aged Nestor from harm. A fierce struggle erupted between the Greeks and the Ethiopians over the body of Antilochus. Nestor summoned Achilles to join the fray. Upon learning of Antilochus' demise, Achilles was struck with astonishment and indignation. Among all the Greeks, Antilochus was his dearest, having been his closest companion since the death of Patroclus. Setting aside all concerns, including the impending doom that awaited him after Memnon, Achilles plunged into battle with fervor. When Memnon beheld Achilles charging towards him, he hurled a massive stone, yet it was deflected far away by Achilles' shield. Achilles' spear struck Memnon's shoulder, but undeterred by the pain, Memnon retaliated, wounding Achilles' hand with his lance. The two heroes drew their sharp swords, engaging in a fierce battle. They were evenly matched, both sons of divine mothers, adorned in armor crafted by Hephaestus himself. Shield in one hand for protection, they wielded their swords with the other. The gods observed this duel from the lofty heights of Mount Olympus. Both heroes' mothers, Eos and Thetis, fervently petitioned Zeus on behalf of their sons. Zeus produced a golden scale, placing the fates of the two heroes upon it for weighing. Memnon's fate descended, sealing his destiny to perish at the hands of Achilles. The goddess Eos wept inconsolably, for she would lose her beloved son. Ultimately, Achilles raised his heavy spear and struck Memnon in the chest. A shroud of sorrowful black mist enveloped Eos as she dispatched her son, the winds, to the battlefield. They bore Memnon's lifeless body to the distant banks of the Aesepus River in Asia Minor. Young goddesses mourned for him and erected a tomb in his honor. The gods transformed the remaining Ethiopians into birds. Henceforth, these birds would annually flock to the gravesite of Memnon by the Aesepus River to lament their king. The Greeks honored Antilochus with a grand burial. His ashes were placed in a vessel, which was later interred in the same tomb as Achilles and Patroclus. A profound hatred for the Trojans surged within Achilles. He was resolutely determined to exact merciless vengeance for the deaths of his friends Patroclus and Antilochus. Like a furious lion, Achilles charged forth with valor, relentlessly slaying the Trojan heroes. The Trojans fled in panic, retreating hastily into the safety of their city. The wrathful Achilles pursued his enemies with fierce tenacity, driven by an inexorable fate that propelled him toward unavoidable death. He chased the Trojans all the way to the gates of Scia. Had it not been for Apollo's intervention, he would have breached the sacred walls of Troy, leading to its certain destruction. With a commanding voice, Apollo halted Achilles, yet Achilles refused to heed his warning. Harboring resentment for the numerous times Apollo had rescued Hector and other Trojans from his grasp, he even boasted of attacking Apollo with his spear. The cruel hand of fate had clouded Achilles' reason, igniting a desire to confront the god. Enraged at the sight of Achilles' defiance, Apollo momentarily forgot his promise made at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis to protect him. Cloaked in a shroud of darkness, rendering himself invisible, he guided the arrow shot by Paris toward Achilles' heel, the only vulnerable part of the great hero's body. After being struck by the arrow, Achilles felt death encroaching upon him. He withdrew the shaft and collapsed to the ground. He vehemently condemned Apollo for his treachery, knowing well that no mortal could slay him without divine assistance. Summoning his remaining strength, like a dying lion, Achilles rose once more, slaying many Trojans. Yet, his limbs grew increasingly cold, and death loomed ever closer. Leaning on his spear, he stood unsteadily and declared with authority to the Trojans, "You are doomed. Your end is inevitable. Even in death, I shall seek vengeance upon you." His fierce roar sent the Trojans fleeing in terror, but he himself grew weaker. Exhausting his final reserves of strength, he fell to the earth. His golden armor clanged as it struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Achilles lay lifeless. Yet, the Trojans dared not approach even the corpse of the fallen hero, for Achilles had instilled such dread in them during his life. Gradually regaining their composure, the Trojans engaged in a brutal struggle surrounding the body of the greatest hero. The mightiest Greek warriors joined the fray against the Trojans, bodies piled high around Achilles. Yet his formidable form lay still, impervious to the clamor of battle. Dust swirled beneath the combatants' feet, and rivers of blood flowed. It seemed as if this conflict would never cease. Suddenly, Zeus unleashed a thunderbolt, stirring a fierce wind that thwarted the Trojans. Zeus was unwilling to allow them to claim Achilles' body. The robust Ajax lifted Achilles' corpse and dashed toward the ships, while Odysseus provided cover against the Trojan onslaught. The arrows and javelins from the Trojans fell like a dark cloud upon Odysseus, yet he stood resolute against their assault, retreating step by step. Ajax bore the lifeless body of Achilles to the ship's side. The Greek warriors cleansed the corpse, anointing it with fragrant oils before placing it upon a lavishly adorned bier. Surrounding the bier, the Greeks lamented the greatest of heroes, sorrowfully tearing at their hair in grief. Upon hearing the wails, Thetis, accompanied by her sister sea nymphs, emerged from the ocean's depths. Upon learning of her beloved son's demise, Thetis cried out in agonizing sorrow, her mournful cries sending shivers through the Greek warriors. Had it not been for the elder Nestor, who called them back, they might have fled in terror to their ships. For a full 17 days, Thetis, the sea nymphs, and the Greek warriors mourned Achilles. The Muses descended from the lofty heights of Mount Olympus to sing dirges for the fallen. The immortal gods also mourned this hero upon Olympus. On the 18th day after his death, a pyre was lit, and Achilles' body was consumed by flames. To honor the greatest of heroes, the Greeks placed numerous offerings around him. All the Greek warriors donned resplendent armor to attend the funeral. Once the fire had burned out, they gathered Achilles' ashes, placing them in a golden urn sent by Dionysus to Thetis. This urn already contained the ashes of Patroclus. The remains of Achilles, Patroclus, and Antilochus were laid to rest in the same tomb. A grand burial mound was raised, visible from afar across the sea, signifying the unparalleled glory of the heroes who slumbered beneath it. Following the funeral, a competition was held in remembrance of the dead. Thetis brought forth many precious gifts from the sea, which were awarded as prizes to the victors of the contests. The magnificence of these gifts was such that even the great hero Achilles would have been astonished had he still lived, as recounted by Ajax in Sophocles' tragedy. Achilles left behind the splendid golden armor crafted by Hephaestus. Thetis commanded that this armor be bestowed upon the hero who had rendered the greatest service in protecting Achilles' body. Thus, it came to pass that either the mighty Ajax or Odysseus would claim this prize. A dispute ensued between the two heroes over the rightful ownership of the armor. How might this contention be resolved? Both champions were deserving of the honor. Ultimately, it was decided that the captured Trojans would cast their votes to determine the outcome. At this juncture, Athena, in her favor for Odysseus, intervened. With her assistance, Agamemnon and Menelaus covertly altered the voting slip of Ajax and deliberately miscounted the votes of the Trojan captives, resulting in Odysseus receiving the armor. Ajax was consumed by profound grief and rage. He retreated to his tent, contemplating vengeance against the sons of Atreus and Odysseus. That night, while the entire Greek encampment was enveloped in slumber, Ajax emerged from his tent wielding a sharp sword, intent on slaying Agamemnon and Menelaus. However, the goddess Athena caused him to descend into madness. Confident in his own strength, Ajax, rejecting the aid of the gods, was already harboring resentment. In his frenzy, he charged into the livestock, slaughtering them in the darkness, believing he was attacking the Greeks. He drove the remaining animals back to his tent, convinced he was returning with captives. Within the confines of his tent, he tormented the creatures, deriving a twisted joy from their suffering and demise, mistaking them for the sons of Atreus. Eventually, clarity returned to Ajax. Upon discovering the lifeless bodies of the slain livestock strewn about his tent, he was seized by a terror beyond measure. In his panic, he inquired of others what had transpired. They recounted the events to him, filling the great hero with a profound anguish that words could scarcely convey. Resolute in his despair, he decided to cleanse himself of the shame he had endured through death. He entrusted his son, Eurysaces, and the warrior Salaminian who accompanied him to Troy, to his brother Teucer. Armed with the sword he had taken from Hector, he made his way to the shores, intending to beseech the gods for forgiveness and to offer the sword to Hades and the goddess of night. Throughout the Greek encampment, tales of Ajax's actions the previous night circulated. The slain cattle and the bodies of the shepherds were discovered. Odysseus, following the blood trail, deduced Ajax's involvement. Agamemnon and Menelaus were consumed by fury, resolved to punish Ajax. Just then, a messenger sent by Teucer arrived. He urged Ajax's friends to protect the great hero, for death loomed threateningly over him, albeit only for that day. Should he survive the day, no further danger would beset him. Before long, Teucer himself arrived. Learning that his brother had gone to the sea, he hastened to seek him out, fearing for Ajax's safety. Alas, he found not his living brother, but rather the lifeless form of Ajax, who had taken his own life with the sword. Thus, after Achilles, the mightiest and most valiant of the Greek heroes, Ajax met his end. Menelaus and Agamemnon forbade Teucer from burying his brother's body. As the sons of Toclos and Atreus appeared on the brink of open hostility, threatening to incite discord within the Greek encampment, Odysseus intervened as a mediator. He urged Agamemnon to permit the burial of the illustrious Ajax, who had rendered remarkable service to the Greeks. Thus, a new grave was raised beside the tumulus of Achilles, where the son of Telamon, the great Ajax, found his eternal rest. This account is recounted in Sophocles' tragedy, Philoctetes. After the demise of Achilles and great Ajax, the Greek forces persistently besieged Troy. However, they found themselves unable to breach the city's formidable defenses through sheer force. On one occasion, Odysseus secretly lay in ambush and overheard the prophecy of Helenus, son of Priam, which revealed that only with the assistance of Philoctetes, bearing the poisoned arrows of Heracles, and Achilles' youthful son, Neoptolemus, could the Greeks hope to conquer Troy. Resolute in his mission, Odysseus decided to embark on a distant journey to seek out these two heroes. Odysseus arrived at the island of Scyros, where he encountered King Lycomedes and effortlessly persuaded Achilles' son to join the war against Troy. The handsome Neoptolemus, eager to carve out his own legacy of valor, readily set forth alongside Odysseus, despite the tearful pleas of his mother, Deidamia, urging him to refrain from such perilous endeavors. Subduing Philoctetes proved to be a far more arduous task. He dwelled in solitude within a cave on the desolate island of Chryse, near Lemnos. The cavern possessing two entrances, one facing east and the other west. In winter, the sun streamed through these openings, warming the interior, while in summer, the wind swept through, dispelling the oppressive heat. Philoctetes often faced starvation, relying on his bow to hunt pigeons, making sustenance a constant struggle. His foot, afflicted by a grievous wound, pained him greatly, rendering him barely able to fetch water, and striking flint for fire was even more challenging. For 10 long years, he endured this relentless hardship, lacking clothing and food in his isolation. Occasionally, ships would dock at Chryse, yet none were willing to transport him back to Greece. The architects of his suffering were the sons of Atreus and Odysseus, inciting in Philoctetes a profound and abiding hatred. He longed to exact revenge upon them with his arrows. Aware that a direct encounter with Philoctetes would likely spell his doom, Odysseus resolved to employ cunning to subdue him. He urged the young Neoptolemus to approach Philoctetes, claiming to have descended from Troy, disenchanted with the siege due to the indignities inflicted upon him by the Greek leaders. Should Philoctetes request to be returned to Greece, Neoptolemus was to acquiesce, thus allowing them to capture both him and his bow aboard their vessel. Odysseus assured him that this ruse was the only means to entice Philoctetes onto the ship, and although Neoptolemus hesitated to resort to deception, he ultimately conceded to the plan. As their ship reached the shores of Chryse, Neoptolemus disembarked with several soldiers and made his way to the cave where Philoctetes resided. At that moment, Philoctetes was absent, but he soon returned, groaning in agony as the pain from his wound tormented him. Upon seeing the visitors, he was filled with great joy, and his elation soared even higher upon recognizing that the figure before him was none other than Neoptolemus, son of Achilles. Neoptolemus recounted the fabricated tales of Odysseus to the tormented hero, revealing the tragic fates of Achilles, Patroclus, and the mighty Ajax. Upon learning of the demise of his closest comrades, Philoctetes was engulfed in profound sorrow. He consented to accompany Neoptolemus to Greece and entrusted his bow and arrows to the son of Achilles, cautioning him to safeguard them from Odysseus's treachery. Philoctetes urged Neoptolemus to set sail for Greece without delay. Suddenly, a soldier arrived bearing news that the hero Phoenix and the two sons of Theseus were approaching with the intent to forcibly escort Philoctetes to Troy. Despite being nearly overcome by fear at this revelation, Philoctetes hastened towards the shore. Neoptolemus, witnessing the torment inflicted upon Philoctetes, could no longer deceive him and laid bare the truth. He prepared to return the bow and arrows to Philoctetes, but at that moment, Odysseus emerged from his hiding place. Thwarting Neoptolemus's intentions, Philoctetes, desperate to escape, leapt from the cliff into the sea, unwilling to become a tool in the hands of his sworn enemies, Odysseus and the son of Atreus. Yet, Odysseus commanded his men to seize Philoctetes and bring him back to the ship. In despair, Philoctetes found himself ensnared. Neoptolemus, unable to witness his suffering, returned the bow and arrows to the unfortunate man. Odysseus's entire scheme unraveled, prompting him to flee. Well aware that a wound from Heracles' arrow would bring excruciating pain, Neoptolemus once again attempted to persuade Philoctetes to join him in Troy, to assist the Greek forces in their siege of the city. However, Philoctetes resolutely refused, unable to forget the immense agony inflicted upon him by Agamemnon, Menelaus, and Odysseus. It seemed they would have to depart from Chryse Island empty-handed unless Neoptolemus resorted to further deceit. Suddenly, Heracles, radiant with the light of the immortal gods, appeared before Philoctetes. He urged Philoctetes to go to Troy, where the greatest hero had vowed to heal his long-standing wound and promised him great honor in the battle against the city. Yielding to the will of his friend, Philoctetes willingly boarded Odysseus's ship, setting sail for Troy, where monumental glory awaited him. Upon reaching the shores of Troy, Neoptolemus achieved numerous feats. The strength and valor of Achilles, his son, were unmatched. Many Trojans perished at the hands of Neoptolemus. In the fierce final battle, he slayed Eurypylus, the son of the descendant of Heracles, Telephus. Eurypylus' mother, having been won over by precious gifts from Zeus, was sent to aid Priam after the death of Memnon. After his demise, the remarkably handsome Eurypylus became Troy's most valiant defender. However, the avarice of his mother brought about his downfall. Shortly after Philoctetes arrived at the gates of Troy, he wounded Paris, the instigator of the Trojan War, with an arrow. Philoctetes utilized a poisoned arrow left behind by Heracles, and thus the wound inflicted upon Paris was incurable, ensuring that he would suffer excruciating torment until his demise. The poison seeped deeper into his flesh, and Paris, leaving the city of Troy, ventured into the forest, where he succumbed to his agonizing fate. He perished in the very place where he once lived a carefree life as a humble shepherd. The shepherds discovered his lifeless body and mourned the loss of their erstwhile companion with heart-wrenching cries. They erected a towering pyre and placed Paris's corpse upon it for cremation. The shepherds collected his ashes, placed them in a jar, and interred them in a grave. The task of defending the city became increasingly arduous for the Trojans. Yet, the Greek forces still failed to conquer Troy through sheer might. At this juncture, Odysseus resolved to take a daring risk and infiltrate the city. He whipped his own face to disfigure it and donned tattered garments, masquerading as a beggar to blend into the streets of Troy and discern the Trojans' next move. All Trojans beheld the pitiable beggar pleading in the bustling streets, save for Helen, who alone recognized him as Odysseus. Helen summoned him to her home, cleansed his body, and vowed never to disclose his true identity to the Trojans. Odysseus gathered all necessary intelligence and subsequently eliminated several city guards before successfully returning to the Greek encampment. Together with Diomedes, he embarked on an even greater adventure. They stealthily crept into the city of Troy and infiltrated the temple of Athena. Within the sanctuary stood a statue of a wooden guardian, said to have fallen from the heavens. The Greeks had to obtain this statue at all costs. For as long as it resided within Troy, the city would remain impregnable. The two intrepid heroes, facing immense peril, stealthily stole the statue. On their return journey, they dispatched numerous Trojans and finally made it back to the camp. Despite having secured the divine statue, the Greek forces still could not breach the walls of Troy. At this point, Odysseus proposed a cunning strategy to the Greeks. He suggested constructing a colossal wooden horse capable of concealing many valiant heroes within its belly. The rest of the Greek forces withdrew from the shores of Troy, retreating to the rear of Tenedos Island, located in the Aegean Sea near the coast of Troy. Once the Trojans brought the wooden horse into the city, the heroes concealed within would emerge at night to open the gates of Troy for the secretly returning Greek army. Odysseus was confident that this was the only means to seize the city. The seer Calchas, who had witnessed the omens sent by Zeus, also urged the Greeks to adopt this stratagem. Ultimately, the Greeks acquiesced to Odysseus's counsel. The renowned painter Hippias, with the assistance of the goddess Athena, constructed a magnificent wooden horse. Neoptolemus, Philoctetes, Menelaus, Idomeneus, Diomedes, Little Ajax, Marians, Odysseus, and several other heroes nestled within the belly of the horse, which was filled to the brim with fully armed warriors. After the heroes entered the wooden horse, Hippias meticulously sealed the entrance, concealing the brave warriors within. Subsequently, the Greeks set ablaze all the structures in their encampment before embarking on their ships, sailing away from the shore. The besieged Trojans, perched atop their towering walls, observed the unusual activity in the Greek camp, yet remained perplexed as to what was occurring. Suddenly, they were filled with astonishment as they beheld thick plumes of smoke rising from the Greek encampment, realizing that the Greeks had abandoned Troy. Elated, the Trojans surged out of the city towards the vacant Greek camp, which indeed lay deserted, with remnants of fires still flickering in some areas. The Trojans curiously wandered among the ruins of the tents belonging to Diomedes, Achilles, Agamemnon, Menelaus, and other heroes, convinced that the war was over and all calamities had passed, allowing them to devote themselves to peaceful labor. Abruptly, the Trojans halted in astonishment as they encountered the wooden horse. Gazing at it, they could not fathom the purpose of such a peculiar structure. Some suggested pushing it into the sea, while others argued for bringing it back into the city and placing it atop the citadel. Disputes ensued until Glaucon, a priest of Apollo, approached the arguing factions. He fervently urged his fellow countrymen to destroy the wooden horse, convinced that it concealed Greek heroes within and was a cunning military stratagem devised by Odysseus. Glauco harbored doubts that the Greek army had genuinely forsaken Troy for good. He implored the Trojans not to be deceived by the apparent gift, regardless of the circumstances. Glauco remained wary of the Greeks, doubting their intentions even when they offered presents to the Trojans. He hurled a lengthy spear at the wooden horse, causing it to tremble and emit faint sounds of clashing weapons from within. However, the gods clouded the Trojans' judgment, rendering them blind and deaf to the warning, and they resolved to transport the horse back into the city. The course of fate was destined to unfold. As the Trojans gathered around the horse, a sudden commotion erupted. It was the shepherds escorting a bound captive. This individual had intentionally thrown himself into their grasp. He was the Greek Sinon, surrounded by the Trojans. He was mocked and ridiculed. Sinon stood silently, fearfully surveying the surrounding Trojans. Eventually, he spoke, lamenting his misfortune with tears streaming down his face. His sorrowful demeanor moved Priam and all the Trojans. They questioned him closely about his identity and why he remained alone. At that moment, he recounted the deceitful tale concocted by Odysseus to trick the Trojans. Sinon claimed to be a relative of Palamedes, the most despised enemy of Odysseus, who had sought to ensnare him. After the Greeks resolved to cease their siege of Troy, Odysseus persuaded Calchas to declare that the gods demanded a human sacrifice to ensure the Greeks' safe return home. Calchas feigned hesitation, struggling to select a candidate for the sacrifice, ultimately designating Sinon as the offering. The Greeks bound him and led him to the altar. However, he severed the ropes and escaped the inescapable death. He concealed himself within the dense reeds for an extended period, awaiting the departure of the Greeks, who would soon return to their homeland. Once the Greeks had retreated, he emerged from his hiding place and willingly surrendered to the shepherds. The Trojans were deceived by the cunning Greeks' falsehoods. Priam commanded that he be untied and inquired about the wooden horse left by the Greeks in their camp. This was precisely the moment for Sinon. He called upon the gods to attest to the veracity of his words. He then explained that the Greeks had left the horse as a supplication to the wrathful Athena, seeking her forgiveness for their theft of Troy's sacred statue, which had incensed her. According to Sinon, if the Trojans brought the horse into their city, it would serve as a formidable protector of Troy. The Trojans, too, believed Sinon's fabrications. Sinon adeptly assumed the role that Odysseus had assigned to him. At that moment, Athena further solidified the Trojans' belief in Sinon's truthfulness through a bizarre occurrence. Two enormous serpents suddenly appeared from the sea, swiftly making their way to the shore, their bodies coiling amidst the waves. With crimson crests atop their heads and eyes gleaming with fire, the serpents crawled ashore, heading towards the altar where Glauco was offering sacrifices to Poseidon. The Trojans, frightened, scattered in all directions. The serpents pursued Glauco's two sons, ensnaring them. Glauco rushed to save his sons, but he too was ensnared by the two serpents. Their venomous fangs tore into Glauco and his children's bodies. Poor Glauco struggled against the serpents, desperately attempting to rescue his sons, but to no avail. The venom had already coursed deeply within him, causing his limbs to convulse. Glauco and his sons endured excruciating torment. Sensing death approaching, Glauco could not help but cry out. He witnessed the tragic demise of his innocent sons before meeting his own end. Glauco, having defied the will of the gods in an attempt to save his homeland, brought upon himself a fatal consequence. After killing Glauco and his sons, the serpents slithered away, seeking refuge beneath the base of Athena's statue. Glauco's demise further convinced the Trojans that they should bring the horse into the city. They dismantled a section of the city wall, as the horse was too large to fit through the gates. The Trojans celebrated with music and dance, joyously dragging the horse into the city with thick ropes. As the horse collided with the wall, it halted 4 times, the weapons within clashing noisily, yet the Trojans remained oblivious. Ultimately, they brought the horse to the citadel. Cassandra, gifted with the foresight of the future, beheld the wooden horse within the citadel and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She warned the people that Troy was destined for destruction, but they scoffed at her prophecy, for they had never believed her foretellings. Meanwhile, the heroes hidden within the horse dared not breathe, alertly listening to every sound from the outside. They heard Helen mimicking the voices of their wives, calling their names. Odysseus forcefully covered the mouth of one hero to silence him. The heroes could hear the jubilant cheers of the Trojans. the raucous sounds of celebration echoing throughout the city as they raise their cups in revelry over the end of the war. The night has finally descended, enveloping everything in silence. The entire city of Troy has succumbed to slumber. They can hear the voice of Sinon, who speaks beside the wooden horse, announcing that the heroes may now emerge from its belly. Prior to this, Sinon had ignited a bonfire at the gates of Troy, a signal for the Greeks concealed behind the island of Tenedos to rush to the city. The heroes, emerging cautiously from the wooden horse, strive to make no sound. First to step out are Odysseus and Epicasti. The heroes disperse into the tranquil streets of the city, setting fire to houses, the crimson flames illuminating the impending doom of Troy. Other Greek heroes arrive to join the fray, crashing through the breaches in the city walls. The brutal clash for survival begins. The Trojans seize whatever they can find to defend themselves, hurling burning logs, pillars, and furniture at the Greeks, brandishing the very forks once used for their feasting and fierce combat. The Greeks show no mercy. Women and children flee through the streets of Troy, crying out in despair. Ultimately, the Greeks reach the royal palace of Priam, guarded by towering walls. The Trojans, fighting like cornered beasts, resist valiantly, toppling the entire tower to crush the Greeks beneath it. The Greek forces launch an even more ferocious assault. Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, raises his axe and cleaves the palace doors, being the first to charge into the royal abode. Other heroes and soldiers follow closely behind, storming into the palace. The palace of Priam is filled with the cries of women and children. His daughters and daughters-in-law gather at the altar, believing they might find divine protection there. Priam dons his armor, intent on safeguarding them. If he cannot protect them, he will fall in battle. Yet Hecuba implores the aged Priam to seek refuge at the altar. How could he, an elderly man, contend with the might of the strong heroes? Suddenly, Neoptolemus bursts in, pursuing Priam's mortally wounded son, Polites. The spear thrown by Neoptolemus strikes Polites down at his father's feet. Priam retaliates with his own spear, but it falls feebly away, like a withered reed, bouncing harmlessly off the armor of Achilles' son. In a fit of rage, Neoptolemus seizes Priam by his gray hair and plunges his sword into his chest. Thus, Priam meets his end in the palace where he had ruled over magnificent Troy for so many years. None of Priam's many sons escaped death, including his grandson Astyanax, son of Hector, who meets a tragic fate. The Greeks snatch Astyanax from the arms of the lamenting Andromache and hurl him from the lofty walls of Troy. Menelaus enters the palace and slays the sleeping Deiphobus. After Paris's demise, Helen becomes his wife. In a fit of rage, Menelaus nearly slays Helen, but is restrained by Agamemnon. The goddess Aphrodite rekindles Menelaus's love for Helen, and he joyfully returns her to his ship. Priam's foresight daughter, Cassandra, takes refuge in the temple of Athena. The son of Oileus, Ajax, found her there. Cassandra clung tightly to the statue of Athena, her arms wrapped around it in desperation. Ajax roughly seized Cassandra and, with a violent tug, brought both her and the statue crashing to the ground, shattering the idol. The Greek warriors loathed Ajax, and even the great goddess harbored resentment towards him, ultimately enacting a cruel revenge. Among the heroes of Troy, only two escaped the calamity. One was Aeneas, who fled the city carrying his aged father, Anchises, and holding his young son, Ascanius. The other was the Trojan hero Antenor, whom the Greeks spared because he had consistently urged the Trojans to return the beautiful, curly-haired Helen and the treasures stolen from Menelaus to the Greeks. The flames of Troy raged on for an extended time, billowing clouds of smoke rising to the heavens. The gods mourned the destruction of the magnificent city. The fire could be seen from afar, and the people of the surrounding regions, guided by the smoke and the flames illuminating the night sky, learned that what had long been the mightiest city of Asia, Troy, had fallen. This account is primarily based on the tragedies of Euripides, Andromache, and Hecuba. The Greeks plundered vast amounts of spoils from within the city, compensating for the myriad sufferings endured over the decade-long war. Their ships were laden with gold, silver, household goods, and countless beautiful captives. As their vessels approached the shores of Hellespont, the spirit of Achilles appeared before the Greeks. Achilles demanded that the beautiful daughter of Priam, Polyxena, be sacrificed to him, as she had been promised in marriage to him. Agamemnon refused to relinquish Polyxena, and Cassandra pleaded with him to show mercy towards her sister. However, Odysseus insisted on offering Polyxena to Achilles, asserting that Achilles had rendered great service to the Greeks during the Trojan War. Polyxena herself was prepared to meet her fate at the altar, understanding that this would spare her from a life of heavy servitude in a foreign land. Calmly, she approached the altar, where Neoptolemus awaited her with the sacrificial knife. Polyxena resisted the young man's touch, unwilling to be led as a slave to Hades. She stepped forward to the altar and tore open her own garments. With a heavy sigh, Neoptolemus plunged his sword into her chest, her blood staining the altar dedicated to Achilles. After the sacrifice of Polyxena, the Greeks set sail for their distant homeland, enduring many trials along the way, with many heroes perishing far from their native shores. Even before the fall of Troy, the furious Athena had incited discord among the Greek warriors and between the two sons of Atreus. Menelaus intended to return to Greece immediately, but Agamemnon insisted that the Greeks remain in the vicinity of Troy until they had made sacrifices to Athena to seek her forgiveness. Unbeknownst to Agamemnon, no means could quell the fury that resided within Athena. The quarrel between the two brothers persisted for an entire day. By the following morning, a fleet of Greek ships, laden with abundant spoils of war, set sail from the vicinity of Troy. Among the first to depart were Nestor, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, Hymenaeus, and Philoctetes. Shortly thereafter, Menelaus also embarked, catching up with Diomedes and Nestor at the island of Lesbos. Odysseus, too, set sail from Troy, but upon reaching the island of Tenedos, he quarreled with his companions and ultimately returned to Troy to reunite with Agamemnon. The heroes gathered at Lesbos then journeyed to the island of Euboea, where they offered sacrifices to Poseidon at Cape Hephaestus before continuing their voyage. 4 days later, Diomedes arrived in Argos, while Nestor returned to Pylos. Idomeneus, Philoctetes, and Neoptolemus all successfully returned to their homelands. Menelaus, however, encountered numerous trials thereafter. Near the eastern tip of Attica, at Cape Sunium, Apollo struck down Menelaus's helmsman, Phorbas, with an arrow. Menelaus was forced to dock and conduct a grand funeral for his helmsman before resuming his journey. As his fleet navigated around the southwestern tip of Laconia, at Cape Malea, Zeus unleashed a fierce storm upon the sea. The ocean roiled with towering waves, and some of Menelaus's ships were swept away by the tempest to the shores of Crete, where the Greek crew endured great hardship to survive. Other vessels, including the one carrying Menelaus, drifted for an extended period before finally reaching the coast of Egypt. Menelaus wandered in a foreign land for 7 years, traversing regions inhabited by the Sidonians, Ethiopians, and many other peoples. He journeyed to Cyprus, Phoenicia, and the distant lands of Libya, renowned for its countless flocks. In Egypt, the wife of Proteus, Polydamna, bestowed upon Helen a potion crafted from magical herbs, capable of alleviating the deepest sorrows when consumed with wine. Eventually, Menelaus departed Egypt, setting sail for home and stopping at the island of Pharos along the way. He remained on the island for 20 days, awaiting favorable winds. Pharos, a desolate isle, saw their provisions dwindle to nothing, and starvation loomed. At this juncture, Eudocia, the daughter of the sea god Proteus, intervened to rescue Menelaus and his companions. Eudocia approached Menelaus, instructing him on how to capture Proteus and compel him to reveal the will of the gods. At dawn, as the goddess of the morning, Eos, ascended the sky, Menelaus led 3 robust companions to the seashore. Eudocia awaited them with 4 sealskins. She cloaked Menelaus and his companions in the sealskins and anointed their noses with divine nectar to mask the odor of the seals. Enveloped in sealskins, they lay motionless upon the shore. Eventually, Proteus surfaced with a herd of seals. He counted them and then reclined on the beach, drifting into slumber. At that moment, Menelaus and his companions sprang forth to seize Proteus, igniting a fierce and protracted struggle. Proteus transformed successively into a lion, a serpent, a leopard, a wild boar, flowing water, and trees, yet Menelaus and his companions held him firmly. Ultimately, the ancient sea god relented, returning to his original form, and inquired of Menelaus what he wished to know. Menelaus asked the old sea deity which god harbored enmity towards him, preventing favorable winds from guiding his journey. Proteus instructed Menelaus to return to Egypt and offer a grand sacrifice of 100 bulls to the gods. For only in this manner could the deities show him mercy and ensure a safe return to his homeland. Proteus foretold Menelaus's future with Helen and revealed the fortunes and misfortunes that each Greek hero would encounter on their journey home from Troy. Heeding Proteus's counsel, Menelaus returned to Egypt to make his offerings. The gods granted him favorable winds, allowing him to return successfully to his homeland of Sparta. where he lived out his later years in peace. After the deaths of Menelaus and Helen, they were transported to the Elysian fields, where they lived eternally in bliss and serenity. Agamemnon, on his arduous journey home, faced innumerable tribulations. He and his companions successfully arrived at the shores of Euboea. At that moment, a tremendous tempest, sent by the goddess Athena due to her disdain for the Greeks, ravaged the island's Hera Cape. Athena harbored particular animosity towards Ajax the Lesser, son of Oileus. Numerous ships foundered upon the rocks, and Ajax's vessel was also shattered into pieces. Had it not been for the benevolence of Poseidon, the Earthshaker, Ajax would have perished in the depths of the sea. The sea god commanded the waves to cast Ajax upon the rocks of Hera Cape, thereby granting him a chance at survival. However, his hubris swiftly led to his downfall. He arrogantly proclaimed that his salvation was not due to divine intervention, but rather a defiance of the god's will. Poseidon, enraged by the insolence of the very Ajax he had rescued, raised his trident and struck the rock upon which Ajax stood. The rock split asunder with a deafening roar, taking Ajax with it into the depths of the ocean. Thus, Ajax met his demise in the very sea from which Poseidon had just saved him. Agamemnon's fleet narrowly escaped the storm and ultimately reached the shores of his homeland. Yet, upon returning to the golden Mycenae, Agamemnon found no joy. His treacherous wife, Clytemnestra, awaited him with murderous intent. The tale of Odysseus unfolds, as recounted in Homer's epic, the Odyssey. Upon departing from the besieged city of Troy, Odysseus embarked on his journey back to his homeland, Ithaca, an island in the western Ionian Sea. Along the way, he encountered numerous grievous calamities and perilous adventures. He lost all his men, with none escaping the clutches of fate. After a prolonged odyssey, Odysseus arrived at the island of Ogygia, home to the enchantress Calypso, believed by the Greeks to lie in the midst of the western sea. Odysseus endured a long and tormenting 7 years in the company of the bewitching sorceress. As the 8th year dawned, longing for his homeland and yearning for his wife and son, he implored Calypso to allow him to return. However, she denied his request. Eventually, the gods of Olympus took pity on him. During a divine assembly, Zeus, at the behest of his daughter Athena, resolved to send Odysseus home. Disregarding Poseidon's relentless pursuit across the seas, Odysseus had previously blinded Poseidon's son, the one-eyed giant Polyphemus, which had incited Poseidon's wrath against him. The gods made their decision to return Odysseus to Ithaca, and Athena promptly descended from the heights of Olympus, transforming into Mentes, the king of the Taphian people. As she journeyed towards Odysseus's home, there, she encountered a throng of unruly suitors vying for the hand of Odysseus's wife, Penelope. They lounged in the banquet hall, awaiting the servants to prepare a feast while gambling with dice. Odysseus's son, Telemachus, was the first to spot Athena, and he approached to welcome the disguised Mentes, leading her to a table set apart from the suitors. Thus, the banquet commenced. As the revelry reached its peak, the suitors called upon the singer Phemios to entertain them with his melodies. While Phemios sang, Telemachus discreetly distanced himself from the suitors and confided in the disguised Athena, who was masquerading as Mentes, about the calamities these suitors had brought upon him. Telemachus was engulfed in sorrow, lamenting the prolonged absence of his father. He held on to the belief that once Odysseus returned, all his troubles would cease. Inquisitively, Telemachus asked his guest for his identity and name. Athena introduced herself as Mentes and claimed to be acquainted with Odysseus, noting how much Telemachus resembled his father. She then feigned ignorance regarding the affairs of Odysseus's household, questioning Telemachus whether they were celebrating a wedding or some festival, and why the guests behaved so recklessly. Telemachus poured out his grievances to his guest, recounting how the arrogant suitors pressured his mother to choose one among them as a husband, and how they ravaged his household and squandered his inheritance. After listening intently, Athena advised him to seek the protection of the inhabitants of Ithaca, to convene an assembly of citizens, and to voice his grievances against the suitors. She further encouraged Telemachus to journey to Pylos to consult the aged Nestor, and to Sparta to seek information about his father Odysseus from Menelaus. Having imparted her wisdom, Athena transformed into a bird and vanished from Telemachus' sight, leaving him to realize he had conversed with a deity. At that moment, Penelope emerged from her chamber and descended to the hall. She heard Phemios singing of the hero's return from Troy. Penelope implored Phemios to cease his mournful tune and sing something else. Yet, Telemachus interjected, asserting that the choice of song was not the fault of the bard, but rather a decree from Zeus, who inspired him to sing such lamentations. Telemachus urged his mother to return to her quarters and engage in the pursuits befitting women, such as weaving, supervising the maidservants, and tending to the household. He implored her not to meddle in matters beyond her concern, declaring that the authority in Odysseus's household rightfully belonged to him, Telemachus. Penelope acquiesced to her son's request, retreating submissively to her chamber, where she mourned Odysseus with tears until the goddess Athena granted her sweet slumber. After Penelope's departure, the suitors continued to argue over who should become her husband. Telemachus interrupted their dispute, announcing his intention to convene an assembly to put an end to their desecration of his family's estate. He invoked the wrath of the gods to intimidate the suitors. However, this threat bore little effect, as they continued their raucous revelry, singing and dancing until the late hours of the night, when they finally departed. Euryclea, the faithful nurse who had cared for Telemachus since childhood, escorted him back to his chamber. Lying in bed, Telemachus found no solace in sleep, as he pondered relentlessly over Athena's counsel. The following morning, he instructed a herald to summon an assembly of citizens, who quickly gathered. Telemachus, armed with a spear, arrived at the assembly hall, accompanied by 2 dogs. His striking presence elicited admiration from all attendees, and the elders of Ithaca made way for him as he took his father's former seat. Telemachus earnestly beseeched the citizens for protection against the suitors who were devouring his family's wealth. He implored them, in the names of Zeus and Themis, to assist him. After delivering his impassioned plea, he sat down, his head bowed, tears streaming down his cheeks. A hushed silence enveloped the hall, broken only by Antinous, one of the suitors, who rose to vehemently oppose Telemachus. He accused Penelope of deceit, claiming she was evading a marriage with one of the suitors. She had previously vowed to choose a husband once she finished weaving a magnificent shroud, yet by night, she unraveled what she had woven by day. Antinous declared that if Penelope did not select a suitor, none of them would depart from Odysseus' home. He even demanded that Telemachus send his mother back to her father's house, attempting to coerce her into choosing a suitor. Telemachus refused to banish his mother, imploring Zeus to witness the indignities and tribulations he endured at the hands of the suitors. Zeus, hearing his words, sent a divine omen. 2 eagles appeared overhead, fiercely attacking one another, their blood spilling onto the ground, before vanishing from the astonished eyes of the assembly. The seer Halitherses interpreted this portent, declaring it foretold the imminent return of Odysseus, at which point the suitors would face dire consequences. He warned that upon his return, Odysseus would be unrecognizable and would exact a harsh retribution upon those who had plundered his estate. However, another suitor, Eurymachus, mockingly derided the bird seer, asserting that the suitors would kill Odysseus himself if he attempted to drive them away. Eurymachus boasted that they feared nothing, whether it be Telemachus or the ominous birds employed to intimidate them. Telemachus ceased his attempts to persuade the suitors to cease their reckless behavior. Instead, he requested the citizens to provide him with a swift ship so that he might sail to Pylos in search of Nestor, hoping to glean news of his father. The only supporter of Telemachus was the wise Mentor, who condemned the citizens for allowing the suitors to bully him so. The assembly remained silent. Then, among the suitors, Leocritus stood up, mocking Telemachus and threatening that if Odysseus returned and attempted to expel them, he would meet his demise. Leocritus, in his arrogance, audaciously disbanded the assembly. Heart heavy with sorrow, Telemachus made his way to the shore, praying to Athena. The goddess transformed into Mentor and appeared before him, instructing him to disregard the suitors for the time being, as they were obstinate and would soon meet their downfall. She promised to procure a ship for Telemachus to sail to Pylos. The goddess commanded him to return home and prepare all that was necessary for the long voyage ahead. Telemachus heeded the goddess's directive. Upon his return, he encountered the suitors indulging in feasting and revelry. Antinous, upon seeing him, mocked and seized his hand, insisting he join their carousal. Enraged, Telemachus withdrew his hand and, as he departed, invoked the wrath of the gods to intimidate the suitors. He summoned his loyal maid, Euryclea, and entered the spacious storeroom of Odysseus to select the items needed for his journey. To Euryclea alone, Telemachus confided his decision to journey to Pylos, requesting her to care for his mother during his absence. The devoted maid implored him not to leave Ithaca, fearing that Odysseus' son might meet an untimely demise far from home. However, Telemachus' resolve remained unshakable. Meanwhile, Athena transformed into Telemachus, traversing the city to gather 20 young oarsmen. and sought a ship from Nestor. Nestor willingly lent them his finest vessel. With all preparations for departure complete, Athena stealthily entered the banquet hall, casting the suitors into a deep slumber. She then transformed into Mentor and accompanied Telemachus from the palace to the seaside ship. Telemachus's companions promptly brought forth the provisions prepared by Euryclea and loaded them onto the ship. Together, Telemachus and the disguised Mentor boarded the grand vessel. Athena summoned a favorable wind, and the ship gracefully sailed into the open sea. According to the retelling of Homer's epic, the goddess Athena ensured Telemachus's voyage was smooth. The following morning, as the sun god Helios urged his snow-white steeds across the sky, Telemachus's swift ship arrived in the city of Pylos, located in the southwestern region of Messenia. Telemachus fortuitously encountered Nestor's entire retinue, making sacrifices to Poseidon. The Pylosians slaughtered numerous bulls beside the altar, followed by an extravagant feast. The Pylosians were seated at 9 tables, each accommodating 500 people. As the servants began distributing food, Nestor spotted a group of strangers approaching, led by Athena in the guise of Mentor. The aged king of Pylos warmly welcomed the newcomers, and his son, Pisistratus, invited Telemachus and his companions to join the feast. Pisistratus offered Athena a cup of wine, requesting her to pour a libation to Poseidon, as the banquet was held in honor of the sea god. Satisfied, Athena accepted, and the young Pisistratus presented the first cup to her. After the feast concluded, Nestor inquired about the origins of the strangers. Telemachus revealed that he was the son of Odysseus, come to Pylos in search of news regarding his father. Upon learning that this youth was the son of his most esteemed and cunning hero, Odysseus, Nestor was filled with joy. He marveled at how Telemachus not only resembled his father in appearance, but also possessed wisdom akin to his father's. Nestor recounted the myriad tribulations faced by the Greek heroes on their return journey. Yet, concerning Odysseus's fate, he was entirely uninformed. Nestor expressed profound sympathy for Telemachus, who was enduring the indignities inflicted by the suitors. The wise elder advised him to return home post-haste, though not before visiting Menelaus, who had returned most recently and might possess information regarding Odysseus. Nestor was convinced that the gods, particularly Athena, would assist Odysseus's son in uncovering the whereabouts of his father. As night descended, Telemachus intended to return to the ship for the night. However, Nestor insisted he stay. He urged Odysseus's son to spend the night in his palace. Mentor also encouraged Telemachus to accept Nestor's hospitality. Mentor himself intended to return to the ship, stating he had to visit the land of the Cyclones to collect a long-standing debt. After uttering these words, the false Mentor suddenly transformed into a sea eagle and vanished before the astonished eyes of the Pylians. Nestor and all present understood that the goddess Athena was personally aiding Telemachus. The following morning, Nestor adorned the horns of a calf with gold and offered it as a sacrifice to the great goddess Athena. After the sacrifice and the feast concluded, Nestor's sons prepared the chariot. Telemachus and Nestor's youngest son, Pisistratus, embarked on their journey to Menelaus's abode. The steeds galloped swiftly. By evening, they arrived in Pherai, the city where the hero Diocles resided, located along the coast of the Messenian Gulf. Diocles welcomed Pisistratus and Telemachus to stay for the night, and upon the dawn's first light, they resumed their journey, reaching Sparta by evening. Upon their arrival in Sparta, a grand wedding was underway at Menelaus's palace. Menelaus was marrying off his daughter to Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, a union promised long ago during the siege of Troy. Simultaneously, he was also celebrating the wedding of his son, Megapenthes. Guests rejoiced with joyful libations, while musicians strummed harps and 2 youths danced to the melody. At the height of this revelry, Telemachus and Pisistratus arrived at the gates of Menelaus's palace in their chariot. The servants, noticing the strangers, hurried to inquire whether Menelaus would permit their entrance. Menelaus instructed them to quickly unbridle the horses and invite the guests to take their seats. Having endured considerable hardship throughout his life, Menelaus was well acquainted with the warmth of hospitality and would never turn away a visitor. The servants, following the king's orders, assisted the guests in dismounting and led them into the palace. After bathing in the splendid bathhouse and donning fresh garments, Telemachus and Pisistratus entered the banquet hall. With each step, they were struck by the extraordinary opulence of the palace. Menelaus welcomed the 2 strangers with great warmth, inviting them to sit beside him. The feast laid before them was lavish beyond measure. The magnificence of the palace and the sumptuous banquet astonished Telemachus, who turned to Pisistratus and whispered that he had never witnessed such grandeur, believing only the palace of Zeus could rival its splendor. Upon hearing such praise from Telemachus, Menelaus smiled and remarked that mortals cannot be compared to the immortal gods. He acknowledged that while his palace boasted immense wealth, the labor he expended to acquire such riches was equally monumental, fraught with peril. Though he had endured significant hardships, they paled in comparison to the tribulations faced by Odysseus. As Menelaus spoke, Telemachus, upon hearing mention of his father, was overcome with emotion and wept. At that moment, the beautiful-haired Helen entered, accompanied by a group of maidservants bearing golden spindles and silver boxes lined with wool. Helen cast a glance at the stranger and was astonished to see one who bore a striking resemblance to Odysseus. She shared her discovery with Menelaus and Pisistratus. Upon hearing Helen's words, boldly informed her that the young man before her was indeed Telemachus, the son of Odysseus. Menelaus was filled with joy, for beside him sat the son of his close friend who had endured so much. He began to recount Odysseus's exploits and the misfortunes suffered by the Greeks at Troy. Helen also contributed her memories of Odysseus, which brought Telemachus to tears once more. Pisistratus joined in his sorrow, recalling his brother Antilochus, who had perished beneath the walls of Troy. Menelaus, too, was engulfed by the pain of reminiscing about fallen comrades. To alleviate the sorrow of her guests and bring joy, Helen added a magical herb's essence to their cups, a remedy gifted to her by the Egyptian queen Polydamna. However, the banquet was drawing to a close, and soon King Menelaus and his guests retired for the night, with the king intending to converse with Telemachus again the following day. Early the next morning, Menelaus emerged from his chamber and approached the quarters where Telemachus had spent the night, inquiring about the purpose of his visit to Sparta. Telemachus replied that he had come to seek news of his father's whereabouts. Menelaus then recounted his own adventures and shared the fate of the Greek heroes after leaving Troy, as revealed by the sea god Proteus. According to Proteus, Odysseus was currently stranded on the island of the nymph Calypso. This was all Menelaus could convey regarding Telemachus's father. The Spartan king urged Telemachus to remain in his palace for 12 days, but Telemachus respectfully declined, expressing a desire to return home swiftly. Menelaus and Telemachus engaged in lengthy conversation, and as they spoke, the guests gathered once more in the royal palace for another joyous feast. During Telemachus's time in Pylos and Sparta, the suitors, learning from a visitor named Nomon that Telemachus had departed Ithaca, grew fearful, suspecting he sought assistance in Pylos and Sparta. Antinous proposed that the suitors equip a ship to await Telemachus at sea, planning to ambush him and kill him unexpectedly. All the suitors immediately assented to this scheme. They recruited rowers, journeyed to the seashore, equipped a warship, and set sail towards the island of Asterius, preparing to ambush Telemachus. Penelope, aware of their malicious scheme, felt a profound despair, having previously been oblivious to Telemachus's departure. She resolved to send a servant to seek Odysseus' aged father, Laertes, to inform him of the peril facing his grandson. However, the old maid Euryclea dissuaded her, advising Penelope to beseech the goddess Athena for aid. Heeding Euryclea's counsel, the queen offered sacrifices to the goddess and implored her assistance. Subsequently, she reclined upon her luxurious bed and fell into slumber. The goddess Athena accepted her plea, dispatching the phantom of her sister, Iphthyme, to visit Penelope in her dreams. Iphthyme reassured Penelope that Telemachus would not perish. When Penelope inquired about her husband's fate, Iphthyme fell silent, her apparition dissipating like a gentle mist. Upon awakening, Penelope realized this was a divine message. The immortal gods convened. Athena was to assist Telemachus, ensuring his safe return home, while Hermes was to journey to Ogygia, commanding the nymph Calypso to release Odysseus. Zeus immediately sent Hermes to find Calypso. With winged sandals upon his feet and a staff in hand, Hermes soared from Mount Olympus with the swiftness of thought. He glided over the sea like a sea eagle, swiftly arriving at the enchanting island of Ogygia, adorned with sycamores, poplars, red pines, cedars, and cypress trees. The meadows were lush with tender green grass, infused with the fragrance of violets and lilies. For sparkling springs nourished the entire island, their crystalline streams meandering beautifully among the trees. Within the island lay a cool cave, the dwelling of the nymph Calypso, its entrance draped in vines bearing clusters of ripe grapes. As Hermes entered the cave, Calypso was seated, weaving an intricately patterned shawl with a golden shuttle. Odysseus was not within, as he sat alone upon the rocky shore, gazing longingly across the vast sea. tears streaming down his face as he yearned for his homeland, Ithaca. Thus, Odysseus spent his days in sorrowful solitude. Upon noticing Hermes' arrival, Calypso rose to greet him, offering him a seat and divine nectar. After partaking of the ambrosia, Hermes conveyed the will of the gods and of Zeus, king of both gods and men, to Calypso. Upon learning that she must part with Odysseus, a shadow of sorrow crossed her countenance. She had wished to keep Odysseus on her island forever, granting him immortality. Yet she could not defy Zeus's decree. After Hermes departed, Calypso approached Odysseus, who sat forlornly by the sea, and said, "Odysseus, dry your eyes and cease your lamentations. I shall send you back to your homeland. Quickly take an axe to hew trees and construct a sturdy raft. Set forth upon the raft, and I shall grant you favorable winds. If this aligns with the will of the gods, you shall surely return home." "O goddess," Odysseus replied, "this is not merely a return to my homeland. It seems you harbor ulterior motives. Can I truly traverse the tumultuous seas upon such a raft? Even the mightiest ships cannot always traverse the vast ocean unscathed. No, O goddess, should you swear by the name of the gods that you wish me no harm, only then would I dare to board the raft." "Odysseus," it is said without a hint of exaggeration, "you are indeed the most astute and far-sighted among mortals." Calypso exclaimed, "By the waters of the Styx, I vow that I harbor no intention of causing you harm." Together, Calypso and Odysseus returned to the cave. During their meal, she implored him to remain, promising him immortality. She suggested that had Odysseus foreseen the myriad perils that awaited him on his journey home, he would surely choose to stay by her side. Yet, longing for his homeland, with an unwavering heart, no promises from Calypso could erase his yearning for his native land and his wife and children. The following morning, Odysseus set to work on constructing a raft. For 4 consecutive days, he felled trees, stripped them of branches, bound the logs together, and affixed wooden planks. At last, the raft was complete. He erected a mast and hoisted a white sail. Calypso provided him with essential provisions for his voyage and bid him farewell. Odysseus unfurled the sail, catching the favorable winds, and the raft glided toward the open sea. Utilizing the Pleiades and the Great Bear to navigate, he sailed for 18 days. At long last, a distant land emerged, the island of Scheria, inhabited by the Phaeacians. At that moment, Poseidon, returning from Ethiopia, spotted Odysseus's raft. The lord of the sea erupted in fury, brandishing his trident and striking the waters. A dreadful tempest arose, the heavens darkened, and the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. The fierce winds conjured towering waves that surged from all directions. Odysseus, filled with trepidation, found himself envious of the heroes who met their glorious end beneath the walls of Troy. A colossal wave crashed upon the raft, engulfing Odysseus and dragging him into the depths of the sea. Struggling, he fought his way back to the surface, hindered by the garments gifted by the goddess Calypso. At long last, he managed to reach the raft, grasping it with all his might and laboriously climbing aboard. The tempest tossed the raft mercilessly. The fierce Boreas, the north wind, drove it away, while Notus, the south wind, tossed it about. The boisterous Eurus played with it before flinging it to Zephyrus, the west wind. Waves towered around the raft like mountains. Observing Odysseus in such peril, the sea goddess Leucotho transformed into a sea bird and emerged from the depths. Alighting upon Odysseus's raft before reverting to her true form, she instructed Odysseus to shed his garments and plunge into the sea, swimming to shore. The goddess also bestowed upon him a miraculous garment for his salvation. With that, Leucotho transformed back into a sea bird and flew away. However, Odysseus hesitated to abandon the raft. At that moment, Poseidon summoned a colossal wave that crashed upon the raft, scattering it like chaff before the wind, sending the logs flying in all directions. With great effort, Odysseus seized a piece of wood, mounted it, hastily removed his garments, wrapped himself in Leucotho's protective cloak, and then plunged into the sea, swimming toward the island. Poseidon, witnessing this scene, bellowed, "Ah, now you shall truly suffer, before anyone comes to your rescue. You shall remain adrift in the tumultuous sea, now content, are you not?" With that, Poseidon dismissed the sea horses and returned to his underwater palace. Athena hastened to assist Odysseus. She commanded all the winds, save for Boreas, to cease their howling, calming the surging waves of the ocean. Odysseus drifted upon the roiling sea for 2 days and nights. On the 3rd day, the sea began to tranquilize, and from the crests of the waves, Odysseus beheld land not far off, filling him with overwhelming joy. However, as he swam closer to the shore, he heard the crashing waves. The surf roared, crashing against the rocky coastline and submerged reefs. It seemed Odysseus was destined to meet his demise, to be dashed upon the rocks. Yet Athena intervened once more. Just as he grasped a rock, the waves violently enveloped him, pulling him back into the depths. Now, Odysseus swam near the shore, searching for a suitable place to land. Ultimately, he discovered the mouth of a river and implored the river god for assistance. The river god, hearing his plea, halted the flow of the waters, aiding Odysseus to reach the shore. The sturdy hero ascended the land, but the prolonged ordeal had drained his strength, and he collapsed, unconscious. Odysseus barely regained consciousness. He removed the garments bestowed upon him by the nymph Calypso, casting them into the water without a backward glance. The clothing swiftly drifted away, returning to the hands of the sea goddess. On the shore, Odysseus discovered 2 flourishing olive trees, beneath which lay a great pile of dry leaves. He burrowed into the leaves, seeking refuge from the night's chill, as the goddess Athena lulled him into a deep slumber. While Odysseus slumbered amid the leaves, Athena journeyed to the city of the Phaeacians, a mythical people believed by the Greeks to inhabit an island at the far western reaches of the sea. She entered the palace of King Alcinous, transforming into the daughter of the seafarer Nausithous, and visited the dreams of Princess Nausicaa. The goddess admonished Nausicaa for her neglect of attire, reminding the young maiden, now of marriageable age, that her wedding day was approaching, and she ought to prepare clean garments for her family and the bridal attendants. The goddess urged Nausicaa to lead her maidens to the seaside pond to wash the clothes. Having imparted her counsel, Athena bid farewell to the princess and returned to the radiant heights of Olympus. At dawn, Nausicaa awoke, astonished by her dream. She immediately sought out her parents. Her mother, irate, sat beside the hearth, surrounded by a group of maidservants, busily spinning purple wool. Nausicaa encountered her father at the doorway. As he was preparing to attend a council of the Phaeacian elders, Nausicaa approached her father, requesting a mule cart to take her to the river to wash clothes. "We have accumulated a great deal of soiled garments," she said, "and I wish to cleanse them. You ought to attend the meeting in freshly laundered attire, and your son's desire to be well dressed for the dance with the Phaeacian maidens. Yet, I alone am concerned for the state of our garments." Nausicaa spoke these words with utmost sincerity, but refrained from mentioning her own hopes for marriage, as a maiden is often shy to discuss such matters. Nevertheless, Alcinous perceived the secrets of his daughter's heart, smiled kindly at her, and instructed the maidservants to prepare the cart. Nausicaa hurriedly made her preparations. Queen Arete provided her with sustenance and wine, ensuring that her daughter and maidservants could alleviate their hunger. She also gifted her a golden box of fragrant ointment for their post-bathing indulgence. Nausicaa and her attendants joyfully made their way to the seashore. Upon reaching the pond, they washed their garments thoroughly and laid them out to dry on the sandy beach. After completing their task, the young maidens bathed in the river, anointing themselves with the fragrant balm. Subsequently, they partook of some food and engaged in playful games by the riverbank, tossing a colorful ball for amusement. In that moment, Athena conceived a clever plan to awaken Odysseus. Nausicaa threw the ball to her companions, and the concealed Athena struck it forcefully, sending it crashing into the sea. The maidens, startled, cried out, rousing Odysseus from his slumber. He hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal himself or remain hidden. Ultimately, he chose to cloak himself with branches and approached the maidens. Odysseus was enshrouded in seaweed and aquatic plants, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. The maidens scattered in fright, except for Nausicaa, who remained steadfast, emboldened by the goddess Athena. Odysseus, hesitant to advance, beseeched the beautiful maiden from a distance, saying, "Ah, lovely maiden, I extend my hands in supplication. You resemble the goddess Artemis in beauty. Surely, you are divine. If you are of mortal lineage, your parents must be extraordinarily fortunate to have such a daughter. Your beauty calls to mind the stately palm that once astonished me by the altar of Apollo on Delos. Fair maiden, have compassion upon me. I have drifted upon the tumultuous sea for 20 days. Kindly provide me with some cloth to cover my nakedness. May the ever-living gods grant you all your desires for your kindness toward me. May they bestow upon you a blissful union." "Noble stranger," Nausicaa replied, "from your words, I perceive that you are no ordinary man. The gods have bestowed wisdom upon you. However, be it of noble birth or humble lineage, Zeus grants both fortune and misfortune alike. You must endure all that Zeus has allotted you. Here, you shall find everything you need. I shall show you the way to the city. I am the daughter of King Alcinous of the Phaeacians." Nausicaa summoned her maidservants and instructed them to present Odysseus with clean garments and provisions. Odysseus bathed in the river, applied the fragrant ointment, and donned the garments they provided. Athena transformed Odysseus, enhancing his appearance to radiate vigor and splendor. As he sat by the shore, Nausicaa even perceived him as a deity descended to the mortal realm. The beautiful princess would indeed be pleased to select such a man as her husband. The maidservants arranged food and drink for Odysseus, relieving his long-suffered hunger. At that moment, they made all necessary preparations to return to the city. Nausicaa instructed Odysseus to follow behind her, requesting only one thing. He must not enter the city alongside her and her maidservants, but wait at the city gates, near the sacred grove of Athena, in Alcinous's garden, allowing her to enter first. The princess was concerned that the Phaeacians might gossip upon seeing her in the company of a handsome stranger, suggesting that she had chosen a foreigner as her betrothed. Furthermore, Nausicaa advised Odysseus to first pay homage to Queen Arete upon entering the palace, seeking her assistance, for she was astute and revered by the people like a goddess. After imparting this counsel, Nausicaa hurriedly led her mules towards the city, with her maidens and Odysseus following closely behind. At intervals, the princess would rein in the mules to allow Odysseus and the maidens to catch up with her. Upon returning to the royal palace, her brothers emerged to greet her, assisting in unloading the mules and carrying the baskets filled with garments inside. Nausicaa then retreated to her private chambers, where her nurse, Euryclea, had prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. Odysseus lingered at the city gates for a moment before making his way inside. The goddess Athena enveloped him in a thick mist, rendering him invisible to the onlookers, lest any of the Achaeans harm the valiant hero. Athena transformed into a maiden of the Achaeans and encountered Odysseus at the city gates. Inquiring about the path to the palace of Alcinous, she willingly offered to guide him, cautioning him against inquiring about directions from passers-by, as she stated that the Achaeans were not particularly hospitable. Odysseus silently followed Athena, marveling at the bustling market, the dock filled with grand vessels, the expansive square, and the towering city walls. Eventually, they arrived before the palace. As Athena took her leave, she reiterated Nausicaa's advice for him to seek assistance from Queen Arete first. After providing this counsel, Athena departed. Initially astonished by the vibrant city, Odysseus was now utterly captivated by the resplendence of Alcinous's magnificent palace. The entire structure was crafted from gleaming bronze, adorned with iron embellishments atop its walls. The grand entrance was secured with a threshold of copper, the doorframe fashioned from silver, and the doors themselves cast in pure gold, flanked by lifelike statues of dogs, one of gold and the other of silver, both forged by Hephaestus himself. As Odysseus entered the palace, he beheld opulent benches lined against the walls, draped with exquisite rugs. Youthful statues of gold held torches aloft upon various pedestals. The palace of Alcinous was indeed a marvel. Yet, the most enchanting feature was the royal garden, where an array of fruits hung from the branches year-round, nourished by the gentle caress of the warm west winds. The garden also boasted vineyards, with clusters of ripe grapes exuding their fragrance throughout the year. 2 crystalline springs bubbled within the garden, one of which flowed right by the palace threshold. Odysseus stood in awe of all that surrounded him, before finally stepping into the banquet hall. Within, Alcinous, Arete, and the noble Achaeans were gathered, pouring fragrant wine in honor of Hephaestus, the god of metallurgy. Cloaked in mist, Odysseus approached Arete and knelt at her feet. In an instant, Athena dispelled the fog enveloping him, revealing the great hero to the assembly, who were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Odysseus earnestly implored the queen to aid him, a wretched wanderer. After articulating his plea, he stepped back, as was customary for one seeking assistance, and sat upon the ashes by the hearth. Alcinous, heeding the counsel of the eldest among the Achaeans, took Odysseus's hand and invited him to sit beside him. The servants laid out food and wine for Odysseus, and all present offered libations to Zeus, the protector of wanderers. Alcinous invited all the guests to a grand feast the following day, believing that a deity had taken the guise of a mortal to visit him. However, Odysseus urged Alcinous to dismiss such thoughts. He recounted to the king the numerous hardships he had endured since departing from the island of the goddess Calypso, and he mentioned how Princess Nausicaa had assisted him by the shore. Alcinous listened intently to Odysseus's tale, deeply moved by his intelligence and wisdom, and could not help but exclaim, O wise gods of Olympus, if you could grant Nausicaa a husband as noble as this stranger, I would bestow upon him a great fortune as her dowry. Yet, dear stranger, we shall not contravene your wishes by keeping you upon our island. We are determined to send you home. The Phaeacians fear not the perils of distant seas. As night fell, the banquet concluded. Queen Arete commanded that a bed be prepared for Odysseus, who soon fell into a deep slumber, and the entire palace entered into dreams. On the following morning, Alcinous summoned all the Phaeacians to discuss how to facilitate Odysseus's return home. Athena, disguised as a herald, traversed the city to gather the citizens in the square. Alcinous led Odysseus to the gathering and seated him beside himself. The citizens quickly assembled, gazing in astonishment at Odysseus, whom Athena had rendered extraordinarily handsome and noble. Alcinous then addressed the assembly. Citizens, listen to my words. A stranger has arrived among us, seeking our assistance to return to his homeland. We have never turned away those in need. We shall prepare a grand ship to convey our guest home. I invite all who are willing to accompany him to a feast in my palace, as well as all the elders. I shall host a magnificent banquet to honor this guest. Let the bard Demodocus be summoned to entertain us with his enchanting songs. Upon concluding his remarks, Alcinous promptly summoned 52 oarsmen to prepare the grand vessel for departure. All the elders accompanied Alcinous to the royal palace. The king's servants slaughtered 2 bulls, 12 sheep, and 8 pigs, laying out a sumptuous feast. One of the king's attendants led the blind bard Demodocus to the banquet. The guests took their seats at the tables, and the joyous celebration commenced. As the revelers indulged in food and drink, Demodocus removed the lyre from a nail above his head and strummed its strings, singing of the quarrel between the great heroes Odysseus and Achilles at a celebratory feast. Listening to the poignant melody, Odysseus was overcome by sorrowful memories, tears cascading from his eyes. To conceal his weeping from the Achaeans, he lifted his purple cloak to shield his face. Once Demodocus concluded his song, Odysseus wiped away his tears, raised a golden cup, and poured a libation to the immortal gods. Demodocus then sang of the hero's deeds in the siege of Troy, prompting fresh tears to flow from Odysseus. None of the attendees noticed his weeping, save for King Alcinous, who pondered the reason behind the stranger's tears and eventually discerned their cause. After all the guests had feasted to their fill, Alcinous invited everyone to the square for the athletic competitions. The assembly followed the king, with the hero Odysseus walking alongside him. The Achaean youths engaged in various contests: running, wrestling, jumping, boxing, and discus throwing. As the competitions neared their conclusion, the handsome and robust Euryalus approached the king's son, the striking Laodamas, requesting him to invite the seemingly strong foreigner to partake in the games. Initially hesitant, Laodamas eventually approached Odysseus with courtesy, extending an invitation to compete. However, Odysseus declined, burdened by his longing for home. Upon hearing Odysseus's refusal, Euryalus mockingly retorted, "Wanderer, it is evident that you are incapable of contending with the vigorous athletes. You must be a mere merchant, traversing the world for trade." Odysseus furrowed his brow with dignity and replied to Euryalus, your words are uncouth. From you, I perceive that the gods never bestow perfection upon mortals. For instance, they granted you handsome features, but withheld wisdom. Your harsh words may insult me, yet I must inform you that I am an experienced competitor. I have engaged in numerous battles, endured great hardships, and faced many dangers, exhausting my strength. Yet I still feel within me a reservoir of power. Upon concluding his statement, Odysseus seized a massive stone and, with a swift motion, hurled it with one hand. The boulder whistled through the air, soaring over the heads of the Achaeans. They quickly bent down, fearing the stone might strike them. Yet it flew past the crowd and landed far away. No youth could throw a discus that far, despite the discus being infinitely lighter than the immense stone. Athena transformed into an elderly Achaean, pointing to the spot where the colossal stone had landed, proclaimed that no Achaean, regardless of his strength and vigor, could possibly hurl such a stone to that distance. Upon hearing this, Odysseus's heart soared with joy, and he exclaimed loudly, "Achaean youths, let us see if you can cast the discus as far as I threw the giant stone. If you succeed in such a feat, I shall attempt another throw, perhaps even farther than the first. I am willing to compete with all of you in boxing, wrestling, and running, though I shall refrain from grappling with Laodamas. For I cannot repay kindness with harm to my gracious host." King Alcinous responded to Odysseus, "Stranger, It is evident that the boorish Euryalus has spurred you into contesting with all our athletes to showcase your remarkable strength. In every other event, you may surpass us. But in the realm of running, you shall find no advantage, for the gods have bestowed upon the Achaeans the swiftest of legs, rendering us the finest mariners in the world. Moreover, we take great delight in song, music, joyous dance, and sumptuous feasts. Let now those skilled and graceful youths approach, and you shall see that we have ample reason to take pride in our artistry. Alcinous commanded that a lyre be brought for the bard Demodocus. The servant promptly fetched the instrument, and Demodocus received it from the servant's hands, striking the golden strings and singing a joyful melody. The young men, inspired by the song, began to dance with exuberance. Odysseus gazed in astonishment at the youths, their graceful movements evoking an indescribable admiration within him. Once the dance concluded, Alcinous directed that each elder bestow upon Odysseus a splendid set of garments and a talent of gold as gifts. Furthermore, Euryalus was to offer an additional generous gift to Odysseus as recompense for his prior offensive words. Euryalus immediately unfastened his prized sword from his waist and presented it to Odysseus, saying, "Ah, stranger, if my words have caused you offense, let them be carried away by the winds. Forget them. May the gods bless you with a safe return to your homeland, to soon reunite with your wife and kin. And may the gods bless you as well, Euryalus," Odysseus replied. "May you never regret your choice to offer me this sword as atonement for your insult." As the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone hurried back to the palace of Alcinous. Odysseus returned to the guest chamber prepared for him by Alcinous, placing all the gifts he had received into an exquisite chest gifted to him by Arete. He secured the chest with ropes, employing a marvelous knot taught to him by Circe. Dressed in the fine garments, he made his way to the banquet hall, where Nausicaa awaited him. The princess spoke to him with words laced with bittersweet farewell. "Handsome stranger, you are soon to return to your homeland. Do not forget me upon your return, for I saved your life." "Ah, beautiful Nausicaa," Odysseus replied. "If Zeus grants me safe passage home, I shall pray to you daily, as I would to a goddess. For you are my savior." With that, Odysseus took his place beside Alcinous, and the joyous feast commenced. During the revelry, Odysseus requested that Demodocus sing of the wooden horse devised by the Greeks at the gates of Troy. As Demodocus sang, tears of sorrow streamed down Odysseus's face. Noticing the stranger weeping, Alcinous commanded Demodocus to cease his song. He inquired of Odysseus why he wept at the tales of the hero's deeds at Troy, urging him to reveal his identity and lineage. Alcinous vowed that, regardless of who he was, he would ensure Odysseus's safe return home. He promised to fulfill this oath, though he was aware that defying the will of Poseidon, the sea god, in returning a wanderer would incur dire consequences upon the Achaeans. Poseidon had threatened the Achaeans that he would cause the ships returning wanderers to crash upon the rocks and would forever seal their city with mountains. Aware of these potential repercussions, Alcinous nonetheless resolved to aid Odysseus in his journey home. Now, Alcinous yearned to discern the identity of the stranger seated beside him, prompting him to beseech Odysseus to disclose his lineage and recount the myriad adventures he had encountered. "O King Alcinous," Odysseus began, "you seek to learn of the tribulations I have endured, my origins, and the name of my father. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, sovereign of Ithaca. You are already acquainted with my experiences since departing from the island of the nymph Calypso. Now, I shall recount the perils I faced after leaving the city of Troy. Listen closely." With that, Odysseus embarked upon the narration of his extraordinary journey. "After setting sail from Troy, we encountered fair winds," he continued, "and navigated the boundless sea, ultimately reaching the land of the Cyclades. We seized their city, Ismarus, slaying all the men and capturing the women, laying waste to the town. I urged my companions to hasten our return home, but they heeded me not. At that moment, the fleeing inhabitants summoned reinforcements from the countryside and launched an assault upon us, their numbers vast, akin to the leaves in a forest or the blossoms of spring upon the meadows. We battled fiercely by our ships, yet ultimately succumbed to the Cyclades, fleeing in disarray. Each of our vessels lost an average of 6 valiant oarsmen. Before embarking towards the open sea, we called out thrice for our fallen comrades, and thereafter, with the sorrow of loss intertwined with the joy of survival, we set sail. Upon reaching the open waters, Zeus unleashed a tempestuous north wind. The seas churned violently. The skies darkened ominously, and the surroundings were engulfed in gloom. The furious Boreas rent our sails thrice from the masts. At last, We exerted every effort to steer our vessel to a desolate island. We lingered there for 2 days and nights, waiting for the storm to abate. On the third day, we raised the mast and unfurled the sails, continuing our journey. Yet, we were unable to return to our beloved homeland, beset by another storm that cast us off course. On the 10th day of drifting, we finally made landfall upon an island inhabited by the lotus eaters. We kindled a fire upon the shore and began to prepare our meal. I dispatched 3 companions to ascertain the nature of the island's inhabitants. The lotus eaters welcomed them warmly and offered them the sweet lotus fruit. As soon as my companions consumed the fruit, they forgot their homeland, no longer yearning to return to Ithaca. Their desire was solely to remain forever on the island of the lotus eaters. We forcibly dragged the 3 back to the ship, binding them to prevent their escape. I immediately commanded my men to row with all their strength, eager to depart the shores of the lotus eaters, fearing that the rest might also succumb to forgetfulness upon tasting the fruit. Thus, Odysseus found himself upon the island of Circe, Polyphemus, as recounted in Homer's Odyssey. After a prolonged voyage, my companions and I arrived at the abode of the savage and lawless Cyclopes. These beings do not engage in agriculture. Instead, the land generously provides them with sustenance. The Cyclopes dwell in caves, knowing only their kin and never convening for civic assemblies. We did not recklessly approach their island. Rather, we first sailed into a bay on a nearby isle. Despite its extraordinary fertility, this island had never been visited by anyone before. It was home to numerous wild goats, which, having never encountered humans, showed no fear upon our arrival. We anchored our ship and peacefully slumbered on the shore for a night. And the following morning we set out to hunt goats. Each of our vessels was allotted 9 goats, while I requested 10 for my own ship. After our successful hunt, we feasted and drank along the shore, resting for a full day. The sounds of the Cyclopes and the bleating of sheep occasionally reached our ears. On the 3rd morning, I resolved to take my ship to the island of the Cyclopes to discern the nature of its inhabitants. We swiftly crossed a narrow strait and approached the shore. There, we beheld a cavern adorned with laurel trees at its entrance, flanked by a wall of massive stones. I led 12 trusted companions, carrying provisions and skins of wine, into the cave of the Cyclopes. It was only later that we learned how fearsome this particular Cyclops was. He lived in solitude, tending his flocks alone. Unlike any other people, the Cyclopes were colossal beings with immense strength, each possessing a single eye in the center of their foreheads. Upon entering the cave, we found it empty, the giant having gone out to tend to his sheep. Inside the cavern, we discovered numerous baskets filled with cheese and wooden barrels brimming with curds. The cave was also furnished with pens for lambs and adult sheep. My companions urged me to take some cheese and the plumpest lambs and ewes and return swiftly to the ship, but I disregarded their counsel, eager to glimpse the one-eyed giant. Eventually, the giant returned, hurling a massive bundle of firewood to the ground at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing him, we were struck with terror and concealed ourselves in the darkest corner of the cave. The Cyclops herded his sheep inside, blocking the entrance with a colossal stone, and began to milk them. After milking, he kindled a fire in preparation for his meal. It was then that he noticed our presence and bellowed in a harsh, booming voice, "Who are you? Where do you come from? You must be marauding rogues, aimlessly drifting upon the sea and causing mischief." "We are Greeks," I replied, "from Troy, blown off course by a tempest. We beseech you to receive us as guests with warmth and hospitality. Surely you are aware that Zeus punishes those who insult and neglect wandering souls. Evidently, you are a traveler from afar." The Cyclops roared, his eyes gleaming with menace. "But do you think I fear the gods you revere? What concern is Zeus to me? I have no fear of his wrath. I shall do as I please. Now tell me, where is your ship?" I understood his inquiry regarding our ship's fate, and thus responded. My vessel was shattered against the rocky shore by a tempest, leaving only myself and my companions to narrowly escape death. Upon hearing this, Cyclops Polyphemus remained silent. Abruptly, he extended his enormous hands, seizing 2 of my companions and brutally smashing them to the ground. He then proceeded to roast their lifeless bodies, tearing them into pieces and consuming them. We were struck with indescribable terror, hastily beseeching Zeus for salvation. After indulging in this horrifying feast, Polyphemus sprawled on the ground, arms and legs splayed, and fell into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity to kill him, I drew my sharp sword. However, upon seeing the boulder blocking the cave's entrance, I realized such an act would not ensure our escape. As morning broke, the one-eyed giant killed my remaining companions. feasting upon them before herding his flock out of the cave, once again sealing the entrance with a colossal stone. I pondered for an extended period on how to extricate ourselves, and finally devised a plan. Within the cave, I discovered a large log, resembling a mast in length, which Polyphemus likely intended to use as a staff. I sharpened the thinner end with my sword, charring it over the embers, and concealed it. In the evening, Polyphemus returned with his flock. After slaughtering my 2 companions and consuming his repulsive dinner, he intended to lie down for rest. At that moment, I approached him, presenting a large cup of wine. After a single drink, he requested more, inquiring about my name, promising to bestow upon me a gift. I poured him a second cup, yet he still desired more, prompting me to serve him a third. As I offered the third cup, I remarked, "Would you like to know my name? I am called Nobody." "Ah, Nobody," he echoed. "Listen well. I shall ultimately feast upon you. This shall be your reward." Polyphemus chuckled in response. After draining the third cup, he succumbed to drunkenness and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, I signaled to my companions, and we hoisted the sharpened log, heating it in the fire until it glowed red, using it to sear the Cyclops' singular eye. Polyphemus howled in agony, wrenching the still smoldering stake from his eye socket, and cried out for assistance from the other Cyclopes. They rushed to inquire, "Polyphemus, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Have you lost your flock? Why do you disturb our slumber?" Polyphemus shrieked in response, "Nobody has harmed me." The other Cyclopes, irate, retorted, "If nobody has wronged you, then why do you wail so? If you are ill, it is the will of Zeus, and no one can alter that." With that, they departed. As dawn broke, Polyphemus moaned as he removed the boulder blocking the cave entrance, gently patting each sheep's back, releasing them one by one into the open. At that moment, to save my companions, I bound 3 sheep together, securing one of my companions beneath the belly of the middle sheep. I then grasped the thick fleece of Polyphemus's favored ram, hanging beneath its belly. The flock, carrying my bound companions, exited the cave beside the blinded giant. Beneath me, the sheep trailed last in our escape. Polyphemus obstructed this sheep, stroking it momentarily as he lamented his misfortune, cursing the audacity of those who had wronged him. Ultimately, he released the sheep, and thus we evaded an almost certain demise. We hastily herded Polyphemus's flock back to our vessel, where our comrades awaited. I did not allow my companions the time to mourn our fallen comrades. We swiftly boarded the ship with the flock and promptly cast off from the shore. Once we had sailed a distance, still able to hear the giant's cries, I called out to the Cyclops Polyphemus, "Cyclops, heed my words. Your cruelty has drawn the wrath of Zeus. From this moment forth, you shall no longer harm or devour unfortunate travelers." Upon hearing my voice, the one-eyed giant furiously lifted a boulder and hurled it into the sea, nearly shattering the prow of our vessel. The stone's impact sent tumultuous waves crashing, lifting our ship and casting it toward the shore. Yet, I managed to use a pole to push our craft away from the land and continue our voyage into the open sea. After some distance, I shouted once more to Polyphemus, "Mark my words, Polyphemus, it was Odysseus, king of Ithaca, who blinded you." Upon hearing this, the savage Cyclops bellowed in fury, "The prophecies have come to pass. I had thought Odysseus a mighty giant, unlike you, a mere insignificant insect." Polyphemus then beseeched his father Poseidon to exact vengeance upon me for blinding him. He seized an even larger rock and hurled it into the sea, the stone landing behind the stern of our ship. The massive waves lifted my vessel and propelled it far into the ocean. Thus, we escaped the island of the Cyclops and successfully returned to the isle where our other ships awaited us. On that island, we offered abundant sacrifices to the gods and spent a night in reverence. The following day, burdened by sorrow for our unfortunate comrades, we set sail across the boundless expanse of the sea. Odysseus on the island of Aeolus. Soon, we arrived at the island inhabited by Aeolus. This island floated upon the sea, surrounded by impenetrable copper walls, and its edges were marked by steep cliffs jutting out of the waves. Aeolus dwelled there with his wife, 6 sons, and 6 daughters. He led a carefree and blissful life, reveling daily with his family in a magnificent palace. For an entire month, Aeolus hosted grand feasts for us, listening intently as I recounted the hero's exploits at the gates of Troy. Eventually, I implored him to grant me passage back to my homeland, and he consented. As we parted, he bestowed upon me a great leather bag, secured with a silver cord. This bag contained all the winds under Aeolus's command, save for the west wind, which was to guide our ship to Ithaca. Aeolus forbade me from untying the bag until we reached home. However, The mighty Zeus had destined that I should not return. On the 10th day of our voyage, Ithaca began to come into view. But the gods caused me to fall into a deep slumber. My companions began to speculate, asserting that since I refused to untie the leather pouch, it must contain a treasure of gold and silver bestowed upon me by the sorceress Circe. Driven by their insatiable curiosity, they unfastened the pouch. A tempestuous wind erupted from it, summoning a dreadful storm upon the sea. Awakened by the howling winds, I was engulfed in despair, contemplating a leap into the abyss of the ocean. Yet, I succumbed to fate's design, wrapping myself in my cloak and reclining at the stern of the vessel. The storm swept the ship back to Circe's island. Accompanied by one of my companions, I ventured to the palace of Circe, beseeching her assistance once more to return to our homeland. However, upon seeing me, Circe was filled with rage, casting me out of her palace and declaring that she would never aid a wretch like me, loathed and hunted by the gods. With tears of anguish streaming down my face, I departed from her palace. According to Homer's epic, the Odyssey, we set sail once more. After 6 days and nights of navigation, we finally arrived at an uncharted island. We entered a tranquil harbor, where my fleet of 11 ships anchored, and my companions dragged the vessels onto the sandy shore. The ship I commanded came to rest at the entrance of the harbor, climbing a rocky precipice. I surveyed the surroundings. There were no flocks of livestock, nor fields of crops, only a thin wisp of smoke rising in the distance. I dispatched 3 companions to inquire about the inhabitants of this island. They embarked on their quest, and soon encountered a tall maiden by a well near a small town. She led them into the city, into the palace of her father, Antiphates, the king of the Laestrygonians. Within the palace, they beheld the king's wife, towering like a mountain. The queen summoned her husband, who rushed back to the palace, seized one of my companions, and tore him to shreds, preparing a meal from his flesh. The other 2 companions managed to flee the palace and return to the ship. Antiphates rallied the Laestrygonians and charged toward the shore. They heaved massive boulders, hurling them at our ships. The sound of snapping cables mingled with the anguished cries of those struck down. The Laestrygonians slaughtered all aboard the 11 ships, skewering their remains and dragging them back to the city. My own vessel barely escaped the carnage. Of the 12 ships, only mine remained. According to Homer's epic, the Odyssey, we mourned our fallen comrades, shedding sorrowful tears as we sailed across the boundless ocean. Ultimately, we reached the island of Aai, where the daughter of Helios, the sun god, the enchantress Circe, resided. We lingered by the serene shore for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I donned my sword and grasped my spear, venturing into the heart of the island. Standing atop a lofty crag, I noticed a thin plume of smoke rising from beyond the forest. Resolute, I decided to return to the ship and sent several companions to investigate the island's inhabitants. On my way back, I speared a majestic stag. I bore the beast back to the ship, and we prepared a sumptuous dinner, feasting on its meat and drinking wine. We succumbed to slumber amidst the rhythmic crashing of the waves. On the following morning, I divided my companions into 2 groups, one led by myself, and the other under the command of Eurylochus. We decided by lot who would venture into the heart of the island, and the outcome dictated that Eurylochus would lead 12 of our comrades. They set forth and soon arrived at Circe's palace. Adjacent to the palace, numerous tamed lions and wolves roamed about, and upon seeing my companions, they rushed over affectionately, much like loyal hounds greeting their master. Circe had enchanted these creatures with a magical potion, rendering them so docile. At that moment, my companions heard melodious singing emanating from within the palace, prompting them to call Circe out. She emerged, warmly inviting them into her abode. Once inside, Circe served them cups of wine infused with a potent herbal concoction. My companions drank the enchanted wine, and with a mere touch of her staff, Circe transformed each of them into swine, though they retained their reason. She then herded the pigs into a pen and tossed them acorns as sustenance, while tears of anguish streamed down their snouts. Only Eurylochus escaped this dire fate. Having refrained from entering the palace with the others, he hurried back to the ship, anxiously recounting the misfortunes that had befallen our comrades. My heart was set on rescuing them, and I immediately made my way to Circe's palace. Along the way, I encountered Hermes, transformed into a handsome youth, who imparted to me the means to liberate my companions and bestowed upon me a miraculous root that would render Circe's magic ineffective against me. Upon my arrival at Circe's palace, she greeted me warmly, ushering me inside and seating me upon a lavishly adorned chair, presenting me with the enchanted potion. I drank it without hesitation. With a touch of her staff, she instructed, "Now you may lie among the swine." However, following Hermes' advice, I drew my sword and charged at the sorceress, threatening her with death. Circe knelt before me, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who are you?" She continued, "Until now, none who have partaken of my magical potion have escaped misfortune. Ah, now I see, you are the cunning Odysseus. Hermes has already informed me of your arrival. Quickly sheathe your sword." I complied, compelling Circe to vow not to harm me. She swore an unbreakable oath. After her vow, she insisted that I remain and rest. I acquiesced. While I recuperated, Circe's handmaidens, daughters of the river god, prepared a sumptuous feast. After resting, I donned fine garments and entered the banquet hall, taking a seat at a table laden with delectable dishes. Yet I found myself engulfed in profound sorrow. Overcome by melancholy, I could not swallow a morsel. Circe inquired about my distress. I replied, "I shall not eat until my companions are restored to their true forms." Immediately, Circe released the transformed swine from the pen, anointing them with her magical ointment. My comrades regained their human forms, appearing even more handsome and robust than before. Their joy at seeing me was indescribable, a scene so moving that even Circe was profoundly touched. The sorceress then invited me to the seaside and urged me to bring the remaining companions from the ship to her palace. I promptly acquiesced to her request, bringing all my companions to her palace, despite Eurylocos' counsel against trusting the duplicitous sorceress. Once we gathered in Circe's grand hall, she graciously hosted a lavish feast for us. We resided in her palace for an entire year. As the year drew to a close, I implored Circe to permit our return to our homeland, to which she consented. However, she informed me that before we could embark homeward, it was imperative for me to journey to the realm of Hades, to inquire about my fate from the spirit of the prophet Tiresias of Thebes. Circe meticulously outlined the path to the entrance of the underworld, instructing me on the necessary sacrifices and how to summon the souls of the departed. Heeding the sorceress's guidance, I gathered my companions in preparation for the journey. Our commotion roused Elpenor, who was resting atop the palace roof. In his haste, forgetting his perch, he leaped at the sound of his comrades' calls and tragically fell from the heights, meeting an untimely demise upon the ground below. Witnessing our companion's misfortune, we were engulfed in sorrow, yet we could not delay his funeral. We had to swiftly set forth on our arduous journey to the edge of the earth, to the domain of Hades. According to the recounting of Homer's epic, the Odyssey, I relayed our destination to my companions, who were stricken with fear, nonetheless. They complied with my command and boarded the grand vessel, setting sail toward the distant north. Circe bestowed upon us favorable winds, propelling our ships swiftly across the waters. At last, we arrived at the desolate shores of the gloomy ocean river, docking near the land of the mythical Cimmerians, a people who have never witnessed the brilliance of the sun god Helios. This land is perpetually cloaked in a chilling mist, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. We dragged the vessel ashore, retrieving from Circe the 2 sheep intended for sacrifice to the deities of the underworld, and proceeded to the confluence of the rivers Acheron, Cocytus, and Phlegethon. Upon reaching the designated spot, I drew forth my sharp sword to excavate a deep pit, pouring honey, wine, and water around its edges in 3 libations, followed by sprinkling barley flour into the pit. Then, at the edge of the pit, I slaughtered the sacrificial animals, allowing their warm blood to drip into the depths below. Instantly, throngs of spirits gathered around the pit, disputing eagerly over who would be the first to drink the sheep's blood. Among the spirits were maidens, young men, elders, and valiant warriors who had perished on the battlefield. My companions and I were filled with trepidation as we burned the offerings and called out loudly to Hades and his wife Persephone. Armed with my sword, I positioned myself beside the pit, forbidding the spirits from approaching too closely. The first to come forth was the spirit of young Elpenor, whose soul had arrived at the gates of the underworld ahead of us. He implored me to ensure his body received a proper burial, so that his spirit might find peace in the realm of Hades. I agreed to fulfill his request. Following him, the specter of my mother, Anticlea, appeared at the edge of the pit. At the time of my departure from Ithaca, she had been alive. Despite my profound anguish, I would not permit her to approach the pit to consume the blood of the ram, for it was essential that the seer Tiresias be the first to partake. At last, the ghost of Tiresias appeared, having drunk the ram's blood. His ethereal spirit turned towards me and revealed that the earth-shaker Poseidon harbored a deep resentment against me for having blinded his son, Polyphemus. Nevertheless, Tiresias prophesied that I could defy Poseidon's will and return to my homeland. Provided my companions did not offend the cattle of the sun god Helios on the island of Thrinacia. Should my companions slay the sacred bulls, they would surely meet their demise, leaving me as the sole survivor, destined to endure countless trials before finally returning home. First, I must exact vengeance upon the suitors, and then take to the oars, wandering the seas until I encounter a people unfamiliar with navigation and who have never seen ships. When one of them inquires why I carry a spade upon my shoulder, I shall recognize him as belonging to that nation. In this land, I must offer sacrifices to Poseidon before I can return home. Upon my return, I am also obligated to present substantial offerings to the gods, after which I may live in tranquility on Ithaca, enjoying my later years. Thus spoke the seer Tiresias before departing. I beheld many spirits in the realm of Hades. My mother's soul, after drinking the ram's blood, recounted the state of our homeland, Ithaca, prior to her passing. She reassured me that my father Laertes, my beloved Penelope, and the young Telemachus were all alive and well. I yearned to embrace my dear mother, extending my arms thrice, yet her delicate shadow eluded me each time. In Hades, I encountered the ghosts of numerous heroes. It would take an entire night to recount their stories. Now, as night deepened, I resolved to cease my narration, for all were due for rest. Odysseus thus spoke, yet those present implored him to continue, including Queen Arete and King Alcinous, who were eager to hear Odysseus's tale until dawn. Hence, Odysseus resumed his account of his adventures. In the realm of Hades, I encountered the ghost of Agamemnon, who lamented bitterly the treachery of his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus, who had slain him on the very day of his return. The spirit of Agamemnon cautioned me not to place immediate trust in my wife Penelope upon my return. There, I also beheld the souls of Achilles, Patroclus, and Telemachus, and the great Ajax. Achilles initially expressed his sorrow over the joyless existence in the underworld, declaring he would rather be the lowliest laborer on earth than the king of Hades. However, when he learned from my lips of the glorious deeds of his son Neoptolemus, a flicker of joy crossed his countenance. I sought reconciliation with the mighty Ajax, whom I had grievously wronged in our contention for Achilles' armor. Yet he spoke not a word to me, silently departing. I also witnessed Minos, the judge of the underworld, and beheld the sufferings of Tantalus and Sisyphus. Finally, the soul of the greatest hero, Heracles, approached me, while Heracles himself resided among the immortal gods upon Mount Olympus. I yearned to await the arrival of the spirits of other ancient heroes. However, the wails of those phantoms sent me fleeing back to the ship in terror. I feared that the goddess Persephone had dispatched the Gorgon Medusa. Hastily, we pushed the vessel into the gray expanse of the ocean river, eager to escape the land of the fierce Cimmerians. Soon, we reached the island of Ae, where we anchored and fell into a deep slumber. Odysseus traversed the island of the Sirens, navigating the strait between Scylla and Charybdis, as recounted in Homer's epic, the Odyssey. On the following day, we buried the body of Elpenor, erecting a lofty tomb upon his grave. Upon learning of our return to Ae, the enchantress Circe swiftly arrived at the shore, accompanied by handmaidens bearing an array of exquisite food and wine. We feasted heartily by the coastline until nightfall. Once my companions lay down to rest, Circe revealed to me the perils awaiting us on our journey, instructing me on how to evade them. As dawn broke, I roused my comrades. We launched the ship into the water, and the oarsmen synchronized their strokes, propelling the vessel into the open sea, with favorable winds filling our sails. We sailed smoothly across the waves. As we approached the island of the Sirens, I addressed my companions. Friends, we are now about to pass the island of the Sirens. These creatures will lure passing sailors with their enchanting songs, only to viciously devour them. The shores of their island are littered with the bones of their victims. Now, I will seal your ears with soft beeswax, lest you hear their deadly melodies. Bind me to the mast. Circe has permitted me to listen to the siren's song. If I become beguiled by their voices and plead to be released, you must bind me even tighter. No sooner had I spoken than the brisk winds abruptly ceased. My companions lowered the sails and resumed rowing. The island of the Sirens was now in sight. I plugged my comrades' ears with beeswax, and they securely tied me to the mast, rendering me immobile. Our ship sped past the island, the Sirens' alluring voices wafting toward us. Ah, great Odysseus, come hither. The Sirens sang, bring your ship closer and listen to our song. No sailor who passes this way has ever resisted our enchanting melodies. Those who have savored our sweet voices depart with profound knowledge. We possess the wisdom of all, understanding the tribulations inflicted upon the Greeks by the gods at Troy, as well as all that transpires upon the earth. I was entranced by the siren's song and signaled to my companions to release me from the mast. Yet, they recalled my earlier warning and tightened my bonds even further. Only after the island of the sirens disappeared from sight did my companions remove the beeswax from their ears and free me from the mast. Our grand vessel continued to sail steadily forward when suddenly, I heard the dreadful roar of the waves and beheld a cloud of mist. I recognized it as Charybdis. My companions, filled with dread, ceased rowing, and the ship came to a halt. I approached them, offering encouragement and fortitude. "Friends," I proclaimed, "we have endured countless calamities and navigated numerous trials. The peril we now face is no more daunting than that which we experienced in the cave of Polyphemus. Steady your resolve and row with all your might. Zeus will aid us in evading death. Let us steer our vessel away from the tumultuous waters shrouded in mist and roaring waves and sail close to the rocky shores." My companions, inspired, exerted every ounce of strength in their rowing. I uttered not a word regarding Scylla, for I was aware that she could claim only 6 of my comrades. While Charybdis posed the threat of our total annihilation, I disregarded Circe's warnings, gripping my spear in anticipation of Scylla's assault. I scanned the horizon with wide eyes. Yet my search yielded naught. The great ship sped swiftly through the narrow strait. We beheld Charybdis, voraciously consuming the sea, as the waves surged and boiled at its maw. And within its depths, seaweed and mud churned like a cauldron. As it exhaled, the surrounding waters erupted in turmoil, waves crashing thunderously, droplets soaring to the mountain peaks. Gazing upon Charybdis, I was stricken with dread. At that moment, Scylla emerged, extending 6 necks, each bearing a maw lined with 3 rows of jagged teeth. Seizing my 6 companions, I caught but a fleeting glimpse of their hands and feet flailing in the air, their cries for help echoing in my ears. Scylla devoured them at the cave's entrance. My unfortunate comrades' pleas were in vain. We exerted ourselves to the utmost, finally breaching the perilous threshold of Charybdis and Scylla, continuing our journey toward the sun god Helios's island of Thrinacia. Soon, the distant silhouette of Thrinacia emerged, and we drew ever closer, hearing the distinct bleating of Helios's cattle and sheep. At that moment, I recalled the prophecy of Tiresias and the sorceress Circe's counsel, urging my companions to bypass the island and refrain from lingering there. I sought to elude a great danger. However, Eurylochus retorted, "Odysseus, you are cold-hearted. You like bronze. Know not fatigue. We are utterly exhausted. Countless days and nights have passed without rest. And now you forbid us from setting foot on the island to recuperate and nourish ourselves. Navigating the seas by night is perilous. Even with divine protection, our ship may succumb to the tempest. No, we must land and continue our journey at dawn." The other companions echoed Eurylochus' sentiments, and I realized our fate was all but sealed. We approached the island and beached the ship. I compelled my companions to swear an oath to refrain from slaying Helios's sacred cattle. We prepared our evening meal, yet as we dined, memories of our comrades devoured by Scylla resurfaced, and sorrowful tears flowed from each of us. After our meal, we lay upon the shore and drifted into a peaceful slumber. That night, Zeus unleashed a dreadful storm. The fierce Boreas howled, the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, and the already murky night deepened into impenetrable darkness. At dawn, we dragged our warship into the rocky cave by the sea to shield it from the ravages of the tempest. I once again cautioned my companions against disturbing the cattle of Atreus, and they promised to heed my warning. For an entire month, we battled relentless headwinds, rendering us unable to set sail. Our provisions had finally been exhausted, forcing us to rely on hunting and fishing for sustenance. My companions were increasingly tormented by the pangs of hunger. On one occasion, I ventured deep into the heart of the island, seeking solitude to offer a prayer to the deities, imploring them to grant us favorable winds. In a secluded spot, I beseeched the gods of Olympus, fervently requesting their favor. Unbeknownst to me, the gods allowed a deep slumber to envelop me. While I slept, Eurylochus incited my companions to slaughter several of Atreus's fine bulls. He claimed that upon our return home, they could erect a grand temple in honor of Atreus and present valuable gifts to seek the sun god's forgiveness. He argued that even if the gods punished them for the slaughter, being consumed by the sea was preferable to dying of starvation. My companions, swayed by Eurylochus, selected several robust bulls from the herd, slaughtering them and offering portions of the meat as a sacrifice to the gods. Lacking flour and wine, they substituted oak leaves for flour and water for wine in their offerings. After the sacrifice, they roasted the beef over a bonfire. At that moment, I awoke and turned back toward the ship. From a distance, I caught the scent of roasting meat and immediately feared that calamity had befallen us. Terrified, I cried out, "O great gods of Olympus, why have you allowed me to fall into slumber? My companions have committed a grievous sin by slaughtering Ares' bulls." Meanwhile, the goddess Lamprothea informed Ares of the events that had transpired. The great sun god was enraged, accusing my companions of insulting him and threatening to descend into the realm of Hades, never to return, thereby depriving both gods and mortals of sunlight. To quell the sun god's wrath, Zeus decreed that my ship be struck by lightning, drowning all my companions. Although I reproached my companions for their actions, it was to no avail. The gods delivered terrible omens. The flayed hides moved as if alive, and the roasting meat emitted mournful moos. The tempest raged for 6 days, with my companions relentlessly slaughtering Ares' bulls. On the 7th day, the storm finally abated, and a favorable wind arose. We set sail immediately. However, just as the island of Trinakea faded from view, Zeus unleashed dark clouds above us. The fierce storm of Zephyros struck, unleashing a terrifying tempest upon the sea. The mast was snapped like a reed and fell upon the ship, crushing the helmsman's skull, who then plunged into the depths and perished. Subsequently, a flash of Zeus's lightning shattered the vessel into splinters, and all my companions were swallowed by the sea, leaving only me to escape with my life. I clung desperately to a piece of the mast and the ship's keel, binding them together. Eventually, the storm subsided, and a southern wind guided me directly to Calypso. At that moment, Calypso was voraciously gulping down seawater. I barely managed to grasp a branch of fig from the rocks nearby, hanging precariously above the fearsome monster. I waited long, hoping it would regurgitate the mast and keel along with the seawater. At last, the mast and keel surfaced from the creature's gaping maw. I released the branch and leaped onto the wreckage of my ship, thus narrowly escaping death from the jaws of Calypso. By the grace of Zeus, I evaded the poisonous grip of Scylla. She failed to perceive me drifting past with the tumultuous waves of the sea. I drifted for 9 days across the boundless ocean, until the waves cast me upon the island of the goddess Calypso. Alcinous and Arete, I have recounted to you the circumstances upon the island of Calypso, and I have also narrated the numerous perilous trials I endured before arriving on your shores. To reiterate would be superfluous and, indeed, tiresome for you. Thus, Odysseus concluded his tale, as recounted in Homer's epic, the Odyssey. The following day, the Achaeans prepared for their voyage. They loaded a multitude of gifts intended for Odysseus onto the ship. Alcinous personally oversaw the preparations. Once everything was in order, Alcinous offered sacrifices to Zeus in the palace and then hosted a farewell banquet. Odysseus eagerly awaited the arrival of dusk. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, he was filled with joy at the impending twilight. When the evening shadows deepened, he bid farewell to King Alcinous and the goddess-like Queen Arete. Before making his way toward the grand ship, servants followed closely behind, carrying gift boxes, wine, and provisions for the journey. Odysseus boarded the vessel and reclined upon the bed prepared for him. The strong oarsmen began to row, and the ship set sail towards the open sea. The gods bestowed upon Odysseus a deep slumber, and he slept soundly throughout the journey. The ship flew across the waters like an eagle, and by dawn the next day, it reached the shores of Ithaca, anchoring near the cave of the nymph. The Achaeans carefully lifted the sleeping Odysseus ashore, placing him on the beach alongside all the gifts. Afterward, the Achaeans departed for their homeward journey. However, Poseidon, upon seeing the returning vessel, was filled with rage, for the Achaeans had dared to defy his will by returning Odysseus to his homeland. He brought his grievances to Zeus. Zeus advised his brother to punish them, suggesting that when the ship docked, it should be transformed into a towering cliff. Poseidon hastened to the Achaeans' island, awaiting the return of the grand vessel. In the distance, the ship appeared upon the sea, and a large crowd gathered on the shore to welcome the returning sailors. As the ship approached the harbor entrance, it suddenly transformed into a rock formation. The people reported this strange occurrence to Alcinous. Understanding that Poseidon meant business, having previously threatened that should the Achaeans return the wanderer by sea, he would impose severe punishment, Alcinous summoned all the inhabitants and instructed them to offer sacrifices to Poseidon. beseeching him for forgiveness and imploring him not to obstruct their passage into the harbor with a mountain. The Achaeans fervently pleaded for Poseidon to quell his wrath, vowing never again to return a wanderer to his homeland. Meanwhile, Odysseus, lying by the sea, awoke. He did not recognize his homeland of Ithaca, for the goddess Athena had enveloped everything around him in a thick mist. Odysseus was once again engulfed in despair, believing that the Achaeans had abandoned him on a desolate island, and he lamented his tragic fate aloud. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the gifts bestowed upon him by the Achaeans, all present and accounted for. Sullenly, he wandered along the shoreline until he encountered a handsome youth. He inquired about the land, and to his astonishment, learned from the young man that he had returned to Ithaca. The youth then asked Odysseus for his identity. Cautiously, Odysseus replied that he was a wanderer from Crete, who had avenged himself by slaying the son of Idomeneus, Alcinous, and thus fled Crete. He intended to embark on a Phoenician ship bound for Pylos or Elis, but the treacherous Phoenicians had robbed him of all his possessions while he slept, abandoning him on this shore. Upon hearing Odysseus's fabricated tale, the youth smiled faintly and suddenly transformed before him. The figure standing before Odysseus was none other than the goddess Athena. She praised his caution and encouraged him to regain his spirits, promising her assistance. She explained that her previous lack of aid was due to her desire not to provoke Poseidon. Athena instructed Odysseus to keep his identity concealed from all. Yet, Odysseus remained skeptical about his return to Ithaca. In response, Athena dispelled the thick fog that shrouded the island, allowing him to recognize his homeland. Overcome with joy, he fell to the ground and fervently kissed the soil of his birth. Athena then transformed Odysseus into a wretched beggar. His skin was wrinkled, his frame gaunt, and his once beautiful curls had fallen away. His eyes were dull, and his eyelids marred with scars. She clothed him in tattered, filthy rags and slung a patched beggar's bag over his shoulder, placing a staff in his hand. Athena advised him to conceal the gifts from the Achaeans in a cave, and then to approach the swineherd Eumaeus in this beggar's guise, while she herself hastened to Sparta to fetch Odysseus's son, Telemachus, back to Ithaca. According to the retelling in Homer's epic, the Odyssey, Odysseus arrived at the dwelling of Eumaeus, who was diligently working alone at the entrance. A pack of watchdogs spotted Odysseus and rushed at him with ferocious barks. Had Eumaeus not intervened to disperse the dogs, they would have torn Odysseus to shreds. As a wanderer, Eumaeus did not recognize Odysseus and remarked that the thought of Odysseus's demise tormented him. If the dogs were to kill him, it would only add to his grief. "Come inside with me," he urged, "and have something to eat and rest a while." Odysseus walked toward Eumaeus' humble abode, constructed of rough stones, with a row of pigsties in the courtyard. Eumaeus led Odysseus into the house and invited the wanderer to sit upon a pile of branches covered with goat skin. He then went to the pigsty, fetched 2 young pigs, slaughtered them, and prepared them for roasting. Eumaeus poured a cup of wine and set it all upon the table. As Eumaeus busily attended to his tasks, he sorrowfully recounted the wickedness of the mad suitors, declaring them to be more ferocious than pirates, having nearly brought the house of Odysseus to ruin by slaughtering countless livestock. Odysseus listened intently to Eumaeus' lamentations, contemplating how to exact revenge upon the suitors. During their meal, Odysseus inquired about the whereabouts of his master, to which the swineherd responded that his master had passed away. At this, Odysseus swore that his master would indeed return, and that his homecoming would be imminent. Despite Odysseus's fervent oaths, Eumaeus remained skeptical. Curious about the identity of the wanderer, Eumaeus pressed for details, prompting Odysseus to weave a fabricated tale of his own suffering. He recounted how several brothers had bullied him and denied him his rightful share of the inheritance. Eventually, he married a woman who had inherited a vast fortune, thus becoming wealthy. He spoke of his participation in the Trojan War and how, on his journey home, he found himself in Egypt, where nearly all his companions were slain after they plundered the cities of the Egyptians. He implored the Egyptian king for mercy, ultimately securing his own life. After spending 7 years in Egypt, he crossed the sea to Phoenicia, where a Phoenician advised him to venture to Libya. They set out together, but Zeus, in his wrath, struck their ship with lightning, leaving him as the sole survivor, cast ashore on the coast of the Thesprotians. The king of the Thesprotians vaguely mentioned that Odysseus was returning home with a great bounty. Finally, he sailed with the Thesprotians to Dulichium, only to find himself nearly sold into slavery, from which he narrowly escaped when their ship docked at Ithaca. Eumaeus believed all of Odysseus's fabricated tales, except for the part concerning the king of the Thesprotians. He reproached the wanderer, accusing him of concocting tales of Odysseus merely to deceive his kin for rewards. However, Odysseus responded, "Listen, Eumaeus, if Odysseus returns, grant me a new cloak. If I deceive you, summon the other swineherds and cast me from the cliff into the sea, that no wanderer may dare to spin falsehoods henceforth." Before long, the other swineherds returned, herding their pigs back. They slaughtered a fat pig and sat down for dinner. During the meal, Eumaeus treated the wanderer as a guest, offering him the finest cuts of meat and being the first to pour him wine. As they dined carefree, a storm suddenly arose outside, bringing heavy rain and a drop in temperature. Yet Odysseus possessed not even a cloak to shield himself from the night's chill. Thus, he narrated a story to remind the swineherds to provide him with a cloak. "Listen, Eumaeus and all of you, heed my words," began Odysseus. "Once, Menelaus, Odysseus, and I lay in ambush before the city of Troy. The night was bitterly cold among the reeds, snowflakes falling thickly, and I had forgotten to bring a cloak. Later, I recounted this to Odysseus, who immediately devised a clever plan. He rose from his slumber and roused the warrior beside him, confessing that he had experienced a dreadful nightmare and awoke feeling quite fearful. They were too far from the ship, thus someone should be dispatched to Agamemnon to seek reinforcements. A soldier promptly stood, shook off his cloak, and hurried back to the ship to fetch assistance. Consequently, I gathered the cloak and draped it over myself, sleeping soundly until dawn. Eumaeus understood the implication and prepared a bed for Odysseus beside the hearth, laying down sheepskins and offering his own winter cloak for Odysseus to cover himself. Odysseus fell into a deep and peaceful slumber. Eumaeus, however, did not remain indoors. He took up his sword and spear, donned his cloak, and went to tend to the flocks at the foot of the hills. As for the goddess Athena, after bidding farewell to Odysseus, who now appeared as a beggar, she hastened to Sparta and soon arrived at her destination. She entered the palace of Menelaus and made her way directly to the chamber where Telemachus and Pisistratus were asleep. Pisistratus was in a sound slumber, yet Telemachus could not find peace. Even in his dreams, he longed for his father and mourned his absence. Athena approached the bed of Odysseus' son and spoke, "Telemachus, it is time for you to return to your homeland, where you have forsaken all your possessions. The shameless suitors are ravaging your estate. If you do not return, they will utterly destroy your home. You must consider that a woman's heart may change. Should your mother truly agree to marry Eurymachus, she will forget you and henceforth focus solely on the children she bears with her new husband. Hurry home. But heed this warning. The suitors have laid traps to ensnare you. To evade their ambush, you must navigate the island by night, arriving at the shores of Ithaca at dawn in a secluded spot. Then, send your ship into the town while you proceed on foot to find the swineherd Eumaeus. Upon locating him, send word back to Penelope of your return." With these words, Athena departed. Telemachus immediately awakened Pisistratus, urging him to rise and return to Pylos without delay. However, Pisistratus advised Telemachus to wait until dawn, for it was inappropriate to depart from Menelaus in the night without bidding farewell. Telemachus heeded Pisistratus's counsel. Soon, the rosy-fingered dawn, Eos, ascended the sky, heralding the arrival of morning. King Menelaus came to see the two young men. Odysseus' son welcomed Menelaus at the door, requesting permission to return to Ithaca forthwith. Menelaus did not attempt to detain Telemachus any longer, but asked him to wait briefly while he prepared gifts and advised him to fill his stomach before embarking on his journey. Menelaus commanded his servants to hasten the preparation of a meal. He then summoned Helen and their son Megapenthes, and together they proceeded to the treasury of their home. Menelaus selected several gifts for Telemachus, while Helen chose a splendid robe she had woven herself to present to Telemachus as future bride. After the two young heroes had breakfast and accepted Menelaus's gifts, they prepared to set forth on their journey. Menelaus emerged from the palace, a goblet of wine in hand. Invoking the gods as he poured a libation upon the ground, he entreated the two young men to convey his regards to the venerable Nestor. Telemachus mounted the chariot, gripping the reins, when suddenly an eagle soared above the palace, clutching a white goose in its talons. Menelaus's servants cried out and chased after the eagle, which ascended into the heavens, vanishing to the right of the palace. It was universally acknowledged as a divine omen. Telemachus beseeched Menelaus to elucidate this portent. The king of Sparta fell into contemplation, and Helen spoke on his behalf. "Listen to me. The gods of Olympus have imparted their message. Just as the eagle seizes the white goose and rends it apart, so shall Odysseus return home to slay the suitors. Perhaps he has already arrived in his homeland. preparing to exact vengeance upon them. "Ah, beautiful Helen," exclaimed Telemachus in astonishment. "If mighty Zeus grants that your words come to pass upon my return, I shall honor you as a goddess." With that, Telemachus urged the horses onward, racing along the road to Pylos. During their journey, the two youths spent a night in the city of Pherai, famed for the hero Diocles, before arriving at Pylos the following day. Telemachus persuaded Pisistratus not to enter the palace to meet Nestor, fearing the old man would delay them further. Pisistratus acquiesced, leading his friend directly to the grand ship, aware that such an action would surely displease his father, Nestor. He even urged Telemachus to hasten the preparations for departure, lest his father learn of his return and come personally to detain him. Telemachus's companions hurriedly erected the mast, and just as they were about to untie the moorings, the seer Theoclymenus rushed to the ship. Fleeing from Argos due to a murder he committed, he sought refuge. Theoclymenus implored Telemachus to allow him passage to Ithaca, where the relatives of the deceased would no longer pose a threat. Telemachus consented, welcoming Theoclymenus aboard. At that moment, the vessel set sail, the winds favorable, swiftly carrying them into the open sea. Meanwhile, Odysseus remained with the swineherd Eumaeus. Early in the morning, Odysseus contemplated begging in the city, even considering soliciting the suitors for employment as a servant. However, Eumaeus advised against this, cautioning Odysseus about the suitor's volatile and ruthless nature. Thus, Odysseus inquired in detail about his father Laertes and his wife Penelope. Eumaeus recounted the particulars, unaware that the man before him was none other than Odysseus himself. Finally, Odysseus requested Eumaeus to recount his own journey to Ithaca. Eumaeus gladly obliged, revealing that he was the son of King Theseus, born on the island of Syria. Once, Phoenician merchants arrived on the island, enticing a Phoenician slave of his father to abduct him, promising to return her to her homeland once the deed was accomplished. The slave consented, stealthily leading him away from the palace to the merchant's ship, which then set sail for Phoenicia. After 6 days of sailing upon the sea, on the 7th day, the goddess Artemis struck down the treacherous maidservant with her arrow. The Phoenicians docked at the island of Ithaca, where they sold the young Odysseus to Laertes. Odysseus listened intently to the narrative of the young man. It was not until deep into the night that the tale concluded. They lay down to rest, but their slumber was brief, as the dawn quickly ignited the horizon, urging them to rise. On that very morning, Telemachus returned to Ithaca. Following Athena's instructions, he stealthily anchored his ship and disembarked. He requested his friend Piraeus to shelter the stranger Theoclymenus for a time, while he sought out Eumaeus. Suddenly, an eagle appeared overhead, clutching a small dove in its talons. Theoclymenus grasped Telemachus's hand and quietly proclaimed, "Telemachus, this is a portent. No family in Ithaca is more powerful than yours. You shall forever reign over all of Ithaca." This prophecy filled Telemachus with immense joy. He instructed his companions to row to the harbor of the city, while he, in high spirits, set off to find the swineherd Eumaeus. According to the recounting of Homer's epic, the Odyssey, Odysseus and Eumaeus had risen early. They prepared breakfast and had just begun to eat when Eumaeus' pack of watchdogs excitedly rushed towards the newcomer Telemachus, greeting him warmly. Odysseus heard the footsteps, and in an instant, Telemachus arrived at Eumaeus' doorstep. Eumaeus immediately rose to greet him, tears of joy streaming down his face as he embraced and kissed the entering Telemachus. Telemachus's return brought Eumaeus such comfort, akin to a father welcoming back his long-lost only son. Odysseus stood to offer his seat to the son who had just entered. But Telemachus kindly responded, "Wanderer, you may sit. There is no need for concern, for Eumaeus will provide a seat for me." Eumaeus hurriedly prepared a seat for Telemachus and brought forth food and wine. During their meal, Telemachus inquired of Eumaeus where this wanderer had come from and who had brought him to Ithaca. Eumaeus recounted the fabricated tale he had heard from Odysseus and requested that Telemachus welcome the wanderer into his home. However, Telemachus could not acquiesce. So youthful was he. How could he confront the throngs of ferocious suitors? He only promised to send someone to bring new clothing and a sword to the wanderer, aiding him in his return to his homeland. Odysseus, filled with compassion for Telemachus, feigned ignorance and questioned him about the ferocity of the suitors, also inquiring if the people of Ithaca and his relatives treated him with similar hostility. "I would rather meet my end at the hands of the wicked suitors in my own home than endure the humiliation of watching my estate be ravaged," Odysseus concluded. What could Telemachus say in response? He could only lament his status as an only son, feeling isolated and powerless against the multitude of fierce suitors. particularly as they were intent on his demise. Telemachus even dared not share the news of his return with Penelope. He dispatched Eumaeus to the city, discreetly conveying the news of his return to his mother, ensuring that the suitors remained oblivious. Subsequently, Penelope sent a loyal maid to relay the message to the aged Laertes, who was fraught with anxiety over his grandson's fate. Eumaeus hurried out to fulfill Telemachus's entrusted task. As he exited, the goddess Athena, unseen by Telemachus, appeared before Odysseus. She summoned him outside the hut and, with a touch of her staff against the wall, restored him to his true form, instructing him to reveal his identity to Telemachus. Upon returning to the hut, Telemachus was astounded. Odysseus appeared so noble and majestic that Telemachus could hardly believe a divine being had manifested before him. "Ah, wanderer," Telemachus exclaimed, "you have returned to me in a different guise. You must be an immortal deity. Have mercy upon us. We shall offer you abundant sacrifices." "No, I am no deity," Odysseus replied. "I am your father, Odysseus, for whom you have endured the vile indignities of the suitors." With deep affection, Odysseus embraced his son, tears of joy streaming as he kissed Telemachus. Yet, Telemachus found it difficult to immediately accept that his father had truly returned home, having only just seen him as a wretched old beggar. How could such a transformation occur? Could a mortal achieve such a miracle? Telemachus was beset by doubt, until Odysseus dispelled his uncertainty, revealing that the goddess Athena had transformed him into a wanderer and had now restored his true appearance. Only then did Telemachus believe that the figure before him was indeed his father. He held Odysseus tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. After the initial exhilaration of their reunion subsided, Telemachus inquired how Odysseus had returned home and by whom he had been brought back to Ithaca. Odysseus explained that he had been sent home by the Achaeans, who had gifted him treasures that he concealed deep within a cave. Later, Athena encountered him and dispatched him to find Eumaeus. Odysseus then inquired in detail about the suitor's situation. Upon hearing the news, a surge of fury consumed him. He yearned to exact immediate vengeance upon them. However, was such a feat feasible? The suitors numbered over 116, hailing from various corners. Could Odysseus and Telemachus openly challenge such a formidable throng? Yet Odysseus had powerful allies. No mortal, regardless of their numbers, could stand against them, for his allies were Zeus, the Thunderer, and his daughter Athena. Determined to act with their assistance, Odysseus devised a plan. Telemachus would enter the city to confront the suitors, while Odysseus himself would disguise as a destitute wanderer and accompany Eumaeus into the city, feigning a beggar's role. Regardless of how the suitors treated him with brutality, Odysseus resolved to endure it all. Subsequently, Telemachus would follow his father's lead, concealing all weapons save for those needed by the father and son. The crux of the matter lay in ensuring that the news of Odysseus's return did not escape. It was imperative that no one, not even Penelope, was privy to this information, as not all the male and female servants remained loyal to Odysseus. Odysseus and Telemachus deliberated extensively. At that moment, Telemachus's ship had already docked in the city, and his companions promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Penelope of her son's return. Eumaeus encountered the messenger at the palace entrance, and together they proceeded to meet Penelope. The messenger proclaimed loudly to Penelope that her son had returned, while Eumaeus leaned in to softly convey all that Telemachus had instructed him to relay. Upon learning of her son's return, Penelope was overwhelmed with joy. The tidings of Telemachus's arrival swiftly reached the ears of the suitors, who were engulfed in panic and congregated in the square to devise a strategy. Antinous proposed the assassination of Telemachus, deeming him the sole impediment to their intentions. However, Amphithelos disagreed, fearing the wrath of Zeus, and suggested seeking counsel from the gods. If the omens were favorable, he would personally undertake the task of eliminating Telemachus. If not, he advised against any actions against him. The suitors unanimously endorsed Amphithelos' counsel, and together they made their way to Odysseus' palace. The spokesperson for the suitors, Melanthius, reported their conspiracy to Penelope. Confronting the suitors, she vehemently denounced their treachery and cruelty, particularly chastising Antinous for his ingratitude, as Odysseus had once rescued his father from the wrath of the mob. Eurymachus hastily sought to reassure Penelope, claiming that the suitors would not harm Telemachus. Yet, despite his words, Eurymachus harbored intentions of bringing about Telemachus's demise. Meanwhile, Eumaeus returned to his humble abode. The goddess Athena transformed Odysseus into a wanderer once more to prevent Eumaeus from recognizing him. The swineherd recounted his observations in the city and then kindled a fire for dinner. After the meal, everyone retired to rest. The following day, as the horizon was painted with brilliant shades of crimson, Telemachus set forth into the city. Before departing, he instructed Eumaeus to escort the wanderer into town to procure some sustenance. Upon returning home, Telemachus was greeted by his elderly nurse, Euryclea, who was filled with indescribable joy at his arrival. She wept as she embraced him. All the maidservants emerged in response to the commotion, welcoming the son of Odysseus. Upon hearing of her son's return, Penelope also came forth to embrace him, inquiring about the news he had gathered during his absence. Telemachus, however, remained reticent, eager to fetch Theoclymenus from the assembly in the square. Upon reaching the square, Telemachus found himself encircled by the suitors, who rushed to greet him and extend their salutations, while their true intentions were laced with thoughts of his demise. Shortly thereafter, Theoclymenus and Piraeus also arrived at the square. During the absence of Telemachus from the city, Piraeus took in Theoclymenus. Telemachus promptly invited Theoclymenus to his home, and they departed the square together. Upon returning home, the two bathed in a splendid marble bath, and then sat down to share a meal. Penelope emerged, bringing provisions to their table. Telemachus recounted to his mother the details of his journey to Pylos and Sparta. Upon learning that Telemachus had not gleaned any news of his father, Penelope was filled with sorrow. Theoclymenus comforted Penelope, urging her to believe that Odysseus had returned to Ithaca, likely hiding somewhere, planning a strategy to eliminate the suitors. He asserted that if Odysseus had not returned to Ithaca, the gods would not have bestowed a favorable omen upon Telemachus during his journey home. While Penelope conversed with Telemachus and Theoclymenus, the suitors in the courtyard amused themselves by throwing discus and javelins. Soon, shepherds arrived with fat sheep for the suitors' feasting. The suitors flocked into Odysseus's home and began roasting the lambs. The herald maiden called them into the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Odysseus and Eumaeus were slowly approaching the city. Odysseus appeared as a frail beggar, leaning on a staff. They arrived at the fountain where the townspeople drew water and encountered the shepherd Melanthius. The shameless Melanthius, seeing Eumaeus and a vagabond together, mocked them, exclaiming, "Look, a rogue leading another rogue. Foolish Eumaeus, where are you taking this beggar? If he dares to show his face at Odysseus's home, let him beware of having his ribs broken by the suitors." After speaking, Melanthius kicked Odysseus with force. Yet Odysseus stood motionless, suppressing his rage to avoid acting impulsively and harming him. Eumaeus warned Melanthius that when Odysseus returned, he would not have a favorable outcome. However, Melanthius boasted, claiming that his hopes for Odysseus's return were destined to be dashed, and that soon Telemachus would be slain by the suitors, while Eumaeus would be sold into slavery to foreigners. With that, Melanthius walked away. Eumaeus and Odysseus continued on their path. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Odysseus's palace. The sounds of music and singing emanated from within, marking the peak of the suitors' revelry. Eumaeus and Odysseus entered the courtyard, exchanging jovial banter. There, at the palace entrance, lay Odysseus' old hunting dog, Argos, on a pile of dung. At the sound of his master's voice, Argos perked up his ears. The faithful dog recognized his master, wagging his tail in an attempt to rise and greet him, but was too weak to move. Abandoned by all, the old dog was on the brink of death. Odysseus recognized his loyal hound and could not hold back his tears, hastily wiping them away to avoid detection by Eumaeus. Argos gave a slight movement and then took his last breath. It awaited its master for 2 decades, and now, despite the master appearing in the garb of a beggar, it recognized him instantly. Eumaeus entered the banquet hall first, taking a seat beside Telemachus. Odysseus followed Eumaeus into the hall, but instead of joining the guests, he leaned against the door, positioning himself at the entrance. Telemachus promptly took bread and meat, sending some to Odysseus, and urged him to beg boldly from the guests. Odysseus rose and began to solicit from each guest in turn, receiving alms from all except for Antinous, who obstinately refused. Nevertheless, Odysseus insisted upon his request. The brutal and coarse Antinous grew furious and drove Odysseus away. As Odysseus walked away, he muttered softly, "Indeed, I discern that your intellect pales in comparison to your handsome visage, for you begrudge me a mere morsel of bread, let alone one that belongs to another." Antinous, enraged by this remark, seized a stool and hurled it at Odysseus, striking him on the back. Despite this violent blow, Odysseus remained immovable, standing firm like a rock. Then he solemnly shook his head and returned to his position at the door, declaring, "It is not a disgrace to be beaten while protecting one's possessions. Should the avenging goddess deign to safeguard the beggar, Antinous shall meet a funeral, not a wedding. Antinous, further incensed by Odysseus's words, seethed with rage. However, the other suitors admonished Antinous for bullying the wandering beggar, for the immortal gods often disguise themselves as wandering beggars upon their arrival to the mortal realm. And such occurrences are not uncommon. Telemachus, witnessing his father being tormented by Antinous, felt a surge of indignation, yet he recalled their prior agreement and suppressed his fury. Penelope, too, learned of Antinous' mistreatment of the unfortunate wanderer, deepening her contempt for the tyrannical suitor. She summoned Eumaeus, inquiring meticulously about the beggar's origins. Upon discovering that Odysseus had once been a guest in the home of the beggar's father, she exclaimed, "Ah, I believe that upon Odysseus's return, he and Telemachus will ruthlessly exact vengeance upon the suitors." No sooner had Penelope uttered these words than Telemachus let out a resounding sneeze. This omen filled Penelope with joy, as she now firmly believed that the suitors would soon meet their demise at the hands of her husband. She instructed Eumaeus to bring the wanderer to her, desiring to inquire about Odysseus's whereabouts. However, Odysseus declined to meet Penelope immediately, requesting to wait until nightfall, wishing to avoid inciting the suitors' wrath further. Penelope acquiesced. The suitors grew increasingly rowdy at the feast. As night fell, Eumaeus had long since returned home, yet the suitors lingered. Suddenly, a beggar appeared at the door, renowned throughout the island of Ithaca for his gluttony and drunkenness, named Iris. Spotting a vagrant seated at the entrance, he immediately began to shoo him away. But Odysseus refused to budge. At that moment, Iris threatened to kill him if he did not leave at once. A quarrel ensued. Antinous, upon hearing the clamor of the two men, seized the opportunity to amuse himself alongside the suitors. He deliberately incited a confrontation between Ilos and Odysseus, proclaiming that the victor would be rewarded with a fried sheep's stomach, and furthermore, would be permitted to beg daily. The suitors encircled Ilos and Odysseus, urging them to engage in a contest. Odysseus consented to the challenge, but first insisted that the suitors swear not to assist Ilos. The suitors took their oath. Thus, Odysseus removed his tattered garments, securing the rags around his waist. The suitors gazed in astonishment at Odysseus' robust physique, his well-defined arms, broad shoulders, and powerful chest. Ilos was overwhelmed with fear, yet escape from battle was impossible, as the servants seized him, laced his waist, and thrust him before Odysseus. Trembling uncontrollably, Ilos stood barely able to maintain his composure. Odysseus regarded him for a moment, contemplating whether to deliver a decisive blow or merely to knock him to the ground. He discerned that a forceful strike would arouse the suitor's suspicion. Thus, when Ilos landed a punch upon his shoulder, Odysseus merely returned a slap to the side of Ilos' head, sending him crashing to the floor, howling in pain. Grasping one of Ilos' feet, Odysseus dragged him from the banquet hall into the courtyard, depositing him at the base of the outer wall, slinging a tattered beggar's bag over his shoulder and thrusting a staff into his hand. In this manner, Odysseus taught Ilos a lesson for daring to expel him, the wanderer, from his own home. The suitors were elated, having witnessed Odysseus rid them of the persistent Ilos. They eagerly approached Odysseus to offer their congratulations, with Amphinomus presenting him a cup of wine, wishing the gods would bestow upon him wealth and happiness once more. Amphinomus was the kindest among the suitors, often preventing others from brawling and consistently protecting Telemachus. Understanding the situation, Odysseus sought to save Amphinomus, urging him to depart from the suitors and return to his father. For Odysseus was soon to return, and all the suitors would face peril. However, Amphinomus disregarded Odysseus' counsel, continuing to glide toward his doom. At that moment, the goddess Athena incited Penelope to approach the suitors, igniting within them an even stronger desire to wed her, thus enhancing Odysseus and Telemachus' appreciation for her loyalty and love. Penelope promptly summoned Euryclea, instructing her to find two maidservants to accompany her to the banquet hall to meet the suitors. After Euryclea departed, the goddess Athena allowed Penelope to take a brief respite. While she slumbered, Athena adorned her with such beauty that she resembled the radiant goddess Aphrodite. Upon awakening, the two maidservants roused Penelope, who then rose to meet the suitors. As they beheld Odysseus' wife entering the hall, their joy was uncontainable. Penelope called Telemachus to her side, reproaching him for permitting others to bully the unfortunate wanderer within their home. Telemachus listened obediently to his mother's admonishment. At that moment, among the suitors, Eurymachus turned to Penelope, extolling her beauty. Upon hearing his words, Penelope responded, lamenting the loss of her former beauty, which had withered since Odysseus departed. She expressed that only with his return could she hope to regain her past allure. She condemned the suitors for coercing her into marrying one among them and denounced their extravagant feasting that squandered Odysseus's estate. She remarked that in bygone days, suitors earnestly presented gifts to win a maiden's favor, never wasting the wealth of others. Yet, the suitors remained unfazed by her reproach. They indifferently listened and commanded their servants to bring forth lavish gifts for Penelope, hoping to secure her consent through offerings. Silently accepting the gifts, Penelope retreated to her chamber with her maidens. As soon as Penelope departed, the suitors instructed a maid to fetch 3 grand candelabra, igniting the flames to illuminate the banquet hall. The maids complied without hesitation. Odysseus directed the servants to attend to other tasks, taking charge of the candelabra himself. However, one maid, Melantho, spoke disrespectfully, mocking and insulting Odysseus. In response, he threatened to bring her transgressions before Penelope, causing the maids to flee the banquet hall in fear. Odysseus began tending to the flames of the candelabra. Eurymachus, seeking amusement at the expense of Odysseus, began to ridicule him, proclaiming that this wanderer must have been sent by some deity to grace their feast, suggesting that the brilliance illuminating the hall emanated not from the candelabra, but from Odysseus's bald head. The suitors erupted in laughter, and Eurymachus, emboldened, intensified his mockery. Odysseus calmly retorted, addressing Eurymachus' arrogance, declaring him to be foolishly overconfident, mistaking his luck for skill. He warned that should Odysseus return, Eurymachus would find himself in dire straits. Feeling the expansive doorway would become too constricted for his escape. Fuming with rage, Eurymachus seized a stool and hurled it at Odysseus, who skillfully dodged the blow. The stool struck a servant pouring wine, causing the unfortunate soul to cry out and collapse, the cup tumbling from his hand. The hall erupted with the shouts of the suitors, furious at the disruption this wanderer had brought to their feast. Yet, Telemachus interjected, asserting that the discord stemmed not from Odysseus's presence, but from the inebriation of the guests, suggesting that the banquet ought to conclude. Though the suitors dismissed his words, they ultimately acquiesced. They refilled their cups, drained them, and then dispersed. Once the suitors had departed, Odysseus instructed Telemachus to remove the weapons from the banquet hall. Telemachus summoned Euryclea, commanding her to confine all the maidens to their respective chambers to prevent them from witnessing the removal of the weapons, which needed to be gathered to avoid smoke damage. Euryclea dutifully complied with Telemachus's orders. Together, Telemachus and Odysseus began to transport the arms from the hall. While the goddess Athena secretly illuminated their path with her own light, Telemachus observed the brilliance of light surrounding him, yet found no visible source, which struck him as peculiar. He inquired of Odysseus regarding the origin of these lights. However, Odysseus cautioned his son against probing further, fearing that such inquiries might provoke the wrath of the divine. After removing all weapons, Odysseus made his way to Penelope's chamber. Penelope awaited the arrival of this wanderer with eager anticipation, hoping to glean news of Odysseus. Meanwhile, Telemachus returned to his own quarters and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Upon Telemachus's departure, Penelope entered the banquet hall accompanied by her maidservants. The maidservant arranged a silver-inlaid ivory chair for her by the hearth, then proceeded to tidy up the remnants left by the suitors. The maid Melantho verbally assaulted Odysseus, demanding he leave, threatening that should he fail to depart immediately, she would strike him with a burning log. Odysseus gazed at her with melancholy and said, "Why do you vent your anger upon me? Indeed, I am but a beggar now, as fate has decreed. Yet I have known wealth and prosperity, only to have everything stripped away by Zeus. You too may find your beauty withered, inciting disdain from your mistress. Mark my words, when Odysseus returns, you shall suffer for your rudeness." Even if he does not return, Telemachus remains, and he is well aware of the conduct of the maidservants. Nothing escapes his notice. Upon hearing Odysseus' words, Penelope chastised Melantho. "You are like a vicious dog, snapping at everyone. Beware, for I am aware of your actions. You shall pay for your malevolence. Do you not realize it was I who summoned this wanderer?" Penelope instructed for a seat to be prepared for Odysseus by the fire, and once he was seated, she began to inquire earnestly about Odysseus. The wanderer recounted how he had personally hosted Odysseus as a guest, recounting that Odysseus had anchored near Crete during a tempest on his journey to Troy. Upon hearing that this wanderer had seen Odysseus 20 years prior, Penelope could not contain her grief and wept openly. To ascertain the truth of his claims, she asked him to describe Odysseus's attire from that time. For the wanderer, detailing Odysseus's garments was an effortless task, and he provided a vivid description that convinced Penelope of his authenticity. The wanderer reassured Penelope that Odysseus was indeed alive, having recently visited the land of the Thesprotians before sailing to Dodona to seek divine counsel. Odysseus shall return shortly, he declared, before the year's end. Even before the new moon graces the sky. Penelope was inclined to trust his words, yet doubt lingered within her, for she had awaited his return for so long. And still he had not come. Penelope then instructed her maidservants to prepare a soft bed for the wanderer. Grateful, Odysseus requested that his old nurse Euryclea wash his feet first. Euryclea was more than willing to attend to the wanderer, for his stature, appearance, and even his voice reminded her of the Odysseus she had nursed. Euryclea brought a basin of water, bending down to wash the feet of the wanderer. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the scar on his foot, a mark she recognized all too well. It was the result of a deep wound inflicted by a wild boar while Odysseus had hunted alongside the sons of Autolycus on Mount Parnassus. Recognizing the scar, Euryclea gasped in astonishment, accidentally knocking over the basin. Tears of joy filled her eyes as she trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Odysseus, is it truly you, my beloved child? How could I have failed to recognize you sooner?" Eager to inform Penelope of her husband's long-awaited return, she was interrupted as Odysseus quickly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, "Indeed, I am your dear Odysseus. But you must remain silent. Do not reveal my secret, lest you bring me harm. Be cautious. Do not disclose my return to anyone. Even though you are my nurse, I shall punish you without mercy if the maidservants learn of my presence through you." Euryclea vowed to keep his secret. Overjoyed by Odysseus's return, she fetched another basin of water to wash his feet. Unbeknownst to Penelope, who remained oblivious, the goddess Athena had ensnared her attention. Odysseus returned to sit by the hearth, while Penelope lamented her wretched fate, recounting a recent dream. In her vision, a hawk had torn apart all the white geese in her home, and the women of Ithaca wept alongside her for their demise. Suddenly, the hawk returned, alighting upon the palace roof, speaking in human tongue. "Penelope, this is no mere dream, but a portent of what is to come. The white geese represent the suitors, and I am Odysseus, soon to return home." Odysseus assured Penelope that her dream was as clear as if she had witnessed it firsthand, leaving no room for interpretation. Yet, Penelope remained skeptical, doubting that Odysseus would ever return. She confided in the wanderer her intention to test the suitors the following day by retrieving Odysseus's bow, allowing them to shoot at a predetermined target. The one who succeeded would win her hand in marriage. The suitors urged Penelope not to delay this contest, adding, "Before they hit the target, Odysseus will return." Thus, Penelope conversed with the wanderer, oblivious to his true identity as Odysseus. As night deepened, despite her desire to converse with him throughout the night, she reluctantly returned to her chamber, accompanied by her maidservants. The goddess Athena lulled her into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, Odysseus prepared a bed of cowhide and sheepskin, yet sleep eluded him as he pondered how to exact revenge upon the suitors. The goddess Athena appeared at his bedside, offering solace and assuring him that his trials would soon come to an end. At last, Athena coaxed Odysseus into slumber, but not long after. He was awakened by Penelope's lamentations, as she mourned the gods for not allowing Odysseus to return home. Odysseus rose, tidied his bed, and made his way to the courtyard, imploring Zeus to grant him an omen, intending to take the first words he heard that morning as a sign. Zeus heeded Odysseus's prayer, and the sky resonated with thunder. The first words he heard were uttered by a female servant grinding grain, who expressed her hope that this day would mark the last of the suitor's indulgence in his home. Overwhelmed with excitement, Odysseus understood that the thunderous god was aiding him in seeking vengeance against the suitors. As recounted in Homer's Odyssey, that morning, throngs of maidservants arrived in the banquet hall to prepare for the feast of the suitors. Euryclea assigned the maids to fetch water, scrub the floors, change the crimson chair covers, and wash the dishes. Soon after, Telemachus emerged from his chamber and inquired about the wanderer's overnight rest before heading towards the town square. Eumaeus, Philoetius, and Melanthius arrived bearing pigs, sheep, and cattle for the suitors' revelry. Eumaeus and Philoetius greeted the wanderer with warmth and courtesy, both feeling sympathy for this homeless drifter. Philoetius reflected on Odysseus, pitying his master, and gazed at the wanderer, contemplating whether his master too was wandering in a foreign land in similar plight. Eumaeus and Philoetius prayed to the gods for Odysseus's safe return. Desiring to comfort his loyal servants, Odysseus declared to Philoetius, I swear by Zeus and the sacred fire of Odysseus's palace, that before you depart this place, Odysseus shall return, and you shall witness how he deals with those unruly suitors. Eumaeus and Philoetius were exceedingly polite to the wanderer. However, the rude Melanthius came forth to bully him, threatening to slay him if he did not leave Odysseus's home. Odysseus said nothing, merely furrowing his brow with authority. The suitors continued to arrive at Odysseus's house, plotting to murder Telemachus, yet the divine omen instilled in them a sense of caution. They took their seats at the table, and the feast commenced anew. Telemachus set a table and a stool for Odysseus by the door, instructing that food and wine be brought to him. At that moment, Telemachus, with an air of dignity, proclaimed, "Wanderer, sit here and partake in the feast alongside my guests. Rest assured, I will not permit anyone to bully you. My home is not a tavern where any rogue may enter, but the palace of King Odysseus." Antinous, upon hearing Telemachus's words, arrogantly retorted, "Friends, let us not be intimidated by Telemachus. Had it not been for the ominous signs sent by Zeus, we would surely have subdued him, ensuring he would no longer dare to prattle in such an irksome manner." Telemachus paid no heed to this intimidation, sitting in silence, awaiting a signal from Odysseus. The goddess Athena further incited the suitor's arrogance and insolence, intensifying Odysseus's desire for retribution. Under her instigation, the suitor Tisippus exclaimed loudly, "Listen to me. Telemachus has provided the wanderer with ample wine and food. We too must offer him something. I have prepared gifts for him." As Tisippus spoke, he seized a cow's hoof and hurled it violently at Odysseus, who barely evaded the projectile. At that moment, Telemachus admonished Tisippus with authority, declaring, "You were fortunate not to hit. Otherwise, my spear would have surely found its mark, and your father would have had to prepare a funeral for you, rather than a wedding. I reiterate to all of you, I will not permit the insult of guests within my home." The suitors fell silent, and Agelaus urged them to cease their torment of the wanderer. Suddenly, the goddess Athena incited a senseless uproar among the suitors, clouding their minds and rendering them irrational. They erupted into raucous laughter, their faces pale, eyes brimming with tears, as if burdened by a great stone upon their hearts. Like a pack of beasts, they devoured bloody flesh. In their madness, they resumed mocking Telemachus. Yet Telemachus sat in silence, indifferent to their jeers. Penelope, from the inner chamber, also heard the suitors clamoring at the lavish banquet. Such a feast, orchestrated by the goddess Athena and the husband of Penelope, Odysseus, was perhaps unprecedented in the annals of mankind. Finally, Penelope rose and made her way to the storeroom where Odysseus's treasures were kept. She retrieved a sturdy bow, originally belonging to Eurytus, the king of Oechalia, which Eurytus' son Iphitus had gifted to Odysseus. Bearing the bow and a quiver filled with arrows, Penelope entered the banquet hall. Standing beside a pillar, she addressed the suitors, "Hear me. I present to you this bow of Odysseus. Whoever can string it and shoot an arrow through 12 rings shall be the one I marry." She entrusted the bow to Eumaeus. Upon seeing his master's bow, Eumaeus broke into tears, handing it to the suitors. The loyal Philoetius also wept, and their sorrow for Odysseus incited the ire of the suitors. At that moment, Telemachus planted a pole with rings into the ground, aligning them upright. He attempted to draw the bow, but after 3 unsuccessful attempts, he was dissuaded from trying again by a nod from Odysseus. The suitors then decided to take turns attempting to string the bow. The first to try was Leota. Yet the bow proved too stiff for him to bend even slightly. At this point, Antinous called for Melanthius to fetch some oil to lubricate the bow, thinking it might ease the task. However, all the efforts of the suitors proved futile. None could draw the bow. Meanwhile, Eumaeus and Philoetius exited the banquet hall, followed by Odysseus. In the courtyard, he showed the 2 loyal servants the scar on his foot, a remnant of a wild boar's bite, revealing his true identity. The 2 servants were overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly kissing his hands and feet. Odysseus offered them words of comfort. Then he instructed Eumaeus that when Odysseus seized the bow, he should hasten to inform Euryclea to secure the maidservants within their quarters, ensuring they were not permitted to emerge. Odysseus commanded Philoetius to firmly secure the palace doors. Upon completing his directives, Odysseus returned to the banquet hall, calmly taking his place by the threshold. By the time Odysseus re-entered the hall, Eurymachus had already oiled the bow and placed it over the fire to warm. Afterward, Eurymachus attempted to draw the bow, yet still found it impossible. The suitors, witnessing the futility of their collective efforts, resolved to abandon the bow for the moment, choosing instead to indulge in feasting and merriment. Suddenly, Odysseus rose and requested the opportunity to attempt the bow. The suitors, upon hearing this plea, derided him, though deep down, they harbored a fear that this wanderer might outshine them. Penelope insisted they hand the bow to the vagabond. Telemachus interrupted his mother, urging her to return to her chamber, and commanded Eumaeus to present the bow to Odysseus. As Eumaeus prepared to pass the bow, the suitors clamored in protest. Eumaeus hesitated, yet Telemachus sternly admonished him, insisting he fulfill his duty. Eumaeus complied, handing the bow to Odysseus, and hurried off to convey Odysseus' instructions to Euryclea. Meanwhile, Philoetius had already secured the palace gates. Odysseus took the bow, inspecting it with the same meticulous care a musician bestows upon their lyre before performing. Effortlessly, he drew the bow, tautening the string, then plucked it gently to test its resilience. The string emitted a resonant hum. The suitors turned pale. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, a portent from Zeus for Odysseus. Filled with elation, he seized an arrow, seated himself without rising, and shot towards the target. The arrow flew true, piercing through all 12 rings. Odysseus then turned to Telemachus, proclaiming loudly, "Telemachus, your guest has not brought you disgrace. Behold, I drew the bow with little effort. Indeed, I have yet to expend all my strength. Now, let us prepare another feast for the suitors. A different lyre shall now entertain our banquet." Odysseus furrowed his brow and signaled to Telemachus. Telemachus donned his sword, grasped his spear, and adorned himself in gleaming bronze armor, positioning himself beside Odysseus. Odysseus, shedding his tattered garments, stood upon the threshold, spilling the arrows from his quiver onto the ground at his feet, and shouted at the suitors, "I have successfully struck my first target. Now, I have selected a new mark, one yet untouched by any archer. The god of archery, Apollo, shall aid me in hitting this target." With that, Odysseus loosed an arrow at Antinous. The arrow found its mark, piercing Antinous' throat as he was poised to drain a cup of wine. Blood gushed forth from Antinous, his body swayed, overturning the table, and he collapsed lifeless to the ground. The suitors leapt up in uproar, rushing to retrieve the weapons that had once adorned the walls, only to discover them vanished. At that moment, Odysseus bellowed at them with imposing authority, "Ah, wretched curs! Do you think I would not return? Do you believe your reckless deeds would go unpunished? No. Now you shall all meet your doom." Eurymachus desperately pleaded for Odysseus' mercy, offering to repay double the wealth they had squandered, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Odysseus was consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance. The suitors, realizing their entreaties were futile, resorted to self-preservation. They drew their swords, seeking refuge behind the tables to evade the arrows launched by Odysseus. Eurymachus, wielding a sharp blade, charged at Odysseus, but an arrow pierced his chest, and he collapsed, lifeless. Amphithelos lunged at Odysseus, only to be struck down by Telemachus' spear. After dispatching Amphithelos, Telemachus hurried to procure weapons. He retrieved 4 helmets, for shields, and 8 spears from the armory for Odysseus, Eumaeus, Philoetius, and himself. While Telemachus fetched the arms, Odysseus continued to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows, each one claiming the life of a suitor, who fell one after another. Telemachus returned with the weapons. Odysseus donned his armor, while Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius stood resolutely with their spears at his side. The traitorous servant Melanthius noticed Telemachus' excursion to gather weapons, and stealthily made his way to the armory. Seizing 12 shields and 12 spears, for in his haste, Telemachus had forgotten to secure the armory door. Now the suitors were fully armed. Odysseus, witnessing their swift transformation into formidable opponents, felt a sudden unease, realizing that someone had supplied the suitors with weapons. Fortunately, Eumaeus spotted Melanthius sneaking back to the armory and reported the situation to Odysseus. Odysseus commanded Eumaeus and Philoetius to capture Melanthius in the armory, binding him securely with ropes and confining him there. Eumaeus and Philoetius approached the armory stealthily, and as Melanthius attempted to carry out weapons, they seized him, forcing him to the ground, binding his hands and feet, and then hanging him from the beams of the armory, taunting him, "Melanthius, now guard the weapons. We have arranged a soft, comfortable bed for you. Do not sleep too long." Having said this, they hurriedly took up arms to assist Odysseus, who was valiantly resisting the onslaught of the suitors alongside Telemachus. At that moment, Athena transformed into Mentor and appeared before Odysseus. Odysseus called upon Mentor for aid, but the suitors threatened him, declaring that if he assisted Odysseus, they would slay him. Athena's hatred for the suitors intensified. She reproached Odysseus, stating that he fought with less valor against the suitors than he had in battle at Troy. With that, she suddenly transformed into a swallow, soaring upwards and alighting upon the beams above the suitors. The suitors launched 3 consecutive assaults against Odysseus, hurling spears at him, Telemachus, and the 2 loyal servants. Yet Athena guided their throws astray. Odysseus and his companions managed to strike down 4 suitors each time. Philoetius's spear pierced the arrogant Tisippus, who joyfully exclaimed, "You foul miscreant! Now you may silence yourself. You graciously presented Odysseus with a cow's foot, and now I reciprocate with a fitting gift." One by one, the suitors fell, lifeless upon the ground. Suddenly, Athena shook her fearsome shield above them. The suitors, gripped by terror, fled in a frenzy, akin to a herd of cattle in summer being beset by swarms of horseflies. Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius pursued the suitors relentlessly, like hawks chasing after doves. The suitors found no escape from heaven or earth. Leota ran before Odysseus, pleading for mercy, yet Odysseus mercilessly swung his sword, severing his head. At Telemachus's urging, Odysseus spared only the minstrel Phemios, who had sung against his will for the suitors, and the herald Medon, who had hidden beneath the hides. Odysseus commanded them to wait in the courtyard. He meticulously surveyed the scene to ensure no suitor had escaped, but all lay dead, none had evaded their fate. At that moment, Odysseus summoned Euryclea. Upon hearing her master's call, she hurried forth, only to behold him, bloodied and standing amidst the corpses of the suitors, reminiscent of a lion that has just devoured a bull. Odysseus instructed Euryclea to summon all the maidservants who had shown sympathy towards the suitors. Euryclea gathered 12 maidens. Following Odysseus's command, the maidens mournfully removed the suitors' bodies, stacking them in the palace colonnade, their cries echoing through the air. After they had completed this grim task and cleansed the banquet hall, Odysseus decreed that they should all be executed. Thus, the traitorous maidservants met their deserved fate, hanged as retribution for their betrayal of Odysseus and Penelope. The traitor Melanthius was subjected to a gruesome death by dismemberment. Following the punishment of the maidservants and Melanthius, Odysseus instructed Euryclea to bring incense to purify the banquet hall. All of Odysseus' maidservants emerged, encircling their master, kissing his hands and feet, rejoicing at his return. Overcome with emotion, Odysseus shed tears upon reuniting with his family. According to the recounted verses of Homer's Odyssey, the family greeted Odysseus with respect. At this moment, Euryclea rushed to Penelope's chamber to awaken her, bearing the joyous news. Her husband had finally returned, having slain all the suitors and avenged himself. Yet, Penelope could scarcely believe it, suspecting Euryclea was mocking her. Euryclea repeatedly assured her mistress that Odysseus had indeed returned, explaining that the wanderer with whom she had conversed at length was none other than Odysseus, recognized by the scar upon his foot. However, Odysseus had instructed her to keep his return secret from Penelope. Despite Euryclea's persistent reassurances, Penelope remained skeptical, doubting that Odysseus could have single-handedly vanquished all the suitors. At last, Penelope consented to attend the banquet hall. Upon her arrival, however, she found herself in a quandary. Should she surrender herself to Odysseus's embrace? Or should she first interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain whether this wanderer truly was her husband? Penelope seated herself beside the stranger, gazing intently at him, at times convinced that he was Odysseus, and at other moments, plagued by doubt. Telemachus, observing her indecision, reproached her. "My dear mother," Telemachus implored, "is your heart as hard as stone? Your husband has finally returned, yet you sit in silence. There may not be another wife in the world so disrespectful to her long-absent husband." "My son," Penelope replied, "you see, I am rendered speechless by my overwhelming emotions. If this wanderer is indeed Odysseus, he should reveal a secret known only to the two of us, and then we shall recognize one another." Odysseus smiled and addressed Telemachus, saying, "My son, do not allow your mother to be so restless. If she were to ask me a few questions, she would soon believe I am Odysseus. Dressed in these rags, she finds it difficult to recognize me. Now we must determine how to keep our secret safe, ensuring the townsfolk remain unaware that the suitors have all been slain, lest it incite chaos. We have killed noble youths, and their kin may seek vengeance upon us." Odysseus instructed all the male and female servants to sing and dance joyfully to the accompaniment of Phemios' lyre, so that the citizens would think a celebration was underway in the palace. They complied, and those passing by the palace indeed believed a wedding feast was being held for Penelope and one of the suitors. After bathing and donning splendid attire, Odysseus returned to the hall, seating himself opposite Penelope. Athena had imbued him with a radiant presence. To dispel Penelope's doubts, Odysseus resolved to reveal the secret known only to them both. He summoned Euryclea and instructed her to prepare his bed. Penelope then said to her, "Very well, Euryclea, prepare his bed, but do not arrange it in the chamber originally built by Odysseus. Remove his opulent bed from the room and lay fresh bedding for him." "Oh, my queen," Odysseus exclaimed, "who could move the bed I crafted myself? You know well that it was made from the trunk of an olive tree that grew within the palace. I personally felled the tree, built walls around it, and fashioned the bed from the stump, inlaid with gold, silver, and ivory. But could someone have sawed off the stump and moved the bed during my absence?" At that moment, Penelope understood that the man before her was indeed Odysseus, for only they shared the secret of the bed. Overcome with emotion, she wept bitterly, throwing herself into Odysseus's arms and tenderly kissing him. Odysseus, with tears in his eyes, embraced his faithful wife, holding her close and showering her with kisses. Akin to a sailor who has survived a storm, kissing the earth after being cast ashore by the waves, Odysseus and Penelope clung to one another, weeping together for an extended time. Had it not been for the divine intervention of the goddess Athena, who prohibited the dawn goddess Eos from ascending the sky, thus prolonging the night, Odysseus and Penelope would surely have been caught by the morning light. They departed the banquet hall and returned to their chamber. Telemachus commanded the male and female servants to cease their singing and dancing, and soon the entire palace succumbed to slumber. However, Odysseus and Penelope remained awake. Odysseus recounted his perilous adventures, while the faithful Penelope listened intently, sharing the tribulations she had endured at the hands of suitors during his absence. According to the epic Odyssey, Hermes, wielding his golden staff, summoned the souls of the suitors from their lifeless bodies. This staff possessed the power to close the eyes of mortals into slumber or to dispel the sleep that enveloped them. The souls of the suitors wailed mournfully, trailing after Hermes as he soared through the darkened realm. Their cries echoed like the shrieks of bats, startled into flight when one of their number plummets from a perch in the shadows of a rocky cave. The suitors' souls formed a line, following Hermes along the shadowy path. He guided them onward, traversing the vast ocean river, passing the gates of the sun god Helios, soaring over the land of dreams, and gliding by the white rock of Lycaon, believed by the Greeks to mark the entrance to Hades. Ultimately, they arrived at the meadow where the souls of the departed dwell, adorned with asphodel flowers. The first to greet the souls of the suitors was the illustrious spirit of Achilles, accompanied by the souls of Patroclus, Antilochus, and the great Ajax. The spirits of the suitors encircled them. At that moment, the soul of King Agamemnon approached. Agamemnon recognized Amphimedon among the throng of suitors' spirits, recalling how, when he had visited Ithaca to request Odysseus to join the campaign against Troy, Amphimedon had graciously entertained him. Agamemnon inquired, "Pray tell, why have you come in such numbers to the dark realm? Did you perish in a storm, or were you slain while plundering the possessions of others?" Amphimedon replied that they had presumed Odysseus would never return, thus courting Penelope, who remained steadfastly loyal to Odysseus and refused to entertain any thoughts of remarriage. Upon Odysseus's return, he had ruthlessly avenged himself, punishing them for their tyranny in his household, which had depleted his resources. Hearing of Odysseus's triumphant overcoming of all adversities, Agamemnon felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "O dear Odysseus, how fortunate you are! Your faithful wife Penelope is exalted. Her name shall be sung and remembered through the ages. My fate, however, stands in stark contrast. My wife has betrayed me, and her infamy shall be eternally etched in the annals of history." At dawn, Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius donned their gleaming armor, wielding shields and spears, and set forth to meet Laertes. Odysseus urged Penelope to remain within the palace at all costs, for he was aware that news of the suitors' demise would soon spread throughout the city. Veiled in dense mist, Odysseus and his companions swiftly traversed the urban landscape, making their way to the open fields beyond. Before long, they arrived at the abode of Laertes, who resided with his slaves and an elderly maid. Odysseus instructed his comrades to enter the house and prepare a meal while he sought out Laertes in the garden. Upon encountering his aged father, who was engaged in the labor of tending to a sapling, Odysseus was struck with emotion. His father, clad in tattered garments adorned with patches, wore grass sandals and a worn sheepskin cap, his hands protected by gloves. Witnessing his father's destitution stirred deep pity within Odysseus. He hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his identity immediately or to withhold it and observe if his father would recognize him. Ultimately, he chose the latter. approaching his father under the guise of a stranger and conversing as though he were an ordinary gardener, inquiring about the owner of the garden and his name. Odysseus concocted a narrative, presenting himself as a foreigner who had once hosted Odysseus in his own home, bestowing upon him numerous gifts. He then asked, "Pray tell, have I truly arrived in Ithaca?" Laertes, tears welling in his eyes, responded, "Stranger, you have indeed reached Ithaca, yet you will not find Odysseus. A band of wicked men has taken over his household. Odysseus may well be dead. I am his father. Pray tell, who are you? From whence do you come?" Odysseus continued his fabrication, adopting a false name, and remarked that it had been 5 years since he had entertained Odysseus. This revelation plunged Laertes into profound sorrow. He scooped soil into his hands and cast it upon his head, overwhelmed by grief and crying out in anguish. Unable to bear the sight of his father's suffering any longer, Odysseus rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, "Father, it is I, your Odysseus. By the will of the gods, I have returned to Ithaca. Cease your weeping. I have avenged the suitors who squandered my estate." Laertes did not immediately accept this revelation. He demanded proof that the man before him was indeed his son. In response, Odysseus revealed the scar upon his foot and recited the names of the fruit trees Laertes had gifted him in his childhood. At that moment, joy-filled tears streamed down the old man's face as he fervently embraced Odysseus, crying out, "Great Father Zeus, now that the wicked have paid for their sins with death, surely the gods still reside upon the shining heights of Olympus. Yet I remain troubled that all the inhabitants of Ithaca may come here seeking vengeance for their kin's demise." Odysseus consoled his father and led him inside, where a meal had been prepared. After Laertes bathed and donned clean garments, the goddess Athena rejuvenated him, restoring his vigor and youthful appearance. Together, they sat down joyfully to share a meal. At this moment, the old servant Dolios returned with several of his sons. Upon entering, Dolios was astonished to see guests dining, and he immediately recognized Odysseus. He rushed towards Odysseus, fervently kissing his hands and feet, while repeatedly beseeching the gods to bestow blessings upon him. The elder Laertes was truly joyous during this meal. Meanwhile, news of Odysseus's return and the slaying of all the suitors spread throughout the city. The relatives of the suitors, leading the irate citizens, ran to the palace of Odysseus, brandishing the corpses of the suitors. They then gathered in the public square to deliberate their course of action. Antinous' aged father, Eupeithes, incited the citizens to rise against Odysseus, seeking vengeance for the death of the suitors. Only the bard Phemios and the herald Medon emerged to counsel the citizens against troubling Odysseus, for they had witnessed the gods supporting him. The demise of the suitors was indeed the will of Zeus. The seer Halitherses also stepped forward in defense of Odysseus, reminding the citizens that he and Mentor had previously advised them to prevent the suitors from their misdeeds in Odysseus's home. Given the current circumstance, the blame should rest upon the citizens themselves. It would be prudent to comply with Odysseus to avoid further calamity. Some citizens heeded Halitherses' counsel, while others, led by Eupeithes, sought arms. This situation was observed by the goddess Athena on the lofty Mount Olympus, who inquired of her father Zeus, "Father Zeus, reveal your decision to me. Do you wish to incite a great war, or shall you allow for reconciliation between the opposing sides?" "My dear daughter," Zeus replied to Athena, "you have previously determined that Odysseus should exact vengeance upon the suitors. He has fulfilled that vengeance and has the right to do so. He should continue as the king of Ithaca. We shall allow the people to forget the deaths of the suitors, and let Ithaca remain as loving as before, filled with peace and prosperity." Upon hearing this from Zeus, Athena swiftly made her way to Ithaca. A throng of citizens was approaching Laertes' residence. One of Dolios' sons, noticing the crowd, alerted everyone inside, prompting them to arm themselves, including the elderly Laertes and Dolios. They ventured outside. At that moment, the goddess Athena transformed into Mentor and approached Odysseus. Recognizing the goddess, Odysseus felt a surge of joy in his heart, and he said to Telemachus, "My son, now you shall demonstrate through your actions that you remember your noble lineage, the bravest family in the world." "Dear father," Telemachus replied loudly, "you shall see that I will not bring shame upon our illustrious family." Laertes, overhearing their exchange, was filled with joy and exclaimed, "O gods, how blessed you have made this day for me. How joyful I am. My son and grandson are debating who is braver." Athena approached Laertes and instructed him to throw his spear at the enemy without aiming, merely invoking the aid of Athena and Zeus. Laertes shook his spear and hurled it forth. The spear pierced through the bronze helmet of Oectes, shattering his skull, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Odysseus and Telemachus charged towards the enemy. Had it not been for the goddess Athena, who emerged with an imposing shout, all the inhabitants of Ithaca would have perished. Athena exclaimed loudly, "Citizens of Ithaca, cease your combat. Disperse immediately to prevent further bloodshed." The citizens of Ithaca were seized by an overwhelming fear upon hearing the goddess's voice. They laid down their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. Once they regained their senses, they hastily fled for their lives. Odysseus called out loudly and took off in pursuit. However, Zeus cast down a bolt of lightning, striking the ground before Athena, which compelled her to halt Odysseus, saying, "Son of the valiant Laertes, reign in your heart. Cease the bloody slaughter, lest you provoke the wrath of Zeus, the thunderer." Overjoyed, Odysseus ceased his pursuit of the fleeing citizens of Ithaca. Shortly thereafter, the goddess Athena, disguised as Mentor, persuaded the citizens of Ithaca to forge a lasting peace with King Odysseus, and both parties vowed never to breach their accord. Agamemnon and his son Orestes. Agamemnon and his son Orestes, as recounted in Aeschylus's tragedy Agamemnon. As Agamemnon prepared to embark on his expedition to Troy, he instructed his wife, Clytemnestra, to be informed immediately upon the conquest of Troy, signaling the end of the bloody war. He had previously dispatched a servant who would ignite beacons on the mountaintops, relaying the news sequentially, ensuring that Clytemnestra would be the first to learn of the fall of the great city of Troy. The siege of Troy endured for 9 long years. As the 10th year approached, prophecies foretold that the city would finally succumb. Clytemnestra could receive news of Troy's downfall and her husband's imminent return at any moment. To avoid being caught off guard by Agamemnon's arrival, she sent a male servant each night to the lofty roof of the palace. This servant remained vigilant, his eyes wide open, regardless of the fierce summer storms or the biting cold winter nights. As days turned into weeks, the slave awaited the promised signal dispatched by the queen herself. However, Clytemnestra was not eagerly anticipating her husband's return. Her heart had already strayed to Aegisthus, and she had plotted to murder Agamemnon upon his victorious homecoming. As night fell, the eastern horizon began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Suddenly, the servant spotted a brilliant flame atop a distant peak, the long-awaited signal. Troy had fallen, and Agamemnon would soon return. The servant rejoiced, for his arduous vigil was finally at an end. He hurried to convey the joyful news to Clytemnestra. Yet, for her, there was no joy to be found in this announcement. To avoid arousing suspicion, she feigned delight, summoning a group of maidservants to offer sacrifices of gratitude to the gods. Deceitful and treacherous, Clytemnestra plotted in her heart the demise of Agamemnon. The townsfolk had gathered at the entrance of Agamemnon's palace, and the news of Troy's conquest swiftly reached their ears. A group of elders sought to welcome Agamemnon at the palace gate. Though they harbored doubts about their king's imminent return, the messenger's arrival dispelled their uncertainties as he proclaimed that Agamemnon was not far from home. Clytemnestra, playing her part once more, pretended to be overjoyed, hastily returning to the palace under the guise of preparing to welcome her husband, while in truth, she was preparing for his murder. At last, Agamemnon appeared in the distance, arriving in a chariot, followed by a triumphant army. The warriors adorned with wreaths and vibrant garb marched behind a procession laden with spoils and captives. Cassandra, the daughter of Priam, sat beside Agamemnon in sorrowful silence. The townspeople erupted in cheers to welcome their king. Clytemnestra emerged from the palace to meet Agamemnon, having ordered the path to be laid with crimson carpets, welcoming him as one would a deity. Yet, Agamemnon feared that such honors might invoke the wrath of the gods. Agamemnon removed his shoes and walked barefoot towards the palace, followed closely by the treacherous Clytemnestra, who lamented his absence and expressed her anguish over their separation. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of the royal palace, Clytemnestra halted and cried out, O Zeus, fulfill my plea. Aid me in accomplishing my destined purpose." Having uttered these words, she entered the palace. The townspeople gathered silently around Agamemnon's palace, their hearts heavy with an ominous premonition of impending misfortune, causing them to linger. Suddenly, a horrifying scream erupted from within the palace, the anguish cry signaling Agamemnon's demise. As he emerged from the bath, Clytemnestra struck him down. She draped a flowing garment over him, ensnaring him as if in a net, rendering him defenseless. With 3 swift blows, she ended her husband's life. Clutching the bloodied axe, her attire stained with crimson, Clytemnestra approached the gathered crowd. The onlookers were taken aback by her heinous act, yet she felt a sense of pride, as though she had achieved a monumental feat. However, The pangs of conscience began to seize her. She feared the torment that would come from her murderous deed and the inevitable vengeance that awaited her from the iron-hearted avenger on behalf of Agamemnon. At that moment, Aegisthus emerged from the palace, adorned in royal robes and wielding a scepter. The populace seethed with rage. Had it not been for Clytemnestra's protection, they would have torn him to shreds. Mourning Agamemnon's death, the crowd gradually dispersed. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra returned to the palace, reveling in their successful conspiracy and the acquisition of power. Yet fate decreed that they could not escape retribution. Their atrocities would inevitably invite severe punishment, and they were destined to face the cruelty of their impending doom, as recounted in Aeschylus' tragedy, The Libation Bearers. Many years had elapsed since the death of Agamemnon. One day, two young men, clad like wanderers, arrived at the tomb of Agamemnon, situated near the royal palace. One appeared to be around 18 years of age, adorned with a sharp sword at his waist. The other, slightly older, bore two long spears. The younger lad approached the tomb, severed a lock of hair from his head, and laid it upon the grave. He was Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who had been saved by his nurse on the day of his father's demise, fleeing far from his homeland to be sheltered and raised by King Strophius of Phocis. Accompanying him was his friend, Pylades, the son of Strophius. Having just performed a sacrifice in honor of his father, Orestes witnessed a group of female slaves clad in black garments approach the tomb. Among them was Electra, the daughter of the slain king. Like the other maidens, she wore dark attire, her hair cropped short, rendering her indistinguishable from the rest. Orestes and Pylades hastily concealed themselves behind the tomb to ascertain the purpose of the maiden's visit. Upon reaching the grave, the slaves began to wail loudly, subsequently circling the tomb thrice. These women had been sent by Clytemnestra, who had been plagued by a dreadful dream, fearing the wrath of Agamemnon's spirit. They had come to beseech the ghost for mercy. However, deep within their hearts, they harbored resentment towards Clytemnestra for having murdered Agamemnon and for her oppressive treatment of them. Clytemnestra's cruelty was particularly harsh towards these women, all captives from Troy, as their mere presence reminded her of her slain husband. Electra approached the grave, heeding the slaves' counsel, and instead of imploring for her father's compassion, she called upon the gods to exact vengeance upon Clytemnestra. She could hardly act otherwise, consumed by hatred for her mother, guilty of spousal murder. As the rites concluded and the maidens prepared to depart, Electra suddenly noticed a lock of hair upon the tomb. This hair bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, leading her to deduce that it belonged to Orestes. Picking it up, she pondered why Orestes had not come in person, but had merely sent a token of his presence. At that moment, Orestes stealthily approached his sister and called her name. Electra failed to recognize her brother immediately, for he had been but a child at their last parting. Orestes presented to her the garment she had woven for him, and upon seeing it, Electra was filled with joy. He revealed that he had come at the behest of Apollo, who had commanded him at the oracle of Delphi to avenge their father's murder by confronting their mother and Aegisthus. Apollo had warned that should Orestes fail to fulfill this command, madness would befall him. Orestes urged Electra to be cautious and not to disclose to anyone that he had returned to their homeland. After a brief while back at the palace, Orestes and Pylades approached the gates, informing the servant who answered that they wished to see Clytemnestra on urgent matters. The servant summoned Clytemnestra, and thus Orestes conveyed the message from King Phocis that he was to report the demise of Orestes, leaving the king uncertain about how to dispose of his remains. Upon receiving this news, Clytemnestra was filled with unrestrained joy. The one person capable of avenging her crime of murdering her husband was finally dead. She hastily dispatched a messenger to inform Aegisthus, who was already within the city, and he promptly rushed to the palace, not even taking a single guard, with whom he was usually inseparable. Aegisthus came hastening to his doom. The moment he stepped through the palace door, he was struck down by Orestes' sword. A male servant, terrified, ran to seek Clytemnestra's assistance. Deep down, Clytemnestra understood that the time for reckoning for her heinous deeds had come. Suddenly, Orestes approached her, sword stained with blood in hand. Clytemnestra fell to her knees at his feet, pleading for mercy, reminding him that she was his mother who had nurtured him with her own milk. However, Orestes could not find it in his heart to show compassion. He was bound to fulfill Apollo's command. Grasping one of her hands, he dragged her to the side of Aegisthus' corpse and ended her life. Thus, Orestes avenged his father. Upon hearing of the simultaneous deaths of Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, the citizens gathered in fear before the palace. Not a single citizen expressed sympathy for the demise of the despised tyrant Aegisthus and the treacherous Clytemnestra. When the palace doors swung open, the people beheld the bloodied corpses of Aegisthus and Clytemnestra, while Orestes stood beside them, sword in hand. Although he had slain 2 individuals, Orestes felt no guilt, for he was merely executing Apollo's will and avenging his father. Yet, the relentless Furies suddenly appeared before him, each adorned with serpents entwined upon their heads, their eyes glinting with terrifying wrath. Confronted by these avenging spirits, Orestes trembled in fear, sensing his grip on sanity slipping away. He fled the palace, pursued by the Furies, and sought refuge at the temple of Apollo in Delphi, hoping for protection, as he was acting in accordance with Apollo's wishes, as recounted in the tragedy by Aeschylus. Orestes, pursued by the Furies, endured countless hardships until he finally arrived at Delphi, sitting beside the Amphithelos stone within the temple of Apollo, believed by the Greeks to mark the center of the earth. Even upon reaching Apollo's sanctuary, the dreadful Furies continued their relentless chase. However, the god of archery, Apollo, lulled them into slumber, and their furious eyes finally closed. Apollo, bearing the vengeful goddess, stealthily approached Orestes, instructing him to journey to Athens and besiege the ancient statue of the goddess Athena for protection. Apollo pledged his support to the unfortunate Orestes and appointed his brother Hermes as his guide. Orestes rose and, treading lightly, exited the temple, accompanied by Hermes on his way to Athens. No sooner had he departed than the spirit of Clytemnestra descended to Apollo's temple. Observing that the Furies were asleep, she roused them and reproached them for failing to pursue the slayer of her mother. She urged the Furies to immediately chase after the already fled Orestes, denying him even a moment of peace. Yet, the Furies remained in deep slumber, murmuring in their dreams, occasionally shouting as if in pursuit of the fleeing murderer. Eventually, one of the goddesses managed to awaken first, rousing the others. Upon realizing that Orestes had escaped, their anger ignited. They condemned Apollo for snatching the murderer from their grasp. Apollo raised his silver bow in intimidation, expelling them from the temple. Enraged, the Furies hastily followed the trail to pursue Orestes. At this juncture, Orestes had already arrived in Athens, seated beside the statue of the goddess Athena, his arms wrapped around it. Soon after, the Furies arrived in pursuit. They searched for Orestes everywhere, their wrath boiling over, wishing to rend the unfortunate soul to pieces, yet fearing the desecration of Athena's sacred statue. Hearing their malevolent cries, Athena appeared before them in a radiant form. The Furies demanded Athena surrender the murderer, insisting on subjecting Orestes, the matricide, to brutal torment. Orestes implored Athena for protection, reminding her not to forget that his father, Agamemnon, fell victim to the treacherous hands of Clytemnestra. Was his vengeance against his mother taken lightly? He acted under Apollo's command. Orestes besieged Athena to render a personal judgment upon him. Athena acquiesced to Orestes' plea. She selected a group of elders from Athens to form a court for the trial of this case. This court became known as the Areopagus, enduring in the city of Athens, established on the hill where the Amazons camped during their assault on Theseus. From that time forth, the hill was named Ares Hill, for the Amazons had once offered sacrifices to the war god Ares there. The appointed judges assembled, and the voting urns, crafted from stones, were brought forth, marking the commencement of the trial. The goddess Athena also participated as a judge. A multitude of citizens gathered around, eager to hear the verdict delivered by the judges. The Furies brought charges against Orestes, demanding the court find him guilty. Apollo himself appeared to defend Orestes, calmly articulating his case, asserting that Orestes' actions were justifiable, as his vengeance upon Clytemnestra was a response to her heinous crime of murdering her husband, the noble king Agamemnon. Ultimately, Orestes was merely executing Apollo's command. Upon hearing the statements of both the plaintiff and the defense, the judges commenced their deliberations. It had been previously established that should the votes for the plaintiff and the defendant be equal, Orestes would also be acquitted. Upon counting, the results revealed an equal distribution of votes between the plaintiff and the defendant. This parity was attributed to Athena casting a vote for Orestes, declaring that she had no mother, only Zeus as her father, and thus felt compelled to support him. Consequently, Orestes was pronounced not guilty, and the Furies were compelled to cease their pursuit of him. The Furies, incensed, lamented that the court had stripped them of their right to severely punish the guilty. They vowed to reduce all of Attica to ruins, transforming it into a chasm of calamity. However, Athena quelled their wrath, advising the Furies to reside forever in a sacred cave within Attica, where all Athenians would venerate them with utmost reverence. The formidable Furies acquiesced. The citizens, led by Athena and her priestess, joyously and exuberantly escorted the Furies to their sacred sanctuary at the foot of Mount Ares. From that moment forth, the Furies became the guardians of all of Attica, and the people referred to them as the Eumenides, meaning the benevolent goddesses, as recounted in Euripides' tragedy Iphigenia in Taurus. Orestes did not escape the clutches of the Furies, for not all of them were compliant with the verdict of the Areopagus court. A few of the Furies continued their relentless pursuit of Orestes, rendering him restless day and night. Enduring great torment, Orestes was compelled to flee once more to the temple of Apollo at Delphi. Apollo instructed him to venture to the distant land of Taurus and retrieve the statue of Artemis from there. This task was fraught with peril, as the Taurians, who had inhabited that land for generations, offered foreigners as sacrifices to the statue of Artemis. Thus, Orestes faced the grim possibility of suffering a similar fate. Regardless, Orestes embarked on this arduous journey. No matter the cost, he was determined to liberate himself from the relentless pursuit of the Furies. Together with his companion Pylades, he successfully sailed to Taurus, concealing their ship among the coastal rocks before proceeding alone to the temple of Artemis. Unbeknownst to Orestes, the priestess of this temple was his sister, Iphigenia, whom the Greeks had once intended to sacrifice to the goddess Artemis. During the day, Orestes and Pylades dared not steal the statue. They resolved to wait until nightfall to act. However, they were discovered by a group of shepherds who launched an assault on them. After a protracted struggle, the two men were ultimately captured and brought before the king. The king decided to offer them as sacrifices to Artemis. Early the next morning, they were bound and taken to the temple. Iphigenia had no inkling that she would be commanded to slay her own brother. That night, she experienced a terrifying dream in which she saw her father's palace crumbling due to an earthquake, with only a single column still standing. Hanging from the column was a lock of pale, curly hair. She cleansed the column with holy water, as if preparing it for a sacrifice. Iphigenia, believing her brother Orestes to be deceased, resolved to honor his memory with a solemn sacrifice. When the moment of offering arrived, the king's servants brought forth the bound Orestes and Pylades before her. She inquired meticulously about their identities and origins. Upon learning that they hailed from Greece, she pressed them for news regarding Agamemnon's fate and Orestes' well-being. Regrettably, Orestes and Pylades had little comforting news to share. Ultimately, Iphigenia decided to sacrifice only one of them, sending the other back to Greece to convey the message that his sister Iphigenia still lived. It was at this moment that recognition dawned upon Orestes and his sister, and both rejoiced at their unexpected reunion. However, the question of how to escape from Taurus loomed large. Iphigenia resolved to employ deception. She informed the king of the Taurians that the statue of Artemis had been desecrated and required purification in the sea, insisting that the two foreigners also partake in this cleansing ritual. The king acquiesced to her request. Iphigenia led the temple priests to the seaside where Orestes was concealed. The priests bore the statue of Artemis, while the king's servants escorted the bound Orestes and Pylades. Upon reaching the shore, Iphigenia instructed the king's servants to depart, for they could not witness the secret purification ceremony. Once they had left, Iphigenia unbound her brother and his loyal friend, and they hurriedly boarded the ship. However, the king's servants soon grew suspicious of the prolonged ceremony and approached the shore, only to be astonished by the sight of a ship waiting there, intended to carry Orestes and Iphigenia away. The servants rushed at Orestes, seeking to reclaim their priestess. A fierce struggle ensued, and Orestes and Pylades managed to drive the king's servants into a hasty retreat. Orestes, along with Iphigenia and their companions, boarded the vessel as the sailors rowed, setting sail toward the open sea. Yet, their escape from Taurus was fraught with peril as a dreadful storm arose, driving their ship back to the shore. Had it not been for the intervention of the goddess Athena, the Greeks aboard the vessel would have surely met their demise at the hands of the Taurian king. Athena appeared before the king, commanding him to release not only Iphigenia, her brother, and their entire retinue, but also all the priestesses of the temple of Artemis, allowing them to return to Greece. The king complied with the goddess's decree. Now, Iphigenia could return to her homeland, to the very place from which the goddess Artemis had originally taken her. Orestes' journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon returning, he avenged himself by slaying Aegeus the son, the usurper of the throne during his absence, named Eleuthius. Orestes arranged for his sister Electra to wed his loyal friend Pylades, who had been prepared to sacrifice himself for Iphigenia at the altar. After the return of Iphigenia, she became the priestess of the temple of Artemis, situated by the sea in Attica, not far from Athens. The tale of Thebes unfolds as recounted in Sophocles' tragic work, Oedipus Rex. Cadmus's son, Polydorus, the king of Thebes, fathered a son named Labdacus with his wife Nyctomane, who subsequently inherited the throne of Thebes. Following Labdacus was his son Laius, who once visited King Pelops and stayed in Pisa for an extended period. Pelops extended lavish hospitality to Laius. However, in an act of betrayal, Laius abducted Pelops' youthful son Chrysippus and took him back to Thebes. Enraged and heartbroken, Pelops cursed Laius, beseeching the gods to punish the deceiver, proclaiming that the deceiver's own son would ultimately slay him. Thus, Pelops' curse upon Laius was bound to manifest. Upon returning to the seven-gated city of Thebes, Laius married Iacaste, the daughter of Menecius. Laius lived in Thebes in a state of carefree bliss for a considerable time, yet one disquieting thought lingered: he remained childless. Finally, he resolved to consult Apollo at Delphi regarding the reason for his lack of offspring. The oracle, Pythia, delivered a dreadful prophecy: son of Labdacus, the gods shall grant your desire, and you shall bear a son. However, be forewarned, you will meet your demise at the hands of your own progeny. The curse of Pelops will inevitably come to pass. Overwhelmed with terror, Laius pondered ways to escape this inescapable fate and ultimately resolved that upon the birth of his son, he would take his life. Soon after, Laius's wife indeed gave birth to a male infant. The cruel father bound the newborn's feet with leather straps and pierced the soles with a sharp iron pin, ordering a servant to abandon the child in the forest of Mount Cithaeron to be devoured by wild beasts. Yet, the servant, moved by pity, did not obey Laius's command. Instead, he secretly entrusted the infant to a slave of King Polybus of Corinth, who was grazing cattle on the mountain. The slave presented the child to King Polybus, who, lacking heirs, decided to adopt the boy as his own successor, naming him Oedipus, meaning swollen foot. Thus, Oedipus grew up under the care of King Polybus and his wife Merope, both of whom claimed him as their biological child, and Oedipus believed them to be his true parents. Upon reaching adulthood, during a banquet, a drunken friend revealed that Oedipus was an adopted child, shocking him deeply. This revelation sparked doubt within him, prompting him to implore Polybus and Merope for the truth. However, they remained tight-lipped. Consequently, Oedipus resolved to journey to the oracle at Delphi to uncover the secret of his true parentage, disguising himself as a humble traveler as he set forth. Upon arriving at Delphi, he inquired of the oracle. The radiant Apollo, through the mouth of the priestess Pythia, proclaimed to him, "Oedipus, thy fate is most dreadful. Thou shalt slay thy own father and wed thy own mother, begetting children cursed by the gods and reviled by all mankind." Stricken with terror, Oedipus pondered how he might evade the horrific destiny of patricide and incest. The oracle had not revealed the names of his biological parents, leading Oedipus to resolve never to return to Corinth. What if Polybus and Merope were indeed his true progenitors? Was he to become the murderer of Polybus and the husband of Merope? He resolved to wander forever as a rootless vagabond, devoid of kin, progeny, and homeland. Yet, could one truly escape the design of fate? Unbeknownst to Oedipus, the more he endeavored to elude his destiny, the more faithfully he tread the path laid out for him by fate. After departing from Delphi, Oedipus became a homeless drifter, uncertain of his destination, and thus he randomly chose the nearest path. This path fortuitously led him to Thebes. As he journeyed towards the foot of Mount Parnassus, he arrived at a narrow valley where three roads converged. There, he encountered a venerable elder, majestic and dignified, seated in a chariot, accompanied by a herald and several attendants. The herald rudely rebuked Oedipus, commanding him to clear the way, even striking him with a whip. Enraged, Oedipus retaliated with a punch, attempting to squeeze past the chariot, when the elder suddenly struck him on the head with a staff. Infuriated, Oedipus swung his club with great force at the elder, who fell lifeless to the ground. He then turned upon the elder's attendants, slaying them all, save for one slave who managed to escape unnoticed. Thus, fate's decree was fulfilled. Oedipus, unaware of the truth, had unwittingly slain his biological father, Laius. The elder was indeed Laius, who had been journeying to Delphi to inquire of Apollo how to rid Thebes of the bloodthirsty Sphinx. Calmly, Oedipus continued along his chosen path, believing himself blameless for the act of killing, as he merely acted in self-defense. He pressed onward along the road, ultimately arriving at the city of Thebes. The atmosphere in Thebes was shrouded in gloom and despair. The city, once the pride of Cadmus, had suffered two calamities. The dreadful Sphinx, born of Typhon and Echidna, lay in wait on the slopes of Mount Phtium, incessantly demanding offerings. Meanwhile, A slave who had accompanied King Laius reported that the king had been slain by an unknown assailant. Witnessing the suffering of the Theban people, Oedipus resolved to eliminate their plight by confronting the Sphinx himself. The Sphinx was a fearsome creature, possessing the body of a lion, sharp claws, and immense wings. The gods decreed that the Sphinx would remain at the borders of Thebes until someone could solve her riddle. This riddle was once divulged to the Sphinx by the Muses, who compelled all who passed by to decipher its meaning. Those who failed to solve it met their demise beneath the Sphinx's iron-like claws. Many valiant Thebans endeavored to rescue their city from the Sphinx's cruelty, yet they all perished in their attempts. When Oedipus confronted the Sphinx, she presented him with this enigma. Tell me, what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs during the day, and on 3 legs in the evening? Among all living beings, only this one exhibits such a transformation in its gait. When it walks on 4 legs, its strength is diminished, and its speed is at its slowest. Without hesitation, Oedipus replied, "It is man. In youth, which corresponds to the morning of life, a person crawls on all 4s, moving slowly due to their limited strength. In adulthood, the prime of life, they walk on 2 legs, while in old age, the evening of life, they require a cane for support, thus walking with 3 legs." Oedipus successfully unraveled the Sphinx's riddle. Consequently, the Sphinx soared away from the mountains and plunged into the sea. The gods had decreed that should anyone solve the riddle, the Sphinx must perish. Thus, Oedipus liberated Thebes. Upon his return, the citizens of Thebes ardently elected him as their king, for after the death of Laius, Creon had previously decided that whoever could save the city from the Sphinx would rightfully ascend to the throne. After assuming power, Oedipus married the widow of Laius and begot 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene, and 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices. Thus, the latter part of fate unfolded as Oedipus unwittingly became the husband of his own mother, resulting in the birth of 4 children. This tale is recounted in Sophocles' tragedy, Oedipus Rex. Since his ascension, Oedipus was cherished by the people, who admired his wise governance over Thebes. For a considerable time, the kingdom prospered and the royal family enjoyed tranquility. However, fate had destined Oedipus for misfortune. Behold, a great calamity ultimately befell Thebes. The god Apollo unleashed a dreadful plague upon the city, one that spared neither the young nor the old. Thebes seemed to transform into a vast cemetery, with unburied corpses littering the streets and squares. The air was filled with anguished moans and lamentations, the cries of wives and mothers resonating everywhere. The city was ravaged not only by the horrific plague, but also by severe famine, as the fields yielded no harvest and livestock perished in droves. The scene appeared to herald the end of the once great city of Cadmus. The citizens futilely offered sacrifices to the gods, imploring their assistance, yet their prayers went unheard. And the calamity escalated. Groups of citizens sought out King Oedipus, beseeching him for help and guidance on how to escape the life-threatening disaster. Recalling how he had previously aided them in vanquishing the Sphinx, Oedipus, deeply troubled for the residents of Thebes and his own family, had dispatched Creon, the brother of Acalnan, to Delphi to seek counsel from Apollo on how to avert the impending disaster. Creon was expected to return promptly, and Oedipus awaited his arrival with eager anticipation. At last, Creon returned bearing the oracle's response. Apollo commanded that the wretched soul responsible for the calamity inflicted upon Thebes be expelled. The citizens of Thebes were obligated to either exile or execute the culprit to atone for the blood guilt of the slain King Laius. Yet, how could one possibly identify the murderer of Laius? It was known that Laius had been ambushed on the road, and all his attendants, save for 1 slave, had also perished. Oedipus resolved with unwavering determination to uncover the assassin, regardless of their identity or the depths to which they might conceal themselves, even if they were to hide within his own palace or were a beloved kin. Oedipus summoned all citizens to deliberate upon the means of discovering the killer. The populace suggested that only the seer Tiresias could assist in this quest. The blind prophet Tiresias was brought forth, and Oedipus implored him to reveal the name of the murderer. What could the prophet convey? Though he possessed knowledge of the culprit, he was unable to divulge the name. Allow me to return home. The burden of fate would be lighter if we shared it, Tiresias remarked. Yet, Oedipus insisted upon an answer. You despicable wretch, you refuse to speak. Oedipus exclaimed. Your obstinacy could provoke even a stone to fury. Tiresias held his tongue for an extended period, reluctant to disclose the identity of the perpetrator. Ultimately, unable to withstand Oedipus's furious tirades, he relented and proclaimed, Oedipus, it is you who have sullied the land you govern. You are the very murderer you seek. In your ignorance, you have wed the woman most revered by all, your own mother." Upon hearing Tiresias's words, Oedipus was consumed by rage. He denounced Tiresias as a deceitful scoundrel, threatening to execute him and accusing him of being incited by Creon, who was purportedly scheming to usurp his throne. Tiresias, fully aware of the truth he had spoken, remained composed in the face of the king's wrath. He recognized that, though Oedipus possessed physical sight, he was blind to the heinousness he had wrought and was unwilling to confront the reality of his own transgressions. Oedipus remained oblivious to the fact that he existed within a web of sin, that he was his own adversary and the enemy of his own family. Unfazed by threats, Tiresias boldly addressed Oedipus, stating that the killer was present, standing before him. Despite the murderer appearing as a newcomer to Thebes, he was, in truth, a native of the city. The fated one would suffer dire consequences. The one who once saw would become blind. The wealthy would be reduced to poverty, and he would lose everything and be exiled from Thebes, wandering in foreign lands. The citizens listened intently, filled with trepidation, knowing that Tiresias never spoke falsehoods. Oedipus, consumed by fury, accused Creon of having instigated Tiresias to utter such lies, blaming him for an alleged ambition to seize dominion over Thebes. At this juncture, Acalnania entered, and Oedipus recounted the words of Tiresias to her, condemning her brother for harboring sinister intentions and plotting treachery. He inquired of Acalnania how Laius had met his demise and how Laius's only son had been cast into the woods of Mount Cithaeron, located between Attica and Boeotia in central Greece. Acalnania elaborated on the sequence of events to Oedipus. At that moment, a sense of foreboding gripped Oedipus's heart, an ominous premonition of some dreadful fate. "O Zeus," Oedipus exclaimed, "are you intent on subjecting me to calamity? Alas, is it not I who perceives the truth, but the blind Tiresias?" Oedipus then inquired about the fate of the surviving servant, asking where he was and whether he still lived. He eventually learned that the servant was tending flocks on Cithaeron. Oedipus promptly dispatched someone to seek out the servant, eager to uncover the entire truth, no matter how harrowing it might be. Just as the messenger set forth, a herald from Corinth arrived, bearing news of the death of King Polybus. This suggested that Polybus had not been slain by his son. If Oedipus were indeed the son of Polybus, it would imply that fate had not unfolded as prophesied, for destiny had decreed that Oedipus would kill his father. Perhaps Oedipus was not the son of Polybus? He clung to a glimmer of hope, believing he had escaped his fated doom. Yet, the messenger shattered this flicker of hope, revealing that Polybus was not Oedipus's biological father. When Oedipus was but an infant, it was the messenger who had received him from Laius's shepherd and had personally delivered the child to King Polybus of Corinth. Oedipus listened in terror as the messenger recounted the tale, the horrifying truth becoming increasingly evident. As for the shepherd, he initially refused to divulge anything, seeking to conceal the truth. However, under Oedipus's threat of severe punishment for withholding the facts, the shepherd, fearing retribution, confessed that the boy given to the messenger was Laius's son. Although Laius had commanded that the boy be killed, the shepherd had pitied the unfortunate infant. Oedipus lamented that he wished he had perished in his infancy, expressing his resentment towards the shepherd for not allowing him to die in the cradle. Now, Oedipus understood everything. From Acalnia's account, he had learned of Laius's death and realized he had unwittingly slain his father, simultaneously. The shepherd's words revealed that he was the biological son of Laius and Acalnia. Regardless of Oedipus's desperate attempts to evade his fate, destiny had indeed come to fruition. In despair, Oedipus strode into the palace, a murderer of his father, a husband to his mother, in the eyes of their shared lineage. His son was both his child and his brother. Awaiting Oedipus within the palace was yet another blow. Acalnia, unable to bear the weight of such horrific truths, took her own life, hanging herself in the bedroom. Oedipus, consumed by anguish, descended into madness. He tore the metallic clasp from Jocasta's garment and, with its sharp edge, blinded himself. He could no longer bear to behold the sunlight, his children, or the city of Thebes. For him, all joy had been extinguished, his life, devoid of happiness, lay in ruins. Oedipus implored Creon to banish him from Thebes, pleading only that he might care for his son. This tale is recounted in Sophocles' tragedy as Oedipus Acalnus. Creon did not expel Oedipus from Thebes immediately. The former king lingered in the palace for a time, withdrawing from all company, steeped in unspeakable sorrow. Yet, the citizens of Thebes feared that Oedipus' presence would invoke the wrath of the gods upon their land, demanding his swift removal. Oedipus' sons, Eteocles and Polynices, supported this decree, eager to seize control of Thebes for themselves. Ultimately, the inhabitants of Thebes banished Oedipus, while his two sons shared power with Creon. Blind and weakened, Oedipus departed from his homeland, wandering aimlessly. Were it not for his daughter, the noble and resilient Antigone, who selflessly tended to him, the forsaken Oedipus would have surely perished. She accompanied him on his journey. The unfortunate old man, with Antigone's assistance, traversed from one realm to another, with utmost care. Antigone guided her father over mountains and through dense forests, sharing in his hardships along the arduous path. After enduring prolonged tribulations, Oedipus finally arrived near the city of Athens in Attica. Antigone was uncertain of the direction to take her father. Before them, the walls and towers of a city bathed in the light of the rising sun emerged. Nearby, lush groves of laurel entwined with ivy and vines flourished. Occasionally, olive trees shimmered with clusters of silver green amidst the woods. The sweet song of the nightingale wafted through the air. A brook flowed through the verdant valley, its gurgling sound resonating, while white star-shaped daffodils and fragrant yellow saffron bloomed abundantly. Suffering greatly, Oedipus sat upon a stone beneath the shade of a laurel tree in the grove. Antigone sought to learn the name of their location. Just then, a villager happened by and informed Oedipus that they were in Colonus, not far from Athens, approximately 7 kilometers away. The grove where he rested was the sacred grove of the Eumenides, the vengeful goddesses, and the surrounding land was hallowed ground of Poseidon and Prometheus. The city visible from the grove was Athens, presided over by Theseus, the noble son of Aegeus. Upon hearing this, Oedipus requested the villager to send word to King Theseus, conveying that Oedipus intended to offer significant assistance, provided the king would grant him shelter for a time. The villager could scarcely believe that a frail, blind old man could be of aid to the formidable king of Athens. The villagers, filled with doubts, journeyed to Colonus to inform their kin that a blind elder residing in the sacred grove of the Eumenides claimed he could aid King Theseus. Oedipus, upon realizing he stood within the sanctuary of the vengeful deities, understood that the moment to conclude his suffering was drawing near. Apollo had long foretold that after enduring a protracted existence of turmoil, he would meet his end in the hallowed grove of the great goddesses. Whosoever welcomed him would reap immense rewards, while those who cast him out would face the wrath of the gods. He now comprehended that these great goddesses were indeed the relentless Eumenides, who had pursued him throughout his life. Oedipus firmly believed that peace was at last within his grasp. At that moment, the residents of Colonus hurried to the forest's edge, eager to discern who would dare enter the sacred grove. For they themselves trembled at the mere utterance of the name of the dreadful goddesses and dared not even cast a glance at the sanctified ground. Upon hearing the words of the Colonus inhabitants, Oedipus requested Antigone to guide him deeper into the grove. However, when the Colonus dwellers admonished him for desecrating the sacred space, he emerged from the thicket, declaring himself to be Oedipus. This revelation sent them into a state of panic. Before them stood Oedipus, in Greece, who was unaware of the dreadful fate that befell him, or of the horrifying sins unwittingly committed by the ill-fated son of Laius. No, the people of Colonus could not allow Oedipus to remain. They feared incurring the ire of the deities. They disregarded the desperate pleas of the blind old man and his daughters, demanding that he depart from Colonus immediately. Could it be that in this sacred Athens, the city revered throughout Greece for its willingness to grant refuge to those in need, Oedipus would still find no sanctuary? He had not come of his own volition, and moreover, his arrival would surely benefit the people of Athens. In the end, Oedipus beseeched them to at least await the arrival of Theseus before making a decision, allowing the Athenian king to determine whether to offer him asylum or to expel him. The residents of Colonus consented to defer their judgment until the arrival of King Theseus. At that moment, a chariot appeared in the distance, bearing a woman adorned with a broad-brimmed Thessalian hat. Antigone squinted closely and recognized her sister Ismene. As the chariot drew nearer, she confirmed her identity. "Father," Antigone exclaimed, "I see your daughter Ismene approaching in a chariot. You shall soon hear her voice." When the chariot reached Oedipus, Ismene leaped down and embraced her father. "Father, my poor father," she cried. "At last, I can embrace you and Antigone once more." Ismene's arrival brought great joy to Oedipus, for now both of his daughters stood by his side, loyal Antigone, his steadfast companion and helper, and Ismene, who never forgot her father and always sent news from Thebes. Ismene had come to bring Oedipus the most sorrowful tidings. Initially, His two sons had jointly held the reins of power. Subsequently, the younger son, Eteocles, ascended the throne, driving his brother Polynices out of Thebes. Polynices sought refuge in Argos, where he found support. Now, he is marching towards Thebes with an army, prepared for a fateful battle, either to reclaim his birthright or to face defeat and death. Ismene also informed their father that the oracle of Delphi foretold that the brother who secured their father's support would emerge victorious. Ismene asserted that Creon, who governs alongside Eteocles, would soon arrive to forcefully seize Oedipus. However, Oedipus harbored no desire to favor either side. He felt deep animosity towards both sons, as they were solely consumed by their lust for power, neglecting their filial duties. When he was exiled from Thebes, neither son opposed the decision. And now Oedipus was resolute in withholding his assistance. No, they could not rely on their father's aid to reclaim the rule of Thebes. Oedipus intended to remain there, determined to become a protector of Athens. The people of Colonus advised Oedipus that if he chose to settle permanently in Athens, he must offer sacrifices to the Furies in hopes of their mercy. Oedipus implored that another might perform the sacrifices on his behalf, for he was frail and blind, unable to do so himself. At this moment, Ismene volunteered to make the offerings, and she proceeded to the sacred grove of the Furies. Just as Ismene departed, Theseus arrived at the edge of the grove, accompanied by his attendants. He warmly greeted Oedipus, readily promising to provide him with refuge. Theseus was aware of the tragic fate that befell this foreigner, who had endured countless misfortunes, having experienced the hardships of being an outcast, reliant on the goodwill of others. He could not refuse to protect the unfortunate wanderer, Oedipus. Oedipus expressed his gratitude to Theseus and pledged to safeguard him in return, declaring that his grave would serve as a steadfast shield for the people of Athens. Yet, Oedipus was fated to find no immediate peace. No sooner had Theseus departed than Creon arrived from Thebes with a small contingent, seeking to control Oedipus to ensure that he and Eteocles could prevail over Polynices and his allies. Initially, Creon attempted to persuade Oedipus to return to Thebes, assuring him that upon his return, he could live worry-free among his kin, receiving their loving care and attention. However, Oedipus remained resolute, doubting Creon's sweet words. He was acutely aware of the motives that compelled Creon to urge his return to Thebes. No, he would never return with Creon, never hand victory to those who had inflicted upon him such profound suffering. When Creon realized he could not sway Oedipus, he resorted to threats, declaring he would forcibly take him back to Thebes. Oedipus was undeterred by the prospect of violence, for he now had the protection of Theseus and all the Athenians. At that moment, Creon maliciously informed the blind and helpless old man that his daughter, Ismene, had been captured. He further threatened to seize Oedipus's only remaining source of strength, his self-sacrificing daughter, Antigone. Without hesitation, Creon ordered that Antigone be taken. Antigone, in vain, called out to the Athenians for help, reaching out to her father for assistance. Yet she was still forcibly led away. Now, Oedipus finds himself utterly helpless, having had his guiding eyes taken from him. He calls upon the vengeful deities to bear witness, cursing Creon with the hope that Creon will suffer the same fate, losing his children as he has. Since Creon has taken action, he resolves to follow through. He seizes Oedipus, intending to take him away. At that moment, the men of Corinth emerge to protect Oedipus. Yet their numbers are few, and they are unable to contend with Creon's forces. The Corinthian men cry out for help, and Theseus, hearing their cries, hastens to their aid. Filled with indignation at Creon's brutality, Theseus cannot fathom how Creon would dare to abduct Oedipus and his daughters in this sacred grove of vengeance without fearing the wrath of Athens. How can Creon, emboldened by violence, disregard Theseus, as if the citizens of Thebes had taught him to act with such impunity? This cannot stand. Theseus recognizes that Thebans will not tolerate such lawlessness. It is Creon himself who tarnishes the reputation of his city and country, though advanced in years. He behaves like a reckless youth devoid of reason. Theseus commands Creon to return Oedipus's two daughters at once. Creon desperately attempts to justify his actions before Theseus, claiming that he believes Athens would not harbor a parricidal and incestuous criminal. Nevertheless, Theseus resolutely demands that Creon return Oedipus's daughters, stating that should they not be reunited, Creon shall not depart from this place. Ultimately, Creon concedes. Shortly thereafter, the aged Oedipus embraces his two daughters and expresses his gratitude to the magnanimous king of Athens, beseeching the gods to bestow blessings upon him. Theseus then speaks to Oedipus. "Listen to me, Oedipus. Before Creon arrived, I was here making sacrifices to Poseidon. and a young man sat beside the altar, eager to speak with you. But who is this young man? Oedipus inquires. I do not know. He hails from Argos. Consider, do you have any kin in Argos? Theseus replies. Upon hearing this, Oedipus exclaims, Ah, Theseus, do not make me converse with this youth. From your words, I gather that it is my loathed son, Polonius's. His words will only bring me anguish. Yet he comes as a supplicant. Theseus insists. You cannot refuse to meet him. Do not provoke the gods. Antigone, upon hearing that Polonius has arrived, also urges her father to listen to what he has to say. Despite the grievous transgressions he has committed against him, Oedipus acquiesces to hear his son's words, and Theseus goes to summon Polonius. Polonius arrives, tears brimming in his eyes. Upon seeing his father, blind and clad in tattered rags, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and his face etched with the marks of prolonged hunger and suffering, Polonius cannot contain his sorrow and weeps aloud. It is now that Polonius comprehends the cruelty he once inflicted upon his father. He extends his hands toward Oedipus, pleading, Father, if you could utter even a single word to me, do not disregard me. Speak, do not treat me with such indifference. Sisters, I implore you to persuade our father not to send me away without uttering a single word. Antigone urges him to first communicate his intentions, for she believes that Oedipus will not disregard his son. Polonius recounts his tale. He was exiled from Thebes by his brother, and thus he found refuge in Argos, where he wed the daughter of Adrastus and sought allies to reclaim the birthright of kingship that rightfully belonged to him. Father, Polonius continues, all of us who rise against Thebes beseech you, for the sake of your life and your children, to join us. We implore you to cast aside past grievances and aid us in avenging ourselves against Eteocles, who has driven me away and taken my homeland. If the omens are true, victory will favor the side you choose to support. Have mercy upon me, I beseech you, come with me. I shall return you to your homeland. Here in this foreign land, you are a beggar, just as I am. Oedipus, however, pays no heed to his son's words. The son please fail to touch him. Polonius now seeks his father merely for the conquest of Thebes. Was it not Polonius who cast him out from Thebes? Did he not turn his father into a wanderer? Should Oedipus's tattered garments not be attributed to him? Both sons have forgotten the duties owed to a father, while only the two daughters remain loyal, caring for and respecting him. No, I shall not assist you in your destruction of Thebes. You shall fall in a pool of blood before you capture it, and your brother Eteocles shall meet his demise alongside you. Oedipus proclaims loudly, I shall curse you once more, so you may remember to honor your own father. Depart, you forsaken wretch, you shall have no father henceforth. Go forth with my curse. Meet your end in battle with your brother. Whoever banished you, slay him. I shall invoke the Furies and the god of war, Ares, who will incite you brothers to slaughter one another as punishment for your transgressions. Inform all your companions that Oedipus is impartial. The gifts bestowed upon his two sons are equal. How I suffer! How unfortunate I am! Polonius cries out. How can I convey my father's response to my comrades? I must silently embrace my fate. Polonius departs, having failed to secure his father's forgiveness and protection. He leaves, disregarding Antigone's entreaty for him to return to Argos and refrain from igniting a war that would bring ruin upon himself, his brother, and the city of Thebes. The final moments of Oedipus approach. The clear sky rumbles with thunder and flashes with lightning. All those gathered beside the sacred grove of the Furies stand frozen, shaken by the ominous signs sent forth by Zeus. Another clap of thunder resonates, followed by a blinding flash. The crowd trembles in fear. Oedipus calls his daughters forth, saying to them, My children, quickly summon Theseus. This thunder from Zeus signals that I must soon descend to the realm of Hades. Do not delay. Send someone to fetch Theseus. My end is nigh. As Oedipus spoke these words, a rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens, seemingly affirming his proclamation. Theseus hurried to the sacred grove of the vengeful deities. Upon hearing Theseus's voice, Oedipus remarked, O sovereign of Athens, my demise is upon me. The thunder and lightning of Zeus herald my eternal departure. Yet, before I depart this life, I wish to fulfill the pledge I made to you. I shall personally escort you to the site of my death, but you must never reveal the location of my tomb. My grave shall safeguard your city, more effectively than a multitude of shields and spears. Soon, I shall impart to you what I cannot speak of here. Keep the secret until your final moments, when you may confide it to your eldest son, who in turn shall pass it to his heir. Come now, Theseus, come, children. This blind man shall guide you. for I am accompanied by Hermes and Persephone. Theseus, Antigone, and Ismene followed Oedipus as he led them, appearing as if he could see. He approached the slope leading to the shadowy realm of the dead and seated himself upon a stone. In his final moments, he embraced his 2 daughters and said, "Children, from this day forth, you shall have no father. Death, personified by Thanatos, has seized me. The burden of caring for your father shall not rest upon your shoulders for much longer." Antigone and Ismene wept bitterly, clinging to their father. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the depths. "Hurry, hurry, Oedipus. Why do you delay? You tarry too long." Hearing this enigmatic call, Oedipus summoned Theseus, placing his daughter's hands into his, beseeching him to be their protector. Theseus vowed to honor Oedipus's request. At that moment, Oedipus commanded his daughters to depart, forbidding them from witnessing what was to come or hearing the secrets he would share with Theseus. Antigone and Ismene withdrew, but not far along. They turned back for one last glimpse of their father, only to find him vanished. Only Theseus stood, his hands shielding his eyes, as if gazing upon a dreadful apparition. Then, Antigone and Ismene beheld Theseus kneeling, engaged in prayer. Thus, Oedipus concluded his tumultuous life, shrouded in mystery. No mortal knew the manner of his death, nor the location of his grave. He departed without pain or groan, journeying to the realm of Hades, unmatched in his passage to the underworld. This account is derived from Aeschylus's Tragedy 7 against Thebes and Euripides' Phoenician Women. After the blind Oedipus was exiled from Thebes, his 2 sons and Creon shared power, alternating their reign each year. Eteocles, unwilling to share the throne with his brother Polynices, expelled him from the city of 7 gates, seizing sole control of Thebes. Polynices fled to Argos, ruled by King Adrastus. King Adrastus hailed from the Amytteon lineage. The heroic Amytteon fathered 2 sons, the illustrious seer Melanippus and Bias, who each wed the daughters of King Proetus. The tale unfolds as follows. The 2 daughters of Proetus incurred the wrath of the gods, who punished them by driving them to madness. In their frenzied state, they believed themselves to be cows, mooing and galloping through the fields and woods on the outskirts of the city. Melanippus possessed the remedy for the daughters' affliction and offered to heal them, albeit with the condition that Proetus grant him 1/3 of his territory. When Proetus refused, calamity ensued, and other women began to succumb to madness as well. Driven by desperation, Proetus sought Melanippus once more. This time, however, Melanippus demanded not 1/3, but 2/3 of the land, 1/3 for himself and another for his brother Bias. Reluctantly, Proetus acquiesced. Melanippus led a band of youths into the mountains in pursuit of the mad women. After a protracted chase, they successfully captured all the afflicted women, including Proetus' daughters, and healed them. Subsequently, Proetus married off his daughters to Melanippus and Bias. Melanippus fathered Antiphates, who begot Eccles, who in turn sired Amphiaraus. Bias fathered Teleos, who had a son named Adrastus, as well as a daughter, Eriphyle. As Amphiaraus and Adrastus reached adulthood, a dispute arose between them. Adrastus was compelled to flee to Sicyon, seeking refuge with King Polybus. There, Adrastus wed the daughter of King Polybus and inherited his throne. Before long, Adrastus returned to his homeland of Argos, reconciled with Amphiaraus, and arranged for his sister Eriphyle to marry Amphiaraus. The 2 swore an oath to allow Eriphyle to arbitrate any future disputes, pledging to abide unconditionally by her decisions. Little did Amphiaraus foresee that this oath would become the harbinger of doom for him and his lineage. In the dead of night, Polynices arrived at the gates of Adrastus's palace, seeking asylum and assistance. Outside the palace, he encountered Tydeus, the son of Enyeus. Tydeus had fled Argos after slaying his uncle and cousins. A fierce quarrel erupted between the 2 heroes. Hot-tempered Tydeus would not tolerate dissent and brandished his weapons. Polynices, equally defiant, shielded himself with his armor and drew his sword. The 2 heroes clashed, their blades ringing against the bronze-shielded barriers as fiercely as 2 enraged lions battling in the darkness. Adrastus, hearing the tumult, emerged from the palace. Upon witnessing the valiant struggle of the 2 young men, he was taken aback. Polynices donned a lion's skin over his armor, while Tydeus was cloaked in the hide of a colossal boar. Adrastus recalled the words of the seer, who had foretold that he must wed his daughter to a lion and a boar. He swiftly separated the 2 heroes and escorted them back to the palace, where they would be treated as esteemed guests. Soon after, he betrothed his daughter, Ippel, to Polynices and allocated Alcmaeon to Tydeus. Polynices and Tydeus became the sons-in-law of Adrastus. who consented to assist them in their quest to reclaim their homeland. However, he stipulated one condition: the valiant warrior and great prophet Amphithelos must accompany them into battle. They resolved to first lay siege to Thebes. Amphithelos, however, declined to partake in this expedition, for he foresaw that the hero's endeavor was contrary to the will of the gods. Being favored by Zeus and Apollo, he was unwilling to provoke their wrath by defying divine intent. Regardless of Tydeus's fervent entreaties, Amphithelos remained resolute in his refusal. Tydeus, consumed by fury, was on the verge of confrontation, but for Adrastus's intervention, the two heroes might have become irreconcilable foes. To compel Amphithelos to join the campaign, Polonius devised a cunning plan. He sought the support of Eriphyle, intending for her to compel Amphithelos to engage in the assault on Thebes. Knowing of Eriphyle's avarice, he promised her the priceless necklace of Harmonia, the wife of Cadmus, the first king of Thebes. Tempted by this exquisite gift, Eriphyle resolved that her husband must partake in the expedition. Thus, Amphithelos could no longer refuse, as he had sworn an oath to obey Eriphyle's every decree. In her pursuit of the precious necklace, Eriphyle unwittingly condemned her husband to certain doom, oblivious to the calamity that the necklace would ultimately bring to its bearer. Numerous heroes were eager to join this campaign, including the descendants of Pelops, such as the godlike and formidable Capaneus and Eteocles, the famed Arcadian huntress Atlanta's son. The young and handsome Parthenopaeus, along with the illustrious Hippomedon and many others. Polonius sought aid from Mycenae, where the ruler had initially pledged to join the fray. However, the mighty thunderer Zeus thwarted his plans with ominous omens. Despite this, a vast army nevertheless assembled. 7 leaders advanced against Thebes, with Adrastus serving as the commander of the coalition. The heroes marched towards their demise, disregarding Amphithelos' counsel to abandon the war. Only a singular desire ignited their hearts: to battle at the gates of Thebes. The army set forth. Amphithelos bid farewell to his family, embracing his children, including his youthful son Alcmaeon and the infant Amphithelos held by the nurse. As he prepared to board his chariot, he urged Alcmaeon to seek vengeance against his mother, who had sent his father to his death. Filled with sorrow, Amphithelos climbed onto his chariot, aware that he was bidding farewell to his children. Standing upon the chariot, he turned towards his wife Eriphyle, drew his sword, and cursed her for compelling him towards his demise. The army arrived unscathed at Nemea, a city located in the northern part of Argolis in the Peloponnese. The soldiers, parched with thirst, scoured the land for a water source, yet found not a single spring. For the goddesses, obeying Zeus's command, had sealed all the wells, as Zeus harbored resentment towards the heroes for defying his will in this campaign. Eventually, they encountered Hypsipyle, the queen of Lemnos, who was cradling the young son of King Lycurgus of Nemea, Opheltes. Hypsipyle had saved her father, Thoas, during a massacre of men by the women of Lemnos, only to be sold into slavery by them. Once the queen of Lemnos, she now served as a handmaiden to Lycurgus, caring for his son. Hypsipyle laid the infant Opheltes upon the grass and ventured forth to guide the soldiers to the hidden springs within the woods. Just as she and the soldiers departed, a colossal serpent emerged from the thicket and ensnared the child. Upon hearing his cries, Hypsipyle and the soldiers rushed back, as did Lycurgus and his wife in a desperate attempt to save him. But alas, Opheltes had already been strangled by the serpent. Enraged, Lycurgus drew his sword, intent on slaying Hypsipyle, but Tydeus intervened to protect her. Tydeus was poised to engage Lycurgus in battle, yet was dissuaded by Adrastus and Amphithelos, who implored them to refrain from shedding blood over this tragedy. The heroes interred Opheltes and, during the funeral, held a military contest, marking the inception of the Nemean Games. According to another legend, the Nemean Games were established by Heracles following his defeat of the Nemean lion. Amphithelos discerned that Opheltes' demise heralded ill omens for the entire army, foretelling the ruin of all the heroes. He referred to Opheltes as the Archimeros, the harbinger of death, and counseled the heroes to abandon their siege of Thebes, yet they remained obstinate, heedless of his warnings, resolutely marching towards their doom. The army traversed the dense forests of Cithaeron and arrived at the banks of the Asopus River, drawing near to the walls of Thebes. The leaders of the various factions hesitated to launch an immediate assault. They resolved to send Tydeus into the city to negotiate with the besieged. Upon entering Thebes, Tydeus found the nobility indulging in revelry at the house of Eteocles. The Thebans dismissed Tydeus' words, laughingly inviting him to join their feast. Enraged, Tydeus, undeterred by his solitary position amidst foes, boldly challenged them to a duel, vanquishing each opponent, aided by Athena, who favored her champion. Enmity ignited within the hearts of the Thebans, and they vowed to eliminate this formidable hero. They dispatched 50 youths, led by Maeon and Lycophon, to ambush Tydeus on his return to camp, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, Tydeus emerged unscathed from this encounter, slaying all the assailants, sparing only Maeon in accordance with the will of the gods, allowing him to return and report Tydeus's valor to the Thebans. Subsequently, the animosity between the heroes from Argos and the Thebans intensified. The 7 leaders of the coalition offered sacrifices to Ares, the god of war, along with other deities, and Thanatos, the god of death. They soaked their hands in the sacrificial blood and swore an oath. They would rather spill their blood upon the soil of Thebes than breach its city walls. The Argive forces prepared to lay siege to the city. Adrastus divided the coalition into 7 divisions, each leader commanding an assault on a city gate. The bloodthirsty and formidable Tydeus, akin to a ferocious dragon, led his troops against the Proetides gate. The 3 crests adorning his helmet fluttered as he brandished a shield emblazoned with a starry night sky, centered by the eye of the moon. The towering figure of Capaneus, resembling a giant, positioned his army opposite the electric gate. He threatened the Thebans, declaring that even the gods could not deter him from breaching the gates. He proclaimed that even the wrath of Zeus, the destroyer of all, would not hinder his assault. Capaneus' shield bore the image of a naked hero, arms raised high with torches. Eteocles, descendant of Proetus, stationed his forces before the Naian gate, his shield depicting a figure ascending the battlements of a besieged city, with the inscription, "Even the god of war, Ares, cannot conquer me." Hippomadon was tasked with attacking the Athena gate, his shield radiant like the sun, adorned with the fire-breathing Typhon. His thunderous battle cry resonated with fury, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. The youthful and handsome Parthenopaeus led his troops against the Boread gate, his shield emblazoned with the Sphinx trampling a dying Theban. The seer Amphiros was assigned to assault the Gomeroides gate. Amphiros loathed Tydeus, the instigator of war, denouncing him as a murderer, the architect of destruction, a harbinger of wrath, and an accomplice to all vile deeds. He detested this war, condemning Polynices for rallying foreign forces to obliterate his homeland of Thebes. Amphiros foresaw that future generations would curse the participants of this conflict. He was also aware that he was destined to perish in this war, his body to be consumed by the land of Thebes. His shield bore no insignia, for his presence commanded more authority than any emblem. Finally, Polynices was responsible for the assault on the 7th gate, his shield depicting a goddess leading a fully armed hero, inscribed with the words, "I shall bring this man back victorious to his homeland, to the abode of his ancestors." Preparations for the fierce assault on the impregnable city of Thebes were complete. The Thebans, too, readied for a counterattack, with King Eteocles dispatching renowned heroes to guard each gate. He himself would defend the gate that his brother Polynices would assault. Melanippus, the valiant son of Astacus, descended from the dragon's teeth slain by Cadmus, was tasked with resisting Tydeus. Eteocles appointed the favorite of Artemis, Polyphontes, to confront Capaneus. Creon's son Megareus led forces stationed beside the gate that Eteocles was responsible for attacking. Hyperbius, son of Honorus, was ordered to counter Hippomadon. Actaeon stood against Parthenopaeus, while the formidable and wise Leotus was charged with resisting Amphiros. Among the valiant heroes of Thebes who took part in the war was the courageous and invincible Periclymenos, son of the sea god Poseidon. Prior to the commencement of the great conflict, King Eteocles sought counsel from the seer Tiresias regarding the outcome of the war. Tiresias revealed that the Thebans could secure victory only if the son of Creon, Menecius, were to be sacrificed to Ares, as the god still harbored resentment for the slaying of his sacred dragon by Cadmus. Upon learning of this prophecy, the young Menecius ascended the walls of Thebes, facing the cave where the dragon once dwelled, and plunged his sword into his own chest. Thus, the son of Creon met his demise, willingly sacrificing his life to save his homeland of Thebes. The Thebans were destined for victory. The wrathful Ares, in a surprising turn, softened his heart, and the gods aligned themselves with the Thebans, who adhered to divine will and believed in the gods' omens. However, the victory of Thebes was not achieved without struggle. Initially, they emerged from the city to engage the Argive forces beside the temple of Apollo, but they could not withstand the enemy's onslaught and were forced to retreat back within the city's walls. The Argives, emboldened by their success, commenced a fierce assault on Thebes. The arrogant Capaneus, confident in his extraordinary strength, positioned a ladder against the city wall, poised to breach its defenses. Yet, Zeus would not tolerate anyone defying his will to enter Thebes. He cast a thunderbolt at Capaneus, striking him down. Engulfed in flames, his charred body fell from the wall, landing at the feet of the Argives below. The young Parthenopaeus also perished during the siege of Thebes, as the mighty Periclymenos hurled a boulder, akin to a mountain, from the city's heights, striking Parthenopaeus squarely on the head and bringing about his demise. The Argives retreated from beneath the city, firmly convinced that a direct assault on Thebes was futile. Now, the Thebans could rejoice, for their city stood tall and unwavering. Subsequently, both sides agreed that the two brothers, Polynices and Eteocles, would engage in single combat to determine who would wield authority over Thebes. The sons of Oedipus were prepared for this fateful duel. Clad in armor that gleamed with radiance, Eteocles emerged from the city gates. Polynices, too, stepped forth from the Argive camp, and the fraternal conflict was poised to ignite, fueled by a fierce hatred smoldering within their hearts. In such a contest of titans, one would surely perish. Yet, the inexorable fates, with hearts of stone, had ordained a different conclusion. The vengeful Furies had not forgotten Oedipus's curse, nor the sins of Laius, or the curse of Pelops. For Laius had been driven from Thebes after losing his power to Amphithelos, and had abducted the son of Pelops, Chrysippus, leading to the boy's tragic demise. Thus, Laius was condemned by Pelops's curse. The brothers, akin to two enraged lions vying for their prey, commenced their fierce struggle. They shielded their bodies with their arms, engaged in relentless combat, their eyes seething with animosity. At that moment, Eteocles stumbled, and Polynices seized the opportunity to hurl his spear, wounding Eteocles in the thigh, blood gushing from the wound. However, in casting his spear, Polynices exposed his right shoulder, prompting Eteocles to strike without hesitation, driving his spear into Polynices' shoulder. The tip pierced Polynices' armor, bending it, while the shaft splintered. Now, Eteocles was left with only his sword. With a sudden motion, he bent down, lifting a massive stone to hurl at his brother, shattering Polynices' spear upon impact. Thus, both brothers were left with only their short swords. They pressed their shields together and continued their desperate onslaught, their bodies marred with wounds, blood staining their armor. Eteocles suddenly retreated a step, catching Polynices off guard, who raised his shield just in time. Seizing this moment, Eteocles thrust his sword into Polynices' abdomen. Polynices fell to the ground, the horrific wound gushing blood, his eyes clouded with the shadow of death. Eteocles, brimming with triumph, approached the lifeless body of his brother, intending to strip him of his armor. In that fleeting moment, Polynices summoned the last vestiges of his strength, rising to plunge his sword into Eteocles' chest. Concurrently, Polynices' soul departed his body, soaring towards the underworld of Hades. Eteocles, like a severed oak, crashed down upon his brother's corpse, their blood mingling and staining the earth around them. Both the Thebans and Argives were left in stunned silence, confronted with the horrific outcome of fratricide. The truce between the besiegers and the besieged did not endure for long, as bloodshed soon resumed. In this battle, the gods favored the Thebans. Hipponus and Eteocles, descended from Proetus, fell in succession, while the invincible Tydeus met his match at the hands of the valiant Melanippus, who dealt him a fatal blow. Despite sustaining mortal wounds, Tydeus valiantly sought vengeance against Melanippus, hurling his spear to deliver a fatal blow. Observing Tydeus, bloodied and on the brink of death, Athena implored Zeus to permit her to rescue her beloved, even beseeching him for the gift of immortality for him. Athena hastened towards Tydeus, but at that moment, Amphithelos severed Melanippus's head and cast it to the dying Tydeus. Consumed by a frenzied rage, Tydeus seized the head, split the skull, and, like a beast, drank the enemy's brain matter. Witnessing such brutality and savagery, Athena trembled and turned away from him. As Tydeus, on the verge of expiration, gazed at Athena's retreating form, he softly uttered his final request, to bestow upon his son, Diomedes, the immortality he himself could not attain. The Thebans decisively defeated the Argives, who suffered total annihilation at the gates of Thebes. Amphithelos also perished in this conflict. He hastily fled in a chariot driven by Bato, pursued relentlessly by the valiant Periclymenos. Just as Periclymenos was about to strike the great seer with his spear, Zeus unleashed a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. causing the earth to split and engulfing Amphithelos, chariot and all. Among all the Argive heroes, only Adrastus escaped with his life, riding the swift steed Arion. Finding refuge in Athens before hastening back to Argos, the Thebans rejoiced, for their city was saved. They solemnly buried their fallen heroes, while the Argive warriors, who had come with Polynices, lay unburied in the fields. Polynices, who had sought to harm his own homeland, met his end upon the battlefield, unburied. The mother and wife of the fallen heroes of Argos, aware that the bodies of their valiant kin remain unburied, are consumed by sorrow. Accompanied by Adrastus, they journey to Attica, imploring King Theseus to alleviate their distress and compel the Thebans to return the remains of the deceased. Near the temple of Demeter in Eleusis, they encounter the mother of Theseus and beseech her to persuade her son to reclaim the bodies of the Argive warriors. After much contemplation, Theseus ultimately resolves to assist the women of Argos and Adrastus. At this juncture, an envoy from King Creon of Thebes arrives, demanding that Theseus refrain from aiding the Argive women and expel Adrastus from Attica. Enraged by such insolence, Theseus cannot fathom how Creon could presume to dictate his actions. Thus, he leads an army against Thebes, triumphing over the Thebans and compelling them to surrender the remains of all the Argive fallen. They ignite 7 pyres near Eleuthery, cremating the soldiers' bodies upon the flames. The remains of the leaders are transported to Eleusis for cremation. Their ashes return to their mothers or wives in Argos. Only the ashes of Capaneus, struck down by Zeus's thunderbolt, remain in Eleusis, for his body is deemed sacred, having been smitten by the god himself. The Athenians kindle a great pyre, placing Capaneus' body upon it. As the flames roar and the fire licks at the hero's form, his wife, Euodia, daughter of Iphicles, arrives in Eleusis. Overwhelmed by grief for her beloved husband, she dons fine mourning attire and leaps from a cliff into the flames. Thus, Euodia sacrifices herself, her spirit joining her husband's in the realm of Hades, as recounted in Sophocles' tragedy, Antigone. Following the Theban victory over the Argives, a grand and opulent funeral is held for all the fallen soldiers. However, Creon and the other Thebans prohibit the burial of Polynices, who is deemed a traitor for leading foreign forces against Thebes. His body lies exposed on the battlefield, left to be devoured by beasts and birds of prey. His spirit condemned to wander eternally, denied peace in the land of the dead. Antigone, the noble daughter of Oedipus, prepared to make any sacrifice, is filled with profound sorrow upon witnessing her brother Polynices' disgrace. Resolute in her determination, she vows to defy all odds to ensure her brother receives a proper burial. Creon declares that anyone who dares to conduct the funeral rites for Polynices shall face death, yet such threats do not intimidate Antigone. She calls upon her sister Ismene to assist her, but the timid Ismene, fearing Creon's wrath, refrains from aiding Antigone. She implores her sister to respect the king's edict and reminds her of the tragic fates suffered by their mother and brother. Does Antigone truly wish to bring ruin upon herself and Ismene? Undeterred by Ismene's counsel, Antigone resolves to fulfill her sisterly duty alone, willing to face any consequences. As long as Polynices is no longer left to rot in the wilderness, Antigone ultimately transformed her resolve into action. Creon soon learned of the transgression against his decree. A sentry reported to him that someone had stealthily approached the body of Polynices, interring it with earth and performing funeral rites. Enraged, Creon threatened the sentry, declaring that if he and his comrades failed to uncover the identity of the individual who honored Polynices with burial, they would face severe punishment. He swore by Zeus that he would not show leniency. The sentry arrived at the resting place of Polynices' body. Together with fellow sentries, he removed the soil from the corpse, then took a seat on a nearby hilltop to escape the stench of decay. At noon, a tempest arose, whipping up dust and obscuring the sky. Once the storm subsided, the sentries discovered a maiden weeping over the corpse, her lamentation akin to that of a mourning bird that has found its nestlings cruelly taken. The maiden was pouring libations to the gods of the underworld, and the sentries seized her, bringing her before Creon. This maiden was indeed Antigone. Upon seeing Antigone, Creon unleashed a tirade of fury, demanding her confession. Antigone did not seek to deny her actions, though she had defied Creon's edict. She had fulfilled the will and laws of the gods. She buried her brother's body, honoring her duty as a sister. Death did not instill fear within her. Instead, she longed for it, for her life was rife with sorrow. In his wrath, Creon declared that not only would Antigone be executed, but he would also condemn Ismene, whom he deemed an accomplice. Upon learning of Creon's intent to execute Ismene, Antigone trembled in fear. Would she be the cause of her sister's demise? Servants were dispatched to apprehend Ismene. Behold, Ismene appeared at the palace gates, her eyes brimming with tears for her sister's fate. Typically timid, Ismene, upon hearing that her sister was to be executed, found newfound courage in her response to Creon's interrogation, resolved to share Antigone's fate. She firmly declared to Creon that she too had participated in the burial rites for Polynices. Antigone, unwilling to allow her innocent sister to suffer alongside her, implored Ismene, "Sister, do not forsake me. Do not claim that I should not die with you. Without you, what meaning does my life hold? Do not torment me further." Yet Antigone replied, "No, you should not die with me. You must not bear the weight of actions you did not commit. My death alone suffices. You choose life, let me choose death." Ismene pleaded with Creon for Antigone's clemency, urging him to consider that he was condemning his son's betrothed. However, Ismene's entreaty did not sway Creon. He responded that he would not permit his son Haman to wed a criminal. No, Antigone must die. She and Haman were destined to be irrevocably separated. Creon ordered the servants to take Antigone and Ismene to the palace, ensuring they were closely guarded to prevent any escape. The servants led the daughters of Oedipus away. The citizens stood in silent sympathy, recognizing Antigone's noble act. Antigone is indeed correct, were it not for the fear of the tyrant Creon silencing the voices of the populace. They would declare her innocent for burying Polynices. Creon's son, the youthful Haman, upon learning that his betrothed faces the grim fate of execution, hastens to seek his father's mercy for Antigone. Haman is acutely aware that the entire citizenry empathizes with the blameless Antigone, lamenting her impending death for fulfilling the divine will. He implores his father to abandon his obstinacy and acknowledge his transient folly. The people of Thebes firmly believe that Antigone bears no guilt. Boldly, Haman addresses Creon, proclaiming, "Father, it seems you have a penchant for injustice. You defy the laws established by the gods." Creon, incensed, perceives Haman's fervent defense of Antigone as merely a consequence of his affection for her. He bellows in rage, "You reason like a despicable servant of women." "Nay," retorts Haman, "you shall never witness my sympathy for the wicked. This is for your own sake." Creon dismisses Haman's entreaties, resolutely declaring his intent to execute Antigone. Upon hearing his father's irrevocable decision, Haman warns, "If she dies, another shall surely perish." Yet Creon, consumed by fury, orders the guards to bring Antigone forth for execution before Haman's very eyes. "No, she shall not die in my presence." Haman exclaims vehemently, "Father, you shall never see me again. You may revel in your tyranny among your sycophantic friends." With that, Haman departs. The citizens caution Creon that his son's wrathful departure portends disaster, yet Creon remains unyielding. Antigone is brought forth to face her dreadful fate, for Creon has resolved to entomb her alive within the tomb of the Labdacids. As she embarks on her final journey toward the shores of the Acheron, she will be sealed within her grave, not confined among the living but dwelling among the dead, rendering her neither truly alive nor dead. Neither friends nor family will accompany her, nor will anyone mourn her as she approaches death. Henceforth, she shall no longer behold the radiant sunlight. Just as Antigone is led away, the blind prophet Tiresias arrives, guided by a child to meet Creon. During a sacrifice, the gods had foretold ominous signs to Creon. The unburied corpses left to be torn apart by savage beasts enraged the gods beyond measure. Yet Creon, obstinate, disregards Tiresias' counsel and refuses to grant burial to Polynices. He asserts, even if Zeus's eagle were to carry the dismembered body to the throne of the thunder god, Polynices shall not be interred. Creon accuses Tiresias of being bribed to offer him false counsel for selfish ends. Enraged, Tiresias sternly rebukes Creon, declaring that all his actions are crimes, defiling the gods. Entombing Antigone alive and desecrating Polynices' body, violating the divine laws. The gods shall punish him for these transgressions. Creon's entire lineage will be engulfed in sorrow, and those he holds dear will suffer retribution. The vengeful goddess shall mercilessly exact retribution upon Creon, and no force can extricate him from this dreadful vengeance. The words of the prophet Tiresias instilled fear in Creon. He rescinded the edict forbidding the burial of Polynices' body. He personally ventured outside the city to perform the funeral rites for Polynices, imploring Hades and Hecate not to harbor wrath against him and the people of Thebes. After the burial, Creon, accompanied by his attendants, proceeded to the tomb of the Labdacus family to retrieve Antigone. Alas, it was too late. Antigone had torn her garments, fashioned them into a noose, and hanged herself within the tomb. Creon encountered Haman weeping over his fiancée's lifeless form. Despite Creon's futile pleas for his son to depart from the grave, Haman plunged his sword into his own chest before his father's eyes, collapsing atop his beloved's corpse. In despair, Creon lamented the loss of his last son, crying out in agony over the body. Simultaneously, a messenger bore the tragic news of Haman's suicide to Creon's wife, Eurydice. Silently absorbing the report, she retreated to the inner chambers of the palace, where she too, like Haman, took her own life by the sword. Just as Eurydice succumbed, Creon returned to the palace entrance, cradling his son's lifeless body, only to be met with the dreadful news of his wife's demise. The once proud and power-hungry Creon was utterly shattered. In his despair, he called upon death to end his suffering, having lost all his dearly beloved kin. According to various narratives, the war against Thebes waged by the Seven had elapsed a decade. During this time, the sons of the fallen heroes beneath the walls of Thebes had matured into adulthood. They resolved to avenge their father's failures and once again embarked on their quest for retribution. Among those participating in this conflict were Aegialeus, son of Adrastus, Alcmaeon, son of Amphiros, Diomedes, son of Tydeus, Teucer, son of Polynices, Promachus, son of Parthenopaeus, Sthenelus, son of Capaneus, Polydorus, son of Hippomedon, and Euryalus, son of Menoetius. The circumstances of this campaign differed from those of the past, as the gods safeguarded the heroic descendants embarking on this venture. The oracle at Delphi proclaimed that if Alcmaeon, son of Amphiros, joined this expedition, the heroes would assuredly triumph. Teucer, son of Polynices, volunteered to persuade Alcmaeon not to decline participation. Alcmaeon hesitated for a long time, feeling unprepared to march on Thebes until he had fulfilled his father's last wish and avenged his father's death against his mother. Like his father Polynices, Teucer resolved to first seek the support of Alcmaeon's mother, Eriphyle. He bestowed upon her the exquisite garments woven by Athena for Harmonia, the wife of Cadmus, as a means to win her favor. Enchanted by this attire, much like she had once been captivated by Harmonia's necklace, Eriphyle insisted that Alcmaeon and his brother Amphiros partake in the campaign. Thus, the heroic descendants led their forces away from Argos. Though this army was not vast, it was destined to conquer all that lay before it. The son of Tydeus, Diomedes, was elected as the commander of the army, embodying the same strength and valor as his father. The heroes, fueled by a fervent desire for vengeance on behalf of their fathers, set forth on their expedition with great enthusiasm. Near Thebes, in Potnii, they sought the counsel of the prophet at the sanctuary of Amphiros regarding the outcome of the war. The seer foretold that he would witness Alcmaeon, the honorable heir of Amphiros, triumphantly entering the gates of Thebes. The subsequent generation of heroes would emerge victorious in this conflict. With only one survivor from the previous campaign against Thebes, the son of Adrastus, Aegialeus, destined to perish in this battle. At long last, the heroic forces arrived outside the seven-gated city of Thebes. They first cleared the outskirts before commencing their siege. The Thebans, led by the current king, Eteocles, and the fierce Laodamas, emerged to counter the assault, igniting a brutal confrontation. In the course of this battle, Aegialeus was struck down by Laodamas' spear. Yet Laodamas met his end at the hands of Alcmaeon. The Thebans retreated, seeking refuge within the impregnable walls of their city. After their withdrawal, the Thebans sent envoys to negotiate with the Argives. However, that very night, following the counsel of Tiresias, they took their wives and children and stealthily evacuated Thebes, heading northward to Thessaly. Along the way, at the spring of the goddess Telephassa, the once revered seer Tiresias, who had long aided the Thebans and spared them from calamity, tragically passed away. After a long and arduous journey, the Thebans finally arrived at Hestiotis in Thessaly and established their new home. Meanwhile, the subsequent heroes laid siege to Thebes, razing the city to the ground. They divided the vast spoils of war, dedicating the most treasured part, which included the daughter of Tiresias, the prophetess Manto, as an offering to the oracle at Delphi. The victorious heroes returned home, while Polynices' son, Thersander, remained to rebuild Thebes and became its ruler. This account is recounted in Homer's epic, the Odyssey. Upon his return from the expedition to Thebes, Alcmaeon fulfilled his father's dying wish by avenging his death against his mother. In a tragic turn of fate, Alcmaeon took his mother's life with his own hands, and as she lay dying, she cursed her son, condemning him and the land that would harbor him. The vengeful Furies pursued Alcmaeon relentlessly, no matter where he sought refuge, as he wandered despondently, attempting to atone for his heinous crime. Ultimately, he arrived at the city of Psaphis in Arcadia, where King Phegeus absolved him of his sins. Alcmaeon married Phegeus's daughter, Arsinoe, hoping to find solace in Psaphis. However, fate had other plans, as the curse of his mother lingered, instilling a perpetual sense of dread within him. A severe famine and a dreadful plague swept through Psaphis, casting a pall of death over the city. In his desperation, Alcmaeon sought guidance at the oracle of Delphi, where the prophetess Pythia revealed that he must leave Psaphis and seek the river god Acheron, for only he could cleanse him of his guilt, allowing Alcmaeon to find a sanctuary on land that had not yet been tainted by his mother's curse. Bidding farewell to his wife Arsinoe and their son Clitius, Alcmaeon departed from Phegeus's home in search of the river god Acheron. Along the way, he visited Aeneas in Calydon, who welcomed him warmly. He also passed through the territory of the Thesprotians, who, fearing the wrath of the gods, expelled him from their land. At last, Alcmaeon reached the banks of the Acheron River, where the river god cleansed him of his mother's bloodshed and bestowed upon him his daughter, Calirrhoe, in marriage. Alcmaeon settled on an island formed by sediment at the river's mouth, a place untouched by his mother's curse. Yet, even in this sanctuary, misfortune continued to plague him. Calirrhoe, aware that Polynices and his brother Tydeus had gifted the precious necklace and the robe woven by Athena to Eriphyle, urged her husband to retrieve these treasures for her. Unbeknownst to her, these artifacts would bring death to their possessor. Alcmaeon returned to Psaphis to request the necklace and robe from Phegeus, deceitfully claiming he intended to offer them at the oracle of Delphi to seek forgiveness from the god of archery. Trusting his falsehood, Phegeus granted him the treasures. However, one of Alcmaeon's servants revealed the truth to Phegeus, inciting his wrath. In a fury, Phegeus summoned his sons, Pronoeus and Agon, instructing them to lay an ambush along the road and to slay Alcmaeon upon his return from the Acheron River. The brothers carried out their father's command and murdered Alcmaeon. Alcmaeon's former wife, Arsinoe, still harbored affection for her husband upon learning of his demise. Enveloped in sorrow, she cursed her two brothers. They took her to Arcadia to meet King Agaperner, where they falsely accused her of murdering Alcmaeon, leading to her execution. Calirrhoe, upon discovering that Alcmaeon had been slain, resolved to exact vengeance upon Phocas's two sons and Phocis himself. Yet, who could bear the weight of such retribution? Calirrhoe's two sons, Acalnan and Amphithelos, were but infants cradled in their beds. She implored Zeus to transform her sons into robust youths without delay, and Zeus granted her plea overnight. Her sons indeed matured into adulthood. They journeyed to Tegea to confront King Agaperner, where they vanquished Phocas's two sons. Subsequently, they traveled to the city of Psaphis and eliminated Phocis himself. Thus, the two treasures originally acquired by Eriphyle from Polynices and Tydeus sealed the fate of Phocis and his entire lineage. Acalnan and Amphithelos secured the precious necklace and the robe woven by Athena, and upon obtaining their mother's consent, they presented these two treasures to Apollo at Delphi. Acalnan and Amphithelos did not reside in their homeland. They relocated to a new kingdom named Acalnania, established in honor of Acalnan.